Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Hiss. Wan Shong let out a painful cry. Wan Shong, what's wrong? You know pain too? The woman looked down at Wan Shong with an undisguised pleasure on her face. Wan Shong glanced at the dagger lodged in her chest and weakly asked, Lu Ziki. Why? Lu Ziki's expression was nearly insane. Why? You actually asked me why? Let me tell you, I hate you. I've hated you for 20 years. I've waited for this day for 20 years. Wan Shong wanted to say something more, but Lu Ziki clearly had no desire to listen any longer. She lifted her foot and kicked Wan Shong off the speeding car. Due to the momentum, Wan Shong rolled quite a distance on the ground. The howling wind and the excited roars of zombies filled her ears. The smell of blood attracted nearby zombies, and Wan Shong watched despairingly as the car that held her half-sister drove away. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, with zombies rampant, this sister whom she had protected with her life for 3 years had stabbed her in the back and pushed her into the hands of the undead. The pain was indescribable, stimulating her senses. She felt the blood draining from her body and heard the sound of zombies chewing on her flesh. So this is what it feels like to die. This was probably the only adjective Wan Shong could think of at the moment. When she opened her eyes again, Wan Shong sat up at the start. She touched the spot where Lu Ziki had stabbed her, and there was nothing there now, only the fluffy feel of her pajamas. She flipped over and rushed into the bathroom. This was her home. Looking at herself in the mirror, Wan Shong was filled with confusion. Hadn't she died? Sis, are you awake? A voice came from outside the door. It was her biological younger brother, Wan Kuan. Wan Shong was puzzled once again. Hadn't he died on a mission? A word flashed through her mind. Rebirth. She quickly pulled out her phone, and the date displayed was September 1st, 8 a.m. Today was the first day of school, and Wan Shong, Wan Kuan, and Lu Ziki would go to school together to register, while the apocalypse would arrive at 2:30 a.m. In the blink of an eye, Wan Shong had sorted out her thoughts. Wan Shong immediately called out, coming right up. Seeing Wan Shong, Lu Ziki immediately stood up. Sister, come sit here. Wan Shong ignored Lu Ziki and sat down next to Wan Kun. Lu Ziki looked confused, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, revealing a pitiful expression. After quickly finishing breakfast, Wan Shong said, Wan Kuan, go to school and register for me. I'm not going today. Wan Kuan looked puzzled. You're not going on the first day? Seeing Wan Shong's firm expression, he agreed and started to pack up, with Lu Ziki trailing behind. Got it. Wan Kuan seemed reluctant to be with Lu Ziki and walked off decisively. Inside a wooden box lay a bracelet, left to her by her mother, adorned with an unknown flower that looked very ancient. Previously, Lu Ziki said she liked it, so Wan Shong gave it to her. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse arrived, Lu Ziki actually contracted with the bracelet and gained a portable space? Wan Shong took out the bracelet, but now this portable space belonged to her. She took out a prepared small knife and made a small cut on her finger, letting blood flow onto the bracelet. Gradually, the color of the bracelet faded until it disappeared. Wan Shong rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pattern on her wrist that matched the design of the bracelet. She silently recited a phrase, and in the blink of an eye, she was in a new space. Inside the space was a grass hut, a small sapling that hadn't grown yet, and aside from a small patch of dirt beneath her feet, the rest was all sand. Checking her phone, the time displayed was 1 p.m., and there was plenty of time. The destination was the supermarket, and the goal was food and water. Glancing at various meats, Wan Shong decisively gave up after the apocalypse. All meat would be contaminated. Even if the portable space could preserve it, raw meat was not a wise choice. She bought a large quantity of various foods and water, drawing the attention of passersby. After paying, she provided her address to the staff and had them deliver it home. After exhausting all her money, Wan Shong dialed a familiar number, and it rang only a few times before being answered. What's the matter? Wan Shong couldn't help but smirk coldly, but the man on the other end couldn't see it. I'm out of money. I need it now. The other party paused for several seconds upon hearing the request before responding. I had my assistant transfer your living expenses for this month just yesterday. You only think about my spending. Why don't you consider that there's an illegitimate daughter living with me? Are you really my biological father? Wan Shong said calmly. Previously, she had considered Lu Ziki's status and kept things amicable, but now, Lu Ziki was undoubtedly the best shield that AS expected. When Wan Shong heard Wan Shong mention Lu Ziki, he fell silent for a moment before saying, I'll have my assistant send the money over shortly. I'm in a hurry. Leaving those 3 words, Wan Shong hung up first. She had no intention of telling Wan Shong about the apocalypse. If she did, she would undoubtedly be seen as crazy. Besides, with Wan Shong's status, he would surely receive the necessary protection immediately. Checking the time, it was 5:30 p.m. After waiting about 20 minutes, her phone received a message indicating that money had been transferred to her account. After that, she headed straight to the flower and bird market and bought a large quantity of vegetable seeds. Then, she went to the black market. She found a relatively concealed little shop, picked out a large knife like the one used by Guangong, along with a dozen cleavers, several daggers, and 2 handguns with a hefty supply of ammo. This was already the maximum amount of weapons she could be used. As the owner counted the money, he remarked, "These young girls are getting so capable nowadays." It was true Wan Shong looked no more than 17, just a high school sophomore. But as long as she paid, who cared what she bought? Wan Shong joked, just buying them to play around and shoot some birds. With that, she left the shop and tossed all the weapons into the grass hut of her portable space in a corner. After paying for her transportation, she realized she had not a single cent left in her bank account. After putting everything down, she let Wan Kun eat by himself while she went to the door to check her belongings. Seeing no one around, she stored everything in the space. However, the grass hut was now too full, and the items piled up beside it. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. After dinner, Wan Shong checked the time. It was just past 10. Wan Kun was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing it was still early, Wan Shong went online and found that someone had already started posting about the apocalypse, detailing methods to avoid zombies, what types of food to stockpile, and the exact time the apocalypse would begin. The more she read, the tighter Wan Shong's brows furrowed. The posts were all accurate and included methods to avoid zombies and deal with emergencies. She couldn't help but speculate it seemed she wasn't the only one who had been reborn. Such high-quality posts must have come from someone with experience, although they were also somewhat reserved. For example, the post didn't mention that zombies would level up, or that survivors could awaken special abilities, etc. The account was a newly created anonymous one, and it was impossible to tell who the owner was, but at least Wan Shong could determine that the person wasn't weak. When Wan Kun turned off the TV and saw she was still awake, he reminded her, "Sis, we have to go to school tomorrow. Aren't you going to sleep?" Wan Shong waved him over. "Wan Kun, come look at this." Wan Kun looked outside and said, "It's nothing." "Are you worried about Lu Ziki?" "I've already told you, Lu Ziki is very scheming. Don't think she's as weak as she appears." Wan Shong couldn't help but frown. She hadn't said anything yet, and Wan Kun was already lecturing her with a long list of reasons to stay away from Lu Ziki. Suddenly, Wan Shong stood up and hugged Wan Kun. Wan Kun stopped talking. After entering high school, Wan Kun had grown quite a bit and was now half a head taller than Wan Shong. In her previous life, after the apocalypse began, she was so focused on survival and completing tasks every day that she had not been able to take care of him properly. In the end, he died without them having exchanged more than a few words. Wan Kun patted Wan Chong's back and asked, "Sister, what's wrong? You seem strange today." Wan Chong sighed. "It's nothing, just go to sleep." After everything was settled, she looked at the time. It was 1:30 in the morning. In 1 hour, it would be 2:30, meaning the apocalypse would arrive in 1 hour. Waiting was undoubtedly torture. Wan Chong watched the time tick away, waiting to witness the end of the world with her own eyes that in her previous life, she had hidden away out of fear. Now, she was fully prepared. All that was left was to watch it all unfold. Once the initial chaos passed, many bases would be established one after another. Wan Shong took out her watch and silently counted the seconds in her heart. 5.4.3.2.1. The sky suddenly darkened, and the little path that could originally be seen by the streetlights was now completely invisible. This darkness would last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, those with weak immune systems, those with injuries, and those who drank from the tap would mutate into zombies. Anyone caught by the zombies would also be infected. The apocalypse had just begun, and there were no antibodies or awakening abilities. This was the first selection for humanity, and Wan Shong, Wan Kun, and Lu Ziki would be fine. 10 minutes later, the sky gradually returned to normal, and the sounds of fear spread. There were cries for help, sounds of pain, and the roars of zombies everywhere. In another 5 minutes, the power would go out, and the real apocalypse would just be starting. Wan Kun was awakened by the noise and sleepily walked out. "Sister, what's wrong?" It's so loud. Wan Shong stood by the window and pointed outside. The apocalypse has come. Wan Kun saw the scene outside, covering her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from screaming. The white-collar worker had opened her mouth several times but couldn't make a sound, her eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Groans of pain were everywhere, with some people running around the neighborhood. The result of this was nothing more than attracting more zombies. After her initial shock, Wan Kun asked in a trembling voice, "Sister, you knew about this, didn't you?" Wan Chong nodded without a doubt. Wan Kun didn't press further, which relieved Wan Chong because she didn't want to deceive Wan Kun. She glanced at the time, took out a candle, and lit it. A minute later, with a pop, the power went out. Everything was plunged into darkness, and the only light in the room came from the faint glow of the candle in Wan Chong's hand. Now, the apocalypse was really beginning. In the following hours, dawn broke, and the sounds outside gradually diminished until there was silence. Wan Chong looked outside and said, "I'm going out for a bit. You stay at home, and remember, don't open the door for anyone." After leaving some water and food for Wan Kun grabbed her. "Sister, it's so dangerous outside right now. Let's just wait for help at home, help?" Wan Chong smiled bitterly in her heart. She used to think that way too, but what was the result? It was only by fighting and killing her way through that she survived for 3 years. After warning Wan Kun several times, Wan Chong quietly left. Wan Kun watched Wan Chong climb over the wall from the window with a worried expression, but still believed in her sister's words and was amazed by her skills. As soon as Wan Chong exited the small house, she took out a large knife from her space. For dealing with zombies, using large weapons was much more convenient, as zombies had not evolved yet and moved slowly. She dodged and weaved her way out of the neighborhood, but the road outside was already congested. Some people were mutating inside their cars, struggling and unable to get out. Others were hiding in their vehicles, tightly closing the doors, waiting for rescue. Wan Chong's destination was a pharmacy. Before the apocalypse, she had spent all her money on food and water because there was a pharmacy not far from her home, and she planned to clear out completely. "Help my child." A woman's cry came from a bus's rear window that a woman was holding a boy about 7 or 8 years old, most of his body hanging out, while 2 zombies were tugging at her legs. Wan Chong paused for just a moment before resolutely preparing to leave. The child was undoubtedly the biggest burden. They couldn't kill zombies and needed food. A figure rushed forward. It was a woman who didn't seem much older than Wan Chong. The woman tried to pull the boy down, but the boy's mother had clearly passed away, her lower body torn in half. A zombie by the roadside was attracted by the commotion and started running over. The woman, holding the boy, looked around and ran toward Wan Chong. "Wait, you wait." Wan Chong felt a headache looking at this woman who was running while making loud noises. Her actions would undoubtedly attract 2 more zombies. Wan Chong swung her large knife and killed the nearest zombie, splattering blood all over the woman's pants. The woman didn't mind and hurriedly expressed her thoughts. "Save us. We won't hold you back." Wan Chong swung her knife again, decapitating another zombie. Her hand went numb from the impact, and she struggled to keep the knife on her shoulder. To that woman, this action undoubtedly looked cool. Wan Chong ignored her and continued walking. After a while, she noticed the woman was still following her, holding the child. She warned, "You can follow me, but I won't protect you. And if you make any noise, I will kill you and that child immediately. Do you understand?" The woman nodded repeatedly. "I understand, I understand." Wan Chong didn't waste any more time and headed straight for the pharmacy. Chapter 3. Back to the small Western-style house. The pharmacy was quiet, with 2 female zombies in nurse outfits wandering inside. After confirming several times, Wan Chong walked straight in and swung her big knife at one of them. Unfortunately, the knife got stuck in its head, and despite using a few tries, she couldn't pull it out. Looking around, she swung to the side, knocking down another female zombie that was approaching, and successfully pulled out the big knife. With a quick motion, she dealt with another zombie that was lying on the ground and trying to get up. The woman and the boy at the door watched, one hand tightly covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound, which made Wan Chong quite satisfied. Wan Chong glanced at the woman and said, "Get out." With the 2 of them standing here, how could she use the space to collect the medicine? The woman didn't dare to say much. She looked at the doorway, saw there were no zombies, and turned her back to carefully observe everything around her. Wan Chong waved her hand, collecting all the medicines from the shelf into her personal space, and then walked to the door. As soon as the woman saw Wan Chong come out, She immediately followed her without asking about what had just happened in the pharmacy. Wan Shong sighed helplessly. There aren't many zombies now, and it's daytime. You should hurry and find a place to hide with this child. The woman said cautiously in a low voice, No, I want to stay with you. Also, this child's mother asked you to save him. I'm just temporarily holding him for you. Wan Shong almost choked in anger, just about to say that she had no intention of saving him, when she saw the boy looking at her with tearful eyes. He opened his mouth a few times but remained silent, then turned to leave, prompting the woman to quickly follow him. Sister. A familiar light call made Wan Shong turn her head. At that moment, Wan Kun was calling her from the window of the second-floor room. Wan Shong couldn't help but frown. Just as she was about to head upstairs, she saw Wan Kun pointing at the storefront of the house across the street. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a large group of zombies coming out of the store. In the past, dealing with these low-level zombies wouldn't have been a problem, but now her physical strength couldn't keep up. Wan Shong glanced at the woman behind her and pointed to a small alley. Wait for me there. The woman quickly ran towards the small alley with her child, while Wan Shong flipped over and jumped onto the roof of the small car. A zombie reached out its hand to grab Wan Chong's foot, and she started running. Jumping on the car roof, Wan Shong occasionally swung the large knife on her shoulder to avoid being grabbed by the zombies. A woman hurriedly ran out holding a boy, following Wan Shong into the gate. After the woman entered, Wan Shong closed the door behind her and then headed upstairs. A dagger was pressed against her neck, and the chill on her neck clearly indicated that there was more than just Wan Kun in the room. There were others as well. Wan Kun spoke up. Big brother, no. This is my sister. Shall see. Don't make a move. Once the dagger at her neck was removed, Wan Shong turned to look at the people in the room. There were 5 people in the room, one sitting with his hand over his abdomen, who had just been speaking and was clearly the leader of the group. One person stood next to her holding a dagger, and that person was called Shao Si. Another was beside the injured person, while the other 2 were by the window observing the situation outside. Everyone was dressed uniformly in camouflage, clearly indicating they were soldiers. Wan Kun walked over and looked at Wan Shong. Sister, are you okay? Wan Shong set aside the large knife in her hand and shook her head. The injured man spoke up. I am Zhanda. The one next to me is Zhan Shao Si. The one by the window is Zhan Er. The one is Zhan San, and he is Zhan Shao Wu. Everyone's gaze shifted to the fashionable yet disheveled woman. The woman introduced herself. My name is Chun Jingjing. I'm 20 years old. This child is Liao Haitang, 8 years old. His mother just died, and we can't reach his father. I'm afraid the situation is grim. With Chun Jingjing's words, everyone in the room fell silent. Wan Shong glanced at the people in the room. You can stay here, but we do not provide food or drinks. The first to speak was the man standing by the window. Don't worry, we won't take advantage of you. Once Zhan's body gets better, we'll leave. Wan Shong looked at Zhanda and said, It's best this way. If he gets infected by the virus, I will kill him. Zhanda will be fine. The first to lose their composure was Zhan Shao Si. Wan Shong smiled as she looked at the heavily bleeding wound on Zhanda. She went to the restroom, took out the first aid kit from her space, and handed it to Zhan Shao Wu. After thanking her, Zhan Shao Wu immediately began to treat Zhanda's wound. Wan Kun looked surprised. Huh? When did our family get something like this? Zhan Xiaowu and Zhan Xiaoxi immediately lifted Zhanda, one on the left and one on the right, following behind Wan Shong. After settling Zhanda in the adjacent room, Wan Shong spoke again. Everyone go out, he needs quiet. Why should we listen to you? Before she finished speaking, Zhan Xiaoxi shouted. Wan Shong glanced at Zhan Xiaoxi, and Zhan Xiaowu directly pulled Zhan Xiaoxi out. Wan Shong took out a chocolate bar and a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and handed them to Zhan, who shook his head and said, Thanks, but no need. Wan Shong revealed an unbelievable smile. Not needed? Then can you hold on until tonight? As she spoke, she handed him the chocolate and continued. I looked at your wound. It won't get infected, and you'll awaken your abilities. The process is very painful, and if you can't hold on, you'll turn into a zombie. Zhanda didn't hesitate and picked up the chocolate to eat it, even though he actually hated sweet things. Wan Shong decided to help as soon as she heard him introduce himself. In her previous life, Wan Shong had heard their names before. They were a group that would appear a year later. 5 people, each of them possessing abilities. although not everyone was a peak powerhouse. The cooperation and mutual trust among the group were unprecedented. It was inevitable to build good relationships with future strong individuals. Wan Shong looked at him, who had not yet awakened his supernatural abilities, and continued to explain. Supernatural abilities are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind and healing. What supernatural ability you can awaken depends on your own luck. Zhanda listened quietly and did not ask Wan Shong why she knew so much. What supernatural ability do you have? Zhanda suddenly spoke up, as he had naturally seen Wan Shong chopping zombies outside, just now. Wan Shong shook her head. I haven't awakened my abilities yet. By the way, awakening abilities relies on chance, not on being bitten by zombies. Some people get bitten by zombies and end up turning into one. Zhanda nodded, and suddenly it became noisy outside. Wan Shong went downstairs to take a look. A crowd was blocking the entrance, and at the front was Lu Ziki. Wan Shong asked Wan Kun to open the door, and Wan Kun looked surprised. Wan Shong didn't explain much. It wasn't time for her to die yet. After all, that would be too easy for her. A group of people rushed into the living room and sat down to rest, chattering. Finally safe, I'm exhausted. Yeah, that scared me to death. So many monsters suddenly appeared. There was a noise coming from the room. It was Zhanda starting to awaken his abilities. Chapter 4. Leaving the house. San Xiaoxi shouted. Shut up. Everyone be quiet. The people in the living room fell silent when they saw the dagger in Zhan Xiaoxi's hand and his camouflage outfit. Wan Shong looked at the group of people, 12 in total including Lu Ziki, and warned, inside the house, aside from food and water, you could do whatever you want with everything else. The group immediately showed disdain. So stingy. Yeah, exactly. After waking up, as soon as she opened the door, she ran into Zhanda. Zhanda was the first to speak. Thank you. Wan Shong nodded. What kind of special ability have you awakened? Zhanda turned his hand, and a small flame appeared in his palm. Fire type, quite good for offense. Wan Shong nodded and walked downstairs. She saw that the box of food originally reserved for Wan Kun had now been completely consumed by those people, while Wan Kun and Chun Jingjing were not far away, looking angry. Wan Shong said flatly, have I told you not to touch the food in the house? A girl of the same age stood up, looking stubborn. This little bit isn't even enough to fill our gaps. Once I find my dad, I can return the stuff to you tenfold. Wan Shong suddenly laughed. So you didn't eat enough, and you're blaming me? She had just taken a nap, and everything was gone. The girl put her hands on her hips. Ziqi said, you're her sister, and you should do whatever she asks. Oh. Wan Shong looked at Lu Ziqi with great interest. In the past, it might have indeed been like that, but times have changed. Lu Ziqi stepped out from the crowd. Sister, that's not what I meant. I mean, we are sisters. If I have something, you will help me. And if you have something, I will help you. I remember my mom only had me in Wan Kun. When did I get a sister like you? Besides, my last name is Wan. Yours is Lu. How could I possibly be your sister? Wan Shong smiled at Lu Ziqi. Lu Ziqi's face turned a bit pale. Her head lowered, looking aggrieved, but her tightly clenched hands betrayed her current feelings. Her surname was a lifelong pain. She couldn't have the surname Wan and could only share her mother's surname, Lu. Sister, there are too many people, and the things got taken. Wan Shong glanced at Wan Kun. If it's stolen, then it's stolen. Chun Jingjing pulled Liao Haidang over. That woman just said that your dad called. Wan Shong nodded, feeling a bit displeased. She'd just gone upstairs and hadn't even had time to sit down before she had to go back down again. However, she still walked downstairs. When Lu Ziki saw Wan Shong, she quickly turned on the speaker on her phone. Wan Sheng's voice entered everyone's ears. Wan Shong, no matter what, Ziki is still your sister. Can't you even tolerate this much? This is the apocalypse. Shouldn't sisters support each other? The house is mine, and I was originally thinking of leaving it to Xiaoquan, but now it seems there's no need for that. Wan Shong interrupted Wan Sheng. Dad, just give the house to Lu Ziki. I still don't believe she can live here for a lifetime. Also, she stole my and Wan Kun's things. And you still speak up for her. Have you ever thought about whether Wan Kun and I would starve? Do you even care about me and Wan Kun? Wan Sheng has been silent for a long time this time. Wan Shong then said, of course, you can have Lu Ziki support you in your old age. After all, since you forced Mom to death, neither Wan Kun nor I owe you anything. Wan Shong stated a fact in front of so many people, not only surprising everyone present, but also catching Wan Shong on the other end of the phone off guard. Wan Shong remained expressionless. This was a secret she had wanted to reveal day and night, and now that she finally did, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. How did you know? Wan Shong's tone was filled with unreserved astonishment. Wan Kun rushed to the phone. Dad, is this true? Mom didn't die of cancer? Wan Shong remained silent, and Wan Chong continued. I heard you call Lu Ziki's mother, and I watched you force Mom to death with my own eyes. The only reason I haven't spoken about all of this is out of consideration for you being my dad, but it seems that's no longer necessary. Back then, Wan Chong was only 7 years old. She couldn't change anything. Her cowardice at that time only allowed her to watch her mother die. And after 3 years in the apocalypse, she has long seen through this world. Wan Shong stopped speaking, and Lu Ziki immediately hung up the phone, saying arrogantly, Sister, the house is mine now. I can do whatever I want. So, if you dare to disobey, just leave now and don't stay here. Wan Chong smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. I'm leaving now. There's still a little light outside. If it gets completely dark, it will be harder to deal with the zombies and movement will be more difficult. We can only take advantage of the fact that we can still see somewhat to find a house to stay for the night. Chun Jingjing quickly picked up Liao Haitang. We'll go with you. Just now, when Wan Kun was protecting the food, she had helped, so it was clear that staying behind now would only bring her losses. Wan Chong nodded, and the group from Zhanda was also getting ready to leave. Lu Ziki blocked their way and said, It's going to be dark soon. Everyone should stay for the night. It's very dangerous outside after dark. Zhan Xiao Wu politely replied, No need. We will leave with them. Wan Chong had already taken the lead in getting out of the small villa. The front door was no longer an option. So Wan Chong went around to the side wall and said, Climb over the wall to get out. After saying that, she was the first to climb up, then reached out to pull Wan Kun, while Zhanda and the others took Chun Jingjing and Liao Haitang over. Wan Chong walked ahead to the largest house in the community, which was already empty. After the group entered, they locked the door. It was getting dark, so they couldn't go far. They would temporarily sleep here tonight and leave tomorrow. After Wan Chong finished speaking, she headed upstairs. Chun Jingjing came out of the bathroom with a look of surprise. There's water. So the water supply hasn't been cut off. Wan Chong rummaged through the fridge and tossed a few bottles of mineral water to Chun Jingjing. Warning, drink mineral water. The tap water is contaminated, and drinking it will cause problems. Chun Jingjing nodded and cautiously asked, Then taking a shower should be fine, right? Seeing Wan Chong nod, she immediately happily went to the bedroom closet to find clothes, acting quite at ease. The group from Zhanda clearly could not understand Wan Chong and the others' behavior, which was akin to that of robbers. Wan Chong had lived for 3 years in the apocalypse in her previous life and was naturally used to using things directly. However, under the disdainful gazes of the Zhanda group, she still reminded them, it's already the apocalypse. Money is completely useless. Moreover, whether the owner of this house is alive or dead is still unknown. You can eat what you want, and if you don't want to, then don't feel pressured. Zhanda pulled out a stack of money from his pocket, estimating it to be around 1,000, and placed it on the table before speaking. Go ahead and eat. Only then did the group start looking for something to eat. Wan Chong made herself a cup of milk tea and then carried it to the balcony upstairs to sit down. This balcony faced the front door, allowing her to see clearly what was happening outside. Chun Jingjing finished her shower and was wiping her wet hair with a cloth. Wan Chong looked at Chun Jingjing and increasingly felt that she looked familiar. Chun Jingjing, have we met before? Chun Jingjing was taken aback and shook her head. No. The day we saved Xiao Haidang was our first meeting. Chun Jingjing was very beautiful, with an oval face, big eyes, fair skin, and a particularly hot figure. Even in the apocalypse, with her looks, she probably wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After all, she was a very smart woman. Chapter 5. After the separation shortly after, Zhanda also came to the balcony. You should go take a nap, he said. Wan Chong nodded, preparing to leave, and he asked again, By the way, I still don't know your name. Wan Chong. Zhanda then asked, So where are you planning to go? Wan Chong thought for a moment before speaking. Go to Choyang Street. The houses there are sturdier, and they're all separate villas. After saying that, she walked towards her room. She planned to take a nap, believing that Zhanda and the others would take turns keeping watch. so she didn't need to worry too much. The next morning, Wan Shong came downstairs with her big knife. Zhang Xiaoxi, who talked the most, saw her big knife and teased her with just one glance. "You carry that big knife around every day? Aren't you tired?" Zhang Xiaoxi remained silent, and Wan Shong looked at the others. "Since everything is packed, let's go." After saying that, she was the first to walk out. After dawn, it was clear where the zombies were. The group quietly hid and dodged, avoiding most of the zombies. When they encountered a few zombies, Zhanda and the others took care of them, without Wan Shong needing to lift a finger. Once they left the community, Zhanda looked at Wan Chong's back and said, "Let's escort you to Choyang Street before we leave." Wan Chong paused, taking the large knife off her shoulder. "No need. We have the ability to protect ourselves. Let's part ways here." After repeated persuasion, Zhang Dazarin also noticed that Wan Chong's attitude was very firm. So he stopped insisting, "Then take care." Wan Chong nodded. Although their group did look somewhat like a disadvantaged group, after all, Wan Kun, being the only man, was quite frail. Wan Chong and Chun Jingjing were women, while Liao Haidang was just a little kid. No matter how you looked at it, they resembled an elderly, weak, sick, and disabled group. Once the group of Zhanda disappeared from Wan Chong's line of sight, she took out 2 machetes and a dagger from her space. She handed the machetes to Wan Kun and Chun Jingjing, and the dagger to Liao Haitang, then simply explained, "For self-defense." The others took them without hesitation. Although it was clear that it was Liao Haitang's first time holding a knife, her small hand tightly gripped the handle, and her face turned a bit pale. As they walked further into Chaoyang Street, the number of zombies decreased because Chaoyang Street was mostly inhabited by wealthy people, and when the apocalypse struck, these individuals naturally received good protection and left Chaoyang Street for some base. So only 1 or 2 zombies appeared, and they were not very aggressive. Since Wan Chong intended to cultivate Wan Kun's courage and self-defense ability, when they encountered zombies again, she sidestepped and avoided them, saying, "Wan Kun, it's your turn." Wan Kun was obviously a bit hesitant, but seeing Wan Chong's strong attitude, he could only raise the machete in his hand and walk towards the slowly moving zombie. After all, a newbie is still a newbie. When he swung the knife at the zombie's arm, it not only failed to inflict any damage on the zombie, but he didn't even use all his strength. Wan Chong frowned and teased from the side, "What's wrong? Did you not eat? Or are you afraid of hurting the zombies? At this rate, you'll just be waiting to die." Wan Kun had been knocked to the ground by the zombie at this moment, rolling and crawling to avoid the zombie's attacks, looking quite disheveled. Wan Chong pointed out from the side, "The weakest part of a zombie is its head. Just chop off the head." With a swift motion, the knife fell, and the zombie's head was chopped off halfway, struggling for a moment before dying completely. However, it wasn't Wan Kun who did it, but Chun Jingjing. Chun Jingjing set Liao Haitang aside and decisively killed the zombie with her knife. Wan Chong is now facing Chun Jingjing. This woman is 3 years older than her, but usually when women encounter such situations, they tend to scream and panic. However, although Chun Jingjing has always been with Liao Haidang, she still hasn't fallen behind. Nevertheless, seeing her confused expression makes it clear that she is not a reborn person. With this thought, Wan Chong feels a bit more at ease. Glancing at Wan Kun, she speaks while walking, not even as good as a woman. After a long silence from Wan Kun, Wan Chong worries that her words may have been too harsh for him to accept, so she stops and looks at Wan Kun. Wan Kun pressed her lips together tightly, watching Wan Chong's back as she suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, "I know you mean well for me. Don't worry, I will work hard. Sis, once I become strong, it will be my turn to protect you." Wan Chong sighed. "All right, I'll wait." In his previous life, Wan Kun awakened a healing ability, and without any surprises, he would still awaken this ability in this life. This ability can heal wounds, which is undoubtedly a desirable power, but it lacks offensive capability. Thus, in his previous life, during a mission, Wan Kun fell into a group of zombies while trying to heal a companion. Wan Chong chose the most solid villa on Chaoyang Street as a temporary residence. Chun Jingjing surveyed the villa, while sighing, if it were in the past. Working hard for most of my life might not have allowed me to live in such a nice villa. Wan Chong pushed the door, and as expected, it was not locked. After entering, she saw Wan Kun and the others lying on the sofa resting, while she went upstairs to check each room. After confirming it was safe, she took the food out of her bag and threw it on the table. Chen Jingjing stretched and said as she walked upstairs, "I think I'll take a shower first." "No need, it's still early. Let's eat something and then head out for training," Wan Shong replied. Chen Jingjing made a face, but didn't say much more. After a simple meal, Wan Shong found the keys on the table and locked the door before taking the others outside. There were not many people on Chaoyang Street, and there were few zombies, which were not evolved and of generally low levels, reacting very slowly. After over an hour of killing zombies, Ruan Kuan and Chen Jingjing were covered in blood. Ruan Chong followed behind, mostly refraining from engaging unless necessary. Liao Haidang did not attack, but kept practicing with the small dagger Ruan Chong had given him. Once the surrounding zombies were mostly cleared, Ruan Chong openly took out 4 backpacks and 2 bottles of water from her space. After putting the water into the backpacks, she explained, "We'll do weighted runs around the villa." Saying this, she handed out a backpack to each person, giving Liao Haidang a small backpack that only contained 2 bottles of water. Ruan Chong also joined the training, carrying the most water herself. She needed to become stronger, at least stronger than others before they became strong. Ruan Kuan was running while asking, "Sister, what was that just now?" Chen Jingjing also looked at Ruan Chong with anticipation. Ruan Chong naturally knew they were asking about the scene where she took something out of her personal space. She explained that was a personal space, where you can store things. You can put anything in it, but not everyone has one. It's considered a type of supernatural ability. Some people form contracts with items, while others awaken their abilities. And because everyone is different, the size of the space also varies. After a pause, she continued, "Supernatural abilities are divided into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind, healing, and personal space. Each ability has its corresponding attack power, and awakening an ability depends on oneself." Ruan Kuan nodded slightly, as if he understood, and did not ask further. The group continued running, killing zombies whenever they encountered them. At noon, Ruan Chong did not call for a break, and the two didn't dare to say they were tired. After all, Ruan Chong had been training with them all along and carried much more water than they did. As it approached evening, Chen Jingjing and Liao Haidang could no longer run, trailing behind, while Ruan Kuan had fallen far behind Ruan Chong. Chapter 6. Awakening Abilities Yay! Chen Jingjing exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and running towards the villa. Among everyone, Chen Jingjing was the oldest, but she often acted like a teenage girl. Liao Haidang was very quiet, and Ruan Chong couldn't tell if it was because he had witnessed his mother's death or if he was always like this. After returning to the villa, Ruan Chong left a box of food and went out. She couldn't afford to be careless and needed to survey the nearby terrain. For the next half-month, they trained together during the day, and after training, Ruan Chong would go out alone. After half a month of training, Liao Haidang could basically kill a zombie on his own, gaining the ability to protect himself. This was undoubtedly a significant improvement for the 8-year-old. Chen Jingjing and Ruan Kuan were evenly matched, improving from being able to run 4 or 5 laps with the most weight to now being able to run for several hours with weight. Initially, Ruan Chong had limited them to eating only once in the morning, but now they were stable with 3 meals a day. The purpose of this was singular. A small amount of food combined with a lot of exercise could repeatedly push their limits. This was a shortcut to becoming stronger. When she went out, aside from killing zombies and observing the mutation progress of the zombies, she also scavenged for supplies nearby. The local pharmacies and small stores had already been cleaned out by her. Without crystal nuclei, it meant that abilities could not be enhanced. The space no longer had more land available, and other places were just sand, which was useless except for storage. She was still waiting for the space to upgrade, so she could start growing vegetables. The lowest level zombies were those without crystal nuclei. These zombies were not very aggressive and attacked purely by instinct. However, the zombie hordes were a different story. Next were the zombies with crystal nuclei, which ranged from level 1 to level 8, with abilities increasing from low to high. This was knowledge carried over from her previous life. Although she didn't know if there were higher level zombies, even in her previous life, after struggling for 3 years in the apocalypse, Ruan Chong would only run when encountering zombies above level 6. This was also why she trained running every day, not only to improve physical fitness, but also to plan for the future. It had been over half a month, and soon, She believed level 1 zombies would appear. At that time, many ability awakeners would emerge. Zhanda had already awakened fire abilities, and without crystal nuclei, Wan Shong was not worried about him leveling up. Using crystal nuclei to enhance abilities was the fastest method. Of course, there were also healers who could concoct potions for leveling up, but only dual attribute individuals could do this, which depended on luck. First, they needed a healing attribute, and second, a water attribute. Wan Shong used to be a water element and had not awakened the healing element, so she had only heard of other healers concocting advancement potions. After Wan Shong cleaned up the last pharmacy, a familiar sensation swept over her body, a sign that she was about to awaken her abilities. She endured the pain and closed the pharmacy door, avoiding any interruptions. If she couldn't successfully advance, she would mutate into a zombie. At that moment, she was sweating profusely, biting her lower lip, and her face had turned pale. Although her body ached terribly, her consciousness was exceptionally clear. This awakening was different from the previous ones. That was her only thought, because the pain was particularly intense. Last life, it hadn't hurt this much. Her bones felt as if they were being reshaped, a force coursing through her body, running through every corner. She tightly grasped the nearby white iron rack, and only after the pain gradually subsided did she stand up. Surprisingly, this time the awakening was not water-based, which took her aback. She raised her hand, and a faint white light appeared in her palm. Although it was very weak, Wan Chong's eyes lit up. This was the white light of healing. However, there was no familiar sensation in her limbs, indicating it was not water-based, which left her somewhat disappointed. With the experience from her previous life, she exerted a little control, and 2 ice pillars gradually formed in the air. This ability surprised her. After confirming several times, she realized this was a new ability, which she would temporarily call ice-based. She thought to herself, after all, she had never heard of it in her last life. After several experiments, forming 2 ice pillars was already her limit. Wan Shong sat down on the sofa, took a sip of water, looked at Chun Jingjing, and said seriously, "There is basically no danger outside now, and there are bases established. You can take Liao Haidang to the base. It will be much safer that way." Liao Haidang is just an 8-year-old child, and even he knows that it's better to follow Wan Shong, let alone Chun Jingjing. Chun Jingjing is an extremely intelligent woman, although she often appears childlike. She tends to think things through very clearly and has strong adaptability. Wan Chong's goal is to build a team, and the people in the team need to trust each other and be strong, and Chun Jingjing is undoubtedly a person with great potential. "I won't leave either," Chun Jingjing said firmly. Liao Haitong's eyes flickered, and there were faint tears shining. Wan Chong sighed inwardly. After all, she is just a child. The room was frighteningly quiet, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After a while, Liao Haidang finally spoke. "I didn't mean it that way. At that time in the car, my mom had already been scratched by a zombie. I know that even if you saved us, my mom would still die." After a pause, she continued, "I just fear that I am too weak and will drag you down, but I still want to be with you, sister." The last word sister was almost adorable, but unfortunately, this tactic had little effect on Wan Shong. However, seeing Wan Kuan and Chun Jingjing clearly softening, looking at her with shining eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. "Then stay, but if there is danger, I will still leave you behind and run. At that time, it would depend on your own luck." Liao Haitang immediately nodded, thinking to herself that she must become stronger and not hold everyone back. She knew how to make the immunity potion and originally planned to wait for Wan Kuan to awaken her abilities before letting her make it. But now she could make it herself. She carefully merged the ingredients, ensuring there were no mistakes. And only after completing the process did she raise her hand to wipe the fine sweat that had emerged on her forehead. The first time merging the immunity potion was unfamiliar, making it more difficult. The next 2 bottles were much easier. After finishing everything, she packed 3 backpacks with food and water, enough for them to live for half a month. "Sister, where are you going?" Wan Kuan was the first to ask. "Don't worry about where I'm going. Just make sure to protect yourselves, and don't worry about me." The 3 of them were well aware of her strength, so they naturally didn't ask any more questions. Wan Chong took out the immunity serum again. "This is the immunity serum. It can ensure that you won't mutate as long as you are not bitten heavily. Light bites are manageable." As she spoke, with the three looking on in anticipation, she injected the serum into each of them. Chapter 7. Unexpected incident. She needed a good night's sleep. After all, the next few days, or even longer, might not allow her to sleep well. After a good night's rest, Wan Shong left early the next morning, and the three of them began their new day of training. After leaving the villa, she found a car with the keys still in it. Wan Shong got in and drove off. She had driven this car a few times before, and its performance was quite good. 3 years of the apocalypse had made her proficient in driving almost every type of vehicle. If she could find it, other survivors could probably find it too, so she planned to take it away early to avoid it being snatched by survivors coming out of the base. After 10 minutes of driving, she parked the car in a small alley. From her hiding spot, Wan Shong observed a few zombies wandering near the gas station. After assessing the terrain and confirming that no one had passed by, she prepared to eliminate the zombies and drive away the fuel truck. A 20-ton fuel truck would be in high demand no matter which base she brought it to, and she believed many people from the bases would come to recruit her. She needed a good environment in the base, rather than being crammed together with strangers, which would be more unsafe and inconvenient. With her mind made up, Wan Shong charged forward with a large knife, swiftly taking out the nearest zombie with a single blow to the head. After half a month of training, her stamina and arm strength had maximized, and her physical condition improved after awakening her abilities. A few zombies approached, but since they were low-level ones and not many in number, she quickly dealt with all of them. Just as she was about to climb onto the fuel truck, a cold voice rang out. "Put your hands up." The icy feeling on her head made Wan Shong clearly aware that someone was pointing a gun at her. She threw the large knife to the ground but did not raise her hands. Instead, she turned around directly. 8 people stood behind her, 6 men and 2 women. One man, who seemed to be the leader, was aiming a gun at her. The man spoke, "The fuel truck is ours." Wan Shong smiled slightly. "Oh, the zombies were killed by me, and now that there's no danger, you come out and claim the fuel tanker is yours? There's no such thing as a free lunch, is there?" The man frowned but didn't speak. Another man standing not far away spoke up. "Zhao Guo, can you stop being so willful? Do you really think that just because your brother Zhao Yuan is protecting you, you can act recklessly?" They all witnessed Wan Shong killing the zombies at the gas station. They had just been lurking in the shadows. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity had not yet completely fallen, so there were still those good-hearted people who came out to uphold justice. Zhao Guo stomped her foot, clearly unhappy with the criticism. "Qi Shi, are you turning your elbow outwards? I'm just stating the facts." "You." Zhao Guo wanted to say more, but Wan Shong interrupted her. "Do you know what is about 100 meters west of here?" Zhao Guo rolled her eyes. "How would we know?" "That is a newly opened car company." Wan Shong looked at the mindless woman. As expected, Zhao Guo blurted out without thinking. "What is wrong with the car company? No one is buying cars anyway." Zhao Yuan, who was pointing a gun at Wan Shong, finally spoke. "Guozi, stop talking." Seeing her brother say this, Zhao Guo, although dissatisfied, obediently fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to Wan Shong, waiting for her to continue. She slowly spoke. "The new car company had many people watching in the lobby during its opening, and most of them are probably zombies by now. The gunfire will attract the horde, and by then, none of you will be able to escape." Wan Shong looked at the man who was speaking. "That's true, but the horde won't leave in a short time after they arrive, so no one will be able to drive this fuel truck away then." Zhao Yuan still frowned, seemingly pondering the truth of what she said. In the end, he chose to believe her. After all, in the apocalypse, a little girl shouldn't be playing tricks. To outsiders, Wan Shong indeed appeared to be a 17-year-old girl, even though her mental age far exceeded her actual age. Zhao Yuan's voice remained cold. "What is your purpose?" Wan Shong smiled and said, "Actually, I have no particular purpose. I originally wanted to discuss things with you properly, but your sister Zhao Guo, her actions really upset me. The result of my unhappiness is that I might do something crazy, and I don't even know what it would be." A talkative man nearby had grown impatient. "Why say so much? Just kill her with a knife, and it will all be over." As he spoke, he walked over with the knife in hand. Zhao Guo wore a look of anticipation, and Zhao Yuan remained silent. However, Qi Shi spoke up to stop him. "Why make things difficult for a child?" At this remark, everyone present couldn't help but roll their eyes. How'd he see Wan Shong as a child? When it came to killing zombies, she didn't even blink. Because of this, Zhao Yuan had always kept his guard up, his gun still pointed at Wan Shong. Taking advantage of Zhao Yuan's momentary distraction, Wan Shong had already seized Zhao Yuan's gun and pressed it against Zhao's forehead. No one moved. At that moment, Wan Chong's expression was fierce, completely different from her earlier playful demeanor. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Zhao Hua, who was already timid, had only dared to act tough because of Zhao Yuan. Now, with a gun aimed at her by Wan Chong, her face turned pale, and she didn't dare to say much, fearing that if Wan Chong became unhappy, it would cost her life. Wan Chong looked at everyone's tense nerves and suddenly laughed, shooting a gun into the sky. Zhao Guo was so frightened that she cried out loud, while everyone else stared at Wan Chong in shock. Her crazy action undoubtedly put everyone in a dilemma. With Zhao Guo in her hands and Zhao Yuan not allowing them to leave, they didn't dare to move. Wan Chong had already awakened her supernatural abilities, and her perception of the outside world was stronger than that of everyone present. She had sensed the zombie horde approaching in this direction earlier, and at this moment, this action undoubtedly accelerated the movement speed of the horde. Wan Chong pushed Zhao Guo away, picked up the big knife, and ran. Everyone was a bit stunned until they saw the mass of corpses not far away. Then they reacted. They didn't dare to linger, quickly taking off running, even abandoning the fuel truck they had been thinking about. The fuel truck was large, slow to start and accelerate, and it would probably be surrounded by the corpses before it could even get away. At this moment, everyone knew to give up the fuel truck to save their lives. This road only had two paths. The horde of corpses was coming from one, so the only way to run was the other path. Zhao Yuan and his group would naturally take the other path as well, and with their numbers, the horde would follow them. So even if she ran ahead, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't encounter zombies suddenly appearing from other places. She didn't want to run in front and clear the way for others. That would only benefit Zhao Yuan and his group, and she was stubborn enough not to suffer any losses. Hiding in the car was different. As long as she stayed quiet and hidden, the horde wouldn't come here, but would chase after the group of living people. Wan Chong was still thinking that after they lured away the horde of corpses, she would drive the oil tanker away, which would be a significant gain. Although it took some time, her goal was to drive away the oil tanker. Chapter 8. Two companions. The series of unexpected events left Wan Chong speechless. She stared at the two people who had run to the back seat, panting, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Running for our lives," replied the man. If she remembered correctly, it was the nice guy from earlier, Qi Shi. The other woman was the only woman in the group, beside Zhao Guo. The woman looked outside, confirmed it was safe, and then said, "I'm following you to escape. I originally wanted to come out and grab some cheap stuff, but I almost died." As she spoke, she patted her chest with a relieved expression. Wan Chong asked in confusion, "Why are you running for your life with me? Isn't your captain Zhao Yuan?" The woman looked disdainful and said, "Zhao is so annoying. By the way, which base are you from? Let's go together. I'll go to your base with you." Wan Chong had a dark expression. "What's your name?" "Im Kvingke. And this is Qi Shi." Qingke was quite familiar. "Is your surname Qing?" That a bit rare. She couldn't help but ask. Qingke irritably scratched his head. "I'm an orphan, and I chose this name after I left the orphanage." "Oh." Seeing some zombies coming this way, Wan Chong quickly crouched down, and Qi Shi and Qingke followed suit inside the car. Because the alley was relatively narrow, only a few zombies could come in, and many outside were not chasing Zhao Yuan and the others. Wan Chong knew that it was mostly impossible to drive the oil tanker away. Making up her mind, she picked up a large knife. Seeing Wan Chong's actions, the two of them also knew she was going to fight her way out, and both placed their hands on the car door, ready to follow her. Wan Chong opened the car door and killed the two zombies trying to enter the alley. When the zombies outside saw someone, they also tried to rush in. Qi Shi and Qingke opened the car doors and blocked the zombies behind the car. Wan Chong climbed onto the car hood and then over the low wall. Since there was a car below and the wall wasn't high, she quickly jumped over. She didn't pay attention to the two behind her and leaped down. Thud! A muffled sound came from behind. Qi Shi and Qingke jumped down one after another. Qi Shi was fine, but Qingke fell to the ground, disheveled and in a sorry state. On the other side of the low wall was a residential area with no zombies in sight. Wan Chong observed her surroundings while running along the wall. Qi Shi and Qingke followed her example. Next to the residential area was a school. And Wan Shong suddenly remembered that there was a mutated zombie in the school cafeteria, which had a special crystal nucleus in its head. The special crystal nucleus had the ability to provide immunity to the zombie virus after absorption, as well as an extraordinary recovery ability. With this in mind, Wan Shong set her sights on the school. However, after the apocalypse began, there would definitely be many boarding students left in the school, which meant more zombies. After considering it multiple times, Wan Shong decided to go anyway, as obtaining that special crystal nucleus could allow her to become stronger faster than others in this early stage of the apocalypse. Looking back at the two people following her, Wan Shong said coldly, "I'm going to the school. There will be more zombies inside, so you shouldn't follow me." Qing shook his head and said, "No, I want to go with you." She clearly thought the same way. Wan Chong's expression grew colder. "If you follow me, I won't protect you. If you hold me back, I won't hesitate to leave you behind." She flashed the knife in his hand. "We all have weapons and can help you. It's hard to survive alone in the apocalypse. Having a team will make it safer." Wan Chong sneered, "Team? That's just a way to buy oneself a little more time to live when fleeing." "Not at all. Shi takes special care of me every time he goes on a mission. Without him, I probably wouldn't even dare to leave the base right now. So, we can assure you that we are definitely not the kind of people who sell out their friends." As Qing spoke, there was a resolute light in her eyes, a reflection of her hope for survival. Wan Shong said no more and headed straight for the school. The two followed behind, and Wan Shong quickened her pace, with the two not willing to fall behind. The three did not go through the main entrance, but chose to climb over the wall instead. This was a tactic Wan Shong had learned from her previous life, although climbing over the wall was slightly more difficult than entering through the front gate. It was much safer. Once inside the school, they encountered a wandering lone zombie, which Wan Shong easily dealt with, and Shi and Qing also jumped down. Wan Shong headed straight to the cafeteria and climbed in through the back window. This was her former school, so she was naturally familiar with the layout. As soon as she entered, Wan Shong sensed something was wrong. Aside from the traces left by survivors, all the zombie heads on the ground had been completely hollowed out. Zombies generally act on instinct, so when they eat, they usually start by tearing open the abdomen to consume the internal organs rather than going for the harder skull. Clearly, some zombies had discovered a shortcut to leveling up, most likely that mutated zombie. This was Wan Shong's speculation, and she couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any special circumstances. One staircase was filled with corpses, both zombies and humans, their heads completely eaten away, while the other staircase was in disarray. Wan Shong chose to take the staircase with the corpse because her goal was to obtain the crystal core of the mutated zombie. After reaching the second floor, she found that all the tables and chairs were blocking the stairway, and inside were survivors. Wan Shong frowned. Could it be that she guessed wrong? The mutated zombies had not evolved yet. The survivors had clearly seen Wan Shong and her group, and a man who looked like the leader walked over. He instructed his subordinates to move the tables and chairs, clearing a path. Wan Shong had nowhere else to go for the time being, so she walked in. All the students were huddled in a corner, with two pretty girls lying naked on the ground. One was unconscious, while the other was crying incessantly. The bruises on their bodies spoke volumes about what they had endured. There were 5 men standing, holding sticks, all of them dyed-haired men, looking somewhat like local delinquents near the school. This group had originally gone to a KTV to sing, but when they thought about grabbing a late-night snack near the school, they unexpectedly encountered the apocalypse, so they followed the students to the second-floor cafeteria to hide. Seeing that there was no immediate danger outside, they naturally claimed the territory as their own, and since these students were inherently timid, they did not dare to resist. However, when they began to assault the girls, 2 boys stood up to fight back, but the outcome was that one was knocked unconscious, and the other was thrown directly from the second floor, where he was eaten by zombies. After that, no one dared to move, and they could only let the assailants do as they pleased. When the apocalypse arrived, and the world was devoid of constraints, people's true nature would be exposed. Naturally, some would take advantage of such opportunities to do as they wished. Women who could not protect themselves were nothing more than playthings for men. Wan Shong is not just a pushover. She came in to take a look around, found no signs of zombies, and planned to check the 3rd floor. If there is still nothing, then they would have to leave. Qing and she saw this scene, and took off their jackets to cover the two girls. After blocking the stairs again, a group of people gathered around. Right now, I'm the boss here. If you two behave and listen, I guarantee you'll be safe, the man said, his gaze shifting between the two. Wan Shong smiled and said, Is that so? Then let me tell you now, from this moment on, I am the boss here. Hearing this, the group of students crouching in the corner looked over, as if they wanted to see who was so unaware of their own limits. The man seemed to find it a huge joke and burst into laughter. Haha, just you? She held a knife, standing between the two. Only then did the man show some caution, considering that all they had were the small knives they carried and the wooden sticks in their hands. Chapter 9. Mutated Zombies. The man put away his smile. There are 5 of us here, and you only have 3, with 2 of them being women. I advise you to behave and listen to avoid some unnecessary pain. Wan Shong put down the large knife she had been carrying on her shoulder. The biggest mistake you made was underestimating women. 5 people surrounded her, and she was the first to take action, engaging in a scuffle with 2 men. However, with a knife in hand, he naturally wasn't at a disadvantage. Ching-yi fought with the person closest to her, but it was nothing more than the frenzied grabs, kicks, and bites of a madwoman. Though she had a knife, she didn't dare to use it, making her already awkward stance even more clumsy. Wan Shong effortlessly lifted a large knife over a meter long with one hand and placed it against the leader's neck. However, the man simply smiled and said, Girls shouldn't play with knives and guns. It's better to hide behind a man. The man clearly didn't believe that a 17 or 18-year-old student would dare to act, so he completely ignored the knife at his neck. The smiling expression on his face finally changed when he looked down and saw the zombie blood still on the blade. He was completely convinced. His face shifted slightly, but then he put on a playful grin. Oh, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Whatever you say goes. Upon hearing their leader say this, his men all stopped. Wan Shong looked at the zombies coming from the playground toward the cafeteria and kindly said, More zombies are coming. You'd better run quickly. However, his voice was drowned out by the noise on the second floor. Wan Shong silently retreated to the corner with a large knife, followed by Qi Shi and Qing Ke. The 3 of them stood by the wall while a group of students was already rushing outside. The man's subordinates were shouting angrily, but it had little effect. Initially, they intended to use violence to control the students as before, but under the pressure of the zombies, the students were all rushing out. Those students caught by the man's subordinates were struggling with all their might, clearly exceeding the previous control. Saying this, they ran into the kitchen on the second floor, where there was a drainage pipe. Climbing down the drainage pipe felt safer than getting squeezed in the hallway with a group of students. Once most people had run away, Qi Shi finally asked, Are we leaving? Wan Shong shook her head and walked up to the 3rd floor. She had just heard some sound from the 3rd floor. Although they were faint, her senses had become much sharper after awakening her abilities. On the 3rd floor, there were either survivors or zombies. After reaching the 3rd floor, there were still bloodstains on the ground. Wan Shong tightened her grip on the large knife in her hand and smiled slightly. It was indeed mutated here. There were 5 zombies wandering on the 3rd floor. As soon as Wan Shong arrived, the zombies rushed towards her. 4 zombies charged at Wan Shong, but one stood still, staring at her. It was a girl wearing a floral dress, seemingly around the same age as Wan Shong, about 16 or 17, looking at her expressionlessly, which made Wan Shong feel a bit uneasy. Qi Shi and Qing Ke followed her, each holding back one zombie. Wan Shong slashed and killed one zombie, her hand feeling slightly numb from the impact. The zombies here were a bit stronger than those outside, even though none had leveled up. She took out a machete from her space and swung it at the last zombie. There were no unnecessary movements. Each strike aimed directly at the zombie's head. Hitting other places was as good as not hitting at all and would only waste energy. After dealing with the last zombie, Wan Shong rushed towards the mutated zombie. She couldn't waste any more time, or else she wouldn't be able to escape when the horde arrived. But the closer she got to the mutated zombie, the more her head throbbed. She felt weak in her limbs, and her head felt like it was going to explode. With a thud, she knelt down. Qi Shi and Qing Ke clearly saw the situation on this side. After Qi Shi dealt with the zombie, he wanted to come over to help. But as soon as he got close to the mutated zombie, he reacted the same way as Wan Shong. Meanwhile, Wan Shong clearly saw the mutated zombie retreating. After all, it had just mutated and it was obviously impossible for it to use its mental power to control 3 people. Realizing its intention to leave, Wan Shong gritted her teeth and threw the machete at the mutated zombie, but it sidestepped and avoided it. This moment of relaxation was enough for Wan Shong to use her abilities. She raised her hand and formed 2 ice pillars about the length of her palms. As a mutated zombie turned to look, the 2 ice pillars shot through its eyes. This was the quickest way to resolve the situation. The mutated zombie's eyes were blinded, and it let out a piercing sound, calling for the horde. Sure enough, there were noisy sounds coming from the hallway. The horde was approaching upstairs. With the mutated zombie losing its aggression, Wan Shong ran over, picked up the machete from the ground, and struck down at its head, blood splattering everywhere. Chi, having helped Qin Ku deal with the last zombie, came to her side. Wan Shong directly reached into the zombie's head, ignoring the surprised gazes of the 2 people beside her, and began to feel around inside. Besides the blood and the gooey brain matter, she suddenly touched something hard. She smiled. This was the first crystal core she had obtained since her rebirth, and it was an immunity crystal core, which excited her a bit. After pulling out the crystal core, she wiped it on the zombie's clothes and put it in her pocket before standing up and heading toward the kitchen. The stairs were definitely piled up with zombies by now, so it would be safer to go down through the kitchen's drainage pipe. Chi and Qin Chi quickly followed her. Wan Shong locked the door before opening the window, jumping onto the platform, and then sliding down the drainage pipe. Although her hand was numb from just chopping a zombie, the skills and experience she gained in her previous life allowed her to easily descend from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor safely. Next was Chi, who, as a man, naturally had no trouble. Only Qin took quite a bit of time just to climb out. Her weak arm strength made it difficult to control her descent down the drainage pipe. However, her adaptability was good, and she almost fell several times. Chi was below to catch her, allowing her to land safely. Wan Shong didn't rush to leave. She hadn't forgotten about the zombies flooding towards the cafeteria. Instead, she climbed in through the window and locked the kitchen door before letting out a sigh of relief. Chi and Qin Ku also crawled in, with Qin Ku proudly presenting the crystal core he had extracted from the mutated zombie's brain. This fell out when you were climbing through the window, so I'm returning it to you. Wan Shong looked at the woman who followed her everywhere, the one who was a burden. For now, she didn't go to take the crystal core. Qin Ku wiped the crystal core on her clothes. It's clean now. They followed her, clearly not gaining any benefits and not having made any promises to them. Yet they still followed her without hesitation. Wan Shong is not a cold-hearted person. She knows that Qin Ku and Chi have helped her a lot. I want to form a team. Do you want to join? Wan Shong said. Although Qin Ku doesn't have much potential, he is a nice person. Such a person, although weak, at least won't betray. Qin Ku's eyes lit up. Is that possible? Wan Shong nodded, and Qin Ku immediately nodded excitedly. I want to join. After a pause, he asked, can Chi join too? Chi, who was standing nearby, naturally heard their conversation, and when Wan Shong asked Qin Ku without addressing him, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Chapter 10. Show off a bit. Wan Shong looked at Chi and said, no, my team only needs girls. After hearing Wan Shong's rejection, Chi's disappointment was even greater, but upon hearing her explanation, he nodded in understanding and didn't take it to heart. Wan Shong took out 2 immunity potions from her space, injecting them into the 2 while explaining. This is an immunity potion. After injection, minor zombie scratches will ensure that you won't mutate. Qin Ku's eyes were filled with tears from the pain, and Wan Shong couldn't help but feel speechless. It felt just like getting a shot normally, but he had such a dramatic expression, really. Then she waved her hand, and 2 ice pillars formed in the air. This is a special ability. Everyone's physique is different, so the awakened abilities are also different. Mine is ice-based. There are also metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and healing abilities. Awakening a special ability is all about luck. Some people may never awaken in their lifetime. Seeing that both of them understood, Wan Shong looked outside. Zombies are gathering here now. Let's stay for the night and leave tomorrow. Wan Shong raised her eyebrows at him, signaling him to continue. Qin also added, moreover, Chi Yun's illness requires medication, and Chi often goes on missions just to get medicine for Chi Yun. Wan Shong stroked her chin in thought, then took out a box of chocolate from her space. First, replenish her energy, then leave. Wan Shong took the crystal core to a corner, placed it in the palm of her hand, and began to absorb it. A familiar warm current flowed from her hand throughout her body, and once she had absorbed it all, she felt warm all over. The mental energy that had been depleted from fighting the mutated zombies was replenished. Superpowers were activated by mental energy, and as the superpowers increased, so did the mental energy. When a mental energy was exhausted, it meant that she could no longer use her superpowers. Mental energy could be restored by absorbing crystal cores, or it could recover slowly on its own. After seeing that the two had almost finished eating, she put the remaining chocolate into her space and then looked out the window. We can go this way. The two did not ask much about what Wan Shong was doing with the crystal core, and as before, they followed closely behind her. There was a supermarket in the school, and Wan Shong naturally did not intend to miss it. After climbing out of the cafeteria window, she walked along the wall and did not encounter any zombies. After casually finding a low wall, Wan Shong finally spoke. We can get out from here, but I'm not leaving for now. Chi then nodded and climbed over the wall to leave. Wan Shong took Qin Ku towards the supermarket. The supermarket was experiencing a power outage, and there were definitely zombies inside. Wan Shong glanced at the office building, which was empty. Qin Ku hesitated a bit, and Wan Shong reminded her, you must keep the knife with you, no matter if the danger comes from zombies or humans. Protect yourself well. Qin Ku nodded and ran towards the office building. After watching her go upstairs, Wan Shong ran towards the supermarket. This time, she entered directly through the front door. As expected, there were indeed two zombies wandering inside the supermarket, and from their clothes, they appear to be former supermarket employees. After Wan Shong easily dealt with it, she began to sweep up supplies. After clearing out all the food, she went to the living area and took a look at various daily necessities, collecting them all. The reason she sent Qin Ku away was that she didn't want the size of her space to be exposed. They had only known each other for a short time, and she couldn't fully trust Qin Ku. Her space had no size limitations, so she gathered supplies whenever she could. Since she planned to build a team, there would definitely be a large group of people she would need to support in the future. After feeling around in the heads of two zombies, she got her hands covered in blood, but still managed to dig out a crystal core. After tossing it into her space, she wiped her hands on the zombie's clothes before leaving satisfied. On her way back to the office building, she stopped hiding and instead fought her way through, only collecting crystal cores. By the time she reached the bottom of the office building, she had already dug out 11 crystal cores, all thrown into her space. As soon as she arrived on the second floor, she heard arguing inside. It was a man, specifically the man from the cafeteria above, and Wan Shong hid at the door to listen to the commotion inside, which seemed to involve more students now. The man threatened, if you all put down your weapons and surrender now, you'll suffer less pain. You're lying. Teacher Lee. He not only threw a male classmate downstairs in the cafeteria, but he also assaulted a girl. The speaker was a boy, clearly still scared, his voice trembling. Then a mature female voice spoke. Presumably Teacher Lee is mentioned by the boy. You thugs from around the school, always up to no good, and now taking advantage of the chaos to commit these crimes. The police will eventually bring you to justice. One of the man's lackeys viciously said, Teacher, this is the apocalypse. Where are the police? Fists are the only truth. Teacher Lee was obviously very angry. In any case, we will never yield. If you dare come closer, don't blame us for being ruthless. What if we get closer? The leading man said as he took a couple of steps forward, causing the students to back away in fear. The leading man arrogantly declared from now on, I'm a boss here. Anyone who disobeys will be thrown down to feed the zombies. He pointed at Qin Ku and said, this woman, come out. She just injured one of our brothers and still wants to hide behind. One of the man's lackeys threatened, hand this woman over, or another lackey continued, or we'll feed the man to the zombies and have the woman serve them first. As he spoke, the group laughed. The students all looked at Qin Ku, obviously considering whether to sacrifice her. Qin Ku looked at the students who were staring at her in disbelief. She had just helped them resist these people. But now that the knife had been taken, they wanted to sacrifice her. Teacher Lee continued to preach her morals. Students, we cannot bow down to evil forces. Someone beside her said, they have knives. Upon hearing this, The students present became a little timid, afraid to resist, their arms holding sticks hanging down, all indicating that they had given up on resistance. Wan Shong couldn't help but want to laugh as she listened at the door, watching the leading man act so arrogantly. Although she had been getting stronger step by step since the apocalypse, at least stronger than the survivors, she had never been this arrogant. She couldn't help but want to show off. With a kick, she kicked the door open, and her previously smiling face was now completely devoid of any smile. Who just said they were the boss here? I. The leading man turned around and saw it was that formidable woman he encountered in the cafeteria. He quickly added, I was joking. Of course you're the boss. The leading man was half a head taller than Wan Shong. She walked over and patted his shoulder. Looks like your memory isn't very good. You dare to touch my people? The leading man glanced at Qin Ku and then at Wan Shong, finally remembering that Qin Ku and Wan Shong were together. He put his hand behind his back and made a gesture to a subordinate nearby. Chapter 11. Moving into the base, the nearby subordinate immediately understood and swung his knife at Wan Shong. Qin Ku shouted, be careful. However, by the time Qin Ku shouted, Wan Shong had already blocked it with the knife in her hand. She had her hand on the neck of the taller man, and her other hand wasn't idle either, with the knife pressed against the neck of the nearby subordinate. I don't want to fight, and you know it. It's the apocalypse now. If someone gets killed, no one will say a word. The man tried to move Wan Shong's hand, but found that this shorter woman had astonishing strength, her face turning red from not being able to breathe. Hearing Wan Shong's words, he nodded repeatedly. As Wan Shong released her grip, the man immediately began to cough, and the four little brothers quickly rushed to support him. Wan Shong glanced at Qin Ku and said, let's go. She was not a good person and naturally did not plan to help this group of students. Qin Ku quickly squeezed out from behind and followed Wan Shong. The teacher with the surname Li called out, students, it's so chaotic outside right now. Stay here for a while and leave when it's safe. Wan Shong glanced at the compassionate teacher and kindly reminded her, it's probably more dangerous here than outside. Also, the zombies are already coming this way. If we don't leave the school, we'll eventually die inside. In the apocalypse, the only safe place for these powerless people is the base, because there will be guards arranged there. The zombies wander aimlessly in the school. Even if they hide here without being discovered, they will eventually starve to death. Wan Shong fought her way out with Qin Ku, instructing her to dig for crystal cores. At first, Qin Ku resisted a lot, but she didn't dare to say much. With her abilities and potential being poor, if she couldn't even do something within her capabilities, Wan Shong would naturally not hesitate to eliminate her. After leaving the school with more than 20 crystal cores in hand, Wan Shong tossed them into her space and headed towards Chaoyang Street with Qin Ku. They found a car and sped off, quickly arriving at Chaoyang Street. They drove directly to the villa's entrance, but didn't see Wan Kuan or Chun Jingjing training. Although there were no signs of zombies, it was still possible for accidents to happen. After getting out of the car, Wan Shong took out the spare key from under a nearby flower pot and opened the door. Hearing the noise, the people inside hurried downstairs. After Wan Shong closed the door, she asked, why didn't you train today? Wan Kuan's ears turned red, and Liao Haidang spoke up beside him. Sister Jingjing bled a lot. She's been in the bathroom for a long time. Wan Shong frowned. Having bled so much? She had only been away for a day. What happened? While thinking, she went upstairs. Meanwhile, Wan Kuan naturally chatted with Qin Ku downstairs. The bathroom door was still closed, and Wan Shong knocked on it. Chun Jingjing, what's wrong? Xiao Chong. Wan Shong was speechless again. It was like calling a child. I got my period, and I don't have any sanitary pads. Chun Jingjing spoke intermittently from inside, clearly a bit embarrassed. So that's what it meant by bleeding so much, Wan Shong thought. She took out 2 packs of sanitary pad from the space that she had grabbed from the school supermarket, opened the door, expressionless handed them to Chun Jingjing, and then closed the door to leave. Downstairs, Wan Kuan and Qin Ku, who were about the same age, were naturally chatting excitedly. Wan Shong opened a pack of cookies and said while eating, we'll go to the base tomorrow. We haven't been there before, and Qin Ku will lead the way. Qin Ku nodded and asked in confusion, haven't you all been to other bases? Wan Kuan proudly said, no, we've been outside the whole time. My sister is protecting us. After throwing in more than 20 crystal nuclei, there was little change, and Wan Shong couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After exiting the personal space and resting for a night, They set off early the next morning. Along the way, Wan Shong basically didn't take action to exercise Wan Kuan and Chun Jingjing, while Qin Ke seemed more suited for digging crystal nuclei. So the task of digging crystal nuclei was left to Qin Ke. Liao Haidang followed behind Wan Shong, struggling to keep up with the other small steps. After half a day's journey, they arrive at the base where Qin Ke used to be. Qin Ke handed over all 17 crystal nuclei he had dug up along the way to Wan Shong and then walked in front. Qin Ke smiled and pointed at Wan Shong, saying, "Now I have someone backing me." The guards directly ignored Wan Shong, Chun Jingjing, and Liao Haidang, thinking that the backing Qin Ke referred to as Wan Kuan. They opened the door and led the group inside, saying, as usual, a 12-hour quarantine. After saying that, they pointed to a sealed room. Wan Shong was also taken aback by Qin Ke's mention of backing. Her face twitched slightly before she managed to say 2 words, "It's fine." 12 hours in such a quiet environment was enough for Wan Shong to absorb the crystal nuclei. After absorbing all 17 crystal nuclei collected along the way, she sensed signs of impending advancement, likely to level up in the next couple of days. Opening her eyes, she saw the other 4 looking at her, and Wan Shong licked her lips before explaining, absorbing crystal nuclei can lead to advancement. Did any of you awaken any abilities? The others all shook their heads, feeling a bit disappointed. Wan Shong noticed the atmosphere was a bit awkward and awkwardly comforted them, saying, "It's okay, take your time. No rus." 12 hours later, someone came to let them out and then arrange accommodations. The so-called accommodation was nothing more than a refugee area where many people gathered together, and the rooms were tents without any private rooms. Shortly after they settled in, Zhao Guo arrived. Looking around, she said, "Oh, I thought you were following someone, but it seems it's just this, living in such a shabby place." Zhao Yuan, who came with Zhao Guo, slightly frowned at her words. Stepping forward to mediate, he said, "Please don't take offense. Guizi always speaks like this." Chun Jingjing obviously disliked Zhao Guo. With a stern face, she coldly huffed. "What she said isn't wrong. We are living in a shabby place. The father of the Zhao siblings is the founder of the base, so the 2 of them are naturally important figures there." Their sudden appearance in the refugee area, which they would have never glanced at before, drew the curiosity of many people who watched from distance. Zhao Yuan showed a polite smile. "It's our oversight. I have prepared separate houses for you all. This way, please." Zhao Guo seemed to be quite afraid of her brother Zhao Yuan, obediently following his instructions and not contradicting anything he said. The separate houses in the base were reserved for those who contributed to the base or were powerful, and they obviously already knew about the existence of supernatural abilities. After leading Wan Shong and the others to their accommodations, Zhao Yuan stated his purpose. "My father, Zhao Lei, wants to see you." Then he looked at Zhao Yuan. "Lead the way." Chapter 12. A Worthwhile Deal. He knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man's voice came from inside. "Come in." Once inside, the room was small, with a small sofa set, and a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, who should be Zhao Lei. Wan Shong was not polite and directly sat down. Wan Shong chuckled lightly. "The person who can take advantage of me hasn't probably been born yet." Zhao Lei became interested. "Oh, what makes you so confident? You come here alone. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "What I know is my reason for living," she replied. Zhao Lei suddenly drew his gun and pointed it at Wan Shong. "So, can that knowledge help you dodge bullets? Or survive in this chaotic world?" Zhao Yuan was evidently caught off guard by Zhao Lei's sudden action, but there was no trace of panic on Wan Chong's face. She still wore a confident smile. In an instant, Wan Chong twisted Zhao Lei's hand, pointing the gun at his head. "Is this enough?" Zhao Lei smiled and clapped his hands. "It's indeed enough. I mean no harm." Wan Chong threw the gun onto the table and nodded for him to continue. Zhao Lei put away his smile and became serious. "The oil tanker is very important to the base, and I hope you can contribute to it." The reason Zhao Lei sought out Wan Chong was undoubtedly because he had heard from Zhao Yuan that she dared to kill zombies, and during their escape, they hadn't encountered Wan Chong. In the apocalypse, a girl of around 10 years old who could protect herself without relying on men and was able to feed herself was certainly not to be underestimated. Wan Chong leaned on the sofa, unmoved. "Why should I help you?" Zhao Yuan muttered to himself beside her, "A woman who won't suffer losses." Zhao Lei's gaze darkened. Then what do you want? Supplies? Wan Shong shook her head. 5 handguns, 2 sniper rifles, and 2 boxes of bullets. Zhao Lei's expression changed on the spot. He had originally thought that he could appease Wan Shong with just some food, but he didn't expect her to ask for so much. With zombies everywhere, weapons were undoubtedly essential for ordinary people to protect their lives. Where are we supposed to get so many weapons for you? Wan Shong smiled and said, the base is so large. I believe Leader Zhao can manage it. Besides, I don't think my request is unreasonable. After all, the base needs fuel tankers. As for Wan Chong's strength, based on what Zhao Yuan said and what he had seen, it was impossible to treat her as just a teenage girl. The composure and aura she displayed were not typical for her age. Give me time, Zhao Lei said. Wan Chong knew he would definitely agree. After all, the fuel truck was very important to the base. Make your decision quickly, because it's not just you who wants the fuel truck. She was, of course, referring to other bases. After saying that, she walked out. Upon returning to her residence, she saw 2 extra people in the house. Without having to say anything, she knew that their names were most likely told to him by Qin Ku. Wan Chong couldn't stand others getting too close to her, and distantly said, what are you doing here? I brought Xiao Yun to live with you all, was the response. Spoken as if it were completely natural. Wan Chong's gaze fell on Qi Yun, who is only 7 years old this year, even shorter than Liao Haiding. However, the two get along very well, sitting together on a small chair and chatting. Qi-Shi's ears turned a little red as he reproached her, saying, Little Yun, don't talk nonsense. Wan Chong was not interested in the 2 newcomers. She needed to cultivate. After returning to her room, she sat cross-legged on the bed. After a while, her breathing became steady, as if she had fallen asleep. She sensed the elemental powers around her. The ice element, represented by blue dots, slowly entered her body. There were also some green dots mixed in, which puzzled Wan Chong. Normally, one could absorb elemental powers corresponding to their awakened abilities. Since she had awakened the ice element, absorbing water element was possible. However, she had not awakened the wood element, yet she could absorb wood element. Could this be a sign of awakening? Cultivation was the slowest way to advance. Wan Chong would only choose to cultivate when she encountered situations without crystal cores and had plenty of time. In addition to cultivation, she began researching immunity potions again, as she currently had no shortage of medicine. With previous experience, the speed of making immunity potions improved significantly this time. She planned to make more immunity potions and then use them to exchange for the things she needed. Knock, knock, knock. Wan Chong spoke cautiously. Who is it? Sister Chong. It's me. Qi Yun. A childish voice came from outside the door. Wan Chong opened the door, and Qian looked up at Wan Chong. Sister Chong, I want to talk to you about something. Wan Chong stepped aside to make way. Come in. Qian sat down by the bed. After Wan Chong closed the door, she turned to look at Qi Yun. Qi Yun was nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Wan Chong sat down opposite her. What's the matter? Qi Yun hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can foresee the future. Wan Chong nodded slightly, not surprised. In her previous life, there were also people who could foresee the future. However, such people generally didn't live long, as foresight came at the cost of life. Qi Yun continued, I saw you, reborn. At this point, Qi Yun stopped, as Wan Chong was now looking at her with a dangerous gaze. She felt the need to explain. I haven't told anyone, including my brother. Wan Chong finally spoke up. Don't always predict the future. Sometimes it's not accurate. Besides, do you know the condition of your body? Qi Yun is very thin, but seeing how diligently she takes on tasks, she probably isn't starving, so it's mostly likely that she's overexerting her own abilities. I'm afraid something will happen to my brother, so I always foresee things whenever he goes out. My health has always been poor. It shouldn't have much impact. Foreseeing the future using one's life force. Do you know what it means when your life force is depleted? Wan Chong squinted at Qi Yun. This little girl is very kind and hasn't been affected by the apocalypse. Qi Yun lowered her head dejectedly, biting her lower lip. Wan Chong sighed, took out the immunity potion from her space, and after injecting Qi Yun, she finally spoke. Use it sparingly. Don't let others know. I haven't even told my brother. Then why did you tell me? You are someone who has been reborn. You can protect us. I won't protect you. Hearing my refusal, Qi Yun hurriedly said, I can give you foresight into the future. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Wan Chong's face showed no extra expression. I don't want to know anything. The road is walked by oneself. Foresight is of no use. Qi Yun lowered her head, looking very disappointed. Chapter 13, Driving the Oil Tanker. Wan Chong opened the door and gestured for her to go out. Qi Yun looked up at her and said, I want to follow you. Trust me, I can help you. Wan Chong had no desire to continue listening. It was only after Qi Yun left that she began to think. Qi Yun's abilities were indeed very tempting. But bringing Qi Yun along would inevitably mean bringing Qi Shi as well. Ruan Kuan will awaken her special abilities later, and she knows this. Chen Jingjing and Qin Ku are people she plans to bring into the team, and she will train them. She is not sure if Liao Haitang will awaken her abilities. Now, with Qi Shi and Qi Yun, the two kids, it undoubtedly holds her back. Ruan Chong anxiously ran her fingers through her hair, struggling for a long time between keeping Qi Yun and not keeping Qi Yun. Early the next morning, Zhao Yuan arrived and told her that everything was ready. Looking at the items in the room, Wan Chong counted them one by one before asking, when do we leave? How many people are you bringing? Zhao Yuan asked. Wan Chong pointed to Qin Ku, Chen Jingjing, Ruan Kuan, and Qi Shi. These two kids are not going. I plan to take 7 people. Wan Chong frowned. It's too much. You can bring 3 people. Too many people makes the target bigger, which can easily attract a horde of zombies. Zhao Yuan seemed to be pondering her words, but in the end, he decided to trust her. The group set off in a modified vehicle, with 7 people crammed into one car, driven by Ruan Chong. Ruan Kuan sat in the passenger seat and curiously asked, Sister, when did you learn to drive? Ruan Chong glanced at him, self-taught. Qi Shi, surprised from behind, said, We can rely on your safety for this whole car, so you better be careful. Ruan Chong smiled and sped up the car. Slow down, slow down. Safety is the most important. She shouted from behind. At the intersection near the oil tanker, Ruan Chong parked the car and said, Get out, let's walk over. The others clearly couldn't understand her intention and helplessly explained, It's too loud. It's safer to walk over. So, the group took their weapons and walked over. Ruan Chong glanced at the things in their hands and frowned. Unless absolutely necessary, don't use guns. Guns will only attract more zombies. Why should we listen to you? Our captain is Zhao Yuan. A tall man spoke up, clearly irritated by Ruan Chong's commands throughout the journey. Zhao Yuan sighed. Listen to her. The man was still uncomfortable. Shot Ruan Chong a glare, and then put away his gun. There weren't many zombies on the road, so they could manage. Qin Ku was still the same as before, digging for crystal cores at the back. The others obviously looked down on what was dug out of the zombies' heads, and left it all for Qin Ku. The closer they got to the fuel truck, the more zombies there were, and it was clearly unwise for a group of 7 to kill zombies. Ruan Chong looked at the distance before speaking. For people will lure the zombies, 2 will clear them, and 1 will drive the oil tanker. She looked at everyone, and naturally, no one picked her. So, she added, Zhao Yuan pointed at his people. We have exactly 3 people here, so you guys go lure the zombies. Ruan Chong curled her lips into a cold smile, having anticipated that Zhao Yuan would arrange it this way. She replied, all right. After saying that, she was the first to walk out. Zhao Yuan and her people hid in the shadows, and Ruan Kuan anxiously asked, Sister, are we really going to lure the zombies? Ruan Chong threw the keys to Qin Ku. Go bring the car over. Qin Ku was taken aback. Didn't you say cars easily attract zombies? The zombies on the road have been mostly cleared, so now we should lure the ones near the fuel truck away. Do you want to run and attract them? Ruan Chong hid not far away, and after a while, the car arrived. The sound indeed attracted quite a few zombies towards them. The 3 quickly got in the car, with Qin Ku climbing into the back seat and Ruan Chong driving. Ruan Chong drove the car recklessly, crashing directly into the zombies near the fuel tanker. The zombies surged towards the car more frantically, so she drove in a circle. The windshield was already smeared with blood, and she was relying entirely on memory to navigate. The dismembered limbs of the zombies flew past her, and through the rearview mirror, Ruan Chong saw that Qin Ku and Chen Jingjing looked very pale, while Ruan Kuan seemed slightly better. After circling twice, Ruan Chong drove the car in the opposite direction, with most of the zombies following her. After driving about 200 meters, Zhao Yuan and the others went to the fuel tanker. Chen Jingjing looked back. There were too many zombies, and the cars ahead were blocked. It was a dead end. Do you remember the alley from last time? That car is still there. You and Wan Kuan go together. And I'll go with Chun Jingjing. Let's split up and meet at the car. After quickly assigning roles, Wan Chong stopped the car and ran out. Chun Jingjing followed behind, while Qin Ku and Wan Kuan ran in the other direction. Wan Chong rushed into a store with Chun Jingjing, slashing a zombie inside with a knife and not forgetting to extract its crystal core. Crash! After breaking the window, she climbed out through the back. Hiss! The smell of blood drove the zombies behind them into a frenzy. After Chun Jingjing jumped down, she covered her arm. The scent of her blood attracted a lot of zombies, who slowly approached the two from all directions. Chun Jingjing gasped, You go ahead. I've lost too much blood and attracted so many zombies. I can't escape. This was the first time Wan Chong saw her serious, without a playful smile. I'm so weak. Before she could finish, Wan Chong had already dashed out. She no longer hesitated, swinging her knife at the zombies lunging at her. While running and fending off the attacks, Chun Jingjing's face was pale, her lips devoid of color, struggling to keep up with Wan Chong's pace. Wan Chong, facing the recent zombies, reached out and dug out the crystal core from the zombie's head, disregarding the surrounding zombies, and began to absorb it. She felt that she was about to level up. One crystal core would elevate her to level 2. Her whole body was filled with power, and this sensation excited her. With a wave of her hand, 5 ice pillars flew out, each striking the zombies' heads, killing them instantly. She placed her hand over Chun Jingjing's wound, and the bleeding immediately stopped, covered by a thin layer of ice. Fortunately, once the bleeding ceased, there was no more smell of blood. After dealing with the surrounding zombies, she frantically ran with Chun Jingjing towards the alley. A low wall appeared in front of them, and Wan Chong crouched down. Jump up, be careful, and see if there are any zombies on the other side. Chun Jingjing nodded, gritted her teeth, and rushed over, stepping on Wan Chong's hand. Wan Chong pushed up with all her strength, sending Chun Jingjing over. After Chun Jingjing got across, Wan Chong took a few steps back, charged forward, and in 2 steps was on the low wall, jumping down. She sat in the driver's seat. The keys were still in the car from the last time she drove. Qin Ku and Wan Kuan were already inside, looking tired but seemingly unharmed. Meanwhile, Wan Chong and Chun Jingjing appeared much more disheveled, with Chun Jingjing still injured. After Wan Chong started the engine, she drove out, and the tanker truck had already traveled a long distance. Since they had cleared the zombies on the road when coming, they did not encounter any danger and the journey was safe. The tanker truck was heavy and drove slowly, so Wan Chong naturally followed behind, as she didn't want to panic and let the tanker truck be robbed. After Qin Ku bandaged Chun Jingjing, Wan Chong wiped her forehead and then realized it was covered in sweat. Chapter 14. Collecting supplies. If she had just taken the risk to level up and failed, she would have exploded to death. Not leveling up clearly wouldn't resolve the crisis at that moment, but fortunately, she succeeded in leveling up. This made Wan Chong breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't want to die so early, as that would be too much of a disservice to her identity as a reborn person. It wasn't until the tanker truck entered the base that Wan Chong felt relieved. Zhao Lei was so happy about the safe arrival of the tanker that he came to the entrance to greet them personally. And most of the people in the base had come to see this. When they saw the tanker truck, everyone couldn't help but cheer, as having a tanker truck meant they would have electricity in the future. Before long, someone brought food over, saying it was Zhao Lei's way of thanking them for their help. Wan Chong wasn't polite and naturally accepted it. A noise came from the bathroom, and Qin Ku knocked on the door. Sister Jingjing, what are you doing in there? The room was very quiet, and everyone's attention was focused on the bathroom because they all knew that Chun Jingjing was injured. Although she had taken immunization drugs, there was still no guarantee that she wouldn't turn into a zombie. Wan Chong walked over, looked at her appearance, and then at her wound before saying, You need to awaken your special ability. You must hold on. Although Chun Jingjing was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, her consciousness was still clear. 10 minutes. Not too long, not too short. After they passed, Chun Jingjing's body, which had been curled up, suddenly relaxed. Qin Ku helped her up from the bathroom, and Wan Chong handed her a glass of water. What special ability? Chun Jingjing shook her head. I don't know. No reaction. Yuan Chong taught her how to use her abilities, and after several attempts, Chun Jingjing finally succeeded. A layer of shimmering gold appeared on her hands, and Wan Shong observed. Gold element. The gold element is the most powerful of all elements. If controlled well, it can be both defensive and offensive. It can enhance your skin, like what you see now, with an additional layer of shimmering gold. After you advance later, you can even add a layer of armor to yourself. You can change into metallic weapons at any time. This unpredictable ability is very useful. After briefly explaining to Chun Jingjing, Yuan Chong took out the crystal core they had dug up today and divided it in half, teaching her how to absorb the crystal core. Now their team had 3 awakened individuals, and although Qi Yun's ability to foresee was not particularly useful, the only consolation was that foresight did not require advancement. In her spatial pocket, the originally small tree had grown a bit larger, and several vines had thickened considerably. Yuan Chong now realized that she could control the vines, similar to the wood element, except that the wood element could use plants to construct other weapons, while she only had vines. However, this was already a significant gain, especially since she had not awakened the wood element. Now, she had an additional means of self-protection. After absorbing all the crystal cores, Yuan Chong lay down in bed to sleep. As they progressed, advancing would become increasingly difficult, so there was no rush. The next day, Yuan Chong originally planned to take the others out to collect crystal cores, but Zhao Yuan came to find them. We're about to go to the supermarket to gather supplies. Would you like to join us? Yuan Chong originally wanted to refuse, but a wicked smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she nodded. Let's go. This time she brought everyone along. Shi looked at Wan Shong with concern. Why don't we not take Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun has never had good health. You don't have to take her, but we can't always stay at the base. If you don't train her, what will she do in the future? Ever since she brought Qi Yun to the base, Qi Yun hasn't gone out again. Wan Chong did not intend to force others. Now, that Liao Haidang already had the ability to protect herself. If it really didn't work out, she would have to exclude these 2 siblings. After all, she could completely give up her precognitive ability. She always believed that one should walk their own path, and that foresight was not of much use. Qi Yun tugged at Shi's hand. Brother, I'm fine, I don't want to hold you back, and I feel much better now. Liao Haidang rested her hand on Qi Yun's shoulder. Brother Shi, you can rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Yun. Chun Jingjing teased. Wow, so young and already knows how to flirt with beauties. What'll happen when you grow up? Everyone laughed, and the originally tense atmosphere eased a lot. After Qi Yun's repeated insistence, Shi still took her along. After leaving the base, they drove for about 10 minutes and arrived at a large supermarket. Zhao Yuan led more than 20 people, and after getting out of the car, he divided the team into 2 groups. One group would rush in first, while the second group would follow, and a third group would clean up. Wan Chong was the first to speak. We'll do the cleanup. This aligned with Zhao Yuan's thoughts, as he was worried that Wan Chong and the others would snatch up the supplies, while Wan Chong wanted to clear the area to dig for crystal cores. She wasn't lacking in supplies for the time being. A group of people who had just entered didn't stay long before coming back out, each one looking disheveled. And Zhao Yuan's expression was also quite grim. There were just too many zombies piled up inside, making it impossible to charge in. Wan Chong raised an eyebrow. The supermarket you guys are going to? A man looked at her with a foolish expression. Where else would we go if not the supermarket? We came out to collect supplies for the supermarket. Wan Chong shot a glance at the man. Stupid. This supermarket is open 24 hours. So it's no surprise there are zombies inside. The underground warehouse doesn't have as many zombies, so why run to the supermarket? The expressions of everyone present darkened, as they had been thinking about how to break through, and now, with Wan Chong's comment, they felt foolish. Zhao Yuan said in a deep voice, Let's head to the underground warehouse. Teams 1 and 2 will go together. You all follow in 10 minutes, or stay behind. Zhao Yuan kept some people behind to clear the area, clearly worried that if everyone went in and a large number of zombies flooded in, they would be trapped inside. Although the zombies now had cores, their intelligence hadn't evolved much, so his concern was unnecessary, and it made things easier for Wan Chong. Once they entered, Wan Chong checked the time, thought it was about right, and then took out machetes from her space, 1 for each person. The knives she bought before the apocalypse had already been used up, so Wan Chong quickly assigned tasks. Chinka will teach Qiyun, Liao Haidang will dig for cores. Qi and Ruan Kuan, you 2 protect from the left and right. Chun Jingjing and I will go in front. Chinka, just pay attention to the situation behind. Going through the front is the safest, as Zhao Yuan and the others had already gone in and cleared a wave of zombies. It was unlikely there would be zombies coming from behind. The sides, however, were the most dangerous, as zombies could suddenly rush out from both sides. Men tend to react faster than women, which is why Wan Shong had them go on the sides. Everyone's potential relies on training, and since Qi Shi and Ruan Cohen hadn't awakened any abilities, they needed the training more. Chinka took out a cloth bag from her pocket and slung it over her shoulder, looking very composed. I knew I would be digging for cores. Good thing I was prepared. Others might not understand the importance of cores, but they did. To live longer and to level up, a large number of cores are needed. The group moved quickly. With 3 people digging for cores, they wouldn't lagged too far behind. Liao Haidang adapted quickly, while Qian was a bit timid. Being the youngest, and it was her first time out of the base. Qi kept glancing back, and Ruan Chong knew he was worried about Qiyun, so she reminded him, "You'd better take care of yourself. They'll be safer behind you." Qi looked at the petite woman who was always so confident, and following her gave a sense of security. There weren't many zombies suddenly rushing out from the sides, and they were dealt with in time. The further they went down, the more zombies there were. Chun Jingjing had basically gained control over her abilities, and with her powers for protection. She was more ferocious in killing zombies than Qi Shi and Ruan Cohen. Ruan Chong basically didn't need to take action, just watching from the side, only stepping in during critical moments. A noise came from behind, a very slow-moving disabled zombie that hadn't appeared when Ruan Chong had passed by, but happened to encounter Qing, Ku, and the others as they were digging for crystal cores. Liao Haidang immediately stood up, kicking the zombie's leg. As the zombie fell forward, he swiftly slashed his knife down onto the zombie's head. The blade sank in deeply, indicating just how much strength he had used. With Qing, Ku's help, he managed to pull the knife out and continued to dig for crystal cores. Liao Haidang looked even cuter when he became serious. The fact that he could handle a zombie showed that his previous training hadn't been in vain. At least against a small number of zombies, he could protect himself. Upon arriving at the underground warehouse, they saw Zhao Yuan and his group collecting supplies. Ruan Chong signaled to a few people, and immediately the group followed suit, finding a backpack to gather supplies. They were just going through the motions, while Qi Shi and Ruan Cohen approached Zhao Yuan's group, and Qing Ku, Chun Jingjing, and Ruan Chong ran to the farthest corner to collect. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing kept watch while pretending to stuff items into their bags, whereas Ruan Chong cleaned out everything in her path. She had already planned how to gather supplies on the way. She instructed Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing to keep watch while Qi Shi and Ruan Cohen monitored the other group to prevent being spied on. However, everyone was too focused on grabbing things to think about spying. Zhao Yuan's group managed to carry as many items as possible, while Ruan Chong's group only carried 1 bag of food each. A man scoffed, disdainfully saying, "Women are just women. They come out risking danger and can only bring back so little." Ruan Chong glanced over, and it was clear that this man was the one who carried the most burdens among everyone. "You filthy woman." The man seemed ready to explode, but Zhao Yuan quickly spoke up to stop him, preventing an internal conflict. The obstacle was not zombies, but people. Chapter 15. Crazy Actions. Lu Ziki stood at the back, grinning with glee. This was the first time Ruan Chong encountered Lu Ziki after leaving the small villa. Among the people beside Lu Ziki, only a few familiar faces were present, but there were many tall men, giving them a significant numerical advantage. The leading man held a knife in his hand. "Leave half of your supplies and go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Naturally, Zhao Yuan and his group couldn't give away the hard-earned supplies. "You must be dreaming. There is plenty of food in the underground warehouse. You could go get yourselves." The man who carried the most supplies spoke first. The leading man tightened his grip on the knife. "Brothers, charge!" Just as both sides were about to clash, Ruan Chong called out from the back, "Stop!" Both sides halted. Ruan Chong was holding a gun, and a large number of zombies were upstairs. If things got too noisy, there was no guarantee everyone could escape. The leading man on the opposite side darkened his face and said, "Do you dare shoot? If you attract the zombies, none of us will escape. No one will survive." Ruan Chong also smiled. "What's wrong? Do you think I dare not?" Zhao Yuan's expression was very poor because he clearly knew that Ruan Chong would definitely dare to pull the trigger. However, these were just Zhao Yuan's guesses, and he kept looking elsewhere, thinking about where to run for safety if Wan Shong really attracted the zombies. Qing could tighten the cloth bag containing the crystal cores next to Wan Shong, then picked up Liao Haidang, while Qi Shi also lifted Qi Yun, both looking ready to go and prepare to run. Wan Shong couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her brow. She actually just wanted to scare the people opposite her. But why do they all look so pale? Lu Ziki spoke up from across the way. Don't listen to her. I know her. She's scared of death and wouldn't dare to shoot. The leading man glanced at Lu Ziki, gaining a bit of confidence. Don't waste time. Hand over the stuff quickly. We can split it 70-30. With a bang, Wan Shong had already fired her gun. Initially, she only intended to frighten them. But since Lu Ziki had stepped in, how could things not be a bit more exciting? The leading man cursed under his breath, "Crazy woman," and immediately ran outside. Meanwhile, the people across from them, along with Zhao Yuan and his group, including Wan Shong, all ran in the same direction, towards the back door leading up from the underground warehouse, where there weren't many zombies. Wan Shong fired 2 more shots, and the noise from upstairs grew louder. Wan Shong ran along with the crowd and casually said in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "Sorry, my hand is shaking." At that moment, the faces of those around her turned pale, and they all thought in unison, what use is a shaking hand for holding a gun? But now, everyone was focused on running and had no time to argue with her. She was running at the front, and just as they reached the door, she hesitated for a moment, allowing Lu Ziki to rush past her to open it. As soon as the back door opened, a zombie in work clothes lunged out. Lu Ziki screamed at the top of her lungs, the sound so piercing it hurt the eardrums. Since the zombie was lunging toward her in her panic, Lu Ziki grabbed someone and shoved them in front of herself, and that person was immediately knocked to the ground by the zombie, blood gushing out. The person died with a look of disbelief on their face as they looked at Lu Ziki, while she kept retreating, saying, I didn't mean to. The man leading the group on the opposite side shouted impatiently, "Troublesome woman, move." A swarm of people rushed toward the back door, and the smell of blood drew the zombies on the second floor down more quickly. The back door was relatively narrow, wide enough for only 2 people to walk side by side, and there were too many people on the opposite side. Even as the horde of zombies approached, they couldn't squeeze in. The nearing horde undoubtedly made those who hadn't entered yet anxious. Chun Jingjing was at the front, leading the charge, followed by Qing, she holding Liao Haidang, and then she holding Qi Yun. When it came to Ruan Kuan, the man who was carrying the most gear panicked even more, forcefully pushing Ruan Kuan aside and running it himself. Among those who had run earlier, some inevitably fell, but the fallen were trampled to death under the ruthless gazes of others. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse. Everyone is willing to trample on others' lives to ensure their own survival. Wan Shong furrowed her brows and grabbed Ruan Kuan to prevent him from falling. She directly held onto Ruan Kuan and ran behind the man who was carrying the most things. The distance wasn't very long, and they quickly ran outside. After everyone came out, Zhao Yuan's people locked the door to prevent the swarm of corpses from getting in. The man leading the group on the opposite side clearly didn't want to stay any longer, fearing that Wan Shong might do something crazy again. After resting for a moment, he took his people and left. Wan Shong looked expressionlessly at the man carrying the most items and walked over with a machete in hand. The man clearly did not notice Wan Shong's approach. Suddenly, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig rang out. Zhao Yuan frowned and had someone cover his mouth, screaming so loudly, "Do you want to track the zombies?" The man's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire right arm lay quietly on the ground. Everyone was shocked by the bloody scene before them, as Wan Shong had chopped off the man's arm without flinching. Killing zombies and killing people were completely different matters, especially since she had directly severed an entire arm. The man, who appeared tall and strong in the eyes of others, had now completely become a useless person. Wan Shong casually said, "If I'm not mistaken, you just pushed Ruan Kuan with your right hand, right?" Just now. No one knew how scared she was inside. If she hadn't reacted quickly and caught Ruan Kuan in time, Ruan Kuan might have already been devoured by zombies. Ruan Kuan is her only relative and the best person to her. She does not allow anything to happen to Ruan Kuan. Although Ruan Kuan was born a few minutes later than her, he grew up faster because he was a boy. When she was bullied as a child, it was always Ruan Kuan who rushed out to protect her. Whenever there was something delicious to eat, Wan Kun always thought of her first and let her eat. If there was something unappetizing but their father wouldn't let them waste it, Wan Kun would grit his teeth and finish it for her. Therefore, Wan Kun's place in her heart was self-evident. As the zombies drew closer, Wan Shong couldn't imagine if Wan Kun really fell, whether he could get back up. She didn't dare to think about it. The man had his mouth covered, unable to speak, but his wide, reddened eyes revealed his current feelings. Zhao Yuan was also caught off guard by Wan Chong's actions, but he did not intend to get involved in this conflict. After all, the tall man who had once been part of their group had now lost an arm. To offend one person for someone who was incapacitated, any slightly intelligent person would not make such a foolish decision. Sister, Wan Kun spoke up beside her, his shock level not lower than anyone else's present. It's okay, let's go. The smell of blood will attract the zombies. Wan Chong was also aware that it might be impossible for Wan Kun to accept such a cold-blooded sister right away, but over time, he would get used to it. Just as they went out, they encountered a large group of wandering zombies again. Wan Chong ran up to the second floor with her people, knocked on a door, and heard a sound from inside. She immediately ran up to the third floor. She knocked on a door in front of her on the third floor, but there was no response. Wan Chong then took out a thin iron wire, inserted it into the door lock, moved it back and forth, and with a click, the door opened. After pushing the door open and checking the room to see that it was empty, she closed the door again and finally got a chance to rest. Everyone was unusually quiet as Wan Chong sat on the sofa and coldly spoke. Are you blaming me? Wan Kun hesitantly said, After all, we are a team. Wouldn't this be too much? Wan Chong sneered, excessive? Didn't you see the people who were trampled to death? If you fall, besides me, who else would kindly save you? In the face of death, the malice of human hearts is evident. Moreover, we're not a team with them, just a cooperative relationship. And that relationship can be terminated at any time. Wan Kun fell silent, and Qi Shi placed Qi Yun on the sofa. Xiao Yun, take a nap. Qi Yun's face was pale, clearly frightened, gripping Qi Shi's sleeve tightly and refusing to sleep. Chun Jingjing went to turn on the water, only to find it had been cut off. Disappointed, she said, There's no water? I want to take a shower, and I even brought a bunch of clothes. Chun Jingjing opened her backpack, and it was indeed filled with clothes, most of which were expensive pajamas from before the apocalypse. Qin Ku opened her backpack, revealing it was full of snacks. Are you guys hungry? Have something to eat. Everyone reacted indifferently to this. They all knew what people had become after the apocalypse. This made Wan Chong wonder if she had protected Wan Kun too well, preventing him from accepting the survival methods of a new world. After eating a bit, Qin Ku poured out the crystal cores from her bag. These are all the crystal cores. A mountain of crystal cores piled up on the table, emanating a translucent light. Who would have thought that these were things dug out from the heads of zombies? Yuan Chong found all the crystal cores of the gold element and handed them to Chun Jingjing. Absorbing cores of the same element makes it easier to advance. When you have free time, stop fiddling with your outfit and focus more on the cultivation method I gave you. Absorbing cores of the same type allows for faster advancement, while absorbing cores from abilities that are not awakened by oneself is slow and wasteful. Chun Jingjing happily accepted the crystal cores. Got it. Then Yuan Chong found all the water element crystal cores, tossed the wood element ones into the space to be absorbed, and packed the other excess crystal cores into boxes before placing them into the space. After finishing all this, Yuan Chong scanned everyone with her long, fair fingers tapping rhythmically on the edge of the table. Chun Jingjing raised the crystal core in her hand. I'm going to find a room to absorb the crystal core, so I'm leaving first. Qin Ku also stood up. I'm taking Zai Heitang to sleep. Jingjing will go together. The two found a room, quickly closed the door after entering, and whispers could be heard from inside, though it was unclear what they were saying. Chapter 16, Unexpected Gains. Qi. She also picked up Qi Yun. Xiao Yun is not in good condition. I'll take her to rest. With that, he went to the room next to Chun Jingjing. Wan Kun also stood up, and only then did Wan Chong speak. There are no more rooms left. Wan Chong looked at Wan Kun, while Wan Kun's gaze was erratic. Wan Chong sighed. Aren't you going to speak the truth? Wan Kun lowered his head and said sheepishly, I actually awakened my supernatural abilities before going to the base, but I didn't know what it was, and it has no offensive power, so I never mentioned it. Wan Shong knew in her heart that she was right. Just as Wan Kuan was about to fall, she reached out to pull her back and saw a white light in Wan Kuan's palm. At that moment, she guessed whether Wan Kuan was hiding something from her. Show me. Previously, when Wan Shong taught Chun Jingjing how to use her abilities, Wan Kuan was also nearby, so there was no need for Wan Shong to say much now. A beam of white light emerged from Wan Kuan's palm, far weaker than Wan Shong's healing glow. Wan Shong took a small knife and made a cut on her hand. Blood instantly flowed out. "Sister, what are you doing?" Wan Kuan exclaimed from aside. "Come here." Wan Kuan was puzzled, and Wan Shong explained. "This is the healing system. Just place your hand here." Wan Kuan brought his hand close to Wan Shong's bleeding wound, and the wound rapidly healed back to its original state at a visible speed. Wan Kuan exclaimed in surprise. "So it's for treatment. I thought it was useless. That's why I didn't mention it all along." Wan Shong took out all the crystal nuclei again and gave them to Wan Kuan. "Last time I taught Chun Jingjing how to absorb crystal nuclei while you were. Now give it a try." Healing abilities are relatively rare, and with the world in such chaos, we must not let others know. Wan Kuan nodded, a smile that was hard to hide on his face, and ran to the sofa to try to absorb the crystal core. Healing abilities are rare and can absorb any crystal core not belonging to the 5 elemental systems. However, they lack offensive power, and without protection, they're useless, no different from ordinary people. Since Wan Shong had also awakened her healing abilities, she hoped even more that Wan Kuan would awaken other powers, as at least other abilities would provide some self-defense. After absorbing the crystal core, the energy in his body felt more abundant. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, but it was not from the room where Wan Shong was, but from the room next to hers. The originally quiet room suddenly rang with knocking, making it feel very abrupt. Wan Shong tiptoed to the door. Chun Jingjing, Qing Ku, and Shi also heard the noise and came out of the room. Wan Shong placed her finger on her lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. Seeing them nod, Wan Shong leaned against the door, trying to peek through the peephole. Another male voice coldly snorted, saying, "Humph. If I find out who it is, they'll definitely regret it." Then there was a flurry of sounds as the door opened, and the voices that followed were very quiet. The soundproofing in the room was good, making it hard to hear what was being said. Wan Shong made a gesture to a few people, signaling them to go to the room chosen by Chun Jingjing to talk further. After closing the door to Chun Jingjing's room, Qing Ku quietly asked, "Who is it?" The person next door spoke in a deliberately lowered voice, and the only thing that could be confirmed was that it wasn't Zhao Yuan and the others. Wan Shong shook her head, feeling at a loss. "Let's rest for the night, and we will leave tomorrow," keeping the noise down. Wan Shong did not want to meet the person in the adjacent room, as it was completely unnecessary. After a simple discussion, the group found some extra blankets from the room to cover themselves while sleeping. The next morning, while Wan Shong and the group were having breakfast, there was not much left from what they had brought out from the supermarket. After eating some, only a pack of clothes belonging to Chun Jingjing remained, while Wan Kuan and she each carried a pack of food. Wan Shong whispered, "Be quiet." Then she opened the door and stepped outside, only to have a knife pressed against her neck immediately. Wan Shong glanced at the person holding the knife, her face filled with surprise, and the person across from her looked just as surprised. After Zhang Xiao put away the knife, Zhanda asked, "What are you doing here?" Wan Kuan came out and patted Little Five's shoulder. "Little Five, long time no see." Wan Shong frowned and said no. She decisively refused. Qing Ku and she were meeting Zhanda and his group for the first time, and since Zhanda and his companions were not wearing camouflage uniforms, they naturally did not recognize them. "How did you know we were here?" "We didn't make a sound," Qing Ku asked in confusion. Zhang Xiao snorted and said, "As soon as we entered the room last night, we heard some movement over here." Zhanda said to observe for a while, and then we heard the sound of a door closing, after which it went quiet. This confirms that there are people here and not zombies. Pausing for a moment, he added with a hint of complaint, "We took turns keeping watch all night, just to be at the door before you came out. If we had known it was you, we could have had a good night's sleep." Chun Jingjing explained to Qing Ku from the side. Zhanda and his group met after the apocalypse. They were soldiers before, so it's no wonder they're so sensitive. As she spoke, she glanced at Wan Chong's group, seemingly trying to get some clues from her. Wan Chong said without a change in her expression, As soon as we arrived in this area, we heard gunshots. We were afraid of zombies chasing us. So we ran to the third floor before we dared to open the door. She was really good at opening doors. She used a piece of iron wire to unlock it. Fortunately, there were no zombies here, and we also have 2 children with us. Normally, if people encountered such a situation, they would react the same way, and Janda and his group didn't suspect anything. Janda looked at the 2 children. They're too small. It's too dangerous for you to be out here like this. Why don't you come with us? Zhang Xiaoxi muttered beside him. What's wrong? Afraid we'll eat you? Why are you always targeting me? Who told you to put a knife to my boss's neck? This woman, after saying that, without waiting for Wan Chong's response, he opened the door and walked out first. Chun Jingjing and she looked at Wan Chong inquiringly, and Wan Chong followed him. If someone was willing to lead the way, why not go along? Zhang Da's people immediately stood in an orderly manner around them, surrounding them in the middle. They planned to take a detour to another underground mall. And as soon as they entered, they heard someone speaking. Dad, what are you doing here? Lu Ziqi's voice came. Zhanda reflexively looked at Wan Chong, while Wan Chong expressionlessly moved closer to the edge. Lu Ziqi and his group were in the lobby on the B1 floor, while Wan Chong was on the 2nd floor. Looking down from here gave a clear view. The others also tacitly remained silent, following Wan Chong to look down. Wan Shong held Lu Ziqi's hand and said, Ziqi, I'm so glad you're okay. Your mother has been worried about you at the base. By the way, have you seen Wan Kuan and Wan Chong? Behind Lu Ziqi stood the tall man, but he was now accompanied by fewer people and looked quite disheveled, suggesting he had suffered quite a bit yesterday. With tears in her eyes, Lu Ziqi said, Dad, I miss you so much. You don't know, my sister, after she got someone to protect her, she doesn't even recognize me anymore. Lu Ziqi wiped her tears and nodded. It was precisely because Lu Ziqi mentioned that her father had a certain status at the base and could bring supplies directly in that he had always protected her. Wan Chong glanced at Wan Kuan and saw that Wan Kuan was staring down with red-rimmed eyes, fists clenched tight. Who told them to reminisce about the past in this situation? Talking continuously would surely attract the nearby zombies. While zombies have poor eyesight, their hearing is exceptionally sharp. Wan Shong's hand rested on Lu Ziqi's shoulder, keeping her protected in his embrace. A group of people were frantically running towards another escape route, with Lu Ziqi and Wan Shong bringing up the rear. As the zombies swarmed in, Wan Shong fired 2 shots behind them, temporarily resolving the crisis. Watching the increasingly distant group, Lu Ziqi gritted her teeth, suddenly breaking free from Wan Shong's grip and charging out with all her might. Catching Wan Shong off guard as he stumbled back a few steps, Wan Chong pulled out her gun and fired 2 shots at the zombie closest to Wan Shong below. Each bullet hit the zombie in the head. However, there were too many zombies, and Wan Chong gritted her teeth. In the surprised gaze of Wan Shong, she jumped directly from the 2nd floor. Don't go down, sister, shouted Janda and Wan Kuan. She landed safely. Taking out her machete, she moved between the zombies, striking deadly blows without any unnecessary fancy moves. She was splattered with a lot of zombie blood, and the surrounding stench made Wan Chong frown. Meanwhile, Janda and his group quickly took out ropes and tied them up, arranging swiftly. We'll go down, you all stay here and pull them up later. Before he finished speaking, Janda and his team of 5 slid down in a well-trained manner. With their help, Wan Chong felt much more at ease. Under Janda's cover, Wan Chong tied the rope around Wan Shong and shouted to the people above, pull him up. Wan Kuan and she quickly pulled Wan Shong up together. Wan Chong glanced at the incoming zombies. Because the staircase was not very spacious, not many zombies were able to enter. She shouted to Jean, go. Chapter 17, The Beginning and the End. Jean and the others were retreating towards the rope while fighting off the zombies. Wan Chong pulled Zhang Xiaoxi to the back and took Zhang Xiaoxi's place. You go up first. Zhang Xiaoxi was the weakest among them, and now, with Wan Chong's help, Janda and the others found it much easier. Zhang Xiaoxi also knew that there was no time to waste, so he didn't say much and immediately started to climb. Having been a soldier, he was already skilled at climbing ropes. As Janda moved closer to Wan Chong, he said, you go up too? Wan Chong knew that staying behind would truly hold them back, so she didn't hesitate and began to climb up the rope. Zhanda and the others also cooperated well, narrowing the area around the rope. Jean Air and Jean San were relatively strong, with Zhanda and Zhang Xiao each stepping on one of their shoulders, following Wan Chong up. After Wan Chong reached the top, Zhanda and Zhang Xiao wrapped their legs around the rope a few times, flipped down, and each pulled one person up from below. Once Jean Air and Jean San had made it up, Zhanda and Zhang Xiao went up last. While the zombies below instinctively reached out and grasped at the air, the immediate crisis was temporarily averted. Wan Shong stumbled just now and almost got caught by a zombie. When he lifted his leg to kick the zombie, he was scratched by it. Jean Air and Jean San quickly supported Wan Shong, one on the left and one on the right, and prepared to evacuate. Wan Chong looked at the front door. Let's go upstairs. Chen Jingjing couldn't take it anymore and tugged at Qin Ku, saying, Qin Ku and I will go find some clothes to take with us, or we won't have any clothes to wear later. Zai Tang, Xiaoyan, you two come along too. Qin Ku wanted to say something else, but seeing Chen Jingjing constantly signaling her with her eyes, she decided not to say much. She followed Chen Jingjing and the others to the other side. Holding Qi Yun, Zhanda looked around and whispered, let's go check if there are any zombies left behind. Let's go. Wan Shong leaned against the wall, with only Wan Chong and Wan Kuan on either side. Wan Chong frowned as she looked at the wound on Wan Shong's leg. The injury he sustained when he stumbled earlier was now oozing black blood. Wan Kuan's heart softened, seeing Wan Shong like this. She squatted beside him and used her healing ability near Wan Shong's wound. Dad, I've awakened my healing powers. I can definitely save you. However, the white light from Wan Kuan's healing merely slowed the bleeding from Wan Shong's wound. Wan Chong's tone was also not very good. Looking at the wound, she said softly, it's useless. The wound is already infected and can't be healed. Wan Kuan remained silent, still trying. However, the white light in his palm grew weaker and weaker until his mental energy was completely exhausted and the white light completely disappeared. Wan Shong smiled and sighed, saying, I didn't expect that it would be you two siblings accompanying me on this final journey. Perhaps Wan Shong already knew that he didn't have long to live. And he said this with a smile, without any hint of reluctance in his tone. Wan Kuan's eyes were a bit red, Dad. I've told you long ago that Lu Ziki is not a good person, and neither is her mother. Why don't you believe me? Wan Shong's expression changed. No, Ziki was just frightened. That's why she reacted like this. It's my fault I dragged her down. Wan Shong stared blankly at Wan Chong, seemingly unable to believe that these words came from his daughter. He said softly, Xiao Chong, don't call me. Wan Chong turned her face to the other side. Sister, Wan Kuan called out from the side. Wan Chong interrupted Wan Chong and questioned, if today you encountered me and Wan Kuan, would you say to us what you just said to Lu Ziki? Wan Chong was taken aback. He didn't know the answer himself. Wan Chong lowered his head, as if someone had seen through his thoughts, feeling a bit ashamed. Wan Chong tightened her grip, although she already knew the answer in her heart. Seeing Wan Chong's reaction was still quite uncomfortable. Can't you see? Lu Ziki is just pretending on the surface while being completely different behind your back. The reason she doesn't care that you ran away is that she doesn't give a damn about your life or death. I've already said, it's not Ziki's fault. It's both of you who have been targeting her. I asked her to move in with you to help you accept her. Wan Shong shouted, his slightly trembling lips revealing his current emotions. Wan Chong sneered. Are you still protecting her? Do you know how much she hates you? Because you made her carry her mother's surname, Lu, instead of Wan. She wishes you were dead. Wan Chong shook his head continuously, teetering on the edge of collapse. Ever since the apocalypse, he hadn't had a proper night's sleep. With age and mounting pressure, his body could no longer bear it. This isn't right. This isn't how it should be. I asked Ziki, and she said she didn't mind. She said she didn't mind? You know people's hearts so well. In dangerous times, besides me and Wan Kuan risking our lives to come out and save you, who else do you think would save you? Sister, Wan Kuan shouted from the side. Wan Kuan couldn't stand such a sister. In his view, a father is ultimately a father, and the way Wan Chong spoke to their father now was naturally a great act of disrespect. Wan Chong glanced at Wan Kuan and said no more. At this moment, Wan Shong's condition was also very poor. He was sweating profusely, His lips were deathly pale, and the blackened wound was slowly showing signs of decay. Wan Shong stood up. His voice choked as he said, "Dad, you were grabbed by a zombie, and you can see the condition of your wound now. We won't kill you. My sister and I will just leave first." After saying this, he walked ahead, and Wan Shong naturally followed behind. Ha 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 ha! Behind them, Wan Shong let out a burst of laughter. Perhaps this was his last pride before death. Wan Shong will not turn into a zombie because his brain has already been shattered by his own gunshot. Chun Jingjing and the group from the first year of college heard the gunfire and gathered around. Seeing Wan Shong and Wan Shong, everyone instinctively kept silent. Wan Shong led everyone to the third floor. "There's food up there. Aren't you all looking to gather supplies?" Zhanda nodded and took the lead upstairs. She had originally thought that she no longer felt anything about death, but now with Wan Shong dead in front of her, her heart couldn't help but twist painfully, and Wan Shong's expression was no better. Wan Shong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wan Shong was such a proud person before the apocalypse, having both a son and a daughter at a young age and a successful career. Not only was he handsome, but he was also worth over $1 billion. Before the apocalypse, such a person would have had a group of beautiful women vying to be his mistress. Yet, this same person left the world in this manner, betrayed by his children, with no one caring on either side, and lying dead outside. He completely departed from this world. Perhaps dying like this was better. After all, he wouldn't have to see Lu Ziki and her daughter betray him to survive, and he wouldn't witness their true colors. This was what Wan Shong thought in her heart. After the group, led by Jean, that quickly packed up their things, they ran downstairs. She felt very troubled and wanted some quiet. "We won't leave. We want to follow the boss," said Chinko. Chinko always spoke to Wan Shong with a tone of unwavering belief. Wan Shong looked at Chinko and the others and suddenly smiled. She had forgotten that they were a team. Zhang Xiao Wu excitedly said, "Great. Our base is so much fun." Zhang Xiao Si pointed at Chinko and asked, "Is she going too?" Chinko made a face at Zhang Xiao Si, and the group set off. Zhang Da's base was a bit far from their original location, so they found 2 cars to drive there. Wan Shong drove behind, and Chun Jingjing asked in confusion, "Boss, why are we going to his base?" Wan Shong gazed straight ahead. "I will eventually explore every corner of this base. Since Lu Ziki is not in our base, she will naturally go to another base." The meaning was clear to everyone, so they did not ask further. Zhanda explained, "It won't take long, probably just about 10 minutes to get there." Wan Shong nodded, not caring too much. The deeper they went, the worse the expressions of Zhanda and his group became. The surroundings were surprisingly quiet, with only their footsteps echoing. Normally, it was not unusual for there to be no zombies around the base, as the people at the base usually cleared out the nearby zombies regularly for safety. Zhanda suddenly stopped and ran toward the flipped-over bus, and Wan Shong and the others naturally followed. He looked around and noticed there was no danger, and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiao Si, unlike his usual playful self, became unusually serious. "Something happened at the base. If we keep going, we'll reach the base in no more than 5 minutes. But there hasn't been a single person on watch around the base today, which is unusual, as there are usually people taking turns to keep watch to prevent a large horde of zombies from attacking." Wan Shong thought for a moment and pointed to Chinko and Liao Haitang. "The 3 of us will go to the base and see how things are inside. The others can wait outside." Originally, Zhanda didn't want them to take the risk, as the situation at the base was uncertain, and the 2 women were accompanied by a child, making it more likely for something to go wrong. However, apart from the method suggested by Wan Shong, he didn't have a better plan. The reason Wan Shong brings Chinko is that every time Chinko encounters danger, she always thinks about how to run away, rather than fighting, and she seems to have a lot of experience in escaping. Chapter 18, Playing with the Twins. Wan Shong saw the gate and whispered a reminder, "Don't reveal anything later." The guard at the entrance saw Wan Shong and the other 2, pointing a gun at them. "Who are you?" Wan Shong raised her hands and shouted loudly, "Big brother, we are refugees. We saw that it was safe here, so we came running. We haven't eaten for several days. Please take us in." Wan Shong hurriedly took Liao Haidang and Chinko inside. As soon as they entered, someone pressed a gun against their heads. "Move!" Wan Shong shrank her neck in fear, and Chinko behind her was even more eager, stuttering as he spoke. "BB brother, We are really good people. We have nothing. Please don't tremble with your hand. Do not let the gun go off. The man pushed Qing Ku aside. Where did all this chatter come from? Wan Shong looked around. Apart from the patrolling guards, there were hardly any other people in sight. Unlike other bases, ordinary refugees here were not allowed to move freely, making it seem as if they were imprisoned. One of the men, pointing a gun at Wan Shong, pushed her. Hurry up. What are you looking at? A group of people escorted Wan Shong and her companions into a room, where two men who looked like twins were sitting, apparently the leaders here. One of them spoke up and asked, "Where did you come from?" Wan Shong quickly said, "We used to be from another base. And the leader of that base is Zhao Lei. Now there are too many people at the base, and Zhao Lei's demands have become more and more stringent. So I took my younger brother and sister and ran away." Another man smiled and took out a pack of cookies. "Do you want some?" "Yuzhua?" The man called out in confusion, but when he saw Yuzhua's expression, he immediately shut up. Wan Shong didn't actually care much. But knowing that Yuzhua was testing her, she pretended to be fixated on the cookies, nodding eagerly. Qing Ku and Liao Haidang were even more exaggerated. Wan Shong could clearly hear the sound of them swallowing. Yuzhua threw a cookie to Wan Shong and asked, "Did you see a group of rather strange people when you arrived?" There were 5 of them, all men capable of killing zombies, and they should have quite a bit of supplies on them. Wan Shong caught the cookies and started eating them, not forgetting to share with Qing Ku and Liao Haidang. The 3 of them quickly finished a pack of cookies, and Wan Shong smacked her lips, looking as if she hadn't eaten in days. Yuzhua frowned at Wan Shong, feeling quite dissatisfied with her ignoring him. Another man immediately became interested. Where are they now? This was a response Wan Shong had previously agreed upon with Zhanda and the others. The man stroked his chin, thinking carefully. Yuzhua pointed at Wan Shong. "You, let her lead the way. Lock these 2 up. If she pulls any tricks, just kill her. What do you think?" You seem to favor this simple and brutal method as well, and nodded. His subordinates eagerly came forward to pull Qing Ku and Liao Haidang up and drag them toward the door. Wan Shong had already guessed it would be like this. On the way here, she had made it clear that after they locked her up, they would let her figure out a way to save herself. Yuzhua and Yu exchanged a glance, got out of the car, and shouted to the subordinates behind them, "Get out. Walk over." Wan Shong waited until everyone in the car had gotten out before she got up to prepare to exit, before the people outside could react. She quickly jumped into the driver's seat and stepped on the gas. Yuzhua and Yu were also startled by the sudden turn of events and quickly dodged to the side. However, Wan Shong did not drive towards the base. Instead, she circled around the area at a steady pace. Yuzhua and his group found themselves in a dilemma, unsure whether to chase or not. And thus it dragged on for 4 or 5 laps. Wan Shong saw that the car was low on fuel and drove towards the base, pressing the accelerator to the floor without hesitation. By the time Yuzhua and his group realized what was happening, they could only barely see the tail of Wan Shong's car. Seeing the gate of the base open, Wan Shong knew that Zhanda and the others had succeeded, so she slowed down and smoothly drove inside. At this moment, the Yu brothers finally realized they had been played, and by a woman they looked down upon as weak. As soon as Yuzhua and Yu's car entered the base, they were surrounded and, after being forced out of the car, became real captives. After binding Yuzhua and Yu, Zhanda took them to the room where they had previously interrogated Wan Shong. However, the roles had now reversed, with them being tied up and Wan Shong sitting on the couch watching. Zhan Xiao snorted coldly. "So, you 2 have your day now? Do you realize how foolish it was to betray us?" Yuzhua was not angry. He calmly replied, "The biggest mistake we made was believing this woman." Indeed, Wan Shong's appearance was too easily deceiving to enemies, as she was just a 17-year-old high school girl at the moment. Qing Ku, munching on potato chips, disdainfully snorted. "Who told you to look down on women? Our boss is really impressive." Wan Shong remained silent throughout, but from the content of their conversation, it was easy to guess that Yuzhua and Yu were once comrades with Zhanda. After the apocalypse, for certain reasons, they betrayed Zhanda and his group. And now that they have occupied the base, they want to annihilate Zhanda and his companions in one fell swoop. The plan was originally perfect. They had already taken control of the base and could just wait for Zhanda's group to fall into their trap. However, unexpectedly, Wan Shong appeared like a wild card. Zhanda looked at Wan Shong and asked, "What do you think?" Wan Shong was stunned. "I don't want to get involved in your personal grudges, nor am I interested. Knowing about these personal grudges is of no use. It's just a waste of time. Jean had already anticipated that Wan Shong wouldn't interfere and had no reaction. Yu, on the other hand, was not afraid of death. What are you babbling about? If we fall today, my brother and I will accept it. Do whatever you want. Jean Xiaoxi immediately rolled up his sleeves. Do you really think we won't dare to take action? Yu is equally unyielding. Then go ahead and make your move. What are you babbling about? The situation was about to spiral out of control, so Zhang Xiaowu quickly pulled Zhang Xiaoxi out. I'll take Xiaoxi out to cool off. After the two left, the room fell silent. Wan Shong stood up and said, I'm tired, you all continue. After saying that, she walked towards the door, and Qin Ku followed her out. Zhanda and the others had arranged a separate room for Wan Shong. Chun Jingjing had taken a shower and was wearing a pink pig onesie, while Liao Haidang was in a yellow Pikachu onesie, looking extremely cute. Chun Jingjing took a green crocodile onesie and a blue Crucian carp onesie and handed them to the two. Xiao Qing, look at the crocodile I picked for you. It's super cute. Boss, I picked the Crucian carp for you. You'll definitely look good in it. Wan Chong's eyes twitched. When did it start that even Chun Jingjing was calling Qing Ku Big Boss? But she didn't refuse and went to take a shower with her pajamas. The shower area was a simple cubicle, and having such resources now was already quite good. There was nothing to complain about. After showering, she saw Qing Ku in crocodile pajamas arguing with Zhang Xiaoxi again. Zhang Xiaoxi, astonished, pointed at Qing Ku's pajamas. Why are your pajamas exactly the same as mine? Qing Ku tugged at her pajamas. Jingjing picked this for me. I look better in it than you do. Zhang Xiaoxi, looking unconvinced, replied, I look better in it. Wait, what do you mean, Chun Jingjing? The clothes you gave me are exactly the same as hers. Chun Jingjing, watching the drama unfold, caught sight of Wan Shong and waved her over. Big boss, come quickly. The more I look, the more I think Qing Ku and Xiaoxi look like a couple. You come and see. Who would like him her? The two said in unison. Chun Jingjing was even more excited. Look, the little couple is so in sync. Wan Shong smiled and said, that's good. By the way, where are Qi Shi and his sister? She didn't oppose team members dating as long as it didn't affect the team's actions. Besides, Zhang Xiaoxi and the others were quite good. When their team grew stronger in the future, Qing Ku would also have a place to settle down. Chun Jingjing pointed to the room and said they went to sleep. It seemed that Xiao Yin was feeling unwell during the recent operation, which really worried Qi Shi, but fortunately, she's fine now. Zhang Xiaoxi felt his ears getting a bit red when he heard Wan Shong say they were doing well. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm definitely better looking than you. Qing Ku, also blushing, retorted, I'll just wait at the door. I'm definitely better looking than you. Wow, you woman, are you trying to watch me shower? But I have abs, so don't get lost if I mesmerize you. Qing Ku scoffed, who wants to see you? With your little body, I'm not interested. Zhang Xiaoxi grabbed Qing Ku's hand and guided it to his abdomen, saying, come on, feel for yourself, it's hard, I have abs. Qing Ku shook his hand a few times but couldn't shake off Zhang Xiaoxi's grip, then kicked a few times. Let go. You rogue. Seeing Zhanda was also there, Zhang Xiaoxi quickly released his hand. Captain, that. No need to explain. Zhanda had no objections. It wasn't the military now. Sana chimed in Tis Ingli. Qing Ku stomped her foot. I'm leaving. Zhang Xiaoxi called out in the direction Qing Ku was leaving. Hey, weren't you going to see my abs? Don't go. Wan Chong smiled and left with Chun Jingjing. They had no idea how Zhanda and his group dealt with the two brothers Yuzhua and Yu, nor were they interested in knowing. Chapter 19. Settling scores upon returning to their room, Wan Chong immediately began to cultivate without a moment's pause. Without crystal cores, she could only rely on slow cultivation. Breakfast was nothing more than mineral water and compressed food. After the apocalypse, all the original meat, vegetables, and fruits had rotted and were inedible. Eating a hot meal was more difficult than ascending to heaven. However, compared to those who couldn't even fill their stomachs or keep warm, they were already doing much better. After breakfast, Zhang Xiaowu arrived. Zhang Xiaowu got straight to the point and said, Zhanda wants to know if you want to go out to collect supplies together. We can leave right now. Wan Chong nodded. Let's go. After she spoke, a group followed Zhang Xiaowu out. Among the team were Yu Zhua and Yu. Although Wan Chong showed a look of doubt, she didn't ask much. This time, they were not only collecting supplies, but more importantly, gathering medicines and other items in case someone got injured. There were no zombies at the hospital entrance, but many zombie corpses lay on the ground, indicating that someone had already been there. However, many of the zombie bodies were damaged, with some having their heads smashed, looking quite disgusting. It seemed that they were just survivors, and their unfamiliar methods of killing zombies posed no threat to them. Qing Ku openly took out a dagger and started to dig for crystal cores. After Wan Shong's explanation, they clearly understood how important the crystal cores were to them. Zhang Shaoxi frowned and pulled Qing Ku. "What are you doing, woman? You like what's in a zombie's head?" Qing Ku broke free from Zhang Shaoxi's grip. "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it? Is it wrong for me to like it?" Qing Ku cleverly didn't mention the function of the crystal cores and focused on digging them out. Zhanda looked at Wan Shong, who then walked inside, looked around, and after confirming it was safe, said, "You and Liao Haidang, Qi and wait for us outside. There could be many zombies in the hospital, and in a cramped space. It would be easier for you to get into trouble." Qing Ku nodded, clearly having accepted Wan Chong's arrangement for logistics every time. She didn't have the strong physique of a man, nor the ruthlessness of Chun Jingjing, making her unsuitable for fighting and killing. Wan Chong walked in, and seeing that Wan Chong was indifferent, the group led by Zhanda naturally said no more and followed her inside. "Ah!" Chun Jingjing exclaimed in surprise. Wan Chong frowned and looked at her, clearly displeased with her behavior. Chun Jingjing quickly covered her mouth, and the group led by Zhanda frowned deeply upon seeing the scene around the corner. There hung a female corpse, her eyes wide open, with her lower body missing. Disgusting innards were scattered all over the ground, and a long trail of blood led to another corner. Clearly, this was not a zombie, but a living person who had been killed and hung here. The group led by Zhanda readied themselves, cautiously moving deeper inside. The further they went, the scent of meat wafted into their nostrils. To still smell meat after the apocalypse was simply a temptation. A room ahead was pitch black, and there were voices coming from it. Wan Chong shook her head and pointed ahead. The group quietly passed by the room and went up to the second floor. There were medicines on the second floor, and they filled their backpacks with the medicine. However, Qi did not sweep through like Zhanda. Instead, she looked at each item one by one, as if searching for something. Wan Chong packed some first aid medicine, syringes, bandages, and alcohol. Chun Jingjing staggered over, shouting, "Boss! Boss! There are a lot of zombies next door." She was holding a few crystal cores in her hand, looking like she had just gone out to kill zombies. Wan Chong saw that the group, led by Zhanda, was looking at her with puzzled expressions. She threw her backpack to Chun Jingjing and said, "Let's go take a look." Zhanda grabbed her and said, "We take what we need and leave. There are hordes of zombies piled up in the room. Who knows how many might come rushing out. The thing you want, the zombie brains, we can find it for you next time." Wan Chong pushed his hand away. "No need. You all go first, we will follow behind." Wan Chong seldom changes her mind about things. Zhanda said to others, "Retreat." As he left, he took a deep look at Wan Chong before walking downstairs. Chun Jingjing brought Wan Chong to the door of a hospital room. Inside, the zombies saw people and rushed to the door, wanting to break out, but they could only keep banging against the door since it was blocked. Wan Chong took out a thin iron wire and handed it to Wan Kun. "Wan Kun, you open the door." Wan Kun took a deep breath and walked to the door. The zombies inside became more agitated, constantly banging against the door. While watching the zombies, Wan Kun opened the door, his trembling hands making the iron wire drop several times. Wan Chong urged, "Hurry up." Wan Kun Kai steadied his mind, and the door was opened. The zombie lunged out from the slightly ajar door. Wan Chong held a machete in both hands, delivering a swift blow to the head. And soon there were many corpses lying at her feet. Wan Kun was dodging and killing zombies, appearing somewhat flustered. Chun Jingjing, protected by her gold-type ability, was effortlessly dealing with these low-level zombies. Qi also found a quick way to kill zombies, barely managing to cope. Soon, the zombies were all taken care of, and all four of them were covered in zombie blood. Wan Chong crouched down to start digging for crystal cores, and the others followed suit. After going downstairs, they saw a group of people standing at the door, including Zhanda and several others. As they got closer, they noticed Lu Ziki in the middle of the crowd. The number of people with her had decreased from a large group to just 5 or 6. When Lu Ziki saw Wan Chong, she happily approached and said, "Sister, you're here too?" Wan Chong smiled and waited for her to continue. Lu Ziki, seeing that Wan Chong had no reaction, showed a hint of gloom in her eyes. Slap! Wan Kuan stepped forward and slapped Lu Ziki, causing her fair face to swell slightly with several fingerprints visible, indicating the force of the slap. Everyone present was stunned, and Lu Ziki was also taken aback. Wan Kuan said coldly, "How dare you mention Dad?" Lu Ziki's eyes were filled with tears as she covered her face, looking aggrieved. "Why do you have to hit me?" If the people present didn't know the truth, they would probably think Lu Ziki was the one wronged. The people accompanying Lu Ziki stood between the two, and a man said in a rough voice, "If you don't want to take her, then don't. Why resort to violence? I've never seen siblings like you." Wan Chong sneered, "I've never seen a daughter like her, daring to kill her own father." Lu Ziki's expression changed. "You? How do you know? When you were at the mall, we were upstairs. What you did, we naturally know very well." Chun Jingjing coldly snorted from his side, looking down on Lu Ziki. Tears hung on Lu Ziki's face as she shook her head, feeling even more wronged. "I didn't kill Dad. He got caught by the zombies while trying to save me." Wan Chong bypassed the man standing between them and walked up to Lu Ziki. "Do you really think we don't know? You thought Dad was running slowly, so you pushed him and ran away yourself. Don't you feel guilty about it? Dad has taken care of you for so many years." Lu Ziki shouted back, "That's not true. He was running slowly on his own. I didn't push him. He cares about me. If he cared about me, he wouldn't let me take my mom's last name. Why didn't he let me take his last name? Why does he only take you two out every time and not acknowledge me as his daughter?" Wan Chong smiled. She knew that Lu Ziki had always hated Wan Shong. If Wan Shong were still alive and knew the truth, she wondered what his expression would be. Changing the subject, Wan Chong looked at Lu Ziki with a smile and asked, "Lu Ziki, is human flesh tasty?" The corpses hanging in the hospital were killed by them. They used the hospital's alcohol lamps to cook the human flesh, and the smell of meat in the hospital came from them. This was what Wan Chong guessed, but judging by Lu Ziki's reaction, it was likely true. Lu Ziki took 2 steps back in guilt, saying, "No, I didn't eat human flesh. I just watched them eat." The man who had originally been helping Lu Ziki grabbed her hair and shouted, "You filthy woman, saying to kill her and eat her was your idea. Now you don't dare to admit it?" Lu Ziki struggled desperately. I was just too hungry. I didn't want to die. I really didn't want to die. Sister, please save me. I will listen to you. I'll do whatever you want." Wan Chong looked at her coldly, and Lu Ziki shouted with a crying tone, "Sister, they will kill me. Please save me. Look, they have already killed a woman. I am next, for the sake of being your sister." Wan Chong walked over and pulled the man's hand away. Lu Ziki quickly hid behind Wan Chong, watching the man with a wary expression. The man glanced at Wan Chong and said, "Get away." Wan Chong remained unmoved, and the man was about to take action when Zhanda walked over and said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. Our base can take you in." The man immediately stopped saying more. He saw that Wan Chong and Lu Ziki had a grudge and wanted to teach Lu Ziki a lesson to please these people. With his goal achieved, he naturally lost interest in Lu Ziki. Wan Chong pulled Lu Ziki and walked towards the back of the hospital, stopping by a wall. She took out a long rope from her space and tied Lu Ziki's hands. Lu Ziki didn't dare to resist, tears streaming down her face. Once she realized what Wan Chong intended to do, she struggled continuously. "Sister, I know I was wrong, sister." A clear handprint appeared on Lu Ziki's face, one cheek marked by a slap, but Wan Chong's strike was even harder. "This is for my dad. He doesn't understand your true nature, but Wan Kuan and I do." With that, she quickly climbed up the wall, found a fixed point, and pulled the rope hard, lifting Lu Ziki up. Lu Ziki kept struggling. "Wan Chong, I won't let you go. How dare you do this to me?" Wan Chong coldly interrupted her. "I won't give you that chance again." The knife appeared in her hand, lifting Lu Ziki's white skirt, revealing faint bloodstains on her snow-white thighs. It was not hard to imagine what she had been up to these days. With the knife raised, Wan Chong forcefully slashed 2 deep wounds across Lu Ziki's snow-white thigh, just like the time Lu Ziki had stabbed Wan Chong, filled with hatred. Blood immediately gushed out, dripping onto the floor, showing how great the force was. Lu Ziki's painful screams pierced through the hospital. The group waiting for Wan Shong at the door heard the screams and couldn't help but frown deeply. Wan Shong glanced at Lu Ziki and turned to leave. Two zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, approached from the other side. Lu Ziki saw them and struggled desperately, shouting at Wan Shong, "Wan Shong, I won't let you go. If I can make out alive, just wait, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." The latter part of the sentence became inaudible as the sounds of the zombies biting grew louder, and Lu Ziki's voice faded away. Chapter 20, Conspiracy and Deception. Wan Shong glanced at the others and expressionlessly took the driver's seat. "Let's go." Since the few men following Lu Ziki also got in, the car became even more cramped. The atmosphere in the car was awkward, and no one spoke. Wan Shong finally noticed Wan Kuen's abnormality, glanced at Wan Kuen, and asked, "Wan Kuen, what's wrong?" Wan Kuen was taken aback and shook his head. It's nothing. Wan Shong interrupted him. "Don't you know that you are not good at lying?" Wan Kuen lowered his head, his voice muffled as he said, "Chun Jingjing was injured, and I just treated her." As he spoke, his voice became softer. Wan Shong suddenly slammed on the brakes. Looking at the people in the car, her eyes narrowed as she scanned everyone. She was contemplating whether to leave Zhanda and the others behind. She had already prepared to kill those men following Lu Ziki. With that thought, her hand had already reached for the knife beside her. A man spoke up urgently. "We promise we won't say anything. We swear. Besides, everyone knows how ruthless Wan Shong is. She's someone who would dare to kill her half-sister. So how could she not dare to kill a group of people who have no relation to her at all?" Wan Shong didn't say anything. She just wanted to deal with those who knew the secret. Wan Kuen is currently the earliest person to awaken the healing abilities, aside from Wan Shong. Wan Shong had always asked him to keep it secret, but unexpectedly, she still overlooked it. Wan Kuen obviously noticed Wan Shong's killing intent and stopped her, saying, "Sister, they have all said this, so let's not make things difficult for them." Wan Shong said coldly, "Difficult? Do you think that my protection of you is a burden to others?" "That's not what I mean. I just feel that it's unnecessary to sacrifice innocent people." Wan Shong tightened her grip on the knife. What she feared most was Wan Kuen's soft-heartedness. She would rather Wan Kuen be a heartless and ungrateful person, because it is those kinds of people who live the longest, and excessive sympathy only brings harm to oneself and those around them. Seeing that Wan Shong remained silent, Wan Kuen raised his voice a bit. "Now Lu Ziki has also been killed by you. What more dissatisfaction do you have, sister? You shouldn't think so badly of everyone." Wan Shong remained silent, put down the knife, and continued driving. After arriving at the base, everyone prepared to get out of the car one by one. Wan Shong warned, "What you see today, you'd better not say a word about it. Otherwise, I won't spare anyone. No matter where you go in the future, I will definitely kill you. Understand?" The men nodded repeatedly. "We promise we won't say a word, not even a single word." Zhanda also understood that Wan Shong wanted to protect Wan Kuen, so he didn't try to hold her back. After a simple farewell, he watched Wan Shong leave. Wan Shong stepped on the accelerator all the way down, and Qi Yun and Liao Haitang, the two children, turned pale, but neither dared to complain. The atmosphere in the car was very awkward, and even the air felt as if it had solidified. Qi Shi gently comforted Qi Yun, saying, "Xiao Yun, take a nap." After driving a long way from the base, Wan Shong finally slowed down the car. "Wan Kuen, do you know how dangerous it is to expose your abilities? It can endanger all of us here. In the apocalypse, surgeries can't be performed. If something goes wrong, the only way to help is to rely on those with healing abilities." And Wan Kuen was one of the first to awaken. He couldn't protect himself, and once the news got out, many people would come looking for him. The road ahead was bound to be difficult. Collecting crystal cores. After Wan Shong briefly explained, she ran down directly. Qinka led the two children behind to collect crystal cores, and the three of them had already tacitly divided their paths to collect the cores at a good speed. Wan Shong charged ahead, fiercely killing zombies. Given the current situation, their team had relatively outstanding abilities and was temporarily the one with the most awakenings. But that was far from enough. They needed to be stronger. In just a few minutes, the zombies below were all killed, and Wan Shong also replanned their future route. A portion would be supplied to the base, while the rest could be kept for themselves. The elderly and children could receive food and water daily. Although they couldn't be fully fed, they wouldn't starve to death. This was what the gatekeeper had told them, probably because he saw that there were 2 children in their group. After Qin Ku thanked him, he took Qi Yun and Liao Haidang to get the food. In Wan Shong's view, it was only natural for the strong to have better resources and lives, as these were all earned with their lives. The 2 children had good hearts and took the things they received to the refugee area to share with other children. Wan Shong did not oppose this. After all, Zhao Lei was just an old fox, and it was better to take his things when they could. At night, a group of people still sat on the sofa wearing cartoon pajamas picked by Chun Jingjing. Qin Ku took out all the crystal cores. This time, there were more crystal cores than ever before, clear and translucent, reflecting a unique glow on the table. After categorizing, Wan Shong still gave all the metal attributes to Chun Jingjing and kept the water and wood attributes for herself. Wan Shong threw a piece of earth attribute to Qin Ku and said, "Qin Ku, try to see if you can absorb it." Following Wan Shong's method, Qin Ku tried, and the crystal core disappeared in her palm. Wan Shong also confirmed her idea that Qin Ku's awakened ability is wind-based. Wan Shong explained, "The ability you have awakened is the wind-based power, which can be both great and small. In the early stages, it seems that the only change is an increase in speed and not much else. However, as you become stronger, it should unleash greater effects. In the early stages, the wind-based power is essentially a speed ability." Wan Shong has observed Qin Ku for a long time. Every time she escapes, she can always run ahead with Liao Haidang. And it seems that Qin Ku has her own insights on escaping, always running the fastest. When encountering zombies, others think about how to kill them, while she thinks about how to run. Like healing abilities, wind-based powers do not belong to the 5 elemental categories. So crystal cores can be absorbed directly without regard to their levels. Wan Shong divided the remaining crystal cores evenly between Qin Ku and Wan Kun. This time, absorb them slowly and do not go out for the next 2 days. It's best to absorb some crystal cores first, then cultivate according to the method I provided, and then absorb more crystal cores before cultivating again. After making the arrangements, Wan Shong took the lead and left. It was tea until the morning of the 3rd day that Zhao Yuan came knocking again. Zhao Yuan asked, "Shall we go out together to gather supplies?" Wan Shong looked at him in confusion while eating bread. "Even if I'm not here, you would still go collect supplies, so why drag me into this? My dad said that this time you will go collect supplies with us, and he will give you 5 machine guns, 5 boxes of bullets, and the collected supplies will be split 50 to 50. Deal." Wan Shong is not lacking food now, but she is short on weapons. Things like bullets decrease with use, so Wan Shong wouldn't use a gun unless it was absolutely necessary. For safety's sake, she first put away the gun and bullets before leaving the base with Zhao Yuan. This time, Zhao Yuan said their destination was a large supermarket. Wan Shong, fearing encounters with hordes of corpses, only brought Qin Ku and Qi Shi along, leaving the others at the base to continue training. She brought Qin Ku because she had awakened her wind ability and could run fast to dig for crystal cores. She brought Qi Shi because she hoped Qi Shi could train more and awaken her abilities sooner. Zhao Yuan was driving, and they had been on the road for a long time without stopping. Wan Shong glanced at her watch. It had already been half an hour. Unable to help herself, she asked, "How much farther?" Zhao Yuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror and replied, "Not far." Wan Shong looked out the window and, after 20 minutes, suddenly pressed a knife against Zhao Yuan's neck. "You're leading me in circles. We've just been here twice, and at first I thought it was a similar shop, but now it's a 3rd time." As Wan Shong spoke, Qin Ku and Qi Shi became alert. Although they had both interacted with Zhao Yuan before Wan Shong, they didn't trust him. Zhao Yuan slowed down the car. "Is that so? I was wondering why we still haven't arrived." Wan Shong squinted her eyes and asked sharply, "What do you really want? Are you playing with me?" Zhao Yuan replied while driving, "How could that be? You've taken the gun and the bullets. If I really took you in circles, it would waste both time and gas. Wouldn't that be a loss for me?" Saying this, he disregarded the knife Wan Shong had at his neck and shouted to the cars behind, "You lead the way. I can't find a route." The cars behind immediately sped ahead to lead the way, and only then did Wan Shong lower the knife, thinking to herself, Zhao Yuan probably wouldn't dare to play tricks. After all, With her current abilities, she wouldn't suffer any losses in a one-on-one situation. 10 minutes later, the group finally stopped in front of a large supermarket. Chapter 21. Young couple Wan Shong looked around. Someone had already been here, and there was no danger. Originally, Wan Shong thought that Zhao Yuan's reason for using a gun to exchange her out of the base was that the place they were going to was very dangerous, which was why he was being so cautious. However, this supermarket had clearly been visited already, and the scattered zombies posed no real threat. Zhao Yuan showed a look of disdain. Oh? So someone has been here before. Last time we came, there's a whole group of zombies inside. If I had known, I wouldn't have needed to exchange weapons to bring you along. He then made a regretful expression and took the lead into the store. Qing immediately got to work, starting to dig for crystal cores. The zombies on the ground still had their crystal cores in their heads, and since there were relatively few awakened abilities now, and crystal cores were something found in the brains of zombies, no one was particularly interested in them. Wan Shong and she also dug for crystal cores, while Zhao Yuan's group collected supplies inside. Zhao Yuan was whispering with a man in the distance, and, judging by their expressions, they seemed to be having a disagreement. However, Wan Shong was not interested in this. She was solely focused on digging for more crystal cores. Everything was progressing in a positive direction for them, and she felt no confusion about the future or the apocalypse. In short, it was all about killing zombies, digging for crystal cores, and becoming stronger. Last night, when she entered the space, she discovered that the land had expanded significantly, providing enough space to grow vegetables. And the original small grass house had transformed into a warehouse where all the supplies could be stored. The vines had grown thicker and more numerous, and, given the current situation, she could advance to level 3 before anyone else had even broken through level 1. Nevertheless, Wan Shong was solely focused on digging for crystal cores and didn't notice Zhao Yuan. If she had looked at Zhao Yuan for a moment longer, she would have seen him arguing quietly with the man while constantly glancing in her direction. After 20 minutes of collecting supplies, Qingko also had a large bag full of gains. On the way back, the car was moving slower than before, and when Wan Shong expressed her confusion, Zhao Yuan said it was to avoid wasting gas. Upon seeing the room in disarray, unease flooded her senses. She found Qi Yun and Liao Haiang locked in a room, while Chun Jingjing was knocked out and tied in the corner. Wan Shong frowned and patted her face. Wake up. When Chun Jingjing woke up and saw Wan Shong, she became extremely excited, tightly gripping Wan Shong's hand. Boss, they took Wan Kun away. You have to go save Wan Kun. Who? Wan Shong asked sternly. Chun Jingjing shook her head. I don't know. The people inside are very powerful, all have abilities, and their abilities are much stronger than mine. Zhao Lei came with them. Wan Shong tightened her grip. Her ability was quite powerful, indicating at least a second level or above. She dropped Chun Jingjing and hurried to Zhao Lei's residence. Inside the room, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Lei were arguing about something. Wan Shong kicked the door open, and Zhao Lei seemed to be quite composed about her arrival. Pushing the tea in front of him slightly, have a sip of water, and take your time to explain what's going on. Wan Shong asked in a deep voice, Where is Wan Kun? Zhao Lei's expression was also not good. I don't know who, but someone said Wan Kun has healing abilities. After the people from Wan Shong found out, they sent someone to take him away. At this point, he tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Wan Kun's abilities are special. The people from Wan Shong won't harm him. Wan Shong is very far from the city of Guangming, where she is currently located. It used to take a day and a night by plane, and now, with the transportation paralyzed, everything relies on walking. It is even more difficult to go to Wan Shong. They came to take Wan Kun away, and you won't stop them? Or rather, you're hoping they take Wan Kun away? Zhao Lei said earnestly. Wan Shong is currently the place with the best resources in the country. As long as someone has even a little ability, they will get the best living conditions in Wan Shong. Wan Kun's abilities are so special, he definitely won't suffer. What are you worried about? Moreover, if Wan Shong wants to take someone away, and I don't agree, they have the capability to directly destroy the base. I can't just think about myself. I have to consider the others in the base too. Wan Shong calmed down. Zhao Lei was right. Wan Shong had gathered all the superhumans in the country, and their base was just starting out, so they naturally didn't dare to make enemies with Wan Shong. After returning to their residence, seeing Wan Chong's expression, the others knew there was nothing good to discuss, so they remained silent. Wan Chong sorted the crystal cores collected today while saying, Ruan Kuan has been taken to Wan Shong. Now he's focused on cultivating. Once everyone has advanced to level 2, we will head to Wan Shong. Of course, you can choose to refuse. Where the boss goes, I go. Qing Ku was the first to express his stance. Me too, said Xiao Haidang. Then it was Chun Jingjing's turn. Ruan Chong nodded and intensified her training. Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku should be advancing to level 2 soon. The transition from level 1 to level 2 is the easiest, and moving from level 2 to level 3 isn't difficult either. However, after level 3, it becomes challenging. In her room, Ruan Chong was either absorbing crystal nuclei or training, not wasting a single moment. She only slept a little each day, and dark circles had formed under her eyes. Finally, after 3 days, she advanced to level 3. When she stepped outside, she saw Chun Jingjing and the others having breakfast downstairs. Ruan Chong rubbed her forehead. There was no time to celebrate her advancement to level 3. She simply said, after breakfast, we'll set off. The others naturally had no objections, and after a quick breakfast, the group tidied up and left the base. Ruan Chong stopped the car and said, let's go to the clothing store to pick out some clothes to take with us. Ruan Chong opened the door and went in. The clothing store was empty, dark all around. Ruan Chong took a candle and lit it, then took out several backpacks, handing them to Qi Shi, Qing Ku, and Chun Jingjing. Bring thicker clothes. It's going to get cold soon, she said. Chun Jingjing, stop fiddling with your pajamas. After a simple explanation, Ruan Chong looked for clothes that fit her size, putting them in her bag, and didn't forget to store the rest in her space. The space could indeed hold a lot of things, but if they set off on a long journey without bringing anything, it would raise suspicions. After they all filled their bags with clothes, they started walking towards the expressway to Guangming. Walking along the expressway would lead them to Moriaka, where they could replenish supplies before setting off again. The group, along with 2 children, walked from morning until afternoon, and the 2 kids were already too tired to continue. So the 4 adults took turns carrying them. Fortunately, everyone in the group had good stamina. A car passed by them and then stopped. A woman in her 30s called out, "Hey girls, where are you headed?" The woman warmly invited, "Get in the car. It's far from Moriaka, and it would take until tomorrow morning to drive there. How long do you plan to walk?" Chun Jingjing immediately opened the door and got in, saying, "Thank you, sister." The woman laughed. "I'm in my 30s. How can I be your sister?" Once Chun Jingjing sat down in the back, holding Liao Haidang. Qi Shi and Qi Yun sat next to her. The car was a small sedan, and it was quite cramped. Ruan Chong, who had always been the one driving, felt a bit unaccustomed to being squeezed in the back now. The woman turned to look at everyone from the passenger seat, saying, "The car is a bit small. Please don't mind." Chun Jingjing smiled. "It's okay. We're very grateful you can give us a ride." The man slowly started the car, and the woman looked at Chun Jingjing again, asking, "You look familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Chun Jingjing shook her head. The woman's question was similar to what Ruan Chong had asked earlier. Ruan Chong also felt Chun Jingjing looked particularly familiar. Qing Ku smiled and explained, "Sister Jingjing was a famous internet celebrity before the apocalypse. I was a bit skeptical when I first saw her. Only then did the woman look enlightened." She chatted on her own while Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku occasionally chimed in. As night fell, the car slowed down. The woman explained, "You could take a nap. We plan to drive all night. I'll switch with him later. It's not safe outside, so it's better to get to the city early and hide." "Thank you," Ruan Chong said, closing her eyes to rest. The young couple didn't seem like bad people, and with other things to do tomorrow, they naturally needed a good rest. In the middle of the night, although Ruan Chong hadn't slept deeply, she clearly felt her head hit the car window, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. Half awake, she felt her arm being pushed and slowly opened her eyes, only to feel a sharp pain in her head. Fear was evident on the faces of Liao Haidang and Qi Yun. The 2 children were held in their arms and weren't dizzy. Following Liao Haitang's gaze, they saw an unknown creature lying on the young couple in front of them, which looked somewhat like a wolf. Ruan Chong quietly woke the others and pointed to the back, indicating to open the rear door. Qing Chao moved over and opened the door, the noise startling the 2 wolves in front. The 2 wolves, in sync, dragged the bodies of the young couple outside. Ruan Chong and her group crawled out of the bloody car. Once outside, they realized by the moonlight that they were still on the highway, and the car had crashed into the guardrail. The young couple had both passed away, and now 2 wolves were feasting on their bodies. Chapter 22. Another person added. Surrounding them was a pack of wild dogs. The ones dragging the bodies from the car were also dogs. These wild dogs seemed to have evolved, possibly due to the virus, as they appeared particularly wolf-like, and most importantly, they were also eating human flesh. Wan Shong tightened the knife in her hand. Killing animals was much harder than killing zombies. Animal life was extremely resilient, and now they were surrounded not by 1 or 2, but a pack of wild dogs. The dogs were poised, seemingly ready to charge at any moment, baring their teeth and looking at Wan Shong and her group with no intention of leaving. Wan Shong's forehead has already started to bead with fine sweat. It is now evening, visibility is very low, and she is accompanied by 2 small children. Wan Shong looked around and softly asked, Qing Ku is running with Liao Haidang, Qi Shi is running with Qi Yun, heading into the woods. Chun Jingjing and I will bring up the rear. Both Qing Ku and Qi Shi picked up the 2 children and got ready. Wan Shong shouted, run. Qing Ku was the first to dash out. The dog closest to Qing Ku jumped up, and with a wave of Wan Chong's hand, 2 ice pillars shot straight into the wild dog's eyes. The wild dog fell to the ground, convulsing and looking very painful, but it had a strong will to survive. The 2 of them wielded their knives, continuously striking at the oncoming wild dogs, but due to their agility, they couldn't hit any fatal spots. Some wild dogs had their fur and skin slashed off their faces, blood flowing continuously. Yet they just shook their heads and kept charging forward. Qing Ku, as an awakened wind-type ability user, didn't disappoint Wan Shong and ran the fastest, with Qi Shi not far behind. Watching the 4 of them getting farther away, Wan Shong called out to Chun Jingjing, hurry up. The 2 of them instinctively ran in the direction where Qing Ku and the others had gone, while the wild dogs continued to chase them. Though some had gone to feast on the young couple as corpses, so there weren't too many behind them. After Wan Shong broke through to level 3, her mental strength expanded significantly, allowing her to use the ice pillars multiple times. However, she found a method that didn't exhaust her mental energy, freezing the wild dog's limbs. Although they would eventually break free, it could hold them for a while. After Chun Jingjing's ability broke through to level 2, the duration for using her abilities increased significantly. But she still didn't have much offensive power and could only protect herself. The group gradually came to a stop, with Qing Ku putting down Liao Haidang and sitting down heavily on the ground, panting, thank goodness. Good thing I advanced to level 2. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to run this far. She took out a few bottles of water from the space and distributed them to everyone, almost finishing a bottle of mineral water in just a few gulps. After sitting on the ground for a while, Wan Shong finally organized her thoughts. Their car crashed into the guardrail, the young couple died, and the smell of blood attracted the wild dogs. The wild dogs were larger than normal dogs and even ate human flesh. This information was enough for Wan Shong to confirm that not only had humans mutated, but animals had as well. The shadows of the trees danced, and the surroundings were quiet except for the sound of a few people breathing. Not knowing how long they had rested, Wan Shong felt her breathing become smoother and then asked, should we leave or rest for the night? She didn't know whether to stay or go. Staying in one place was risky since the wild dogs might eat the young couple and then follow the scent to find them. But leaving also posed the danger of encountering other threats. It was easier to listen to others' opinions than to think for herself. Having just bumped her head, it still hurt terribly, and she naturally didn't want to think too much. Let us rest for the night. We've been running for so long and are exhausted. Besides, it's pitch black everywhere, and walking in the dark is even more dangerous. This was said by Qing Ku, and both Chun Jingjing and Qi Shi showed expressions of agreement. In fact, Wan Shong didn't want to leave either, especially since they were still carrying 2 children. Thinking of this, she decisively said, then let us rest for the night. Don't make a fire. It will attract other animals. We can take turns keeping watch, and you can choose the order. After discussing the watch schedule, Wan Shong began to doze off. Outside, she didn't dare to sleep fully, fearing she wouldn't have the energy to travel the next day. so she could only take light naps to conserve her strength. A soft sound came from the tree. Wan Shong immediately stood up alertly to check. Apart from the two children, everyone else was awake. They had just narrowly avoided a car accident and almost been eaten by wild dogs. Now, in such a desolate area, no one dared to sleep too deeply without Wan Shong's reminder. The sound had only rung out once before disappearing, but everyone was too scared to sleep. After a while, Wan Shong approached Qi Yun, gently waking her and saying softly, "I'll go check with Qi Yun. You all stay here and don't wander off. I'll make sure she's safe." The last sentence was directed at Qi Shi. Although she was worried, she still trusted Wan Shong. The reason Wan Shong took Qi Yun with her was that Qi Yun had the ability to foresee things, so she would know what that sound was just now. Wan Shong led Qi Yun for a while and then asked, "Can you see what just approached us and its exact location?" Qi Yun nodded, closed her eyes, and after a moment, pointed to a tree not far away and whispered, "Sister Chong, it's a person, and they are about to go to this tree." Wan Shong ran over and quickly climbed up, crouching on the tree to wait. Before long, a man indeed appeared. To be precise, he was a very handsome man. Although she couldn't see him clearly, the aura around him was extraordinary. The man spoke with a teasing expression. "I was right after all, a level 3 ability girl. How did you know I was here?" Wan Shong looked at the man and could tell that he also had abilities, likely around level 3. With this in mind, her hand had already moved to the knife at her waist. A small flame suddenly appeared at the man's fingertips, making the surroundings clearer and giving Wan Shong a bit of confidence. This man had fire abilities. "I am Shin Longshin. I'm heading to Wan Shong. Seeing you hurry along, I assume you're also going to Wan Shong? Why not join me? It's safer that way." Shin Longshin stated his purpose directly. He followed closely behind, neither too far nor too near, saying, "Stop. You should be grateful I'm with you. Your team is so weak aside from you. Do you really think you can protect everyone safely to Wan Shong?" Shin Longshin continued to chatter behind her, prompting Wan Shong to stop in her tracks. "Fine. Then tell me all about yourself, and I'll take you with me." Shin Longshin was not wrong. She had no idea if they could reach Wan Shong at all. Wan Shong frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "Is it just you from the Special Operations team?" Shin Longshin's eyes darkened, and the flame at his fingertips flickered as well. There were a total of 6 people, and now I'm the only one left. "Then why do you want to come with us?" "You know, we have 2 children with us, and we're quite weak." "Because you have space." This sentence was said quite straightforwardly. Wan Shong looked at Qi Yun. "Is what he said true?" Qi Yun nodded. Wan Shong looked at Shin Longshin again. "All right. You must promise me that you won't do anything detrimental to the team. Also, since you're already part of the military, you cannot join my team. We will travel together as allies, but after we reach Wan Shong, we will part ways." "Okay." Shin Longshin quickly agreed, and fearing that Wan Shong wouldn't believe him, he added, "I assure you as a soldier." Wan Shong actually didn't have much hope, but she still chose to trust Shin Longshin because he was right. Their group was too weak. If they encountered a pack of wild dogs, they would only be able to run, and perhaps they wouldn't even make it to Wan Shong before dying on the road. The road to Wan Shong was long, and without space, food and other supplies had to be carried by themselves, which would add a lot of unnecessary trouble. It wasn't just about coveting Wan Shong's space. It was also clear that this woman was very strong, and from the situation just now, it seemed that the little girl beside her had some special abilities. So, for the sake of long-term considerations, he decided to cooperate with Wan Shong. Wan Shong introduced. "He is Shin Longshin, who used to be a soldier with decent strength, and he is also going to Wan Shong, so he is considered a member of our team." Shin Longshin greeted everyone with a gentle smile, lacking the sharp aura typical of other soldiers, and being handsome. He quickly blended in. Wan Shong raised an eyebrow. "Did you do this?" Wan Shong didn't say much, and Shin Longshin asked in surprise, "You don't plan to walk to Shenyang, do you?" Along the way, Shin Longshin kept talking, and Wan Shong's head ached from listening. "Can you please shut up?" After this statement, seeing that Wan Shong was responding to him, Shin Longshin became even more lively. "Hey, I mean, you're just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Why do you look like a woman in her 50s? Look at Xiaoqing, so lively." Qingka repeatedly waved her hands. "Dragon brother, please don't say that. The boss likes quiet. We've all gotten used to it." Chun Jingjing also laughed and said, "I'm curious too. The boss is only 17. Why is she different from other girls?" Qi Yintong said in a childish voice, Sister Chong is not good at expressing her emotions, and you still say that about her. Be careful, she leaves you behind. Qi Yin quickly pounced into Wan Chong's arms, and Liao Haitang looked on enviously, her gaze fixed on Wan Chong. With Shen Longchen's addition, the originally heavy team gradually became more lively. Chapter 23. Mutated Pets. After walking all morning, Wan Chong heard the sound of water not far away and walked towards the direction of the sound. It was a shallow water ditch, looking quite clear. But Wan Chong had a lot of bottled water in her space, so there was no need to risk drinking this water. Everyone was happy because of his words. Although they hadn't gone hungry, they hadn't eaten meat in a long time, let alone warm food. After she spoke, she dragged the largest pigeon to the water's edge to pluck its feathers and clean it. Shun Jingjing and Xingka followed Shen Longchen the whole time, helping out with whatever they could. Wan Chong stared at the pigeon in a daze. In her previous life, she had never left Guanming and didn't know what the outside world was like. Now it seemed that Guanming was actually the safest place at present. There were only zombies in Guanming. The animals had disappeared long before the apocalypse arrived. Outside of Guanming, there were indeed fewer zombies, but the animals had mutated. It was now about 2 months after the apocalypse, and even the pigeons had grown this big. How terrifying would the more ferocious animals be? Originally, Wan Chong planned to gather girls into a team, but now it seemed that anyone with strength should stay. Otherwise, who knew if they could face stronger enemies? Shen Longchen's ability was truly a rare treasure. At this moment, he strung up the pigeons, letting Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku each hold one end. While he stood in front of the pigeons, his hands surrounded by fire, roasting the pigeons in front of their amazed eyes. Shen Longchen was very skilled at controlling the heat. Sometimes the fire was strong, sometimes it was weak. A large pigeon took nearly an hour to roast properly. Shen Longchen smiled, took out a piece of cloth, tore off a leg, and handed it to Wan Chong. I'll give you a thigh. Wan Chong also missed warm food. Smiling as she took it, she began to eat. Although there were no spices, everyone still enjoyed the meal. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, leaving a lingering taste on their lips. After cleaning the remaining 3 pigeons, Wan Chong approached them, and a thin layer of ice immediately formed on the pigeons, freezing them before she stored them in her space. Along the road, many cars were parked, and their owners were nowhere to be found. The group searched for cars to take, as if they were robbing them, but those cars either had no fuel, no keys, or worse, had flat tires with shattered glass everywhere. Finally, they successfully found a car that could be driven. This time, Shen Longchen took the wheel, and after everyone settled in, they couldn't help but exclaim how nice it was to have a car. Without a car, at the current pace, it would probably take them 2 days to reach Moriaka. While driving slowly, they kept an eye on the cars beside the road and among the discarded wrecks. They found 3 cans of gasoline. By the evening of the next day, the group finally arrived in Moriaka. However, the city was completely lifeless, devoid of any vitality. They casually picked an unoccupied house to spend the night. Early the next morning, someone shouted from downstairs. Is anyone up there? Hurry down. The person shouted for a long time. After Wan Chong got ready, the group went downstairs. By that time, many people had already gathered below. Chun Jingjing walked in front and smiled, asking, "Excuse me, is there something going on? Can't we stay here?" The woman quickly waved her hands. "Say no. We just want to see how many of you there are." Every day, food is provided in the city center, even if it's just one meal. It's already great for us ordinary people. Each person can get a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Children can get a piece of bread. Chun Jingjing pointed behind her. Everyone is here, a total of 5 adults and 2 children. Why not go yourself? Afraid of zombies? This was asked by Qing Ku. The woman's expression darkened, and her voice became a bit low. It's very far from the city center here, and outside there are mutated animals everywhere. The zombies you mentioned are rarely seen because now animals mainly eat people, and even zombies want to be spared. I heard that there are only zombies in Guanming, with no mutated animals. Chun Jingjing looked at Wan Chong, her eyes questioning what to do next. Wan Chong opened her mouth and said, "We'll go with you." After all, she only planned to pass through Moriaka, and they would pass through the city center along the way. It was fine to travel together since they had just arrived and were not familiar with the area at all. The group set off in a grand manner, carefully walking along the edge of the road, being vigilant and alert. Wan Shong and her group walked in the middle. A rat darted by, the size of a large dog, and people around them brandished their weapons to drive it away, but the rat did not cause any substantial harm. Before everyone could catch their breath, a 3-meter-tall Alaskan appeared ahead, making the humans look very small as they had to look up at it. The atmosphere became tense. The Alaskan did not move, and the group felt as if they were facing a formidable opponent. After a moment's pause, the Alaskan slowly approached. The man at the front showed a look of joy. "Everyone, don't panic. It's a dog with an owner." Upon hearing that it had an owner, everyone relaxed. Behind the Alaskan, a woman followed. Despite the 3-meter-tall dog, she did not seem affected by the apocalypse and looked well off. The rest of the journey was smooth, with no dangers encountered, which seemed strange to those who were with them. From everyone's descriptions, Wan Shong learned that most families that used to have pets had them mutated. Those who had mutated pets to hunt for them could be said to have a guaranteed livelihood, not facing hunger, and having powerful pets to protect them. However, some people were not so lucky and were eaten by the mutated pets. This latter group, the locals summarized, were those who had abused pets before the apocalypse. Now that the pets had become powerful, they naturally no longer needed to rely on their former owners. Looking at those who were accompanied by tall mutated pets, everyone couldn't help but show envious looks, regretting that they hadn't kept a pet themselves. As they approached the city center, they took a long detour. Wan Shong looked at the bustling city center nearby and asked in confusion, "Why do we have to take a detour here?" A young man behind her kindly explained, "It used to be accessible, but there was a company there with a big iron tree at the entrance. However, now the entire company has been overtaken by it. Anything that gets close will be attacked. Even mutated animals won't dare approach, so we stay out of its attack range to be safer." Because they were quite far away and arrived late, there were many people in the city center, and they could only wait in line. Not far away, a couple who had received food showed a faint smile on their emaciated faces. A group of tall men surrounded them. "Hand over half of your food." The couple hugged their food tightly, and the woman whispered, "We have the elderly and children at home. Please don't take our food. It's all we have to survive." Before she could finish, a man impatiently interrupted, "Why say so much? If you don't hand over the food, don't blame us." The couple squatted on the ground, huddled together, while the group of men immediately began to beat them without a word. Many people stood around watching, but they merely had a spectator's attitude, with no one helping the poor couple. Just as it seemed the couple could no longer hold on, Wan Shong grabbed the young man who was about to rush out. "In this society, there are so many weak people. Do you intend to save everyone?" Clearly, Wan Shong had no intention of getting involved. After all, they were just passing through, planning to use the food to ask for directions and then leave. There was no need to get into trouble for strangers. The young man stomped his feet in anger, and Chen Jingjing coolly remarked from the side, She is already gone." Wan Shong frowned and looked over. Sure enough, she had already walked over to the couple, pulling them behind him. "Did you not hear them say that there are still people at home who need this food?" A man glanced at his companion, and a group of people looked at Shi as if he were a fool. "Oh, where did this young kid come from? He hasn't even familiarized himself with the ground and comes over to meddle." Before long, some management personnel arrived. Disperse. No one is allowed to collect supplies after a fight." The man cast a dark glance at Shi, then smiled and said, "No fight, just a joke, let's go." Hearing the sighs from those around, Chen Jingjing asked the enthusiastic young man in front, "What's wrong? Why is everyone sighing?" The young man pointed in the direction the group of men had left. "Those who fought here for supplies won't be able to collect supplies in the future. Only they can. Every time they steal, the management personnel just give a warning. But anyone else who fights will be directly kicked out. By the way, that guy just now is with you. You might have trouble in the future." Shen Longchun, who had been silent beside them, was nudged by Wan Shong. "What's wrong? Why so quiet?" Given that he had been the most boisterous along the way, his sudden silence felt a bit unusual. Chapter 24. Crisis Awareness. Shen Longchun showed a rare serious expression and asked in a low voice, "Do you feel it? There's a powerful force." Wan Chong nodded. "With so many supplies here and a master stationed, it's quite normal." Shen Longchun was silent for a moment. "It's different. The aura emitted by a person is not the same as this. You should feel it more carefully." Before the apocalypse, Shen Longchun was a soldier, and his senses were sharper than those of ordinary people. Moreover, Although he seemed unreliable, he was actually quite meticulous. It also seemed that he cared a lot about matters of power. In fact, Wan Shong couldn't sense any other aura, judging by Shun Longshan's expression. He didn't seem to be joking, but she really didn't feel anything else. Look, hasn't the iron tree grown again? With an exclamation, everyone turned to look at the iron tree not far away, which was now much taller than when they had first seen it. Wan Shong and Shun Longshan exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The iron tree had grown too quickly, even more than 3 times the speed of their ability upgrades. This made them realize how weak they were. The young man immediately brightened up and nodded with a smile. Wan Shong asked in a low voice, "How long does it take to walk from here to the next small city?" The young man's eyes widened. "What's wrong? Are you leaving? It's very far from here to the small city, at least a 2-month walk. Moreover, the road is blocked, so it might take even longer." Wan Shong handed something to the young man and led everyone to the other side. Chinka asked in confusion, "What's going on? Are we not leaving the city?" Wan Shong shook her head. "Not leaving for now. Let's rest for a few days and then head straight to the next small town." They casually opened an unoccupied house, and a few people moved in. The house was not big, and the beds were all covered in dust, making it impossible to sleep. Everyone just found a sofa and wrapped themselves in blankets to sleep. Wan Shong stood by the window, looking at the iron tree in the distance. This iron tree was different from other iron trees. Its branches were smooth, its leaves sparse, but its roots were very large. There were many bones around the roots, some human and some animal. In just the few minutes it took to go upstairs, Wan Shong felt that the iron tree had grown a little taller. Shun Longshan leaned over. "What's wrong? Suddenly become diligent?" As he spoke, his breath brushed against Wan Shong's face, indicating how close they were. Wan Shong opened her eyes, reached out to push Shun Longshan's face away from her own, and said, "Don't get so close to me." Shun Longshan grabbed the hand Wan Shong had placed on his face, his eyes filled with laughter. Wan Shong frowned and delivered a sidekick that struck Shun Longshan's waist. He let out a muffled grunt, not dodging or evading, while his other hand grabbed Wan Shong's leg. Wan Shong struggled a few times and realized that Shun Longshan's strength was astonishing. She released the hand supporting her body and swung it back to break free from his confinement. With a flick of her hand, 2 ice pillars appeared, and Wan Shong gripped the ice pillars and thrust them at him. Shun Longshan rolled off the bed and dodged, standing at the edge of the bed. Wan Shong stood at the bedside, exerted force with her hand, and hurled the ice pillar out, which flew straight towards Shun Longshan. Wan Shong usually doesn't like to use her abilities. Firstly, because the abilities rely on mental power for support. Without mental power, the abilities cannot be used, and one can only become a lamb ready for slaughter. Secondly, there are currently no zombies to be found. Without zombies, there are no crystal cores, and without crystal cores, mental power can only be restored through regular training or gradually. Therefore, abilities are generally used in times of crisis. Shun Longshan opened his mouth and spat out a small flame, which was hot enough to directly melt the ice pillar, turning it into water vapor that disappeared. Wan Shong frowned, stopped attacking, and said unhappily, "What exactly do you want to do?" In close combat, Wan Shong couldn't compete with Shun Longshan. After all, he used to be a soldier and had received special training. However, when it came to abilities, their levels were about the same, but his fire happened to counter her ice. Wan Shong sat down. "Just look, don't get so close to me. You're just a young girl. Why do you act so mature? Not cute at all." Wan Shong looked speechless. "What business is it of yours?" Shun Longshan innocently blinked his eyes. "It's nothing, just talking." Wan Shong smiled playfully and said, "Old man, I'm going to sleep now. Please go out." Shun Longshan widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Old man? Where am I old? I'm only 25, in the prime of youth." Wan Shong shrugged. "I'm only 17. You're 8 years older than me. Do you think that's old?" Shun Longshan looked hurt. Wan Shong pointed at the door. "All right, old man, it's time for you to leave." Shun Longshan remained silent, only letting out "Amph," and didn't move, seemingly unwilling to leave. Unable to drive him away, Wan Shong also lost the motivation to say more. Given Shun Longshan's overly intense gaze, Wan Shong had no desire to practice anymore and simply grabbed a quilt and went to sleep. Feeling the bed next to her sink down, She sensed Shen Longshan lying beside her, but she didn't say anything and continued to sleep. With his thick skin, reasoning with him would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Halfway through her sleep, the bed suddenly shook. Wan Shong ignored it. After a while, it moved again, but this time it continued for a long time. Unable to tolerate the swaying, Wan Shong sat up abruptly. "If you move again, I'm kicking you out." Wan Shong also got out of bed and stood by the window, looking out. Their current location was relatively close to the city center, and she could see many people had come out due to the recent earthquake. After going downstairs, Wan Shong glanced back at Shen Longshan, noticing his puzzled expression. The force they felt yesterday had vanished, which made Wan Shong a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Qing Ku and the others, due to their low ability levels, were completely unaware of these changes. Wan Shong had no intention of telling them. It wouldn't change anything whether she did or not. Qing Ku was excitedly talking about the earthquake from last night. Jingjing Jia. She said there was an earthquake last night. How come I didn't feel anything? Shun Jingjing patted her head. You think you know? You slept like a pig. I pushed you a few times, and you didn't even notice. Qing Ku pouted in dissatisfaction. That's not true. Then she turned to Wan Shong. Boss, do you know about this? Wan Shong nodded to indicate that she understood. Qian spoke up from behind. Sister Chong, I'm hungry. Considering the earthquake last night and the mysterious force that had disappeared, Wan Shong felt a bit uneasy. So she set off directly this morning without having breakfast. Adults can endure, but children naturally do not know how to hold back. Wan Shong flipped her hand, and 2 small boxes of bread appeared in her palm. She handed one box to Qi Yun and the other to Liao Haidang, saying, "Have a snack first. We'll eat properly at noon." Liao Haidang smiled and nodded. It was then that Wan Shong noticed 2 small dimples on Liao Haitang's face, which looked very cute. Seeing Wan Shong staring at her, Liao Haitang's ears turned red. Shen Longshan picked up Liao Haidang and said, "Our little Haidang is really cute when she smiles." Wan Shong nodded lightly, and Liao Haitang's face turned even redder. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing exchanged glances, letting out and wow together, with the ending drawn out for a long time. Wan Shong glanced at the 2 of them and asked, "What's wrong?" Qing Yi kept stealing glances at Shen Longshan. They all knew that Wan Shong and Shen Longshan had slept in the same room last night. With an ambiguous tone, she said, "Boss, Longa mentioned our little Haidang." Chun Jingjing beside them waved her hands repeatedly, saying, Forget it. Even lying down gets me shot. I can't handle Longa. Only the boss can manage him. So, doesn't that mean we have a long-term meal ticket? We can have hot meals often." Qing Yi also joined in the daydreaming, saying, "Yeah, look, the boss said about ice-type abilities, freezing the prey and storing it in space, while Longa has fire-type abilities, roasting the prey directly. Just think about the days to come. It really sounds delightful." The 2 of them were lost in their fantasies, showing a longing for the future. Wan Shong stopped. "You guys wait for me in the city center. I'll be there shortly." After saying that, she ran off in another direction, with Shen Longshan following her. Entering the area that both people and animals kept their distance from, Wan Shong slowed down. However, voices could be heard, and the once iron tree location was no longer visible. Such a large tree had suddenly disappeared. Could someone have moved the tree? A man said. Soon, someone denied his opinion. Impossible. This iron tree is the most powerful mutated plant in Shenggong. It shouldn't be man-made. The discussions continued, but they were all just meaningless chatter. Feeling someone approaching from behind, Wan Shong quickly swung her knife backward, but Shen Longshan caught her wrist. "It's me, don't move." His breath brushed against Wan Chong's neck, tickling her. Shen Longshan didn't notice Wan Chong's unusual reaction and leaned forward to look at the opposite side. The voices from earlier had become quieter, and those people had already left. The 2 walked over to where the iron tree used to be. Now, there was a large pit, and the surrounding buildings were seriously damaged. The giant iron tree had vanished without a trace. The iron tree was so large that it couldn't possibly hide anywhere, unless the iron tree had evolved to the point where it could freely change its size. Shen Jingjing, being more observant, approached. "Boss, what's wrong? You just went out for a bit, and you look like this." "The iron tree is gone." She briefly explained the situation. Only then did Chun Jingjing and the others realize that the mutated giant iron tree had disappeared. Chapter 25. Leaving Shenggong. Meanwhile, the man who had been talking around the iron tree was now standing at a high point, shouting through a loudspeaker. "Hello, everyone. I am the administrator of Shengong. You can call me Officer Lee. As you may know, the giant iron tree in Shengong has disappeared." He paused, then continued. "Although we don't know what happened. We can imagine that with the iron tree, the strongest mutated plant in Shengong, gone, something major must be happening. The nearest place to us is a small town, and it seems that going to the small town is the safest option. Of course, you can choose not to leave and stay in Shengong, but the military will no longer provide supplies. We will depart from here in half an hour." After speaking, he ignored the dissenting voices below and went to organize the team, because regardless of whether anyone left with them, they would go. The reason for bringing these defenseless ordinary people was merely a requirement from higher-ups, but they wouldn't be responsible for the safety of these individuals. Those with mutated pets generally wouldn't leave. After all, with their pets to protect them, they wouldn't have to suffer the hardships of sleeping outdoors. However, some people with mutated pets still chose to follow the military. Half an hour later, the military led the way at the front, with others following behind, and those with mutated pets at the back. Wan Shong also led her team at the end of the line. Following the military meant she didn't have to ask for directions or worry about ambushes. Her space had plenty of food, and aside from the fatigue from walking, everything else was much better than others. A middle-aged man walked with a sheepdog, accompanied by a tall young woman who looked more like a couple than father and daughter. If this had been before the apocalypse, a young and beautiful woman like her wouldn't have glanced at such a middle-aged man, but now she obediently followed him, simply because he had a mutated pet, showcasing the status of mutated pets now. The team suddenly came to a stop. They hadn't even walked for an hour, and logically, they shouldn't be stopping for a break. Not far away, the mutated pets were restlessly scratching the ground with their paws, while their owners, confused, were trying to calm them down. Wan Shong had already taken out a knife from her space, vigilantly looking around. Animals have much stronger instincts than humans, and the sudden agitation of these creatures likely indicated that something was approaching. Shen Longchun also drew his military knife, holding it in his hand. "Ah!" Not far away, a woman's brief scream came from ahead, followed by the sight of people in front fleeing in panic. As the crowd dispersed, they saw a woman lying on the ground, her head missing, blood flowing everywhere, staining everyone's eyes red. Woof, woof, woof. The mutated pets, mostly dogs, were barking restlessly. Chin Ku pointed at a sunshade and shouted, "Over there!" A cat was crouching on top of the sunshade, its original color unrecognizable, its fur matted, clearly a stray that hadn't been groomed for a long time. Shen Longchun approached the headless corpse, and the cat immediately stood up alert, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Only then could he see clearly that this cat was over 2 meters long. A once docile kitten before the apocalypse, now unrecognizable as a ferocious beast. Shen Longchun ran over, grabbing the corpse's foot, and the cat moved, leaping down from above. Just like before, opening its mouth as if to bite Shen Longchun's neck. Although its size had increased significantly, its intelligence remained unchanged, relying solely on animal instinct to attack. Wan Chong ran over and slashed at the cat's tail with a knife. Due to the cat's thick fur, the blow didn't cause any substantial damage, as if it had been struck into cotton. The big cat continued to attack Shen Longchun, but Shen Longchun had already grabbed a corpse from the ground during the cat's moment of distraction and hurled it with all his might. The cat chased after the direction the corpse flew, jumped a few times on the house, and disappeared from everyone's sight. It left behind more prey for the sake of a single corpse. Behind them, several mutated pets were continuously barking at another cat. Cats are naturally agile and can jump high, while dogs lag behind in this aspect. At this moment, the cat was lazily lying on a balcony, watching the dogs below with great interest without making a move. Officer Lee ran to the back to inspect the casualties. Clearly, the earlier issues had been resolved by the military. Moreover, with the presence of mutated pets, there were hardly any casualties. Officer Lee glanced at the cat on the balcony and shouted to the people hiding in the corner, "Everyone come out. That cat is domesticated. Get ready. We'll leave soon." Hearing Officer Lee, the people who had been hiding timidly came out. The cat on the balcony had a thick coat and remnants of collar, but now it was too large for any collar to fit. The owners of the mutated pets were continuously calming their pets before continuing to follow the group. The rest of the journey was relatively safe as they slowly left the city. As they exited, this large group of over 10,000 people stepped onto the highway, which was no longer clean and tidy like before. It was full of potholes, and the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, appearing both tranquil and eerie. Qi Shi and Chun Jingjing took turns carrying Qi Yun, while Liao Haidang walked on her own. Wan Shong reached in her backpack, pretending to grab something, but actually used it as a cover to pull out a large bag of bread from her space and shared it with the others. When the others saw the bread in their hands, they showed envious expressions. However, after witnessing their strength when they encountered the cat in the city, no one dared to snatch the food. During the midday break, those with mutated pets took them hunting, while some others ate the dry rations they had brought from home. The military had stopped providing food, and some people who had nothing also went out to look for food, but they didn't dare to venture too far. Only Wan Shong and her group didn't have to go hungry or search for food because of Wan Chong's space. 2 hours later, the group slowly began to move again, stopping only at night. Once they stopped, fires were lit everywhere. Qi Shi, Qing Ku, and Chun Jingjing went to gather some firewood, and Shen Longshen tossed a fireball into the wood, illuminating the surroundings immediately. A little girl timidly approached. "Brother, sisters, can I light the fire? My mom left in a hurry and didn't bring a lighter." Liao Haidang said, "Go ahead, it's fine." Shen Longshen leaned towards Wan Shong. "Come, sleep on my lap. With your small frame, it's cold to sleep on the ground." Wan Shong shot him a glance. "If you're cold and want a hug, go hug Liao Haidang." "No need, boss, we can take care of little Haidang," said Chun Jingjing and Chinka, each hugging Liao Haidang, looking as if they wouldn't allow anyone to take her away. Shen Longshen patted his legs. "Come on, I won't do anything. What are you afraid of? Since you're not tired, you can keep watch first. Then Qi Shi will take over, and I'll go after. Chinka and Chun Jingjing will keep watch tomorrow night." After Wan Shong made the arrangements, she took out a piece of clothing from her backpack, wrapped it around herself, and directly slept on top of the backpack. The others had brought their own clothes and covered themselves with them to sleep. Shen Longshen came over excitedly and whispered, "I didn't bring any clothes. Can you spare me one of yours?" Wan Shong propped herself up. "Do you really think I don't know? Fire-type abilities don't feel cold at all." Shen Longshen had a surprised expression. "How do you know? You're not a fire-type ability user." Wan Shong gave him a glance and said, "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Shen Longshen stroked his chin and asked, "Isn't the ice element also not cold?" Looking at Wan Shong, he then muttered to himself, it shouldn't be cold." Wan Shong was too lazy to waste time with him and threw the bag at him. Shen Longshen rummaged through it and took out the largest women's clothing inside. "It's so small, forget it. I'll make do with it." Wan Shong couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Longshen, who was over 1.8 meters tall, looked quite small in Wan Chong's clothes, which were naturally much too big for him. Upon hearing Wan Shong mock him, Shen Longshen simply took off the clothes and covered his legs with them. Noticing the commotion, Qi Shi was holding Qi Yun and stared intently in that direction. Qi Yun quietly said, "Brother, don't think about it. Sister Chong won tea like you." "I know," Qi Shi replied. He couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. It was true, he wasn't too much of a talker, and Wan Shong was also taciturn. The two of them basically exchanged only a few words a day. And aside from being companions, there seemed to be no other relationship. Shen Longshen was different. Even though he had only met Wan Shong recently and was much older than her, he openly expressed his feelings, unlike Qi Shi, who was afraid of this and that. Thinking about this made him feel a twinge of disappointment. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing were whispering to each other about something, and, as they talked, they would occasionally glance at Wan Shong and Shen Longshen with Aisley smile. The expressions on their faces changed unpredictably, sometimes getting so excited that they were gesticulating wildly. Perhaps it was because Chun Jingjing used to be an internet celebrity. They were both very interested in gossip and had found kindred spirits in this apocalypse. Liao Haidang was lying in between the two, bundled up thickly, and had fallen asleep. Wan Shong lay down again, and, after a short while, even breathing sounds could be heard. Shen Longshen slowly approached Wan Shong, a faint red light emanating from him, radiating warmth. Wan Shong had only slept for a short while when she poked her head out from under her hat. Her face was flushed, and she didn't notice the unusual surroundings. Chapter 26. Giant mosquitoes at night. Shun Longshun nudged Wan Shong. Something is approaching. Wan Shong immediately woke up, the noisy sounds coming from an unknown source. She went around waking up the others who were still asleep. Qian closed her eyes, but after a while, she opened them wide with a pale face. It's mosquitoes, as big as human heads, and there are so many of them, they're coming right now. Wan Chong's expression changed, and she shouted, "Quick, put out the fire." The people who had originally been asleep woke up because of her shout. The previously noisy buzzing sound became clearer, and they could see a large swarm of mosquitoes flying low out of the forest. As Qi Yun had said, each mosquito was as big as a human head. In the blink of an eye, the person at the edge was surrounded by mosquitoes, and in less than a minute, they turned into a dried corpse. While the mosquitoes began looking for their next prey, Shen Longshun raised his hand, and a wall of fire appeared in front of everyone. The mosquitoes that crashed into it were instantly roasted, leaving no remains. Soldiers from the front ran over, holding shields to block the path, and the mosquitoes crashed into the shields, but some still managed to fly in from above. Seeing this situation, Shun Longshun shouted, "The mosquito's eyesight has diminished. Stay quiet and avoid making noise." As he spoke, he also withdrew the firewall and squatted down with Wan Chong and the others. The surroundings fell silent, with only the buzzing of mosquitoes in their ears. The huge mosquitoes flew at low altitudes, with a few hovering above Wan Chong and the others' heads. Qing Ku and Qi Shi tightly covered the mouths of the two children, fearing they would suddenly make a sound. The mosquitoes seemed unwilling to leave, lingering in the area, especially around the places where the fire had not yet been extinguished, continuously circling the flames. Not far away, the soldiers, although fully armed, were still just ordinary people, sweating profusely. They were the ones closest to the mosquitoes, but their status as soldiers did not allow them to retreat. In Guanming, there were no mutated animals or plants, only zombies. Currently, the level of the zombies was very low, posing no threat to level 3 awakened abilities. Outside of Guanming, there were no zombies, only mutated animals and plants. As they walked along the way, seeing these uncontrolled mutated animals evolving rapidly made Wan Chong cautious. In the early stages, zombies were slow to react and lacked intelligence, naturally becoming food for these animals. Zombies with crystal cores could speed up their evolution after consuming food. But these animals did not understand the complexities of thought, leading them to believe that simply eating humans would allow them to evolve. Once the zombies had eaten enough, they naturally began to consume humans, and those without awakened abilities were much easier targets. Guanming was the place where abilities awakened fastest. By the time Wan Chong left, many people had already awakened their abilities, while the situation in Shingon was far behind that of Guanming. Those who had awakened abilities were few and far between. Moreover, those with abilities received unprecedented treatment. They only needed to carry out tasks and would never worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. One woman seemed to have her legs go numb and moved slightly, immediately drawing the mosquito's attention. She screamed in terror, hoping someone would come to save her. But this action only attracted more mosquitoes. Before long, the woman became a dried corpse. Animals have very sensitive senses. Even a small movement now could attract swarms of mosquitoes to drain your blood. Those who owned mutated pets undoubtedly became the luckiest. As the weather turned cold, they could directly snuggle up against their pets to sleep, using their size and fur for warmth. Now, they could lie quietly in their pet's embrace. It was unclear who it was that curled up their mutated pet while crawling into its belly for protection, using its long and thick fur to shield themselves. Although the mutated pet occasionally made sounds, the mosquitoes did not attack them at all. For such tough, thick-skinned, long-haired animals with aggressive traits, the mosquitoes clearly did not want to suck their blood. After circling around the mutated pets a few times, they moved on to other places. Wan Chong pointed a finger at the gun at Shun Longshun's waist, then pointed at herself, and finally pointed at the fire. She could only hope that Shun Longshun understood her meaning. Shun Longshun blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood. Wan Chong was not at ease and made faces at Shun Longshun. "Is your shooting accurate?" Shun Longshun smiled, his lips curling up, looking at Wan Chong with amusement. Wan Shong made another expression at Shen Longshan in annoyance, worried that he might not understand. What if she got beaten up by a swarm of mosquitoes later? Wan Shong slightly opened her mouth and counted with her lips. 3, 2, 1. Shen Longshan suddenly rushed out, and the mosquitoes immediately flew towards him. He activated his abilities, his whole body glowing red, and as the mosquitoes approached, they were burned to ashes. Wan Shong also moved, running towards the burning campfire, while Shen Longshan rushed to the soldier's side. In the soldier's astonished gaze, he pulled the man's gun, rolled on the ground, and reached a relatively open area. The fire on his body was still burning. Although it looked small, the temperature was very high. His hands were not idle either, continuously shooting in Wan Chong's direction. At first, Wan Shong used her abilities to freeze the mosquito's wings, letting it struggle on the ground. Now, with Shen Longshan's cover, she ran directly towards the campfire. Shen Longshan counted the shots he fired while shouting to others, "Throw me the guns." Most of the mosquitoes were attracted by the commotion on Shen Longshan's side. He looked not only like a glowing sun, but the gun in his hand also made a loud noise. The mosquitoes were basically swarming around him, and a sharp-eyed soldier by the roadside quickly pulled out a gun and threw it to Shen Longshan. He caught the gun with one hand while tossing aside the one that had run out of bullets, and the soldier who received the gun quickly loaded it with bullets, preparing to throw it back to Shen Longshan later. Shen Longshan's marksmanship was very accurate, with each bullet hitting the mosquitoes close to Wan Shong. At this moment, his face was unusually serious. It was nighttime, and he relied solely on the firelight on his body to determine Wan Shong's position, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake. Wan Shong trusted him and entrusted her life to him, making him even more serious than usual. At this moment, Wan Shong had already run to a campfire, raised her hand, and the fire was immediately extinguished, leaving a thin layer of ice on the remnants of the fire. Not daring to delay, she quickly ran to the next campfire and extinguished it one by one, just like the previous one. After extinguishing the last campfire, the surroundings, except for Shen Longshan, were completely plunged into darkness. Wan Shong crouched on the ground, activating her abilities, causing the temperature around her to drop sharply. Mosquitoes that approach her all took a detour. The temperature was so low that the mosquitoes went into hibernation, and none came near her. Seeing that Wan Shong was safe, Shen Longshan also retracted his abilities and lay flat on the ground. After the mosquitoes circled a few times, they slowly moved away. Once the buzzing of the mosquitoes faded into the distance and became inaudible, they heard Officer Lee in front of them shouting through a loudspeaker. Everyone continued to rest. We will set off tomorrow morning. Having learned from the lesson with the mosquitoes, no one dared to light a fire. They all huddled together for warmth. Shen Longshan returned the gun to the soldier, but before leaving, generously praised him. Your shooting skills are really accurate. Indeed, the power of love is greater. Shen Longshan did not refute this, only smiled. In their eyes, Shen Longshan dared to take risks because he was protecting Wan Shong. Although they seemed to have a significant height difference, in this apocalypse, age differences were not a problem as long as one had strength. After the earlier lesson, no one dared to light a fire. The visibility around them was very low. Shen Longshan sat next to Wan Shong and whispered, "Come closer, it's warmer." Wan Shong didn't resist. After all, it was just sitting a bit closer, nothing too serious. She had been paying attention to the situation between the two and felt something strange in his heart when he saw how well they cooperated. However, he didn't say much, as he was just an ordinary person without awakened abilities. Besides being a bit younger than Shen Longshan, how could he compare to Shen Longshan in any other way? Seeing that Wan Shong hadn't fallen asleep for a long time, Shen Longshan asked in a low voice, "You just trusted me like that? Aren't you afraid I might mess up?" Wan Shong tugged at her lips. "Even if you miss, I won't die at the hands of a mosquito. However, as a member of a special forces team, your marksmanship is so poor that I have to question your abilities." Shen Longshan revealed a faint smile. "Did I disappoint you?" "Not really." After the mosquito attack, no one felt like sleeping, and since they couldn't light a fire and it was cold, they gathered in small groups to chat. After dawn, the team continued to move forward slowly. At noon, they stopped to rest for 2 hours. Shen Longshan watched a middle-aged man riding a sheepdog. "Let's follow him." The sheepdog's sense of smell made finding food easier. And with Chinka around, the group wouldn't lose track of him. By the time they arrived, the sheepdog had already killed a large animal that was unrecognizable, which seemed to have been a herbivore. Shen Longchun approached with a military knife, ready to cut a piece of meat. But the middle-aged man blocked him. "This is food caught by my pet. You want to take advantage of us?" Shen Longchun smiled. "I guess so." As she spoke, the temperature around her suddenly rose, and the sheepdog, which had been tearing at the dead animal, took a few steps back. Seeing that they were numerous and recalling their strength during last night's fight with the mosquito, the middle-aged man could only snort coldly and walk away. However, this time Shen Longchun's flames were much smaller, appearing somewhat beyond her control. After roasting the meat, Shen Longchun wiped the sweat from her forehead, divided the meat, and distributed it to everyone. Wan Shong said while eating, "Let's just eat bread for a few days. This is too exhausting." Shen Longchun smiled and leaned over. "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Wan Shong shot him a glance. "Old man, stay away from me." Shen Longchun acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to sit beside Wan Shong. She saw their interaction and lost her appetite, eating only a little before stopping. Under the pressure of several people eating relentlessly, a large piece of meat was completely finished with not a single bite wasted. Everyone looked at Wan Shong, waiting for her to make a decision. "Lead the way." Wan Shong said 2 words and walked ahead. Chapter 27. Fish mutation. This so-called Officer Li wanted to meet them, and it was nothing more than about last night's incident. Officer Li led the team to the front and saw Wan Shong and her group, slowing down to walk alongside Chen Jingjing. "I've heard about last night's incident. Thank you all for your help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to handle it," Officer Li said. Wan Shong gave Chen Jingjing a glance, signaling her to speak. As a member of the Special Forces, Shen Longchun found it difficult to speak up. Qin Ku, and Wan Chong were all minors, and the other 2 were just kids. Chen Jingjing, being a former internet celebrity, was the most suitable person in the team to handle such situations. Officer Li laughed a couple of times and asked, "How should I address you?" Chen Jingjing. "Miss Chen, indeed talented and beautiful, leading a team with exceptional strength. And you look stunning as well, with excellent temperament." After a couple of awkward laughs, she responded, "Officer Li, you're too polite." However, Officer Li specifically called us over. "Surely it's not just to praise us? Young people are indeed straightforward. To be honest, I feel that people with your talents should not be buried in the crowd. If possible, I would like to invite you to join the army." Chen Jingjing smiled politely. "Officer Li overestimates us. We're just refugees, seeking safety in the next small town and looking for a safe place to live. I heard you have awakened abilities? Fire and ice." Chen Jingjing nodded affirmatively, and Officer Li lowered his voice again. "As far as I know, ice abilities are currently the rarest, and you're the only one in your team." Officer Li was trying to get information from them, and Chen Jingjing nodded. "Indeed, if it weren't for this, how could I protect the people in the team?" Not knowing Officer Li's true intentions, Chen Jingjing was aware, without Wan Chong reminding her, that she could not expose Wan Chong. Last night, the mutated mosquitoes were dealt with by a man and a woman, and Shen Longchun's commotion drew all the attention, so no one noticed who the ice ability woman was. Saying it was Qin Ku was clearly irrational, so she naturally claimed it was herself. After all, she had awakened her abilities and had energy fluctuations, so others wouldn't doubt her. Officer Li smiled knowingly. That's true, being able to safely travel from Guanming to Shungang with 2 kids. How could an ordinary person accomplish that? Since that's the case, I won't force you, but I still hope Miss Chun can consider it. Saying this, he took out a small bag of white substance from his pocket. "I believe you all have enough to eat, but a little salt on the meat will make it taste better. Consider this a token of gratitude for helping out last night." Chen Jingjing was not polite. "Then I won't be polite either. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Qin Ku's eyes lit up at the sight of the salt, and Wan Chong swiftly stored the salt in her space. "Let's wait until Shen Longchun's abilities recover before eating it. Until then, let's just enjoy some bread." Chen Jingjing and Qin Ku turned their sparkling eyes towards Shen Longchun, who could no longer endure their gaze, and waved his hand, saying, all right. I'll hurry up with my training and try to let you enjoy a hearty meal soon." Wan Chong smiled. "So your superpower is for cooking, old man?" Shen Longchun leaned closer, bending down to look at Wan Chong. "What? Aren't you happy to have such a great mobile kitchen like me? Wan Chong's originally smiling face turned a bit cold due to Shun Longchen's closeness. Get away. No, Shun Longchen was also a rogue, with a level of thick-skinnedness that no one could match. Wan Chong sometimes couldn't help but doubt whether Shun Longchen was really a member of the Special Forces or if he was just fooling her. In her impression, soldiers should have dark skin, speak clearly, and be serious. However, he was always smiling and joking, showing none of the qualities a soldier should have. The others in front were chatting and laughing, but they had been ignoring the Qi siblings, Qi Shi and Qi Yun. Shun Jingjing slowed her pace and walked alongside Qi Shi, saying, Xiao Yun, it won't be long before we can eat meat, and there will be seasonings too. Do you want to eat? Qi Yun replied in a childish voice, Sister Jingjing, I'm not as greedy as you and Sister Qing. Shun Jingjing, feeling disappointed, said, Why are you all like this? Xiao Haitang is the same. You two little kids are so mature. That night, they still rested in place. Because they were in the wild and had experienced mutated mosquitoes, no one dared to light a fire. Some people were shivering from the cold, and during these few days, in a group of over 10,000 people, many had fallen. Some died from surprise attacks by mutated animals, some from the cold of the night, and others were starved to death. The next day, when the group passed a bridge, Officer Li compassionately stopped and said they would rest for an hour. Below the bridge was a river, and after walking on the highway for more than half a month without a bath, they were all covered in sweat. Some people rushed into the river to bathe, and for these displaced individuals, being able to wash comfortably was simply a luxury. No one cared about the differences between men and women. Wan Chong found a relatively secluded spot, slapped the water surface, and with a flick of her hand, immediately froze the splashed water into a wall of ice. Shun Longchan walked over while taking off his clothes. You all can wash comfortably. We'll keep watch over here. With Shun Longchan saying this, they also stopped being pretentious and began to undress. Liao Haitang walked towards Shun Longchen and Chun Jingjing teased, Little Haitang, are you shy? The water was not deep, only reaching their waists. Wan Chong squatted down, washed a bit, and then started to soak. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing were shivering from the cold because there was a block of ice standing in the middle, making the water here much colder than elsewhere. Chun Jingjing was trembling. It's so cold. Although Qing Ku was also cold, she retorted to Chun Jingjing, Sister Jingjing, if it's cold, why don't you go out and wash with them? Forget it, a little cold is fine. Qing Ku leaned towards Wan Chong with a sly smile on her face. Rubbing her hands together, Boss, let me scrub your back. Wan Chong took a step back, indifferent. No need. Chun Jingjing turned around and shouted from the other side. Xiao Qing, come give me a rub. Chun Jingjing's skin was well maintained, her fair back half submerged in the water. The rippling waves reflecting on her back, adding a sense of haziness. Wan Chong looked a bit dazed, her hand unconsciously touching the lower back, where there was a deep scar that had already healed. Shun Longchen quietly asked beside her, Do you feel anything? Qi Yun, hearing the commotion, closed her eyes and fell into deep thought. After a while, she opened her eyes and shouted, A big fish is coming. Wan Chong's expression changed as she picked up Qi Yun and ran towards the shore. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing also followed suit. On the other side, Shun Longchen and Qi Shi ran up as well. Shun Longchen shouted to the people still in the river, There's something in the river. With this exclamation, everyone rushed towards the shore one after another, not stopping to consider whether the news was true. In this era where a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives, everyone was focused on how to escape. Wan Chong took a glance and turned to leave. Life is the cheapest thing nowadays. No one would kindly wallow in sorrow. They all left the riverbank in small groups. Qi Yun's complexion was poor. Wan Chong took out the medicine she needed from her space and handed it to Qi Shi. The medicine I collected before shouldn't be expired. Let Qi Yun use it for now. Qi Shi nodded gratefully, preparing to make do with mineral water to give Qi Yun her medication. Shun Longchan snatched the mineral water Qi she was handing to Qi Yun and said teasingly, With me as your portable heater, you still don't know how to use it? Using cold water won't be good for the medicine, you know? Taking advantage of the conversation, the mineral water began to steam and the originally cold water turned warm. Qi Shi's expression was strange. After awkwardly thanking him, she handed the medicine to Qi Yun. After watching Qi Yun take the medicine, she took out clothes for Qi Yun to wear. Although she was young, she was very good at taking care of others. After taking the medicine, Qian looked much better. While crossing the bridge, many people looked down, fearing that a mutated giant fish would suddenly jump out and swallow them whole. In the evening, Chun Jingjing lay on Qin Ke's lap, her face flushed and her brows tightly knitted. Qin Ke finally noticed Chun Jingjing's abnormality and shouted, "Boss, boss! Sister Jingjing's head is so hot." Wan Shong saw this and hurried over to check. Chun Jingjing's face was flushed, showing some symptoms of fever. And Qi Shi and Shun Longchen also gathered around. Wan Shong placed her hand on Chun Jingjing's forehead, and a white light suddenly appeared in her palm. In less than a minute, the white light disappeared, and Chun Jingjing returned to normal. Qin Ke touched her and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, it's not hot anymore. Boss, have you awakened your healing abilities?" Looking around to see that no one was paying attention to this side, she said to Shun Longchen, "If you dare to say anything more about tonight, I guarantee I'll kill you myself." Shun Longchen looked at Wan Shong with a teasing expression. "What? Do you think I'm someone who can't tell the difference between light and heavy matters?" Wan Shong said nothing and looked at Liao Haidang and Qian again. Chun Jingjing was an awakened ability user. She had caught a cold after coming into contact with cold water today, and Wan Shong was worried about these two kids. However, to her surprise, the two kids were fine and sleeping soundly. After checking on the two kids, Wan Shong finally went to bed. The next day, some of those with weaker bodies, similar to Chun Jingjing, had developed fevers and were experiencing vomiting and diarrhea, looking quite serious. However, Wan Shong did not go to help, as revealing her healing ability would only put herself in greater danger. Chapter 28. Sudden fog. Shun Longchen leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Now that the fish have mutated, does that mean we can go ashore in the future?" Wan Shong didn't speak, but was thinking about what he said. If fish became stronger, they should be able to break free from the constraints of water and mutate to develop limbs to come ashore. Shun Longchen then muttered to himself, "It's fine to come ashore. My fire ability doesn't work well in water. Once on land, I can cook fish for you." Shun Longchen smiled and said, "Do you also think I'm not suited to be a soldier? Not suited for the special forces?" As he said this, he self-deprecatingly added, "My father thought the same. He insisted I stay by his side, but I refused. I wanted to join the special forces to prove to him that I could be strong too." Wan Shong had originally said this casually, but she didn't expect him to suddenly become self-deprecating. Confused, she asked, "What does your mother think?" "My mother passed away a long time ago." Shun Longchen's tone was a bit sad, his head lowered as he looked at Wan Shong, his eyes revealing something she couldn't understand. Wan Shong awkwardly comforted him. "Everything will be okay." Shun Longchen turned his head to the other side and asked, "What about your family?" Wan Shong pressed her lips together, not wanting to mention those matters, and simply closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. During the long night that followed, only the occasional breeze brought a bit of chill. Nothing else was felt. As they approached the small town, Officer Lee shouted ahead with a megaphone, "We're very close to the small town. Everyone must not give up. Keep it up." Qin Ke heard Officer Lee's voice and pouted in dissatisfaction. "My ears are getting callous from hearing this every day." Chun Jingjing laughed and gave Qin Ke a light tap on the head. "If he doesn't say that, how will the others be able to keep going? We one T starve or freeze, but others might not be so lucky." It was indeed like that. Sometimes people just need a bit of faith otherwise. How could they survive extreme conditions? If one truly sought death, it would be difficult for anyone to save them. However, around noon, a thick fog rolled in, and aside from a little white light filtering through, visibility around them was very low. The people in front stopped, although they couldn't hear Officer Lee's voice. It was likely they were waiting for the fog to pass before setting off again. The mutated pets behind them began to dig restlessly, and Ruan Chong reminded, "Be careful." Qian wanted to use her precognition, but Ruan Chong grabbed her hand to stop her. "Ah!" A painful groan came from a front. Wan Chong took a step back. "Come closer to me." Once everyone gathered around, Wan Chong took a bottle of mineral water, splashed it into the air, and with a wave of her hand, the water solidified in front of them, forming an ice wall that enclosed them. Thud! Something unknown struck the ice wall. Qingwei trembled and said, It's a red thing." Thud! Another sound followed. Outside, the terrified screams of people continued endlessly, while Wan Shong was sweating coldly. A thick fog had risen, and visibility was very low, but the creatures attacking them outside clearly weren't affected by the fog. Thud, thud, thud. The attacks grew more frequent, as if many had gathered here. With a crash, the ice wall shattered, and the group finally saw their surroundings. A swarm of toads had gathered around them, each as tall as a thigh, their warts moving with their breaths, which was quite disgusting. At this moment, these toads were staring at them, and suddenly a red tongue shot out, sticking to Liao Haitang. However, apart from the toad's saliva, there was no blood from the knife, and Wan Shong had already exerted all her strength. This showed how thick the toad's skin was. Seeing that there was no breakthrough point here, the toad jumped to another place. Shun Longchen frowned. These toads had developed intelligence. They knew to run when they couldn't win, and to attack the weak instead of relying solely on animal instincts to confront head-on. The toads were still not very big, and having consumed half of a person was their limit, after which they hopped away. Meanwhile, the toads on Wan Chong's side were also repelled by her. The fog had not yet dissipated, and it was eerily quiet all around. No one knew when the fog would clear, nor what might emerge from within it. Liao Haidang had just narrowly escaped being eaten, and now her face was pale, while Qing Wei held her tightly, constantly comforting her. Wan Chong frowned. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Don't wander around to avoid getting separated. I'll go with you. What if you encounter any danger? Shun Longchen said. No need. If both of us go, what will happen to them? As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Chong's figure was completely obscured by the fog. Chen Jingjing's current gold abilities can only barely protect herself, and Qing cook and run with Liao Haitang, but they can easily get separated. Wan Chong walked forward quietly. The ground was covered in blood, and there were some half-eaten corpses, but no mutated animals could be seen anymore. There were also some people whose lower bodies were missing, still not fully dead, lying on the ground and letting out painful groans. The further she walked, the clearer the gunfire became. Wan Chong frowned. They were only a few kilometers apart, and with such frequent gunfire, it was impossible for them not to hear it from behind. Yet just now, when they were shooting at the toad, there wasn't a single sound of gunfire. This thick fog was very strange. Taking another careful step forward, Officer Li's voice came through the megaphone. Everyone, don't panic. We must hold our ground. Wan Chong frowned and looked around. At that moment, those people were all crouched in the corners, terrified and holding their heads, trying to minimize their presence. No one noticed this anomaly. Wan Chong took another step forward, and Officer Li's voice came again. Over there, hurry up and bring the bullets over. However, this time the voice was much hoarser than before, clearly indicating that Officer Li had been shouting for a long time. Wan Chong took another step back, and the only sound left was the gunfire. The gunfire was loud. So Wan Chong was the first to hear it when she arrived here. Now, the position she was standing in was the dividing point. If she moved past it, she would be able to hear Officer Li's voice through the loudspeaker. A little further, she should be able to hear ordinary conversations. Thinking of this, Wan Chong touched her chin, raised her hand, and solidified the mist around her, causing the surrounding mist to dissipate significantly. Wan Chong began to solidify and isolate the fog above the barrier point on a large scale using this method, and then the fog in front and behind dispersed. Now, from Wan Chong's position, she could see the fog in front and behind, while the fog that was originally in the middle had completely cleared. This further confirmed her belief that as long as the fog above the barrier point was dispelled, the entire fog could disappear. Walking forward, Wan Chong listened carefully, and sure enough, after about 10 minutes, she heard Officer Li's voice through the loudspeaker along with the voices of others speaking. Stepping back, only the sound of gunfire and Officer Li's voice remained. Raising her hand, she used the same method to disperse the fog. After the fog cleared, the mutated animals that were attacking them also vanished. The sounds of the attacks diminished, and Officer Li approached, looking around. If I remember correctly, you are part of Miss Chen's team? Gradually finding the separation points, she continued to disperse the thick fog bit by bit. When the thick fog completely disappeared, revealing the original scene, Officer Li sighed from behind. Indeed, Miss Chen's team is full of talented individuals. Heroes emerge from youth. Little sister, Could you please convey to Miss Chan that if she wishes to bring her team to join the military district, we will always welcome them. After a pause, he added, of course, we won't ask you to serve the military district for free. We will treat you with the highest benefits. Saying this, he took out a packet of chili powder from his pocket and handed it to Wan Shong. This is the reward for your help this time. I will take my leave now. Wan Shong nodded, glanced at the chili powder in her palm, and tossed it into the space. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Officer Lee's action was nothing more than wanting them to taste the sweet reward first, and then lure them into joining the military district. Returning to her previous position, the thick fog had completely dissipated, and the surroundings were now strikingly clear. Blood was everywhere, and severed limbs were scattered around. Only now did everyone catch the smell of blood. The fog earlier had dulled not only their vision and hearing, but also their sense of smell. Chun Jingjing asked in confusion, "The fog is gone? Boss, how did you do it?" Wan Chong waved her hand in the air a few times and said, "Got it?" Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku were confused and replied in unison, "We don't understand." Wan Chong smiled and said, "So, I'm too lazy to explain. Anyway, with your gossiping minds, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." The two of them pouted in discontent, and Wan Chong raised an eyebrow. "Just now, Officer Lee gave me a packet of chili powder. Once we get to the small town, let's roast the pigeons we've caught before and treat you both well." "Yay!" The two immediately brightened up, no longer curious about how the fog disappeared. They were solely focused on going to the small town to eat the delicious roasted pigeons. Chapter 29. Luo Isu Ji. In the short span of 2 months on this journey, the number of people dwindled every day. By the time they reached the small town, it had already been 2 months. Wan Chong and her group left the team, preparing to go to the supermarket to find some seasonings and then roast some pigeons. The city was very quiet, with no visible zombies and no mutated plants or animals from Moriaka. The group stood at the entrance of the mall, ready to go in. "Are you going in?" a child's voice asked. A large cat, quite big in size, approached, and surprisingly, the group didn't notice it. This was the largest animal they had seen on their journey. The child's voice came again. "What are you looking for? Food? Clothes?" A small boy, around 8 years old and shorter than Chi Yun, was sitting on the cat's back. The child was frowning at them. Chun Jingjing joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute kid, and what a cute cat." The child squinted his eyes and uttered 2 words, "Gold type." Chun Jingjing still had a smile on her face, but as the child spoke, her smile had already frozen. Suddenly, the child laughed, catching everyone off guard, and said, "Your lineup is really impressive. So many ability users." At that moment, Shun Longshun had already made his move, shooting 2 fireballs at the large cat. If the cat was hit, it would definitely be left with no fur. The large cat leaped upward, easily dodging the fireballs. The child pouted. "So weak, is that all you've got? I'm so disappointed. I thought such a powerful team had arrived with so many ability users." Wan Chong stopped Shun Longshun and coldly questioned, "What do you want to do?" Qing Ku snorted coldly, "Little brat, is this how you ask for help?" Luo Iji looked at Qing Ku and said coldly, "Little brat, my IQ surpasses all of yours combined. Besides, isn't it foolish to keep a child with no abilities around?" Liao Haitong's face turned red from Luo Iji's words, but he didn't retort. He felt that he indeed had no capabilities. Luo Iji continued, "If you help me, I can offer you rewards, whether it's food or clothing. I have plenty. In this small town, I've basically taken away all the useful things." Qing Ku shrugged. "No need. We have our own. Boss, let's roast it now." Wan Chong waved her hand, and a frozen pigeon appeared on the ground. Then she took out salt and chili powder. Luo Isu squinted at Wan Chong, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. "Space element? How could there be someone with space abilities?" "Hey, woman, where did your space come from?" Wan Chong glanced at him and said, "First, I don't call myself a woman. Second, the spatial ability is awakened by oneself, and besides, I'm not the only one who can awaken it." Luo Yasuzi smiled slightly. "Interesting. As far as I know, you're the only person with spatial abilities. This small city has a great geographical location and can intercept the messages that Wan Shong sends out to various places across the country." Wan Shong no longer paid attention to him, and Luo Yasuzi wasn't in a hurry either. She let the big cat lie on the ground, just watching them roast the pigeon. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing had already set up the pigeon, and Shun Longshun didn't waste any time. clasping his hands together to create two clusters of fire, starting to roast the pigeon. Halfway through, Wan Shong added a layer of salt, and only when it was almost done did she sprinkle on the chili powder. Shen Longchun looked at Luo Yasuzi and teased, "Kid, what are you watching for? We won't give you any." The big cat stood up, and Luo Yasuzi pouted, "With just this little bit of material, how good can it be? I don't care for it. If you don't need my help, then I'm leaving." Qing Ku shouted indignantly from below, "Come down. Give us back the roasted pigeon." Chun Jingjing also shouted, "Aren't you the one who said you didn't care? Why are you trying to steal it then?" Luo Yasuzi patted the cat's head. "Nian Nian is so good. I said I don't care, so I don't care, okay? You guys are really stupid. I've said it before, all of you combined aren't as smart as I am." Wan Chong was ready to go for it, giving Shen Longchen a glance. And Shen Longchen nodded slightly. Wan Chong retorted, "What special ability? There's no fluctuation of special abilities at all. Although we have little information, we can still judge whether you have special abilities." Luo Yasuzi stroked his chin and smirked. "The fluctuation of special abilities? Is that what you're talking about?" Before he finished speaking, Wan Chong felt a powerful fluctuation of special abilities come and then disappear. Luo Yasuzi continued, "The fluctuation of special abilities can be hidden. Do you want me to teach you how? How about this? Let's make another deal. You help me with something, and I'll teach you how to hide the fluctuations of special abilities. What do you think?" It did sound tempting. If they could hide the fluctuations of their special abilities, then they wouldn't have to expose them in the future. However, Wan Chong didn't agree immediately and cautiously asked, "What do you want us to help you with?" Luo Yasuzi made a gesture in the air with his small hand. "It's very simple. Help me get something from a large company." Shen Longchen asked, "You have special abilities and a big cat. Why don't you go get it yourself?" "Because it's guarded by mutated animals. It's very dangerous. I can't get alone. After all, I'm currently in a child's body," Luo Yasuzi said matter-of-factly. Because it's very high," Liao Haidang exclaimed in fear, her small face pale. Wan Chong looked at Luo Yisu with narrowed eyes and said, "Put him down." Luo Yisu remained unhurried as he looked towards Qi Shi and said, "Oh? The little girl with foresight, what's wrong? Do you want to foresee my matters?" Qi Yun's face turned pale under his gaze, fearing that Nian Nian would suddenly rush down and take her away. Qi Shi stood in front of Qi Yun, and Luo Yisu continued, "No need to foresee. You won't be able to foresee anything about me." Wan Chong looked at Qi Yun and noticed Qi Yun nodding at her. It was only now that she realized how dangerous the 8-year-old Luo Yasuzi was. Qi Yun could foresee her rebirth, but now she couldn't predict him. And Luo Yasuzi's behavior was not what one would expect from an 8-year-old child. Although he looked like an 8-year-old, his way of speaking was mature, and his mind worked quickly. He was also very observant, often seeing through things before others had even acted. With the large cat Nian Yin protecting him, which could hide its ability fluctuations and sense others' abilities, everything indicated his level of danger. Luo Yasuzi rode Nian Yin backward and said, "Don't you have someone with a speed ability? Let her come with me. Or are you just going to abandon this child?" They indeed couldn't leave anyone behind. Even if Liao Haidang was currently just a hindrance, since Wan Chong had taken him in, she would naturally protect him with all her might. Qingkao nodded and chased after them. Perhaps because of Liao Haidang, Qingkao was afraid of falling behind, so she kept accelerating, unexpectedly triggering her potential and running at an unprecedented speed. Nian Nian, under Luo Yasuzi, stopped in front of a villa, which was unlike other villas, being twice their size. Back beside Wan Chong, she was panting heavily. Chun Jingjing handed her a bottle of water, saying, "Take a break before we continue." After taking a sip of water and feeling her sore throat ease a bit, Qingkao waved, signaling everyone to follow her. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Luo Yasuzi's residence. The door was open, and Wan Chong walked in first. At that moment, Luo Yasuzi was sitting on the second-floor balcony, eating something, while Liao Haidang stood anxiously beside him. Seeing Wan Chong and the others arrive, his eyes lit up. Luo Yasuzi said in a childish voice, "The speed is okay. Level 2 wind ability, not bad, not bad." Wan Chong frowned and walked over. Luo Yasuzi pointed to the kitchen. "Who will cook for me? I am hungry." The kitchen was well stocked with ingredients, and the water was clean. I had purified it, so it could be consumed directly. Originally, they had planned to take Liao Haitang away, but now there was ready hot food available, so they naturally agreed to stay and eat. Wan Shong raised an eyebrow. Wow. No way. Everyone else can go except you. You're from the space department, and although I don't know how big your space is right now, it will definitely empty my kitchen. Luo Yasuzi said confidently. Wan Shong really didn't know what to do, and Chun Jingjing stepped in to mediate. Forget it, boss, I'll go instead, and Xiaoqin can help. The two went into the kitchen to prepare. Shen Longchen looked around. Where's your family? You're so mischievous. Can't even be controlled by your family? Luo Yiji looked at Shen Longchen with an idiotic expression. Do I need family? They would just be a burden to me. Since the villa was established, it's all been me. Shen Longchen stroked his chin and cheerfully concluded. No wonder you're so short. It must be because no one takes care of you, lacking love. And malnourished, right? Luo Yiji retorted. Mind your own business. A group of people sat silently on the sofa waiting for Chun Jingjing and Xingqi to finish cooking. Until evening, the two finally came out of the kitchen, carrying exquisite plates filled with tempting dishes. They were arranged on a long Western dining table, and Luo Yiji was the first to sit down. Chapter 30. Temporary stay. Luo Yiji bit his chopsticks and looked at the others. You all eat together. Wan Shong and her group naturally did not hold back, sitting down to eat directly. The table was filled with food, and 2 pots of rice were completely cleaned out, with not a single bit wasted. After the meal, Luo Yiji rubbed his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Qing Ke held out the dessert and asked, Who wants some dessert? It's made by Sister Jingjing, and it's really delicious. Luo Yiji raised his hand. Give me a portion. Liao Haidang and Qi Yun each held a serving, and besides the children, only Chun Jingjing and Qing Ke were eating. The others found it too sweet. Qing Ke looked at the big villa, eating dessert, his eyes filled with unabashed envy. You live here all by yourself? Luo Yiji nodded. Am I Nian Yin? What about your parents? They died a long time ago. Everyone was at a loss for words. When others talked about their parents, they showed different expressions. But Luo Yiji spoke as if it were about someone unrelated to him, showing extreme indifference. Qing Ke disapprovingly scolded. How can you be so cold-blooded, kid? Luo Yiji looked at Qing Ke and smiled. But the smile did not reach his eyes. If someone with your IQ lived in my family, you probably would have died even earlier. Qing Ke couldn't help but shiver, and Wan Shong finally asked, What do you want? The generator from that company. Although I have my own modified generator, it doesn't reach the power output I want. Wan Shong asked again, What mutated animals are inside? How far is it from here? It's only a 20-minute ride with Nian Yin. When are we going? I need to prepare for a week. That long? Luo Yisuji's small face was serious. Otherwise, are we going to die together inside? Also, that girl who has precognition, don't try anymore. You can't foresee anything about me. Qi Yin was startled by Luo Yisuji's words and hid behind Qi Shi. Luo Yisuji pointed to the upstairs. Don't come up to disturb me on the 3rd floor, except to deliver food. I need to formulate a meticulous plan. There's food on the 1st floor and rooms to sleep on the 2nd floor. Everything is complete. Feel free to use it. Shen Longchen muttered. Buying so much cat food. Aren't you afraid it will expire? Do you think I would do something without confidence? After saying this, Luo Yisuzi went upstairs. Everyone was thinking about what he said. Buying so much cat food was clearly planned. So could this be interpreted as he already knew the apocalypse would come and had prepared in advance? If so, was he also a reborn person like Wan Shong? An 8-year-old reborn boy with extraordinary intelligence, strong logical thinking, and expertise in various fields would indeed be terrifying. There were too many unknowns, and Wan Shong felt a headache from thinking about it, so she decided not to think anymore. Luo Yisuji's villa was truly extraordinary in size. The basement was the same as above, and the lighting was bright, showing no signs of the usual darkness of a basement. The villa was not built to normal dimensions, but was remodeled according to Luo Yisuji's needs. Above the huge swimming pool, there was a rain shelter, and at that moment, Nian Yin was lying inside, sleeping soundly. Every room on the 1st floor had different items, including clothes, medicine, and food. Everything was well stocked. Each room on the 2nd floor had a different decoration style, and the furniture was of the highest quality. Moreover, the villa's location was excellent. The balcony offered a far view, and there were several potted plants on the balcony. Both the first and second floors had air conditioning, and it was the kind of standing air conditioner that could cool the entire floor. However, according to Luo Isuji, it could be used before the apocalypse. But now it couldn't. Relying on the generator he modified could barely support the electricity for the whole villa. In the evening, Wan Shong made a cup of coffee and went to the third floor. She had explored the villa over the past couple of days, and now she was curious about what the third floor looked like. The third floor had no room partitions. It was transformed into a large laboratory, and the experimental supplies were all customized to sizes he could use, with the height of the tables also tailored to his stature. Luo Isuji's small figure was darting around inside. Wan Shong walked over, her tone cold, still not resting this late. Be careful you want to grow tall in the future. Luo Isuji was shorter than his peers. It was unclear if it was due to genetics or his excessive mental effort. He didn't mind continuously writing and drawing on a blueprint, only saying, "I can grow very tall. You don't need to worry about that." Wan Shong looked at the drawings he had made and found herself completely clueless. How do you understand these things? I was born knowing. Wan Shong pouted and thought to herself, born knowing? Who would believe that? If you don't want to say it, then just don't. Wan Shong asked again, so you're a person who has been reborn? Luo Iju then put down the pen in her hand, raised her head to look at Wan Shong. Not entirely. It seems that you are the one who has been reborn, right? Wan Shong did not hide it and nodded slightly. However, Luo Yi's expression was one of disdain. Rebirth, or whatever, it's only useful for the first month. Now it's the same as everyone else. Wan Shong thought carefully and felt that it was indeed the case. For example, her ice ability, which she hadn't heard of before, and with animals starting to mutate, humans were becoming increasingly insignificant. By the way, she still didn't know what his ability was. Wan Shong was curious about this, and also about how he hid his powers. Since he didn't want to say, no one could know. Wan Shong shrugged and said, okay, then you should go to bed early. I'm leaving. Luo Isu ignored her, and she didn't linger, heading to the second floor to get ready for bed. Wan Shong nodded and made way. I'm going to sleep. We can talk tomorrow. Shen Longqin smiled, took off his shoes, and lay down on the bed. I'm really afraid of the cold. And Luo Isu wanted to turn on the air conditioning. So I came to find you to sleep together. At least it will be a bit warmer. I'm very afraid of heat. If someone sleeps with me, I won't be able to fall asleep. It's fine. You'll get used to it. Wan Shong didn't expect Shen Longqin to be so thick-skinned, directly refusing to leave. Shen Longqin even deliberately left half of the bed free and patted it, saying, come on, it's late. Let's sleep. Wan Shong was not being pretentious. She walked over and lay down. She thought to herself, if Shen Longqin dared to do anything, she would strike first. Shen Longqin asked, don't you think Luo Isu is strange? A child so smart is quite scary. Besides, what else can you do? I am tired. Shen Longqin fell silent, and Wan Shong suddenly curiously asked, what do you do in the special operations team? Carry out tasks assigned by superiors. Is it very dangerous? It's okay. Although Shen Longqin said it was okay, Wan Shong didn't believe it all. She thought the special operations team must be doing particularly dangerous tasks. Shen Longqin then asked playfully, what's wrong? Are you concerned about me? Wan Shong couldn't help but smile, uttering two words, narcissistic. Shen Longqin cautiously asked, do you have someone you like? Wan Shong smiled and asked back, old man, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you have someone you like? Shen Longqin paused for a moment before smiling and saying, I suppose so. A hint of sadness flashed in Wan Shong's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed as she feigned a light-hearted tone and asked, what kind of person is she? Shen Longqin thought for a moment and replied, she's a very beautiful girl, very capable, cold on the outside, but warm-hearted and loyal. This time, Wan Shong fell silent. Very beautiful? She knew her own figure well. Her looks were average, and since she was still in her developmental stage, although she wasn't starving, she seriously lacked vitamins, having neither a chest nor curves. Thinking of this, her gaze darkened. She was aware that she liked Shen Longqin, having known it from the beginning. Perhaps it was the attraction between strong individuals. Or perhaps it was the sense of security he provided. In any case, she trusted him. However, after reaching Wan Shong, they would part ways, perhaps never to cross paths again. Wan Chong bit her lower lip, secretly thinking, what time is it? Still thinking about love and romance. Wan Kuan is still waiting for me to save him. Wan Chong raised a hint of an ambiguous smile. Oh, really? The ending was deliberately drawn out, with a tone full of unspeakable ambiguity. Shen Longshan finally realized that Wan Chong was teasing him and replied in a rogue tone. Yeah, I wonder if you want to give it a try. Wan Chong's face turned a bit red, but because the lights were off, Shen Longshan couldn't see it in the darkness. Who wants to try? Shen Longshan kept laughing beside her, and Wan Chong kicked him under the covers. What are you laughing at? Shen Longshan suddenly leaned closer, his breath on Wan Chong's face. The temperature around us just rose suddenly. Are you blushing? In the darkness, Wan Chong raised her hand to push Shen Longshan away. Stay away from me. I might feel cooler. Wan Chong bit her lower lip, fell silent for a moment. And when Shen Longshan thought she had already fallen asleep, she softly said, yes. The temperature in the room rose a little, and Shen Longshan asked, so, what kind of person do you like? After waiting for a long time without hearing Wan Chong's response, he couldn't hold back any longer, turned over, faced away from her, and muttered, if you don't say anything, then I'm going to sleep. I'll find out sooner or later anyway. After Shen Longshan fell asleep, Wan Chong turned to look at his broad back and whispered in a voice only she could hear, he's an old man. After thinking for a moment, she turned away from Shen Longshan and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 31. Moving the generator early the next morning, Luo Yiji called everyone to the first floor, drinking milk and spreading out the blueprints for them to see. Qingyi glanced at it and said with a pained expression, where did you copy this blueprint from? I can't even understand it. Luo Yiji rolled her eyes at her. Do I need to copy it? This is my terrain distribution map. The generator is here. And here is the entrance. You can ride Nian Nian out from this side. Everyone gathered around the blueprint, following the points Luo Yiji pointed out. Here and here are both escape routes. Besides these two paths, the others are either blocked or have a lot of geckos. Luo Yiji pointed out the two places marked with red lines and explained. Everyone was seriously memorizing the map, but when it came to distributing tasks, a dispute arose. No way. Qi Yun and Liao Haiding stay here. We can go. Wan Chong said coldly. Luo Yiji raised an eyebrow. There are so many intersections. If no one is keeping watch, what if all the geckos rush in? How do we get out safely? Besides, I'm currently the smallest person here, and I've put myself in the most dangerous position. Do you think they can't even keep watch properly? Wan Chong's worries were unfounded. Luo Yasuzi had them all separated at various intersections to keep watch. The adults still had the ability to protect themselves, but the two children could easily lose their lives if support was delayed or if other unknown factors came into play. Luo Yasuzi then said, the girl with precognition can stay behind. She's too weak. But this boy, his name is Liao Haiding, right? He's 9 years old now, and I'm still 8 this year. Can you feel at ease hiding here with a girl with precognition? As expected, Liao Haiding fell silent for a moment, but still said, Sister, I'm fine. I can go. I want to help and I promise I won't hold you back. Luo Yasuzi reacted quickly, knowing that she couldn't convince the others. And since Liao Haiding was weak-minded and didn't want to drag the team down, he would naturally be persuaded by her. Wan Chong silently stared at Liao Haiding, who was too intimidated to look up at her. Chen Jingjing and Qing felt heartbroken but didn't dare to say much. Wan Chong was still contemplating whether to bring Liao Haiding along. All right, if anything happens, we prioritize self-preservation, so be mentally prepared, Wan Chong said. Although Liao Haiding felt a sting in his heart from Wan Chong's words, he was still happy because her willingness to take him along indicated that, in her heart, he was not a burden. Qi naturally stayed behind, as bringing Qi she would only add to the worry. The group set off on Yin Yin as evening approached. According to Luo Yasuzi's plan, Shen Longshan stayed behind on the rooftop to act as a sniper. Wan Chong left him a sniper rifle, a submachine gun, and 2 boxes of bullets. Qi Shi, Wan Chong, Chen Jingjing, and Liao Haiding guarded the entrance that led here, while Qing Ku and Luo Yasuzi went to unload the generator. We just need to hold out for 40 minutes, and then we can leave, Luo Yasuzi said as he entered. Nian Nian squatted at the entrance, its massive body blocking the doorway. Luo Yasuzi and Qing didn't dare to waste time and kept screwing in bolts. Tie this up, and also this. Luo Yasuzi continuously directed Qing Ku. And the reason for bringing Qing Ku was that he was a wind-type ability user and very fast. Wan Shong was also anxious outside. 40 minutes had passed. Wan Shong, closest to Luo Isu, shouted at the door. How much longer? Luo Isu wiped the sweat from his forehead inside. It'll be ready soon. After securing everything, the ground suddenly shook, and Nian Nian felt a bit restless at the door. With a loud bang, the roof collapsed. Fortunately, with Nian Nian's help, Luo Isu and Qing Ku had managed to drag the generator out. Several 3-meter-long geckos appeared before everyone, and geckos over a meter long were surrounding them from all sides. Qing Ku, scared, yelled at Luo Isu. Didn't you say there was only one big gecko and the rest were small ones? Luo Isu was also anxious and instructed Nian Nian to carry the generator away. The big gecko hasn't arrived yet. Nian Nian, take it out. Nian Nian, carrying the generator, shook off the gecko clinging to her and jumped over the high wall with some sluggishness, disappearing from everyone's sight. After Nian Nian left, the geckos closed in, and the sound of the ground shaking became more pronounced as a 6-meter-long big gecko appeared before everyone. Wan Shong's face turned pale as she shouted, "Run if you can." Then, several ice pillars shot towards the big gecko. The big gecko flicked its head, and the ice pillars hit it without causing any damage at all. Wan Shong gritted her teeth, gripping the knife with both hands, running around the giant gecko while striking. It wasn't really an attack. She was merely dodging the giant gecko's strikes to keep it occupied. Meanwhile, Chun Jingjing, Qing Ku, and Qi Shi were also under pressure, having to protect Liao Haidang and Luo Isu while avoiding the onslaught of a large group of small geckos. Bang! Above, Shen Longchen had also taken action, using a sniper rifle to shoot at the giant gecko that was entangled with Wan Shong. Wan Shong took out a gun from her space and fired several shots. Bang bang bang! Hit ding te gecko. Aside from a little broken skin, it didn't cause any harm. Luo Isu shouted at Shen Longchen, "Aim for the eyes." Aim for the eyes. Shen Longchen switched to a sniper rifle, but the gecko seemed to know that Shen Longchen had discovered its weakness and kept shaking its head, making it difficult for Shen Longchen to aim. Wan Shong gritted her teeth, turned over to pick up the knife that had just fallen, and with all her strength, stabbed it into the gecko's tongue. The tongue was severed, the gecko was injured, let out a loud roar, and became enraged, quickly charging towards Wan Shong. Wan Shong rolled to the side to dodge an attack, while Shen Longchen fired several shots from above, all of which missed. Nian Nian leaped in front of Wan Shong, her large claws reaching for the gecko, which couldn't evade in time and was knocked to the ground. The big gecko let out another roar, and the several 3-meter-long geckos that had originally surrounded Chun Jingjing and the others abandoned their attack and approached Nian Nian. Luo Isu shouted, "Nian Nian, you all hurry and save Nian Nian." Wan Shong glanced at Nian Nian, who was now surrounded by a group of geckos, with all 4 limbs entangled. Wan Shong gritted her teeth and said, "Retreat." Luo Isu tightly held onto Wan Shong's clothes and shouted, "Please save Nian Nian. I can help you. I know the safest way to Wan Shong. I can come up with a plan, and we can use Nian Nian as a mount." Wan Shong let out a low growl. "It dies here today, because of you. Withdraw. I have a lot of experimental results. I can really help you. My IQ is higher than all of yours combined. Even if you go to Wan Shong without me, you'll only be schemed against." Luo Isu spoke quickly, his eyes filled with tears. For someone without family, Nian Nian was indeed very important to him. In the end, Wan Shong compromised. "What should we do?" Qing Ku went to cut off the gecko's tongue that was holding Nian Nian's front paw. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen would first restrain the giant gecko, and as long as Nian Nian could move, it could escape. Qi Shi and Chun Jingjing would stay behind to protect us. Luo Isu quickly arranged everything. Wan Shong glanced at Shen Longchen and ran towards the giant lizard, her hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. Once Wan Shong had attracted the giant lizard's attention, she dashed out. Breaking through her limits, her speed was astonishing. Wan Shong swung several ice pillars out and leaped onto the back of the giant lizard, vines emerging from her palms to ensnare its mouth. A few ice pillars were thrust into the lizard's mouth, causing it to feel pain and close its jaws. starting to shake its head violently. Wan Shong, on its back, became dizzy from the head shaking but still gripped the vines tightly, trying to control them. Taking advantage of this moment, Shun Longchen shot the giant lizard in the eye, infuriating it and causing it to throw Wan Chong off its back. Meanwhile, Nian Yin had already freed herself from her restraints and swiped at the surrounding lizards with her large claws, sending them flying. Nian Yin ran over Flickertail Tail and sent everyone flying, then leaped onto the rooftop. Only after Shun Longchen jumped up did they leave. Wan Chong coughed a few times, glanced at the crowd, and her expression changed. Where is Liao Haidang? The others also looked around, but did not see Liao Haidang. The situation had just been too chaotic, and no one had noticed him. Luo Isu asked Nian to stop, and, looking at Wan Chong, regained his composure. Nian can only take you to the outside of the wall. If she goes in again, she won't be able to come out. Wan Chong glanced at Luo Isu, nodding. Shun Longchen frowned. You are injured now, and your abilities are limited. I'll accompany you. How can we go find Xiao Haidang without us? Chun Jingjing, Qing Ku, and Qi Shi climbed over the high wall one after another, wanting to go in as well. Luo Isu looked at everyone with a complicated expression. All right, Nian, and I will wait for you here. Wan Chong nodded and jumped down first, followed closely by the others. Wan Chong thought for a moment and said, Qi Shi, Qing Ku, Chun Jingjing, and Shun Longchen will go by themselves. If we find the 3 escape routes, we'll gather here. If we don't find them, we'll still gather here. In case of an emergency, just call us. Everyone didn't delay and went their separate ways. Wan Chong ran, while shouting, Liao Haidang, Liao Haidang. Qi Shi was also calling out Liao Haidang beside her. Sister? A faint voice came from the corner. Wan Chong ran over, and Liao Haidang was crouching in the corner next to a dead gecko, tightly holding a knife in his hand, with blood all over his body and face. Wan Chong's face lit up with joy. Let's go. Liao Haidang stood up, unable to suppress a gasp, and it was then that Wan Chong noticed his injured leg. Qi Shi ran over and hugged Liao Haidang. Wan Chong led the way, with Qi Shi closely following behind. Chapter 32. Sadness Enshrouded. Wan Chong also climbed up, and when she turned to pull Qi Shi and Liao Haidang, several 3-meter-long geckos suddenly appeared from nowhere. They tightly wrapped around Liao Haidang and Qi Shi, and with a combined effort, the geckos pulled Qi Shi backward a few steps. Wan Chong's expression changed, and 2 vines shot out, one wrapped around Liao Haidang and the other around Qi Shi. Seeing this, the others hurried to help. Shun Longchen ran down, wielding a military knife to cut the tongues entangling Qi Shi. Many geckos suddenly appeared from all directions, although they weren't as large as these few. There were a lot of them. Qi Shi gritted his teeth, used the knife to sever the gecko's tongue wrapped around Liao Haidang, and then threw Liao Haidang to Shun Longchen. Shun Longchen caught Liao Haidang and wanted to help Qi Shi, only to hear Qi Shi laughingly shout, Take good care of my sister. Liao Haidang broke free from Shun Longchen's embrace and tightly hugged Wan Chong. Wan Chong thought he was scared and gently patted Liao Haidang's back. Meanwhile, Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing looked even worse. The path Shun Longchen took seemed very dangerous, leaving him in a disheveled state, with his abilities exhausted. In the recent scuffle, everyone had focused on Nian and Wan Chong, while he stood at the back and was dragged away by a gecko. Despite his loud cries for help, no one noticed him. He was pulled into one of Luo Yasuzi's planned escape routes. Although his leg was bitten, he still managed to kill the gecko, but the escape route was already blocked by debris. Outside was a swarm of geckos, and staying put made him fear starvation. He felt truly desperate at that moment. However, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. At first, he thought it was a hallucination, but after listening carefully, he realized it was indeed Wan Chong. It was licking its wound with its pink tongue, its limbs curled up in a cat nest, trembling slightly. Luo Yasuzi stroked Nian's head. Nian, be good. It was unclear what Luo Yasuzi was quietly saying to Nian, but it looked like he was comforting it. Qian glanced at everyone and her expression changed. Sister Chong, where's my brother? Chun Jingjing patted Qi Yun's head. Little Yun, it's because we are too weak that your brother sacrificed himself. Qi Yun swatted away Chun Jingjing's hand, looked around at everyone, and after confirming it was true, ran out. Wan Shong wanted to chase after her, but Luo Yisuzi's cold voice came. Don't chase anymore. It's more dangerous for her to be with you. Luo Yisuzi looked at Wan Shong. Are you really stupid or just pretending? If she is with us, she is just an ordinary person. But if she walks alone, she becomes someone who can foresee the future. Tell me, is she safer with us or better off on her own? Wan Shong thought for a moment and agreed. Luo Yisuzi went downstairs and lay on the sofa. Wan Shong sat down opposite him. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? The other sat down beside her, and the room was terrifyingly quiet. Luo Yisuzi chuckled lightly. What explanation? Or rather, what do I need to explain? Wan Shong squinted at him and said, What do you think? You lied to us. You said there was only one big gecko and the rest were small geckos, but that's not the case. Didn't you think that we all could die in there? If there's a 6-meter big gecko, then naturally the others are all small geckos. Bavonte. I know this for sure, because I don't fight battles without preparation. Wan Shong questioned with some agitation, because Qi died because of her. He went to rescue Liao Haitang with her, and that's why he ended up dying inside. Not dead? What about Qi? Now, Qi is already dead in there. Can you bring him back to life? Luo Yisuzi glanced at the terrified Liao Haitang beside her. If he hadn't been captured, we could have all left safely. Upon hearing this, Liao Haitang's face turned pale again. Chun Jingjing hugged Liao Haitang and said, You guys talk. I'll take Zai Haitang to wash up and sleep. I'll go too. Chinka followed Chun Jingjing upstairs. Shin Longshan sat down next to Wan Shong, and Wan Shong questioned again. To put it bluntly, you were just deceiving us for a generator. Qi died, and you don't feel guilty at all? I admit, this time I miscalculated. It took me 50 minutes to unload the generator, while I thought 40 minutes would be enough. However, this is our only chance. Wan Shong's brows furrowed even tighter as Luo Yisu took out a computer with a floor plan of the small town on it. Luo Yisu pointed at the red dots. These are geckos. Given the current reproductive capacity of the geckos. As he spoke, Luo Yisu pressed fast forward. According to my calculations, a month's time is enough for them to overrun this small town. Although their lifespan currently only lasts about a week, their reproduction rate far exceeds that. As the fast forward continued, the red dots multiplied until they covered the entire screen. Luo Yisu continued. Do you really think geckos go out to hunt for food on schedule? It was a week ago that I placed mosquito radiation emitters in 4 locations to lure them away. If I really waited for them to go out to hunt, I might not even see them for 3 months. Wan Shong fell silent. She didn't think too much and didn't know what would happen in the future. She could only see what was in front of her. Luo Yisu was indeed right. He was smarter than all of them combined and could think several steps ahead. Shen Longshan, standing nearby, played the peacemaker. All right, now that we have the generator, you should tell us how you hide your abilities and what your ability is. Luo Yisu picked up a box from the table. This box has been here for so long, and none of you have bothered to open it and take a look. Although Wan Shong and the others stayed for a week, they didn't touch anything except for the things they needed. Luo Yisuzi opened the box, and a powerful energy wave emanated from it. This is the energy fluctuation I recorded, so I don't have any supernatural abilities. I was afraid you would forcefully take it, so I lied to you. Wan Shong's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. From a moment she first met Luo Yisu, they had fallen into one lie after another, big and small, leaving them unprepared. I really don't know how to trust you moving forward, Wan Shong said, her tone filled with an uncontrollable sigh. Luo Yisu was taken aback, and after a long pause, he said, I can guarantee that I won't lie to you anymore. Besides, you didn't tell me you had wood-type abilities. How many secrets do you have that you haven't told us? This time, Luo Yisu fell silent. After a while, he finally said, Forget it. Anyway, I already know now. Wan Shong looked at him, and Luo Yisuzi also looked at her very seriously. In the end, Wan Shong compromised. She admitted that she needed such a powerful teammate. Even though this kid was full of lies, she still chose to trust him. When do we leave? Wan Shong asked. Wait a bit longer. I need to develop some special firearms. The old bullets can't penetrate the mutated animals now. He said, then looked at Wan Shong again. How many weapons do you have? Take them all out. I'll modify all of them. Wan Shong looked at him warily, and Luo Yisuzi curled his lips. Do you think I care? I'm just afraid that there won't be any equipment left in the future. And even if I want to modify it, I won't be able to. Follow me. Saying this, he walked towards the basement. Wan Shong and Shun Longshun followed behind. Luo Yisuzi opened a compartment. This is the weapon I'm modified before, but it's too big, all made to adult sizes, and it's covered in dust. Shun Longshun's eyes lit up. He blew off the dust on it and held it in his hand to test the feel. Luo Yisuzi looked at it and said again, "Move everything to the 3rd floor, and then I'll modify it again." After saying that, he walked towards the 3rd floor. With his small frame, he really couldn't help with the moving. After everything was moved, Luo Yisuzi took a shower and slowly walked over. Seeing the two, he asked in surprise, "You didn't carry it up by hand, did you?" Wan Shong and Shun Longshun's expressions were quite remarkable, secretly thinking, "Not using hands. Can you still take the elevator up?" Luo Yisuzi pouted. "So dumb, just say one less thing, and you wouldn't know about resource utilization." Shun Longshun looked around. "Where's the elevator? Did you install the elevator in the compartment?" Luo Yisuzi looked at him with disdain. "So stupid, doesn't she have space? Just put in the space, bring the person up, and then release them. Isn't that fine?" Both were stunned, unable to help but slap their foreheads. How could they forget about the space? Luo Yisuzi mumbled, "All right, you two can go now. Don't block me. I've set up the generator. So now the electricity can be used freely." The two didn't linger and walked to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, someone had already turned on the air conditioning, making the entire floor warm and cozy, but no one felt happy about it. Chapter 33. Brief peace just when I was taking a shower. The water hitting the wound caused pain, and I then noticed that my legs and arms were covered in bruises. Coming out, unsurprisingly, Shun Longshun was also sitting on the bed in pajamas, and I couldn't help but laugh at how much shorter his pajamas were. Shun Longshun didn't mind and asked with concern, "I saw you were thrown out by a gecko earlier. You have quite a few bruises on you, right? Let me take a look." Wan Shong rolled up her pants, exposing her knees. Shun Longshun directly pulled her leg and dragged her onto the bed. Wan Shong was caught off guard and fell onto the bed, but fortunately, it was soft enough. Shun Longshun took a look and then said with relief, "Fortunately, the wound isn't deep. It should heal quickly." Wan Shong was just about to say that she could directly use healing magic to restore it when Shun Longshun furrowed his brows and said, "I just went to deliver food to Nyin Yin and found that the injury on its leg has already become infected. Why don't you treat it first? After all, if it can't recover later, we would lose a mount." Shun Longshun spoke very tactfully, fearing that Wan Shong would disagree, especially since she was also injured. Moreover, Luo Yisuzi had deceived her, and Nyin Yin was Luo Yisuzi's cat. Wan Shong didn't think much of it. "I'm fine. I'll just disinfect with some alcohol later. I'm going to check on Nyin Yin." Saying this, she walked down, with Shun Longshun following behind. As soon as they went outside, a gust of cold wind made them shiver. Shun Longshun draped a coat over her. "It's so cold outside. Do you think it's like the room with air conditioning?" Wan Shong didn't refute him and went to take a look at Nyin Yin's legs. At first, Nyin Yin resisted a bit, but when she saw that it was Wan Shong who had come, she quieted down and lay still. Wan Shong touched Nyin Yin's huge cat face and said, "Nyin Yin, good girl, I will make you better." Meow. Nyin Yin seemed to understand Wan Shong's words, gently calling out while its blue eyes fixed intently on her. Shun Longshun said from behind, "Luo Yisu is modifying weapons, so I didn't tell him about Nyin Yin's leg injury." Wan Shong nodded, her hand moving closer to Nyin Yin's front paw, a white light appearing in her palm. Nyin Yin's blue eyes showed surprise, but she still did not resist. After a while, the front paw returned to normal. Although there were still matted hairs with dried blood, the wound had healed. Wan Shong wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Nyin Yin, I'll come back next time for the other injuries. Nyin Yin's size is too big. I barely managed to fix her front paws and my abilities are already exhausted." Shun Longshun asked, "How is it?" Wan Shong nodded, "But it will take some time to fully recover." After returning to the room, Shun Longshun brought over some alcohol, directly took action, pulled Wan Shong's leg over, lifted up her pant leg, and exposed the wound. Wan Shong struggled a bit. "I can do it myself." "It's fine," Shun Longshun said in a deep voice. He then dipped cotton in alcohol and gently wiped Wan Shong's wound. Hiss. Although Shun Longshun's movements were very gentle, Wan Shong still couldn't help but gasp in pain. She had just taken a shower, and the wound was still wet and hadn't scabbed over, now with the alcohol applied. It stung, an indescribable sensation. Shen Longchen frowned and looked at her. Does it hurt a lot? Wan Shong nodded, suddenly becoming teary-eyed. Shen Longchen, while carrying out his missions, had naturally sustained countless injuries of all kinds. Although it was just a minor scrape, seeing Wan Shong in so much pain, he still lightened his movements. Wan Shong couldn't help but wonder why. In the past, she would endure any pain by herself, but now, just a little alcohol made her react like this. She thought to herself, indeed, once someone relies on you, you become like a little rabbit. If no one cared for her, she would probably just slather on the alcohol casually and let it be. Shen Longchen's movements became gentler, and he pouted his lips, gently blowing air. The cool breeze touched her wound, and Wan Shong finally felt much better. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. If it's too much, just run away. No one will laugh at you. Your life is the most important. Shen Longchen had been talking for a long time, but he hadn't heard Wan Shong respond. When he turned to look, he found that Wan Shong had already fallen asleep on the bed. Seeing her like this, Shen Longchen couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and pressed down slightly harder on the wound. Wan Shong felt a sharp pain in her leg while dreaming, unable to help but furrow her brows. Then she felt a cool breeze blowing on her leg, which made her feel much better, and her furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Shen Longchen looked at this person who had fallen into a deep sleep and couldn't help but chuckle. Usually, she slept lightly, and he thought he would never see her in such deep sleep as today. After disinfecting all her wounds, he placed Wan Shong back under the covers, tucked her in, turned down the air conditioning a bit, then turned off the lights and left. In the evening, Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing had already prepared dinner. Shen Longchen went to Wan Shong's room and found she was still sleeping. He lifted the blanket. Get up and eat. Unexpectedly, Wan Shong pulled the blanket over her and continued to sleep. After a few seconds, Wan Shong suddenly sat up. Shaking her head, she thought, why am I sleeping so deeply? She glanced at Shen Longchen by the bedside. What are you doing? Shen Longchen suppressed a laugh and said, I came to wake you up for dinner. Wan Shong got up from bed, ran her fingers through her somewhat messy hair, and walked out. Everyone else was already seated and ready to eat. Wan Shong glanced around at the others. Where is Luo Yiji? Wan Shong nodded, had a meal. Then went to check on Yin Yin, took a nap, and practiced for a while. After much effort, she gathered a bit of ability to help Yin Yin repair another front paw. Shen Longchen was sitting on the second-floor balcony, watching Wan Shong. At that moment, Wan Shong was talking to Yin Yin. After its mutation, Yin Yin became very intelligent. Although it couldn't speak, it could basically understand what others were saying to it. After a while, Wan Shong went back inside. Because she had slept too deeply in the afternoon, she felt wide awake at night. She went up to the third floor and found Luo Yisu was drawing plans again. This time Wan Shong could see that it was a gun. When Luo Yisu saw Wan Shong, he pointed at the drawing and explained, this is the gun I designed for you. I notice your shooting skills are much better than Chun Jingjing and the others, but they are not suitable for long-range sniping. This pistol. After that, Luo Yisu went on to say a lot more, but Wan Shong didn't understand a word. It was probably something about how this gun had low recoil, a small caliber, and a long range, and so on. Wan Shong touched Luo Yisu's head. After all, a child is just a child. Even if he lied to Wan Shong. Don't you get tired thinking so much every day? Luo Yisuzi was excitedly introducing his weapon to Wan Shong when he noticed her off-topic response and swatted her hand away from his head. Don't touch my head. I'll stop growing. Then why not go to bed earlier? Oh, you don't understand. Time shouldn't be wasted on sleeping. Sleeping is a waste of time? How old are you? There is still a long way ahead. Luo Yisuzi suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked up at Wan Shong. I won't live past 35, so my time is very limited. Wan Shong was also taken aback. How do you know how long you can live? Luo Yisu walked toward the window again, pointing at the pitch-black night outside. Look outside now, you can't see anything clearly, but when I first came here, the nights were just like the days, brightly lit. Who are they? Luo Yisu smiled self-deprecatingly. To you. They should be my parents. Wan Shong was completely stunned this time. No wonder Luo Yisu didn't feel sad at all when mentioning his parents. If one's parents kept them locked up, injecting all sorts of strange things every day just to prolong their life. It's hard to have any good feelings towards them. So how did you escape? A flicker of something unknown flashed in Luo Isu's eyes. Because of my sister. Your sister? That's right. I guess my sister is also 18 this year. In short, my family is very complicated, so you don't need to meddle too much. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Wan Shong also self-deprecatingly said, That's true. I couldn't even save my own brother, yet I'm curious about your family situation. Shen Longchun was sleeping in her room, already fast asleep. Wan Shong walked over, looked at Shen Longchun, sighed softly, and was about to leave when she felt a tightness on her wrist. Turning around, she saw Shen Longchun pulling her, awkwardly smiling. You woke up? Shen Longchun sat up. I woke up when you just came in. Do you think the special forces get in for free? Wan Shong nodded. You continue to sleep. I will go out for a walk. Shen Longchun shifted to the other side of the bed. If you can't sleep, let me keep you company for a while. Wan Shong didn't refuse either, and now there were no phones or computers to pass the time, and the books in the villa were all things that Luo Iju read, which they couldn't understand. She lay down in the spot that Shen Longchun had vacated, where there was still a lingering warmth from where he had just been sleeping. Shen Longchun asked, Chi, she is dead. Aren't you sad? Wan Shong thought for a moment, and then said, Perhaps it's only now that we feel it, that this is the end of the world. Isn't death supposed to be a normal occurrence? Or perhaps it's because we can always turn danger into safety that we fear death so much. Shen Longchun listened seriously, and after a while, asked, Then, if I die, would you think the same? Wan Shong stroked her chin. It might happen or it might not. It feels like a mysterious thing. Some people, you look at them for the first time and feel they are indispensable. Others, even though you spend every day with them, can be optional. Shen Longchun's eyes were very dark and bright. He was very good at hiding his emotions. Although he often wore a playful smile, he often left others puzzled. Shen Longchun sighed lightly. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, he lay down. Chapter 34. Alien Brothers this day. Wan Shong woke up in the morning and saw sunlight streaming through the curtains. The weather was great today. It had been cloudy for the past few days, and suddenly the sun was out. During breakfast, Chun Jingjing suggested, Since it's sunny today, let's give Nian Yin a bath. Its blood has dried up, and its fur is all matted. Chinka nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. A group of people found a long hose and called Nian Yin to the street. The hose was pulled down from the second floor, and when the hot water was turned on, it splashed onto Nian Yin. Nian Yin was startled and jumped aside. Chun Jingjing shouted from above, Nian Yin, come over, it's bath time. Nian Yin hesitated, and Wan Shong took a pair of scissors and cut off all the matted fur from Nian Yin's body. Chinka was in front, pulling Nian Yin's front paw while shouting, Nian Yin, come a bit closer, just a bit more. Nian Yin thought Chinka was playing with it, and when it stretched out its big paw forward, Chinka was knocked down to the ground. Chinka rubbed its bottom, grinning from the fall, while Nian Yin dazedly waved its front paw. Shen Longchun had already gone to the supermarket and scrounged 2 large bags of a certain brand of shower gel. This is all I could find. We'll have to make do. Nian Yin looked at the things in Shen Longchun's hands, then at the hot water Chun Jingjing had set up, and finally understood that everyone wanted to give it a bath. It obediently walked under the water, and after the water soaked its fur, it realized that although Nian Yin seemed large, now that its fur was all stuck to its body, it looked considerably smaller. Chinka climbed onto Nian Yin's back, poured 2 large bottles of shower gel onto it, and began to scrub its fur. Meanwhile, Shen Longchun and Wan Shong washed Nian Yin's limbs, and Chun Jingjing, who had found something to secure the hose, ran down to wash Nian Yin's tail. Perhaps because someone was touching its tail, it felt a bit ticklish. In any case, its tail kept swaying restlessly. Chun Jingjing held onto the tail. Nian Yin, be good. Lower your tail a bit. I'm about to be lifted off the ground. Nian Yin seemed to understand and indeed lowered its tail. Chinka found a towel to wipe Nian Yin, but given its size, using a small human towel was almost ineffective. Shen Longchun smiled and waved at Chinka. Go aside, I'll do it. It was quite a large project for Shen Longchun to dry Nian Yin's fur using his abilities. Shen Longchun tugged at Nian Yin's tail. Wait a minute, Nian Yin. Let me dry the fur on your belly first before you sleep. Nian Yin meowed contentedly. However, It lay down, while Wan Shong continued to dry its fur. Half an hour later, all the fur was dry. Yin Yin's white fur fluffed up, making it look even larger, but now it was curled up, resembling a big white ball. At noon, Luo Yiji came down for lunch. Halfway through eating, he suddenly said, "Thank you for taking care of Yin Yin these past few days. We'll finish our meal and leave. Wan Shong, pack up all the supplies, and then take all the weapons unmodified on the third floor." Wan Shong nodded, and Luo Yasuzi asked again, "By the way, I still don't know how big your space is." To which Luo Yasuzi jokingly replied, "If it can hold something, does that mean it's infinite?" Wan Shong didn't say anything, but Luo Ishu had guessed it. After everything was settled, the group rode off on Yin Yin. Qin Ku asked, "Has Yin Yin always had a rain cover? Why put a rain cover over the swimming pool?" Luo Ishu rolled her eyes at Qin Ku. "I built it after Yin Yin mutated. Its size is so big that it can't even get into a house." "Did you do it all by yourself?" "Those survivors have all hidden away. As long as you provide some food, there are plenty of people willing to help you." "Then why don't you find someone to take care of your daily needs?" "They would steal things. I want to spend my energy on meaningful activities, too lazy to deal with them." Chen Jingjing was lying on Yin Yin's back, stroking its fur. "So comfortable. Even better than the carpet I bought before." Luo Ishu glared at Chen Jingjing. "Don't pull Yin Yin's fur. It will be uncomfortable." Chen Jingjing glanced at Yin Yin, who was looking at her with its blue eyes full of grievance. Chen Jingjing awkwardly smiled. I won't move. Everyone was chatting and laughing on Yin Yin's back, ignoring a small figure in the corner, which was Qi Yun, who had left a week ago. She saw them laughing and preparing to leave with Luo Ishu, and it seemed that the death of her brother Qi had no effect on them, nor did they feel any guilt. Thinking of this, she hid away and watched them leave, and finally said with resentment, "I will definitely not let my brother die in vain. I misjudged you all, just wait." After speaking, she turned and left. Meanwhile, Wan Shong and the others, who were originally sleeping soundly on Yin Yin's back, suddenly felt Yin Yin stop. Qin Ku patted Yin Yin's back. "Yin Yin, why aren't we moving?" Luo Ishu looked around warily. "Someone's here?" "Oh, brother, we've been discovered," a male voice rang out. A shadow rushed in, and as it dispersed, it revealed a man in an orange outfit. Beside him was a man in black. Luo Ishu looked at the two and smiled. "Bat mutant. It's my first time seeing a mutant. Looks like the combination is quite perfect." The man in orange smiled. "Are you talking about my brother Chenmu?" "I think so too. I am Chenrong." Wan Shong coldly asked the two people blocking her way, "What is your purpose?" Chenrong looked at Wan Shong and smiled, revealing a dangerous glint. "A woman with level 3 abilities, you do seem quite formidable in the eyes of others. However, I advise you not to provoke us, because in the blink of an eye, we can have all of you dead here." Luo Yasuzi supported her chin with her hand. "Since you want to talk normally, let's talk. For example, how long have you been following us? Or should I say, you started following us when we went to steal the generator and have been sabotaging us since then." "What a clever child." Chun Rong's eyes gleamed with greed. "It's a pity the humans can't be mixed with other species. Otherwise, this clever head of yours would belong to me." Luo Yasuzi said nonchalantly. "Indeed, but it's fortunate that it is this way. Otherwise, humanity might really face extinction. Such rapid adaptation to other species. Did you two brothers find some method for quick adaptation?" Chen Rong looked puzzled. "Is there a need to find it? Isn't Tianqing water enough? Just like the two of us, we have Tianqing water." Luo Yasuzi became a bit interested. "Tianqing water?" Chen Rong wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his brother Chen Mu. Chen Rong pouted. All right, I won't say any more. But with such weakness, do you really want to go to Wan Shong? You'll be eaten to the bone. However, maybe we can meet at Wan Shong. Once my brother and I become a bit stronger, we will go too. Let me watch you grow slowly." That was the last sentence left by Chun Rong before they transformed back into thousands of bats, with Chun Mu wrapping up Chun Rong and flying away. Luo Yasuzi stroked her chin, pondering Chun Rong's words. "Tianqing water? Is it something that can make people grow stronger quickly?" Yin Yin began walking again, and now everyone was silent. Just now, Chun Mu had made a simple attack, leaving them unable to respond. If it were one-on-one, none of them could deal with this group of bats. Luo Yasuzi thought for a long time, long enough to have left the small town and traveled quite a distance. "We also need Tianqing water," Qin Ku mumbled. Where is there that much tianqing water for us? Who doesn't T want to become stronger? Luo Yasuzi squinted at everyone. If there isn't any, we'll just take it. No, I want to go to Wan Shong. If you go to Wan Shong, it's either to save someone or to seek refuge. If you don't have the strength to save someone, can you really just take them away? If you don't have the strength to seek refuge, others won't value you either. Do you want everyone to follow you to Wan Shong at the very bottom? Luo Yasuzi is indeed very clever. He guessed correctly. Wan Shong fell into deep thought, struggling with her dilemma. Although what Luo Yasuzi said made a lot of sense, she was very worried about Wan Kuen's safety. Chun Jingjing leaned closer to Wan Chong and suggested, Boss, why don't we seize the tianqing water first, and then go rescue Wan Kuen? Otherwise, if we wait until we're not strong enough, we'll definitely suffer losses in a fight. Chun Jingjing had always been a woman of determination. She followed Wan Chong because she admired her strength and wanted to become stronger herself, naturally wanting to seize the tianqing water before considering the next steps. Wan Chong was silent, her tightly furrowed brows revealing the inner turmoil she was experiencing at that moment. Shen Longchen remained quiet beside her, offering no comments or opinions. Wan Chong looked at Shen Longchen and asked, What do you think? Now all eyes were on Shen Longchen, who was also taken aback. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Chapter 35, Avian Mutants. Shen Longchen was also stunned, looking at Wan Chong, and after a pause, he said, How about we go for the Skywalker water instead? After a moment, he added, After all, only by becoming powerful do we have the leverage to negotiate. Wan Chong looked at everyone, their eyes shimmering with a yearning for power, a longing to become stronger. All right, let us go to Shueishin and seize the tianqing water. Wan Chong finally declared firmly. She couldn't be selfish. She couldn't delay everyone because of her brother. Everyone present owed her nothing. Following her and placing their lives in her hands was an act of trust, and she couldn't selfishly deprive them of their chance to grow stronger. Nian Nian began to run wildly on the road, taking a longer route. Why take the detour? Chinka asked, puzzled. Luo Yiji looked at the map she had drawn and raised an eyebrow. Do you not trust my abilities? This is the safest route I planned, so we can reach Shueishin safely without encountering mutated animals. While passing a gas station, an arrow shot down at Nian Nian's feet. She leaped to the side, crouching low and watching a tree warily. Shen Longchen jumped down, pulled out the arrow, which had a cloth tied to it. Hurry and leave. The handwriting was neat, resembling a girl's, suggesting it had been written for a long time. Shen Longchen looked at the others, and Wan Chong glanced at the tall tree. Speaking in a deep voice, Let us go. Luo Yiji said with interest, Such a tall tree, we could still climb it. Moreover, there aren't too many people who can shoot arrows now. What do you want to do? Wan Chong asked. Luo Yiji patted Nian Nian. Let us go. Into the gas station. A piercing sound of wind followed, and another arrow shot, but this one was on fire, hitting the ground and igniting the oil in a narrow trench, creating a wall of fire. Luo Yiji signaled to Chun Jingjing, who shouted to the tall tree. You up there, we mean no harm. Can you come down so we can meet? Let us be friends or something. After a while, no one responded. It was quiet, as if the archer had already left. A sharp firecracker sound erupted, and the branches trembled a few times before falling silent again. Luo Yiji took a look and patted Nian Nian's head. Nian Nian, let us go this way. Nian Nian ran towards the direction of the signal, while Wan Chong frowned. Don't meddle. Our goal is tianqing water. Luo Yiji looked at her, as if she were an idiot. Do you think we're strong enough right now? You're all ability users. And that person just now could climb so high. They're either a tree-climbing mutant or a flying mutant. Since they have abilities, we should take them in. In any case, it won't do any harm. Not just Wan Chong. Everyone present thought carefully and realized that Luo Yiji was indeed right. They were all ability users. And the advantage of mutants was that they had no energy limitations. Once an ability user exhausted their energy, they became useless. However, what made Wan Chong unhappy was that she felt everyone was acting according to Luo Yiji's arrangements, and what Luo Yiji said always managed to convince everyone. This feeling made her very uneasy, but she suppressed this unease for now. When they reached a slope, sounds of fighting came from below. The group dismounted from Nian Nian's back, where a few mutated wolf dogs were feasting on people. The smaller wolf dogs were over 2 meters long, while the larger ones were around 4 meters. The villagers seemed to have no ability to resist. Only 2 had abilities, but they were both water type. In the early stages, water abilities could only condense clean water and had little offensive capability. However, these 2 water users were quite clever, condensing water into columns to strike at the wolves' eyes and other vulnerable spots. The main attackers were in the air, just as Luo Iji had said. They were a woman of avian mutation, with a pair of large wings on her back, resembling a bird, though her other features were human. She had a quiver on her back and continuously shot arrows with her bow. However, the wolf dogs were agile enough to dodge. Those that couldn't escape only suffered minor injuries. There were a total of 5 wolf dogs. Luo Iji pointed to 2 of similar size. Wan Shong and Xiaoqing will pair up, Shen Longchen and Chun Jingjing will pair up, each take down 1. Then she patted Nian Yan's head and pointed to the largest wolf dog. Nian Yan, this is your dinner. The 4-meter wolf dog was like a lamb ready for slaughter compared to the 8-meter Nian Yan. Luo Iji waved her hand, go. Nian charged down first, directly pouncing on the over 4-meter large wolf dog. The wolf dog, seeing Nian crouched low, blood dripping from its teeth, its tail tucked in, looking extremely disgusting. Nian pounced on it, bringing it down to the ground, biting its neck and pulling hard, blood gushing out. Wan Shong threw out the vines, and along with Qing Ku, they each pulled on one side and ran forward. The wolf dog kicked the vines and fell directly to the ground. King Kiskiviko, moving extremely fast, caught the vines and ensnared the wolf dog's leg before it could react. An arrow shot through the air, piercing the wolf dog's eye. The wolf dog struggled on the ground, and Qing Ku drew a knife, slitting the wolf dog's throat. Shen Longchen and Chun Jingjing had extremely bad luck. Encountering a female wolf dog in battle, while not far away, a male wolf dog came to assist. It bit Chun Jingjing's arm and started dragging her back. Chun Jingjing hadn't realized what was happening before she felt a sharp pain in her arm, and then another wolf dog lunged to grab her leg, intending to tear her apart. Qing Ku rushed over and struck the wolf dog in the abdomen with a knife, causing the wolf dog to fling Chun Jingjing away and begin attacking Qing Ku, while aerial mutant birds continuously shot arrows, leaving the wolf dog overwhelmed. Another wolf dog was chasing after a water-type mutant, who clearly had exhausted their abilities, and it seemed the wolf dog was about to open its mouth. Wan Chong swung a vine out, wrapping it around the man's waist, and with a strong flick, sent him flying far away, thus avoiding being bitten by the wolf dog. Nian directly pounced on the wolf dog from behind, and the wolf dog, being extremely smart, seeing that the big wolf dog was already dead, desperately struggled to escape from Nian's bite, then limped away. The wolf dog, entangled with Qing Ku, also gave up the attack and ran into the forest. The wolf dog fighting with Shen Longchen was the most unfortunate. Its fur had been burned off, and seeing its companions had all fled, it jumped toward Shen Longchen. Shen Longchen dodged to the side, but it only intended to scare Shen Longchen and took the opportunity to run away with its momentum. Luo Yisuzi and Liao Haidang ran down from above, and the bird-like mutant flew down, folding its wings. Liao Haidang curiously looked at the bird-like mutant. The villagers were obviously used to this. Seeing the wolf dog run away, they all came out to clean up the mess. Wan Chong and the others helped, and immediately a villager went to carry the unconscious Chun Jingjing into the house. A man approached. I'm the village head here. Thank you all for your help. It's getting late. If you don't mind, please stay for a meal. Luo Yisuzi smiled and said childishly, Thank you, uncle, I'm just hungry. Wan Chong and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyes at his appearance. If they didn't know his true identity, they might really think he was just a child. Wan Chong looked at Chun Jingjing's injuries. Chun Jingjing's left arm and right leg were bitten quite severely, and her buttocks and a section of her back were covered in abrasions. The wounds weren't particularly deep, but a lot of sand and gravel had gotten in. The villagers had cleared a decent room for Chun Jingjing to recover, and the village chief apologetically said, Dear benefactors, I'm really sorry. There are no medicines in the village except for clean water, so Qing Ku waved his hand. It's okay, village chief, just prepare some hot water for us. We can clean Sister Jingjing's wounds. After the village chief agreed and was about to leave, Luo Yisuzi tugged at his sleeve. Uncle, can you get some food for my Nian Nian? We can give her the fur from the big wolf dog. The village chief patted Luo Yasuzi's head and said in a comforting tone, all right. I'll have them take care of it shortly. You all just focus on healing. After closing the door, Luo Yasuzi put away his smile and rested his chin on his hand while looking at Chun Jingjing on the bed. I guess someone would get hurt. Just didn't he expect it to be Chun Jingjing? Her ability is supposed to protect herself the best. It's a pity she doesn't know how to use it. Chin Kashama glance. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have been taken away too. Knock, knock, knock. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Benefactors, the village chief asked us to prepare hot water. I brought it for you. Shinko opened the door, and after the woman came in and set down the water, she left. Shen Longchen said voluntarily, I'll take the 2 kids to see Nian Nian. Liao Haidang had no objections, but Luo Yasuzi pouted. It's not like we haven't seen women before, why the secrecy? Although he said that, he still followed Shen Longchen out. Qin Ku and Wan Shong took off all of Chun Jingjing's clothes, revealing the shocking abrasions on her back and buttocks. Qin Ku carefully used a towel to clean the sand and gravel from Chun Jingjing's wounds. Chun Jingjing let out a muffled sound, and Qin Ku quickly lightened his touch. But Chun Jingjing still frowned tightly. Wan Chong's palm emitted a white light, which approached Chun Jingjing's wound, and the wound gradually healed at a visibly fast speed. Qin Ku finished cleaning the wound, looked at Wan Chong treating Chun Jingjing, and his eyes lit up. Boss, this white light of yours is much stronger than before. Wan Chong nodded, a layer of fine sweat on her forehead. Level 3 healing technique. The healing system can improve without absorbing crystal cores, relying on healing others instead, which Wan Chong had only discovered not long ago. Although Wan Chong is a reborn person, she lived for 3 years in the apocalypse in her previous life, and clearly knows that healing skills must rely on absorbing crystal cores to upgrade. But now it's no longer the case. She can't help but speculate whether other abilities are the same. If that is the case, then abilities are no longer restricted to upgrading through crystal cores. However, hardly anyone mentions crystal cores now, as everyone is more concerned about tinching water. This thing that can rapidly enhance people's strength was analyzed by Luo Yasuzi on the road before, and it should be named by someone called Wan Shong, and now the name and function of this thing have spread widely. Chapter 36. Enthusiastic villagers. Meanwhile, Shen Longchen and 2 children came out and saw Nian crawling not far away, her blue eyes fixed on the big wolf dog. A group of villagers trembled as they surrounded the big wolf dog, skinning it. Nian, who was even larger than the wolf dog, kept staring at them, making their hands tremble uncontrollably as they skinned it. However, Nian was not looking at the villagers but at her food. A 4-meter-tall big wolf dog was enough for her to have a hearty meal. Shen Longchen went over to help, and Luo Yasuzi followed beside, seizing the opportunity to ask, who is that bird-type mutant's sister today? She looks really powerful. An ant smiled and said, you must be talking about Yunli, right? According to the ant, this Su Yunli is 19 years old and a student. When she first encountered a mutated bird, she was weak, and it was the people of this village who saved her because bird-type mutants can currently only fly, and her mutation was not very successful. She only evolved wings. Therefore, she has been practicing archery diligently to repay the villagers for saving her life and to protect the people in this village, as well as to keep an eye on the gas station not far away. Because the people here are often attacked by mutated animals, Su Yunli became the main fighting force here, and they could use the oil from the gas station to exchange for necessary living supplies. The villagers enthusiastically brought over a large pot to cook the wolf dog and then give it to Nian to eat. To treat Chun Jingjing, Wan Shong had exhausted all her abilities. After Chun Jingjing woke up, the group was called to the village chief's yard. There was a small piece of land opened up behind the yard, where food was grown, mostly vegetables. At this moment, a few people were weeding in the field. The village chief cut a plate of cucumbers and warmly invited them. Benefactor, come and taste these cucumbers, just picked. We grew these ourselves. Liao Haidang took a piece to eat. The cucumber was raw, and since the apocalypse, they hadn't eaten fresh food, so looking at the cucumber, she almost pounced on it. Qin Ke pushed the plate of cucumbers to the middle of the table and smiled as she saw the children staring intently at the cucumbers. Come on, everyone. Let's eat together. However, the children swallowed hard and shook their heads in unison, too scared to eat. The village chief explained, "These are specially prepared for the benefactors. They can't eat. Why are you giving the cucumbers to them?" A female voice came. The village chief smiled and said, "It's nothing, Yunli. They helped us. They are the benefactors of our village." Ching Ke mumbled beside, "It's just a plate of cucumbers. We saved the lives of so many people." So Yunli, with a cold face, pointed at the people weeding in the field and shouted, "Just a plate of cucumbers? Do you know how hard it is to grow vegetables now? Weeds grow wildly, and your so-called plate of cucumbers needs the villagers to take turns weeding for 24 hours to be able to eat this plate of cucumbers." Ching Ke was stunned by the shout and looked at Wan Shong with a pitiful expression, while Luo Yisuzi chuckled. "Deserved it." Wan Shong took out 2 slices of cucumber and handed them to Liao Haitang, then pushed the plate towards Su Yunli. "We're not hungry. Let the children eat." Su Yunli wasn't polite either, taking the cucumbers to find the children. The village chief, standing nearby, said apologetically, "Yunli is like this, please don't mind." Luo Yisu pretended to be puzzled, scratching his head and asking, "Since Su Yunli is so capable, why doesn't she go to Shueishin?" The village chief sighed, "It's us who have held Yunli back. We wanted her to go to Shueishin, but she refused, saying she couldn't bear to leave us and wanted to protect us. We are the ones who have burdened her." Luo Yisu fell silent, and after chatting for a while, Wan Shong and the others went to the room prepared by the village chief to sleep. A group of people gathered around a table, looking at Luo Yisu. Luo Yisu propped her chin on her hand, frowning and then relaxing again. Ching Ke couldn't wait any longer and slammed the table. "Why don't we just stop trying to win her over? She won't leave at all. Do we have to take such a large group on the road?" Luo Yisu lightly tapped the table with her small hand and calmly replied, "Don't panic. We might not encounter such a special person again." After a pause, she analyzed. "First, Su Yunli has no ties to the people here. She has stayed to repay the kindness because we saved her. This shows she is a person who values loyalty and righteousness, and such people are not easy to betray." Chun Jingjing, standing behind, helplessly said, "But if she doesn't leave, there's nothing we can do." Because Wan Chong's abilities were limited, most of her injuries had healed, but her buttocks had not fully recovered and were only scabbed over. So Chun Jingjing didn't dare to sit on a bench, fearing the wound would split open. Luo Yisu then looked at Wan Chong. "Of course, you can decide whether to take her or not. I'm just making a suggestion. She will gradually become stronger, and if she joins us, it will be useful. You decide." Wan Chong frowned and looked at the silent Shen Longchen. "What do you think?" Shen Longchen, seeing that Wan Chong asked him again, thought for a moment before speaking. "Take her away. Since we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Besides, our team does need to grow a bit." Chun Jingjing generally didn't care. She just wanted to become stronger as long as she was alive, so naturally, she would listen to Wan Chong on such decision-making matters. As for Ching Ke, apart from matters concerning her life, she wouldn't express her opinions on other issues. They held less allure for her than food. Liao Haitang, at this moment, didn't have the capacity to consider things, so he would just do whatever everyone else said. Wan Chong was solely focused on saving Wan Kuan. Although she was a reborn person, she was quite single-minded in her considerations. Otherwise, in her last life, she wouldn't have been deceived to death by Lu Ziki, so she naturally listened to Shen Longchen's opinions. Luo Yisuzi grasped this point well. He always considered and articulated matters from Shen Longchen's perspective. Although Shen Longchen had thought of many things, he ultimately couldn't outsmart Luo Yisuzi. In short, their group basically followed whatever Luo Yisuzi suggested. Every time it seemed like Luo Yisuzi was asking them what to do next, the outcome was already within his calculations. Luo Yisuzi smiled and glanced at everyone. "So, the next step is how to help the villagers protect themselves." Ching Ke asked, "Are you so sure that Su Yunli is willing to come with us?" Luo Yisuzi sighed. "You all are so careless. If you keep leaving me to think alone, I really want to grow." Seeing the blank expressions on everyone's faces, he continued, "Su Yunli has a necklace around her neck with a character on it." Luo Yisuzi went on. "At first, I thought it was her name, but then the villagers said her name was Su Yunli, so I dismissed that possibility. Based on the information we just gathered, she has no family, so I guess that character is her boyfriend's name. She's only 19, which is a flower-like age before the apocalypse. Having a loving boyfriend is not surprising. She wants to find her boyfriend, but because of the people here, she has been unable to escape. As long as the people here have the ability to protect themselves, she will leave with us. Listening to Luo Yasuzi's analysis, everyone had nothing to say. They indeed hadn't noticed Su Yunli's necklace, let alone the character or any other clues. The fact that Luo Yasuzi could roughly guess that person's life and many other things from a few incomplete clues and his own observations was undoubtedly frightening. Luo Yasuzi stretched. Tomorrow we'll go to Shui Hexen and then find a way to take Su Yunli away and then rob the Tianqing Shui. After saying this, he lay down on the bed to sleep. Wan Shong pointed to the only bed in the room. Liao Haidang, you can sleep with him. Although Liao Haidang didn't want to sleep with Luo Yasuzi, he naturally listened to Wan Shong's arrangement. Every time Liao Haidang was with Luo Yasuzi, he would feel inexplicably inferior. He was clearly a year older than Luo Yasuzi, but was far less than half of Luo Yasuzi's capabilities. Moreover, Luo Yasuzi's words were always so persuasive, easily attracting Wan Shong's attention. Shenlong Chen said, "I'll guard the door. You all can sleep in my room." The village chief had prepared 2 rooms for them, and Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing were not polite, going straight to the next room. Before Wan Chong got up, she said, "Call me at midnight, and we'll take turns keeping watch." Shen Longchun nodded in agreement, and after Wan Chong left, he took a stool and sat down at the door, finding a coat to cover his legs. After sitting for a while and feeling a bit cold, Shen Longchun simply started doing push-ups. Inside the room, Luo Yasuzi was lying flat and quietly said, "If possible, I hope you can stay in this village. You've seen it. The people here are very kind and won't harm you." Liao Haidang, knowing Luo Yasuzi's intelligence, simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Luo Yasuzi continued, "Stop pretending. When people sleep, the functions of their bodies decline. You were breathing so heavily just now. You definitely weren't asleep. Don't try to fool me." Hearing this, Liao Haidang found it hard to continue pretending and just muttered, "I want to follow you." Luo Yasuzi turned over and looked at Liao Haitang's slightly chubby profile, saying, "You'll be a burden to us, and it will be very dangerous in the future. No one will continue to protect you." The incident with the little wall gecko is the best example. Qi sacrificed himself to save you. Do you want someone to continue sacrificing for you in the future? No, Liao Haitang denied, feeling a deep guilt in his heart. He had caused Qi death, which was an indelible wound in his young soul. Liao Haitang didn't speak, and Luo Yasuzi also fell silent, knowing that he needed to give Liao Haitang time to think. In his mind, Liao Haitang would choose to stay. Chapter 37. Implementing the plan early the next morning, the group set off. Just like when they arrived, they rode Nian away, with the village chief and the villagers seeing them off. The village chief had prepared a lot of food for them, but to Wan Chong and the others, it seemed like just a little bit. However, for the villagers, it was already the maximum they could offer. Of course, this included Su Yunli, who had maintained a calm demeanor throughout until they left. Nian moved quickly, and within half a day, they arrived at Shui Hexen. There were no animal attacks along the way, indicating that the area had been cleared. There were guards at the entrance of Shui Hexen, and they needed to exchange supplies to enter. Fortunately, Wan Chong had plenty of food in her space, and after presenting a pound of compressed biscuits, everyone was allowed inside. Shui Hexen was different from the previous cities. Here, whether ordinary people, abilities users, or mutants, all roamed the streets. Aside from some dilapidated houses, it looked quite similar to the world before the apocalypse. There were patrol teams on the streets, clearing out mutated animals that could attack people, which made it seem quite pleasant on the surface. Because Nian was too large, it immediately attracted attention upon entering. According to the guards at the entrance, if you want a house, you need to exchange supplies and your pet is too big. The supplies should be double that of an ordinary person's. Chun Jingjing smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, but we don't need a house." With that, the group rode Nian into Shui Hexen. Luo Yasuzi headed straight for a shopping mall, while Nian could not enter and lay down at the entrance. However, inside, all the food, clothes, and other items have been taken, leaving only some things that others didn't want. Luo Yasuzi, with his small frame, wandered through them all, picking up this and that, while Wan Shong silently collected them into her space, deliberately making some room for his things. She felt that her space had expanded again, but when she tried to enter it last time, she found she couldn't get in, although she could still take and put things inside. So, she guessed that if this apocalypse was different from the last, then it wasn't just the mutated animals and the abilities of humans, but also the limitations of the space and the differences in powers. After turning around a couple of times, Luo Yisuzi frowned. "Why can't I find it?" Shenlongshan asked, "What are you looking for?" "You wouldn't understand if I told you. I need a generator, and I'm still missing some things." Saying this, he casually found a pen and paper, wrote a list, and handed it to Shenlongshan. "Go exchange for supplies. We're not short on food right now anyway." Shenlongshan took it, and Wan Shong loaded a whole shopping cart of supplies, which Shenlongshan pushed out. Luo Yisuzi was sketching a floor plan on the paper, pointing out, "Install the generator here, set up the power grid around it. That way, the people there won't be attacked. If we're lucky, we might even get to eat the animals that get electrocuted." Wan Shong nodded. "You handle these yourself. I'm going to see if there's anything I need to take. If there's something, call me." She didn't really understand what Luo Isu was saying and was too lazy to waste brain cells on these useless things. Although Luo Isu was quite fond of lying and had a silver tongue, he was indeed impressive in these aspects. Luo Isu nodded, and Chun Jingjing said, "I'll go take a look too." Luo Isu fed. "You're going to look for face masks and clothes, right? Last time I saw you had a box of face masks in your bag. I guess you've used them up." Chun Jingjing quickly bent down to cover Luo Isu's mouth. No, don't say that. I brought that secretly. What if the boss finds out?" Wan Chong didn't hear what was said after that, and Chun Jingjing went to another side when she saw Wan Chong walk away. Luo Isu took out a piece of white paper. "Liao Haidang, come here." Although Liao Haidang didn't want to go over, he still went over eagerly and stood next to Luo Isu. Luo Isu slowed down to draw the diagram while explaining. "This is the distribution map of the electric grid. The animals will definitely grow in the future, so when the time comes, you just let everyone raise the electric grid and increase the spacing. Animals can't grow smaller or larger. This way we can solve the concern of animals breaking through the electric grid when they grow." Worried that Liao Haidang would forget, Luo Isu also noted down the key points on the back. Then he took another piece of paper and started drawing. "This is the generator I invented. It doesn't require much material and has a strong power. This is the diagram. In case something goes wrong, you can fix it yourself." Liao Haidang took notes one by one. He thought about it all night and had decided to stay in the village. He must work hard to become stronger so that he could fight alongside everyone. He looked at Luo Isu. "When are we leaving?" Luo Isu put down the pen. "Wait for Shenlongshan to bring the things, then we'll leave." With nothing to do, everyone began to sit and cultivate. The sound of footsteps came, loud and bustling, indicating that there were quite a few people. Luo Isu led everyone to hide in a corner. They saw a man kick an iron frame, making a huge noise. "Humph, now that everything has been cleaned out, they still let us come out? What a waste of time." The man said indignantly, "Are the mutated people really that impressive? One day, when I awaken my powers or become mutated, I'll trample these two brothers underfoot. Who asked them to have the ability to control water?" This remark was quite sour. Right now, only Chun Mu and the Mutated Person Organization had the ability to control water, and besides, the Mutated Person Organization looked down on ordinary people. People like them couldn't even get in. The two voices cursed as they walked away, leaving behind quite a bit of usable information. For example, there were two organizations with the ability to control water. One was in the hands of Chun Mu and Chun Rong, and the other was in that so-called Mutated Person Organization. Luo Isu shrugged. "If we follow the old generator, you wouldn't find anything." "All right, we can go now." After coming out, Nian Yin didn't know where she had run off to, and Luo Isu called. Nian Yin, a big white ball, jumped down from above, shaking the ground near Nian Yin. She must have jumped up to hide when those people went in. If others didn't attack her, and she didn't have Luo Isu's orders, she naturally wouldn't attack others. Luo Isu patted Nian Yin's head. "As expected of my cat. So smart." Nian squatted down, and after everyone climbed up, she ran towards the door. Chun Jingjing was the first to notice Liao Haitong's unusual behavior and patted his head. "Little Haidang, what's wrong? You look so troubled." Luo Yisu glanced at Liao Haidang and then continued to look ahead. Liao Haidang shook his head. It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night. When they returned to the village, everyone was quite curious. Luo Yisu smiled and asked the village chief. Village chief, if the villagers have the ability to protect themselves, can Su Yunli leave? The village chief sighed and looked at Su Yunli. Of course, we've actually wanted Yunli to leave for a long time, but she insists on staying to protect us. Luo Yisu looked at Su Yunli again to see what she would say. As expected, Su Yunli said, if everyone can protect themselves, then I don't have to stay here wasting food. Besides, I have my own things to do. Luo Yisu pulled Su Yunli to the side and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear. If they can protect themselves, then you can follow us and join our team. How about that? Where are you going? Indeed, when Su Yunli heard Luo Yisu's words, she fell into silence. Joining Luo Yisu's team was very suitable for her current situation because she was looking for someone, and no matter if that person was dead or alive, she would keep searching for him. Luo Yisu's team would pass through various cities along the way, and they were also looking for someone without needing to carry out any dangerous tasks. Thinking about this, Su Yunli immediately felt tempted. All right, I agree. As long as the people here can protect themselves, I will leave with you, Su Yunli said. Luo Yisu had been waiting for her to say this. Hearing her promise, he smiled and nodded. Looking at Wan Shong, take everything out. Wan Shong took out everything Luo Yisuzi needed, and Luo Yisuzi pushed Liao Haitang, who looked confused. Seeing that everyone was focused on the things, and no one was paying attention to him, Luo Yisuzi leaned closer to Liao Haidang with a frustrated expression and whispered in his ear, you explain, and I'll teach you how to say it while you stand by. Just say it that way. Liao Haidang asked softly, why should I say it? Do you want to eat and drink for free here? Luo Yisuzi replied, if you install it and speak, they will think you are impressive, and naturally, someone will arrange a place for you to stay. Otherwise, how will you stay? Liao Haidang suddenly understood, and Luo Yisuzi held Liao Haitang's hand. Since Liao Haidang was much taller than him, to outsiders, it looked like an older brother leading his younger brother. Wan Shong raised an eyebrow in confusion, while Luo Yisuzi hid behind Liao Haitang, constantly signaling to them. Wan Shong didn't ask much. Luo Yisuzi whispered behind Liao Haitang. First, install the generator in the room. Then set up the electric fence. This way we can fend off the attacks of mutated animals. Liao Haidang followed Luo Yisuzi's words, speaking louder to cover Luo Yisuzi's voice. First, install the generator in the room. Then set up the electric fence. This way, we can fend off the attacks of mutated animals. Everyone who heard Liao Haidang felt it made sense. And then, under Liao Haitang's guidance, they began to set up the generator and electric fence. Seeing their cooperation, the others knew something was off, and after the villagers got busy, they moved to a corner. Shen Jingjing asked, what are you two doing? Liao Haidang stammered and couldn't explain. Chapter 38, Collecting Mutants. Luo Yisuzi spoke up. I'm doing this because I hope Liao Haidang can stay here. He is not suited to follow us. Qing Kao complained. You're just a kid yourself. Why don't you say that you're not suited to follow us? Because of Qi Shi's incident and Luo Yisuzi's superior aura, Qing Kao still couldn't fully accept him. Although she didn't say it out loud, she was bothered by it in her heart. Luo Yisuzi looked at Qing Kao sarcastically. So, do you think your brain can compare to mine? I can study things, formulate safe routes, and I have a pet, Nian Nian. Besides being a fast-running mutant, what else are you useful for? Qing Kao was flushed by Luo Yisuzi's words and interrupted him disapprovingly. Anyway, he can't stay. Xia Haitang has to be with us. He asked one of us. He's south unfamiliar with this place. What if he gets bullied? Luo Yisuzi looked up at Qing Kao. He hasn't awakened his abilities yet, and he is just a child. Following us will only put him in more danger. And here, as you can see, the villagers are very kind. At most, he will only face attacks from mutated animals, and with the electric fence, that can be resolved. No one will scheme against each other. Everyone is just living simply. This is the most suitable environment for him. Qing Kao was speechless and looked at Wan Shong, hoping she would say something to keep Liao Haitang. Meanwhile, Wan Shong listened to Luo Yisuzi's words and considered that indeed, he was right. Shen Longchun watched everything from the side without expressing any opinion, as it had nothing to do with him. Chen Jingjing was clearly persuaded by Luo Yisuzi's earlier words. Her desire to become stronger was no less than Wan Chong's. Although Chen Jingjing liked Liao Haitang very much, if keeping him would hold her back, she would prefer him to stay here. She saved Liao Haitang not out of pity for him being a child, but because she wanted to follow Wan Chong and become stronger alongside the powerful ones at that time. Only by taking advantage of Liao Haitang could she get close to Wan Chong. If she could leave Liao Haitang here now, it would be the best for her. After a moment, Chen Jingjing had figured everything out, so she did not express her stance. Seeing Chen Jingjing's expression, Luo Yisuzi first frowned and then slowly relaxed, smiling confidently. Chen Jingjing was a smart woman and very determined. Since Wan Chong didn't ask Shenlong Chen, he naturally wouldn't express his opinion. Only Qing Kao remained clueless. Apart from being able to run away, her wind powers were truly useless. Do you want to stay? Wan Chong asked Liao Haitang. Although Luo Yisuzi was right, she still felt it was better for Liao Haitang to decide for himself. After all, he was already 9 years old and had the right to choose his future life. Luo Yisuzi maintained his smile, knowing Wan Chong would let Liao Haitang decide for himself. So he first persuaded Liao Haitang, then told Wan Chong that everything was developing according to his plan. All of this was naturally part of Luo Yisuzi's scheme, including Qing Kao's resistance, Chen Jingjing's silence, and Shenlong Chen and Wan Chong's reactions. Shenlong Chen was merely an outsider who had joined in, to be precise, just an ally. So if Wan Chong didn't ask him, he naturally wouldn't say much. From the beginning, he had been close to Wan Chong until now. Only Luo Yisuzi saw through everything clearly. Because Wan Chong was the leader of the team, Shenlong Chen chose to get close to someone on his level rather than choosing the prettier, more age-appropriate Chen Jingjing. However, as long as it didn't threaten his plans, Shenlong Chen's relationship with Wan Chong was of no concern to him, so he continued to pretend not to know. The electric fence was completed 3 days later, and the generator was also installed. The villagers tested the effectiveness and found it feasible. Following Luo Yisuzi's instructions, Liao Haitang went to inform the villagers to transfer all the oil from the gas station to the village to prevent theft. With all worries resolved, Wan Chong gave them all the seeds she had bought before the apocalypse, as she couldn't enter the space now, and keeping the seeds would be useless. On the day of departure, Chen Jingjing brought Liao Haitang to the village chief. Chief, it's not convenient for Zia Haitang to follow us. I hope he can stay. Also, he can repair the generator, so if any emergencies arise, he can give you some ideas. The village chief was naturally pleased, as they had relied on Liao Haitang's guidance to complete the fence in the past few days. A child staying would not be a problem. Qing Kao was reluctant to part with Liao Haitang and feared she would break down in tears, so she let Chen Jingjing hand Liao Haitang over to the village chief. We promise to take good care of Zia Haitang. With the village chief's assurance, Chen Jingjing handed Liao Haitang over, and the group rode away on Nian Nian. Su Yunli touched Nian Nian. This cat is so big. Luo Yisuzi shouted, Don't touch my Nian Nian everywhere. Su Yunli was taken aback, and Chen Jingjing rolled her eyes. He asked just like this, Don't mind him. You'll get used to it. Em Chen Jingjing. Su Yunli nadith. Not minding. Em Su Yunli. Shistkol misusu. Qing Kao leaned over and pointed at Wan Chong. This is our boss, Wan Chong. The one next to her is our boss's stronghold wife, Shenlong Chen. Em Qing Kao. Su Yunli couldn't help but laugh when she heard Qing Kao introduce Shenlong Chen. And Shenlong Chen turned to refute. What stronghold wife? I'm your boss's future man. The last 4 words were said very softly, but Wan Chong still heard them. Wan Chong retorted in a good mood, Old man. Wan Chong chuckled. Oh, getting stronger with age, she said playfully, which left Shenlong Chen speechless beside her. The group happily chatted for a while, and when they arrived at Shui Hexing, the guards at the entrance recognized them and let them in without asking for supplies this time. Their large cat was truly eye-catching. No one had ever seen such a big mutated pet. Although they were scared, they couldn't help but discuss them continuously, based on the information they gathered from others. They finally found the only inn in Shui Xian that could accommodate guests. As payment, they offered 5 jin of food. The reason it was so expensive was mainly because Nian Nian needed 2 pet beds to sleep comfortably. The innkeeper said they would provide 2 hours of hot water for bathing, and that the electricity would be turned off at 10 o'clock in the evening. However, they wouldn't provide food, but Wan Shong and the others didn't mind. They requested 2 rooms in total, one for Shen Longshan and Luo Yisuzi, and another for Wan Shong, Shen Jingjing, Qin Ku, and Su Yunli. This arrangement was made simply because Wan Shong was not talkative, while the others were chatty. So sharing a room with Wan Shong would mean no one would talk to her. If Wan Shong had a room to herself, it would be a waste. So, they had to squeeze 4 people into one room. 2 hours passed quickly, and the 4 of them hurriedly finished their baths and lay on the bed in the pajamas that Shen Jingjing had specially chosen for everyone. Although Wan Shong wasn't very talkative, she still had a heart for beauty, which was just hidden deep down. So she naturally didn't refuse the super cute pajamas that Shen Jingjing picked for her. Shen Jingjing hadn't anticipated that more people would join. So she didn't prepare anything for Su Yunli and reluctantly took out her spare set. Reluctantly, she handed it to Su Yunli. Su, this is my absolute favorite pajamas. I haven't even dared to wear them yet, but I'm giving them to you. Su Yunli held the Winnie the Pooh pajamas, hesitated a little, but still accepted them. At night, Wan Shong slept lightly again. She found that only when she was with Shen Longshan could she sleep deeply, so she couldn't fall asleep at all. In the originally quiet room, a rustling sound came from outside the door. Wan Shong sat up, got out of bed barefoot, and gently nudged the 3 people crammed in the next bed, softly shushing them. The 3 woke up and quietly started to feel around. In the darkness, they faintly heard rustling sounds at the door. Bang! A loud noise came from next door. Wan Shong immediately put on her shoes and opened the door. She saw Shen Longshan with 1 foot on the chest of the innkeeper, while Luo Yisuzi stood behind Shen Longshan with a disdainful expression, watching the innkeeper. One was questioning Shen Longshan, and the other was questioning the innkeeper. Luo Yisuzi shrugged. I knew he would come to steal something. I had Shen Longshan guard this door early in the morning. Shen Longshan also had an ugly expression. He used sleeping medicine to try to knock us out. Wan Shong looked at the boss, lying on the ground. The boss was neither an ability user nor a different species. I don't want to hurt you. I just need food too much, the boss said shamefully. Wan Shong coldly asked, running this in, it's just you and your wife. Don't tell me that the 5 pounds of food we give you during the day isn't enough for you. The boss tightened his grip and remained silent, while Shen Longshan released him. The boss's wife came out from the hallway, her eyes red and choked with emotion. Please don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame me. It's me who made him do this. The boss seemed to want to stop his wife from saying anything. The boss's wife helped the boss up. Our daughter is sick and needs medicine, but we have no food to exchange for it, which is why we opened this in to collect food. However, the price of medicine far exceeds that of food, so that's why we have to do this. Yuan Chong looked at Luo Yisuji. Only Luo Yisuji could tell if others were lying. Luo Yisuji nodded slightly, indicating that the boss lady was not lying. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the Organization. Luo Yisuji looked at Yuan Chong. Do you still have the medicine? Yuan Chong nodded, unsure of what he was really planning to do. Luo Yisuji looked at the boss and his wife. We will help you heal your daughter, and in return, you need to do something for us. The boss, wary, did not agree immediately. What do you want us to do? We have no special abilities and are not extraordinary beings, just ordinary people. Luo Yisuji shook his head in disagreement. Ordinary people dare to openly run in like this? I believe you must have some connections in Shueishin. Of course, we 1T asked you what kind of backdoor you have. Seeing the boss relax a bit, Luo Yisuji continued. You just need to keep an eye on the movements of the big organizations in Shueishin and some major events. Then pass the information to us. If anyone asks, you can't say you know us, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. Just as the boss was about to say something, Luo Yisuji added, when I went to see Yin Yin, I saw the pigeons you were raising in your backyard. I believe you have a way to find us. The boss choked up, looking at this child who only reached his stomach, and then glanced at Wan Shong and the group of adults. Wan Shong spoke up. What he says is what it is. Luo Yisuji's appearance indeed made it hard to believe that the words just spoken came from him. The reason Wan Shong and the others allowed Luo Yisuji to take charge was that Shueishin was the only organized city they had encountered on their journey, and it seemed to be managed quite well on the surface. Knowing the movements of large organizations in Shui Xin was essential. But Wan Shong and her group couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Luo Yisuji had been at this inn for less than 6 hours, but had already figured out the boss's intentions and the plan behind it. To others, he might seem to be directed by adults, but the few who were in the know understood clearly that everything he did proved he was indeed the smartest among them. Just like when they first met in the small city, the combined intelligence of everyone present didn't match his. While everyone else was thinking about how to grow stronger, he was steadily laying his groundwork, placing his own informants everywhere, as if he had already thought of the path ahead and what they would experience. The boss took them to the backyard, where the room was simple but clean. A girl was lying on the bed. She was a butterfly mutant, and her wings were still on her back. The boss's wife explained, by chance, Jiu ate a butterfly and then became a butterfly mutant. Luo Yisu Zehi nodded, looked at Jiu Er's injuries, and couldn't help but glare in the direction of Nian Nian, who had been sleeping soundly in her nest. However, Nian Nian suddenly felt a chill. Confused, Nian Nian licked her fur. My fur is still as thick as before. Why is it suddenly so cold? Jiu Er's injuries were caused by Nian Nian, and with that connection, Luo Yisuji quickly understood. Last time, at the supermarket entrance, when Nian Nian went up, it wasn't to avoid others. She probably saw Jiu Er and mistook her for a butterfly, then went to pounce on her. Jiu Er's injuries had been there for a while, and seeing the worried looks of the boss and his wife, she reassured them. It's fine. It can be treated. I need to prepare some medicine. You can go out first. You don't need to prepare the medicine. We have it ourselves. The couple didn't dare to delay and quickly left. Stopping the bleeding would be enough. Luo Yisuji was naturally speaking to Wan Shong. Wan Shong nodded, and white light appeared in her palm as she approached the wound, only stopping once the wound had scabbed over. When the couple entered and saw their daughter's wound had already scabbed, they were so moved that they almost shed tears. Luo Yisuji divided the medicine and handed it to the couple. This is the medicine I've improved. Take it once a day, and in less than a week, she'll be fully healed. The boss took it, holding like a treasure. Thank you all. Thank you. No need to be polite. Just don't forget what you promised us, Luo Yisuji said. The boss nodded. You kids. My surname is Lee. Just call me Uncle Lee. If there's anything, I will notify you. Luo Yisuji politely looked at Uncle Lee. Boss Lee, our requests are not high. Secondly, we would like you to help us contact Chen Mu's organization. We want to join. Uncle Lee was taken aback. Why do you want to join the organization? It seems like they have no worries about food and clothing. But if you go in, you will likely be bullied, especially since you are all girls. Although Uncle Lee didn't make it explicit, they naturally picked up on the implication. Uncle Lee, don't worry. Just do as he says. Chun Jingjing pointed at Luo Yisuji and said. Uncle Lee glanced at everyone present, seeing that they all looked the same, and found it difficult to refuse. Well, okay, I will ask today, and at most, there will be news by tomorrow. Also, could you help us contact organizations other than Chun Mu's and the Mutant Organization? They can't be too small, and it would be best if the leader is somewhat clever, Chun Jingjing added. Uncle Lee frowned at Chun Jingjing. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with Chen Mu's organization? No, we just want to implement a plan. You don't need to worry about the specifics. We're afraid it might implicate you, she replied. All right, I want to pry on what you want to do, but I'm just worried you'll get bullied. Since that's the case, I want to ask further. Uncle Lee paused and continued. The other organization is currently ranked 3rd in Shui Xin. Although they don't have Tian Xing Shui, the leader's strength is quite good, and I have some connections with him. We can meet now and have dinner together. Wan Shong nodded. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Please lead the way. The meeting place was inside the Lee family's organization, and Nian Nian was left at the hotel due to her large size. The person in charge saw their group and couldn't help but show a look of disdain, directly ignoring them as he said to Uncle Lee, Uncle Lee, you finally introduced someone to my organization, and I thought they would be impressive. But how come it's like this? Uncle Lee smiled awkwardly at them. Come on, everyone. Please take a seat. This is my nephew Li Tao. You tend to speak like this, so don't take it to heart. Chun Jingjing smiled and sat down first. Uncle Lee thinks too much. We may seem lacking in strength. But believe me, after I explain the plan, Mr. Li Tao will be very willing to cooperate with us. Li Tao looked at Chun Jingjing and smiled, speaking in a flippant tone. Oh? How about this young lady does something to earn my trust first? Otherwise, I definitely won't risk taking my brothers along. Li Tao. Uncle Li scolded him discontentedly. Upon seeing Uncle Li's serious expression, Li Tao put away his smile and muttered unhappily, Uncle Li, I've said not to trust others easily. Although they seem weak, who knows if they're hiding something sinister? Uncle Li wanted to say something, but Chun Jingjing quickly smoothed things over. Uncle Li, it's okay. It's normal not to trust us at first meeting. After a pause, she turned to Li Tao and introduced each of them. I am Chun Jingjing, a metal-type ability user. This is Shun Long Chun, a fire-type ability user. Wan Shong, a wood-type ability user. Xin Ku, a wind-type ability user. Suyunli, a bird hybrid. I wonder if Mr. Li Tao is still willing to hear our plan? Wan Shong claimed her wood abilities to conceal her strength, serving as a trump card for the team, which naturally couldn't be casually revealed. Moreover, according to Luo Yisu, she was currently the only ice ability user. Li Tao straightened up and began to take them seriously. Continue. Chun Jingjing then elaborated on the plan that Luo Yisu had asked her to share. We plan to do this first, then this. What do you think? Li Tao pondered for a moment and nodded. Good. However, if you dare to play tricks on me, don't blame me for not considering Uncle Li's face. We won't trick you, don't worry. Then let's collaborate happily. Li Tao clapped his hands. After talking for so long, I believe everyone is hungry. Let's have dinner together. As Li Tao spoke, a group of beautiful women lined up, placing plates on the table. It seemed that although Li Tao's organization wasn't the strongest, he could still enjoy the treatment of a local emperor in Shui Xan. With no worries about food and clothing, and accompanied by beautiful women, he was indeed living better than before the apocalypse. During dinner, they casually chatted, and it turned out that Uncle Li and Li Tao were originally from Shui Xan. After the apocalypse began, Li Tao was once a small-time thug, living in poverty, and it was Uncle Li who had been helping him. After the apocalypse, following an incident with a wild dog hybrid, Uncle Li suggested that he establish an organization, which led to the current Li family organization. Chun Mu's brothers were similar, and they were even luckier, not only encountering hybrids, but also unexpectedly gaining the ability to control water, which made them even stronger. The hybrid organizations were external groups, reportedly from Wan Shong, and their purpose was to seek out hybrids and powerful ability users. Hybrids could enjoy high-level treatment, while, in comparison, ability users were at a disadvantage. Powerful ability users, like Wan Shong and Shen Longchun, who were above level 3, could also enjoy high-level treatment. During this time, Li Tao kept probing about their ability levels. However, Wan Shong and her group never revealed theirs. The reason was simple. If their abilities were too high, Li Tao would trust them less, as his organization wasn't the strongest, and he might fear they had ulterior motives for suddenly approaching him. If their abilities were too low, Li Tao might consider them too weak and could easily turn against them. Thus, they were in a difficult position, but fortunately, Chun Jingjing provided cover. Chun Jingjing, a former internet celebrity, was eloquent and spoke a lot without revealing any useful information. Uncle Li's attitude didn't change much. As long as Li Tao didn't do anything excessive, he generally wouldn't interfere. After all, it's better to avoid trouble. Chapter 40. Seizing the water ability, the next morning, the group set off to meet those collecting supplies. Is this the person Uncle Li introduced? As expected, they were met with displeased questions from the leading man. Qing Ji retorted, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? We're pretty impressive." Impressive how? Is it in words or in bed? Or both? How about playing with your brother for a bit? Qing Ji's face turned red and pale. Chun Jingjing smiled and pulled Qing Ji behind her. This big brother shouldn't think too much. My sister doesn't know how to speak. I hope you take care of her in the future. If we find good things, we won't forget you. The leader's expression softened a bit, and he coldly him-fed. At least this beauty understands. Let's go from now on. I'll cover you in collecting supplies. Chun Jingjing replied in an official tone. Thank you. Big brother, thank you. Along the way, the leader boasted, just call me Brother Chun like them. Right now, I don't have any hybrid or awaken abilities, so I'm handling logistics. Before the apocalypse, I was related to Chun Mu, and if I rise further, I'll definitely bring you along. Chun Jingjing smiled in agreement. Thank you, Brother Chun. We'll follow you from now on. Because there were hybrids along, There were no dangers on the way. The destination was a supermarket, but the food had long been cleaned out. Originally, the group was still looking for anything useful in the supermarket when another group of arrogant individuals arrived. Wan Shong saw the person opposite her. With the corners of his mouth lifting, Shenlongchen took out a large bag of bread from his backpack, placed it in the corner, and then moved to a dark spot to watch. The person across immediately spotted the bread and excitedly yelled while running, "Boss, boss, I found something to eat." Saying this, he tried to grab the bread. However, another person's hand was quicker. Shenlongchen dashed over and snatched the bread, saying, "Hey, I got this first." The person immediately retorted arrogantly, "I saw it first. I'm from the mutant organization, so you'd better hand it over quickly." Shenlongchen shouted, "Everyone come over. This person wants to steal our supplies." Brother Chun immediately glared and shouted, "Who dares to steal our supplies? We are from the Chun Mu Brothers organization." Ching Ke ran ahead, provocatively saying, "Oh, you want to steal, huh? Don't you know our Chun Mu Brothers organization is the top organization in Shui, Xin? Do you dare to steal from us?" The leader on the opposite side disdainfully replied, "What is the Chun Mu Brothers organization? We are the mutant organization. Even your boss has to give us some respect when he sees us. What are you?" Brother Chun also rushed over upon hearing this. Ching Ku immediately pulled Brother Chun and pointed at the leader opposite, saying, "Brother Chun, they said our organization is inferior to theirs, and they would even take a detour when encountering us. Now they're trying to steal our supplies." Brother Chun saw that the opposing side wasn't easy to deal with and thought it better to avoid trouble. He quickly put on a smile and prepared to say some polite words to settle the matter. Over there." Chun Jingjing immediately interrupted Brother Chen's words and retorted, "Brother Chun, if you are afraid of them, does that mean our organization really is inferior to theirs?" "No way." Brother Chen quickly changed his tone. "To the opposite side, if I weren't considering your boss's face and not arguing with you, today this supply would be a tribute to me. Otherwise, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless." The opposing leader was also hot-tempered and immediately signaled his brothers to surround them. Brother Chun, seeing the situation, swallowed hard but refused to back down. "Brothers, get ready. If they dare to steal anything, take one down and count it." Shenlongchen had a small flame at his fingertips. "Stop wasting time, just go for it." The mutant organization was mostly made up of mutants. Once their true forms were revealed, there were all sorts of creatures like dogs and cats. Brother Chen's group wasn't weak either, with both mutants and ability users. As the two groups clashed, Ching Ke hugged Luo Yisuzi and retreated far away, while Chun Jingjing, Wan Chong, and Shenlongchen also hid in the corner. Luo Yisuzi squinted at the situation outside, where both sides were fighting fiercely. Luo Yisuzi immediately assigned, "Ching Ku and I will go find Li Tao. You all stay behind and observe the situation." Ching Ku immediately hugged Luo Yisuzi and ran out. As the two sides had almost finished fighting, Wan Chong and Shenlongchen had just joined in. As soon as the vines were released, Shenlongchen ignited them, causing the opposing mutants to feel a sharp pain. Meanwhile, Su Yunli was nearby, preparing to shoot arrows. With Wan Chong and the others joining in, the situation gradually turned in their favor. After that, the opposing team fled in disarray. Once the others had run far away, Brother Chun sat down heavily on the ground, still holding the supplies that Shenlongchen had handed him, breathing heavily. After catching his breath, he stood up and instructed everyone to get ready to leave. Brother Chen's expression was extremely grim. "What does this have to do with you? Move aside, you're delaying my business. Can you take responsibility for this?" Brother Chen led their group directly to Chun Mu's house. Chun Jingjing tugged at Brother Chen's sleeve. "We just arrived today. Is it appropriate to see the boss? How about we wait at the door?" Brother Chen thought for a moment and agreed that there were too many people, so he raised his voice. "You all wait here. I'll go talk to the boss." With that, he ran upstairs alone. After the recent fight, everyone was lacking in energy, and those who couldn't grab a chair simply sat down on the ground to rest. Wan Chong exchanged glances with a few others and moved closer to the corner, quietly leaving the room. Shenlongchen pointed to the back of the house. It seems to be coming from that direction. The power of the Tianqing water was hard to describe, but both Wan Chong and Shenlongchen felt it, while Chun Jingjing and Su Yunli didn't seem to notice anything. Chun Jingjing frowned. "Are you sure?" We have very limited time. We can't afford to waste it. Wan Shong and Shun Longshan nodded simultaneously. It's confirmed they're inside. All units prepare for battle. A voice shouted, amidst the continuous clamor of various sound around. Wan Shong and Shun Longshan exchanged a glance and ran forward. Shun Jingjing stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what is going on? Why are we preparing for battle?" The passerby replied, "I heard that this afternoon, Li Tao, the leader of the third organization, the Li organization, went to meet with the leader of the mutant organization. I don't know what they discussed, but Li Tao seemed very happy when he left. It seems our people got into a fight with the mutant organization. They say tonight, both the mutant organization and Li Tao's people will attack at the same time. So our boss told us to prepare for battle early." "Thank you, sir." After the passerby left, Shun Longshan stroked his chin and said, "It's a bit strange. I can't quite put my finger on what's odd about it." "What is strange?" "This is just what we wanted, just as that little brat Luo Isu predicted," Shun Jingjing replied. Wan Chong also frowned and said, "Brother Chenmu, we met last time, and he is not simple at all. How could he be so easily deceived?" Su Yunli guessed and asked, "Is it because there are too many people involved, and they have a sense of crisis?" Shun Jingjing smiled apologetically and said, "Got it, big brother. We'll leave right away." The few exchanged glances, then turned and went to a deserted corner before climbing over the wall to leave. They waited in a nearby house, ready to rush for the Tianqing Shui as soon as Luo Yisuzi's signal was given. Until nightfall, none of the three organizations moved, and Brother Chenmu's house was brightly lit. "Prepare, prepare. The people from the mutant organization and the Li family are coming." A loud shout from someone made everyone tense up. Wan Chong and her group were watching from a nearby room. Initially, both sides exchanged gunfire, and then various large mutant beings rushed into the house. The noise completely drowned out any conversation. They exchanged glances and decided to climb back over the wall from where they came. Luo Isu said that once both sides opened fire, they should ignore everything else and go directly to steal the Tianqing water. The group stealthily made their way to the back warehouse, which was tightly sealed on all sides. With only 2 guards at the entrance, Shun Longshan charged forward, lifted one guard's chin, and with a forceful twist, there was a crack sound as the guard's neck snapped. At the same time, Wan Chong delivered a side kick that knocked the other guard to the ground, while Shun Jingjing plunged a knife into the guard's head. The guard twitched a few times and died. Both men fell to the ground without making a sound. Su Yunli, holding a specially made iron rod prepared by Luo Isu, worked together with the others to pry open the door. The warehouse was dark, with only a faint glimmer of light. In the center was a high platform, on top of which was a glass vessel containing some transparent liquid, and the energy was undoubtedly emanating from it. Tianqing water. The group was overjoyed and surrounded it. Shun Longshan reached out to grab it, but found it impossible after several attempts. He then noticed that the vessel containing the Tianqing water was fused with the platform. If they wanted to take the water, they would need to uproot the platform, which was connected to the warehouse. Moving the platform would inevitably cause the warehouse to collapse. Shun Jingjing gritted her teeth and said, "No wonder they only sent 2 weak guards at the entrance. They placed the Tianqing water like this. How could it possibly be moved?" After pondering for a moment, Shun Longshan's eyes lit up. "Got it. This way." Chapter 41. Breaking through the siege, everyone looked at Shun Longshan, who smiled at Wan Chong. "Others might not be able to take it, but we have an advantage." Now everyone understood. They could have Wan Chong freeze the Tianqing water, then break the glass, and find something to carry the water away. Wan Chong nodded, ready to take action when the sounds outside grew quieter. Suddenly, with a bang, the warehouse's big light turned on. The originally dim warehouse was now fully illuminated, and at the door, besides Chenmu and Shunrong, there was a huge dog that looked like a Labrador. "Long time no see," Shunrong greeted with a smile. Wan Chong and her companions looked at them warily. Shunrong spoke again. "Don't look at us like that. Don't you think, with such a large mutated pet entering Shui Xin, we wouldn't pay attention?" Shun Longshan pulled Wan Chong back a bit. "So that's how it is. Then you already knew about our plan in advance?" Chun Rong shook his head. No. The plan is very perfect. First, we incite conflicts within the organization. Then let them fight amongst themselves. When 2 tigers fight, one will surely be injured, allowing the Li family organization to reap the benefits. And you could take what you want. However, you didn't expect that the leader of the mutant organization and I have known each other for a long time. The oddly shaped Labrador gradually revealed its true form, a tall and unfamiliar man with a rugged appearance, exuding an invisible pressure all over. We received news as soon as you stirred up the conflict, so we decided to play along. But even if you came, you wouldn't be able to snatch away Tianqing Shui. It's been a long time since interesting people have appeared in Shui Xin, but today you must die here, Chun Rong said with a smile, his words seemingly indifferent to the lives or deaths of others. Bang! Another loud noise echoed. Come up. Yin Yin knocked over the person at the door, her massive body appearing in front of everyone. Wan Shong and her group did not dare to delay, quickly climbing up and leaping onto Yin Yin's back. Yin Yin swiped at those trying to surround them, easily leaping outside the walls. At the same time, the leader of the mutant organization reacted, transforming into a giant dog and chasing after Yin Yin. As soon as Yin Yin landed, she began to run wildly. There were still many people on the street, but seeing so many mutants revealing their true forms, they realized something was wrong and hid everywhere, afraid to come out for fear of being accidentally harmed. The giant dog was slowly closing the distance between them. Luo Yasuzi glanced back at the increasing number of mutants chasing them and pointed at the house. Yin Yin up. Yin Yin leaped onto the roof, running wildly. Most of the pursuers were dogs and couldn't run up the walls like Yin Yin. Even those who could match her speed couldn't attack. As they approached the city gate, Chun Mu and Chun Rong were sitting on the wall. Chun Rong smiled and said, "What? You think you can run away after stealing something? Although you didn't manage to take away the Tianqing water, just in case you must die." Many bird-like mutants had already surrounded Yin Yin in the air. Luo Yasuzi pondered for a moment and said, "Yin Yin, jump out. Su Yunli will hold off those flying in the sky, and Wan Shong and Shen Longchun will deal with Chun Mu and Shen Rong." Wan Shong and Shen Longchun exchanged glances. Shen Longchun clasped his hands together, and Wan Shong stepped up. Shen Longchun pushed forward, and Wan Shong flew directly towards Chun Mu and Shen Rong. Wan Shong took out 2 guns from the space, and as soon as they hit the ground, she started shooting at Chun Mu and Chun Rong. Chun Mu instantly transformed into a swarm of bats, sweeping up Chun Rong and flying out of the shooting range. Meanwhile, Shen Longchun sat on Yin Yin's tail, throwing several fireballs. But the leader of the mutant organization leaped up effortlessly to dodge them. However, a few mutants who couldn't evade in time were hit and rolled on the ground in pain. Su Yunli flew into the sky as soon as her wings emerged, holding 2 knives, while the other bird-like mutants were much better than her, with hands that could transform into sharp bird claws. Although she had bought a little time, she had sustained many scratches and blood flowed profusely. It was precisely this little moment that was enough for Yin Yin to leap and vault over the wall. The other mutants were not to be underestimated either, easily jumping over the city wall. Luo Yasuzi gritted his teeth and commanded, "Yin Yin, run into the forest." It was nighttime, and outside of Shui Xin, there was no light at all, only the faint moonlight to illuminate the path, severely obstructing visibility. Shen Longchun dared not use fire for illumination, as it would expose them more easily. Su Yunli had many scratches on her body, and in the chaos, Wan Shong could only use healing magic to mend the major bleeding wounds, leaving the smaller scratches unattended for now. Yin Yin's speed slowed down, and the sounds behind them grew closer. "Can't you find the way?" Shen Rong's teasing voice came from behind. Yin Yin turned around, crouching down and baring her teeth at the back. In the darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight, she could barely make out the outlines and the murderous eyes. There were many, both big and small, close and far, no less than 100. With a loud bang, a gunshot rang out, and it was unclear who fired first. But the 2 sides began to clash. Wan Shong threw out 3 modified submachine guns and set them up with Shen Longchun and Chun Jingjing, who began to fire. Although their firepower was not inferior to the opposing side, the enemy was shooting accurately while they could barely see, only able to spray bullets randomly. Yin Yin was engaged in a fight with a dog slightly smaller than itself. Fortunately, Yin Yin's white fur could barely be distinguished in the darkness. The large dog was biting at Yin Yin's neck, but Yin Yin had a lot of fur, making it difficult for the dog to reach any blood vessels. at most breaking the skin. Nian Nian was not to be outdone, using its sharp claws to continuously swipe at the dog's face. The dog's face had little fur, and before long, it was left bleeding profusely from Nian Nian's strikes. Meanwhile, Nian Nian had also lost a lot of fur, with several patches completely bare. The trees were quite dense, and Su Yunli did not dare to fly up easily, without the cover of trees in the sky. It would be easier to become a target. Chun Jingjing crouched on the ground, rubbing her wrist and alternating shooting with Su Yunli. Boss, are we going to die here? Wan Shong felt uncertain upon hearing this. The attacks from the opposite side were overwhelmingly powerful. They could only hold on for a while. But it was definitely not a long-term solution. Shen Longshan shouted, if we're going to die, then so be it. What is there to fear? Let us see how many we can take down. The sound of machine gun fire was loud, drowning out the voices, but in the current state of heightened concentration, they still managed to catch snippets of the conversation. Luo Yiji gritted her teeth and said, oh no, no wonder they are so formidable. After a pause, she shouted to Nian Nian, who was not far away, Nian Nian, run. Nian Nian knocked a big dog down with a paw and ran towards Luo Yiji. Although Wan Shong and the others didn't understand what was happening, they still climbed onto Nian Nian's back and started to run wildly. The people behind them were relentless in their pursuit. Luo Yiji directed them while keeping a serious expression on her small face. Chun Jingjing asked again, what should we do? They are dead set on killing us. Luo Yiji wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, I noticed that early on. They didn't deal with us directly, but lured us in, ensuring that everything was foolproof, right? Luo Yiji immediately rebutted, impossible. If it weren't for Nian Nian, would you all be able to escape? Now you want to abandon Nian Nian? I won't agree to that. If we leave, Nian Nian will definitely die. Indeed, in the dark forest, Nian Nian's size was too large. If they really abandoned Nian Nian, they could easily evade the pursuit. Nian Nian's size was so big, and with its white fur, it could be seen with just a hint of light. Shen Longshan pressed his lips together and said nothing more. If it weren't for the real danger they were in, he wouldn't have said such things, but if there was truly no way to escape, then he might really. Thinking of this, he looked at Wan Shong and asked, what do you think? Everyone turned to Wan Shong, placing the decision in her hands. Wan Shong sighed, I don't think we can abandon it now. Seeing the joy on Luo Yisuzi's face, Wan Shong continued, however, if it really threatens everyone's lives, we can only give up on Nian Nian. She can't be selfish. She can't abandon everyone for Nian Nian, nor can she let them follow her to their deaths. Chun Jingjing is like this, Su Yunli is like this, and Shen Longshan is even more so. Luo Yisuzi clenched her small hands tightly, carefully watching the road ahead. The sound from behind were getting closer, and she could even feel that they were preparing to surround them. The gunfire from behind continued incessantly, even getting closer, as if barely grazing their skin. Meow, Wu Nian Nian jolted and let out a cry of pain. Qing Ku crawled to the back to take a look and shouted, Boss, don't shoot Nian Nian in the hind leg. Wan Shong looked at Nian Nian's bleeding hind leg. At this moment, Nian Nian couldn't put any strength on its injured leg, and it was bleeding continuously. It seemed that the bullet had already entered its body, and now it was limping while running, clearly much slower. Although Nian Nian had stopped making sounds, everyone could still feel its pain. Luo Isu was heartbroken and kept stroking Nian Nian's fur. Nian Nian, hang in there. Don't be afraid, we'll escape. Is the little kitty injured and can't run anymore? Chun Rong's provocative voice came from behind, ringing like an alarm bell, striking everyone's hearts again and again. Chun Jingjing shouted while randomly shooting behind her. What business is it of yours, Chun Rong? If my lady doesn't die this time, just wait. What a pity. You're definitely dead this time. Don't you know we've been right beside you? As soon as the words fell, a large shadow approached. It was Chun Mu, made up of many bats, carrying Chun Rong in the middle. Everyone's faces turned grim. Chun Mu and Chun Rong had followed them the whole way, and they hadn't even noticed how close they were. Chun Rong's voice came chillingly. So, where should we shoot now? Should we injure all 4 limbs of this little kitty so it can't run away? What do you think? You dare. Luo Isu glared at Chun Rong with red eyes. Chun Rong, unfazed, took out a gun, aimed at Nian Nian's front leg, and lightly asked, What do you all think? Is it good to shoot the front leg? Chapter 42. The Mysterious Cave 1. Luo Yisu clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on Chun Rong without blinking. Ha ha! Chun Rong laughed heartily. What kind of look is that? Do you think you could run this far? It's just because I haven't had enough fun yet. I plan to slowly torture you to death. What do you think? Qin Ke raised her gun and shot at Chun Rong, but Chen Mu was quick and dodged it. Shen Longchen's eyes darkened. At such a close distance, even the gun could be dodged. No wonder Chun Rong was so fearless. Nian Yin ran with all its might. But the distance to those mutated humans kept closing in. It was only a matter of time before they caught up. Bang! Before the words were fully spoken, Chun Rong had already fired. Qin Ke's left shoulder was shot through, blood gushed out, and she fell into unconsciousness. Chun Jingjing quickly went to support Qin Ke to prevent her from falling. Chun Rong clicked her tongue. So weak, didn't hit a fatal spot. Just one shot, and she's out. Shen Longchen looked at Chun Rong, his expression fluctuating. What exactly do you want? Chun Rong smiled at Shen Longchen. Guess? A gasp escaped from Chun Jingjing's mouth as Nian Yin lost its footing and fell into an unknown cave. Above, Chun Rong looked at the cave entrance, her smile frozen on her face. The mutated humans quickly caught up behind. Their leader looked around. Where are the people? This cave was a forbidden zone. They only saw people go in, but no one had ever come out. The leader of the mutated humans, Wan Shong, noted that ever since the Shui Xian people discovered this strange cave, many mutated humans, even stronger than him, had come and gone inside. However, none had ever come back out, and he did not believe that Wan Shong and her group, who were even weaker than him, had the ability to escape. This was a place named Forbidden Zone by the Shui Xian people. Below, after falling into the cave, the light became even dimmer, to the point where one couldn't see their own hand. Apart from Yin Yin's heavy breathing, there was no other sound. Something was wrapping around Wan Chong's limbs, like vines. Is anyone there? Boss, are you there? Chun Jingjing's voice sounded not far away. Wan Chong replied softly, I'm here. Something is entangling me. Chun Jingjing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're here. I thought I was the only one, and no one was talking. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the surroundings lit up as Shen Longchen was engulfed in flames, directly burning through the vines and causing him to fall. With the light from the fire, he could see that Nian Yin was at the very bottom, while everyone, including the unconscious Qin Ke, was suspended against the wall by the vines. Shen Longchen assessed the height, approximately 20 meters, and after confirming, he climbed up along the vines, carefully controlling the temperature of the flames so that the vines would not come too close, yet not burn the vines that were convenient for climbing. Fortunately, the vines lacked intelligence. When they approached Shen Longchen and were attacked, they retreated, which made things easier for him. After rescuing everyone one by one, he was already exhausted, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Wan Chong looked at Qin Ke's injury. The bullet had directly penetrated his left shoulder, and the wound had already scabbed over. Su Yunli's wounds were relatively shallow and had also formed scabs. Wan Chong circled around to Nian Yin's back to check her hind leg. Luo Yisuzi also squatted down behind Nian Yin, and upon seeing Wan Chong, immediately moved aside. Shen Longchen acted as a light, following Wan Chong to provide illumination. Nian Yin's hind leg was still bleeding, with a bullet lodged inside, making it impossible to use healing magic directly. Su Yunli, the knife, Wan Chong said. Su Yunli tossed the knife from her side over, and Shen Longchen caught it with one hand, handing it to Wan Chong. Nian Yin instinctively shrank her hind leg in defense, and Luo Yisuzi immediately reassured her, Nian Yin, be good. If we don't treat it, you won't be able to walk normally in the future. Saying this, he circled to the front and comforted Nian Yin by hugging her huge cat face, which made Nian Yin relax and extend her hind leg. Wan Chong took a knife and cut open the wound. Nian Yin shivered and let out a whimpering sound. Wan Chong frowned. Come and hold it down. Shen Longchen immediately stepped forward, and after the flames on his arm were completely extinguished, he held down Nian Yin's hind leg. With intense concentration and the heat from Shen Longchen beside her, Wan Chong felt quite warm, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. But she didn't have time to wipe it away. After removing the bullet, Wan Chong began to heal with her powers. However, her abilities were limited, just enough to stop the bleeding and let the wound scab over. Once everything was done, Wan Shong finally raised her hand to wipe away the sweat. Shen Longchen teased. What's wrong? Feeling hot? Wan Shong gave her a glance and was about to drink some water to quench her thirst, but after trying a few times, she found it didn't work. Luo Yasuzi also noticed her unusual behavior. What's wrong? Wan Shong finally gave up trying. The space was unusable, and nothing could be taken out. As soon as she said this, everyone became anxious. If the space couldn't be used, that meant they had no water, no food. And besides the 2 knives that Su Yunli had earlier, they now had nothing. Luo Isu looked at the height of the cave. It seemed they couldn't go up, and they could only move deeper inside. Wan Shong frowned, pondering his words. 20 meters, aside from the vine attacks, should be manageable to climb up. Moreover, Su Yunli could fly directly up and find something to save them as well. However, Nin Yin was too large. With just a few of them, they couldn't pull her up at all and could only move deeper into the cave. Qin Ku was still unconscious, and Chen Jingjing and Su Yunli each supported Qin Ku. Following the group, Nin Yin had an injured hind leg and was limping, unable to walk on her own. So Shen Longchen led the way while Nin Yin brought up the rear as the group ventured deeper. Shen Longchen's firelight grew weaker, and Luo Isua said, Don't use your abilities anymore. We don't know if there are dangers behind us. If we use them all up for lighting now, what will we do later? Only then did Shen Longchen relent. But once he stopped using his abilities, darkness enveloped them again, with only a faint flickering light resembling fireflies. They slowly navigated the darkness without incident. Nian Yin could see the outside clearly in the dark, so it wasn't a big problem. They walked in the dark for an unknown amount of time, and everyone was exhausted. Chen Jingjing spoke up, Boss, let's take a break before moving on. I'm so tired and hungry. Wan Chong stopped. Naturally, she was also very tired and hungry, but she just hadn't said anything. In this rebirth, with the experience from her previous life, she had been hoarding supplies, and with the space, she hadn't gone hungry at all. She originally thought everything would go smoothly. With the space by her side, she could be worry-free. Now, however, she was so hungry that her vision was blurring, which was truly unexpected. Su Yunli pinched the philtrum of Qin Kai, who slowly woke up and asked in confusion, What happened? Chen Jingjing, who was beside her, smiled wryly. If I had known this would wake you up, I would have let Su pinch your philtrum earlier. It's a pity we both carried you all the way. Qin Kai sat up straight, moving her wound, and couldn't help but hiss in pain, saying, If I had known this, I wouldn't have woken up. I would have let you carry me all the way. You. Chen Jingjing was so angry that she pointed at Qin Kai, stuttering on the word you without any follow-up. After resting for a moment, Wan Chong got up. Let's keep going. We're starting to walk again. Chen Jingjing complained, but still followed everyone. Staying in place was undoubtedly waiting for death. There was nothing here, no food or water. Although they were all very tired now, if they didn't leave now, they could only wait to starve to death. Shen Longchen asked, Are we in a loop? Or have we walked into some maze? We've probably been walking for about 4 hours since we fell here. We could have covered 20 kilometers by now. Luo Iju touched the moss beside her. No, the air is gradually becoming more humid, which means we're getting closer to the exit. Moreover, there should be water near the exit. The living environment of this moss must be a damp area. A cry of pain came out. Luo Iju was right. However, the moss was becoming more and more abundant because it was getting wetter. And as the moss increased, the ground became more slippery, making it easy to fall if one wasn't careful while walking. Su Yunli and Qin Kai worked together to pull Chen Jingjing up. And Chen Jingjing rubber bottom. Boss, it hurts so much. Let's rest a bit longer. I've fallen 9 times already. Luo Iju's words were all reasonable, and even Chen Jingjing couldn't refute them. Gurgle. The sound of a hungry stomach echoed. Qin Kai awkwardly grabbed her hair. I'm just too hungry. I didn't eat dinner and fought with them for so long, and I'm injured, so my stamina is depleting faster. Everyone, please bear with me. Although only Qin Kai's stomach growled, they hadn't eaten much for dinner, had been running for their lives, and hadn't slept. Now, they were all tired, hungry, and sleepy. Various reasons were pressing on everyone's nerves, and the road ahead was unclear. They didn't know how to survive. Luo Iju wiped the sweat from her forehead. Let's rest for a bit. Children's bodies really can't compare to you ability users. I think I'm on my limit. Shun Longshun walked over slowly and reached out to Luo Yizhu. Now you look like a child. Come on, I'll carry you. Luo Yizhu snorted coldly. I don't want you to carry me. You should think about how to avoid starving to death. Shun Longshun. Chapter 43. Mysterious Cave 2. Shun Longshun. Luo Yizhu sighed. Wan Shong has isolated the space in the cave. And then Shun Longshun can roast some mosquitoes to eat. Otherwise, we probably won't be able to get out. Wan Shong nodded and walked to the front with Shun Longshun, building a thin ice wall at the entrance of the cave. After walking a bit further, they built another ice wall. Shun Longshun ignited flames from his hands, careful not to raise the temperature too high for fear of burning the mosquitoes to ashes. There were quite a few mosquitoes inside the cave that had not mutated, so they were generally only a little bit in size. Shun Longshun meticulously roasted every inch of the area, while Wan Shong followed closely behind, carefully collecting the mosquitoes. Once all the mosquitoes in the space had been roasted to death, Wan Shong kicked the thin ice apart and walked over with a pile of mosquitoes in her hands. The group gathered around the pile of mosquitoes, which were dead beyond recovery. Although small, there were still quite a few. Shun Jingjing hesitated and said, "Are we really going to eat this?" Chinku swallowed hard and replied, "Why not? Let's give it a try. I'm pretty hungry right now." Shun Longshun and Luo Yisuzi didn't mind at all. They directly grabbed a dozen mosquitoes and tossed them into their mouths, starting to eat. Shun Longshun was someone who had undergone special training and had eaten much harder to swallow things before, so eating a few mosquitoes to stave off hunger was no problem for him. Luo Yisuzi knew well that aside from the mosquitoes they could find now, there was nothing else edible, so this was the only option they had. Wan Shong also reached out to grab a few and put them in her mouth, chewing them. Although there was very little mosquito meat and it had a slightly burnt taste, it was still quite good. Seeing that everyone was eating, the others stopped being picky, each grabbing a little to eat, as no one wanted to starve to death in this dark place. A pile of mosquitoes was quickly dealt with by the group. Yin Yin, behind them, looked at everyone with her big, watery eyes. However, even for Wan Shong and the others, eating a lot of these small mosquitoes wouldn't be filling, let alone for a large mutated pet like Yin Yin. Luo Isawa patted Yin Yin's huge cat face and said, "Yin Yin, be good. We'll find you something to eat once we get out." "Meow," Yin Yin replied obediently. Wan Shong just stood up and continued walking, although the mosquitoes were small. Eating some mosquitoes was much better than eating nothing at all. After walking for about another half an hour, they finally saw some light. Qing Ku and Shun Jingjing looked at the light, almost jumping with joy. There was the exit ahead. They finally reached the exit. Hurry up, hurry up. Originally, it was the two of them who complained about being tired, but after seeing the exit, they kept urging each other to move faster. Outside the cave was a forest. The morning sunlight poured down, and the weary group felt much better. The trees were lush, and it seemed like no one had ever walked through here. Nevertheless, they stepped into the forest. There were shrubs everywhere, and Shun Longshun used a knife to clear the way in front. But Nian Yin's large size crushed the small saplings in their path. The forest was very quiet. Occasionally, they could hear a bird call or two, but when they looked up to search, they saw nothing, as if nothing had happened. Shun Jingjing rubbed her arms and said, "Boss, I feel like something is a bit strange." Wan Shong also cautiously observed the surroundings. "Be careful." Luo Isuji frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. After walking for about half an hour, Qing Ko asked, "Can we take a break? I'm so tired. This forest can't be as big as the cave we just came from, right? Plus, there's nothing to eat." Wan Shong looked at everyone, and Yin Yin had already lowered her head, unwilling to move even a step with her big claws. Wan Shong then spoke up. "Let's take a break." Luo Isu picked up a branch. "You all come here." A group of people gathered around, and Luo Isu began to draw. First, she drew a straight line, then a circle, assuming this straight line represents the cave we've just walked through for a long time, and this circle represents the forest we're in now. Then we are likely going in circles inside it. Su Yunli asked in confusion, "How do you know the forest is circular? The cave we just walked through had no forks, just one path, and we just entered the forest." Luo Isu glanced at her and then looked at everyone present. This time, instead of disdain, she explained seriously and patiently. In the absence of special conditions, Wild forests tend to expand in a circular shape. This is a theorem. After a pause, she continued, moreover, when people walk in confusion, they tend to reflexively veer left. The forest is circular, and our path is also circular, which is no different from walking in place. Shun Jingjing asked, but the places we've walked through are so obvious. Even if we were wrong, we should be able to notice. Shun Longchun shook his head. No, I know this theorem. From the moment we cleared the path until now, we have maintained control. We haven't gone in circles. Therefore, Luo Isu's assumption was invalid. However, the fact that they were trapped in the forest was indeed true. Luo Isu drew a larger circle around the one on the ground. Exactly, we don't know how big the forest really is. Maybe it's this big, or perhaps even larger. As she spoke, she continued to expand the circle on the ground, drawing 3 more. Wan Shong looked at the map on the ground and picked up a branch from the other side. The cave took 2 hours to walk through, but excluding the time spent resting and roasting mosquitoes, it was about 5 hours. 5 hours is enough to cover 30 miles. And if the forest is as you said, then why haven't we heard about such a place anywhere? As she spoke, she circled the entire area with the branch. Such a large area shouldn't have gone unnoticed. And after we came down, no one else followed us. Luo Yizhu nodded. That makes sense. Before he could finish speaking, Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing interrupted him. Boss, we admire you so much. You're amazing, boss. Wan Chong couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye. It's already this time, and you're still making a fuss. Shin Longchun spoke up beside her. Don't you see whose people they are? Oh, Brother Long, are you admitting it? Qing Ku had a knowing look on her face. Brother Long, hurry up and tell us, when did this happen? Shin Jingjing also looked curious. Both of them had regretful expressions, and Luo Yizhi added, either they fell in a different place than us, or it's because this cave is very dangerous, and they didn't dare to follow. After all, they're not from Shueishin, and they don't know Shueishin's rules. Nor do they know if this place is dangerous, which is why no one dares to come. Luo Yizhi sat cross-legged. They probably don't dare to come. The cave is pitch black, and they can't see the situation, so naturally, they're afraid of dying. We'll just wait here. What? Not leaving? Isn't it better to leave early? Su Yunli was confused. Luo Yizhi pointed not far away. There's animal droppings over there. So there must be animals in the forest. The droppings are not much, which means they're not mutated animals, and it should be easier to deal with now. As long as they're not social animals, we can have a good meal, so we can rest assured and conserve our energy. Just wait a bit. The surroundings fell completely silent, with only occasional bird calls and the sound of falling leaves. After waiting for about 2 hours, there was still no sign of movement. Qing Ku muttered unhappily, Little brat, do you really think it's true? We've been waiting for so long. As she spoke, she ran to Nian's side, leaning against her and gently stroking her cat face. What more? After last night's battle, Nian will probably starve to death if she doesn't eat soon. I want to joke with Nian's life. Qing Ku lay on Chun Jingjing's lap. I was really scared last night. I almost thought I was going to die. Chun Jingjing touched her face. You won tea. We survived, didn't we? Besides, we have the boss here. Chun Jingjing nodded. Yes, the boss is very capable. Su Yunli interjected. Why do you all trust her so much? Did you know her before the apocalypse? Su Yunli originally planned that if things really didn't work out, if Shun Longshan decided to leave, then she would spread her wings and run away too. She couldn't die. She still had something to accomplish. And she absolutely couldn't die. Qing Ku shook her head. No, I didn't know her. Sister Jingjing was the first to follow the boss. I joined later. You don't know, when I first met the boss, she was really impressive, not afraid of a group of people at all, and even dared to shoot to lure zombies. She was so amazing that I decided to stick with her at first sight. Speaking of the big knife, Qing Ku clapped her hands. Yes. I remember that big knife. I thought it was really cool at the time, just like the people on TV. Chun Jingjing tapped her on the head. Don't interrupt me. At that time, the boss killed a zombie with 1 slash. It was so impressive. Then I followed the boss with little Haidang. Su Yunli, upon hearing this, looked at Wan Chong in disbelief. Luo Yizhi curled her lips. TC, what is so strange about it? If she had died at the beginning of the apocalypse, it would really be an insult to her identity. Wan Chong narrowed her eyes at Luo Yisu, her gaze full of warning. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Cave, Part 3. Luo Isu pouted. Why are you staring at me? I didn't say anything, Shenlongshun said calmly. If a girl is this strong-willed before the apocalypse, she probably wouldn't be able to get married. Luckily, you met me, right? Wan Shong glanced at Shenlongshun and said, even if I hadn't met you, I could still get married. Although her looks were average and her figure wasn't great, it was entirely due to malnutrition caused by the apocalypse. If it were before, she would have developed better than she did now. So, Shenlongshun's assumption was unfounded. Are you agreeing to me? Shenlongshun pretended not to understand Wan Chong's meaning, deliberately misleading her and looking at her with anticipation. Shenlongshun leaned in a little closer, fully taking advantage of his thick-skinned nature. Oh, your face is red. Everyone look. It turns out our boss can blush too. This is the first time I've seen you blush after knowing you for so long. Oinki nodded, yeah. It really is red. I thought the boss would always be aloof, but unexpectedly, she fell to Long Ge. As soon as Shenlongshun heard others praising him, he immediately raised his chin, looking triumphant. Chun Jingjing said with a knowing expression, I didn't expect the boss to have shy moments. Indeed, when encountering someone they like, even the coldest heart can melt. Wan Chong glanced at the two of them and shouted in her heart, who is your boss? Who are you two helping? But she refused to admit it out loud. Who's blushing? I'm just a bit hot. Although she said that, she really did feel her face warm. And her heart was racing. Of course, she wouldn't say that. Shenlongshun was still staring at Wan Chong beside her. Your ears are red too. Wan Chong glared at him, remaining silent. What could she say? She couldn't fight back, and she couldn't argue with him, so it was best to stay silent. Shenlongshun leaned in closer and sat down beside Wan Chong. Are you shy? Wan Chong looked in another direction, and Shenlongshun turned to another side and asked, your face is still so red. Wan Chong pushed him away. Are you done? I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned. When she first encountered Qin Ku, who relentlessly pursued her, she thought he was thick-skinned, but now she realized that there are always higher mountains. Compared to Qin Ku, this guy was even more excessive. On the other side, Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing were watching the two with their hands on their faces, practically oozing love from their eyes. Wow, the boss and Long Ge are showing off their affection. This dog food is making me so pitiful. I don't even have a boyfriend. I don't have one either. They were originally hungry, but seeing the boss and Long Ge, it felt like they were being showered with dog food. Despite being really hungry, they still indulged their gossiping instincts to distract themselves. Qin Ke leaned closer to Chun Jingjing. How about this? Jingjing, yeah. Let's pair up. Look, we can't go out anyway. At least we can wish for a not seeking to be born on the same day, but hoping to die on the same day. Pa, who wants to die with you? After Chun Jingjing spat a few times, she turned to Su Yunli and said affectionately, I want to be with Su for eternity, growing old together, never to part. Su Yunli then disdainfully pulled her hand out of Chun Jingjing's grasp. Forget it. You and Xiao Qin can be together. I wish you both an early arrival of a precious child. Qin Ke leaned in again, imitating Shenlongshun's manner, and asked, Are you shy? Wan Chong couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. When did she ever say those words? It must be a scenario they conjured up in their own minds. Shenlongshun propped his face up and looked at Wan Chong. Why is your personality so twisted? It can't be a problem at home, right? When Wan Chong hears others mention her family, she can't help but feel bitter inside. With a sister like Lu Ziki, a father like Wan Shurchong, a timid mother, and a brother Wan Kun whose life or death is currently unknown, she feels the weight of it all. Although she doesn't know how Wan Kun is doing now, she still wants to go to Wan Shong to take a look. What if Wan Kun is not dead? Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing, who have been following Wan Chong the longest, are naturally aware of all this. The two stop their playful banter and keep signaling to Shenlongshun, quietly reminding him, Brother Long, don't say it. To them, these topics are Wan Chong's taboos. So although they often speak without a filter, they have never brought this up. Wan Chong knew their intentions and didn't mind. Instead, she smiled bitterly and said, It's not something to be ashamed of. It's just the truth. After saying that, she simply closed her eyes to rest. Shenlongshun looked at Wan Chong with a complex expression. He didn't know what he felt for her. He couldn't say he particularly liked her, yet he always wanted to tease her, and his attitude toward her was somewhat different from that towards others. Moreover, he was very curious about her, even though she never spoke about herself. He asked himself, although he enjoyed joking around, he wasn't someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs. However, he quickly suppressed a hint of unease in his heart. He had his own tasks and couldn't let these matters delay what should not be delayed. Even though he felt that the atmosphere in such a team was relaxed, and they were getting along well with mutual trust, none of this belonged to him, and he was just temporarily staying in this environment. Everything was for the sake of reaching Wan Shong. Thinking this way, he felt a sudden clarity, and the guilt in his heart disappeared. Indeed, everything was just for reaching Wan Shong. Luo Yisuzi suddenly looked in the direction he had pointed out earlier and whispered, "You all listen, it seems something is approaching." Everyone held their breath and looked in that direction, and Yin Yin stood up, digging at the ground with its paws. A sheep of normal size appeared before them, grazing on the grass on the ground, and the surroundings were quiet enough to hear the faint sound of the wind and the sheep chewing grass. Luo Yisuzi whispered, "You go catch the sheep. Yin Yin needs to heal and can't go." Not knowing who the other party was, Wan Shong and the others didn't dare act recklessly, just following from a distance. As the sheep was about to be dragged out of their line of sight, and with too many of them, Wan Shong had to let everyone act separately. There should be others in the forest, which was the conclusion they reached in their minds. The vines were the best proof. Perhaps a wood-type ability user was nearby. Or maybe there were other people as well. This was another unfamiliar forest, with too many unknown factors, making them cautious, very cautious. Nian Nian, Lo Isuti, King Kiskiviko. Suyunli, you four stay here and be careful. After saying this, she chased after Shen Longchen and Chen Jingjing. Shen Longchen quickly took out the knife he had brought to cut the vines, and the sheep struggled continuously, letting out desperate ba-ba-ba sounds. After the vines were removed, it struggled to stand up and staggered to prepare to run. Chen Jingjing's arm was covered in a layer of metal, looking very solid. She directly punched the sheep on the head, knocking it out cold. Wan Shong swung several icicles, pinning the vines to the ground and securing them. Wan Shong looked at a seemingly ordinary tree not far away, its branches covered with vines, and it was from there that the vine used to catch the sheep came. Under the tree, there was no grass, and the trunk was clearly visible in the empty space. Due to the lack of water, Shen Longchen directly killed the sheep and skinned it for roasting. Although it looked bloody at first, the smell of meat began to waft as the blood evaporated. Everyone's gaze was focused on the sheep. Having previously been eating a pile of small mosquitoes, their diet suddenly improved, and many people couldn't help but swallow. However, although they were hungry, they couldn't eat much. After cutting a piece of meat and a hind leg, the rest was given to Nian Yan. Shen Longchen took a bite of the sheep meat and said, "It's a tree. Seems like a mutated plant." Chen Jingjing nodded and mumbled, "Yeah, just like the iron tree we saw in Xinguang, but that one, I don't know what species it is, it's just that it attacks with vines." Oh, Qin Ke finally understood. Su Yunli asked, "Why haven't the animals here mutated?" This question was indeed difficult, because on their way, they had mostly seen mutated animals, and the non-mutated ones had basically gone extinct, yet the animals here had not mutated. They all unconsciously looked towards Luo Yisuzi, as they were accustomed to relying on her answers for such difficult problems. However, Luo Yisuzi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Although Luo Yisuzi looked only 8 years old, her performance was always surprising. If even Luo Yisuzi couldn't figure out, they could only choose to skip it. The most important thing now was to eat all the sheep meat in front of them without wasting a single bit. After the experience of being hungry and eating mosquitoes in the cave, they had learned an important lesson. Never waste any food, otherwise, when there was no food next time, they might really starve to death. How could those whose abilities surpassed 80% of ordinary people be willing to die of hunger? Chapter 45, Mysterious Cave, Part 4. After a brief rest, they continued their journey. Thanks to eating the sheep, their stamina had recovered quite a bit. However, they walked until it was almost dark and still did not see a way out. Naturally, they also did not see any animals, still wandering in this unchanging forest. It felt like they were lost, but whenever someone asked, Luo Yisuzi would deny it, as she was very sure they were not going in circles. During this time, Wan Shong also tried to use her spatial ability, but it was of no use. Perhaps because it was getting dark. Walking in the forest was meaningless and easily led to getting lost, so the group decided to prepare to spend the night in the woods. As before, after arranging the night watch order, everyone relaxed and began to sleep. Previously, they had been on the run without sleep for a whole night and had been hungry all day, so tonight everyone undoubtedly fell asleep quickly. Boom, boom. However, this brief calm did not last long, as an unknown noise came, and everyone woke up alertly. After listening closely, Luo Yasuzi's expression changed. Quick, get up the tree. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone found a tree to climb. Su Yunli directly flew low, taking Qin Ku and Luo Yasuzi up the tree, then went down to bring Chun Jingjing up. Nian Yin crouched down below, facing the direction of the sound. Wan Shong and Shun Longshan climbed the tree by themselves. Quickly making it up, Shun Longshan joked, "Hey, climbing trees is pretty good." Wan Shong pouted. Before her rebirth, when Guanming was besieged, she had climbed trees quite a bit. Perhaps it was just a matter of moments that could lead to her being devoured by zombies. Therefore, she had long mastered the art of climbing trees. After a while, she heard the noise getting closer. A group of antelopes ran past below, and they were moving very quickly. Because of Nian Yin's massive size, the antelopes mostly went around. Looking at these antelopes, it was clear they saw food. But because they were in a herd and running so fast, it was impossible to catch one. Shun Longshan held his knife, his face full of excitement. When they run to the back, how about we catch the last one to eat? It can be our midnight snack, and we can save some for breakfast tomorrow. Wan Shong nodded, and opposite her, Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing simultaneously gave her, Shun Longshan, a thumbs up, as if saying, "Boss, Longa, everything depends on you." Then Wan Shong and Shun Longshan inexplicably bore the hopes of many, along with the responsibility for the late-night snack and tomorrow's breakfast. About 10 minutes passed before they finally saw the end of the antelope herd. Wan Shong and Shun Longshan exchanged a glance. Wan Shong flipped over and jumped down, summoning vines from her hands that accurately ensnared the last antelope, which was running slightly slower, restricting its movement. Shun Longshan followed suit, slashing down with a knife. The antelope twitched a few times before dying completely. The others gradually came down from the trees, and Shinka clapped her hands in delight. Great. We can have a big feast again. Although they weren't particularly hungry at the moment, they still needed to eat. Given the current weather, if they didn't eat and the meat spoiled by tomorrow morning, it would be a shame. The group skinned the sheep just like during the day, and Shun Longshan began to roast it. In no time, the aroma of the meat wafted out, and what had initially felt like a lack of hunger suddenly made their stomachs feel empty. After the meat was done, just as Shun Longshan was about to cut a piece off for the others, Nian Yin, who had been watching, immediately approached him eagerly. With a dead antelope still in her mouth, she nudged the antelope closer to Shun Longshan's hand, meowing a few times before sitting down and looking at him with a pleasing expression. Luo Yasuzi immediately laughed, saying, "Nian Yin is indeed my cat. So smart." Shun Longshan patted Nian's big face before starting to roast the sheep for her. Although Nian Yin could eat raw meat, she didn't like it, so she usually ate cooked food with them. After roasting for Nian Yin, she immediately picked it up and walked away to eat by herself. Shun Longshan noticed the previously roasted sheep had not been touched and knowingly asked, "What's this? Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating?" Chun Jingjing huffed, "Dragon brother, hurry up. If the boss doesn't move, how can we dare to eat first?" Only then did Shun Longshan pick up the knife and start dividing the lamb, teasingly looking at Wan Shong as he said, "Oh, so you were waiting for me." Wan Shong walked over, picked up a large piece of mutton, and stuffed it into Shun Longshan's mouth, saying, "So much meat can't even shut your mouth." After saying that, she took a piece of meat for herself and started eating. Seeing that Wan Shong was eating, the others also became unreserved and began to eat like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Wan Shong just put the lamb in her mouth and couldn't help but frown. During the day, when she ate lamb, she was too hungry and felt that anything tasted good. However, now that she wasn't very hungry, the unique flavor of the lamb came through, and it indeed didn't taste very good. Nevertheless, holding on to the thought of not wasting a single bit of food, the group still managed to force themselves to eat half a sheep. After they were full, Qin Ku patted her belly and said contentedly, "I'm so full, so satisfied." Although the lamb has a strong, gamey smell, it's still much better than mosquitoes. Chun Jingjing also wiped her mouth and sighed. Yes, it's definitely much better than mosquitoes. But I feel a bit thirsty. As soon as Chun Jingjing said this, the others immediately echoed her. A chilling and uneasy feeling filled the air. Chinka hid next to Chun Jingjing and said, "Boss, what should we do? It feels so scary." They didn't dare to make any sudden moves, fearing that the wolf pack might attack. Luo Yisuzi calmly said, "Su Yunli, take Qin Ku and me up the tree, then bring Chun Jingjing up. Shen Longchen and Wan Shong will hold off the wolf pack for a moment before climbing up." Seeing that everyone agreed, Su Yunli grabbed Qin Ku and Luo Yisuzi and leaped up to the tree. At the same time, the wolves charged forward. Shen Longchen grabbed the remaining half of the lamb and threw it out, diverting several wolves with it. Wan Shong kept swinging the icicle, but the light was too dim to hit any vital spots. Meanwhile, Shen Longchen was engulfed in flames, fighting the wolves up close, causing their fur to be burned off. Although Chun Jingjing had a thin layer of metal covering her, her cultivation level was not very high. So many areas of her body that were not covered by metal were scratched. After sending the two of them up, Su Yunli immediately came down to pull Chun Jingjing up as well. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen quickly climbed up the tree when they saw Chun Jingjing had escaped danger. However, the wolves did not give up and actually started climbing the tree using their claws. Luo Isu saw this and shouted, "Nian Nian, come here." Nian Nian ran over, squatting under the tree where Luo Isu was, arching its body and looking at the wolves, letting out a warning growl. The wolves were wary of Nian Nian because it was more than 10 times their size, and as it dug its sharp claws into the ground. They didn't charge forward, but instead abandoned their attack on Nian Nian and the people on the tree it was guarding. Meanwhile, Wan Shong and Shen Longchen on another tree clearly had a less favorable outcome, as one wave of wolves was followed immediately by another wave, climbing up. "King Kiskiviko Soteth." "Boss, Longu, hurry over here." Wan Chong looked at the tree they were by and shook her head. Chun Jingjing also frowned at Qin Ku, while Luo Yisuzi coolly said, "This tree isn't thick. If the two of them come over, the trunk will most likely break. Even if just one person comes over, it can't withstand it. Didn't you see that even with just us, the trunk is already on the verge of collapse?" Qin Ku was a loss for words and just glared angrily at the other side. Meanwhile, Shen Longchen's flame grew smaller and then disappeared completely, causing Wan Chong to frown at him. Shen Longchen awkwardly said, "It seems I used too much ability while roasting the lamb, and now my mental strength is gone." Wan Chong shouted to the opposite side, "Su Yunli the knife." Shen Longchen only had one knife in his hand, which was not enough to deal with the wolves that kept climbing up. His arms were scratched in many places. Su Yunli didn't hesitate and threw the knife that was tied to her waist. Previously, Shen Longchen only needed one knife to clear the way, so she had no use for this knife and was afraid of losing it, so she tied it to her waist with a cloth strip. Shen Longchen caught the knife and couldn't help but weigh it in his hand. "You really do care about me, yet you say you don't like me." Wan Chong's cold sweat slid down her cheeks, with no time to wipe it away, showing how difficult these wolves were to deal with. There were no directly lethal wolves. Even if one was knocked down, it would struggle for a moment and then start climbing the tree again. Due to the wolves' agility and the limited moonlight, it was hard to hit any vital spots. The two of them were essentially facing an endless stream of wolves, who were employing a strategy of continuous attacks. Wan Chong's stamina was somewhat depleted, and Shen Longchen was not in a much better condition. "Use the vines to go to another tree and take a break first," Shen Longchen said. Wan Chong snorted coldly. "You usually look so smart. How come you're so stupid now? If I go to another tree, shouldn't these wolves follow me to climb another tree? I think you can't bear to part with me. What time is it? Still causing a scene? Be careful." Shen Longchen struck a wolf that was preparing to sneak attack Wan Chong with his knife, but this moment of distraction caused him to get bitten, losing his balance and falling down. Wan Chong's expression changed. Shen Longchen. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped down quickly. After they landed, the wolf pack did not rush to attack, but instead surrounded the two of them, with Shen Longchen and Wan Chong back to back, ready to fight. Shen Longchen wiped the smile off his face. "What are you doing down here? Hold on a bit, hurry, and climb back up." Just now, because Chun Jingjing was below, some of the wolves were distracted, which gave them time to climb up. But now it was just the two of them. Although many of the wolves were injured, they were all surrounding them, and they had no way to retreat like they did before. Chapter 46, Crisis in the Forest, Part 1. Shen Longchen and Wan Shong were now effectively surrounded, with no one to support them, making it impossible to escape. Luo Yasuzi shouted from above. Wan Shong, the Wolf King, is over there. Following the direction pointed by Luo Yasuzi, they saw a Wolf King that was significantly larger than the others, baring its teeth at them, its claws scratching the ground, seemingly ready to command the pack to charge at any moment if they moved. Shen Longchen handed a knife to Wan Shong. Can you manage? Wan Shong nodded, understanding his intention. The two rushed forward, Wan Shong wielding a vine, striking the approaching wolves, causing them to howl in pain. She also froze the feet of those wolves, temporarily limiting their movement. Meanwhile, Shen Longchen charged towards the Wolf King with a knife. The saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. By dealing with the Wolf King, the smaller wolves would naturally flee. When the Wolf King saw someone daring to offend it, it let out a roar and charged at Shen Longchen, clawing at his leg. Shen Longchen lifted his foot to kick away the Wolf King's claw, and his hand were not idle either, as he swung his knife toward the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King jumped up, and the knife struck its waist. But Shen Longchen's hand was also bitten. The Wolf King retreated a few steps. Although the knife had hit it, its fur was thick, just like Nian Nian's, resulting in only a bit of blood, not even serious damage. In contrast, Shen Longchen was not so fortunate. A large chunk of flesh was bitten off his arm. Skin and meat together, blood pouring out, and he could no longer exert strength in his hand, which hung down and trembled slightly. Yuan Chong was facing such a large group of wolves alone, which was not easy at all. Her hands, legs, and back were injured in multiple places, and her hair was in a messy tangle for being grabbed, just as it seemed that the two of them could no longer hold on. Chun Jingjing and Qing Ke gritted their teeth and jumped down as well. Luo Yasuzi shouted, "What are you doing?" However, the two completely ignored Luo Yasuzi. Qing Ke was very fast. After kicking one of the wolves, she began to run, drawing away quite a few of them. Chun Jingjing ran to Yuan Chong's side and stood back to back with her, saying, "Boss, we are here to help you." Yuan Chong frowned. Although Chun Jingjing's ability had reached level 2, she had no idea how to use it and could only use it for defense, which was basically useless. "What are you doing down here? Stay up there. We can't just watch you and Brother Long die down here." Although Chun Jingjing didn't know how to use her ability, she did know a simple and crude method to thicken the metal in her hands, making it indestructible. Then she would hit the wolf's head with all her strength, knocking one down after another, making those wolves sea stars. With the addition of Qing Ke and Chun Jingjing, Wan Chong felt much more at ease. Once she saw that they were handling things well, she said, "I'll go help Shen Longchen. You be careful." Chun Jingjing immediately replied with an understanding look, Got it, hurry up." Wan Chong was not in the mood to joke with her now. She nodded, left the knife for her, and ran towards Shen Longchen. The Wolf King was still locked in a standoff with Shen Longchen. After a quick glance exchanged between Wan Chong and Shen Longchen, the two charged forward together. The Wolf King continued to struggle, its claws reaching for Wan Chong's hand that was holding the vines, leaving many bloody marks. Shen Longchen swung the knife towards the Wolf King's abdomen, but the fur on the Wolf King's body was so thick, aside from the abdomen, that it was hard to cut through. The blade went down, not cutting very deep, with half of it lodged inside. Seeing that Wan Chong's hand was already covered in blood, making it impossible to see its original color, Shen Longchen gritted his teeth and kicked the knife. And this kick was merciless, directly piercing through the Wolf King. Wan Chong staggered back a few steps due to the backlash and fell to the ground along with the Wolf King, who twitched a few times before dying, his eyes still wide open, staring ahead. Shen Longchen quickly helped Wan Chong up, and the other wolves, seeing that the Wolf King was already dead, also fled in panic. After Wan Chong got up, she quickly grabbed Shen Longchen's hand and looked at his arm. Although the bones were not injured, the skin was torn and bleeding. She hurriedly used a healing spell on him, but the faint white light that fell on Shen Longchen's wound seemed to sink like a stone into the sea, having little effect. Shen Longchen rubbed his bloody hand through Wan Chong's messy hair and said, "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Luo Isu, led down the tree by Su Yunli, remarked, "Your hand is injured like this, and you still have the mood to joke around. You must have the biggest heart." Shen Longchen allowed Wan Shong to treat his wound and said, "What do you know, kid? Adults are talking. Children should keep quiet." Luo Isu pouted and stopped talking. Once the bleeding had stopped, Shen Longchen stopped Wan Shong, saying, "You're injured too. Don't just focus on me." Wan Shong remained unmoved. "I'm fine." Shen Longchen forcibly pulled his arm away from Wan Shong's grasp, interrupting her treatment. He then tore a piece of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around his arm. "It's just a small injury. What about you? You haven't been injured often, right?" It had been half a year since the apocalypse, and she indeed hadn't been frequently injured. In her previous life, during the 3 years of the apocalypse, not only did she have to protect Wan Kuan, but also Lu Ziki, and the injuries she had sustained were countless. She reflexively glanced at Chun Jingjing, who was chatting with Qin Ku. The tree shadows danced, and the moonlight fell on her face, casting partial shadows, highlighting her upturned lips, high nose bridge, and tall, curvy figure, all showcasing her beauty. Thinking of this, she gave a self-deprecating smile. Her hand moved to her waist, but halfway up, she let it drop. There was a scar on her waist, a remnant of her past experiences that she could never forget. She could only mockingly say, "How do you know I haven't been injured?" Shen Longchen thought Wan Chong was unable to get over the psychological shadow due to family reasons, and comforted her. "It will be all right. Everything will get better." "Did you hear any sounds?" Su Yunli asked. Chun Jingjing and Qin Ke shook their heads, while Wan Chong listened carefully, feeling something was approaching them. "What is it?" "It's a bit noisy." Shen Longchen asked, "Is it the sound of birds flying?" Su Yunli nodded. "It sounded a bit like that." Luo Yasuzi's expression changed, climbing onto Nian Yin's back. "Hurry up." The others quickly scrambled up, not daring to delay. Luo Yasuzi's face was a bit grim as he rode Nian Yin in the dark. Qin Ke asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Yasuzi replied coldly, "What kind of birds?" "And in groups. With our current strength, if we encounter them, it might not be easier to deal with than those wolves. We might not make it out of here." Nian Yin kept running, knocking many small branches to the ground. A muffled grunt came from behind. Shen Longchen, sitting at the back, inexplicably rolled off Nian Yin. Next to him was a steep slope, and Shen Longchen seemed to have already fainted, rolling down without struggling. Nian Yin quickly stopped, and Ruan Chong's expression changed as she looked back at the dark mass behind them, not knowing what kind of birds they were. Gritting her teeth, she ordered, "I'll go save him. You all go ahead, don't worry about us." Luo Yasuzi pondered for a moment before saying, "We'll keep running and prepare to exit the woods. We'll meet outside the forest. We'll wait at most half a month. If you don't come out in half a month, we'll head to Wan Shong." Wan Shong nodded. She felt assured about Luo Yi's ability to handle things. Even though he was the youngest, he considered the most. Moreover, they couldn't possibly wait for her forever. Just as she was about to leave, Chun Jingjing and Qin Ku each grabbed one of her hands and said, "Boss, we're going with you." Wan Chong shook off their hands. The flock of birds was getting closer. They didn't have much time. She quickly said, "Follow Luo Isua's plan. Don't hold me back. You mustn't die." Chun Jingjing also knew they couldn't afford to delay. Their situation was very dangerous, and Shen Longchen's disappearance made it even more perilous. Chun Jingjing looked firmly at Wan Chong and said, "Boss, bring Long Go out. We'll be waiting for you." Wan Chong nodded and jumped down. Meanwhile, Nian Yin started running again. Wan Chong tied the vine to a tree and slid down the vine. It was difficult to find someone in the darkness, and she didn't dare to make a sound, fearing it would attract other animals, which would be even more dangerous. Finally, she saw Shen Longchen at a fork in the tree, but it seemed that Shen Longchen had already lost consciousness, stuck in the tree fork and motionless. Wan Chong slid down, shook Shen Longchen, and whispered, "Shen Longchen, what's wrong with you?" Her hand touched Shen Longchen's skin, which was extremely hot. Hearing Wan Chong's call, Shen Longchen gradually became a bit more alert. "Why didn't you leave?" His first words were like that. He originally thought that after he fell down, Luo Yiji would encourage everyone to leave, and he was prepared to give up his life here. Shen Longchen shook his head. "I have no strength." He now felt completely dazed, unable to see things clearly, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body. Wan Chong gritted her teeth, let go of the vines, and pulled Shen Longchen up from the ground, preparing to carry him up. However, Shun Longchun was much taller than her, and she managed to lift him up with great effort. Just as she grabbed the vines, unexpectedly, they couldn't bear the weight and snapped directly. Wan Shong couldn't help but want to hit her own head. She never expected that the vines couldn't bear the weight of two people. She had been thinking about how to get Shun Longchun up. On such a steep slope, it was possible that one of them might slip and roll down at any moment. But now, there was no need to worry. The vines broke, and the two of them lost their balance and rolled down together. Shun Longchun quietly muttered 2 words, "Fool." With the last bit of rationality, he tightly held Wan Shong in his arms. Wan Shong only felt dizzy and flustered, hearing Shun Longchun's strong heartbeat and feeling his breath above her head, which was a bit ticklish. Then there were a few more impacts, but each time Shun Longchun blocked them for her, and she only felt a little aftershock. Wan Shong didn't know how long she had been rolling. Enduring the dizzy feeling, she opened her eyes to look outside. To her shock, not far away was a place that looked like a cliff. She couldn't see below, unsure if it was a gentle slope or a bottomless abyss. As they rolled closer, it seemed that Shun Longchun was barely conscious, instinctively protecting her in his embrace, oblivious to the external situation. Chapter 47, Crisis in the Forest, Part 2. She gritted her teeth and broke free from Shun Longchun's hold just as they were about to roll off. One hand tightly grasped Shun Longchun, while the other desperately sought something to stabilize their bodies. However, after searching for a while, she found nothing but bare ground and gravel, and their rolling bodies showed no signs of stopping. She could only hope that it was an invisible gentle slope. If they fell, at least their lives would be safe. This was probably the only thought she could muster now. As her hands fumbled for a grip, their rolling speed did not slow. Her hands and arms had already sustained numerous injuries, likely with gravel embedded in the wounds, and waves of pain surged through her hand. Yet, she dared not hesitate or be sentimental, as it concerned both of their lives. However, her hopes were dashed. It was not a gentle slope, but indeed a cliff. There were no trees around, and the moonlight shone down, rendering the bottom completely invisible. Finally, as they reached the edge of the cliff, she clung tightly to the edge. At that moment, both of their weights were concentrated on her injured hand. Shun Longchun looked up at her and said, "Let go, otherwise your little hand might be ruined. And I would feel heartbroken. What time is it? And you're still joking." Wan Shong gritted her teeth, glanced around, and continued, "Do you really want to die? I won't let you have your way." However, Shun Longchun, who had been holding her hand, let go. He knew that with Wan Chong's strength, it was impossible for her to pull him up, and he didn't have the extra strength to climb up either. But if it was just Wan Chong alone, she could manage to climb up by herself. Wan Chong naturally saw his intention and tightened her grip. "If you fall down, wouldn't I be saving you for nothing?" Her hands were already aching, dragging all of Shun Longchun's weight while also holding onto the edge of the cliff, with one hand bearing the weight of 2 people. Moreover, she could feel quite a few pebbles in her palm, and now, with the weight of 2 people, all the pebbles that were originally on the surface had embedded into her flesh. Shun Longchun's face was fully visible in the moonlight. Although his body temperature was astonishingly high, his complexion was very pale. "It's okay. You saved me, and I will always remember that. You're dead, and still remember. Are you planning to cling to me? Clinging to you all the time seems not too bad." After saying that, he laughed dryly twice to ease the current atmosphere. "Hold on tight. I don't want to save you for nothing." This time, Shun Longchun indeed grabbed her hand, which relieved her. Her palm was slightly sweaty. If it relied solely on her to hold Shun Longchun, then falling down was just a matter of time. Wan Shong took a few deep breaths. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and Shun Longchun still had the mind to think about other things. She really wanted to hit him right now. However, even though she thought this in her heart, she still said, "Ask." She was afraid that if she didn't agree, Shun Longchun might just let go and jump down himself. Then if she went down to save him, wouldn't that be a pointless effort? She couldn't let her hard work go to waste. This was how she comforted herself. What question? They had talked so much that night, and so much time had passed. How could she possibly know what the question was? How could she remember? Shun Longchun fell silent this time, not knowing what to think, just not speaking. Perhaps he felt that the question he had always cared about and wanted Wan Shong to answer was something she had never taken to heart, which left him feeling uneasy. and he could only remain silent. Wan Shong looked at him in this state. Although her mind was quite scattered at the moment, she still made an effort to concentrate and carefully thought for a moment before vaguely recalling what had happened that night. Last time, on that night at Luo Isu's home. At that time, Shen Longchun cautiously asked, "Do you have someone you like?" Wan Shong smiled and asked back, "Old man, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you have someone you like?" Shen Longchun paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "I guess so." A hint of sadness flickered in Wan Shong's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it and pretended to be cheerful as she asked, "What kind of person is she?" Wan Shong bit her lower lip, fell silent for a moment, and when Shen Longchun thought she had already fallen asleep, she softly said, "Yes." Only then did she vaguely feel that Shen Longchun was referring to this. "You, huh?" Wan Shong was a bit dazed, thinking she had misheard. Shen Longchun and Chun Jingjing were of similar ages, and last time, when Shen Longchun said the person he liked was very beautiful, Wan Shong immediately thought of Chun Jingjing. She had always been afraid to imagine it was herself, because she feared that if it really wasn't her, the feeling of disappointment from that hope being dashed was something she didn't want to experience. Not now, and not in the future. This time, Shen Longchun raised his voice a bit, fearing that Wan Shong still didn't hear clearly. He amplified his voice and firmly said to Wan Shong, "I like you. I've only ever liked you, and I've never liked anyone else." Wan Shong also looked at him, and after confirming that he was serious, said, "I like an old man." Shen Longchun raised the corners of his mouth and looked up at her. "The old man you're talking about, it wouldn't be me, right? First, we need to be able to get out alive, but I think there's little chance of that." As he spoke, he loosened his grip on the edge of the cliff, and his body began to plummet rapidly. Shen Longchun gritted his teeth and with a strong pull, brought Wan Shong into his arms, while Wan Shong ended up lying on him. If it's not too high, she should be safe. If it's too high, the fall shouldn't hurt her too much. Wan Shong struggled a few times and found that Shen Longchun had an unexpectedly strong grip, holding her tightly in his arms. The howling wind rushed past their ears, like the scythe of death resting on their necks. It didn't take long before they reached the bottom. Splash! However, their luck wasn't too bad. They landed in a pool of water, both of them falling into the water. Due to the impact, Wan Shong only felt a severe ringing in her ears. Seeing Shen Longchun's body sinking, she didn't dare to delay and quickly pulled him up towards the surface. They were in a small lake, so they weren't far from the shore. After pulling Shen Longchun up, Wan Shong reached out to touch his forehead and found it still very hot. She ran into the woods, first scouting the path, and found no animals or mutated plants, which reassured her enough to look for dry firewood. Although starting a fire was not very wise, Shen Longchun was running a high fever and was completely soaked. If she didn't start a fire, even if he didn't die, he would probably end up in a stupor. Shen Longchun had already lost consciousness due to the high fever, and his powers had been exhausted during the recent fight with the wolves. Although she had just checked the surroundings and found no danger, she still felt uneasy. When she saw him lying there alone, she slowed her pace slightly and took a deep breath. However, starting a fire became a big problem. After dragging Shen Longchun to a dry spot, Wan Shong found some stones by the lake and rubbed two of them together, hoping to spark a flame. Although there were quite a few sparks, she couldn't ignite anything, and apart from this method, she didn't know any other way. She couldn't possibly start a fire by rubbing wood, could she? Even if she could take her time, Shen Longchun couldn't afford to wait. Suddenly, she heard a sound. She didn't know when Shen Longchun had woken up, but his powers proved to be very convenient. The little bit of energy he had managed to gather was just enough to start a fire. Wan Shong quickly ignited the dry firewood, and after confirming that the fire wouldn't go out, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to rub two stones together to create sparks. She glanced at Shen Longchun, who had fainted again. Wan Shong pushed Shen Longchun, "Stop pretending. I just saw you wake up." However, Shen Longchun showed no reaction at all. Wan Shong resignedly began to take off his clothes, stripping him down to just his underwear. Only then did she carefully examine Shen Longchun's whole body. There were many wounds on him, both gunshot and knife wounds. Resigned to her task, she started to wipe his body. Shen Longchun had a great physique, with abs that felt firm to the touch, and Wan Shong couldn't help but poke them a couple of times. After wiping him down several times and changing the cloth on his forehead a few times, Shen Longchen's body temperature finally began to drop. Once the clothes were dry, Wan Shong dressed him again. Now that Shen Longchen's temperature had returned to normal and there was a fire nearby, ordinary animals would not dare to come close. Wan Shong changed the cloth on him once more before heading back into the forest to find dry firewood. Seeing that Shen Longchen was still lying quietly in the same position, she felt relieved. To help him sleep better, Wan Shong lifted Shen Longchen's head and placed it on her lap. Then she kept watch, planning not to sleep that night since no one was there to take turns with her, and Shen Longchen had no hope of waking up. He was sleeping soundly. Besides keeping an eye on the surroundings, she occasionally added dry wood to the fire to prevent it from going out. Chapter 48, Crisis in the Woods 3. It wasn't until the next day that Shen Longchen finally woke up. Sitting up from Wan Chong's lap, he looked around and said, "Oh, we're not dead." Wan Chong rubbed her numb legs, which had fallen asleep from being pressed by Shen Longchen. What else could it be? Below is a lake. Luckily, I fell down with you. Otherwise, even if you didn't die from the fall, you would have drowned. Shen Longchen stretched his muscles and moved closer to Wan Chong. By the way, although my head was ringing last night, I still remember you said you liked me. Wan Chong stood up and took 2 steps. You remembered wrong. Who would like an old man like you? My taste isn't that bad. Isn't it just you? All right, don't be shy. Didn't I say before that I like you too? Wan Chong looked at his playful expression and couldn't help but want to give him a good beating. Do you think everyone has skin as thick as yours? By the way, you still haven't said whether you like me or not. Don't change the subject. I'm hungry. Let's go find something to eat. As Wan Chong said this, she walked into the woods. Shen Longchen followed her eagerly and said in a strange tone, thanks for last night. Wan Chong curled the corners of her lips while looking at Shen Longchen, who was avoiding eye contact and had an uncertain gaze. Wan Chong playfully asked, "What did you say?" I replied, "Thank you." Are you too weak from hunger to speak? Only then did Shen Longchen react. I said I like you. Hey, why aren't you talking anymore? With such thick skin, why were you shy just now? Isn't it just about the occasion? After a pause, he asked, by the way, you got hurt last night, right? Did you take care of it? Talking to himself, without caring whether Wan Chong agreed or not. He directly took her hand to check. The palm was covered in white dead skin from being in water for a long time last night. Some sand and stones had been washed away, but there was still a deeper piece stuck in the flesh. Shen Longchen's expression turned cold. How is it fine? Let's go. Saying this, he ignored Wan Chong's objections and pulled her to the lakeside to squat down, then began to clean her wound. Since the stones were embedded in the flesh, and there was nothing better available, Shen Longchen simply found a thin branch, stripped off the bark, and used it to pick out the small stones stuck in her flesh. Ouch! Shen Longchen paused. You still know it hurts? Why don't you take care of it yourself? Wan Chong frowned as she looked at her hand. What do you care? Wan Chong's healing technique had already been cleaned up last night when treating Shen Longchen, and now it hadn't recovered. Shen Longchen didn't expose her, only saying, so you want me to handle your wounds personally? Don't be shy about it. It would have been better to say it earlier. What if the flesh and stones grow together? That would hurt you to death. Although he said this, he was much gentler, occasionally pouting his lips to blow gently. As Shen Longchen treated her, he said, you can't do this next time. If you get a scar, it will look so ugly. Hands are a woman's second face. For now, let's leave it like this. We'll treat it properly after we get out. After dealing with one hand, he unceremoniously grabbed the other hand. During this, he glanced at Wan Chong and noticed her expressionless face. So he softly asked, what's wrong? You're distracted. This is the end of the world. Getting hurt and leaving scars should be common, right? Even death doesn't matter to anyone, let alone getting hurt. Shen Longchen tightened his grip on Wan Chong's hand and looked in her eyes. Others may not care, but I do. Shen Longchen then lowered his head to treat her other hand's wound, but this hand was much better, with no stones to deal with. After temporarily bandaging the wound, Shen Longchen stood up. Let's go find something to eat, and then look for a way out. Aren't you hungry? Wan Chong nodded and replied with a non-answer. I have something very important to me, and I can't give it up for personal feelings. Shen Longchen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It's okay. There will always be a solution to things. Anyway, I'm at an age full of youthful vigor, so I can afford to wait for a few years. I'm not joking. I'm serious. As he spoke, Shen Longchen also cooperatively put away his smile. Wan Shong looked at the forest and whispered, "What is ahead?" Shen Longchen noticed Wan Chong's serious expression and quickly turned to look in the direction she was staring at. Smack! Wan Chong raised her hand and hit Shen Longchen on the back of his head, saying, "Focus on finding something to eat." Shen Longchen rubbed his head and looked at the quiet forest. "All right. When did you become so naughty? I didn't even notice." As he spoke, he tried to retaliate, but Wan Chong took off running into the woods. "Stop right there." Shen Longchen followed her into the forest. However, with his long legs, he could cover the distance in one step, while Wan Chong needed two, so he didn't rush to catch up, just following her at a distance. As if teasing his prey. Smack! Wan Chong stumbled and fell to the ground, but without pausing, she immediately rolled away. Shen Longchen's expression changed. "Be careful." Just as he was about to chase after her, he felt a tightness around his ankle. "Don't come over." Wan Chong's voice came from afar, but it was already too late. Another vine appeared beside him, binding his leg and rendering his lower body immobile. After Wan Chong got up, she didn't dare to delay. With a wave of her hands, she threw out the vines, tying them to Shen Longchen's hands and pulling him towards her. The vines around Shen Longchen's ankles seemed to sense that someone was competing for the prey and increased their grip. Shen Longchen shouted, "Don't pull. Don't pull. If you pull any harder, I'll be torn in half." Wan Chong's subordinates loosened their grip, and Shen Longchen was pulled a long way again. Wan Chong, feeling helpless, could only follow. In just a few minutes, they arrived at their destination, which was a tree identical to the mutated tree they had seen before. As far as its attack power was concerned, it only had vines. Although it had mutated, plant mutations were simply not as effective as animal mutations. Animals are inherently intelligent, and after mutation, they would accelerate their evolution. In contrast, plant mutations, aside from their aggressiveness, have no other harmful effects. Wan Chong hurled a few ice pillars, which pierced into the vines binding Shen Longchen. The ice pillars embedded themselves into the ground, temporarily restricting the movement of the vines. Shen Longchen did not dare to delay and bent down to break the vines that were tied around his legs. Wan Chong was fighting against the vines attacking her while shouting, "Idiot! Burn it with fire." The knife was lost somewhere during the rolling on the slope last night, and the vine tree had countless vines. While pulling Shen Longchen, it also sent out vines to attack Wan Chong. Wan Chong gritted her teeth, placing her hand on the ground, and shouted loudly. A layer of thin ice quickly shot from beneath her hand toward Shen Longchen, freezing the struggling vines. Due to the ice, the temperature around them dropped, and the speed of the vines slowed down as well. Shen Longchen quickly broke free from the vine's grasp and ran to Wan Chong's side. "Let's go." Wan Chong nodded and was about to leave when a vine suddenly sprang out from the side. Shen Longchen rolled on the ground with Wan Chong in his arms to dodge it. However, they rolled right into a net of vines. As soon as they fell in, they were tied together and pulled towards the vine tree. Shen Longchen was holding Wan Chong, and now that they were bound together, his hand was pressing down on Wan Chong's hand, preventing her from using her powers. Meanwhile, Shen Longchen's abilities were already exhausted, leaving them unable to struggle free. Wan Chong struggled a few times, and the vines tightened even more. Wan Chong said angrily, "Why are you holding me? You can't use your abilities now. Just wait to die." Shen Longchen smiled at Wan Chong and didn't refute. "It's okay. It's actually nice that we can die together, right?" Although Wan Chong did not look up to see Shen Longchen, she could already imagine his playful grin and couldn't help but move her fingers to pinch the flesh on Shen Longchen's waist. Hiss! Shen Longchen took a sharp breath and couldn't help but say, "You're being so rough." Wan Chong then looked up at him. "Let this serve as a reminder for you." The two of them were pressed closely together, so close that even their breathing could be heard. Wan Chong looked around and found no place to leverage. "What to do?" Shen Longchen said calmly, "What's the rush? Trees absorb nutrients. They can't absorb the living. They need to wait until we die and decompose before they can absorb us. And before long, I'll regain some of my abilities and burn the vines directly. Then we can leave." Wan Chong thought for a moment, and indeed, the vine tree didn't know how to kill its prey. It could only imprison the prey and wait for it to die and then decay into nutrients for itself. And then there were those animals. This trick might work every time, but they were not animals, so once their powers were restored, they could escape. Thinking this way, Wan Shong felt less anxious. When Shun Longshan spoke, his breath brushed against the top of Wan Chong's head, tickling her, and she couldn't help but twist her neck a few times. Don't move. Shun Longshan's voice continued to come from above, but it sounded much hoarser. Wan Chong looked up at him with confusion. What's wrong? Shun Longshan didn't say anything, just lowered his head to look at Wan Chong, who only reached his chest. Wan Chong's face was already flushed. Even her ears turned red. Do you understand why now? Shun Longshan asked. Wan Chong still felt an itch on her head, but she didn't dare to move and just nodded slightly, because she sensed that something was pressing against her in the area of her stomach. Chapter 49. Crisis in the Woods, Part 4. Wan Chong's body was stiff, completely motionless, with her head resting on Shun Longshan's chest. In fact, she didn't want to lean against his chest like this, but now they were both bound. She then tilted her head to the side, which would make it seem like she was lying on his chest, a more ambiguous position. If she looked up, she could only meet Shun Longshan's gaze, and in such an awkward moment, wasn't looking into each other's eyes, just asking for trouble. So, she could only lean against his chest, with the sound of his strong heartbeat in her ears. Although this situation wasn't much better, it was the only posture she could think of to ease the awkwardness. Seeing her reaction, Shun Longshan couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you shy? Wan Chong's voice came out muffled. Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? What does it mean to be thick-skinned? As she spoke, Shun Longshan deliberately moved his waist slightly, and the thing pressing against Wan Chong also shifted back and forth at her stomach. Wan Chong reached out and pinched Shun Longshan's waist. Don't move. Shun Longshan winced in pain, stopped, and sighed. Come on, this is a normal reaction, okay? If the person you like is in your arms and you have no reaction at all, then are you still a normal man? Wan Chong. Huh, your ears are red again. Wan Chong did indeed feel that her face and ears were very hot, but she naturally would never admit it. You're too close to me. It's hot. Shun Longshan was unconvinced. Your face must be red too, right? As he spoke, he wanted to lower his head to look at Wan Chong's face. However, he stopped halfway, because if he moved too much, the vines would tighten even more. Wan Chong is now very grateful that the vines have tied them both together. Otherwise, her embarrassing appearance would have been seen by Shun Longshan. After trying several times without success, Shun Longshan sighed and said, What a pity, I can't see it. Wan Chong. Shun Longshan took a few deep breaths, and after a moment of adjustment, Wan Chong felt the pressure on her dissipate. She heard Shun Longshan's voice above her. Be careful. After Shun Longshan said this, Wan Chong felt a surge of heat in her body. Shun Longshan had used his powers to burn through the vines and was carrying her out. Wan Chong only felt a sense of weightlessness. As soon as Shun Longshan set her down, Wan Chong plopped onto the ground, as her legs had gone numb from being in one position for too long. Fortunately, Shun Longshan had carried her out. Wan Chong looked at Shun Longshan in confusion and asked, Why aren't your legs numb? Shun Longshan took a few breaths before saying, I received special training before. I can stand still for a whole day without moving or drinking a drop of water. Compared to that, these few hours are nothing. Now you know how strong I am, right? Wan Chong's mouth twitched. How could he seize the opportunity to start bragging? He had never seen anyone with a thicker skin or more narcissistic than him. Shun Longshan took a few breaths, and after his breathing stabilized, he smiled and asked, Do you want to eat some meat? Wan Chong stood up and nodded. Although she was very hungry now, if given a choice, she would definitely prefer to eat meat rather than vegetables. Without any seasoning, meat definitely tastes much better than vegetables. Moreover, the nutrients provided by meat are more substantial than those from a vegetarian diet. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but glance at her figure, which was neither curvy nor shapely, and sighed softly, blaming it all on malnutrition. She was currently in her developmental stage, and with insufficient nutrition, she couldn't even grow taller, let alone develop a kavya figure. Shun Longshan heard Wan Chong's soft sigh, looked her up and down, and suppressed a laugh, saying, Don't worry. I'll make sure you grow up plump and healthy. Seeing Wan Chong about to get angry, Shun Longshan quickly changed the subject, patting the thick tree beside them. This tree is sturdy enough, come on, let's climb up. Wan Chong asked in confusion, What are we going up for? As soon as Wan Chong heard this, she also climbed the tree, but still symbolically said, "I'm just afraid it won't be able to find food either." Although the vine tree had mutated, it was still a tree after all. It could go days and nights without eating, as its roots were anchored in the ground and could absorb moisture from the soil. After Shenlongchen settled on a branch, he pulled Wan Shong up. "By the way, since we have nothing to do right now, why don't you tell me why you went to Wan Shong?" Wan Shong glanced at him, then turned her head to stare at the nearby vine tree, and slowly said, "I went to save my brother Wan Kun. He is a healer, to be precise. The first awakened healer among us, and he was captured by Wan Shong's people." Shenlongchen pondered for a moment before saying, "You can't defeat them. Whether before or after the apocalypse, they have the best resources and a powerful team." Wan Shong said firmly, "I know, but I still want to go." After a pause, she slowly revealed her story. "I remember everything was fine before I turned 10, but after I turned 10, everything changed. Because Wan Kun is my biological brother. And he was also 10 years old at that time. Lu Ziki was very favored by Dad, so she took my things, and I never dared to say anything. Dad often told me that Lu Ziki is my sister, my half-sister, and that I should take care of my sister. Wan Kun told me that Lu Ziki is a bad person and that her mother specifically breaks up other people's families. I was really scared at the time, and he told me, 'Sister, don't be afraid. I will always protect you.' And he really did that. Every time there was a problem, he would protect me. However, later on, Lu Ziki changed. She no longer took my things and always shared good things with me. I felt that Lu Ziki wasn't as bad as Wan Kun said. So I told Wan Kun, 'Lu Ziki is not what you think. She's actually quite nice.' Wan Kun, hearing me speak well of Lu Ziki, indignantly retorted, 'Sister, have you forgotten how she used to steal your things? I told you, both she and her mother are bad people. They're the kind of bad people who break up other families.' At that moment, I felt that Wan Kun was being unreasonable, so I shouted at him, 'Wan Kun, I won't allow you to say that about her. I told you, she's not the same as before. She has changed for the better now.' Wan Kun reddened his eyes in front of me for the first time. 'Sister, you actually yelled at me for that kind of person?' Hearing his question, I was taken aback. After our mother passed away, Wan Kun became much more mature than me. He often took care of me, and even though I was his sister, I had never yelled at him or scolded him. Later on, I went to school and came home every day with Lu Ziki, and Wan Kun could only follow behind me each time. Because of that incident, Wan Shong was originally walking alongside us. Lu Ziki whispered beside me, 'A girl is talking, and you're just standing there listening as a boy. Aren't you embarrassed?' Wan Kun's face changed immediately. 'Lu Ziki, don't push your luck.' Lu Ziki shook my arm and playfully shouted, 'Sister, look at Wan Kun. He just likes to bully me.' At that moment, I also felt that Wan Kun's reaction was a bit too much. 'Wan Kun, don't be like this.' Before I could finish my sentence, Wan Kun interrupted me. 'Sister, you're helping her.' After returning home, I found Wan Kun still sitting on the sofa watching TV waiting for me. When I got home, I originally wanted to say something, but Lu Ziki kept talking in my ear, so I didn't greet Wan Kun. I could clearly see Wan Kun's hesitation, but I didn't ask him, and I no longer chatted with him as casually as before. After that, every time after school, Wan Kun would still wait for me, but he was just following behind us. Although I still felt a bit uncomfortable inside, every time I was about to speak up, Lu Ziki would interrupt me and talk about something else, and over time, I got used to it and stopped paying attention to Wan Kun. Wan Shong smiled wryly as she looked at Shenlongchen and said, 'My relationship with Wan Kun has become so distant, it's a bit inexplicable. I don't know if it's because I praised Lu Ziki in front of him, which annoyed him, or because of Lu Ziki's reasons that made him shout at him, or perhaps it's because I stood up for Lu Ziki that made him completely lose heart. In short, it was my foolishness back then that caused the distance between us.' After a pause, she smiled in relief again, saying, 'But fortunately, I've made up for my past mistakes. Although it's still too late to ease things. I believe that once I rescue Wan Kun and we live in a safe place, everything will be fine.' Shenlongchen reached out and touched Wan Chong's hair, saying, 'Your brother is still my brother. When we get to Wan Shong, I will help you rescue Wan Kun. I just worry that you might find it difficult.' Although Shenlongchen didn't explicitly state his identity, just being a member of the Special Forces was enough to make him unable to control many things. However, Shen Longshan didn't care much about it, saying, "Don't worry. When the time comes, if necessary, I can quit the army. In any case, our brother is what matters most." Wan Shong pouted and said, "What do you mean our brother? That's my brother. Your brother is my brother. My brother is not your brother." "Yes, it is." "No, it's not." The originally awkward atmosphere eased up because of Shen Longshan's words. Chapter 50, Crisis in the Woods 5, as expected. The two of them sat in the tree for the entire morning, but they didn't see a single living thing. Besides the vine tree not far away, Wan Chong's stomach was growling, while Shen Longshan, having slept for a night, was fine. She had taken care of him all night without any sleep and was now suffering from hunger. After sitting for a whole morning, Shen Longshan finally said, "Let's go check out other places." Wan Shong looked at him with a dark expression, and Shen Longshan awkwardly smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? What do you think?" Shen Longshan asked while stifling a laugh, "Are you hungry?" Wan Chong's face was so dark that it seemed like water could drip from it, yet Shen Longshan continued to mock her. After letting her go, Shen Longshan held her hand and said while walking, "I won't let you go hungry. I'd rather go hungry myself than let you not be full." Wan Chong struggled a few times, realizing that Shen Longshan had an unusually strong grip, firmly holding her hand as they walked. She tilted her head slightly to look at the back of Shen Longshan's head. He was very handsome, but because he was a special forces soldier, he had always kept a buzz cut. Now, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, there were no places to get a haircut, and his hair had grown long enough to cover his ears. Although it had a very non-mainstream vibe, it couldn't hide his good looks. If it were before the apocalypse, it was unlikely that they would ever have any intersection in their lives. But now, because of the apocalypse, their fates were intertwined. This was also one reason why Wan Shong felt somewhat grateful for the apocalypse. She lived in an imperfect family and hoped to have a complete family in the future. Even though, in today's society, that seemed like a delusion. Wan Shong nodded. Not far away was a vine tree, much smaller than the one they had just encountered. But underneath the tree was a circle surrounded by vines. It looked just like the way that previous vine tree had bound the two of them. Shen Longshan ran over and entered the attack range of the vine tree. Several vines flew towards him, but Shen Longshan did not dodge, allowing the vines to drag him under the tree. Once under the tree, a fireball suddenly ignited and quickly rushed towards her. He raised his hand, holding half of an animal carcass, a bloody chunk that was unrecognizable. He sighed regretfully and said, "What a pity, although it's not fresh. At least we have meat to eat." Saying this, he took Wan Chong's hand with his other hand and walked towards the riverbank. Having something to eat is better than nothing. After washing it clean and roasting it, it shouldn't be too bad. Shen Longshan muttered to himself as he walked ahead. The food was an unknown animal carcass, likely having been entangled by the vine tree for several days and already starting to rot. Walking behind, Wan Chong could still smell the stench of the rotten meat coming from ahead. After washing it clean by the river, Shen Longshan found a branch to skewer it and handed it to Wan Chong, saying, "Here, hold this, I'll roast it." Wan Chong took over, and Shen Longshan's hands burst into flames as he began to grill the meat. Wan Chong looked around and said, "How about we start a fire and roast it? It would waste our abilities." Shen Longshan shook his head and replied, "It's fine. It won't use up much of our abilities. Roasting it over a fire is tricky to get right, and besides, the meat is already rotten. If we don't cook it properly, it might be hard to swallow in a little while." Wan Chong saw that he was insistent, so she didn't say much more. She really didn't want to eat rotten meat. After the meat was grilled, Shen Longshan put out the fire and then directly used his hands to pull apart the meat. "Your hand is injured, so I'll feed you," he said, tearing the meat apart and bringing the fresh meat that hadn't had time to rot to Wan Chong's mouth. Wan Chong raised her hand to intercept. "I'll do it myself, it's fine." She still wasn't used to being too close to others, even if it was Shen Longshan. Shen Longshan dodged her hand and insisted, "Open your mouth." Wan Chong felt helpless and could only obediently open her mouth to let him feed her. The meat was hard to swallow, even though Shen Longshan had carefully controlled the cooking time. However, because it was rotten meat, it was still somewhat difficult to digest. But perhaps it was because she was too hungry now, or maybe because the person feeding her the meat was Shen Longshan. In any case, she felt that it wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Just after she had managed to swallow the first difficult piece, Shen Longchun offered her another piece. Wan Shong shook her head and said, "You eat too, don't just feed me." Shen Longchun nodded, "I know." Wan Chong bit into the second piece of meat, chewing while signaling for Shen Longchun to eat as well. Only then did Shen Longchun tear off a piece of meat to eat. But he didn't tear the tender meat in the middle. Instead, he directly tore the meat from the side. Although the rotten flesh had been washed away, the taste was definitely not great. However, Shen Longchun didn't frown at all. He just chewed repeatedly before swallowing it down. Then he tore off another piece of meat to feed Wan Shong. Wan Shong frowned slightly, and this time, disregarding Shen Longchun's objections, she tore off a large piece of the tender meat from the middle and stuffed it into Shen Longchun's mouth. Shen Longchun's eyes curved into crescents, unable to contain his laughter. After Wan Shong snorted, she said, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" She was indeed very hungry, but that didn't mean she should enjoy the best thing so far. She didn't want the difference between her and him to be too great. She wanted them to be equal. For example, when it came to delicious food, it was better for everyone to share, even though neither of them could get full. Eating a little each was much better than one person finishing everything. So, when Shen Longchun gave her all the good meat to eat and kept the tougher pieces for himself, it made her feel very uncomfortable. After Shen Longchun finished eating with a smile, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you starting to care about me? Or was it worth the pain for you?" Wan Chong pouted and coldly huffed. "What do you mean by feeling heartache? It's just that this is your prey. Why should I eat it all? I'm not even hungry. However, I just saw some people looking so hungry that their eyes were spinning." "You?" Wan Chong choked, not knowing how to respond, because she really was quite hungry just now. Shen Longchun smiled and suddenly leaned down to kiss her. When their lips met, an indescribable feeling spread through her. From her lips to her whole body, a tingling sensation that was somewhat wonderful, leaving Wan Chong momentarily blank, unsure of how to react. Shen Longchun tilted his head and opened his mouth to bite Wan Chong's lips. When his teeth touched her lip, Wan Chong finally realized what was happening. Shen Longchun was kissing her. Thinking of this, she raised her hand and pushed Shen Longchun away. Shen Longchun was completely unprepared and was pushed back several steps. Wan Chong rubbed her lips vigorously and frowned as she questioned, "What are you doing?" Shen Longchun raised his hand, gently rubbed his lower lip with his thumb, then stuck out his tongue to lick his lips before saying, "It tastes good." Wan Chong saw that he had answered her question incorrectly and was even more annoyed. However, after just witnessing his flirtatious gesture, she couldn't help but swallow nervously and stared straight at Shen Longchun. Shen Longchun noticed Wan Chong swallowing and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong? Not enough kisses? Want to continue?" Hearing his teasing, Wan Chong turned her face away to avoid looking at him. "You shameless." Shen Longchun leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Wan Chong's face. "You're blushing again? This time I can see clearly." Wan Chong turned her head and saw Shen Longchun's seemingly smiling face, which made her even angrier. Shen Longchun tore off another piece of meat and stuffed it into Wan Chong's mouth. "All right, no more fussing. Eat the meat. Once you're full, we'll find a way out." Wan Chong then stopped and started eating meat. By the end, she was really stuffed. Shen Longchun offered her another piece near her mouth, but this time she didn't rush to open her mouth. Instead, she shook her head and said, "I'm full." Shen Longchun insisted, "Just one last piece." Wan Chong just wouldn't listen. "I really can't eat anymore." The last piece. Wan Chong saw that Shen Longchun was determined to make her finish the last piece before letting her go, and reluctantly had to open her mouth. Shen Longchun, just like before, stuffed the meat into Wan Chong's mouth, but didn't he immediately pull his hand away. Instead, he used the back of his hand to wipe the corner of Wan Chong's mouth before withdrawing. Feeling his hand on her face, Wan Chong chewed the meat while saying fiercely, "What are you doing again?" Shen Longchun saw Wan Chong's irritated expression and scoffed. "Why are you reacting so much?" "I didn't do anything." After a pause, he explained, "You had oil on the corner of your mouth, so I wiped it for you." "Idiot." Wan Chong suddenly felt that she was being too sensitive and became embarrassed. Shen Longchun didn't say much either, walking alone to the lakeside to wash his hands. Because of Shen Longchun, Wan Chong didn't lift a finger during the meal, so her hands didn't get a bit greasy. Shen Longchun treated her as if she were disabled, doing everything himself. All she needed to do was open her mouth to eat. Wan Shong followed him, and Shin Longshan said, while washing his greasy hands, "You have an injury on your hand. It's not suitable to touch water. Take care of it for a few days. And once it's healed, you can be self-sufficient." Wan Chong's eyes twitched. "Do you think I'm half disabled? It's just some superficial injuries." Shin Longshan raised his hand and looked at Wan Chong. "Superficial injuries still need to be cared for properly. We're out here in the wilderness without any medicine. What if it gets infected? Then I'll turn into a zombie and eat you." Wan Chong said this, but thought for a moment. With Shin Longshan being so powerful, how could she possibly eat him if she turned into a zombie? She added, "If I really can't eat you, then it's better to be burned to death by you. That would settle a worry of mine." Shin Longshan looked at her seriously. "I won't burn you. At worst, you bite me, and then we both turn into zombies together." After a pause, he fantasized, "We're so powerful, we can find a deserted city to settle down in, become the local emperors, control other zombies, and even have some zombie babies." Wan Chong's eyes twitched. Such a rich imagination. Can zombies have babies? Others can't, but who are we? We specialize in doing what others can't, shocking the whole world. And then the first zombie baby is born. What do you think? Wan Chong. Chapter 51. The Crisis in the Woods, Part 6. Undoubtedly, Shin Longshan's fantasy is indeed beautiful. However, a fantasy is ultimately just a fantasy, and Wan Chong believes that such unrealistic dreams are unnecessary. Not to mention whether they can truly give birth to zombie babies. The mere act of becoming zombies raises the question of whether they can still retain their rationality like humans, let alone anything else. Wan Chong coldly interrupted Shin Longshan's words. "All right, let's hurry up and not waste any more time." Shin Longshan also stopped his lengthy discourse, ultimately just murmuring an acknowledgement and no longer saying much. Since there was nothing else to wash his hands with, Shin Longshan took a long time to clean off the grease, and the greasy feeling soon disappeared. Because he had fallen from the cliff, it was obviously impossible to climb back up from below. The cliff wall was completely vertical and very smooth, so they had to find another way. Once they entered the forest, the light dimmed considerably due to the dense trees. However, this forest resembled the previous one, filled with sturdy, unknown trees and some mutated vine trees. The mutated vine trees were easily recognizable. They all shared a characteristic of having empty surroundings, with not even wild grass growing around them. In contrast, ordinary trees were surrounded by plenty of wild grass or small saplings. So, as long as they avoided the attack range of these vine trees, they would be quite safe. It was hard to tell how long they had been walking. There was still no change around them, but one thing was certain. They had traveled quite far. The distance they had covered was certainly more than just 3 or 4 hours. They had walked from noon until almost dark, and calculating the time, they had been intermittently walking for about 6 hours. Fortunately, they had eaten quite a bit earlier, so they were not hungry now. Wan Chong looked at Shin Longshan in front of her and said, "Continuing like this isn't a solution. I don't even know where we're headed." Shin Longshan stopped and replied, "Do you have a better plan?" Wan Chong shook her head. "Moreover, we fell from the cliff earlier, and the exit that Luo Isu and the others took should also be at a higher place than here. If we search for a way down here, wouldn't that be different from the route they took? In this desolate place, what options does she have? At most, we can keep track of the days and then go to Wan Shong to find them. After all, they have Luo Isu as their strategist, so it shouldn't be a big problem." Shin Longshan shrugged and continued, "Besides, we have no other choice but to walk. In any case, let's leave this place first and then make plans. If you're tired, I can carry you." With that, he squatted down in front of Wan Chong. Wan Chong pushed against his back and refused. No need. She did feel tired from walking, but not to the extent of needing someone to carry her. Shin Longshan didn't insist and continued walking in front, with silence between them until it was almost dark when he finally stopped to rest. When they passed by the vine trees earlier, they had used the old method to grab some food, which was now just right for dinner. After Shin Longshan finished cooking, he fed Wan Chong as before, but before they could eat much, they sensed an animal approaching. They exchanged glances, discarded the food, and started to climb the tree. Once they were up in the tree, they saw that the meat they had thrown away had already been rushed by a pack of wolves. A pack of wolves! Wolves have an excellent sense of smell. They didn't know how far the aroma of their roasted meat had traveled to attract the wolves. Wan Shong frowned as she looked at Shen Longshan. They had previously encountered a pack of wolves and were helpless. Now, with only the two of them, escaping was even more difficult. Shen Longshan also looked seriously at the wolves below, which, after devouring the meat, glared at the two people in the tree, waiting for the command to rush up. A wolf's howl broke the silence, and the pack surged forward, starting to climb the trees from all directions, just like before. However, before they could reach them, they were knocked down by the two's abilities. But this was not a long-term solution. Wan Shong threw out a vine, lassoing it around the next tree and tying the other end of the tree they were currently on. She glanced at Shen Longshan and said, "Go." Then she grabbed the vine with both hands and slid over. The wolves jumped up to bite her legs, but Wan Shong kicked the leaping wolf away. After Wan Shong got across, Shen Longshan followed suit and slid over as well, with the two of them no longer blocking the way. Some wolves had already climbed up the tree. After Shen Longshan crossed, he immediately set the vine on fire, severing it. The wolf pack quickly shifted targets and began climbing the tree where the two were. Shen Longshan dealt with the wolves while Wan Shong, as before, threw out vines to tie around another tree, and they slid over to that tree, just like before. Gradually, their cooperation became more tacit, and their speed increased significantly. After running through an unknown number of trees, Wan Shong started to shoot ice pillars, knocking down the wolves that were trying to climb up. The vines were exhausted immediately. Wan Shong quickly explained, "The vines come from the trees in my space, and the trees inside are different from the ones outside. The vines grow very quickly, and I have dozens of them that I haven't used yet. However, because I kept using the vines just now, they have run out, and the remaining vines won't last long." Shen Longshan was not surprised by this outcome, as if it was within his expectations. Indeed, abilities can run out, and her vines were no different. It was easy to guess. While fighting, Shen Longshan observed his surroundings and noticed a sturdy vine tree not far away. Following his gaze, Wan Chong's face lit up when she saw the vine tree. If they entered the attack range of the vine tree, they would inevitably be attacked by it. The vine tree didn't know how to kill its prey. It would only starve them to death and wait for them to rot. However, the vine tree had a characteristic. As long as the prey could move, it would keep tightening its vines. They could remain still and let the vines wrap around them. While the wolves, once ensnared by the vine tree, would struggle continuously, causing the vines to tighten and ultimately choke the wolves to death. By then, they just needed to wait for the vine tree to drive the wolf pack back and let Shen Longshan burn the vines, allowing them to escape easily. With this thought in mind, Wan Shong didn't delay and released the vines, moving toward the vine tree. When the two finally reached the vicinity of the vine tree, they were not attacked. Usually, any tree close to the outermost part of the vine tree would be attacked. Yet now they had entered the vine tree's area, where no grass grew. The two dared not think too much and hurried toward the vine tree, as the wolf pack was still chasing them. However, even having reached the area around the vine tree, it still showed no reaction. Wan Shong kicked the trunk of a vine tree and cursed in a low voice. How could it not attack at such a critical moment? Shen Longshan looked at the approaching wolf pack behind them, not daring to delay. He quickly set a line of fire in front of them to temporarily separate the two of them from the wolves. Shen Longshan hurriedly pulled Wan Shong and ran in the direction they had come from. It was late at night, visibility was poor, and running through the woods could lead them to encounter something even more dangerous. The path they had taken was different, aside from the vine trees along the way. There were no other dangers. However, the wolf pack was not to be underestimated. They leaped over the fire Shen Longshan had created and continued to chase after them. After a few wolves jumped, the flames were extinguished. With no flammable materials around, the wind from the wolves' leaps put out the fire. The two of them ran frantically, not daring to stop for a moment. The wolf pack was relentless in their pursuit. The wolves looked like skin and bones, and seeing their prey, they would naturally chase after it. Shen Longshan and Wan Shong ran for their lives, surrounded by the wolves, with only death awaiting them. It was just a matter of how long their abilities could hold out before being torn apart by the wolves. While running, they also used their abilities to slow down the wolves' advance. They were on 2 legs, while the wolves had 4, so the wolves could definitely run faster than them. Fortunately, both of their abilities were quite effective in combat, successfully delaying the wolves and preventing them from being completely surrounded. Naturally, they did not give up looking for the vine trees, but the ones they encountered were just like the previous one, showing no aggression, and were no different from ordinary trees. Even if they actively attacked those trees, they would not be counterattacked, as if the once mutated vine trees had all died. They did not know when the vine trees had stopped attacking prey, and under the pressure of the wolf pack, they had no time to think about it. They ran for an unknown amount of time, both panting heavily and struggling to catch their breath, while the wolf pack still did not give up, closing the distance between them. Just as the wolves were about to pounce, they were pushed back by their abilities. Outside the woods was the lake they had fallen into at the beginning, and at that moment, both of them couldn't help but thank heaven. This lake had saved them twice. They exchanged a glance, certain that they were both thinking the same thing. Wan Shong could freeze a block of ice using the lake water, then row it to the middle of the lake. Although wolves can swim at night, if a wolf jumps into the water to swim towards them, its limbs would surely become numb from the cold. At that point, they would only need to deal with these slow-moving wolves. Moreover, Wan Chong's ice abilities would be easier to use with water. In places without water, she could only rely on condensing the scant moisture in the air to form ice pillars. But in places with water, the effect would be greatly enhanced. Without trees to obstruct them, the moonlight illuminated many areas, so they no longer had to blindly fight in the woods like before. With this thought, both of their steps quickened considerably. The lake outside was already clearly visible under the moonlight, and they were getting closer to it. Just as they were about to reach the outside, both of them couldn't help but smile with joy. Chapter 52, Crisis in the Woods, 7. After running out of the woods, the two continued towards the lakeside but saw the wolf pack halt just outside the trees. They stared at the wolf pack, and the wolves stared back at them. This made Shen Longshen and Wan Chong breathe a sigh of relief, while also feeling more puzzled. Finally, Shen Longshan said, "Let's wait until tomorrow to leave." After gathering the leftover dry wood to start a fire, the two sat down to rest. Wan Chong looked at the flames and couldn't help but sigh. Fire-type abilities are still better. When it's cold, I can always make a fire. I remember yesterday after you fainted, I was thinking of using stones to create a fire. If that didn't work, I might have had to use firewood and drill for fire like a primitive person. When Shen Longshan heard this, he chuckled. Then you should thank me, right? At a crucial moment, I actually woke up. Wan Chong rolled her eyes, and under the illumination of the firelight and moonlight, she successfully let Shen Longshan see her big eye roll. Shen Longshan leaned in a little closer and sat beside Wan Chong. Those vine trees were very strange just now. They didn't attack the creatures that approached them. Wan Chong nodded, as this was also her confusion. If one or two vine trees did not attack, or died due to lack of nutrients, that would not be surprising. However, as they ran along, these vine trees did not attack at all, and even showed no reaction, making them no different from ordinary trees, which puzzled the two of them. Wan Chong naturally didn't know the reason, looking at the burning fire pit, lost in thought. Shen Longshan suddenly said, "Last time you told me about your situation, if you're not tired, then should I share my story too?" Wan Chong then looked at him and nodded. Shen Longshan poked the campfire with a stick and slowly said, "This is the information I obtained before the apocalypse when communication was still possible. The original political powers have already scattered because they received news the day before the apocalypse and established bases with the maximum resources. After the apocalypse, the military became the largest force, and my father is one of the highest commanders in the military. Shen Longshan's father, Shun Fan, is one of the highest commanders in the military, which is split into two factions, one led by Shun Fan's 11th team and the other by Li Shu's 8th team. The rest have merged under the two leaders' armies, including dozens of highly influential researchers. The Special Operations Team that Shen Longshan belongs to is not subject to either faction. Their commands come from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Now, the people from the Academy have already been divided into the two armies, so the previous Special Operations Team naturally no longer exists. Moreover, during this mission to Guanming, everyone in the Special Operations Team, except for Shen Longshan, has already died inside. Wan Chong interrupted him. "Then why did you come out? And why did your abilities level up so quickly?" Wan Chong is a reborn individual. She knows how to collect crystal nuclei to advance, how to survive the exact timeline of the apocalypse, where is the safest place, and how to escape when danger arises. Her chances of survival are maximized, and all of this feels like a cheat because she has already spent 3 years in the apocalypse. It's just that in her previous life, she did not leave Guanming. However, Shun Longshun is different. He is not a reborn person. The Special Forces team is dead. Why did they die? Why is it that he is the only one who survived? Why does he not know that crystal nuclei can be used to advance? Yet he can keep up with Wan Shong and not fall behind even without any crystal nuclei. These are all unknowns. Additionally, Wan Shong has a vague feeling that Shun Longshun is about to advance. Shun Longshun's ability is highly offensive, and he has been using it longer than she has. They are both at level 3, which can only mean that Shun Longshun is about to advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. However, since leaving Guanming, they have always been together, and after leaving Guanming, there were no zombies. Shun Longshun usually spends much less time training than Wan Shong, yet his speed surpasses hers, which is also a point of suspicion. Shun Longshun evasively said, "I left the team early due to other matters, so I avoided that death. As for why my abilities advanced so quickly, I'm not sure. Anyway, from the moment I awakened until now, I feel like I haven't done anything special, nor have I trained much." The only thing Wan Shong could be certain of was that Shun Longshun was not lying. However, she absolutely would not believe that everyone's talent was different. Apart from the fact that their awakened abilities varied, she believed that the strength of these abilities was closely related to one's own efforts. Outside of this, there were too many doubts. She had never even heard of things like exotic species in her previous life. Although communication was cut off after the apocalypse, it was impossible not to hear any rumors or news in 3 years. Only in Guanming did she feel somewhat certain, because that was the city she had always lived in and understood the best. Shun Longshun continued, "My mom is very beautiful, really very beautiful." Wan Shong said expressionlessly, "I can tell." Shun Longshun's foundation was originally good, and he was handsome. Of course, his parents' genes wouldn't be lacking. Shun Longshun chuckled softly, but she passed away very early, dying of cancer. At that time, I hadn't joined the Special Forces yet. I was still studying. My mom underwent her last surgery in a hospital, and the doctor said, "We've done our best. If you have anything to say, please do it quickly." In the operating room, it was just my mom and me. She had just undergone surgery, and her originally fair face had become even paler. Because of the cancer, my mom had been injected with anesthetics, and she had no feeling below her neck. The doctor had just told me outside that they didn't want her to suffer. I didn't care about that. I wanted my mom to leave with a smile, not with regrets. But she kept telling me intermittently, "Chun Chun, don't cry. I might not be able to see you on your wedding day, but as long as it's someone you like, he definitely won't be bad." I wiped my tears, but they kept flowing. I said, "Mom, everything will be okay." My mom smiled and shook her head. "You have to be strong. Your dad is busy and doesn't have time to take care of you. Don't blame him. He is also doing it for our family. Mom, hang in there. I'll call Dad right now. You hold on." At that time, my dad, Shun Fan, was in the army. I took my phone and called him. It rang for a long time without anyone picking up. "Hello?" In the end, when I thought no one would answer, a woman's voice came from the phone. It was Shun Fan's assistant. I hurriedly said, "Let my dad Shin Fan answer the phone." "I'm sorry, Commander Shun is in a meeting. If there's something, please tell me, and I'll pass it on. I want my dad to answer the phone." I shouted. I was afraid my mom wouldn't see Dad and would leave with regrets. The assistant was obviously startled, but since I was Shun Fan's son, she still relayed the message. Her voice was much quieter, but it was still that assistant's voice. "Commander Shun, your son Shin Longshun is calling, saying it's urgent. What do you think?" Then I heard Shin Fan's voice. "I'm in a meeting now. Doesn't he know it's important? Don't you know either?" It sounded like Shin Fan was very angry that the assistant told him about something insignificant while he was in a meeting. Then there was the sound of a door closing, and the assistant's voice came. "I'm sorry. Commander Shun means you should have already heard." My hand holding the phone felt a bit cold, but seeing my mom still lying on the hospital bed, I gritted my teeth and said, "Please tell him again. Just say his wife is lying in the operating room and wants to see him one last time." The assistant seemed a bit troubled, not knowing how to respond. And there was no sound of the door opening. I continued, "Whatever happens, I will take responsibility." Only then did the assistant go back in. Again, it was the assistant's small voice. "Commander Shun, your wife wants to see you one last time." Do you think this meeting can be postponed? This time, Shun Fan did not yell at the assistant. Instead, he paused for a long time before speaking. Give me the phone. Then Shun Fan's voice came through. Without waiting for him to say much, I urgently spoke. Dad, Mom wants to see you one last time. Please hurry, before I could finish. I heard Shun Fan's deep voice, devoid of emotion. I'm in a meeting. Stay with your mom. Then he directly hung up the phone. From where Shun Fan was in the military to the hospital where his mom was, it would take at least 3 hours by car. He didn't know how long Mom could hold on, but he just didn't want her to be disappointed and leave with regrets. He didn't know if Mom saw through his lies. She just smiled and nodded, then stopped talking. Time passed second by second. Finally, Mom smiled and said, I might not be able to wait for your dad to arrive. When he comes, you tell him I never blamed him. I gritted my teeth in response, tightly holding Mom's hand as if that would keep her from leaving. At that time, I felt a deep hatred, hating his ruthlessness, wondering why Mom would fall for such a heartless man. Chapter 53, Crisis in the Woods 8. Shun Fan was very angry after hearing my words and scolded me loudly without regard for the many guests present. What do you think you have to stand in, Wan Shong? If it weren't for me, I wouldn't call you young Master Shun, just for my face. I see you haven't been taught a lesson for too long and don't know what rules are. Indeed, I had always grown up under Shun Fan's protection. Others respected me and gave me leeway because I was a Shun, because I had a powerful father. But at that time, I didn't know how dangerous the outside world was. After throwing down my harsh words, I left. I contacted my previous friends, but they had long since received the news and knew I had fallen out with my dad, so they all made excuses and refused to have any contact with me. After that, I went to the army. I remember when I first entered the army, I was not used to the military life at all, but I had to adapt. I could only push myself continuously. In the end, my efforts bore some fruit, and I was selected as a member of the Special Forces. However, Shun Fan saw all of this, and he came to find me on the day I moved into the Special Forces. I was unwilling to accept my fate. I didn't believe Shun Fan could cover the sky with one hand, only saying, just wait. Saying this, Shun Longchun chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now I realized that everything in the past was really just in vain. Before the apocalypse, everything was decided by the Academy of Sciences, but now, after the apocalypse, the military's power completely crushed the Academy of Sciences, which has also been scattered. He probably really can cover half the sky. Wan Shong comforted, not necessarily. My father, Wan Shong, was one of the top figures in Guanming before the apocalypse. What was his fate in the end? He was abandoned by everyone and left to die outside. After the apocalypse, everything has changed. Strength is the only currency. If you are strong enough, then what your father Shun Fan has now, you will eventually have too. Shun Longchen smiled and shook his head. My father is not the same as yours. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has now been taken over by the military, and Wan Shong is the best managed place among all cities, with the best resources. After a pause, he continued, the mutant organization we encountered in Shueishin before was just a branch sent by Wan Shong. Their purpose is to collect Tianqing Shui, which clearly shows that Wan Shong has the most Tianqing Shui of all the cities. And with Tianqing Shui, one can become stronger. Their speed is definitely not weaker than ours. And they might even be stronger. Wan Shong had nothing to say about it. She had to admit that they were very weak, unable to even escape from the alien organization and Chen Mu's group. This time, they had stumbled into this isolated, unfamiliar forest purely by luck, which allowed them to avoid disaster. Otherwise, they would probably already be stiff corpses, perhaps even devoured by some other animal. Shun Longchun didn't say much either, only telling her to rest early and that they would move a bit faster the next day. The two took turns keeping watch. But after Wan Shong had watched the first half of the night, she was supposed to switch with Shun Longchen. However, Shun Longchen kept watch for the second half of the night by himself, without waking her. Before dawn the next day, Shun Longchen shook Wan Chong awake, saying, "Get up quickly." Wan Chong looked at the grayish sky. It seemed like dawn was approaching. "Why are you calling me now?" Originally, they had planned to take turns watching for a while and alternating their sleep, but after she kept watch, Shun Longchen directly stayed up all night, allowing her to sleep soundly. Shun Longchen placed his hands on Wan Chong's shoulders and moved her towards another direction. "Look quickly, it's almost dawn. Let's watch the sunrise together." In a few minutes, the sun slowly rose into their view. The initial light was weak, then gradually intensified. Once it was fully bright, Wan Shong stood up and brushed the dirt off her clothes. Let's go. First find something to eat, and then we'll move on. After Shen Longchun extinguished the campfire, he walked into the woods with Wan Shong. They had walked around the outskirts of this forest many times and were familiar with where the vines and trees were. As they passed the first vine tree, vines flew towards them, and both of them nimbly jumped out of the way. They exchanged glances and saw a dead, unknown animal next to the trunk of the vine tree, which appeared to have a light layer of fur. It was likely a herbivore. However, in the current world, it was impossible to define things by whether they were herbivorous or not. Even trees had started to eat meat. So anything was possible. After dodging the attack range of the vine tree, they brushed the dirt off themselves and stood up. Wan Shong nodded. Her abilities were not suited for escape, while Shen Longchun's abilities were more convenient. This time, it was just like last time, using the same tactic as before, feigning capture by the vine tree, then directly snatching the prey and running away. Once they were out of the vine tree's attack range, they would be safe. This method had never failed, and they didn't have to search for food everywhere. Shen Longchun raised the prey that had been torn in half during the struggle with the vine tree. I don't know what it is, but with this much meat, it must be edible. Let's go. Wan Shong held back her laughter and nodded. Shen Longchun, looking puzzled, went to the lakeside to wash the prey and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you still laughing?" Wan Shong walked over, dipped her hand in some water, and gently wiped Shen Longchun's forehead, then stretched her hand out in front of him to show a face full of blood. Just moments ago, when they were competing with the vine tree for prey, the prey was torn in half, splattering blood all over Shen Longchun's face. Shen Longchun muttered in dissatisfaction, "What's so funny? Here, hold my skewers." He handed the already skewered meat to Wan Shong to hold, and then started to grill. Wan Shong occasionally flipped through the meat and asked, "Have you noticed something? Last night, when we were near the vine trees, they didn't react at all, and each one looked the same, as if they were dead. Today, those vine trees have come back to life, attacking any creatures that come near them, as usual." Shen Longchun nodded. "I think we definitely can't get through this forest. The vine trees attack during the day, but not at night. And during the day, we don't encounter animals, while at night, we encounter large groups of them. Whether above or below, there's a pattern. During the day, plants attack creatures that come near them, but we don't see any social animals. There's a very slim chance of encountering one or two solitary animals. The most common mutated plant is the vine tree. At night, the plants seem to fall into a deep sleep. Even if we actively attack them, they won't respond. However, animals appear in large numbers, with social animals being the most common, particularly wolf packs. Given the limited area we are in, we only encounter vine trees among the plants and wolf packs among the animals. Moreover, it seems that the mutation of the vine trees is quite primitive. They basically only know how to attack. The wolf packs, being social animals, haven't mutated. They've just inherited their old habits. Generally, animals and plants are distributed by region, and it seems that we have only reached the first layer. In the first layer, we are already walking on thin ice. We can barely cope during the day. But if we encounter a wolf pack at night, we can only run. If we run slowly, we might just end up being devoured by the wolves. Shen Longchun, as before, directly tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into Wan Shong's mouth. Wan Shong propped her head up and said, "Then we can't go out? It's impossible to stay here all the time. It's quite nice to stay here with no worries about food. It's just that this life feels a bit like that of primitive people." Wan Shong rolled her eyes. "Then you can stay here. I'm going out. I have my own business." Shen Longchun stuffed a piece of meat into Wan Shong's mouth, shutting her up. All right. You have your business, okay? Besides, if you're not around, it would be quite boring for me alone." Wan Shong chewed on the meat, wiping her face, clearly displeased. Shen Longchun chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm bullying you?" Wan Shong finally managed to chew that soft piece of meat into mush and swallowed it before speaking. "What else?" Shen Longchun, seeing that Wan Shong had swallowed it, stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth. "How long can you hold your breath?" Wan Shong thought for a moment and roughly estimated about 10 minutes. Seeing Shen Longchun's expression, Wan Shong couldn't help but widen her eyes. "You don't want to go into the lake, do you?" Shen Longchun nodded. "Not too stupid. We definitely can't get out of the woods together, and those wolves don't dare to approach this lake. There must be a secret or an escape route in this lake. Indeed, thinking carefully, on their first night here, Shen Longchen was in a coma, and Wan Shong had no special abilities, essentially having no combat power at all. Because it was nighttime, when Wan Shong went into the woods to find firewood, she accidentally encountered the sleeping vine tree and narrowly escaped a disaster. They didn't enter the woods and stayed close to the lake, where other animals also didn't dare to approach, allowing them to escape another crisis. Later, thanks to the vine tree, they were able to take its prey and avoid starving to death. Otherwise, those animals would have hidden away during the day, and they might not have found even one after searching for a month. Although there were many big trees in the woods, they bore no fruit at all. It was precisely because of the existence of the vine tree that they had survived until now. In this way, upon careful reflection, they had unknowingly avoided many dangers. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities must have future blessings, so their luck in the future should not be bad either. Luo Yasuzi's intelligence was above everyone else's, and she must have figured this out long ago. With Nianyan's protection, they should have already found a way out and safely left. Chapter 54. The mysterious woman. After finishing the meat and taking a short break, the two prepared to dive. They didn't know where the end of the woods was, and given their current abilities, forcing their way through the woods was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Their luck might not be as good as that night. The worst outcome would be that they encounter a pack of wolves, get surrounded, exhaust their abilities, and before they could reach the lake, they would be devoured by the wolves. Apart from climbing cliffs and entering the woods, this lake was their only option. The area of the lake seemed very vast, and since the water was so abundant, it indicated that it must have come from somewhere. Since the water comes from the outside world, they should be able to find a way out through it. After resting for a while, the two prepared to dive. However, the situation looked beautiful, but they weren't sure if they should go down. Shen Longchen had no problem diving, but Wan Shong was not very good at it and could only hold her breath for a maximum of 10 minutes. What if they couldn't find a way out and she couldn't hold her breath any longer? What if Wan Shong saw that Shen Longchen had already gone down, so she could only suppress the countless what-ifs in her heart? Taking a deep breath and holding it in, she followed Shen Longchen and jumped down. The water was relatively clear and calm, so descending wasn't difficult. However, the deeper they went, the darker it became, and they had no idea how long they had been diving. Suddenly, a water snake swam past Wan Shong and began to attack her, seemingly displeased with her entering its territory. Meanwhile, Shen Longchen was not attacked and swam ahead. Wan Shong waved her hand and directly froze the water snake into a block of ice, causing the frozen water snake to sink straight down. Due to the use of her abilities, the temperature around her dropped sharply, and Wan Shong's hands and feet became stiff. The non-mutated water snake posed no threat to her, but its sudden appearance startled her, and since she hadn't held her breath for long, she ended up letting out a significant amount of air when she gasped. As time passed, Wan Shong felt her head growing dizzy and tightened her grip on the hand of Shen Longchen. With wide eyes, Wan Shong instinctively wanted to push Shen Longchen away, but he wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling them even closer together. Wan Shong's hand rested on Shen Longchen's chest, realizing that Shen Longchen only wanted to transfer energy to her, and it seemed she had overthought it, making her feel a bit embarrassed. After seeing that Wan Shong had calmed down somewhat, Shen Longchen took her hand and quickened their descent. He had spotted an arched stone pillar not far away, and behind the pillar there was a glimmer of light, which he assumed was the exit. Once they passed through the stone pillar, they fell directly to the ground. There was no water on this side of the pillar, and they rolled over from the lake on the other side. Cough, 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 cough. The sudden rush of air made Wan Shong cough violently, and then she noticed Shen Longchen was observing the area. When she looked around, her expression changed. This stone pillar was the entrance to a passage, seemingly protected by some unknown force, so there was no water inside, while outside was the lake they had just descended into. The entrance was guarded by something unknown, preventing any water from flowing in. Shen Longchen stroked his chin and teased, "What's wrong? What are you thinking? Your face is so red." With Shen Longchen's intelligence, he naturally knew that Wan Shong's blush was due to him transferring energy to her earlier, and he deliberately teased her like this. Wan Shong glared at Shen Longchen. "I'm so frustrated." "Old man," Shen Longchen shrugged and decided not to dwell on the issue any longer. Their biggest problem now was finding a way out. After looking around and feeling around the area, he confirmed there was only one path and said, "Let's go." "There's only this passage." Wan Shong nodded, stood up, and followed Shen Longchen. The passage was not long, and beyond it was a maze-like place with many paths. The two exchanged glances but did not rush to choose a path. Instead, they observed the routes. He, ha! Suddenly, a woman's eerie laughter echoed through the maze. "You two are still alive." The woman's voice continued. The two remained silent, and after a while, a woman with a strange expression emerged from the second-to-last passage. Wan Shong glanced at Shen Longchen, her eyes questioning. "Do you know her?" Judging by that woman's tone just now, it seemed like she knew both of them. Since Wan Shong was sure it was her first time meeting this woman, then she must know Shen Longchen, right? This was Wan Shong's own speculation. Shen Longchen noticed the look in Wan Shong's eyes and shook his head. He thought the same as Wan Shong. He initially thought this woman recognized Wan Shong. The two then approached, but still maintained a certain distance from the woman. Shen Longchen asked defensively, "Who is your master?" The woman sneered, "What qualifications do you two have to know the master? If it weren't for the face of that person, your lives wouldn't matter to the master at all." The woman turned and led the way, but it was a path opposite to the one she had come from. The two exchanged puzzled glances, and before they could ask, the woman said, "By the way, the exit of the underground palace changes every time you walk through it. This is specially designed by the master to prevent others from infiltrating the underground palace, so you don't need to harbor any bad intentions." Shen Longchen asked, "Where are you taking us?" The woman replied impatiently, "Didn't I say? I'm taking you out. With your abilities, even if you had 10 lives, you probably wouldn't be able to escape the underground palace." From the woman's words, it was not difficult to hear her admiration for the master she mentioned. Shen Longchen and Wan Shong exchanged a glance, and after a brief moment of communication through their eyes, Shen Longchen muttered in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "She can't be some kind of perverted scientist, right?" Wan Shong nodded in agreement. "Most likely. I've heard that kind of person is usually over 50 with gray hair or bald. TSK. It's simply unimaginable." Shen Longchen wanted to say something more, but the woman leading the way suddenly stopped, clenched her fists, and said, "If you dare to disrespect the master again, I'll kill you." "Do you dare defy your master's orders?" Shen Longchen asked. Upon hearing this, the woman tightened her fists even more, seemingly struggling with something. The surrounding air was eerily quiet, as if it had solidified. After a while, the woman turned around, looked Wan Shong up and down, and finally spoke. "I suppose that's true. With your appearance, when you see the master, you might feel too ashamed to lift your head. A man like you, if you were fortunate enough to meet the master, you might even drool all over the ground." After saying this, she began walking again. From the woman's words, it was easy to guess that her master was, first, female, second, a very beautiful woman, and third, not only beautiful, but also very intelligent. The woman leading the way didn't seem particularly smart, but it was clear that she deeply admired her master, to the point of being almost obsessed. Therefore, as long as they slightly provoked her or said something bad about her master, she would immediately blow up. However, she was very obedient to her master's commands and didn't dare do anything to the two of them. Thus, in an invisible way, she felt she was showing off her master, but she also revealed quite a bit of information. Shen Longchen continued to provoke the woman leading the way. "Is she the kind of voluptuous woman? Cough. You have a bit of a heavy taste in men, don't you?" The woman leading the way took several deep breaths before coldly laughing and saying, "Oh, woman, the master is only 19 this year, but she's not much older than this girl. Yet, one is in the sky, the other is on the ground." Shen Longchen and Wan Shong were taken aback when they heard her mention that the master who designed this underground palace was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old girl designing such an underground palace in this strange forest only highlighted the danger of this girl. Hearing her words, the first person that came to mind was Luo Yizhu, as she could also be considered a remarkable existence. At just 9 years old, her experiences and ways of dealing with the world far exceeded her age. She was adept at using her advantages, hiding her weaknesses, and calculating every step. If what the woman leading the way said was true, then both the master of this underground palace and Luo Yizhu were extraordinary beings. After that, both of them fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. This also allowed the woman leading the way to breathe a sigh of relief. She couldn't guarantee that if they spoke more ill of the master, she could control herself. She didn't want to go against her master's orders, nor would she allow others to slander her master. To her, these two level 3 ability users were merely insignificant ants. With just a thought, she could easily kill these two loose-tongued individuals. However, the master had ordered her to safely escort them out of the underground palace, so she naturally didn't dare to defy her master's command. Chapter 55. Where's the master of the underground palace after turning left and right in the underground palace? They finally made their way out. Breathing in the fresh air outside, they felt considerably more relaxed. The woman leading the way glanced at the two of them. From here on out, whether you can get out depends on yourselves. With that, she coldly laughed and left. Shun Longchen and Wan Shong observed their surroundings. The woman had brought them to the place where they had stayed the night with a large group of people after leaving the mysterious cave. The trees around still bore the claw marks left by the wolf pack that had attacked them, since they had only been missing for 3 or 4 days. The grass on the ground still showed traces of Nian's large body passing through. The nearby vine trees also proved that this was indeed the place where they had first been attacked by the wolves. The two of them sighed with relief. As long as they followed the path Nian had taken, they should be able to get out quickly. After resting for a bit, they prepared to set off immediately. As this place was not safe to linger in, both day and night were fraught with danger, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. They didn't pay much attention to what the woman leading the way had said earlier, focusing instead on the master of the underground palace, thus overlooking an important piece of information. The woman had said, if it weren't for the face of that one, the master wouldn't care less about your lives. Neither of them noticed who that one was in the woman's words. If they had, they could have easily figured out who it was with just a slight probe in the underground palace. Because of this, they missed an important piece of information. Had they known it, their path ahead would likely have been much smoother, and they would have learned some unknown secrets much earlier. In the underground palace, the woman who had just led the way respectfully lowered her head and said, "Master, I have safely sent those two out." Opposite the woman was a girl, appearing to be in her late teens, who was the master of the underground palace, only 19 years old. The master lay lazily on a rattan chair, exuding an air of elegance. Her face was a typical classical oval shape, seemingly only the size of a palm. Hearing the words of the woman leading the way, the master finally opened her eyes and looked at her. Unlike the large eyes of ordinary beauties, the master's eyes were big and expressive, as if rippling waves were contained within, silently conveying something at all times. This gaze made the woman leading the way tremble, a shiver running down her spine. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek, dripping onto the floor, yet she didn't dare raise her hand to wipe it away. The master's straight and determined nose combined the beauty of femininity with a hint of masculinity, while her slightly thin and soft cherry lips presented a nearly transparent gem-like red, looking so moist that just one glance could make someone intoxicated. She stood up, her fiery red hanfu trailing on the ground, her long black hair flowing like water, cascading perfectly over her slightly sloping shoulders as she walked barefoot to stand before the woman leading the way. The woman leading the way lowered her head even further, not daring to meet the master's gaze. The master reached out to touch the woman's slightly curled hair, causing the woman to tremble uncontrollably. She stared at the woman's face, and after a long moment, she sighed softly, her lips parting to utter 4 words. "You spoke too much." Her voice was beautifully captivating, making it impossible for anyone to resist being enchanted. However, it made the woman leading the way tighten her hands at her sides, her voice trembling as she said, They said such things about the master." Before she could finish her sentence, it came to a halt. The master pinched the woman's chin with her small hand, forcing her to look up and meet her gaze. Seeing the master's eyes, the woman leading the way opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. The master fixed her gaze on the woman's face. "Did I not say, do not leak any of my information to anyone?" The woman leading the way trembled as she managed to say one word. "Yes." The master continued, "Did I not say that, for any matter, I only want results? If something is wrong, It is wrong. I don't need explanations. What you want to say is nothing more than a few phrases, and I already know what they are before you even open your mouth. The conversation took a turn as he continued. Since I already know what you're thinking, if your reasoning holds, then why am I still questioning you? Do you think I'm someone who engages in meaningless actions? The woman leading the way didn't dare to speak. After the master of the underground palace finished speaking, her lips moved a few times before she said, I know I've made a mistake. In the eyes of the master of the underground palace, anything she did or wanted to say was already understood, so there was no need for her to elaborate. The master was not interested in unnecessary explanations or excuses, so she chose to remain silent. However, she truly did not intend to offend. She simply wanted to protect the master. Although the master said she was wrong, if given another chance, she would still act the same way. She felt she was not at fault. It was just that their perspectives differed. Seeing her reaction, the master of the underground palace closed her eyes, then opened them again, her gaze clear and cold as she said, There won't be a next time. Without waiting for the woman to respond, she flicked her hand, throwing the woman out, who crashed heavily against the wall. With a loud bang, the collision with the wall produced a tremendous noise. The woman tried to get up but failed several times. Her arm had broken from the impact, leaving her helplessly sprawled on the ground. She had hit her arm and head, and blood dripped down her face to the floor. However, the pain had numbed her, and it was only when she saw the blood on the ground that she reacted, her expression changing. Without time to observe the master's expression, she rolled up her sleeve to wipe the blood off the floor. She casually touched the wound on her forehead to prevent more blood from dripping down. One hand, having broken from hitting the wall, showed the force of the impact. She completely disregarded her injury, hastily using her uninjured hand to wipe the blood off the ground. The spot where blood had dripped was already clean, but the woman continued to wipe, fearing even a trace would remain. The master of the underground palace glanced at the woman who was still scrubbing the floor and, sensing the faint smell of blood in the air, slightly furrowed her brow before coldly saying, Get out. The woman, enduring the pain, quickly crawled up from the ground and retreated. Once outside, a little girl approached her, asking, Sister, what happened to you? The woman, called Sister, disregarding her injury, quickly pulled the little girl aside and whispered, Go open the ventilation in the master's room. The second stone brick under the left wall, I just bled on it. You should go in and wipe it too. The little girl nodded repeatedly and then left. After opening the ventilation, the smell of blood in the room dissipated, while the little girl knelt on the ground, continuously wiping the stone bricks with a cloth. Even though the bloodstains were no longer visible when she arrived, she still followed her sister's instructions, scrubbing until the handkerchief was worn out. The master of the underground palace gave the little girl a casual glance and said, You can go out. The little girl quickly stood up, retreated, and closed the door behind her, finally breathing a sigh of relief outside. The two sisters had always followed the master, and they were well aware of the master's habits and temperament. The master preferred to wear traditional hanfu, but only in red. She was already beautiful, and in red, she appeared even more stunning, though she seldom smiled. The master disliked wearing shoes, but had a cleanliness obsession. Thus, the sisters had to clean the entire underground palace daily, with the master's room requiring an extra round of cleaning. However, they never complained. They had little else to do. The master looked fierce and rarely smiled, but she didn't impose strict rules on them. They only needed to handle tasks as instructed by the master, and she didn't interfere beyond that. Before the end of the world, the little girl and her sister often went out to play during their free time. There was a room in the underground palace dedicated to money, which they could use freely. After the apocalypse, the master provided them with potions, awakening their abilities, which were purer than others. The master also occasionally gave them potions for upgrading their powers, and currently, both had reached level 5. In contrast, the outside world only saw levels 3 to 4 at most. After leading the little girl away, the master of the underground palace turned a mechanism, and a small door opened. She walked barefoot inside. It was very dark, with no light whatsoever, only the sound of her clothes brushing against the ground. Then, she entered a brightly lit room, which contained nothing but 2 ice coffins. The master's hand touched the ice coffin, inside which lay a young man and woman, both appearing youthful, the man handsome and the woman beautiful. The master touched the chilly ice coffin and looked at the people inside, softly saying, "Mom and Dad, I saw him today. He has grown a little since childhood." She then laughed self-deprecatingly. "But it's a pity after leaving me. It seems he hasn't been doing well. This is not what I originally envisioned. It differs greatly from my plans." The master of the underground palace rambled on, as if speaking to the people in the ice coffins. "Why can't he understand? He's so smart. If he just thought carefully, he should grasp my intentions. Yet he just doesn't. Don't you think he is doing it on purpose? Haha, I suppose so. Who would want to be with someone like me?" As she spoke, she gazed at the two in the ice coffins, lost in thought. Chapter 56, Detoxifying Mushrooms on the Other Side. Thanks to previous experience, Shen Longchen and Wan Shong could effortlessly dodge the attacks of the vine trees. Following the traces left by Nian Nian, they should be able to escape soon. However, looking at the colorful mushrooms ahead, both Wan Shong and Shen Longchen couldn't help but twitch their eyes. These mushrooms had been trampled by Nian Nian until they were unrecognizable. As they walked in, Shen Longchen's expression changed, and he picked up Wan Shong, using all his strength to throw her upwards. Wan Shong was initially confused, but seeing the expression on Shen Longchen's face, she didn't dare to delay. Vines were thrown out from the space, one wrapped around a tree and the other around Shen Longchen's waist. Then, using the leverage, she climbed up herself and then struggled to pull Shen Longchen up as well. Wan Shong had just been walking behind Shen Longchen, so when Shen Longchen sensed something was wrong, he quickly tossed Wan Shong up into the air, temporarily distancing her from the mushrooms. However, Shen Longchen himself looked quite unwell, his face having turned a deep purple, resembling someone who had been poisoned. Meanwhile, the mushrooms below had begun to release large amounts of smoke that floated upwards, which seemed to be the reason for Shen Longchen's poisoning. Just moments ago, neither of them had noticed it, but after Shen Longchen realized the danger and saved Wan Shong, he had inhaled a significant amount of the mist emitted by the mushrooms. Yuan Chong looked down, raised her hand, and several ice pillars descended, surrounding the mushroom. The sudden drop in temperature caused the mushroom to stop producing mist. Although the crisis was temporarily averted, Shen Longchen's condition was poor, and Yuan Chong quickly began to heal him with her healing magic. However, her level 2 healing spell could only restore wounds and stop bleeding, which was of no use in this case of poisoning. And the dark purple color on Shen Longchen's face deepened. Wan Chong patted Shen Longchen's face. "How are you? Is everything okay?" Shen Longchen forced himself to stay awake and grabbed Wan Chong's hand that was patting his face. "What's wrong? Are you concerned about me?" Wan Chong choked, and Shen Longchen leaned against the tree trunk. The poison from this mushroom requires an antidote mushroom. Generally, the antidote mushrooms grow near these poisonous ones, and they look somewhat different. Specifically how, I'm not sure. Just wait. With that, he jumped down directly to start searching for mushrooms. As a creature approached, the poisonous mushrooms began to prepare to release their toxins again. Wan Chong quickly shot several ice pillars into the ground to stop the poisonous mushrooms. Only then did she begin to search for the antidote mushrooms with peace of mind. These mushrooms were colorful, and each one looked different when viewed individually. But how could she know what Shen Longchen meant by somewhat different? When she looked up at Shen Longchen, she found that he was already close to fainting. Shen Longchen groggily shook his head, and Wan Chong gritted her teeth, using vines to tie him to the tree trunk to prevent him from falling when he fainted, saying, "You stay put. Wait for me." Then she climbed down the tree to look more carefully. After a short while, her head started to spin. She glanced at Shen Longchen, who had already fallen into a coma, and muttered softly, "With such willpower, how has he survived until now? He is supposed to be a special forces member, but he's not even as capable as me, someone who has never served in the military." With no choice, she could only search thoroughly, looking for mushrooms one by one. Finally, about 10 meters away from the poisonous mushrooms, she found a so-called antidote mushroom. At first glance, this mushroom looked different from the previous cluster of poisonous mushrooms. Those were colorful but short, while this one was tall and pure white. Wan Chong was ecstatic, thinking to herself, "Anyway, this mushroom is different from others. I can only find this one. If I get poisoned, I can't be blamed." With that in mind, she reached out to pick the mushroom. Just as she was about to get up, she felt a chill on her back. Without thinking, Wan Chong rolled on the ground, only to see that a wolf had appeared behind her at some point. This wolf looked larger and more ferocious than the other she had seen before. And while other wolves only came out at night to hunt, this one was out in broad daylight looking for food. Seeing that there were no other wolves around besides this one, Wan Shong let out a slight sigh of relief. One wolf was manageable. Before she could think further, the wolf pounced, and its speed was significantly faster than that of the other wolves. As soon as the vine appeared, Wan Shong leaped up the tree, and with a bend of its hind legs, the wolf jumped up as well. Wan Chong's expression changed, her mind racing. This wolf had speed and jumping ability superior to other wolves. While other wolves needed to climb trees, it could jump directly up. This caught Wan Shong off guard, and she quickly used the vines to jump to another tree, but she was still a step too slow. Hiss! Her arm was scratched by the wolf's claws, and blood began to flow. Wan Shong crouched on the ground, looking up at the wolf on the tree that momentarily stood still. A white light appeared in her palm, temporarily stopping the bleeding from the wound on her arm. The wolf bent its hind legs slightly, and with previous experience when the wolf pounced down, Wan Shong rolled to the side to dodge it. Seeing that its attack had failed, the wolf chased after her again, pouncing at Wan Shong one after another. With one hand gripping a mushroom and the other using the vines to jump between the tree and the ground, Wan Shong evaded the wolf's attacks. The wolf was extremely fast, and on several occasions, it nearly pounced on Wan Shong. Wan Shong dodged the wolf's attacks while trying to find a way to escape. Running towards Shen Longshen was clearly not an option. What if the wolf ate her and then saw Shen Longshen and ate him too? Wouldn't that mean she had led the wolf to him? But if she died, then Shen Longshen wouldn't be able to eat the detoxifying mushrooms either, and he would likely die from the poison. Thinking this way, she felt burdened with two lives, and Shen Longshen's life was in her hands. While evading the wolf's attacks, she shook her head and secretly scoffed. When did she start thinking like Shen Longshen? With such a lack of focus, she'd eventually get bitten by the wolf. Wan Shong had no choice but to run in the opposite direction of Shen Longshen, while the wolf, frustrated by its inability to catch its prey, seemed to become enraged and increased its speed. With this acceleration, Wan Shong, who had been barely coping, was now in a state of disarray. She was scratched all over, with blood still flowing, and had to frantically dodge the wolf's attacks. Wan Shong shot a few ice pillars backward, but as expected, she couldn't even injure the wolf. Both of her arms were injured, and she couldn't exert much strength. The wolf was not only fast, but also had a thick coat of fur. Looking at its dense fur, she knew she couldn't hurt it. However, she suddenly spotted a large tree not far away with dense leaves, and an idea came to her mind. She threw the detoxifying mushroom onto a tree branch, then rolled on the ground, picked up a large stone, swung a vine to wrap around that tree, and ran in the opposite direction. The wolf quickly turned its head and chased after her. Wan Shong took off the only piece of clothing she had to cover herself and draped it over the large stone she had just picked up. Don't be surprised at how decisive she was in taking off her clothes. First, the wolf wouldn't understand such things, and there was no one around, just her, so she had no need to feel shy. Second, she was in a life-or-death situation. Who cared about wearing clothes when surviving was the priority? After doing all this, she swung a vine, landing on a nearby dense tree, where her success or failure would be determined. Just after getting up, she threw the stone wrapped in clothes far away, then slid down the vine she had just left on the tree, using the trunk to shield herself. As expected, although the wolf reacted quickly, it had a flaw. It didn't have time to respond, and had already rushed after the stone she threw. The stone, covered in blood from the clothes, made the wolf, which had been following Wan Shong for a while, think it was its prey. Furthermore, since Wan Shong was injured and left a bloody trail wherever she passed, the wolf focused solely on chasing the prey and didn't have time to sniff around before it ran off. Once the wolf left, Wan Shong slid down using the vine and ran towards the tree where she had thrown the detoxifying mushroom. After picking it up, she didn't rush to leave. She used healing magic to stop the bleeding from her larger wounds, cleaned the magic, and then ran towards Shen Longshen's direction. After climbing the tree, using the vine for support, she untied the vines on Shen Longshen and, took the only piece of clothing he had off and put it on herself, then stared at the detoxifying mushroom in her hand. With determination, she stuffed it into her mouth and started to chew. As soon as it entered her mouth, She regretted it. The taste was indescribable. She felt her entire tongue go numb, and after chewing it up, she adjusted Shen Longchen's face and kissed him. She pried his mouth open with her tongue and pushed the chewed mushroom into Shen Longchen's mouth with her now numb tongue. Then she closed his mouth and patted his back, making sure Shen Longchen swallowed the detoxifying mushroom before she sighed in relief. It turned out that Shen Longchen's luck was good. She indeed found the detoxifying mushroom. After a while, his originally purplish face began to slowly recover and turn rosy. Wan Shong then noticed Shen Longchen's appearance. His face was now rosy, and he was wearing the top that Wan Shong had taken off, so naturally, he had no clothes on. Fortunately, Shen Longchen's special forces training had paid off. His stomach had no excess fat, only abs, but not overly large ones, so he looked perfectly fit. Since there was nothing else to do, Wan Shong couldn't help but reach out to touch, secretly thinking, it feels just like before, firm and solid. Previously, when Shen Longchen had a fever, she couldn't help but touch him once. After all, he was handsome, powerful, and had abs. Such a person was always sought after, whether before or after the apocalypse. Chapter 57. Mutated Mushroom, How Do You Feel? A low, slightly hoarse voice echoed in her ears. Wan Shong pinched it again and said, it's almost the same as before. Before she finished speaking, she quickly looked up and saw Shen Longchen looking at her with a big smile. Noticing that Shen Longchen was staring at her clothes, she couldn't help but pout and explained, well, when I was looking for the detox mushroom just now, I was chased by a wolf and my clothes got taken. Anyway, you're a man, so it's fine if you don't wear them. By the way, that wolf. Hearing Wan Shong's evasive words, Shen Longchen leaned in and interrupted her. I didn't expect that today's wolves are such lecherous wolves, huh? Wan Shong's face turned red. She promised that when she just kissed Shen Longchen, it was purely to give him medicine, and when she touched Shen Longchen's abdominal muscles, it was out of curiosity. However, every time Shen Longchen got too close to her and spoke to her, her mind would wander. Turning her face away, she awkwardly said, there are quite a few perverts these days. There's one right next to me. Shen Longchen had already gotten used to Wan Shong blushing and didn't tease her about it anymore. He simply said, I don't know who the real pervert is. Not only did you touch me while I was still unconscious, but you also took off my clothes. Wan Shong could only express her frustration by saying, isn't it all for the sake of finding medicine for you? Otherwise, would I have to go through such embarrassment? Fine, it's for me, right? Also, if I die, wouldn't you end up a widower? Hiss. Wan Shong wanted to say something, but Shen Longchen directly pulled up her sleeve to check her injuries. Both arms were covered in scratches, some deep, some shallow. There were also some on her back and legs. The more Shen Longchen looked, the worse his expression became. So foolish. Wan Shong originally thought that Shen Longchen would comfort her a bit, if not for anything else, at least she got hurt because she was saving him. However, upon hearing Shen Longchen say that she could only grit her teeth in silence, I really was overthinking it. You should hurry up and use your meager healing skills. Shen Longchen said. Wan Shong was dissatisfied and complained inwardly. What does minor treatment skills even mean? After all, she was already level 2 in the healing profession. However, she still honestly said, it's all used up. At this point, Wan Shong felt her tongue was getting tangled. Could it be because of the detox mushroom issue just now? It shouldn't be, as there hadn't been any problems before. Shen Longchen. After a moment of silence, Shen Longchen finally said, let's go, it's better to get out early and heal sooner. As soon as the two of them walked out of the range of the toxic mushrooms, they soon encountered a large, bluish mushroom. What was striking was that this large mushroom was unlike the colorful mushrooms they had just seen. It was as tall as 2 buildings and was closely integrated with the surrounding trees. It was believed that if it weren't for those trees, this large mushroom would probably be even bigger than it was now. Moreover, when Wan Shong looked up, she felt that this large mushroom emitted a ghostly blue light. It was daytime, so the bluish color wasn't very prominent, but it looked quite eerie. The overall appearance was transparent, and the veins beneath the mushroom were clearly visible. The intricate, crisscrossing veins looked enchanting, as if they had some special allure. After the two of them paused to look for a while, Shen Longchen said, let's go around it. They were indeed too weak, and this large mushroom did not look friendly at all. It was likely a mutated mushroom. Besides, it had grown this large, making it the second time they had encountered a mutated large plant. The first time was when they saw that iron tree in Xinguang, which grew just as rapidly as other mutated flora and fauna. However, why it mysteriously disappeared afterward remained a mystery. Unlike animals, plants do not actively attack during the early stages of mutation. They only attack creatures that come close to them. The two of them cautiously moved to the side, and just when they thought they were far enough from the large mushroom, it suddenly moved. All the surrounding trees fell down, and the enormous umbrella-shaped mushroom top sucked them in. The mushroom violently knocked the two of them to the ground, right into the center of the mushroom. Inside the large mushroom center was an unknown liquid, sticky and gooey, and the mushroom was still trembling. It was difficult for them to stand up, let alone escape. Suddenly, an entrance appeared at the very center of the large mushroom, resembling a mouth, and it directly bounced the two of them inside. As soon as they fell, they landed in a thick layer of goo, which they had no idea what it was. It was not only sticky, but also had a bitter plant smell. Their hands felt slippery and somewhat disgusting. The two of them struggled and finally managed to climb out of the goo. All around were the intricate veins of the large mushroom, and they couldn't see outside at all, nor did they know where they had fallen. In the distance, there was a particularly striking ghostly green, but because it was too far away, they didn't pay it much attention. Wan Shong tentatively asked, "Are we inside this mutated mushroom?" Shenlongshan nodded, "Most likely. Mutated things are indeed different. They can be eaten directly instead of waiting for them to rot." As he spoke, a fireball shot towards the wall beside them. However, there was a thick layer of slime on it, and Shenlongshan's fire was directly corroded and failed to cause any damage. Suddenly, the slime beneath their feet started to bubble, releasing small bubbles with some corrosive properties. The bubbles grew larger, resembling water boiling. Meanwhile, a sizzling sound came from beneath their feet as the slime corroded their feet. Shenlongshan moved closer to the smooth, fleshy wall, igniting one hand with fire, and then punched it. The giant mushroom visibly contracted, and Shenlongshan's eyes lit up. There was a reaction. Just as he was preparing to throw a few more punches, several strands of slime suddenly shot out from an unknown source, sticking to Shenlongshan's limbs. And then he was lifted off the ground. One of Shenlongshan's hands was still on fire, but the strands of slime, surprisingly, seemed immune to fire damage. After struggling a few times, he gave up. His body was suspended, making it impossible to exert any strength. Wan Shong shot out several ice pillars in succession, but before they could reach the intended target, they were completely corroded. Meanwhile, the slimy substance was pulling Shenlongshan upwards. Although the slime on the upper wall was not as strong as that below, Shenlongshan wasn't wearing any clothes, so the slime made direct contact with his skin. Wan Shong's pupils constricted, and she anxiously called out his name, "Shenlongshan." At this moment, Shenlongshan's back was slowly being corroded, yet he endured without a sound. Hearing Wan Shong's call, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. You should quickly find a way out. The slimy substance binding him was unknown, and it was not afraid of fire. Now suspended so high, Wan Shong had no way to rescue him. Seeing him like this made Wan Shong's heart ache even more, feeling a tightness in her chest. Looking at the distant, eerie green, everything before her was bright. Apart from that unknown, eerie green substance, there were no other distinguishing features in sight. It seemed that was the weakness of this giant mushroom. The slime below continued to bubble, and although Wan Shong kept shifting her position, the areas not covered by slime were about to be engulfed. However, this slime was corrosive upon contact, with a very strong, corrosive nature. To approach that eerie green, she had to cross over the slime. Wan Shong didn't have time to think much. If she didn't get close to that dark green, then Shenlongshan would soon be corroded to death, and before long, she would also be completely corroded. Therefore, that dark green was their only hope. Without time to consider further, Wan Shong waved her hand, wanting to freeze the slime first and then approach the dark green. However, she found that this method simply wouldn't work. As soon as the ice covered it, it immediately disappeared, not even lasting a second. Wan Shong glanced at Shenlongshan above her, and before Shenlongshan could stop her after realizing her intention, he saw Wan Shong had already gone out. Wan Shong took a few steps back, gathered her strength, and then charged forward at her fastest speed. However, her shoes were quickly corroded clean. and the pain from the soles of her feet followed, spreading to her calves. This was probably the most painful injury Wan Shong had ever experienced. The pain was different from that of a cut from a sharp object. It was a slow friction, eroding her flesh, with every bit of pain reaching directly to her brain. Wan Shong felt as if her feet were not her own. Every cell in her body was screaming. Although Shen Longchen's back also hurt, he watched Wan Shong run over, seeing her bare feet stepping on the corrosive slime, and then the slime splashed on her calves, turning them a deep red and slightly sinking in, as if her flesh was being corroded a little. He was well aware of the pain caused by the corrosive slime. Seeing Wan Shong struggle so desperately, he furrowed his brows deeply and pressed his lips tightly together. His fists were clenched, and then he closed his eyes, choosing not to look at the small figure below. Wan Shong let out a loud shout as she approached the dark green glow, raising her hand high. A chilling ice pillar formed in her palm, its tip extremely sharp. Wan Shong then lunged forward at the fastest speed, thrusting the ice pillar heavily into the dark green glow, piercing through it directly. The large mushroom began to convulse, shaking violently, causing Wan Shong to wobble a bit. However, she still held onto the fleshy wall with one hand and tightly gripped the ice pillar with the other, stabbing it several more times. Each thrust penetrated the dark green glow, and gradually, the glow dimmed until it disappeared completely. The mushroom also stopped its violent shaking, convulsing a couple more times before finally coming to a halt. The slime beneath her feet stopped bubbling, and the world seemed to fall into silence at that moment. After glancing at Shen Longchen, who was hanging above, Wan Shong fainted. Before losing consciousness, she saw Shen Longchen shouting her name, breaking free from the slimy restraints and running toward her. After that, she had no knowledge of what happened, and the pain vanished, leaving her completely numb. It turned out she was lucky. She had found a critical point and successfully killed the mutated mushroom that had almost consumed her. Chapter 58. Successfully leaving when she opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was Shen Longchen's enlarged face. Wan Shong reflexively pushed away Shen Longchen's approaching face and questioned him with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "What are you doing?" Wan Shong shook her head, avoiding Shen Longchen's hand. "How long have I been unconscious?" "About an hour, but you didn't respond no matter how I called you." "I'm Yufine." Wan Shong then noticed her surroundings. The two of them were still inside the large mushroom. However, the mushroom had already withered, and they were now on top of the umbrella. What was once a fully packed large mushroom now only had a thin layer of skin left. Essentially, they were now on ground. Without the cover of the large mushroom, the view was much more open. Wan Shong had just wanted to stand up, but she felt a sharp pain in her foot, so she looked down at it. The shoes on her feet had been completely corroded, and now the soles were a mess of flesh and blood, while her calves were pockmarked with numerous wounds. Suddenly, Wan Shong looked up at Shen Longchen not far away. She remembered that he had also been corroded by the sticky liquid and should be injured as well. She called out to Shen Longchen in the distance. "Shen Longchen, come here." Wan Shong directly moved to pull Shen Longchen's shoulder without further ado, making him turn his back to her. When she saw his back, her pupils constricted. As expected, the injuries on his back were more severe. She heard Shen Longchen's voice faintly coming from the front. "I'm fine." Wan Shi bit her lip and spoke with difficulty. "It's already like this, and you still say it's nothing." At least she had shoes to protect her at first, while Shen Longchen was directly in contact with the corrosive slime since she was wearing his clothes. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Moreover, Shen Longchen had not complained at all, only urging her to find a way to escape. She didn't dare to think about what would have happened if she hadn't found the weakness of the giant mushroom. Would they both have ended up as nothing but a pile of bones? Or worse, watching each other die in pain and torment. The more she thought about it, the heavier her guilt became. Without further ado, she raised her hand to use the limited healing magic she had to treat Shen Longchen's wounds. However, upon realizing her intention, Shen Longchen exerted force to break free from her grasp and turned away, saying, "You should treat your own foot first. I'm fine." Wan Shong pulled Shen Longchen to her side again, preparing to forcefully treat him. However, when she tried to pull him, she realized that Shen Longchen was so strong that she couldn't move him even with all her might. She could only helplessly say, I can't treat my foot injury right away. To avoid affecting our speed, after I heal your back, you can carry me. Shen Longchen looked at her bloodied and mangled foot and ultimately compromised, turning around to let her treat his back. Wan Chong's words are not without reason. Even if she heals her foot injury, she will still have difficulty walking because her shoes have been corroded. Without shoes in this kind of forest, no matter how good her endurance is, it will still be difficult to move. After exhausting all the healing techniques, she barely managed to treat the injuries on Shen Longchen's back. Wan Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that if the treatment technique ran out and Shen Longchen's back injury was not healed, it would still be uncomfortable for him when he carried her. Shen Longchen picked up Wan Chong and continued forward. This time, they did not encounter any attacks from plants or animals, and miraculously, they walked out of the secluded forest smoothly. Outside the forest, they could see Nian Nian's enormous body from a distance. When Qing Ku saw the two coming out, he shouted excitedly, "The boss is out! The boss is out!" Chen Jingjing and Su Yunli immediately rushed over, but when they saw Wan Chong's foot, their eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, what happened to you?" Wan Chong smiled and said, "It's okay, just a small injury." Luo Yisu leaned against Nian Nian and said, "I said long ago that they would come out, but you didn't believe it. How could the person I have my eye on die so easily? You going would only hold us back." As Luo Yisu spoke, he walked over, looked at Wan Chong's injury, and stroked his chin, asking, "Did you not go around that big mushroom?" Shen Longchen nodded. "We originally planned to go around it, but unexpectedly got sucked in." "How did you get past it?" Given Yin Yin's size, it should have been difficult for them to get through, but looking at them, apart from being a bit disheveled, they seemed uninjured. Luo Yisu shrugged. "We went around it. When we passed by, that mushroom was not even as big as Nian Yin, so it didn't dare to attack us. We just took a slight detour and got past." Wan Chong and Shen Longchen looked at Nian Yin again. They could confirm that the big mushroom had decided to grow much larger than Nian Yin, which only meant that the big mushroom was growing very quickly. They had been apart for only about 5 or 6 days, which meant that by the time they reached the big mushroom, it was only 5 or 6 days later. In just 5 or 6 days, it had grown this big, comparable to the iron tree they had seen in Moriyaka. Luo Yisuzi looked up at Wan Chong and said, "The space should be usable now. Give it a try." Wan Chong nodded, raised her hand, and used her mind to take out a bottle of disinfectant and some gauze from a space. Shen Longchen set Wan Chong down, and Qing Ku and Chen Jingjing took the disinfectant and began to disinfect Wan Chong's wound. When the disinfectant was poured onto the wound on her foot, large white bubbles appeared, and Wan Chong's face turned pale from the pain, but she forced herself not to make sound. Although Chen Jingjing and Qing Ku were being gentle, the pain from the wound still transmitted to her nerves, causing a lingering ache that felt numb. After they wrapped up Wan Chong's wound, Chen Jingjing sneakily looked at Wan Chong's clothes and said, "Boss, you and Brother Long have been in the woods for so long. Did something incredible happen? Come on, tell us about it." Wan Chong looked at Shen Longchen, wanting him to speak. After Shen Longchen caught Wan Chong's gaze, he remained silent, just smiling at her. Meanwhile, Qing Ku, Chen Jingjing, and Su Yunli directly interpreted it as a romantic connection. Qing Ku, with an understanding expression, said, "Boss, don't be shy." "We all understand," deliberately dragging out the last word, the ambiguous tone lingering. In fact, Wan Chong was about to explain when Shen Longchen interrupted her. "I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat." Wan Chong glared at Shen Longchen, dissatisfied that he interrupted her speaking. Meanwhile, Qing Ku, Chen Jingjing, and Su Yunli's eyes lit up at the mention of food, and the topic was immediately diverted. "Boss, we're so hungry." "Yeah, boss, you don't even know. Without your space, and without Long Ji's fire, we have to eat raw meat outside every day with Nian Yin. I feel like I'm going to get food poisoning." The two of them went on, continuously complaining to Wan Chong, even lifting their clothes to show her their emaciated arms as proof of their hardships these past few days. Wan Chong twitched her eyes, took out a piece of clothing from her space, and threw it to Shen Longchen. Then she retrieved the pigeon that had been frozen in her space, along with some salt and chili, and also brought out a box of water. After not eating for a few days, she certainly needed to have a good meal, and Wan Chong was quite craving it herself. The three of them quickly got to work setting up the pigeon for roasting, waiting for Shun Longchun to cook it. Not far away, Nian Yin saw this and her eyes lit up. Moving a little closer, her blue eyes fixed on the big pigeon without blinking. Wan Shong sat against a rock, watching a few people happily roasting pigeons not far away. Luo Yisuzi walked over. I want to eat chocolate. Wan Shong looked at Luo Yisu's slightly red face and said, so you also have moments of embarrassment? Seeing Wan Shong teasing him, Luo Yisu didn't even want the chocolate anymore and turned to leave. Wan Shong raised the chocolate in her hand. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat it anymore? In the end, Luo Yiji still succumbed to the chocolate, grabbing it with one hand, opening the packaging, and starting to eat. Wan Shong smiled and said, this is more like a child. Luo Yiju snorted and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Qing Ku, not far away, deliberately shouted, leave the 2 legs for the boss and Brother Long. They need to replenish well. After that, he let out a burst of sneaky laughter. Wan Shong opened her mouth to explain again, but she heard Chun Jingjing shout, boss, don't be shy. We all understand. Wan Shong. But thinking about it, I still decided against it and let them make a fuss. Luo Yisu was eating chocolate while asking, what did you encounter? Why did it take you so long to come out? Wan Shong tilted her head to look at him. There are quite a few wolf packs, vine trees, and poisonous mushrooms, followed by mutated giant mushrooms. That about it. Haven't you encountered them? Luo Yisuzi shook his head. Perhaps they haven't mutated yet. While Nian Yin has mutated and her size is unusually large, so they wouldn't dare to attack us actively. Wan Shong nodded, feeling that what Luo Yisu said was not without reason. By the way, it is worth mentioning that the lone wolf seems to be on the verge of mutation. Its speed, jumping ability, and attack power are unmatched by any wolf in the pack. As for that big mushroom, when we encountered it, it was already much larger than Yin Yin, and it was not afraid of fire. Ice released inside would be automatically dissolved. Luo Yisu became interested and straightened up to look at Wan Shong. Then please describe to me in detail the characteristics of that wolf and the big mushroom, as well as how you dealt with them. Tell me everything. No detail is too small. Wan Shong then began to recount the events from the beginning. In the dungeon, a little girl stood respectfully at the door and said, Master, they have safely left. I believe they are now far away from here. The master of the dungeon remained silent for a while, and the little girl knew that her master didn't speak much. After delivering her report, she stepped back to close the door and leave. At the moment she closed the door, it seemed she heard her master let out a low sigh. It's better that they left. Being with me is so oppressive and dull. After leaving, he will probably be happier. After all, he's still so young. The little girl didn't understand what her master's words meant, and not daring to ask more, hurriedly left the spot and went to her room. Chapter 59. Unexplained wanted notice on the other side. After a hearty meal, the group rested in Yin Yin's embrace. Luo Yisu Ji patted his round belly and said, once we get out of here, at Yin Yin's pace, we'll reach Wan Shong in at most half a month. As soon as Luo Yisu Ji spoke, everyone fell into silence. Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku both agreed. We'll follow the boss. Wherever she goes, we go. Qing Ke asked, Su, what about you? Su Yunli replied flatly, I'm following you all. I have nowhere else to go. Shen Longchun joked, I'm saving my brother. He is my brother. Wan Shong looked speechless. Qing Ke said sarcastically, oh boss, no need to explain. The more you say, the less interesting it becomes. We all understand. Wan Shong. Luo Yisu then asked, haven't you thought about the end of the world? Wan Shong didn't know what Luo Yisuzi wanted to say, but she didn't have the leisure to meddle in other people's business. Luo Yisuzi fell silent again, only letting out a soft sigh. That night, everyone nestled in Yin Yin's embrace, and as before, after arranging the night watch schedule, they warmed up and slept soundly. The next morning, they set off. With Yin Yin around, no one had to walk, and after resting for a night, Wan Shong's abilities had recovered well, allowing her to heal her foot injury with healing magic. After walking for a day, as evening approached, Yin Yin suddenly stopped and wouldn't move. Shen Longchun squinted into the distance. It seemed like something was approaching. Luo Yisuzi commanded, Qing Ku, go take a look. Qing Ku, now braver than before, jumped off Yin Yin's back and quickly ran ahead. Before long, the sound of flapping wings drew near. The leading figure transformed directly into a human shape. retaining wings to assist in flying. The birds circled around them, and with dusk approaching, they blocked most of the light. The figure, backlit, flew in the air, glanced at the paper in hand, then looked down at Luo Yasuzi and the others, before throwing the paper down. The group gathered around, and the paper bore the large, bold words, "Wanted." Following, there was a drawing of Nian Nian's massive body, while the others were depicted in simple sketches, accompanied by written descriptions. The leading woman was of unknown identity, with wood-based abilities. Accompanying her was a man with fire abilities, a bird-like woman, a wind-based woman, and a child. Apart from them, only Chun Jingjing was unique, as her depiction was a photograph. The signature at the bottom read, "Mutant Organization." Upon seeing the photo, Chun Jingjing exclaimed, "Why is this photo so ugly?" The leading mutant laughed. "I didn't expect such a good fortune to fall into our hands. The wanted notice hadn't even been sent out before we ran into it." Qin Ke looked at the man and scoffed, "Tsh, how poor are you to not even afford clothes?" At that moment, the birds flying low descended and quickly grabbed Qin Ke, then shot straight up. Luo Yasuzi coldly commanded, "Attack!" Wan Shong took out a modified gun from the space and threw it to Shen Longchen, then tossed another one to Qin Jingjing. After receiving the gun, Shen Longchen immediately aimed at the sky while on Yin Yin's back and started firing. A bullet directly pierced through the head of the bird-like mutant who was grabbing Qin Ke, causing that person to fall down. Qin Ke screamed in fright, "Help!" Su Yunli flew up, grabbed Qin Ke, and began to descend. Meanwhile, the bird-like mutants tried to get close to Su Yunli, and Qin Ke were all shot dead by Shen Longchen. Wan Shong continuously fired at the approaching mutants with her gun, while those mutants clearly didn't know that Wan Shong and the others also had cold weapons. So they had not brought any weapons with them. Originally, there were only 10 bird-type mutants, but in the blink of an eye, only 3 or 4 were still flying. And these mutants obviously did not dare to act recklessly due to the intensity of the firepower. Shen Longchen, a member of the Special Forces, was as expected. Although he usually joked around, his shooting was very accurate, with basically every shot hitting its target. The leader sensed that something was wrong and immediately transformed back to his original form to escape towards Wan Shong. Luo Yiji coldly said as he watched the direction he ran, "Don't let anyone escape." Shen Longchen fired a barrage of shots, and those who hadn't managed to run away were all shot down, each one killed instantly, without exception. Shen Longchen aimed a few shots at the leader, his face cold, shaking his head. "Too far, the bullets can't reach that far." Luo Yiji patted Nian Yin's head. "Nian Yin, hurry and chase." While urging Nian Yin to pursue, his mind was quickly working, and suddenly he had a bright idea. "Qin Ke, take Su Yunli to chase. Qin Ke is the fastest. Su Yunli just needs to entangle him." Qin Ke and Su Yunli nodded and then chased after him. From a distance, they soon saw Qin Ke catch up with the leader mutant, and Su Yunli flew up, but because that mutant was clearly much stronger than Su Yunli, she nearly got knocked down several times. With the time Su Yunli bought, Nian Yin had already caught up. With a loud bang, a gunshot ended the life of that bird-type mutant. Nian Yin also stopped, and Yuan Chong used the remaining healing spells to treat Su Yunli's injuries. Su Yunli had several scratches on her arms, bleeding quite a bit. Wan Chong rarely praised, saying, "You've worked hard." Su Yunli smiled and shook her head, quickly responding, "It's nothing, it's nothing." At this time, it was already getting dark. Luo Yiji instructed Nian to stop by the roadside. "Let's rest here for the night, and then set off tomorrow." The group gathered around, and Shen Longchen flicked a spark with his fingers, the firelight illuminating each other's faces. Luo Yiji spread out a piece of paper. This wanted notice was probably issued by the organization we offended in Shueishin. That organization has moved to Wan Shong, which means that the people from Wan Shong already have some impression of us. Seeing everyone nodding, Luo Yiji continued, "So, we need to be cautious when we go to Wan Shong. With Nian Yin's size, it's impossible to hide her, and there are photos of Chun Jingjing on it. Although we haven't been exposed yet, I'm afraid that as soon as we arrive in Wan Shong, their people will get the news." The others nodded in agreement, continuing to look at Luo Yiji. Luo Yiji looked at Shen Longchen. "I seem to remember you saying that your father has a good standing in Wan Shong, right?" Shen Longchen nodded. "Sort of." Luo Yiji stroked his chin and said, In that case, once we get to Wan Shong, we should immediately seek refuge with your father. That should ensure our safety. This time, Shen Longchun did not agree immediately, but fell silent. Luo Yizhi frowned at him. Personal feelings, I suggest you put them aside for now. After all, you know our current situation, and you should be able to imagine what will happen if we don't seek refuge with your father when we get to Wan Shong. Of course, you can choose not to agree. The organization of Wan Shong appeared to be particularly large, and they were currently in a passive state. Going to Wan Shong without anyone to protect them would likely make them lambs to the slaughter, undoubtedly falling into a trap. Everyone's gaze focused on Shen Longchun, and after looking at each one of them, he took a deep breath and said, I agree. Luo Yizhi nodded. I've already considered your abilities. Your ability distribution is quite good, but you all don't know how to cooperate. Since we are now drifting everywhere, we can't focus on training, nor do we have good resources for training. When we get to Wan Shong, we can apply for resources and then design weapons for you. That way, our combat power can be greatly improved. Everyone felt this made sense, and no one refuted it. Luo Yizhi then said, Wan Chong's ice ability should not be exposed for now. This is one of our trump cards. Moreover, as far as I know, you're currently the only ice user. So, you should claim to be a good user to the outside world. Wan Chong nodded, somewhat absent-mindedly looking in the direction of Shen Longchun. Luo Yisuzi continued with his grand theories, regardless of whether they were forces of the alien organization. This kind of attack was merely a test, or, to put it another way, the lowest form of attack, so everyone should not let their guard down. Qing Ku sighed. Going to Wan Shong is really harder than ascending to the heavens. One twist and turn is not enough to describe our hardships. Shun Jingjing couldn't help but sigh. Alas. Su Yunli had just arrived not long ago and was not very clear about the situation, so she didn't say much. Luo Yisuzi shrugged. This helps you grow quickly, which is quite good. The topic ended like that, and then they arranged the night watch order as before snuggling up to sleep together with Nian Yin. Wan Chong nudged Shen Longchun and asked softly, Are you okay? After a pause, worried that Wan Chong wouldn't believe him, he continued, Could it be that I would help the enemy deal with my own father? Anyway, I will be by his side sooner or later, and when that time comes, I'll find out about your brother's news for you. Wan Chong stared at Shen Longchun, feeling clearly upset inside, yet still pretending to be relaxed as if nothing had happened, even thinking about her brother. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. Although Shen Longchun liked to joke around, he was ultimately a proud person who cared about his image. Forcing him to bow his head would probably not sit well with him. Wan Chong did not respond, lowering her head and saying, Let's go to bed early. Chapter 60. Arrival at Wan Shong. A few days later, the group set off early in the morning. After a short rest at noon, they continued their journey. Luo Yizhi stroked Nian Yin's fur and said, Today, Nian Yin will reach Wan Shong. No one responded to him, and feeling bored, he stopped talking. In the afternoon, they encountered a young-looking man. The man stood in the middle of the road, glanced at the paper in his hand, and then looked at the group. Oh, it's you. From the paper, it was clearly a wanted notice depicting them, leading to suspicion among the group. Did he come for the bounty? With just one person, his strength was unquestionable, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing their serious expressions, the man smiled and said, You don't need to be like this. Igrikuri, sent by Commander Shan to pick you up. Although Luo Yizhi had guessed most of it, for safety's sake, he narrowed his eyes and questioned, How do you know we were coming? Shen Longchun spoke from behind. I contacted him. Everyone understood then. And Yu Rui looked up at Nian Yin. This cat is really big. Come up, you'll slow us down. Luo Yizhi patted Nian Yin's head, and Nian Yin lowered her tail for Yu Rui to climb up. Yu Rui did not use Nian Yin's tail, but instead crouched slightly and then leaped on her back. Once up, he stroked Nian Yin's fur and said with curiosity, This cat's fur is really soft. Luo Yizhi shouted from the front, Don't mess with my Nian Yin. She'll feel uncomfortable. Only then did Yu Rui stop, sitting cross-legged and resting his chin on his hand as he looked at Luo Yizhi. Seriously? You're not cute at all. Is this cat yours? If it's not mine, is it yours? And don't call me a kid. I'm smarter than you. Yu Rui didn't take it to heart, thinking Luo Yizhi was just joking. Luo Yizhi looked at Yu Rui again. Are you an ability user? Yu Rui nodded without hesitation, Yes, metal type. Shun Jingjing immediately leaned in with interest. So that jump you just did was practiced? That's amazing. You can jump so high. Yurue shook his head with a smile. Wan Shong has a specialized ability research team that tailors reasonable plans for each person's abilities to maximize their potential. Shun Jingjing nodded, somewhat understanding, and Yurue continued. Not everyone has the opportunity. It requires a bit of talent. However, if your talent isn't recognized by the team, you can still ask others with the same ability, but how much you comprehend depends on yourself. Shun Jingjing was excited again. But Yurue saw through her intentions and said before she could speak, "Once we arrive, you can all give it a try. You might get recognized." Although Shun Jingjing wasn't as smart as Luo Yiji, she understood that Yurue didn't want to say much, so she didn't ask further. Half a day was enough to reach Wan Shong. At the entrance of Wan Shong, many people were guarding. Upon seeing Yin Yin's massive body, they shouted from afar, "That cat, stop! The person on the cat, come down and register." Just as the group was about to dismount, they heard the guard below. "Aren't they the ones on the wanted notice?" Another echoed, "It seems like it. Should we capture them?" "Of course. The rewards from a mutant organization are so good. We can't let them go." The people sitting on Yin Yin's back couldn't help but feel speechless. Did they really think they were dead? Why were they speaking so loudly? As if afraid they wouldn't hear? Yurue jumped down from Yin Yin's back. "They're with me. Let them through quickly." The guards clearly recognized Yurue, but still, with an unwilling expression, said, "But they are on the wanted notice." Yurue coldly shouted, "Wanted notice? Since when did Wan Shong become the domain of the mutant organization? You dare to stop people sent by Commander Shin?" Yurue simply kicked one of them in the butt. "Since you know, why aren't you letting them through?" Once the gate opened, Luo Yiji urged Yin Yin to enter. The people of Wan Shong, upon seeing such a large mutant pet enter, all stepped aside and whispered. Clearly, Wan Shong hadn't been this lively in a long time. Yin Yin's arrival stirred up a commotion everywhere. It was not because of their presence, but because Yin Yin was simply too eye-catching. When they reached the military district's gate, they were stopped again. The guard at the door asked, "Is your mutant pet easy to control? If it is, let our people take it to the designated pet area. If not, you'll have to take it yourself." After everyone slid down in order, Luo Yiji said, "I'll take Yin Yin. You lead the way." Yurue said from the side, "Then you take her. We'll go in first, and someone will come to take you later." "We'll go together," Shen Longchen said. Even if Shen Longchen hadn't said it, they would still go together. After all, the situation in Wan Shong was unclear, and it was best not to separate too much. Yurue rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "All right, then let us go together. Lead the way." The guide led the group down another path, which was much wider than the other, fully accommodating Yin Yin's size. The pet area was separated, with individual small compartments. Other mutant pets growled in warning upon seeing Yin Yin. Naturally, Yin Yin was not to be outdone. In comparison to the other pets, she was much larger, while the others were only half her height. The person in charge of the pet area tapped the partition with a wooden stick, and soon the other pets quieted down. He looked at Yin Yin and said, "This cat is really big, probably the largest mutant pet in Wan Shong." Luo Yiji proudly raised her chin, wearing an expression of superiority. Of course. The person in charge then had someone remove a partition to combine two compartments, just enough for Yin Yin to sleep. Once inside, Yin Yin obediently squatted down, her blue eyes staring motionlessly at Luo Yiji. Luo Yiji called the pet area supervisor over, and while grooming Yin Yin, instructed, "My cat is named Yin Yin, and no one here is allowed to hit her. She must eat cooked food. Raw food is not allowed." The supervisor clearly hadn't expected so many demands. Usually, the mutant pets that came were handed over to him for arrangement, and he wouldn't inquire about their daily lives. After glancing at Yurue behind him and seeing him nod, he finally agreed. Luo Yiji stroked Nin's big face and whispered something to her before turning to leave. "Let us go." As they prepared to leave, they faintly heard Yin Yin's soft meow. Upon reaching the main entrance, the guide departed on his own. Yurue came up from the back and said while walking inside, "Let us go. I'll take you to your rooms." As they walked, Yurue pointed to another building. That's the office building where meetings are generally held. Behind the office building is the training ground, where the equipment and soundproofing are all completed to perfection from before the apocalypse. Then he stopped downstairs. On the left was the boys' dormitory, and on the right was the girls' dormitory. The rooms could be chosen freely, as long as they were vacant. Basic living supplies were provided, and if anything was missing, they could inform the dormitory supervisor, who would try her best to accommodate them. He glanced at Luo Yasuzi squatted down, and looked at Luo Yasuzi at eye level. Little friend, your big cat is all settled now. We have arranged a children's room for the convenience of important personnel's family members and relatives. Shall I take you there? Ha ha ha. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Yunli, Wan Shong, and Shun Longchun also had expressions of barely restrained laughter. Luo Yasuzi frowned and glared at them, then said in a pitiful tone, I want to live with my sister. I don't want to be separated from her. Saying this, he tightly grasped Wan Chong's hand, afraid that she would leave him behind. Yu Rui looked at Wan Chong with a troubled expression, and before Wan Chong could speak, Luo Yasuzi continued, I promise not to cause trouble, and I won't run around. Just agree to me, okay? Wan Chong then spoke up. Let her live with me. She's still young and needs someone around. Yu Rui thought it was because Luo Isu had experienced the end of the world and lacked a sense of security. Since Wan Chong didn't mind, he naturally agreed. He then added, I can't go to the girls' dorm area, so you all can go by yourselves. If you have any questions, you can ask the staff. Wan Chong nodded and was about to leave when Shin Longshan said again, I live with them. Yu Rui felt troubled again. It's understandable for Luo Iji, who is a child, to live in the girls' dormitory area, but Shin Longshan is already an adult, so. King Giskiviko, Dian Yingying, and Su Yunli all looked at Shin Longshan with mischievous smiles, as if sharing a secret that couldn't be spoken. Only Yu Rui was left confused. Shin Longshan walked over to Wan Chong, took her other hand, and said, We are husband and wife. Of course we should live together. Wan Chong just wanted to pull her hand away, but she found that Shun Longshan was holding it tightly. Somehow, she also inadvertently didn't explain anything, and Yu Rui naturally assumed that the two of them were really a couple. There was nothing wrong with a couple living together, so he nodded in agreement. I'll go greet the management staff. You all go up. After watching the group leave, Yu Rui raised his hand to rub his forehead, murmuring, What a difficult bunch to deal with. He thought to himself, as someone with a certain status in the military district, he was now running errands for his superior. That wasn't the worst part. The main issue was that this group was so hard to please. While others were just happy to have food to eat and a place to sleep after the apocalypse, this group looked disheveled, yet was more picky than anyone else. With this in mind, he dared not complain further and went to the management staff to register their names. Chapter 61. A genius from a previous life. After Luo Yasuzi left Yu Rui's sight, she let go of Wan Chong's hand. The group unanimously went up to the third floor, which was the top floor. The dormitory building was horizontal, so the floors weren't very high. Also, since there was no elevator, hardly anyone went up to the third floor. Most people chose rooms on the second floor or the ground floor. This meant that on the third floor, besides Wan Chong and her group, there were no other people. The reason Wan Chong and her friends chose the third floor was that it was quiet, and they were also uneasy about sleeping next to strangers. Luo Yasuzi chose the room in the far corner. I want to stay alone. After saying this, she went inside. Meanwhile, Chun Jingjing, Qing Ku, and Su Yunli looked at one room after another, and, after finding that all the rooms were the same, chose the 3 rooms together opposite Luo Yasuzi. Wan Chong glanced at Shen Longshan. Why don't you choose a room? Shen Longshan followed Wan Chong. You choose, I don't have any preferences. Wan Chong shot him a glance, too lazy to argue with him, and then entered the room next to Luo Yiju. Shen Longshan naturally followed closely behind. Wan Chong glanced around the room. The decor was very simple, with the shower and toilet connected together, a double bed, and 2 matching cabinets by the head of the bed. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Knock, knock, knock. Wan Chong glanced at Shen Longshan, who then went to open the door. At the door, Chun Jingjing's voice came through. Long go. Are you living with the boss? After Shen Longshan lightly responded, he stepped aside to let Chun Jingjing, Qing Ku, and Su Yunli in. As Qing Ku walked in, he smiled and said, Long go, we came to get some clothes from the boss. We'll leave right away, don't worry. Shenlong Chun chuckled lightly and joked. I'm not in a hurry at all. Chun Jingjing leaned closer to Wan Shong and said, Boss, the clothes I asked you to hold last time. Can you free them up now? Wan Shong spread her hand, and the backpack that Chun Jingjing had left with her last time appeared in her palm. After Chun Jingjing happily took it back, she didn't forget to leave 2 sets of clothes prepared for the 2 of them, as well as 2 sets of kawaii pajamas that were identical except for size. Then, she took out some items for the 2 of them from the backpack and mysteriously leaned close to Wan Chong's ear. Boss, I didn't know that long ago and you were developing so quickly, and he didn't prepare those things for you. From Chun Jingjing's tone, it was clear that they were not good things. Wan Chong glanced at her and said, Put my other clothes in the bathroom. Chun Jingjing immediately nodded in understanding. I'll do it right away. After a pause, she asked, Boss, what color do you like? Wan Chong felt a twitch in her brow, and Shenlong Chun was staring at her, trying to suppress a laugh. Whatever. Okay. Chun Jingjing finally took the pajamas from the bed and headed to the bathroom. Qingxi looked around and found it was exactly the same as her room, then said, Finally, I can have a good sleep. In the past 6 months from Guanming to Wanshong, I've really lost weight. Qingxi nodded. Yeah, Sister Jingjing, let's hurry up. I really want to sleep well. Chun Jingjing nodded, grabbed her backpack, and walked out, saying, Boss, we're leaving. Won't disturb you anymore. Just as they reached the door, they saw Luo Yiji had also arrived. Chun Jingjing, while rummaging through her backpack for clothes, winked at the room and said, I was just about to look for you. And here you are. Here, this is your clothes and pajamas. Take them and wash up early. Don't worry about adult matters. After Luo Yiji took the clothes, he glanced at Shun Longchen and Wan Chong in the room, then looked back at Chun Jingjing and said, Idiot woman. With that, he turned and left without waiting for Chun Jingjing to reply. After the 3 left, Shun Longchen went to close the door, while Wan Chong had already gone to take a shower. When Wan Chong finished and came out, Shun Longchen went in, and Wan Chong began to cultivate again. Although Yu didn't say what level his ability was from the fluctuations of his ability, she could feel that Yu ability was above hers and Shun Longchen's, which meant he was probably already at level 4. Level 3 might be rare in other cities, but after coming to Wanshong, Wan Chong felt quite oppressed. It could be said that the sense of pressure hit her as soon as she entered Wanshong. Here, level 3 abilities were considered below average, while those above level 4 were the talents that Wanshong needed and cultivated. She needed to become stronger to obtain the methods developed by the Wanshong ability research team that suited her abilities best. However, all of this depended on others considering her a cultivable talent. Thinking this way, she was even less willing to waste time and quickly entered her cultivation. As soon as Shenlongchen came out, he saw Wan Chong sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating, and he sat down with one long leg crossed over the other. Wan Chong felt the bed beside her sink down. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shenlongchen sitting on the bed, staring at her. Shenlongchen smiled and walked out. Wan Chong naturally continued her cultivation. After a while, the door opened and then closed again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, there was the sound of a hairdryer, and Shenlongchen's big hand was moving messily on her head. Wan Chong couldn't bear it any longer and moved aside a little. I want to cultivate. You go by yourself. Shenlongchen grabbed Wan Chong's arm and pulled her in front of him with enough force that she couldn't refuse. While drying Wan Chong's hair, he said, It will be dark soon. If I don't dry your hair, how will you sleep later? You continue to cultivate, and I'll dry it for you. Wan Chong restlessly twisted her shoulders twice and said, How can you cultivate like this? Shenlongchen pressed down on her shoulders and replied, Then let's not cultivate for now. I'll dry you off first before we talk. Wan Chong could only sit still, as Shenlongchen insisted on drying her hair before letting her go. She had no other choice. Sitting there was indeed boring, so she looked up at Shenlongchen, who was seriously drying her hair, his long fingers constantly moving through her locks. As she watched, Wan Chong suddenly said, Oh, I almost forgot about the haircut I promised you last time. I'll go get some scissors from the dormitory manager. Just wait. With that, she got out of bed and ran out. Shenlongchen shook his head with a smile and then started drying his own hair. After Wan Chong came out, she went straight downstairs. It seemed that she had seen the administrator's room was the first one on the ground floor. When she reached the ground floor, as expected, there was a piece of paper posted on the door, which said, Dormitory Management Room. Knock, knock, knock. Wan Chong raised her hand and knocked. A female voice came from inside. Coming. The door was opened by a young girl who looked about the same age as Wan Chong. The girl looked at Wan Chong and asked with a smile, "Are you new here? Do you need something? I want a pair of scissors." Wan Chong was about to explain when Yu Rui told her that they could get what they needed from the dormitory administrator. Before she could say anything, the girl nodded and replied, "Okay, wait a moment." Then she ran back into the room, and after searching for a while, she came out again, holding a regular pair of small scissors. "Is this okay? This is the only kind I have for now." Wan Chong nodded and asked, "How long have you been here?" The little girl scratched her head and replied, "I was assigned here after the apocalypse. My dad is a small guard here." Wan Chong asked in confusion, "Didn't they say that family members can stay here?" The young girl shook her head and said, "Only the family members of those big shots can stay here for free. Even my position as a dormitory administrator was arranged by my dad through connections, but I'm already very satisfied. If you can't get a job arranged, you can't stay here. After all, with so many family members for each person, it definitely wouldn't fit if they all stayed here." Wan Chong nodded and turned to leave. The little girl curiously asked, "Sister, are you a psychic or a mutant?" Wan Chong turned to look at her, and the little girl realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She quickly waved her hands, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I was just curious." The little girl looked at her with a face full of envy, saying, "So amazing." Wan Chong smiled and asked in return, "What is your name?" "My name is Gu Ziqing." Wan Chong did not leave immediately, but instead began to observe her. She silently repeated to herself, "Gu Ziqing?" To confirm her suspicion, she asked, "Are you 16 this year?" Gu Ziqing nodded and curiously asked, "How does sister know?" Wan Chong smiled and walked in front of her. Gu Ziqing was about the same height as her, only 1 year younger. "My name is Wan Chong. Remember it." Although Gu Ziqing didn't understand why she was acting this way, people with abilities like Wan Chong generally wouldn't look at an ordinary person like her. However, Wan Chong was willing to befriend her and showed no sign of looking down on her, which naturally made her happy. "Okay, Sister Chong." Wan Chong nodded and turned to leave. Gu Ziqing had heard about Guan Ming in her previous life, which was only mentioned the year after the apocalypse. She was a water system genius, with a cultivation speed several times that of ordinary people, and her attack and defense capabilities were said to be at their peak, making her an object of admiration for all water system ability users. Moreover, not only was she powerful, but she was also exceptionally beautiful, becoming a goddess in the hearts of those ability users, highly sought after. Now, it had been more than half a year since the apocalypse, which meant that Gu Ziqing would start to rise to prominence at most by next year. Forming connections with strong individuals had always been Wan Chong's principle. Although she had not yet awakened her abilities, if she missed such a good opportunity, it would be difficult to connect with someone as extraordinary as Gu Ziqing once she developed her powers. At this rate, it would take at most half a year for her to reach the peak of water system ability users, and after that, it would probably be hard to establish connections. Wan Chong tightened the scissors in her hand, and her thoughts shifted back to her cultivation. Talents like Gu Ziqing are rare. She hasn't encountered many others like her for now. However, although she is much better than ordinary people, when compared to such a genius, her own smallness is instantly revealed. Chapter 62. Wan Shong life after returning to the room. Shun Longchen had already dried his hair. Then, he took a coat out from his face and draped it over Shun Longchen, saying, "Come here, don't sit on the bed." Since there were no chairs in the room, and Shun Longchen was much taller than Wan Chong, he had no choice but to squat in a horse stance. Wan Chong raised the corners of her mouth and began to cut Shun Longchen's hair with the scissors in her hand. Speaking of cutting hair, it was actually her first time as well. So, she just cut off all of Shun Longchen's long hair without caring about how it looked. After finishing, Wan Chong looked at Shun Longchen from the front and nodded in satisfaction. The effect was not bad. Shun Longchen looked at Wan Chong with disbelief. "Go ahead and laugh if you want. Holding him like that makes me uncomfortable just watching." "Ha ha ha." Since Shun Longchen said so, Wan Chong naturally laughed out loud, without holding back, even lying on the bed while laughing. The hair she cut for Shun Longchen gave off a little sister mushroom head vibe, and honestly, it looked quite painful to the eyes. Shun Longchen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, patted the hair on his shoulders, then went to grab a broom. After a simple sweep, he noticed Wan Shong was still sneaking glances at him while laughing. Unhappy, he snatched the scissors from Wan Chong's hand. I'm going to wash my hair. Although he had thrown on a piece of clothing, a lot of hair had still fallen onto his neck, making it itchy and a bit prickly. Wan Chong nodded, and after Shen Longshan went to the bathroom, she began to cultivate again. Knock, knock, knock. After a short while of cultivation, she heard a knocking sound from outside. Wan Chong felt very frustrated. Didn't this mean she couldn't focus on her cultivation? However, she still got up to open the door. Standing at the door was a girl who looked much younger than her. Although the girl noticed that Wan Chong's expression wasn't very good, she timidly asked, "Excuse me, do you have any clothes that need washing?" Wan Chong then realized that this girl was most likely brought in by a family member, and only by contributing could she continue to stay here. Wan Chong originally wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, she realized she could wash her own clothes. But what about Shen Longshan? Since they met, he had always worn his clothes and then just thrown them away. She didn't know if Shen Longshan would wash them himself. She turned around and walked towards the bathroom. "Shen Longshan, there's a little girl asking if there are any clothes to wash. Are you going to wash them yourself or give them to her?" Wan Chong saw the door open and thought that since Shen Longshan was just washing his hair and not taking a bath, it should be fine, so she walked in. She raised the clothes she was washing in her hand and said, "No need, we'll wash it ourselves." Realizing that she had said it wrong, she corrected herself. "Oh no, I'll wash her clothes." It would have been fine if she hadn't raised her hand, but once she did, it became awkward. Wan Chong looked at Shen Longshan, who was holding her little underwear, and her face couldn't help but turn red. After Shen Longshan finished speaking, he continued washing clothes. Unaware of Wan Chong's expression, Wan Chong also noticed that Shen Longshan had cut his hair himself, and it looked much better than when she had cut it for him. It not only appeared very capable, but also had a bit of layering. Since he had just washed his hair and hadn't dried it yet, it was still a bit damp, with a few strands sticking to his cheek. His eyes were downcast as he seriously washed her. Wan Chong's little underwear. Wan Chong couldn't help but swallow, then remembered that she hadn't told that girl, who was probably still waiting. She turned around and went out, and, as expected, the girl who came to collect the dirty laundry was indeed still standing at the door. Wan Chong walked over and said, "No need. You don't have to come to collect dirty clothes anymore. We will wash them ourselves." The girl was taken aback for a moment, seemingly puzzled, but she still turned and headed towards Luo Yasuzi. Perhaps only Wan Chong and Shen Longshan would wash their own clothes. Here, whether they were ability users or different species. Everyone wanted to spend their time on cultivation and wouldn't waste it like that. The girl saw a child who was even younger than herself come out, and her previous caution and careful attitude lessened considerably. "Excuse me, do you have dirty clothes that need washing?" Luo Yasuzi had already heard the commotion and had tidied up the dirty clothes, waiting for the girl to come over. After handing the dirty clothes to the girl, he said in a childish voice, "You can't wash them in the washing machine. They all have to be hand-washed, and then after drying. Give me one that's dried in case there's moisture." The girl seemed surprised by Luo Yasuzi's attitude. After all, Wan Chong and the others had been accustomed to being around him and didn't regard him as a child. However, outsiders saw things differently. The girl still smiled and agreed, then took the collected dirty clothes downstairs. Passing by Wan Chong's door, she saw Wan Chong leaning against the doorframe watching her and shyly smiled before heading downstairs. After the girl left, Wan Chong closed the door. Shen Longshan had already found a clothes rack to hang up the clothes, since there wasn't enough space to dry them, and he was worried about the humidity affecting their sleep at night. He hung the wet clothes on the window, which had a railing perfect for hanging clothes. The next morning, both of them woke up as usual, tidied up briefly, and then went to knock on the doors of the others one by one. As expected, Qing Ku, Chun Jingjing, and Su Yunli were all still in bed, while Luo Yasuzi was already ready. Half an hour later, unable to withstand Wan Chong's coercion and temptation, the three finally got out of bed one after another. Qing Ku stretched and asked in confusion, "Boss, are we going this early? What if they haven't woken up yet? Wouldn't we have gotten up for nothing?" Luo Yasuzi shot Qing Ku a glance. "Do you think everyone can sleep as long as you three? Wan Chong wants to rescue her brother, and now that it's almost time, of course, she's anxious. Shen Longshan is meeting his father Shun Fan today, and not to mention the conflicts between them after the apocalypse. They both probably want to see each other, but there's been no opportunity, so of course, they would wake up early. Although Shun Longshun never mentioned his father. Even when he did, it was only to talk about how irresponsible Shun Fan was towards his mother. However, Luo Yasuzi was right. He really wanted to see Shun Fan after the apocalypse. Even though he knew nothing would happen to him, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, a father is still a father. Qing could stop complaining, and the three of them walked behind, looking dispirited. As soon as Gu Ziqing saw Wan Chong, she happily greeted her. Sister Chong, shall we go to the cafeteria for breakfast together? Wan Chong nodded. Okay. With this, Qing became lively again, darting to the front and leaning towards Wan Chong. Boss, when did you get a little fan again? You didn't even tell us. I feel like my position is at risk. Wan Chong smiled and glanced at her. Although she didn't say anything, Qing still pouted in dissatisfaction and walked at the back of the line. Gu Ziqing smiled while talking and led the way. Sister Chong, this way. By the way, Sister Chong, you just arrived here yesterday and didn't see you come down for dinner. Yesterday, Wan Chong and the others ate bread and compressed biscuits. She thought that this place only provided accommodation and that food needed to be exchanged for by completing tasks. It turned out that was not the case. Yu Rui hadn't mentioned this before, so they had no idea that the cafeteria provided meals for free. However, Wan Chong still said, yesterday, we were tired and just ate a little of what we brought before going to sleep. Gu Ziqing nodded and stopped asking further questions. The cafeteria was not far from the dormitory building, and they arrived after a few minutes of walking. By this time, there were already many people in the cafeteria. Gu Ziqing, familiar with the place, stood at the end of the line and explained, we came a bit late, so we can only wait in line slowly. Wan Chong nodded, indicating that she didn't mind. Make way, make way. A robust male voice came from behind. It was a tall man from the neighboring team, flanked by two followers. Cutting in line, Gu Ziqing glanced over but didn't react much. Chun Jingjing muttered, is no one going to care about the line cutting? Gu Ziqing then explained, it's not that. It's because the three of them are very powerful. Before the apocalypse, they were notorious little delinquents in Wan Shong, and even the police didn't dare to handle them. Now, after the apocalypse, things are even more chaotic, and since those three are formidable, no one dares to confront them directly. We can only wait a bit longer. Wan Chong glanced over without much emotion. After all, it wasn't her team being cut in line, and the people who were cut didn't seem to mind, so she didn't need to interfere. After a short wait, it was their turn. Wan Chong took a quick look at the items, which were mostly pickled vegetables, accompanied by a bowl of porridge. The few of them exchanged glances and tacitly chose different pickled vegetables before finding an empty table to sit down. Then they shared their food. The porridge was very clear and hardly contained any rice. Wan Chong nodded, and Chun Jingjing naturally noticed something and asked, I'm Chun Jingjing. What's your name? I am Geo Jiking. I'm Chinka. We're about the same age. Just call me Xiao Qing. This is Su Yunli. Everyone calls her Su Su. Because they were about the same age, the four quickly hit it off. They laughed heartily from time to time and gestured animatedly, whispering about who knows what. Wan Chong glanced at Chun Jingjing and continued eating. Chun Jingjing had always been very smart and good at observing others. Although she often pretended to be clueless with Qing Ku at critical moments, she could always figure things out and never reached a point of being utterly perplexed. Wan Chong generally doesn't respond much to other matters, but she is somewhat different with Gu Ziqing. Although she still tends to be reserved, at least she would say a couple of sentences. Although she already knew during their earlier conversation that Gu Ziqing had not awakened any special abilities or powers, she has always trusted her intuition. Given Wan Chong's attitude, becoming friends with Gu Ziqing must be the right choice. Chapter 63. Encountering an acquaintance not long after they finished eating, they ran into a familiar face. It was Qi Yun, who had left the team due to Qi Shi's death back in the small town. More importantly, Qi Shi was following behind Qi Yun. Qi Shi was already dead, and they had witnessed it with their own eyes, but the person following Qi Yun was indeed Qi Shi, looking exactly the same. As Qi Yun passed by them, she glanced at a few of them and then pretended not to recognize them and left. Gu Ziqing pointed at Qi Yun and said, that's Li Shu's person. Seems to be named Qi Yun. The 8th team and our 11th team have always been rivals. I heard that Qi Yun has the ability to foresee the future, and ever since she joined, The military has been relying on her foresight to gather resources. Shen Longshun pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Who is that person following her? Looks very indifferent." "Oh, that's her brother, a clone. It seems her brother died, and she wants to resurrect him. Clones have no emotions. They only obey their master's commands." Gu Ziqing kept talking. "I heard that Li Shu went to great lengths to create this clone. Qi Yun's ability is very useful, so she spared no effort to keep Qi Yun." The few of them exchanged glances and fell silent. Just as Luo Yisua had predicted, Qi Yun indeed came to Wan Shong alone. After the meal, as they just exited the cafeteria, they encountered Yu Rue. Yu Rue ran over in a few steps. "Commander Shin wants to see you. Come with me quickly." The Yu he referred to was naturally Shen Longshan. As for the others who came with Shen Longshun, it was clear that Shen Fan did not pay them any mind. After they arrived at the office building, the others had to wait outside, while Shen Longshun entered the room alone, and even Yu Rue could not go in, waiting outside with them. "Sister Jingjing, what do you think Long Gu is doing in there?" Chinko asked. Su Yunli rested her chin on her hand. Looking at the two, "It doesn't look good. You both saw it too." Long Ji's expression earlier was dark. "We haven't seen him like that before. Just thinking about it makes me shiver." As she said this, Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku immediately nodded in agreement. They didn't know what the two were discussing inside. With nothing to do, except for Wan Chong practicing, the others chatted from time to time and kept staring at the door. Although Wan Chong was cultivating, she couldn't calm her mind and couldn't help but focus her attention on the door. Finally, after more than an hour, Shen Longshan came out, followed by Shen Fan. Shen Fan was in military uniform, hands behind his back, walking out with a serious expression, showing signs of weariness. But the first impression he gave was one of competence and seriousness. Yu Rue stood up and gave a standard salute. "Commander Shen." Then he finally fixed his gaze on Chun Jingjing and said the first sentence, "Are you Wan Chong?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chun Jingjing's face. But looking at Shen Fan's stern face, she wanted to laugh but was too intimidated to do so. It's no wonder. Shen Fan had dedicated most of his life to the military, held high positions for many years, and had fought in wars in the past, carrying a lingering sense of aggression and an undeniable authority. Chun Jingjing glanced over at Wan Chong. Her fingers moved slightly, and she forced out a smile. "This is our boss, Wan Chong." Only then did Shen Fan shift his gaze to Wan Chong, while Shen Longshun stepped closer and stood beside Wan Chong. Wan Chong looked puzzled. She hadn't done anything, so why was she being asked? Shen Fan looked up and down at Wan Chong, then glanced at Shen Longshun, and finally looked back at Wan Chong, reluctantly saying, "You really have poor taste. I don't know whose genes you inherited." Chun Jingjing had fully developed, was an adult, and had already reached adulthood before the apocalypse, so she was naturally fully grown. She used to be an internet celebrity. Not only was her appearance outstanding, but she also had an attractive figure. Shen Longshan reached out and held Wan Chong's hand, his large hand tightly enveloping her small one, and retorted, "That is probably my mom's genes. Otherwise, how can my mom have liked you?" Wan Chong struggled slightly, only to find that Shen Longshan was holding her tightly, clearly not allowing any refusal. "You." Shen Fan was quite annoyed by Shen Longshan, and after saying just one word, he had nothing else to add, clearly indicating that the two had exchanged quite a bit of banter inside. In the end, Shen Fan conceded and turned to Wan Chong, saying, "I've already heard from Longshan about your brother Wan Kuan. There are very few people in the military's treatment department right now, and, as far as I know, your brother seems to have volunteered to stay." Wan Chong was shocked. "Stay voluntarily? Then why did she come here? After working hard for so long, would it all be in vain? Wouldn't these efforts become a joke?" Shen Fan nodded. "Yes, the military will not detain anyone. If he is brought here and does not want to stay, he can choose to leave." Wan Chong looked at Luo Yisuji, who only nodded to confirm that Shen Fan was telling the truth. Seeing that Wan Chong had nothing more to say, he continued, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the training ground, and then Yu Rue will take you to find your brother." He then led the way out, with Yu Rue quickly following behind. After that, Wan Chong brought everyone out as well. The training ground was relatively close to the office building, and they arrived in no time. The room was very large, about the size of 3 combined rooms, and the equipment varied according to different areas. While introducing the place, Shun Fan subtly indicated that if their abilities were lacking, they would not be allowed to enter the training ground, as it would waste resources. He also wouldn't use backdoor connections to find them a special abilities research team or tailor plans for them. Wan Shong had known this for a long time and was not overly surprised. Shortly after entering, they encountered Qi Yun. Commander Shun, Qi Yun greeted first. Shun Fan had naturally heard of Qi Yun's abilities and the various privileges she received under Li Shu in the 8th team. He only responded coldly with an and continued walking. Qi Yun continued, Commander Shun, I have something to tell you. Shun Fan then stopped, turned to look at her, and signaled her to go on. Qi Yun glanced at Wan Shong and the others before slowly speaking. I demand that this group not be allowed to use the training ground or any military resources. Shun Fan stared at Qi Yun, his expression shifting. What gives you the right to command me? Even Li Shu wouldn't dare to order me around. So why do you think you can? Qi Yun's lips curled into a smile. The training ground is for training those of value, and they are only at level 3 at most. Level 3 abilities are the most common in Wan Shong. Why should they have access to the training ground? Shun Fan fell silent because that was indeed the case. Level 3 abilities might be useful elsewhere, but in Wan Shong, they were far too common. Luo Isuji frowned and pulled Wan Shong over. Just because of her. Shun Fan glanced at Luo Isuji. Children should not meddle in adult matters. Luo Isuji hated being called a child, but he suppressed his anger and continued. Wan Shong has dual abilities in ice and wood, which is extremely rare, with a probability of 1 in 10,000. He then turned to Shun Fan. Moreover, she is currently the only one with ice abilities. Regardless of others, isn't her value enough to use this training ground? Luo Isuji said this because if he didn't speak up now, Qi Yun would further suppress Wan Shong, and perhaps there wouldn't be such a good opportunity even if her abilities were revealed later. Although he had initially decided not to speak, he had been pushed into a corner. Shun Fan was already dissatisfied with Wan Shong as his daughter-in-law. If she didn't have any other trump cards and couldn't access the best resources, then bringing them to Wan Shong would be in vain. After all, he needed Wan Shong and the others to grow quickly. Otherwise, how could he compete with that person? Shun Fan then became interested. Ice abilities? Wan Shong raised her hand, and an ice pillar appeared in her palm. With her other hand, she extended her finger, and a thin vine circled around her fingertip. Shun Fan glanced at Wan Shong and said, I will report this and arrange a separate training room for you. Additionally, the abilities research team will create specific attack effects for you. Of course, the team members accompanying you will also have the same rights. After saying this, he glanced at Qi Yun before leaving. Ever since Qi Yun joined Li Shu's 8th team, Li Shu had been demanding privileges everywhere, claiming that Qi Yun's abilities were special and required these resources. Now, he also had a person with special abilities, and she was his daughter-in-law, Wan Shong. Shun Fan's mind was filled with images of suppressing Li Shu, and he couldn't help but smile. His son, Shun Longchun, had fire-type abilities with the strongest attack power, and his daughter-in-law not only had dual abilities, but one of them was an unprecedented ice type that had never been seen or heard of before. Naturally, he recognized Wan Shong as his daughter-in-law, even though she wasn't as beautiful as Chun Jingjing. Her strength was extraordinary. Moreover, he didn't want his future daughter-in-law to be someone who needed his son to protect her. That would only hold Shun Longchun back, wouldn't it? Thinking this way, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that Shun Longchun liked Wan Shong. He wondered who had just looked down on Wan Shong, but now that her abilities had been revealed, they immediately acknowledged her. Qi Yun watched the group leave, feeling utterly furious. However, a child was ultimately still a child. Although Qi Yun had the ability to foresee the future, her understanding was limited, and she didn't know how to scheme against others. Not all children were as cunning as Luo Yishu, nor did they possess the same level of intelligence. Chapter 64. Voluntarily staying behind in the end. Qi Yun left in indignation with Qi Shi. Originally, Shun Fan was only showing them around out of consideration for Shun Longchun, casually mentioning a couple of things. However, after encountering Qi Yun, his attitude completely changed. He continuously introduced the functions of these items, explained how to train, and talked about the total number of people in the training ground, among other things. After half the tour, Shun Fan finally said, by the way, let me take you to meet the abilities research team. This way, you can start working on your abilities development as soon as possible. Wan Shong frowned and said, "Next time I go, I want to see Wan Kun." Although Wan Chong's words were very direct, Shun Fan didn't mind. He was secretly pleased in his heart. Finally seeing Qi Yun suffer a setback. Qi Yun had a special ability and was still a child with poor health, so the military treated her like a princess. If someone spoke to her a bit loudly, Li Shu would scold them, claiming they were bullying a child. Moreover, she enjoyed various privileges. Since her ability to foresee the future didn't require training, Qi Yun mostly just wandered around with that clone. Not only did she wander around, but she also required someone to protect her wherever she went, fearing something might happen to her. Consequently, the protectors couldn't train, which naturally put them at a disadvantage, leading to no one wanting to protect her. Originally, it had nothing to do with him. But who would have thought Li Shu would propose that each side provide protection for a month, with personnel arranged by themselves, and the number of protectors should not be less than 3. Under the guise that Qi Yun was a military person and everyone had the right to let her foresee what they wanted to know. Thus, everyone should contribute to her protection rather than it being one-sided. Qi Yun had always been under Li Shu's care, but she constantly needed manpower for protection, wasting others' time and naturally causing discontent among the subordinates. He had always been dissatisfied with Qi Yun, and now seeing her suffer a setback made him extremely happy. He smiled and called Yuri over, saying, "Take them to find someone from the healing department named Wan Kun." After Yuri acknowledged, Shun Fan left with a light step. This way, Yuri led the way. Following Yuri's turns, they finally arrived at a place filled with the strong scent of medicine. Upon entering, they saw many nurses bustling about. Yuri went to the front desk and showed a badge-like item to a nurse, asking, "Can you help me find someone named Wan Kun from the healing department?" Yuri waved to Wan Chong and the others, then went upstairs. Next, just as they reached the staircase, a familiar male voice was heard, causing Wan Chong's pupils to widen as she rushed over. Yuri shook his head at Wan Chong's figure, turned around, and patted Shen Longshan's shoulder, saying, "I'll come back here at noon to pick you up, then we can go meet the research team." Shen Longshan nodded politely and said, "Thank you." Yuri smiled. "You're too polite. To be honest, I should consider myself your brother. My dad used to work with your dad in the military, and now I'm inheriting my dad's position." Yuri naturally noticed his urgency and didn't say much more before heading downstairs. Wan Chong ran in, and the room was the first one. Wan Kun looked up and saw Wan Chong, a bit stunned. Then, he walked to the door and said to the people waiting in the corridor to see a doctor, "Everyone, please go to another doctor today. I have something to do." After a burst of noise, the room finally fell into silence. Su Yunli was the last to enter the room, and, after closing the door, she noticed that besides the stool Wan Kun was sitting on, there was only one stool for the patients. Wan Chong looked at him, while Wan Kun couldn't help but be stared at by Wan Chong. She kept fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and the others naturally didn't speak either. After Luo Yizhu ran to the only stool and sat down, she propped her little face up and watched the two. After a long while, Wan Kun finally stammered and asked, "Sister, why are you here?" Wan Kun didn't expect Wan Chong to be so direct. He was momentarily unprepared and couldn't say a word for half a day. Wan Chong asked again, "Do you know how anxious I was when you were taken away?" "Wan Kun, you're the only healing-type person we have. We have already sacrificed too many people to stop the apocalypse and to protect more lives. We hope you can join us, and, of course, we can promise to ensure your safety." Those people are very persuasive, saying that Wan Kun, being mentally undeveloped, naturally wants to be a hero who saves the world. Moreover, the others are debaters and scientists, while Wan Kun is just an ordinary high school student. He has no experience surviving in the apocalypse and lacks a flexible mind. When a group of powerful strangers surrounds him, staring at him, and responsibilities and obligations that do not belong to him are placed upon him, the outcome is naturally one that cannot be refused. Wan Chong understands this logic. She just blames herself more for not protecting Wan Kun, allowing him to face these things alone. Wan Kun said, "I want to contact my sister and tell her that I am safe." After that, Wan Kun was arranged to this temporary hospital, where the number of patients each day was countless. His healing ability was barely sufficient, and the matter of contacting Wan Shong was thus delayed again and again until now. So you don't even have time now? Wan Shong interrupted him. Wan Kuan could only nod. Wan Shong looked at him with that kind of oppressive and piercing gaze, making Wan Kuan break out in a cold sweat all over. Sister, please don't look at me like that. Wan Kuan lowered his head, avoiding Wan Chong's eyes. Wan Shong took a deep breath before saying, do you know that because of this, we almost died on the road because of you? You are living a carefree life now, while I still worry about you every day, fearing that something might happen to you. Wan Kuan didn't know what to say. He thought that due to the traffic jam and communication difficulties, and since he didn't know who had kidnapped him, Wan Shong wouldn't come a look for him anymore. Wan Shong is in Guanming, and with her own abilities, she can thrive easily. He didn't think much of it, but unexpectedly, Wan Shong really came to Wan Shong to find him, which deepened his feelings of guilt. Shen Long Shan beside him said, since there's nothing wrong, and we can reunite, that's a joyful thing for everyone. Wan Shong retorted, nothing's wrong? What about Qi Shi? If it weren't for Qi Shi's death, would Qi be like this now? Do you know that she needs to overuse her foresight ability to maintain her current position? Do you know the consequences of overusing the foresight ability? After a pause, she laughed self-deprecatingly. To put it bluntly, those two siblings are my fault. If it weren't for me coming to find Wan Kuan, they might have been living well in Guanming. Wan Kuan finally reacted. She is dead? Didn't I just meet him here before? Shun Jingjing explained. That was a clone. Qi Yun used some means to exchange for it in order to resurrect Qi Shi. And as a result, the people here at Wan Shong really created a clone for her. Wan Kuan murmured. No wonder, when I first met them. I even inquired about my sister's news, but she had no expression at all. And Qi Yun just glanced at me and pretended not to know me before walking away. Wan Shong didn't dare to think about it. If Qi Yun's hatred was too great, and she acted against Wan Kuan before they reached Wan Shong, what would she do? Come all this way and leave empty-handed? What would be the point of her visit? Fortunately, Qi Yun was still a child and hadn't thought about venting her anger on Wan Kuan. So she merely pretended not to know him and didn't do anything extreme. Luo, he spoke up at the right moment. Since everything has been resolved, let's find a time to meet with the research team. Wan Shong calmed down and looked at Luo Yasuzi, who was sitting on the stool. What exactly is your purpose? Luo Yasuzi propped her face up and looked at Wan Shong. What are you talking about? Wan Shong said coldly, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Then you should speak up, right? Luo Yasuzi fell silent, and in the room, apart from Shun Longshun, no one else knew what was happening between Wan Shong and Luo Yasuzi. They suddenly began to question each other, leaving the others confused and unable to understand. Luo Yasuzi sighed. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Chapter 65, Research Team. Luo Yasuzi sighed. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Because your abilities are special, and Wan Shong is currently the best resource available, you must become stronger. After a pause, she resolutely added, to be precise, if you cannot become stronger, then the apocalypse will continue indefinitely. However, if you become stronger, there will be a way to solve the apocalypse. Wan Shong raised an eyebrow. Do you know how to end the apocalypse? Luo Yasuzi proudly lifted her chin. Of course, but I can't tell you now. Even if I did, it would be meaningless. Moreover, it would only increase your psychological pressure, which is counterproductive. Wan Shong was still pondering over Luo Yasuzi's words when she heard him say, of course, once you become strong enough, I will tell you how to end the apocalypse and restore the era of civilization. Wan Shong shrugged. All right, I'll temporarily believe you. In the apocalypse, such a chaotic world, she didn't want to stay. If it could end and restore the civilized era, that would be the best. Besides, she needed to become stronger, and the two were not conflicting, so she accepted it gladly. After that, the two reminisced and talked about what had happened since their separation, and then Yu Rue arrived. Yu Rue stood at the door and said, once we're done talking, we can go meet the people from the ability research team. They're already waiting. Wan Shong stood up and said, let's go. Wan Kuan said after sending them to the door, sister, I'm not going. I have some things to take care of. Wan Shong frowned at him and said, anyway, those patients have already left. It's not too late to treat them tomorrow. Wan Kuan shook his head. I've been doing this for half a year, and I've gotten used to this kind of life. If you suddenly let me do nothing, I would actually feel a bit guilty. Sister, With great power comes great responsibility. I'm no longer a child. Wan Shong looked at Wan Shong steadily, then smiled gently. That's true. Since that's the case, if I have something and I'm not around in the future, you must take good care of yourself. After all, as you said, you're no longer a little child. Wan Shong nodded. He was very happy that his sister could acknowledge his words. Wan Shong had always protected him very well, and his own personality was also very strong, to the point that he had thought for a long time before expressing those words. However, receiving Wan Shong's recognition was what truly made him happy. He thought to himself that he still needed to work harder. Currently, he was the only one in the military with a level 2 healing ability. Others who had awakened their healing powers were only at level 1. He had awakened early, and with the crystal core Wan Shong gave him, along with other factors like training, he progressed slightly faster than others. After Wan Shong left his sight, he shouted down the hallway, "Nurse, let those patients come over. My matters have been resolved." A little nurse immediately came out from a nearby small room. "Okay, Dr. Wan." Meanwhile, Yu Rui took them directly to the office building. Explaining as they walked, the research team usually either doesn't eat or just snacks in the lab, so they have a little time left at noon. I'll take you to meet them, and after you understand the relevant information, we can go eat. Chingke, walking behind, muttered, We've been walking for so long, I'm starving." Wan Shong glanced at her, slowed down her pace, and walked behind Shenlongshen, whose tall figure completely shielded her. Then, she took out a box of chocolates from her space, took out 3 pieces, and gave the rest to Luo, Isu, and the others to share. Wan Shong handed 2 pieces to Shenlongshen and gave a knowing glance to Yu Rui, who was leading the way. Shenlongshen understood and quickened his pace to walk alongside Yu Rui. He handed a piece of chocolate to him, saying, "I brought this out this morning. Want to give it a try?" Yu Rui's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. After the apocalypse, I've been here, and my meals are basically just porridge and pickled vegetables 3 times a day. While I'm not starving, it gets quite monotonous." As he spoke, he took the chocolate and started eating it. When they reached the stairway on the 2nd floor, Yu Rui stuffed the whole piece of chocolate into his mouth, chewed it vigorously a couple of times, and after swallowing, he said, "This way, we're almost there." He then pushed the door open first. The research team inside seemed to be discussing something with a total of 6 people. Once they saw Yu Rui enter, they stopped their discussion. "Xiao Yu, where are the others?" Yu Rui stepped aside to let Wan Shong and the others in, saying here. He then added, "I'll go get busy now. Once you finish your investigation, you can go to the cafeteria for porridge. I've asked the cafeteria staff to save some for you. Just mention my name when you go." Shenlongshen nodded, and after Yu Rui closed the door, they all took their seats. The stools barely fit 5 people, and realizing this, they couldn't help but feel that the people here were quite stingy. Once everyone was seated, the person in the middle finally spoke. "Please state your names, abilities, and levels in order." Shenlongshen, Fire Element, Level 3. Shenlongshen spoke first. There was someone on the side, specifically recording, and as they spoke, she began writing, her handwriting keeping pace with their speech. Then Wan Shong continued. "Wan Shong, Dual Ice and Wood Elements, Level 3. One person interrupted her. "Is both Ice and Wood Level 3, or is one of them Level 3? Wan Shong thought for a moment and felt that the wood element was actually the vines produced by the trees in space. Now the vines produced by that tree were already enough for her to handle tasks of intermediate difficulty or higher, which could be considered Level 3. So she said, "Both are Level 3. A scientist nodded in satisfaction and praised her without reservation. "Not bad, not bad. There are not many people who can cultivate both elements so well without resources. Young lady, your future is limitless." Wan Shong currently looks like a typical high school student, about 17 or 18 years old. Given her lack of resources, reaching this level is indeed impressive. However, she is only at the 3rd level of ice abilities. The vines are not actually a special ability and shouldn't be counted in levels. Moreover, she was already at level 2 after absorbing the crystal core from Guanming, and then she often spent her free time cultivating, which is how she reached level 3. On the other hand, Shenlongshen clearly has no knowledge of absorbing crystal cores, indicating he has never done so. He also appears not to cultivate, but is still at level 3, and he even advances slightly faster than her. Shenlongshen is truly the one with exceptional talent. Naturally, these thoughts were only in her mind and not expressed outwardly. Dr. Zhuangshan, What you said is not correct. Level 3 abilities can only be considered average in Wan Shong. If you exaggerate like this, what if it doesn't lead to that outcome? One person disagreed with Dr. Zhuangshan. Dr. Zhuangshan did not continue to refute, but instead changed the subject, saying, just wait and see. This girl named Wan Shong and the son of Commander Shun are not ordinary people. The person fell silent, and Dr. Zhuangshan then looked at Luo Yasuzi, who was next to Wan Chong. Little friend, have you awakened any abilities? Dr. Zhuangshan asked again, is it that biggest cat in Wan Shong? Although it is currently the largest, it is uncertain if any animals will surpass it in the future. Dr. Zhuangshan thoughtfully observed Luo Yasuzi, an 8-year-old boy who remained calm and composed in response to a stranger's questioning. Moreover, while other children would eagerly claim their pets were the strongest, Luo Yasuzi unexpectedly gave a vague answer that could be interpreted in multiple ways, showing no flaws upon reflection. This made Dr. Zhuangshan unable to help but look at Luo Yasuzi a couple more times. However, no matter how he looked at it, Luo Yasuzi was just a child, which made him feel a strange restlessness for some unknown reason. Luo Yasuzi glanced at Dr. Zhuangshan and understood what he was thinking. His facial expressions were unpredictable, sometimes frowning and sometimes relaxing, and at times looking towards Luo Yasuzi. All of this had already betrayed him. As others noticed Dr. Zhuangshan's prolonged silence and were about to remind him, Dr. Zhuangshan himself also realized it. Just as he was about to ask the next question, Luo Yasuzi spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for everyone to hear, addressing Wan Chong. Sister, was what I just said correct? Wan Chong naturally cooperated with him, reaching out to pat Luo Yasuzi's head, and softly replied, With that, everyone understood that what he had just said was merely what others had taught him. After all, a child is still a child, and with outsiders present, he quickly sought to take credit. With this in mind, the crowd didn't pay much attention to Luo Yasuzi anymore. Wan Chong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as she saw that everyone's attention was focused on others. These scientists and PhDs probably never imagined in their lives that they would be toyed with by an 8-year-old boy. Next, Qing Ku, Wind Element, Level 2. Chun Jingjing, Gold Element, Level 2. Su Yunli, Exotic Bird Species, currently can only release wings. After listening to their introductions one by one, the scientists couldn't help but exchange glances. Finally, it was Zhuangshan who spoke up. The people here are too weak, mostly at Level 2 or 3. With such a team in Wan Shong, they would probably be at the very bottom. After a pause, he continued, however, the abilities and distribution of your team are quite good. Now, you just need to improve your strength as quickly as possible. And I will have you, Rue, send you your exclusive plan in a week. He then gave each of them a small badge, pointing to it and saying, currently, people in Wan Shong are divided into 4 levels. The lowest level has no abilities or exotic species. Next are those at your level. Level 2 and 3 ability users, and those with poor hybrid abilities. Then there are Level 5 and above ability users, and those who can fully transform into exotic species. Finally, there's the highest commander. The badge I gave you is for those in the 2nd tier. Although your current strength is unimpressive given time, you will definitely surpass others, so it's fine to give you this badge in advance. Moreover, Wan Chong has a special ability and is someone we are cultivating, so work hard. After he finished speaking, the research team stood up, preparing to leave. Chapter 66. Exclusive plan. After he finished speaking, the research team stood up, preparing to leave. Wan Chong pulled her sleeves up a little, revealing the bracelet pattern at her wrist. The others gathered around her, looking curious. Boss, where did you get this? Yeah, I didn't notice it before. Su Yunli looked over and said, I saw it when I first joined the team. I thought you all knew about it. Turns out you didn't. What a surprise. Wan Chong looked up at Zhuangshan. This is a tattoo, done before the apocalypse. I thought it looked good, so I got it. Zhuangshan understood, although he still felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just an inexplicable feeling of irritation. After getting the answer, he naturally wouldn't linger, turning around to leave quickly in pursuit of the already departed ability research team. Once Zhuangshan left, Wan Chong weighed the small wooden plaque in her hand and said, in 1 week, all of you will advance to Level 3. In Shenlongshen, and I will attack Level 4. Su Yunli, just focus on practicing your archery. The tone was hard to refuse, although others had long faces. They didn't object. No matter how times change, strength is the ultimate truth. This principle should be clear at all times and in all places. Because no one will always stay by your side to protect you. Correspondingly, fighting side by side is much better than being a burden. After Luo Yasuzi put away the small wooden plaque, he said, Zhuangshan is not an ordinary person. Huh? Qing Ku, who was nearby, hadn't reacted yet. Luo Yasuzi continued, he is different from others, a bit smarter, observes things a bit more carefully, and is slightly more meticulous. Oh, everyone finally understood. And Luo Yasuzi glanced at them. Talking to you all really drains my brain cells. You don't understand anything. No wonder I can't grow taller. It's probably because you make me overuse my brain. Chun Jingjing patted Luo Yasuzi's head. Little brat, don't act all old. It's not cute at all. Luo Yasuzi swatted Chun Jingjing's hand away, pouting in dissatisfaction. Don't touch my head. The group noisily went to the cafeteria. Because they mentioned Yu Rui's name. The cafeteria staff served them porridge and pickles. The cafeteria lady, seeing them, cheerfully said, I was wondering why little Yu asked me to save some food for him. Turns out he has a whole group of friends. Her tone was rising, and her gaze wandered over Wan Shong, Chun Jingjing, Qing Ku, and Su Yunli. Seemingly guessing who was involved with Yu Rui, Chun Jingjing, smiling apologetically, took the food, and they casually found a table to sit down, since they arrived late. The cafeteria was already empty. Luo Yasuzi said while eating, you all need to improve your strength quickly. Secondly, I will specifically design the ability attacks for you. The team's research results, just take a look. No need to worry about it. Qing Ku was puzzled. Aren't we supposed to let them design it? Why not just follow their plan? Luo Yasuzi sighed, looking at Qing Ku with a full expression, explaining, no need for them to design it. In a week, whatever plan they can come up with, I can write it out for you now. It's just a matter of figuring out how to coordinate better. After a pause, he continued, teamwork is certainly important, but a major drawback that cannot be avoided is if one of you is missing, won't your combat power greatly decline? I will design corresponding plans based on your habits and abilities. Of course, I will write a bit about teamwork, and then you just need to improve your strength. Su Yunli, practice your archery hard. After arranging the separate training room, you can start practicing, mainly focusing on mobile targets. After saying this, he asked, do you all understand? Seeing everyone nod, Luo Yasuzi was satisfied and finished the remaining porridge in his bowl. Let's go see what the training ground is like. King Kiskiviko, stuffing food in her mouth, shouted, wait for me, don't walk so fast. At the training ground, the manager of the training ground had already received the news, and the separate training rooms had been arranged on the third floor. After all, only a few ordinary people could stay, so each person cherished this coveted job. There was no salary, but there was food and accommodation and no danger, which was the greatest benefit in the current situation. This is your separate training room. We need to customize a nameplate at the entrance to avoid others entering by mistake. What name do you want to use? Wan Shong, Brother Long. Both Su Yunli and Qing Ku said Wan Shong, while Chun Jingjing alone mentioned Shenlongshan. Luo Yasuzi shot a glance at everyone, and to ease the awkwardness, said, how about writing my name instead? After all, my name sounds better than yours. All right. So it was written, Luo Yasuzi. Wan Shong and Shenlongshan did not pay attention to this, so they let Luo Yasuzi take the lead. Now, no one opposed her. Luo Yasuzi sighed secretly. Although they had been through life and death together for half a year, they were not at the point where everything could be casually discussed. If he hadn't stepped in just now, it would have caused an awkward situation that could easily lead to internal conflict within the team. Thinking of this, Luo Yasuzi couldn't help but click her tongue. Fortunately, he was there. Otherwise, with these people's idiotic brains, no matter how good the configuration was, it would be useless for them. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her own importance. He truly was the indispensable brain of the team. The subsequent thoughts of Luo Yasuzi were omitted as she pondered over a long series of ideas. The room was as large as the one they had seen before, with excellent soundproofing, but it was empty and devoid of anything. The training ground manager said, there are no arrangements for equipment yet. The equipment will be installed according to your requirements. Let me know what you need, and after registering, you can apply for it. The higher-ups have said they will try their best to meet your requests. After walking around the room, Luo Yasuzi said, for now, we only need movable targets and bows and arrows. Additionally, we need gun targets and guns. As for the rest, I will inform you in a week. The training ground manager looked at Luo Yasuzi and thought this kid was joking. With such a childish voice, what could he possibly understand? He glanced at the others standing at the door, seeking confirmation. Shenlongchen calmly said, "Just do as he says." Seeing the training ground manager's expression, Luo Yasuzi knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this child's body made everything inconvenient. The next week was filled with endless training, and Luo Yasuzi didn't know what method she used to apply for a bit of tianqing water. After separating it into special containers, each person received a small amount. Being in close contact with tianqing water felt different. This time, Wan Shong and Shenlongchen examined the tianqing water carefully. The white, transparent liquid looked no different. It contained boundless energy. Placing the tianqing water in the room for training, they felt their speed increased by more than one level. Just 3 days later, Wan Shong successfully advanced to level 4. Shenlongchen was slightly faster than her. After advancing to level 4, he felt completely different. The fatigue from training had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a surge of energy and a refreshing feeling. At night, the bed next to her sank down, and a familiar scent wafted over, mixed with a hint of shampoo. Ever since reaching level 4, her perception had strengthened considerably. Wan Shong. Shenlongchen's voice came softly from behind. However, he did not continue. After a while, calm breathing sounds were heard. Listening to Shenlongchen's breathing, filled with his scent, she gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the two got up and tidied themselves. During that week, except for Shenlongchen occasionally going out, Wan Shong had remained in the room, even having food delivered to her. Once everyone had gathered, Luo Yasuzi said, "A few days ago, I prepared the equipment you will need for training. Let's go take a look." With that, she took the lead and walked ahead. On the way, Wan Shong asked, "How did you all do this past week?" "I'm at level 3. "Me too. I'm also at level 3. Chun Jingjing and Qing had both reached level 3, while Su Yunli shook her head and said, "No progress, just a bit of feel for it now. I can use the bow and arrow pretty well, but I haven't made any progress with the gun." Wan Shong nodded. Bows and arrows, guns, and such things are inherently difficult to practice. It was already impressive that she could achieve this level in a short time. She didn't know what Luo Yiji had been doing during the days they were shut in, but everywhere they went, people greeted him respectfully, calling him Little Dr. Luo Yi. The training ground staff saw this large group of people from afar and came over to meet them. To be precise, they came to greet Luo Yiji. With smiles on their faces and bowing slightly, they complimented, "Little Dr. Luo Yi, I have prepared everything you requested, and now I'll have someone deliver it to you." "How does that sound?" Luo Yiji put her little hands behind her back, pretended to be aloof, and lightly hummed in response before heading to their designated private room with familiarity. Once inside, it wasn't long before the items were delivered. Under Luo Yiji's direction, everything was installed, and the staff quickly left afterward. Only then did Luo Yiji begin to explain. "I've organized the room a bit. This side is for Su Yunli to practice archery, and over here is for Wan Shong and Shenlongchen." Chapter 67. Pet Store. Luo Yiji continued. "This is where Su Yunli practices her aim. Right now, her accuracy isn't great, so she has to practice against the wall." She pointed to another side. "This is for Wan Shong and Shenlongchen, while Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku are in this corner. I'll tell you the plan first, and then you can practice." Luo Yiji sat on the only chair, crossing her legs, and said, "Su Yunli is practicing her aim, as you already know. Once you have complete accuracy, I'll tell you what to do next." Su Yunli nodded. Luo Yiji continued. "Qing Ku is of the wind element, so you'll practice your hand speed on this table. Grab a pen and paper. When your hand speed can match your foot speed, we'll arrange the next plan." "Huh? Why practice hand speed?" Qing Ku asked in confusion. "The wind element is suitable for close combat and has a natural advantage in speed. But you, being of the wind element, only run faster at the moment, so I want you to practice your hand speed." Qing Ku nodded, somewhat understanding. Luo Yiji pointed to a nearby pillar-like object, which was covered in fine needles, densely packed, and somewhat intimidating. Half of the iron pillar had fine needles, while the other half had long iron nails, which, although not as dense as the fine needles, were considerably thicker. "Chun Jingjing, you are of the metal element, which is suitable for defense. Once you are strong enough, You can unleash an indescribable power. When you can drive the iron nails into the pillar with your hands covered in metal, we'll arrange the next step. Shun Jingjing walked around the iron pillar, then opened her mouth wide. So many iron nails, and they're so thick. No bargaining. Shun Jingjing then gave up. Luo Yiji looked at Shun Longshun and said, I've observed your fire element, and it can basically cover your whole body now, but the damage is too low, and currently, you only know the fireball. After a pause, she continued, have you seen Wan Chong's ice pillar? Change the fireball into a fire pillar that can pierce through that wooden board. Following Luo Yiji's little hand, there was a wooden board about 4 centimeters thick. Luo Yiji then turned to Wan Chong. Vines are spatial, while the ice element is yours, but you can only produce ice pillars, and the vines can only be used as ropes. That really is a waste of resources. Wan Chong shrugged her shoulders. What did she do? She had only awakened her ice abilities in this life, and there had never been an ice-type ability user in her previous life, so naturally, she wouldn't know how to use it. If it were water abilities, it would be different. In her last life, she reached level 4 after 3 years with water abilities, and even so, she could use them with ease. Then she took out a piece of paper from her bag and spread it out. The research team from Wan Shong will definitely have Chun Jingjing as the main defense, Qing Ku as the one to deliver things or rescue people, Shun Longshun and Wan Chong as the main attackers, and Su Yunli as the one to evolve. You don't need to worry about those. Just follow my training. The things they formulated are not suitable. You only need to understand them a little. After saying that, she glanced at the watch that she didn't know when she had put on and said, let us go meet those research team members, and then in the afternoon, accompany me out for a while, after which we will focus on training. After a moment, she asked, by the way, did you bring the Tianqing water? Wan Chong nodded. After Luo Yisuzi got them the Tianqing water, because it was small in size, they all carried it on their bodies. Luo Yisuzi reached out and said, give it to me. The Tianqing water is mainly to help others level up, and it's even more perfect for the. However, there are pros and cons, and the cons outweigh the pros. So, it's better to use it sparingly. After collecting everyone's Tianqing water, Luo Yisuzi glanced at Wan Chong and then walked out. Wan Chong pretended not to see his last glance and just avoided his gaze. Naturally, Wan Chong and her companions hurriedly followed him out. After nearly half a year of interaction with Luo Yisuzi, it was clear that his judgment was certainly not wrong. Not only was it 100 accurate, but it could also achieve the goal in the most perfect manner. The only mistake was probably during the time when Shui Xian tried to snatch the Tianqing water, not anticipating that Brother Chun Mu would actually team up with the leader of the organization, which almost caused them all to fall into a trap. They returned to the same room as before. Upon entering, Zhuangshan and other members of the research team stood up and extended their hands to Luo Yisuzi, saying, Doctor. Luo. After shaking hands with Zhuangshan, Luo Yisuzi sat down and said, you all speak. I'll just watch. Zhuangshan nodded and then took out a folder containing the plan they had researched for a week. He looked at Wan Chong and her group and said, here is the plan we have drafted for you, which includes specific details and methods for training. If there are any questions, you can also ask Dr. Luo. Wan Chong took it over, glanced through it, and found it to be similar to what Luo Yisu had said. Then she nodded politely and said, got it. Thank you all for your trouble. Zhuang Shanyu said earnestly, it's not a trouble, not a trouble. You young people are our last hope, so you must work hard. Wan Chong nodded. After Luo Yisu Ji handed the Tianqing Shui to Zhuangshan and watched Zhuangshan and others leave. Luo Yisu Ji finally stood up and said, let's go. The destination was the pet area arranged for mutated pets to rest. Nian Nian, perhaps having not seen everyone for a long time, happily meowed from a distance. Luo Yisu Ji patted Nian Nian's head and then climbed onto Nian Nian's back, saying, come on, let's go. Since everyone had leveled up, there was no need to climb as before. They could just leap onto Nian Nian's back. Once everyone was on, Nian Nian started to run joyfully. People on the street would stop to watch Nian Nian, probably because they had never seen such a large cat before. The destination was a pet shop located in a gymnasium. The group got off Nian Nian's back and walked in with Nian Nian. Due to the apocalypse, the population had drastically decreased, so most houses were empty and unclaimed. Any unclaimed house could be lived in. Inside the gymnasium, there were 2 large water tanks, And at that moment, a mutated husky was taking a bath. There were about 10 people, seemingly ordinary folks, using a ladder to wash the mutated pet. A butterfly flew over, or rather, a butterfly mutant came over, looking quite delicate with striking butterfly wings on its back. Before the newcomer could speak, Nian Yin reached out its paw to grab him. The butterfly mutant didn't expect Nian Yin to suddenly claw out, narrowly dodging, and then Nian Yin chased after him. Luo Yisuzei shouted, Nian Nian, don't grab. Nian Yin had always listened to Luo Yisuji since the mutation. It seemed able to understand their words even better and was more obedient. Seeing that Luo Yisuji didn't allow it to grab, Nian Yin looked aggrieved, pawing at its head, its eyes still unable to stop following the butterfly mutant. The butterfly mutant saw that Nian Yin had stopped trying to grab him, and only then did he fly back down, landing on the ground with his wings drooping behind him. I'm the owner of this pet shop. You can call me Asi. Is this the cat you booked for a bath yesterday? It's really big. Asi oponi admired Nyonyo. Luo Isuji took a wooden sign out of her pocket. How much longer? After looking at the wooden sign, Asi pointed to the husky that was already being dried nearby. It will be done soon, and then it will be this cat's turn. Chinko asked in confusion. In this apocalypse, money is useless. What do you earn from running a pet shop? Asi smiled and said, we mutants don't have much attacking power. So running a pet shop allows us to wash pets for those with level 2 and level 1 wooden signs. And we can receive more supplies from the military than ordinary people every day. After a pause, he added, after all, this is the only pet shop in Wan Shong. And once the military provides supplies, some customers will also give us things. Anyway, it seems that I'm doing quite well with them. Saying this, he pointed to the people behind him, and those who opened the pet shop with him naturally looked up to him. Chun Jingjing looked at the gurgling water at her feet. Water should be a bit more valuable than supplies, right? Do you have so much water to wash the mutated pets? Asi pointed to 4 people leaning against the water tank. Those are water ability users, only level 2. Water users don't have much attacking power, so they provide me with water, and I provide them with housing and food. Moreover, some water ability users who are unwilling to join can also come here to provide water, and I can give them some supplies as compensation. So there's no need to worry about water issues. He leaned a bit closer to the group and lowered his voice. Besides, I already have a lot of supplies now. So there's no need to worry about this. Chun Jingjing nodded, indicating that she understood. Asi saw that the husky was already dry, and its owner was ready to leave. He quickly called out, hurry and bring the cat over. Saying this, he flapped his wings and flew up again. After Nian Yin went over, Luo, Isuji, and the others could only wait a bit farther away. 2 people held a hose and sprayed water on Nian Yin, who, after moving a bit uneasily, squatted down and let them spray. Asi took 2 bottles of shower gel and poured them over Nian Yin, while 3 people climbed up the ladder and began to wash Nian Yin. Chapter 68. No progress after Asi finished pouring the shower gel. He also started washing Nian Yin. Nian Yin's tail kept wagging, and Asi held on to Nian Yin's tail, shaking it up and down as well. Big kitty, stop. I'm going to throw up. Asi shouted. This wash took a long time because Nian Yin was larger than other mutated pets. While other pets took an hour and a half to wash, Nian Yin took a full 3 hours. Qingke looked at Nian Yin's already dry fur and happily said, finally done. Let's go. Asi heard Qingke shout and chuckled. Not yet. Your cat hasn't had its fur trimmed. It's too long and needs a little grooming. Indeed, because Nian Yin had a lot of fur, once it was dried, the fur became fluffy and long, nearly covering its originally blue eyes. Only a little was barely visible, and those people, without needing Asi's orders, skillfully surrounded Nian Yin with scissors. Nian Yin began to feel uneasy, standing and twisting its body, making it impossible for them to approach. Luo Yisuzei shouted, Nian Nian, don't move. Be good. Hearing Luo Yisuji's voice, Nian Yin quieted down a bit. Seeing that Nian Yin had calmed down, everyone surrounded it and started grooming its fur. Luo Yisuzei yuchit Nian Nian, squinting her eyes, and asked, don't you all think Nian Yin has become smarter? Before, it only understood a little of what I meant, and I often needed body language to communicate with it, but now it can basically understand what I'm saying. Qingke nodded, looking certain, It seems so. I hadn't noticed. Chun Jingjing gave Qing Ku a light tap on the head. Now that you know, is there any need to say it? Qing Ku rubbed his head in dissatisfaction, while Su Yunli quietly said, Brother Long seems to have become much quieter. Now everyone's attention was on Shun Long Chun. Ever since he arrived in Wan Shong, he seemed like a different person, not as fond of joking as before. He used to always lighten the mood, but now he was much quieter. Shun Long Chan was taken aback and forced a smile. Haven't I been busy training lately? I haven't had time to play. This time, even Qing Ku realized Shun Long Chun was being disingenuous, and the others naturally noticed too. However, no one pressed him, and they changed the subject to talk about something else. Almost an hour later, Nian Yin was finally done. After the bath and fur trimming, Nian Yin looked completely different. Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku ran over, each grabbing one of Nian Yin's front legs, exclaiming, Wow, so cute, so fragrant. This time, Nian Yin naturally understood and lowered its big head to rub against the two. Then, the group left the pet shop. Since almost no one was doing business now, money was useless. It was essentially a currency-free environment. There were no shops on the street, and, correspondingly, there were no places to browse. Wan Shong nodded and glanced at Luo Yasuzi. Let's go. Luo Yasuzi waved his hand. I'm not in a hurry. You all go train first. I'll check in a while. After that, Wan Shong began practicing ice magic according to Luo Yasuzi's method. At first, she used ice pillars, but now she found it difficult to suddenly change forms and freeze things. Meanwhile, Shun Longchun also made no progress with his fireball. They exhausted their energy without making any advancements. Wan Chong tried hitting the vines hard against the wooden board, but found that as soon as the vines touched the board, they bent and couldn't penetrate at all. Qing Ku was busy writing with pen and paper, and after half an hour, he had only written 10 pages, which was far from the speed at which she ran. Chun Jingjing had more trouble. When the metal attached to her fist hit a nail, the nail went straight through the metal. She didn't control her strength well and ended up with a minor injury due to the mistake. Su Yunli also made no progress with her spear technique, unable to hit the target, which was even worse than her archery. By the time Luo Yasuzi came to take them for a meal, none of them had made any progress. On the way, Luo Yasuzi, knowing their situation, explained, at the beginning, it really is difficult. Take your time. There's no need to rush with this. Wan Chong lay on the bed and asked after Shen Longchen came out. Besides the 8th and 11th teams, are there any other organizations in Wan Shong? Apart from the 2 military factions and the alien organization, Shen Longchen often went out before, and as Shun Fan's son, he was naturally quick to gather information. I believe he has a good grasp of the Wan Shong forces. Wan Chong nodded slightly and closed her eyes to think. The organizations of mutants and supernatural beings are mostly at odds because one side values the mutants of different species while the other values the supernatural beings, leading to differing opinions. Mutated beings have inherent advantages. They don't have to worry about energy issues, and their size becomes enormous after mutation. On the other hand, supernatural beings are different. Once their energy is exhausted, they become useless. However, the offensive and destructive power of supernatural abilities initially seems comparable to that of mutants, and sometimes even falls short. Yet, as the level of supernatural abilities increases, their strength grows stronger. In other words, there are pros and cons, and they are roughly equal. After Shen Longchan dried his hair, he lay down next to Wan Chong and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Wan Chong turned to look at him. "When have you seen me afraid?" Shen Longchen smiled. "Indeed, I've never seen you afraid of anything. It's just that I'm scared. The road ahead is getting more and more dangerous. I'm afraid you'll leave me, afraid of the feeling of seeing you die and being powerless to do anything." Shen Longchen said a lot, then fixed his gaze on Wan Chong. "So, we need to keep getting stronger. I don't want to see you die, nor do I want to die before you." Wan Chong nodded. "I promise you, I will never give up the belief of living on." Shen Longchen reached out and touched Wan Chong's head. "That's more like it." Then he asked, "Have you been injured on your waist? I've seen you touch the lower back several times." Wan Chong's smile froze on her face, and she reflexively reached for the spot on her lower back. After a while, she finally spoke softly. "There used to be a scar there, left by someone I was closest to, but it's gone now." Shen Longchen's hand reached from under the blanket to Wan Chong's waist, covering the hand she was using to touch her lower back. "It won't happen again. I'll protect you. Wan Shong knocked his hand away. Do I still need your protection? This time, Wan Shong fell silent, and the atmosphere inevitably became a bit awkward. Shen Longchun leaned in a little closer. Although they had been sleeping in the same bed, they had kept a distance from each other. As Shen Longchun moved closer, his presence enveloped her. Wan Shong instinctively wanted to step back, but she was pulled into Shen Longchun's embrace. She didn't know which pressure point Shen Longchun had pressed on her, but she found herself unable to exert any strength at all. After struggling a few times and realizing this result, she gave up. Shen Longchun's voice came from above her, with a hint of breath brushing against her head. If you don't want to talk, then I won't bring it up again. Wan Shong paused for a moment before saying, Do you believe in reincarnation? This question caught Shen Longchun off guard, and he loosened his arms around her. Wan Shong moved up a little, locked eyes with Shen Longchun, their breaths intertwining, before finally speaking. I am the person who was reborn. In my last life, I spent 3 years in the apocalypse and was ultimately killed by my half-sister, Lu Ziki. I don't know why, but when I woke up, it was the day of the apocalypse. After that, I started preparing supplies in this space. As she spoke, she reached out to turn on a lamp, rolled up her sleeves, revealing the bracelet mark on her wrist, and continued. This was left after I gained the space. Because I had 3 years of survival experience in the apocalypse, I had been living with Ruan Kuan, Chun Jingjing, and Qing Ku in Guaming. However, due to a moment of carelessness, Ruan Kuan was abducted, which disrupted our plans, so I had to leave Guaming. Shen Longchun listened quietly, and after Wan Shong finished speaking, he asked, What about Lu Ziki? Wan Shong said coldly, Kill him. Only then did Shen Longchun say, So the injury on your lower back is left from your previous life? That's why you often touch it? Wan Shong lowered her eyelids, revealing no emotions. I initially thought she had accidentally injured me. I realize now how naive I was. That scar could not be repaired even with the technology before the apocalypse, which shows how much she wanted to put me to death. Ruan Kuan advised me to stay away from her, but I didn't listen. Instead, I protected her, which ultimately led to Ruan Kuan's death. Shen Longchun comforted her, saying, It's okay, it's all in the past. This won't happen again. Wan Shong smiled and casually said, Yes, it's all in the past. Only then did Shen Longchun get up again to turn off the light, and then lay back down, holding Wan Shong. This time, Wan Shong didn't struggle anymore. After being alone for too long, she ultimately felt lonely. Putting the past aside for now, she thought she would choose to trust Shen Longchun. She just hoped that Shen Longchun could truly be as good as he claimed and not let her down. Despite the 8-year age difference, she didn't mind, and she figured Shen Longchun didn't mind either. If that were the case, why not be together? With this thought, Wan Shong understood. Chapter 69. The Wan Shong influence. Early the next morning, the two got up and got ready. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Wan Shong glanced at Shen Longchun, who quietly asked, Who is it? It's me, A.C., came A.C.'s voice from outside. What was A.C. doing here so early? Although she felt puzzled, she still went to open the door. What is up? Shen Longchun asked. A.C. raised the clothes he was holding and said, Mister, you said he often sees you both in casual clothes. Today, as banquet has many important guests, so he asked me to help you all dress up. As he spoke, he scanned Shen Longchun up and down, murmuring, You really need to dress up nicely. Shen Longchun stepped aside to let C in. A.C. handed a golden, shimmering evening gown to Ruan Chong and said, Go try this on. Ruan Chong looked at the dress and couldn't help but twitch her eyes. Do you have anything else? I don't like anything too flashy. A.C. was taken aback for a moment and then replied, Oh, really? I thought young girls all liked these sparkly dresses. I guess I'm out of touch. After his sigh, he took out a few evening gowns from the large bag he brought. These are prepared for you. There are only this many. You choose, and then let them pick for themselves. A.C. was somewhat perceptive. When they took Nien Nien for a bath yesterday, he noticed that everyone was basically centered around Ruan Chong, so he could guess that Ruan Chong was the leader among them, and naturally, she should choose her evening gown herself. After watching it once, Ruan Chong picked a pink evening dress. According to A.C., it was prepared for Qing Ku, because Qing Ku looked like a child. Ruan Chong retorted, Am I very old then? A.C. stroked his chin and said seriously, No, you're not old. Just not very active. Ruan Chong smiled, took the evening dress, and went to the restroom. When Ruan Chong came out, Shen Longchen was still getting dressed. As soon as Wan Shong walked over, a black tie was handed over. I can't tie. Wan Shong didn't go to greet him, but smiled and said, I can't either. C, who was nearby, was like a big light bulb. He pulled the tie over and flatteringly said, I can. I'll do it. I'm an expert at tying ties. With that, he leaned closer to Shen Longchen and started fiddling with the tie on Shen Longchen's chest. Wan Shong looked at the two of them, coughed, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two men, no matter how you looked at them, seemed so awkward. Shen Longchen's face darkened a bit. After C finished tying the tie, Shen Longchen took a few steps back, distancing himself from C. C then took out some tools from his bag. I'll fix your hair for you. When Wan Shong thought about a pet shop owner giving her a haircut, she felt a bit uneasy, wondering if he would treat her like a pet. C seemed to sense her thoughts and explained unhappily, I was a serious barber before the apocalypse. However, after the apocalypse, no one got their hair cut anymore, and I was particularly idle all day long, which is why I opened a pet shop. Wan Shong finally felt reassured and sat down. Although C hadn't styled anyone's hair for nearly half a year, his skills hadn't diminished at all. In no time, he created a cute hairstyle and even added a few small bead flowers that match her outfit in the middle. After finishing, C left. After resting for a moment, Yurue came to take them to a room in the office building equipped with a projector, where the others were already seated and waiting for them. Chen Jingjing was wearing a gold sequined outfit that exuded a mature charm. The others were fine, but Luo Yasuzi had also tailored a small suit for himself, though he didn't wear a tie. Instead, he sported a small bow tie. Once everyone was seated, Luo Yasuzi activated the projector, and the first photo appeared on the screen. It was a handsome young man in a suit, holding his jacket in one hand and with the other hand in his pocket. He had long, straight legs and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Luo Yasuzi explained, this is the leader of the Ability Users Organization, Yao Jiangdao. From the current situation, he could be considered one of us. Chen Jingjing rested her chin on her hand, looking at the screen, so handsome. Luo Yasuzi glanced at Chen Jingjing, and she immediately quieted down. Luo Yasuzi continued, he is an Earth-type ability user. According to Zhuang Shan, he has already reached level 5 in Earth abilities, making him the highest-ranked Earth-type ability user so far. Moreover, the organization he manages is well-organized and has a good reputation in Wan Shong. Chen Jingjing quietly nudged Qing Ko beside her. Handsome and powerful, right? Although she had lowered her voice, her words were still clearly heard in the quiet room. Everyone's gaze turned to her, and Chen Jingjing shyly said, I promise I won't talk anymore, you continue. Luo Yasuzi moved his hand to flip to the next photo. This is the leader of the mutant organization, Tao Yuan. He is a lion mutant. Although we don't know where he got his lion mutation from, he has shown his mutant form, which is undoubtedly a lion. Moreover, the success rate of mutations is as high as 80%. Seeing that everyone looked confused, Luo Yasuzi explained further. For example, Tao Yuan's mutation success rate is 80%, while the bat mutant we saw last time, Chun Mu, had a success rate of 60%, and the others we encountered along the way mostly range from 30 to 50%. Su Yunli asked, what about me? Luo Yasuzi then looked at Su Yunli and said, you currently only have wings, so from a certain perspective, your success rate is only 10%. After a pause, he continued, the reason mutants are relatively strong in the early stages is related to the animals they are based on. For example, if a mutant is based on an animal with regenerative abilities, such as a gecko, the higher the success rate, the greater the benefits. If a gecko mutant has a success rate of over 70%, then that gecko mutant will also possess regenerative abilities. This is the advantage of being a mutant. Shen Longshan interjected, but because mutants cannot level up aside from accumulating combat experience, they won't have a trend of becoming stronger. Luo Yasuzi snapped his fingers. Exactly. This is also the biggest drawback of mutants. Su Yunli's face fell. The average success rate for ordinary mutants is around 30%, while hers is only 10. Luo Yasuzi added, but don't worry, the success rate of mutations can be improved. The reason Tao Yuan's mutation success rate is so high is that after the apocalypse, he somehow got a bit of Tianqing water, making him one of the earliest possessors of Tianqing water, which is why his success rate is so high. Hearing that the success rate can be improved, Su Yunli felt a bit better. After all, if it remained like this, wouldn't she become the one holding the team back? Luo Yisuzi flipped to another photo. This is Wan Shong and his team, who will also be present, but they are neutral, so there's no need to pay too much attention to them. Everyone has seen Shun Fan before, so there's no need for further introduction. Lastly, this. At this point, Luo Yisuzi paused before flipping to the next photo. The photo showed a short-haired woman with a curvy figure, dressed in military attire. Just from the photo, one could sense the sharpness in her eyes. This is Li Shu, the highest leader of the 8th team, on par with Shun Longchen's father, Shun Fan. In terms of military strength, it is said that the leader of the mutant organization, Tao Yueyan, stands with her. Moreover, the last wanted notice was also issued by Tao Yueyan. The mutant organization of Shui Xian is just a branch of theirs. After glancing at Yu Rue, he said, "That's basically the situation. Everyone, let's set off." With that, everyone stood up and walked out. Ruan Qiang, King Kiskiviko, and Su Yunli are all wearing small leather shoes with a slight heel. Chun Jingjing, on the other hand, is wearing a pair of 12-centimeter high heels and walks briskly, showing no signs of discomfort. Chun Jingjing has her hair half down, with the ends slightly curled, resembling a pear blossom curl, but not quite. Her sparkling golden dress accentuates her curvy figure, and the high heels highlight her long legs, making her walk look very professional, almost like a model. She has light makeup on her face, making everyone else look like mere accessories in her presence. Qin Ke walks alongside Chun Jingjing and asks, "Sister Jingjing, doesn't it hurt your feet to wear such high shoes?" Chun Jingjing smiles and replies seriously, "I've found that the benefit of my metal ability is that it can protect my feet. I used to be afraid to wear such high shoes. After just a few steps, my feet would hurt unbearably. Now I just need to control a layer of soft metal around my feet with my ability, so the shoes don't rub against my feet, and naturally, it doesn't hurt anymore." Qin Ke looks enviously at her and says, "Wow, that's amazing. You can protect yourself, have offensive power, and use it like this now?" Chun Jingjing playfully taps Qin Ke on the head and says, "All right, isn't the usefulness of abilities something you have to explore for yourself? I thought of this when I was trying on clothes this morning." Just as they were walking out, Wan Shong finally noticed Su Yunli's outfit. Su Yunli is wearing a white long dress with straps, with her exotic wings exposed. Her hair is styled up, with a few strands falling on her cheeks, giving her a fairy-like appearance. She is wearing a pair of white mid-heeled leather shoes. Qin Ke is in a peach-colored princess puff dress, her hair curled and looking smooth, resembling a wig, with orange leather shoes adorned with a bow at the heel. Looking lively and cute. Chapter 70. The Party Incident, Part 1. Nian Yin has been waiting for them at the door, happily bouncing when she sees them coming. Nian Yin has also been arranged to dress up today, wearing a big bow around her neck, and her outfit surprisingly matches Luo Yisuzi's. Upon closer inspection, the bow on her neck is the same style as the one on Luo Yisuzi, but Nian Yin's is much larger. A bell is attached to her tail, jingling as it sways up and down. Her tail is dyed a light pink at the tip, and with her snow-white body and the pink tail, she looks even cuter. After everyone approaches, Luo Yisuzi pats Nian Yin's back and says, "Nian Yin, let's go." After all, those who can ride mutant pets are either rich or noble. Passers-by keep their distance, making way for them. Luo Yisuzi suddenly looks at Chun Jingjing with a mischievous glint and asks, "Chun Jingjing, what do you think of the leader of the ability user organization, Yao Jiangdao?" Chun Jingjing thinks for a moment and replies, "He's handsome. Very impressive, quite good. I just don't know about his character. You have to interact with him to know." Luo Yisuzi nods and says, "Then you should take him. That way, his organization will be a great support for us." Chun Jingjing is momentarily taken aback, not quite processing it, and Luo Yisuzi continues, "I heard that Tao Yueyan likes Li Shu, but it seems he has no chance now. Yao Jiangdao hasn't had a woman around him until now, so your chances are greater." Chun Jingjing finally reacts, stammering, unable to say a word. She initially thought that if Yao Jiangdao was a nice person, she would take him, but after Luo Yisuzi's remark, she feels a bit shy. So, in this case, the only people who can be cleared out in the apocalypse are children under 15, who have no survival ability, and adults over 30, who also lack survival skills. Luo Yisuzi shifts the topic and looks at Chun Jingjing, saying, "If I remember correctly, You're also 21 this year, right? Yao Jiangdao looks to be around 25. Actually, you two are quite suitable. Chen Jingjing's already hesitant heart becomes even more relaxed with Luo Yisuzi's encouragement. Luo Yisuzi continues, right now, Yao Jiangdao is not only handsome but powerful, and he has a solid background. If someone else snatches him away first, wouldn't you be a loss? After a pause, he adds, furthermore, according to various experiments, Gold-type and Earth-type abilities are the best combination, allowing their powers to be maximized. Chen Jingjing's heart is already in turmoil. Although she has seen many handsome men and had several boyfriends who were more attractive than Yao Jiangdao, as Luo Yisuzi said, what attracts her most about Yao Jiangdao is his strong abilities and solid background. If she were with Yao Jiangdao, wouldn't her future life be? Thinking this way, Chen Jingjing feels even more delighted. She decisively says, yes, I mustn't let anyone get ahead of me. You Rui, do you know Yao Jiangdao? Help me introduce us so I can get to know him first. Luo Yisuzi observes Chen Jingjing's reaction with satisfaction. As long as Yao Jiangdao becomes one of their people, he is confident he can control him. After all, even Wan Shong and her group now have to listen to him. Yu Rui smiles and nods. I have some connections. I'll find an opportunity to introduce you. Yao Jiangdao's attitude is originally neutral, but if Chen Jingjing really gets together with him, it would mean that the ability user organization aligns with their side. If Chen Jingjing doesn't succeed, there's no loss. Since that's the case, why not? Such mutually beneficial matters are naturally not opposed by anyone. Wan Shong and the others remain silent, as who someone is with is their own right. And as long as it doesn't interfere with their plans, Wan Shong generally won't stop it. Luo Yisuzi is also considering that from the current standpoint, Shen Fan and Li Shu appear to be evenly matched. However, in reality, Shen Fan is already at a disadvantage. If he doesn't pull in the ability user organization, wouldn't he fall behind Li Shu? That outcome is not what he wants. Moreover, among their group, the only one with an advantage in good looks is Chen Jingjing, and he knows she loves fame and face. Furthermore, Chen Jingjing is quite picky and proud. She looks down on those weaker than her and won't consider those who are too ugly. The only fortunate thing is that Yao Jiangdao is relatively handsome. Therefore, following Chen Jingjing's line of thought, Yao Jiangdao is probably the only one worthy of her. Luo Yisuzi smiles confidently, believing he can manage this group of people. If there were fewer unknown variables, he could fully control the entire Wan Shong. However, mastering Wan Shong is of no use to him. He finds such things without benefits and a waste of brain cells unappealing. He has more important matters to attend to. Half an hour later, Nian Yin finally stops at the entrance of the banquet. The original parking lot now has many large mutant pets squatting around, and no cars are coming in. They are completely relying on the mutant pets for transport. Nian Yin's size completely overshadows all the mutant pets present, so other mutant pets generally need someone to guard them. While Nian Yin finds a spot to lie down and wait for Luo Yisuzi, the other mutant pets consciously retreat, not daring to approach. Many mutant pets are anxiously digging at the ground, but don't dare to come near Nian Yin, while the people guarding the mutant pets are constantly soothing the slightly irritable ones. Cough, as a mutated house cat. It's not easy to display a sense of superiority among a group of mutated pets, and Nian Yin's personality is quite similar to Luo Yisuzi's. Neither of them is willing to lose to others by even a fraction. From the fearful looks those pets give it, it's not hard to see that Nian Yin enjoys it and likes being looked at that way, a bit like a king who won't tolerate provocation. Qin Ka looked at Nian Yin and said proudly, our Nian Yin is just different. Those mutated pets are all afraid of it. Luo Yisuzi, walking in front, snorted, humph, just look at whose cat it is. The group continued chatting and laughing as they walked in. The banquet was held on the second floor, and after going upstairs, someone opened the door for them. Behind the door was a different scene. A long table was arranged around the walls, with different items on each row of tables. There were all kinds of drinks, all the fruits they could get, seafood, vegetables, everything one could imagine. The middle was left empty for people to stand and chat. The original circular platform had been dismantled, replaced with sofas and some chairs for others to rest. Service staff were constantly moving around, clearing away empty wine glasses and plates. Qin Ka and Su Yun Li were wide-eyed. continuously weaving between the food. However, because Luo Isuji had told them not to rush to eat after entering, and to walk a bit with them before they could leave on their own, they now understood why Luo Isuji said that. As soon as the door opened, all eyes in the room would gather at the entrance. After all, it was a significant occasion, and the attendees were mostly of notable status, so they would pay attention to the door. None of them had attended such a banquet before. Chun Jingjing was used to the looks from others, and after a quick scan of the room, without spotting Yao Jiangdao, she proudly walked in on her high heels. The others followed behind Chun Jingjing, and after she picked up a glass of wine from the red wine table, she began to savor it. Gradually, the gazes of those people dispersed, no longer watching them. Qin Ka and Su Yunli looked at Luo Isuji, and after seeing Luo Isuji nod slightly, they happily ran off toward the food. Yurue knew quite a few people and greeted others with a polite smile. Wan Shong and Shun Longshun walked to a corner where no one was paying attention. Shun Longshun handed a piece of cake to Wan Chong and said, "Not bad. Get a try." Wan Chong had just taken a bite when she felt someone watching her. Turning her head, she noticed that the leader of the alien organization branch she encountered at Shui Xin was also there, staring at her with a resentful gaze. Shin Longshun naturally saw this as well. He turned and stood in front of Wan Chong, blocking their eye contact, and joked, "No looking at other men." Wan Chong stifled a laugh and said, "An old acquaintance, right? He doesn't count as another man, does he? Besides," originally, Wan Chong intended to say besides, "I don't see how anyone else is related to you." However, she was rendered speechless by Shun Longshun. Shun Longshun directly grabbed Wan Chong's hand and stuffed a piece of cake in her mouth using her own hand. So much food can't shut you up. Wan Chong's mouth was blocked by cake, leaving her only able to express her dissatisfaction with her eyes, while Shun Longshun pretended not to see. Chapter 71. The Banquet Turmoil, Part 2. When the door to the banquet opened again, everyone's gaze focused on the entrance. A handsome man in a suit stood at the door, a faint smile on his face. As the crowd's attention turned to him, he smiled and nodded lightly. As a greeting, it was none other than the leader of the Ability User Organization, Yao Jiangdao. Once he entered, people began to approach him one after another. Among them were several elaborately dressed women. After all, it was well known that there were no women around Yao Jiangdao. The saying, "a sparrow turning into a phoenix," probably described this situation perfectly. Any woman who caught Yao Jiangdao's eye would likely soar to become a phoenix. Yurue glanced at the people surrounding Yao Jiangdao. "Let's wait a bit before we go over. It's a bit crowded right now." Chun Jingjing nodded and then headed towards the food, turning her back to Yao Jiangdao while picking at the food. Luo Isu's eyes turned, and she leaned closer to Chun Jingjing. "No need for Yurue to introduce you. If he introduces you to Yao Jiangdao, it probably won't leave a deep impression on him. Instead, it might make you seem like one of those women trying to climb the social ladder. Wait for the right moment to act." Chun Jingjing initially wanted to meet Yao Jiangdao through Yurue, but given the current situation, it seemed that Luo Isu's assessment was indeed correct. Wan Chong and Shin Longshun were watching from a corner, looking like they were enjoying the show. Su Yunli and Qin Ke were eating here and there, indulging in the food without paying any attention to what was happening. Luo Yasuzi carefully approached the crowd with a large piece of cake, protecting it as she walked in. Chun Jingjing could tell right away what Luo Yasuzi was up to. Although she usually seemed superficial except when it came to important matters, she had never dropped the ball at crucial moments. She picked up a plate of fruit and waited for Luo Yasuzi to make her move. As Luo Yasuzi cautiously entered the crowd with the cake, she slipped and accidentally bumped the cake against the thigh of Yao Jiangdao, leaving a large smear of cream. This action made the entire venue fall silent, all eyes gathering on Luo Yasuzi. Luo Yasuzi's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and facing everyone's gaze, she waved her hands repeatedly and stepped back, continuously apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Retreating to Chun Jingjing's side, she grabbed the hem of Chun Jingjing's dress. "Sister, I really didn't mean it." Chun Jingjing turned around, prompting several men present to gasp. Chun Jingjing was holding a plate of fruit, with a cherry in her mouth, half bitten and half exposed, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. She looked down at Luo Yasuzi, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes. the golden sequins at the corners of her eyes sparkling, wearing a golden outfit with long legs that seemed to shimmer. "What's wrong?" she asked softly, pulling the unbitten cherry from her mouth. Yao Jiangdao squinted with a faint smile as he watched the scene unfold. Luo Yisuzi pointed at Yao Jiangdao. "I really didn't mean it. Someone pushed me just now. Sister, please believe me." Chun Jingjing gracefully took Luo Yisuzi's hand and walked over. "Mr. Yao, my sister really didn't mean it. If it's too much trouble, I can accompany you to clean it up." Yao Jiangdao, already feeling somewhat annoyed by the crowd, was pleased with her suggestion. "Sure, that would be a hassle," he replied, making a gesture to invite them. Chun Jingjing nodded and told Luo Yisuzi, "Be careful here by yourself." Luo Yisuzi obediently nodded, and Chun Jingjing, with a faint smile, walked out in her 12-centimeter high heels, exuding a presence that rivaled Yao Jiangdao's. Once outside, a waiter immediately handed Chun Jingjing a pack of napkins and a towel. The restroom had a common washing area, which was convenient for Chun Jingjing. She expressionlessly wet the towel and then crouched down to wipe the cake off Yao Jiangdao's leg. Yao Jiangdao's voice came from above her. "This is troublesome. May I ask for your name, miss?" "Chun Jingjing," she replied coldly. Although her heart was racing, she maintained her icy demeanor perfectly. Many passers-by slowed down to watch Chun Jingjing. The hem of her golden dress fell to the ground, and as she crouched, her low-cut neckline revealed a glimpse of her fair skin. Noticing this, Yao Jiangdao would usually glare at others, and those lesser figures, recognizing him, would quickly leave. Chun Jingjing was aware of this, but chose to ignore it, carefully wiping off the cake remnants from Yao Jiangdao. Once it was clean, she used tissue to dry it off and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my sister could be a bit reckless." Yao Jiangdao smiled. "It's fine, kids are like that. But Miss Chun, you are quite different." Chun Jingjing feigned interest. "Oh, how am I different?" She was fully unleashing her acting skills, making it hard for anyone to find fault. Her heart raced. This was the crucial step to catch Yao Jiangdao's attention and make him remember her. Yao Jiangdao chuckled softly, then reached out, pulling the crouching Chun Jingjing up against the wall, directly pinning her there. Chun Jingjing's heart raced even faster, and she felt a slight heat on her face. Yao Jiangdao laughed softly. "You are a bit smarter than other women and stronger too. But hasn't anyone told you that level 5 and above ability users can sense others' heartbeats at close range?" Chun Jingjing's smile froze. She had almost thought she succeeded, but it seemed Yao Jiangdao had seen through her act. Indeed, she underestimated him. Still holding on to her last bit of reason, she said, "As a successful person, Mr. Yao, I'm naturally happy to have this close interaction. My heart racing is only normal, don't you think?" Yao Jiangdao continued, "That is true. However, you are indeed special. It's just that your ability is too low, only level 2. Although Chun Jingjing's heart raced, and she felt a bit breathless under Yao Jiangdao's pressure. She wouldn't let anyone question her abilities, not even him. So what if she was level 2? Being level 2 now doesn't mean she'll always be level 2, and even if she is only level 2, she can at least protect herself. Besides, if I were very powerful, even more than you, what would I need men for? So what do you think? If you offend me, what's the benefit?" Chun Jingjing suddenly realized she had come to collect from him. She had gotten carried away in the heat of the moment and said too much. If she really offended Yao Jiangdao, wouldn't she be done for? Level 2 and level 5 aren't just simple labels. She could be suppressed and unable to turn back, or even dealt with secretly. Who knows? Thinking of this, she immediately smiled apologetically. "Well, mister, Yao wouldn't hold it against me. After all, I just spoke without thinking. What if I want to hold it against you?" Yao Jiangdao interrupted. Chun Jingjing was left speechless. Yao Jiangdao continued, "How about we make a deal?" Chun Jingjing's eyes signaled him to go on. Yao Jiangdao's eyes held a hint of cunning as he smiled. "Although I am currently well off, my mother has been urging me to find a daughter-in-law, constantly looking for someone for me, and her health is declining. I don't want her to leave with regrets. But I don't like those people. I think you're special. How about this? I give you a chance to be with me until my mother passes away." He paused and added, "Of course, if we develop feelings after my mother passes away, our relationship can continue, and I can arrange a wedding for you. However, if we still have no feelings by then, our relationship will end." How does that sound? Yao Jiangdao's voice continued. Don't think of anything else. This opportunity is only once. And it's not like you're the only option. If you don't agree, then forget it, and we won't have any further dealings. Before Yao Jiangdao finished speaking, Chen Jingjing hurriedly interrupted. No, I agree, is that okay? Yao Jiangdao then took 2 steps back and said, That's better. Let us go. Chen Jingjing's eyes flickered, and she immediately went to link her arm with Yao Jiangdao's. Yao Jiangdao paused for a moment, and then continued walking as if nothing had happened. She is not at a disadvantage by holding onto Yao Jiang Island. As they walk in like this, unless someone is blind, it's impossible not to know their relationship. After all, it is said that there has never been a woman around Yao Jiang Island. Wan Shong was stunned in the corner, almost dropping her jaw. Like everyone else, she had only been gone for about half an hour. How did they get together so quickly? Their relationship developed so rapidly? Or is she just getting old? Only Luo Yasuzi witnessed this scene and wasn't particularly happy. Instead, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. In that half hour, quite a few people arrived, including Li Shu and Qi Yun, as well as the leader of the mutant organization, Tao Yueyin. Chapter 72, The Banquet Incident, Part 3. The leader of the mutant organization, Tao Yueyin, walked over to the two. Looking at Chen Jingjing, he smiled and said, I didn't know Boss Yao also liked women, and with such unique taste. Tao Yueyin naturally recognized Chen Jingjing as the woman he had previously issued a wanted notice for. After all, her photo was the only one on the wanted poster, while everyone else was represented by abstract drawings. Tao Yueyin, who was vain, hated it when others said he couldn't handle Li Shu, but clearly he didn't have the eloquence of Yao Jiangdao, and for a while, he couldn't come up with a retort. Li Shu approached, accompanied by Qi Yun. Qi Yun looked Chen Jingjing up and down and laughed. This sister looks really old. Chen Jingjing's smiling face stiffened. Everyone knew that Qi Yun had precognitive abilities. Li Shu always spoiled Qi Yun, making her a little princess-like figure in Wan Shong. Given Qi Yun's 8-year-old appearance saying such a thing, no one dared to speak up for Chen Jingjing, and Yao Jiangdao also didn't expect Chen Jingjing to be so ridiculed. So he remained silent for a moment. With the major figures gathering around, after Qi Yun's comment, everyone turned their attention to this side, and the surroundings suddenly fell silent. One could imagine how awkward Chen Jingjing's situation was. Moreover, many people's gazes were fixed on Chen Jingjing's face. Many who disapproved of Chen Jingjing had already begun to gossip. Yao Jiangdao actually likes such an old woman. Yeah. That Chen Jingjing claims to be only 20, but looks like a woman in her 30s. I heard she often sleeps with others, giving off the kind of mature woman vibe. As the discussions swirled around, the previously angry expression on Tao Yueyin's face shifted to one of amusement as he watched the spectacle. Qi Yun, with a proud smile, continued to look at Chen Jingjing, while Li Shu remained silent, clearly not intending to intervene. Miss, why do you look so short at your teenage age? Luo Yasuzi's voice rang out. Everyone's gaze shifted to Luo Yasuzi, wondering who was bold enough to confront the little princess of Wan Shong. Qi Yun retorted angrily, I'm only 9. Luo Yasuzi then feigned an understanding expression and replied, Oh, so you're only 9? Why do you have a few white hairs? Haven't you grown up yet? Or are you just old? Qi Yun was left speechless, furious, and directly took Qi Shi to storm out. Luo Yasuzi then looked at Chen Jingjing with a pitiful expression. Sister, did I do something wrong again? Chen Jingjing smiled and shook her head. It's fine, kids just bicker. I believe Officer Li won't mind, right, Officer Li? Li Shu naturally didn't dare to pursue Luo Yasuzi's faults, and with a cold smile, she said, of course, I don't mind. Boss Yao's girlfriend is truly sharp-tongued. Officer Li is too kind. We'll take our leave first. Officer Li, Boss Tao, feel free. With that, she took Chen Jingjing to another side. Just now, Chen Jingjing was in a precarious situation. She couldn't refute the child's words. If she got furious or made reckless retorts, Yao Jiangdao might never contact her again after today. As Chen Jingjing reached for a piece of cake, she asked, You did that on purpose, didn't you? Yao Jiangdao, shaking his glass of red wine, chuckled. I couldn't just let you rise to power like this, could I? You should at least be tested a bit. Are you satisfied now? Not bad, but your brother is quite clever. Chen Jingjing smiled as she ate, thankful for Luo Yasuzi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. They couldn't match Luo Yasuzi's intelligence. Although Qi Yun had precognitive abilities, her mental maturity was still lacking, and Luo Yasuzi managed to drive her away with just a few words. Shen Fan arrived later due to some matters. Yu Rui gave him a brief overview of things. And Shen Fan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Chun Jingjing and Yao Jiangdao. Shen Fan walked over to Shen Longchun, glanced at Wan Shong nearby, and then asked, "How have things been lately?" Shen Longchun nodded, unwilling to say more. After standing for a while, Shen Fan felt awkward and then went to chat with others. The banquet continued until the end. Aside from mutual probing and chatting, everything was peaceful. Chun Jingjing stretched and sighed. "I'm so tired. I haven't been this serious in a long time. Suddenly doing this feels a bit unaccustomed." Qingke leaned over. "Sister Jingjing, you're amazing, developing so quickly." Chun Jingjing smiled awkwardly, and Luo Yasuzi suddenly asked, "What is going on with you two? Did something happen?" Luo Yasuzi had anticipated that Chun Jingjing and Yao Jiangdao could likely be together, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, someone who could manage an organization shouldn't be too naive. Chun Jingjing originally liked this kind of man, and her own conditions weren't bad. She was good at disguising herself. So it was just a matter of time before she captured Yao Jiangdao. Moreover, from the current situation, Yao Jiangdao was considered a relatively upright person. He never flirted with other women and treated everyone with a consistent attitude. Calm, not wanting to get too close or too distant. However, the rapid development today was unusual, and something must be amiss, so things might not be as simple as they appeared. Chun Jingjing then recounted what happened today in detail. At the end, she worriedly said, "Could it be that he is doing this because I confronted him? He gives me what I want first, and when he no longer needs me, his people might come after me. That is too scary." As she spoke, Chun Jingjing shrank her neck. Luo Yasuzi said seriously, "No, since he is willing to give you a chance, you must work hard. Moreover, if he really wanted to torment you or take revenge, there are far better ways than this, so you can ignore that possibility." After hearing Luo Yasuzi's words, Chun Jingjing felt somewhat reassured. Luo Yasuzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard to get closer to Yao Jiangdao, and if Chun Jingjing suddenly had second thoughts and didn't want to be with him anymore, that would be a waste of effort. That was not the result he wanted. That night, just as Wan Shong was about to sleep, she heard Shen Longchun approach her and say, "Look at how quickly Chun Jingjing has developed. Now that you've found your brother, there's nothing important left. Shouldn't we also develop a bit?" Wan Shong was taken aback and stammered, unable to explain. Shen Longchun asked again, "Are you shy? They all know about our relationship, so why be shy?" "We don't have any relationship," she replied. "We sleep together every day, though. We didn't do anything while sleeping. Others don't think so." Saying this, Shen Longchun took out a small object. When Wan Chong saw it, her face turned red. A condom lay in the palm of Shen Longchun's hand. Shen Longchun shrugged and tossed the condom onto the bedside table, saying, "Yu Rui gave this to me before we left, saying he asked Yu Rui to give it to me, and he had another message." Shen Longchun paused, a sly look on his face, and continued. The exact words were, "It's normal for young people to be vigorous, but because Wan Chong's identity is special and she's pregnant, it's not the right time. If you can restrain yourself, try to hold back. If you can't, remember to use this." Wan Chong pressed her lips together and said nothing. She previously thought that sleeping together was nothing, since nothing had happened anyway. However, she forgot one thing. Life in Wan Shong was so calm that many people had nothing to do all day, which led to a surge of rumors. Wan Shong arranged for people to patrol regularly, and there were periodic efforts to clear out slightly dangerous mutated animals, so apart from being underfed, there was basically no danger here. Those who lived at the bottom of the food chain, who had not awakened any abilities or were mutated animals, also found themselves with free time. They didn't have to worry about food, as the military distributed supplies every day. Although they couldn't eat enough, they wouldn't starve to death. If they wanted to be full, they had to work hard for others. As a result, many people naturally found themselves with spare time and began to gossip about the high-ranking individuals. Therefore, since entering Wan Shong, their lives had been under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. Wan Shong looked at Shen Longchun and said seriously, "Then why do you want to be with me?" "Because I like you. I truly like you." "Is that all?" "If you can't be honest, then I think I can agree to you right now. From now on, we can sleep separately. Shen Longshan didn't know what answer Wan Shong wanted and remained silent for a long time. Wan Shong, feeling somewhat disappointed, said, "I'm tired. Let's rest early." Wan Shong then opened her eyes and looked at Shen Longshan. "So what is your purpose in going to Guanming?" "The heavenly flowing water," Wan Shong asked in confusion. "Heavenly flowing water?" Shen Longshan then slowly explained, "Guanming has heavenly flowing water, which was discovered by the research team as the earliest form of heavenly flowing water. All members of the Special Operations Team participated in that mission. After obtaining the heavenly flowing water, Chapter 73, Meeting the Parents. Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal his arm. I put the heavenly flowing water inside my arm, and then when we were evacuating, the apocalypse came. Everyone died in that forest. I might have awakened my abilities right after the apocalypse because of the wound on my arm. The first time I saw you, you had just cut off a man's arm. Since I was quite far away, I didn't know what happened. After that, I kept following you. Neither too close nor too far, and then I learned that you have space abilities." Wan Shong pondered for a moment and then asked, "When Brother Chun Mu mentioned tinching water, why didn't you react?" At that time, during the collection, Wan Shong didn't give a name. So the name tinching water was given after the apocalypse, and by then I'd already lost contact with them. When we went to snatch it, I realized that I was carrying tinching water, but it was too late to stop. So I didn't say anything. Wan Shong then realized why Shen Longshan was not a reborn person, had no apocalyptic experience, and, like other ordinary people, knew nothing. The reason he leveled up so quickly was because he had been carrying the tinching water all along, and because she had been with Shen Longshan. She was also influenced by the tinching water. Although she hadn't practiced her abilities much, she hadn't fallen behind by much either. Yaojiang Island and Taoyuan were able to advance much faster because they were the first to discover the tinching water and had been carrying it with them. Most of Shen Longshan's tinching water energy was blocked by the soft metal, so their advancement wasn't as rapid. With this thought, everything became clear. Wan Shong nodded slightly. "Let's sleep." Shen Longshan happily leaned closer. "Did you agree to me? We don't have to go out to sleep tomorrow." The implication, of course, was that she had agreed. Shen Longshan tentatively reached out his hand, resting it on Wan Shong's waist, pulling the little person into his arms. That night was probably the most peaceful night Shen Longshan had slept in a long time. In the following days, they were all training. Wan Shong had visited Wan Kun a few times and noticed that the number of injured people in the hospital had significantly increased, and Wan Kun clearly seemed overwhelmed. Reluctantly, Wan Shong helped him for an afternoon until her abilities were exhausted before leaving. On the way back to the training ground, they happened to find Chun Jingjing resting. Chun Jingjing's hand had been pricked by fine needles, leaving numerous small holes, but since the injuries weren't serious, she didn't go to the hospital. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Ching Ku went to open it, and the visitor was a staff member from the training ground. "Excuse me, is Miss Chun Jingjing here?" The staff member asked cautiously. "Yes." Hearing her name called, Chun Jingjing jogged over. She was taken aback, turning to look at Luo Yiji. After seeing Luo Yiji nod, she said, "You can't be late for training tomorrow." After Chun Jingjing agreed, she turned and walked out. Although Luo Yiji didn't know what Yao Jiangdao was thinking, he felt that Chun Jingjing being with him was beneficial, so he naturally tried to facilitate it. Downstairs was a stranger. The man looked Chun Jingjing up and down before asking, "Are you Miss Chun Jingjing?" Chun Jingjing nodded, and the man introduced himself. "I'm a Wu, sent by boss Yao to pick you up." Chun Jingjing smiled. "The owner of Wanshong Pet Store is named Asi. Your names are really similar. Asi is my brother. After he became an exotic butterfly, he has been idle all day, so he opened a pet store." Chun Jingjing took the box. "My dormitory is just behind here, not far. Please wait for me. I'll be quick." A Wu nodded with a smile, and Chun Jingjing ran towards the dormitory. After taking a shower, she opened the box. Inside was a light blue skirt with a thin light blue veil at the bottom, alongside a pair of matching blue high heels and a coordinating headpiece. When Chun Jingjing saw the dress, she didn't rush to put it on, but instead ran her hands over it repeatedly. The quality of the dress was naturally top-notch. She had seen it before the apocalypse, and it was a national limited edition with only 3 pieces available nationwide at that time. After the apocalypse, she no longer had such high standards for clothing. This set of skirts used the best fabric, incorporated some Han elements in the design, and featured high-quality hand embroidery, making the hem look light and not cumbersome. After quickly tidying herself up and applying light makeup, she ran downstairs. Now, she didn't need to bring money or a phone. In fact, she didn't need to bring anything at all, nor did she have to worry about which bag to carry. When Wu saw Chun Jingjing running over, he was clearly startled. Chun Jingjing looked confused. Although she was indeed pretty, she didn't think she was stunning enough to leave someone speechless. Moreover, Wu had just seen her and did not have any excessive reaction. So why did he find it so strange just because she changed clothes? What's wrong? Chun Jingjing asked curiously. Wu finally reacted. It's nothing, let's go. Just as Chun Jingjing was about to ask how to get there, Wu transformed into a large wolf dog. Chun Jingjing took 2 steps back. Wu's size was the largest among the exotic people she had seen, not counting the leader of the exotic organization. Nevertheless, he was estimated to be about 6 meters tall. Wu squatted down. Miss Chun, come on up. Chun Jingjing jumped up, and Wu looked at her with wide eyes. You don't look like you're only at level 2. Chun Jingjing smiled. But I really am only at level 2. Although her level was low, she had considerable combat experience. The journey thus far was not without merit. People from Wan Shong had been staying here, so the danger had naturally decreased a lot. Moreover, Wan Shong was the place with the most tinching water. Although special methods have been used to prevent the energy from leaking, it still couldn't be completely blocked. Therefore, training in Wan Shong was much faster than in other cities. Wu took Chun Jingjing away from the military base, and after a 10-minute journey, they arrived at their destination. Yao Jiangdao was waiting at the entrance, dressed in a dark blue suit, which matched well with Chun Jingjing's light blue dress. When Chun Jingjing got off of Wu, Yao Jiangdao smiled and said, "You look great in that dress." Chun Jingjing politely nodded. Although she and Yao Jiangdao were now in a romantic relationship, she still felt a bit restrained. After all, their relationship was only temporary, and if Yao Jiangdao was not satisfied with her, he could kick her out at any time. However, if his mother liked her as a daughter-in-law, the effect would be different. Naturally, she linked her arm with Yao Jiangdao's, and they walked in side by side. As they walked, Yao Jiangdao said, "My father passed away a long time ago, so it's just my mother, and there aren't many relatives, so you don't have to worry." Chun Jingjing replied softly. Looking at the scenery around her, she couldn't help but marvel at how different the wealthy were. No, it should be said that those with power were different. Their home looked like a palace. In front was a garden, the corridor was shaded by trees with pavilions, and the house was a villa with a swimming pool behind it. Looking at this layout, Chun Jingjing had basically guessed the distribution of the house. Yao Jiangdao's gaze fell on her feet. "Last time I saw you in such high shoes, I thought your feet would swell for a few days, but it seems fine." Chun Jingjing laughed. "Are you worried that if my feet swelled, I wouldn't be able to wear these shoes? So you delayed sending someone to pick me up for a few days?" Yao Jiangdao maintained a gentle smile, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Chun Jingjing didn't think too much about it, and assumed Yao Jiangdao was just being responsible. Although their relationship was now established in public, she was clear that all of this was due to their transaction. Yao Jiangdao also dutifully acted like a boyfriend should, and Chun Jingjing couldn't help but feel a bit enchanted. After all, this kind of life was something she could hardly have even dreamed of before the apocalypse. After entering the villa, Yao Jiangdao took her upstairs. The living room on the second floor had a long western dining table and a balcony, with plenty of natural light. At the dining table sat a woman. Yao Jiangdao led Chun Jingjing over. "Mom, this is my girlfriend I mentioned to you, Chun Jingjing." Yao's mother looked at Chun Jingjing and then smiled. "Child, come closer. I'm old and can't see clearly from this distance." Chun Jingjing smiled and said, "Okay," then bent slightly to make it easier for Yao's mother to see her. Yao Mama carefully looked at Chun Jingjing before she said with satisfaction, Good. But I feel like I've seen this child before." Chapter 74. Leaving the dormitory. Yao Mama carefully looked at Chun Jingjing before she said with satisfaction, Good. But I feel like I've seen this child before, though I can't seem to remember." Yao Jiangdao pulled the chair out for Chun Jingjing to sit down, and then he sat down beside her. "If you can't remember, then forget it. Anyway, she will be your daughter-in-law in the future." Yao Mama nodded happily. "That's great. This child makes me feel at ease." Xiao Dao, hurry up and let a Wu serve the dishes. Don't let the girl go hungry. Yao Jiangdao nodded. A Wu. Serve the dishes. Yes, boss. A Wu responded at the door and then turned to walk out. After a while, a group of women came in, each carrying a plate. The women were all dressed in maid outfits, each looking more striking than a flight attendant, walking like models on a runway. There were various types, from pure and innocent to alluring and mature. Chen Jingjing considered herself to have seen many beauties, and she didn't think she was lacking either. But this time, she inexplicably felt a hint of inferiority. She quickly suppressed that feeling. She couldn't deny that she was a proud person and wouldn't allow others to look down on her or expose her weaknesses. Call me Annie? That's too distant. Just like Xiao Dao, call me Mom. Oh, okay, Mom. Chen Jingjing said somewhat awkwardly, because her mother had passed away a long time ago. She hadn't called that word in years, and now suddenly calling a stranger that felt a bit uncomfortable. Yao Mama immediately cheerfully urged, Jingjing, you should eat too. Here, drink some chicken soup to replenish your strength. Life has been tough after the end of the world, but don't worry, Mom will definitely make you chubby. After that, Yao Mama asked a lot of questions, and Chen Jingjing handled them with ease, while Yao Jiangdao quietly watched the two women chatting back and forth. After the meal, Yao Mama said apologetically, Jingjing, I'm getting old and like to sleep. In the afternoon, let Xiao Dao take you out to play. If he bullies you, tell Mom, and I'll support you. Then she turned to Yao Jiangdao. Xiao Dao, make sure not to neglect Jingjing. Okay, Chen Jingjing replied with a smile. After Yao Mama left, Yao Jiangdao stood up. Let's go. Chen Jingjing huffed lightly. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own ways. Yao Jiangdao smiled slyly. From now on, I am your boss. Although Wan Shong has special abilities, she is ultimately too weak. There is no benefit in following her. Chen Jingjing immediately denied it. That's not acceptable. I have already recognized her as my boss. No matter what you say, it won't change. Following Yao Jiangdao. What if one day he lost interest and kicked her out? Wouldn't that be a loss for her? Following Wan Shong would at least leave her with some options. And besides, Wan Shong has special abilities, Shen Longshan has a strong background, and Luo Yisu is quick-witted. Any of those options are better than following Yao Jiangdao. At least with Wan Shong, she could be herself, while with Yao Jiangdao, she had to maintain an image of being a lady, always thinking on her feet, afraid of being schemed against, which was too exhausting. Yao Jiangdao didn't say anything, just smiled. A Wu, let us go. A Wu turned back into a wolf dog, and as the two of them got ready, he started running. What is wrong? Is it not allowed? No, no, no. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Jingjing was struggling to knock on the door, feeling a bit frantic, mainly because Yao Jiangdao was here, making it difficult to talk about things. Yao Jiangdao seemed to see her dilemma and quietly asked, Where's your room? Chen Jingjing immediately went to open the door across the hall. Here. You wait for me here. I'll ask and come back. Yao Jiangdao nodded and walked in slowly. When Shen Longshan opened the door, he found Chen Jingjing a bit strange. And Luo Yisu also came out, heading straight in as if familiar with the place. Wan Shong looked at Luo Yisu and asked, How do you know? When Yaojiang Island was outside the door, Shen Longshan and I already knew because the energy fluctuations from Yaojiang Island are very strong and different from others. But how does Luo Yisu know that Chen Jingjing has arrived without awakening any special abilities? Chen Jingjing then said, Yaojiang Island asked me to move in with him. So I can't ask the boss. Wan Shong asked back, So do you want to live with him? Chen Jingjing scratched her head and replied, I don't know. I think he's a pretty good person, and we get along well. But I always feel afraid. Like I'm worried that one day he might lose interest in me or find someone more suitable, and then I would be done for. Hearing Chen Jingjing say this, Wan Shong fell silent. Shen Longshan had no idea how to handle such matters either. In the end, it was Luo Yisuzi who said, It's normal for you to be afraid now. The higher the level of ability, the corresponding pressure will be different. It's normal for you to feel this way, since there's such a big gap between you. But I feel like that would make me very cautious. Like I always have to be careful. Chen Jingjing said uncertainly. Wan Shong glanced at Luo Yisuzi and said, You can decide this matter for yourself. But in any case, don't neglect your training. My suggestion is to give it a try. If he is really the kind of person who relies on novelty, They definitely wouldn't have gone so long without a woman by his side. Although we haven't known each other for long, it's still worth a shot. Otherwise, it would be a pity to miss out. Wan Shong nodded. After watching Chun Jingjing leave, she sternly said to Luo Yisuzi, "Put away your little schemes. Just because you have a high IQ doesn't mean you can fool everyone." This was the first time Wan Shong spoke harshly to Luo Yisuzi. Previously, Wan Shong thought that Luo Yisuzi was looking out for them, but now that they were at Wan Shong, various signs indicated that Luo Yisuzi had other unspeakable secrets. Luo Yisuzi pouted and replied, "Got it." As she stood up to leave, she suddenly turned around at the door and said, "Keep the noise down at night. You guys are making a ruckus, and it's really affecting my thinking." Wan Shong didn't understand. "What's wrong? I didn't do anything. That kind of trivial chat can wait until daytime. At night, we should get a good sleep." Wan Shong and Shun Longshun looked at each other speechlessly. After Chun Jingjing opened the door, she saw Yao Jiangdao sitting on the bed. Yao Jiangdao looked at her and said, "After you pack your things, we'll leave. I will send someone to train you in the future." Shun Jingjing nodded and opened the wardrobe to start packing. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yao Jiangdao got up to open it, and Gu Ziqing, who was outside, was slightly taken aback upon seeing him. This was because the person who notified her said it was Chun Jingjing who needed a suitcase, and she thought she had come to the wrong place. Just as she was about to apologize, Yao Jiangdao directly pulled the suitcase over and said, "You didn't come to the wrong place. I'll take it inside." "Okay." Gu Ziqing replied and hurriedly left. Although she didn't know who he was, she felt a lot of pressure when talking to him and quietly labeled Yao Jiangdao as a big shot in her mind. Chun Jingjing's voice came from inside the room. "Who is it? I had someone find you a suitcase." Originally, Chun Jingjing only wanted to bring a few necessary items because she only had one bag. Now that she had a suitcase, it was different. Packing took a full half an hour, stuffing the suitcase until it was full before she stopped. Yao Jiangdao effortlessly pulled the suitcase and walked outside. Chun Jingjing, feeling a bit uncomfortable, said, "I can handle this. It's not too heavy." Yao Jiangdao retorted, "If you do everything, then what am I here for? How do you know I won't leave?" Yao Jiangdao naturally sensed Chun Jingjing was trying to change the subject, and he didn't expose her flimsy excuse. The sound insulation in the dormitory was poor. Yao Jiangdao said lightly, "With level 5 abilities at this close distance and with such poor sound insulation, I naturally heard their conversation, including the dialogue between Wan Shong and Luo Yisuzi. However, he didn't want to concern himself with such trivial matters." Downstairs, Ao was waiting. When he saw the two come down, he hurriedly took the suitcase from Yao Jiangdao's hand. "Okay," Ao replied and transformed, leaving with the suitcase in his mouth. Chun Jingjing watched Ao leave and sighed, "Wow, that is so convenient." Yao Jiangdao smiled and said, "Let us go." "Where are we going now?" Chun Jingjing asked. "I'll take you to see my organization." Chun Jingjing, "Is it developing this quickly? I'm not ready yet." Seeing her silent, Yao Jiangdao glanced at her and asked softly, "What is wrong?" For the first time, Chun Jingjing noticed how nice Yao Jiangdao's voice sounded, deep and magnetic. "It's nothing, nothing," she quickly responded with a smile. Yao Jiangdao chuckled lightly, "This way." The two walked side by side for half an hour before reaching their destination. It was a factory-like place, with buildings stretching endlessly. The guards at the entrance saw Yao Jiangdao and respectfully called out, "Boss." Yao Jiangdao nodded and took Chun Jingjing inside. Inside were all training areas, and seeing those strange things, Chun Jingjing was confused. "Those are training tools designed for us. They're very suitable for our current level," Yao Jiangdao explained. Chun Jingjing nodded and followed Yao Jiangdao's pace. This place was divided into several areas: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind, arranged according to different abilities. If there were no missions, everyone spent their time training. There was no distinction between genders here. Everyone had the same training workload. If one did not complete their training, they were not allowed to eat. Yao Jiangdao also had his own rules. Just as Chun Jingjing was about to check what those rules were, and if there were any taboos, she felt Yao Jiangdao pulling her to another place. "Those things are for them to see. You don't need to." Chun Jingjing smiled and jokingly said, "Am I that special?" Unexpectedly, Yao Jiangdao really responded with a light. After wandering around, Yao Jiangdao showed her around his organization, and after a day of exploring, they decided to eat at the organization. So you spent the whole day with me today? Today's matters are postponed until tomorrow. Chun Jingjing quietly started to eat. Although she felt inexplicably shy around Yao Jiangdao, it was undeniable that they had a feeling of being in a relationship rather than just a transaction. This was because Yao Jiangdao cared about her feelings and was willing to bring her to his organization, letting his subordinates know about her. After dinner, Yao Jiangdao took her away from there. To be honest, after a whole day of walking, she felt more tired than from training. Although her feet were fine, she was exhausted. Yao Jiangdao glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you weren't tired?" Chun Jingjing pouted. What did she say she wasn't tired? Suddenly, Yao Jiangdao squatted in front of her and said, "Come on, I'll carry you." Chun Jingjing looked at Yao Jiangdao, squatting there, a little dazed but still climbed onto his back. Yao Jiangdao's hand carefully brushed against the hem of her skirt and held it to prevent it from flying up. Chun Jingjing leaned on his shoulder and quietly asked, "Didn't you say it was just a transaction? Why are you being so nice to me?" Yao Jiangdao suddenly laughed. "You'll know in a bit." She didn't know how long they walked. It felt long enough that she almost fell asleep. When they passed a shopping mall, Chun Jingjing suddenly perked up. Wait. Yao Jiangdao stopped and put her down, walking in with her side by side. Okay. Yao Jiangdao followed behind her, and once they reached the clothing section, Chun Jingjing happily looked around. Yao Jiangdao glanced at a dark corner, and his eyes flickered as he heard slight rustling sounds. A few normal rats scurried out. Yao Jiangdao's fingers moved slightly, and the rats were instantly petrified, while Chun Jingjing was too focused on looking at clothes to notice. Yao Jiangdao nodded and walked ahead. After they went out, he squatted down again. After walking for a while, Yao Jiangdao carried Chun Jingjing to a residential building and stopped at the entrance. This residential building was of a high standard. Yao Jiangdao looked at the building and sighed. "I used to live here, but after the apocalypse, no one lived here anymore." Chun Jingjing nodded, and Yao Jiangdao took her inside. They went up to the third floor, and at the door of one apartment, Yao Jiangdao took out a key and unlocked the door. The inside of the house was very clean, without a speck of dust. Yao Jiangdao turned on the lights, and the room lit up, similar in size to the place Chun Jingjing used to live. The furnishings in the room looked very high-end, with carpets on the floor. Although the area was about the same size as her previous home, the items were much more upscale. I regularly send people to clean it, and I installed a generator and connected the water. Where's the bathroom? Chun Jingjing nodded, and after putting down her clothes, she took them to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Chun Jingjing came out barefoot and said, "All done. You can go wash now." There was a hanging chair on the small balcony, and there were 2 bedrooms. Chun Jingjing casually opened one to take a look and then went to the other. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. There was a large heart made of red string on the wall, filled with photos. The photos are all of her, some from live broadcasts, some casual, some from trips. Every single one is her, and Chun Jingjing is already stunned. She walked over and casually tore down a photo. The glue on the back had turned yellow, indicating it wasn't a temporary stick, but had been there for a long time. In the photo, Yao Jiangdao is wrapped in a bath towel, with wet hair dripping water, and her muscles aren't the bulky type, just subtly visible, exuding a certain sensuality. Chun Jingjing couldn't help but swallow hard before asking, "When did you put these up?" Yao Jiangdao walked over. "These were put up a long time ago. Initially, there were only a few, but then more and more until they filled this entire wall." Chun Jingjing's eyes turned a bit red, and Yao Jiangdao continued, "I started watching you from your first live broadcast. Every time after that, I watched. There were recordings of each broadcast on my computer, but unfortunately, there's no signal now, so I can't use them. So you knew me quite early on?" Yao Jiangdao nodded affirmatively. Chun Jingjing felt a bit exasperated. "Then why didn't you say anything the first time we met? Even though I was confident, I was worried that you might not want to be with me. Just to be safe, I had to do it this way." Yao Jiangdao continued, "And when I entered the banquet, I saw you, but you didn't come near me or even glance at me, so I had to do this just in case. I have to thank you, brother, for that." Upon hearing this, Chun Jingjing couldn't help but twitch her mouth. If Luo Yizhu had known that was the reason, he probably wouldn't have thought so much back then. Chun Jingjing took a deep breath and said, "Go get dressed." After speaking, she followed Yao Jiangdao outside. sitting on the swing chair on the balcony. Yao Jiangdao was wearing the couple's pajamas that Chun Jingjing had picked out for her, holding a notebook, and sat down next to Chun Jingjing, pulling her into his arms. Then he opened the album. This is a photo from your first live broadcast. At that time, you kept saying that your parents had passed away, and you were all alone in a city, living cautiously every day. Chun Jingjing chuckled. You remember all this? That was 5 years ago, she thought. At that time, she was just 16, in a strange city, unable to find work, and accidentally got into live streaming, which was her first. But because she wasn't well prepared, she didn't know what to do next, so she started talking about her own life. If Yao Jiangdao hadn't mentioned it, she might have forgotten herself. Yao Jiangdao nodded without a doubt. I remember every broadcast. This was the time you got drunk and cried during your live stream. I can't remember the exact time, but it seemed you had a breakup, which is why you were like that. Yao Jiangdao tightened his grip around Chun Jingjing, and she continued, but luckily, I met you after the apocalypse. Saying this, she smiled. Yao Jiangdao looked at the woman in his arms, feeling incredibly fortunate that the apocalypse had brought the woman he had liked for 5 years to his side. One hand wrapped around Chun Jingjing's waist, and the other held her chin, and he kissed her. Originally intending to just peck, he found Chun Jingjing's lips even more delightful than he imagined, and couldn't help but hold the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Chapter 76. Ready to go. Originally intending to just peck, he found Chun Jingjing's lips even more delightful than he imagined, and couldn't help but hold the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Chun Jingjing stared wide-eyed at Yao Jiangdao, somewhat incredulous, and couldn't help but gently move her lips, using her fingertips to rub her slightly swollen lips from the kiss. Chun Jingjing was still in a daze, looking at Yao Jiangdao. Yao Jiangdao chuckled lightly, placed the album on the swing, and directly picked Chun Jingjing up in a bridal carry, walking into the room. He gently laid her on the bed, then untied her clothing, her fair skin barely visible, and Chun Jingjing's face turned redder than ever. Yao Jiangdao quickly took off his clothes and leaned over Chun Jingjing, kissing her again, his hands roaming down. Chun Jingjing was so anxious that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Yao Jiangdao took her hands and placed them around his neck, his voice hoarse. Silly. Chun Jingjing wanted to say something more, but Yao Jiangdao didn't give her the chance, directly kissing her lips. On the balcony, a page of the album on the swing was blown by the wind, revealing a page with no photos, only 4 words, guard you for a lifetime. The next morning, when Chun Jingjing woke up, she saw Yao Jiangdao staring at her, making her blush. Why are you staring at me? Given last night's battle, it was easy to imagine that she was likely a mess, with her hair in disarray. Yao Jiangdao smiled lightly as he sat up, directly picking Chun Jingjing up in a princess carry. The skin-to-skin contact made Chun Jingjing's face flush again. Chun Jingjing nodded, and Yao Jiangdao walked out, looking at the red mark on the bed, reaching out to pull the sheets down. He couldn't help but rub his temples, closing his eyes, trying to calm himself down. After Chun Jingjing came out, he went into the bathroom, turned on the cold water, and let it run over his head, finally calming his heated skin. Since they hadn't brought any clothes, they had to wear what they wore yesterday. Every step Chun Jingjing took was a struggle, her whole body aching unbearably. Moreover, the hickey on her neck was impossible to hide. Yao Jiangdao looked satisfied at the results of last night's battle, squatting down in front of Chun Jingjing. Come on, I'll carry you. Seeing the hickey on Chun Jingjing's neck, he immediately understood. He respectfully called out, Boss, sister-in-law. Chun Jingjing lay on Yao Jiangdao's shoulder, laughing so hard that her shoulders trembled. It was the first time someone had called her that, and she inexplicably felt like she was dating a social underworld boss. Wan Shong nodded, and Chun Jingjing voluntarily went to train. After 2 days, Shun Longchen's ability had basically evolved from a fireball to a cylindrical shape. Wan Shong's vines have already been able to penetrate the wooden board, although not deeply. There is still some effect. The ice-type ability can also freeze half of a wooden board now. The biggest progress has been made by Qin Ku, whose hand speed can now match her foot speed, and Luo Yasuzi is already implementing her second plan. As for Su Yunli, her archery and shooting skills can hit the target. Although she still can't hit the bullseye, at least she has mastered the basic techniques. Only Chun Jingjing has not trained for 3 days and is still at the same level. After a pause, she continued, I heard there is an important matter regarding the large mutated iron tree that disappeared in Shangyang. With that, she let everyone inside. Some people were already there in the conference room. Yao Jiangdao saw Chen Jingjing and waved to her, and Chen Jingjing immediately ran over happily to sit with Yao Jiangdao. After most people had arrived, Shun Fan and Li Shu entered one after the other. After Shun Fan sat down, he scanned everyone. Great, everyone is here, so let's start today's meeting. Li Shu distributed a piece of paper in her hand to everyone. This is the detailed information about that iron tree. Given our current capabilities, this is all we know. Wan Shong read the paper, which mainly stated that the mutated iron tree was a Brazilian wood and had now moved to an unnamed forest, where it had taken root. Therefore, it was currently named the Brazilian wood forest. The residents around the forest had all evacuated, but the area of the forest continued to expand, and the Brazilian wood was growing very tall. Residents near the edge of the forest described that the top of the tree was no longer visible. Moreover, no one had entered the forest, as it was said to be very dangerous, and the Brazilian wood was very strong. Some awakened individuals could sense intense energy fluctuations. It was said that the Brazilian wood was holding celestial water, and it had seen the most celestial water, which allowed it to evolve and grow rapidly. The evolutionary mutation ability of plants was originally lower than that of animals, but the Brazilian wood far exceeded those animals or mutated humans. The only explanation was that it possessed celestial water. However, it was still unknown whether the Brazilian wood was growing normally or had intentions of invading territory. Shun Fan then spoke up, saying that the military had developed a large combat aircraft that could be used now. However, the number of people it could carry was very limited, so they would go in 2 batches to the Brazilian wood forest. Therefore, they were here today to discuss and decide who would go first and who would go later. Li Shu spoke up, saying they needed to bring their own mounts. As the forest was too vast to enter on foot, the military needed people to guard, which meant that both she and Commander Shun could not go. Tao Yuan crossed his arms and said, I can go alone. It doesn't matter if I'm in the first batch or the second batch. Luo Yiji squinted and said, the people going from our side include me, Wan Shong, Shun Longshin, Chen Jingjing, Qing Kao, Su Yunli, and my cat Nian Yen. I've already checked the aircraft. The rear cabin can accommodate Nian Yen. Qi Yun immediately objected. The rear cabin is for carrying items. If you put your cat in there, what about everyone else's things? Luo Yiji rested his face on his hand and glanced at Qi Yun. Do you think you have the right to speak now? Just bring your own stuff. Carrying too much is useless. Even Qi Yun, no matter how dull she was, knew that Luo Yiji was referring to her abilities. Because anything that involved Luo Yiji was unpredictable. She had tried many times, and the results were always the same. However, she could still predict events that did not involve Luo Yiji, so she did not mention this, as it related to her status in Wan Shong. She was afraid that if she really argued with Luo Yiji and the matter was revealed, it would certainly affect her standing. So she dare not say much and fell silent. Clearly, others were puzzled. Qi Yun had always been protected by Li Shu and could do as she pleased in Wan Shong, with everyone treating her with respect. Her usual temper was fierce. Yet now, after being yelled at by Luo Yiji, she showed no reaction, which left everyone confused. Yao Jiangdao timely spoke up. I will go with them and also bring a Wu. To them he referred to naturally meant Wan Shong and her group. Luo Yiji looked around at everyone and said, this way, we can leave all at once. Shun Fan, who had participated in the aircraft development, naturally knew how much weight the aircraft could bear, and given the current situation, it was clearly overloaded. There are too many people. We can't go all at once. Let's split into 2 batches. Shun Fan expressed his thoughts tactfully. Shun Fan understood the value of Luo Yiji and knew her intelligence. He estimated that her intellect was even above that of Zhuang Shan and the others, so he spoke more courteously. Luo Yiji naturally understood. The current aircraft can't handle it. I can modify it. In a month's time, I will modify the aircraft and enhance the training. Shun Fan immediately agreed, but still glanced at Li Shu next to him and asked, Commander Li, what do you think? Li Shu also knew a bit about Luo Yiji's abilities. The modified aircraft would be for military use, which was beneficial, so she nodded in agreement. Luo Yiji then said, in a month's time, our strength is still somewhat lacking. I request to use celestial water for a month. After all, physical fitness is improved, but low-level abilities are useless. Shun Fan immediately nodded. I agree, and I believe Commander Li has no objections, as this is for our military's benefit and the future's hope. Commander Li, what do you say? Originally, Li Shu wanted to refuse, but since Shun Fan had said it, if she disagreed, wouldn't she become a target? In the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed, because the place for storing celestial water had a special lock, and there were 2 keys, one in Shun Fan's hand and the other in Li Shu's hand. Chapter 77. Mutated plants, because the place for storing celestial water had a special lock, and there were 2 keys, one in Shun Fan's hand and the other in Li Shu's hand. With the arrow on the string, it had to be released. After Li Shu dropped the key, she left with Tao Yueyin and her people. Shun Fan also took out his key and then handed both keys to Shen Longshan. Children are somewhat lacking in managing things. Shen Longshan is a bit older than you, so let him manage it. After saying this, he took his people and left. Yao Jiangdao also stood up, patted Chun Jingjing's head, and said, I'll have a Wu come and pick you up tonight. I have things to do in the afternoon, so I'll leave first. Okay. After Chun, Jingjing replied. She felt him take his hand off her head. With so many people watching them, Chun Jingjing felt her face flush again. Chun Jingjing usually considered herself thick-skinned, but now, being teased by Yao Jiangdao, her face turned red. She secretly wondered if she was poisoned. After everyone had left, Luo Yizhi then spoke. In the coming month, I will modify the aircraft. You all should train on your own, supervise each other, and don't slack off, especially you, Chun Jingjing. Otherwise, you will hold us back. Chun Jingjing, still blushing, heard Luo Yizhi call her name and nodded repeatedly in response. Luo Yizhi continued, from now on, go to the celestial water to train and enhance your abilities every morning, and in the afternoon, train on the accuracy of your abilities and skill releases. Suidunity, try to evolve a bit more. It would be best if you could evolve claws, so you won't lack in attack power. Wan Shong and Shun Longshan should strive to reach level 4, while the others must reach level 3. Levels 1 to 4 are relatively easy to improve, but reaching level 5 or higher is probably not feasible. As far as I know, the highest level achievable now is basically level 8, and currently, the strongest ability belongs to the level 5 from Yaojiang Island, which has reportedly been stuck at level 5 for 2 months. This indicates the difficulty of enhancing abilities. So, everyone, do your best. Otherwise, if we can't even meet the basic standards, how will we survive in the future? After everyone agreed, Luo Yisuzi left. In the following month, Shen Longshan and Wan Shong supervised each other, undergoing rigorous training, and their strength showed significant improvement. As Luo Yisuzi expected, both Wan Shong and Shen Longshan reached level 4, while the others remained at level 3. Their physical strength and ability release had also noticeably improved. When Luo Yisuzi came to check on them, she was quite satisfied with their hard work. Su Yunli, how far have you evolved? Luo Yisuzi asked. Su Yunli rolled up her sleeves. I haven't evolved claws, but my skin can turn into feathers. Saying this, her originally smooth skin evolved a layer of tiny feathers. Luo Yisuzi nodded, stroking her chin. This can't be rushed. Evolution takes time. However, having feathers should improve your defense a bit. It's better than nothing. Su Yunli thought the same, so she wasn't too disappointed. On the day of departure, everyone arrived early. Luo Yisuzi patted Nian Yan's thigh and carefully instructed. Nian Yan, once inside, stay crouched, don't move around, and don't stand up. Understand? Nian Yan obediently meowed, as if she understood. Then she crouched down and crawled in. Luo Yisuzi immediately said, everyone, get in quickly. At the current speed, it will take about 3 hours to arrive, so don't waste time. Once everyone boarded, the plane officially took off. Nian Yan, due to her large size, had her tail hanging outside, and the wind blew her fur in one direction, making her a bit uncomfortable as she swayed left and right. Fortunately, her tail was outside, so it didn't affect her much. On the plane, Qing Chi couldn't stand the quiet atmosphere and started chatting with a Wu. Qing Chi asked, what does C think of opening a pet store? With you around, he shouldn't go hungry, right? A Wu shrugged. My brother just loves to stir things up. When he has nothing to do, he gets bored. Opening a pet store helps pass the time. So I let him do his thing. They initially wondered why a sea could open a pet store, but now it made sense. With a Wu as a brother to rely on, he could do as he pleased at the bottom level. A Wu was a well-known figure beside Yaojiang Island, which was the only level 5 ability user and had an organization of ability users under him. So naturally, no one dared to say anything. 2.5 hours later, the plane began to descend, and they could see the Brazil wood from the window. Upon seeing the Brazil wood, everyone was shocked. The tree had grown into the clouds, and its height was unclear. They were landing at the edge of the forest, and the trees they saw were already so large that they felt small, let alone getting closer to the Brazil wood. Moreover, they could feel the intense energy fluctuations that were hard to ignore. Qingqi exclaimed, "Wow, it's so big. I thought nothing could compare to Nian Yin, but now it seems like 5 Nian Yins wouldn't match its size." Nian Yin in the back heard someone calling her name and meowed twice in grievance since she had been crouching for too long and couldn't move, which made her feel quite wronged. Once they landed, Nian Yin backed out, having crouched for over 2 hours, and her limbs were stiff. Seeing Luo Yasuzi and the others come down, she immediately jumped up happily beside them. After they got off the plane, the pilot gave everyone a standard salute and said in a clear voice, "The commander said the plane cannot get too close to the forest. I've flown the plane to the nearest town. If you walk, it will take about an hour to get there. After completing the task, you will need to come on your own. May I ask, are you the one sent by Wan Shong?" A timid male voice asked. Only then did everyone look over to see a boy around 16 or 17 years old, looking very refined, watching them. Luo Yasuzi walked over. "We were sent by Wan Shong. Who are you?" The boy relaxed a bit upon seeing Luo Yasuzi, giving off a big brother vibe. "I'm here from the town to guide you, because I'm the only one who's been to the forest. My name is Ban Song." Qingqi hopped over and playfully teased. "Ban Song, the forest is so dangerous. You actually dared to go in alone and came out safe?" Ban Song scratched his head, feeling awkward. "That was during the town celebration. I had a drink, and when the alcohol hit, I just ran in." He then sighed. "Although I was a bit hazy at the time, I still remember a little, and that Brazil wood is really amazing. When you get close, you can't see the end on either side. By the way, can you run fast?" Seeing everyone nod, Ban Song immediately transformed. "Then let's hurry. If we're late, the forest will be even more dangerous." Ban Song was a spotted deer hybrid, and he had fully transformed, indicating that the success rate of hybrids was quite high. Yaojiang Island also revealed his form, which was a lion. Upon seeing this, Ban Song instinctively stepped back. A Wu transformed into a large wolf dog, carrying Yaojiang Island and Shunjingjing. Qingqi looked at Ban Song and tentatively asked, "Can I ride you? I've never ridden a spotted deer before." Ban Song looked at Qingqi and readily agreed. "Sure, you're so thin anyway." After that, only Wan Shong, Luo Yasuzi, Shenlongchen, and Su Yunli were left to ride Nian Yin. Ban Song was the first to rush in, followed by Tao Yueyin, a Wu, and finally Nian Yin. Once they entered the forest, Ban Song began to speed up, but fortunately, everyone kept up. After running for about 10 minutes, Ban Song suddenly slowed down. Yaojiang Island asked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" Ban Song pointed to the path. "There's a wild boar herd here, so let's tread lightly and try not to startle them." After everyone nodded, Ban Song started running again. The lion, wolf dog, and Yin Yin all had thick pads on their feet, making no sound at all. Just when they thought they could pass safely, a pig squeal suddenly rang out, followed by chaotic footsteps. Ban Song shouted in alarm and sped up, but after a few minutes, he abruptly stopped and anxiously said, "There's a swamp up ahead. We can't get through." Luo Yasuzi shouted from behind, "Yaojiang Island. Freeze the swamp and then step across." The two quickly switched positions, with Yaojiang Island leading, and as he squeezed his hands, the swamp's soil hardened, allowing a Wu to start running. They were able to cross the frozen swamp that Yaojiang Island had created, but Nian Yin was too large and would sink it. Seeing that the wild boar herd was approaching them, Luo Yasuzi immediately arranged, "Wan Chong, freeze the sides and widen the frozen area." Wan Chong didn't dare to delay, quickly using her powers to freeze the area beside the frozen swamp, and then Nian Yin ran over. Seeing the wild boar herd also about to come over, Luo Yasuzi narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Shenlongchen, break the soil and ice." Shun Longshan shot out several fireballs, and the previously frozen swamp immediately shattered, causing the wild boar in the front to directly fall into the swamp. The wild boars behind, seeing this, didn't dare to charge, and could only call out to them from across the swamp. After that, Ban Song began to lead the way again, and surprisingly, they didn't encounter any danger. Ban Song, you went the wrong way again, Luo Yasuzi shouted from behind. The front Ban Song stopped and asked in confusion, did I go wrong again? It seems like we went this way last time. Luo Yasuzi rubbed his temples. We can already vaguely see the Brazilian wood over here. It's over there. Ban Song looked and immediately smiled awkwardly. It really is. Let's hurry up. Tao Yuan coldly interrupted him. You better not play tricks. Ban Song was startled. His body shivered for a moment, and then he started running again. Chapter 78. The mutated Iron Tree Ban Song was startled. His body shivered for a moment, and then he started running again. After that, they didn't encounter any danger and arrived at the location of the Brazilian wood. As they got closer, they realized Ban Song was telling the truth. Standing in front of the Brazilian wood, they couldn't see the ends on either side. It was like a huge wall. Luo Yasuzi stared at the Brazilian wood, lost in thought, mainly because, how could humans communicate with trees? Luo Yasuzi looked at her, speechless. A guest has arrived. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, could plants evolve to a certain extent and take on human forms? If that's the case, not only could they look like humans, but they could also change gender at will and have regenerative abilities. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Chinku was scared and hid behind, and everyone looked warily at the suddenly appeared woman, who smiled and asked, where did you come from? What are you doing here? All eyes were on Luo Yasuzi, who had completely taken on the role of negotiator. Luo Yasuzi looked up at the woman in the green dress. We come from Wan Shong, and we have two purposes for being here. First, we want to ask you why you are growing laterally, and as the forest area expands, humans have nowhere to live. Second, we need something from you, the heavenly flowing water. The woman in green stroked her chin and thought for a moment before patting the tree trunk. Let me down. The woman in green then said, I don't know how big it's going to grow, and as for the heavenly flowing water you mentioned, I don't know what it is. Luo Yasuzi caught the key point. The woman in green kicked the tree trunk. Come out, why are you hiding? Following that, the soil beside her broke open, and countless roots stretched out, merging together to form a human shape. Wee, you kicked me too hard, said the man formed from the roots. Although his words sounded sulky, his voice had no inflection, and his face bore no expression, which was completely at odds with what he said. Tang Hui rolled her eyes at the man. Do trees even feel pain? The man mumbled, Of course it hurts, but I'm worried about your foot. What if I hurt your foot? What is this? Su Yunli asked in confusion. The woman in green then helplessly explained. He is this iron tree, Thongri, and he is my boyfriend, Fei Feng. Chinka pointed at the expressionless Fei Feng, surprised. He's your boyfriend? Tang Hui nodded. Yes, when we were in Moriaka, we passed by this mutated Brazilian wood and were attacked. Later, I fainted, and when I woke up, the Brazilian wood was gone, and Fei Feng had become like this, expressionless all day long. Luo Yasuzi considered for a moment, and then asked, he should be a hybrid like them, but currently, he is the first to be a hybrid with the plant. After the hybridization, how is he different from before? Tang Hui thought carefully and then shook her head. I think it's mostly the same, just one thing. Although he now has his own thoughts, which haven't changed from before. He has gained some other ideas, like always thinking of himself as a tree. Fei Feng, standing beside her, muttered in dissatisfaction. I am a tree now. Tang Hui impatiently said, All right, I know. By the way, how big do you need to grow? You're affecting others already. Upon hearing Tang Hui scold him, Fei Feng became even more aggrieved. I don't know. It wants to grow, and I can't control it. Besides, trees are supposed to grow. If they don't grow, that would be abnormal. Luo Yasuzi explained. Your excessive growth now is probably due to the heavenly flowing water. The heavenly flowing water is a kind of water that can release energy. If we take the heavenly flowing water away, then you can stop growing rapidly and return to your original growth speed. Fei Feng glanced at Luo Yasuzi, and then a wooden bowl appeared on the trunk, which he brought out. Is this what you mean? The way he spoke felt completely out of sync with his previous words. Fei Feng only acted spoiled and gentle when talking to Tang Hui. Although his tone had no inflection, It was still perceptible, but when he spoke to others, it was a different demeanor entirely. Luo Yasuzi looked at the heavenly flowing water in the wooden bowl and nodded. Yes. Luo Yasuzi frowned and asked back, with your current strength, it's no problem for you to take Miss Tang out to find things. Why are you still staying in the forest? This question mainly had two aspects. The first was to ask if he would leave the forest, as currently no one seemed to be a match for Fei Feng. The second was to see if Fei Feng had any intention of expanding the forest area. I can only go as far as the roots can reach. If I want to leave, I need to uproot all the roots. Now that I've taken root here, if I pull them up, this forest might cease to exist, Fei Feng said. Luo Yasuzi looked at the tree. So the small earthquake in Morioka last time was caused by this? Fei Feng nodded in disbelief. And Tang Hui said, Fei Feng said the soil there wasn't suitable for him, which is why we moved here. So what do you want? Luo Yasuzi asked. The items on the paper were relatively simple and easy to find. All daily necessities like cloth, needles, hose, and seeds. Tang Hui explained, because I'm just an ordinary person, and he can't leave the forest so we can't get these things. After she finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. They stared at Fei Feng, while Fei Feng stared at Tang Hui. Tang Hui smiled and called out, since we have nothing to do anyway, let's play mahjong? How many of you can play mahjong? Chun Jingjing asked in confusion. You don't have daily necessities, but you brought mahjong? Tang Hui nodded. Yes, I grabbed the mahjong when I left, so when I'm bored, I can only play mahjong. As she spoke, a branch stretched out, holding a box of mahjong. The roots on the ground pulled up from the earth, turning into a table and chairs. Tang Hui sat down. Who can play? Come play with me. I've been bored here for so long. It's no fun just playing with Fei Feng. Tao Yueyin sat down, and everyone was shocked. Wan Shong also sat down, followed by Chun Jingjing, while the others stood back and watched. Fei Feng stood behind Tang Hui. Yao Jiangdao stood behind Chun Jingjing. Shun Longchen stood behind Wan Shong. And Ban Song saw a spot behind Tao Yueyin, so he stood behind Tao Yueyin to take a look. Luo Yasuzi felt bored and said to Fei Feng, I want the chair. I'm tired and want to sleep. Fei Feng glanced coldly at Luo Yasuzi, but didn't move. Tang, who was playing mahjong with one hand, and gave Fei Feng a slap with the other. Hurry up. Do you understand how to entertain guests? Fei Feng immediately shot an aggrieved glance at Luo Yasuzi, and then a reclining chair appeared behind Luo Yasuzi. Qing Chi also shouted, Fei Feng, I want to swing. Originally, Fei Feng didn't plan to respond, but seeing Tang Hui, he reluctantly let a branch grow from the trunk of the Brazil wood tree. Then some vines fell down and were woven into a swing. 1,000. Tang Hui played a tile. Chun Jingjing was stunned for a long time because the tile in her hand was a complete set. She could win with 1,000. In the end, she still gave up and drew another tile. After 2 rounds, the tile Chun Jingjing drew again was 1,000. They all realized that to control the Brazil wood, they had to control Tang Hui, and since Tang Hui loved playing mahjong, it was clear she liked winning and not losing. Therefore, they all avoided winning openly and covertly, and even if they did win, it was only with small tiles. Chun Jingjing couldn't help but curse. I don't see such good luck when playing cards usually, but now when I want to lose, the luck is so good. Yao Jiangdao put 1,000 in and played a 5,000. With Yao Jiangdao's play, there was no call left, meaning that no matter what tiles came afterward, they couldn't win. This way, there was no need to be entangled or regretful anymore. Tang Hui laughed throughout the whole process until later on, when people changed several times. She finally got tired. However, she reached out to Fei Feng. I'm tired. You can play with everyone. After Fei Feng picked her up, he sat down himself and then held Tang Hui to play mahjong with them. Tang Hui curled up and fell asleep in Fei Feng's arms. And a branch came down from the trunk again, with a blanket hanging from it. Fei Feng gently wrapped the blanket around Tang Hui before continuing to play mahjong with them. Wan Shong rubbed her sore waist, and Shen Longchen said from behind, How about I switch with you? Wan Shong immediately nodded. I'm exhausted. Qin Ke had played enough and came to watch. Fei Feng originally prepared to play a card but hesitated to put it down. With a flattering smile, he asked, What is going on? Fei Feng replied expressionlessly. Chapter 79. Heading to the town, Fei Feng, still expressionless, said to Qin Ke, You stepped on my hair. Qin Ke looked down and indeed found that he had stepped on Fei Feng's hair, So he awkwardly smiled and apologized repeatedly. Sorry. How about I braid it for you? It's too long. Fei Feng's hair had already fallen to the ground in a section, and since he was a tree, even if it was cut, it would grow back in no time. However, once it reached a certain length, it would stop growing, so he simply didn't tea-cut it. Just as Qin Ku was about to reach out to help Fei Feng braid his hair, Fei Feng tilted his head and dodged. Go away. How about cutting it a bit shorter? Qin Ku asked. This naturally meant that Qin Ku was not allowed to touch his hair, whether for cutting or braiding. He was not permitted to touch it. It's understandable. Only Tang Hui could yell at him and do as she pleased. Ah Wu was pulling a large box behind him and pushed it in front of Fei Feng. Take a look, some of the harder to find ones we couldn't find. What about the seeds? Fei Feng asked. Ah Wu nodded. There are many seeds, especially flower seeds. Tang Hui lifted her head from Fei Feng's embrace. We arrived so quickly? All right, Fei Feng, give them the things. Fei Feng handed over the wooden bowl, which Luo Yasuzi took and passed to Wan Shong. Before leaving, Luo Yasuzi asked again, Are you really not leaving the forest? Tang Hui shrugged. Even if we wanted to leave, we can't, since he is rooted here. Luo Yasuzi then felt relieved. All right, then we're leaving. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed Fei Feng and Tang Hui still behind, revealing puzzled expressions. Tang Hui smiled and said, We'll see you out. There are quite a few social animals in this forest, so it's not easy for you to come here. The group then nodded in understanding and began to run out. This time, with Fei Feng beside them, the animals in the forest mostly kept their distance, which made things much easier for them. It wasn't until they reached the edge of the woods that Fei Feng and Tang Hui stopped. Su Yunli tentatively asked, Tang Hui, don't you want to go out and have a look? Although it's the end of the world now, haven't you felt lonely in the forest all this time? Fei Feng remained silent this time and looked at Tang Hui. Tang Hui shook her head. Not at all. With this fool accompanying me. It's the same wherever we are. Although I don't want to go out and see, it's fine here. We plan to design a house and then a garden around the Brazil wood, planting flowers and vegetables. After saying that, Tang Hui looked at Ban Song. Your name is Ban Song, right? Tang Hui smiled and said, If you're free, you can come and play with me and bring some necessities, of course. I want to let you bring them for free. I can give you some of the vegetables we grow in exchange. Ban Song immediately nodded happily. Sure. Tang Hui waved to them. Goodbye. Come play when you have time. They politely waved to Tang Hui and Fei Feng, and just as they were about to leave, Fei Feng suddenly called out, Wait. Luo Yasuzi looked at Fei Feng. Is there anything else? Fei Feng still said without expression, Don't let your flying monitors spy on me. That will only anger me. Luo Yasuzi looked at Tao Yueyin and Yao Jiangdao, seeing both shake their heads, then said, Sorry, I think you misunderstood. We never sent anyone or monitors to spy on you before we came. Fei Feng said, Before you came, a small flying monitor-like thing came last month, but I shot it down. Luo Yasuzi's eyes lit up. Do you know where it flew off to? We will send someone to find it immediately. Fei Feng finally showed a hint of expression, raising an eyebrow. Do you want it? I remember I shot it into the forest. Do you want me to get it for you now? Fei Feng stood still, and after a few minutes, a tree root dragged over a broken object that vaguely resembled a flying monitor. The tree root directly tossed the monitor over. Inshin Longchun raised his hand to catch it. Tang Hui explained, Don't mind him. He was scared last time. Oh, Luo Yasuzi became interested, not knowing what could scare this giant Brazil wood. Tang Hui looked at Fei Feng, her eyes almost disappearing in a smile. I had gone out and saw that monitor, got startled, and screamed, which scared him, and he directly smashed the monitor. Luo Yasuzi then nodded in understanding, and everyone followed Ban Song out. Since the town was relatively close to the outside world, the people in the town were also quite mixed. After Ban Song left, they entered the inn, which looked quite nice. Since the previous pilots had booked rooms, they just needed to split the rooms. Yao Jiangdao and Chun Jingjing would share a room. Wan Shong, Qin Ku, and Su Yunli squeezed into one room. Shun Longchun and Ah Wu shared a room, while Tao Yueyin and Luo Yasuzi shared another. Qin Ku looked at the fierce-looking Tao Yueyin. Little brat, why don't you go squeeze in a room with Long Ge? You're so small. You can't take much. Tao Yueyin snorted and left. Luo Yasuzi looked at Shun Longchun. How about Shun Longchun and Tao Yueyin share a room? And I share a room with Ah Wu? Shen Longshan nodded, and Luo Yasuzi added, I'll study that monitor here. You go outside to gather some information. The people in this little town are quite mixed, most of them likely from outside, so we should be able to find out a lot. Although Tao Yuan was with them, he didn't really count as one of them, so they didn't pay him much attention. The others paired up and left the inn. Outside the inn, many shops had just opened. Wan Shong was about to casually go to a place when Shen Longshan pulled Wan Shong towards a small alley. Wan Shong was puzzled. What's wrong? Shen Longshan looked at the passers-by beside him. These people are all dressed well, each one looking plump and well-fed, most likely heading to some high-end place, where information is easier to gather. At the end of the alley, there seemed to be a tavern, guarded at the entrance by two foreigners. One of them walked over and began to speak a string of English to the two. Wan Shong couldn't understand a word, realizing that she should have learned a bit more English back then. Fortunately, Shen Longshan's English was good. He not only understood, but also started a conversation with the foreigner. A tall, thin man approached. Is this your first time here? You'll need something to get in. The man immediately smiled and said, All right, I'll take you in. You can call me Qiangdao. Once inside, it was a place where resources were exchanged for chips. This was a gambling den where anything could be bet on. Qiangdao kept introducing the things inside, and while he wasn't paying attention, Wan Shong took a box of water from her space and poured it all into her bag before walking alongside Shen Longshan again. The three of them walked in together, and Qiangdao, as if he came here often, said a string of English to the foreigner at the counter who was dressed as a bunny girl. Shen Longshan translated from the side. Qiangdao said we are his guests, and to let that woman handle it. The woman replied, Got it. Wan Shong poured all the water on the table. After the bunny girl collected the items, she smiled and handed her 10 special iron pieces. After Wan Shong accepted the iron piece, she walked in with Shen Longshan. A foreigner holding a drink presented it to them. But just as Wan Shong was about to take it, the foreigner withdrew the drink and spread his hands. Wan Shong took out 10 iron pieces and asked Shen Longshan to inquire how many were needed. After Shen Longshan asked, the foreigner serving drinks glanced at the iron pieces in Wan Shong's palm, shook his head, and left. Shen Longshan explained. He said these chips are not enough, so he can't sell them to us. Wan Shong weighed the 10 iron chips in her hand, exclaiming, What the hell, so expensive? A box of water can't even exchange for 2 cups of wine. After saying this, the two of them walked inside. The interior was divided into many areas. Some were for fighting champions, some for hiring thugs, and some for hiring women. Above the casino, there were rooms, but you needed chips to book one. There were also places to bet with chips, meaning that here, chips were equivalent to money and could be used as cash. However, Wan Shong and her companions' 10 iron chips couldn't even buy a cup of wine, which showed just how poor they were. An old man approached and, noticing the iron chips in Wan Shong's hand, sneered, You must have been brought in by someone else, right? Just this little bit of chips. Shen Longshan nodded. Aren't we not allowed to come in? So we got someone to bring us. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately huffed and puffed. Who said you can't come in? Anyone can come in. Those brought in can only get 1/3 of the chips they should have, while 2/3 go, 1 part to the person who brought you, and the other part is kept for themselves. You guys are at a loss. Shen Longshan didn't care that 2/3 of his chips were taken, but instead asked, You know so much. Do you come here often? The old man nodded in disbelief, of course. And I also know how to earn chips. Let's make a deal. If I help you earn chips, you treat me to a drink, okay? Shen Longshan nodded, but we only have 10 iron chips, no more. The old man nodded, got it. Come, follow me. Shen Longshan then asked, What if we lose? The old man replied, nonchalantly, You young man. Winning or losing is common in this game. If you lose, just blame your bad luck. What else can you do? Do you expect this old man, who can barely afford to clothe and feed himself, to compensate you? It's only natural. I only have this outfit in this life. Wan Shong tugged at Shen Longshan's hand to indicate that it was fine. After all, they were there to gather information. It didn't matter whether they won or lost, as long as they could get the news. The old man looked at the two people on stage and was about to approach Wan Shong when Shen Longshan stopped him. The old man immediately exploded. What do you mean? Are you saying I would take advantage of a little girl? Forget it, I'll tell you. And you can tell that little girl. Saying this, the old man leaned closer to Shen Longshan's ear. Only then did Shen Longshan say to Wan Shong, bet on the blue side. Around the stage, there were foreigners dressed in bunny girl outfits guarding, holding a small basket. After Shin Longchun communicated for a while, he discovered that 5 iron chips were pressed at once. Wan Shong handed 5 iron pieces to the bunny girl, and the person took out a small blue token from the basket and handed it to Wan Shong. Wan Shong crossed over to Shin Longchun and said to the old man, "Who should we bet on next?" The old man first observed both sides before saying, "Let's bet on the blue team." Wan Shong squinted at the old man and asked, "Is it accurate?" The old man confidently replied, "Absolutely. You will win." This time, Wan Shong directly bet all her iron chips. The old man then slyly said, "The little girl's voice is really nice." Shin Longchun stepped in between them to separate them, saying, "Old man, stay away from her." The old man pouted, "What a stingy man. There's quite an age difference between you two, isn't there?" Shin Longchun glared at the old man, who realized he had misspoken and asked, "But she has bet all her chips. Are you sure you want her to play like this?" Shin Longchun calmly replied with 2 words, "Let her." The old man clicked his tongue a few times and then started watching the arena. As expected, the blue team won again. And this time Wan Shong had 30 iron chips in her hand. Wan Shong looked at him and asked, "Bet on which side?" The old man pondered for a moment and said, "Still on the blue side." Betting on the blue side every time? Although Wan Shong felt puzzled, she still placed her bet, just like before, putting all her chips on the table. This time, the duration was even shorter, and once again, the blue side won. The 3 of them successfully attracted the attention of others, betting all their chips every time and winning each time. Shin Longchun pulled Wan Shong back. "Old man, it's time to drink." The old man immediately followed happily, and after they left, the others resumed their betting. Now, Wan Shong held 60 chips in her hand. When the foreigner who served drinks arrived, Shin Longchun communicated with him, then said to Wan Shong in Chinese, he said, "The drinks are 15 chips each." No wonder they couldn't drink before. They were short by 5 chips. While thinking, she counted out 30 chips, bought 2 drinks, and handed 1 to the old man and 1 to Shin Longchun. Wan Shong shook her head. "I don't drink." She easily blushes when she drinks, her face turning red immediately. The old man slyly pulled Shin Longchun to the other side, where many women were sitting. The outfits were uniform. The foreign women were dressed in a mature style, while the Chinese women were all in maid outfits. When they saw someone approaching, they kept making eyes at that person. All of them had curvy figures, and there was even a child among them. The child, a Chinese boy, looked quite delicate, around 11 years old, wearing a maid outfit and kneeling on the ground. There was a significant difference. The foreign women were sitting on stools, properly dressed, while the Chinese women were kneeling on the ground, barefoot aside from their maid outfits, with iron chains around their necks, some on their wrists, some around their necks. The disparity was striking. The old man winked at Shin Longchun. "There are quite a few women here, both foreigners and Chinese, of various types. You can rent a woman for the night with 30 chips. You might want to give it a try." Shin Longchun shook off the old man's hand. "No need." Just as he was about to leave, he heard the old man shout, "Why don't you listen to advice, young man?" As he spoke, he chased after him. The old man looked at Wan Shong. "This little girl isn't exactly a stunning beauty. Why are you so fixated on her? Are you living off her?" Hearing the last sentence, Shin Longchun suddenly stopped, looking at the old man with an unpredictable expression. "Say that again, and see what happens." The old man realized he had misspoken and immediately apologized with a smile. "It's nothing, I misspoke. But are you really leaving?" Shin Longchun nodded affirmatively, and Wan Shong suddenly spoke up. "Can 30 chips be exchanged for a room or something? We can go sleep and come back tomorrow." The old man clapped his hands happily. "Great. Let's go. A room here only costs 20 chips for a night." As the old man led the way, he introduced the place. Shin Longchun asked, "You're so good at betting. Why don't you gamble for yourself? Why help others?" The old man replied unhappily, "I don't even have the capital, so I can only strategize for others to earn some drinks. However, many fools don't want to keep believing me. After betting a few times, they start betting on their own or fail to keep their promises, unwilling to buy me drinks." He paused and continued, "Because aside from the ring, fighting or arguing is not allowed here, so I can't do anything. Besides, even if I could, I wouldn't be able to beat others." "Then why do you still trust others?" Shin Longchun asked. "Everyone is different. This kind of thing is like gambling. It depends on luck. For instance, my luck is pretty good today. I met you. You're willing to trust me and keep your promises. After that, Wan Shong spent 20 chips to stay on the second floor of the casino. The room was not large, just a bed and a bathroom. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The soundproofing on the second floor was decent. Although the casino below was noisy, the noise was hardly audible once they came up. After entering the room, Wan Shong slammed the door shut, and the old man finally noticed something was off. Shen Longchun turned on the light and smiled. You still want to leave after coming in? The old man was startled, clasped his hands in a pleading gesture, and said, I really am of no use. I'm not an ability user or a mutant. Just an old man. Wan Shong and Shen Longchun already knew he wasn't an ability user or a mutant. To be precise, they recognized that the moment they saw him. After all, this old man with gray hair had long surpassed the time limit for ability users and mutants. Shen Longchun's last sentence was clearly meant to intimidate the old man. Shen Longchun sat on the edge of the bed and asked, Why are there so many foreigners here? Do you know why it's only China that is like this? Chapter 81. Back to Wan Shong, then what are their purposes in opening a casino here, aside from being homeless? Wan Shong asked. Let us hear it. Some people say they open casinos to earn supplies, then find a way to trade them in larger cities. Others say they're looking for water. I think that's the most ridiculous. What water requires so many human and material resources. In short, that's about it. Wan Shong and Shen Longchun exchanged glances. The water these foreigners were looking for was likely the Tianqing water. The energy fluctuations of the Brazilian wood were so significant, and the energy fluctuations of Tianqing water were different from those of other animals and plants. So they must have set their sights on the Tianqing water in Fei Feng's hands. I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out that the Tianqing water they worked so hard to find has already been taken away by her. Shen Longchun threw all 10 iron pieces remaining in Wan Chong's hand to the old man. You will stay here tonight. We will leave. Lastly, you must not tell anyone our information, including our appearance and the contents of our conversation. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man happily nodded after receiving the chips. I promise I won't say anything. No matter who asks, I won't say a word. Only then did Shen Longchun nod in satisfaction and walked out with Wan Shong. As soon as they stepped outside, the corridor was already crowded with people, leaving no room to pass. Moreover, most of them were foreigners. Someone who looked like a translator said, Are you speaking Chinese? Shen Longchun sneered. So this is how the casino does business? Blocking customers at the door. Are you planning to kill witnesses or rob us? The man waved his hands repeatedly. You two have misunderstood. We mean no harm. Please don't be nervous. Wan Shong said coldly. If there's no malice, then let us go. What are you blocking us for? The man smiled and replied, All right, I'll let you go right away. Saying this, he stepped aside to make a path. Shen Longchun and Wan Shong watched them warily, then deliberately slowed their pace as they passed through the crowd. A strange male voice asked, Aren't you going to make a move? Shen Longchun spoke up. There are many foreigners here, and it seems organized. If I'm not mistaken, their goal is Tianqing water. Luo Yiji also nodded. This surveillance camera ISNT domestic. I had a rough idea. Luckily, we arrived early. Otherwise, if they had entered the forest first, Tianqing water would likely be theirs. Indeed, Fei Feng completely listened to Tang Hui, who was rather naive and didn't think too much, and had no idea what role Tianqing water played or how chaotic the outside world was. The things they needed were quite simple. If those foreigners entered the forest first, they would probably obtain Tianqing water just like them. One by one, the others left, and in the end, only Wan Shong, Shen Longchun, and Luo Yiji remained in the room. Seeing that the two had no intention of leaving, Luo Yiji raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Luo Yitzi shrugged. Is it that obvious? Seeing both nod, he continued. Wan Shong has indeed encountered a problem. According to the current information, an unknown insect has appeared in a building. Moreover, special instruments have detected the presence of Tianqing water inside the building. Shen Longchun asked in confusion, Tianqing water? Then why wasn't it detected earlier? This is currently unclear. But in any case, the military of Wan Shong has sent 2 batches of people in, all of whom are mutants or ability users. But not a single one has come out. Luo Yiji paused and continued. However, the good news is that those insects have significant limitations. They cannot leave the building. So, for now, there's no danger. But if they continue to rely on Tianqing water to grow, it could become troublesome later, just like the geckos in the small city, which have strong reproductive capabilities and can become mutants. It's said that when a small number of these insects were captured for experiments, the mutant humans completely lost control of their self-awareness. In other words, after being mutated by the insects, it's no different from being dead. Wan Shong pondered for a moment. It's so scary. Extracting the Tianqing water inside must be even more difficult, right? And we don't know the exact location of the Tianqing water with so many unknown factors. Unnecessary speculation will only increase the pressure. Wan Shong had considered these issues regarding Luo Yisuji, but since the Wan Shong side has already sent people in, it means they should have a general response method. Luo Yisuji took out the Tianqing water and handed it to Shun Longchen. Unfreeze it. Shun Longchen felt warmth in his palm, and after holding the Tianqing water for a while, it transformed from solid to liquid. After finishing, Shun Longchen, confused, returned it to Luo Yisuji. Luo Yisuji then handed it to Wan Shong. Take it out. We'll keep a little for ourselves. You already knew? Wan Shong asked. Luo Yisuji looked at Wan Shong with a clueless expression. Isn't it obvious? Do you think I'm as clueless as you guys? Only those from Wan Shong would know. Wan Shong pouted and took out a square box containing her frozen Tianqing water. After receiving the Tianqing water from Luo Yishu's hand, she poured a little into it. Just as she was about to return it to Luo Yishu, she saw him sigh, holding the Tianqing water and directly pouring 1/5 of it in. Wan Shong looked at the soaring Tianqing water in her hand and asked, "Isn't this too much? Idiot." Luo Yishu shot her a glance. The Tianqing water that Fei Feng gave us has been in my hands all along. At that time, Tao Yuan was the farthest from me, and the others were all on our side. The people from Wan Shong haven't seen how much Tianqing water Fei Feng has. So of course, I need to keep a bit more. Besides, our tasks may become increasingly dangerous in the future. Who knows what will happen next? It's better to keep some cards up our sleeves and feel more secure. Moreover, once you freeze it and put it into the space, the instruments won't be able to detect it. We can't miss such a great opportunity. Luo Yishu spoke as if it were only natural, feeling no guilt at all, and then handed the wooden bowl back to Wan Shong. Wan Shong first put her Tianqing water into the space, then placed her hand on top of the wooden bowl, from which cold air emerged, causing the Tianqing water to freeze again. The energy released by the frozen Tianqing water would be slightly less, and coupled with the special device that Luo Yishu originally carried to isolate the energy of the Tianqing water, it directly shielded the energy fluctuations of the Tianqing water. Only then did Luo Yishu say, "You should rest early." Wan Shong and Shun Longchen nodded and walked out. After returning to the room, the two tidied up a bit and lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Shun Longchen hugged Wan Shong, burying his head in her shoulder. Wan Shong, not used to it, twisted her waist a little, and Shun Longchen tightened his grip on her. "Don't move." Shun Longchen's hoarse voice came from her shoulder. Wan Shong no longer struggled, only feeling that Shun Longchen's hot breath was on her neck, which was very uncomfortable. It was itchy, making her unable to resist the urge to move. On the other side, Yao Jiangdao softly said to Chun Jingjing, "Just thinking about having you every day in the future makes me happy." Chun Jingjing giggled and replied, "What's wrong? Are you so fond of me?" Yao Jiangdao countered, "Can't you feel whether I'm fond of you or not? Do I need to remind you again?" Qing Ku asked sideways. "Susu," Luo Yisuzi said before that you might be looking for someone, is that right? Su Yunli was taken aback, then softly hummed in response. Qing Ku asked again, "Who are you looking for? Parents? Siblings? Or a boyfriend?" Su Yunli said, "A boyfriend." King Kiskiviko exclaimed, "Vol. Susu, so you have a boyfriend now. What's so surprising about that?" No. Su Yunli said dejectedly, "I don't even know if I can find him. We were in a long-distance relationship because of college, and after the apocalypse, we lost contact." "I see. You should be able to find him. After all, at our age, there are many people with different abilities and awakened powers," Qing Ku comforted. Su Yunli forced a smile. "Yeah, that's true. Anyway, I plan to keep looking. Even if I can't find him, I will keep searching unless I die." Qing Ku quickly said, "You must not say that. It's unlucky. Moreover, I believe that lovers will eventually reunite. Who knows? He might be looking for you too. Maybe one day you will meet unexpectedly? How romantic. You will definitely be happy. Su Yunli smiled faintly, treating Qing Ku's words as comfort. Get some sleep. Then she turned over and closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, the group was ready to set off. The return to Wan Shong took about the same time as before, still around 2 hours, and Shun Fan, Li Shu, Zhuang Shan, and others were waiting at the plane's landing spot. Chapter 82. The Bug in the Building, Part 1. After getting off, Yin Yin was the first to run out, rolling on the ground and doing a few stretching movements, making everyone laugh. Luo Yasuzi handed Shun Fan the Tianqing water. This is the Tianqing water from Brazil. Shun Fan took it and nodded with a smile. Good, good. Let's go to the conference room to talk. The group didn't rest for a moment and went straight to the conference room. After we arrived, Luo Yasuzi recounted everything from start to finish. So, Fei Feng and Tang Hui did not have any malicious intent. What we need to pay attention to is those foreign intruders. They claim they can't get out after entering, but judging by their appearance, they seem to have settled in the small town and have no intention of finding a way out. Moreover, they have been searching for Tianqing water, and perhaps some of them already know its effects. After pondering for a moment, Shun Fan said, "For now, we want to focus on the foreign intruders in the town. Wan Shong has a big problem. Unidentified bugs have appeared in the building to the west. Here, the video. Take a look." The video showed captured bugs, along with volunteer test subjects, and also included some common animals that had not mutated, such as dogs and cats. The bugs did not attack the animals. Instead, they collectively approached the test subjects, burrowing into their skin. A small lump could be seen moving up the leg until it disappeared into the brain. The test subjects displayed expressions of pain throughout, and then were completely controlled by the bugs, their eyes becoming red with no visible pupils or whites. They struggled in the laboratory, then began attacking the animals, easily tearing them apart with their bare hands. Afterward, when the test subjects were controlled and dissected, it was found that all their internal organs had disappeared, leaving only the bugs behind. Originally, there were only a dozen bugs, but within just a few minutes, they had multiplied into hundreds of the same bugs. After the video ended, Shun Fan said, "This is the result of our experiment, and we have already sent in 2 waves of people with no one coming out. Moreover, specific information inside the building is unclear." Luo Yasuzi pondered for a moment before asking. It's obvious that these bugs can distinguish which host is stronger, which is why they directly target awakened humans instead of those animals. By the way, have you developed any protective gear? Li Shu produced a piece of pure white fabric. This is the mutated cotton we developed. Its flexibility is currently the best among all materials. It also has good heat dissipation and small holes, preventing the bugs from crawling in. However, in practice, the bugs have sharp teeth, although they are relatively small. 1 or 2 alone pose no danger, but if there are too many, they can bite through. Luo Yasuzi looked at it and nodded. This is good, but it needs some modifications. In half a month, I can make the modifications, and after getting everything ready, we can enter the building in half a month. I've seen the reproduction video. For the time being, these bugs won't be able to break out of the building. Shun Fan nodded. We estimate that these bugs rely on Tianqing water to survive. They cannot leave it and cannot be exposed to light. So as long as we extract the Tianqing water, we can control them. The Tianqing water is located on the 1st to 3rd floors, but we can't find the specific location. Luo Yasuzi nodded. In half a month, both of your armies should cultivate flying-capable awakened humans. One group will enter from the front door and search upwards, while another group will enter from above and search downwards. This will shorten the time. After resting for a night, the group entered training again, but the training became increasingly difficult and advancement became harder. Besides evolving feathers, Su Yunli had not shown any other progress. Due to the presence of Tianqing water, their cultivation speed had also increased. A month later, inside the office building, besides Shun Fan and Li Shu, there were 4 unfamiliar individuals, as well as Yao Jiangdao and Tao Yueyin. Shun Fan introduced. These 4 are all avian awakened humans, and they have developed claws with decent attack power. Additionally, besides them, we plan to arrange for Tao Yueyin and Yao Jiangdao to go together this time. Luo Yasuzi nodded. As he had anticipated this, he took out the modified clothes and distributed them. These were made according to the sizes you provided, and they should fit well. Furthermore, we will enter in 2 batches. The 4 avian awakened humans, and Su Yunli will go down from the 3rd floor and start searching downwards, while Tao Yueyin, Yao, Jiangdao, and the remaining people will enter from the front door. Everyone opened the clothes to take a look. The clothes were fully enclosed, with the hood having a glass front and a thicker back. Luo Yasuzi explained, "There are 2 pieces of clothing, one fitted and one outer layer, just in case. If the outer layer is bitten through, then retreat immediately to avoid danger. The others will still search for Tianxing water, and once found, immediately call Wan Shong, who will freeze it and bring it out." After hearing this, everyone had no objections and nodded. Puha! Qing Ku's laughter echoed through the conference room, and everyone looked over to see Qing Ku pointing at Tao Yueyin and laughing. Tao Yueyin's outfit is too funny. Ha ha! Everyone turned their attention to Tao Yueyin, only to see that the clothes in his hands were different from everyone else's. The others wore ordinary clothes, with the fabric at key parts thickened. However, Tao Yueyin's outfit was unrecognizable. It looked completely like a ball. Luo Yasuzi explained with a straight face, because Tao Yueyin is not an ability user, and after revealing his true form, his size is quite large, which would tear the clothes, so we simply made it according to your size after you transform. Tao Yueyin's expression was not good, as Qing Ku was sitting right across from him, laughing nonstop. Although Qing Ku had been very restrained, upon seeing the ball-like outfit, he couldn't help but want to laugh. After going over the plan, Luo Yasuzi then said, "Let's go." After an hour's journey, they arrived at the building's location. The building no longer resembled its original form. From the windows, all that could be seen was a dark mass. Nothing was clear. Luo Yasuzi handed a temporary communicator to Su Yunli and another one to Wan Shong, then said, "When you encounter any problems, describe them to me in detail. We will be hiding outside, so if any issues arise, retreat immediately." The 2 nodded and then put on their clothes. Tao Yueyin and Shun Longshun pushed open the main door. The building's door was automatic. Once pushed open, they had to quickly enter. As soon as the group stepped inside, the door slowly closed by itself, and what little light remained was gone, leaving them in complete darkness. As soon as Su Yunli and the others revealed their wings, they flew to the 3rd floor, directly breaking through a window. With the window broken, a sliver of light came in, and the 5 of them stood motionless at the window. The walls were covered with bugs, densely packed, which was truly disgusting. Luo Yasuzi's voice came through the communicator. "Su Yunli, what is the situation? Wan Shong can't see anything from below." Su Yunli took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself. The walls and ceiling are covered in bugs, densely packed, impossible to estimate the exact number. Pausing for a moment, she took another breath and slowly continued. "We haven't moved, and those bugs haven't moved either. Quickly scan for Tian Xingshui's location," Luo Yasuzi said sternly. One person began scanning with the device, but as they took a step, the surrounding bugs surged out, and the bugs from the ceiling continuously fell down. The number was shocking. A layer of bugs fell, but the ceiling and walls looked unchanged. "Protect him," Su Yunli told the other 3. "You continue scanning." The other 4 immediately surrounded the person scanning for Tian Xingshui and slowly advanced. The area was large, and the scanner had a limited range, so they could only conduct a carpet search. Bugs were everywhere, and unsure of how large the area was, they had Tao Yueyin release a flare and then began the carpet search for Tian Xingshui. Meanwhile, below, Wan Shong and the others stood still, quietly listening to Luo Yasuzi speak. Wan Shong spoke up, "Tao Yueyin, throw the flashbang." This was the first time Wan Shong commanded Tao Yueyin, and due to the urgency of the situation, she wanted to express her intention quickly. However, as soon as she said it, she felt a bit regretful. After all, Tao Yueyin was the leader of the mutant organization, and she had heard that he was quite proud. Speaking to him in this tone made her worry that he might not listen or react negatively, which could lead to internal conflict. However, it turned out that Tao Yueyin was reliable in critical moments and didn't overthink it. He calmly said in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "Everyone, close your eyes." Upon hearing Tao Yueyin's words, the others immediately closed their eyes. Tao Yueyin pulled the pin on a flashbang and threw it out. After a bright flash, everyone quickly opened their eyes to observe their surroundings. It turned out that Tao Yuan had good luck. He had thrown the flashbang right at the staircase, and they could now roughly locate where the stairs were. The scene below was alarming, but the sight above was even more frightening. Bugs were piled up everywhere, and apart from where they were standing, the rest of the area was filled with them. Furthermore, they occasionally emitted hissing sounds, making everyone break out in a sweat. Chapter 83, Bugs in the Building, Part 2. Moreover, they occasionally emitted hissing sounds, which made everyone break out in a sweat. Shen Longshan said in a deep voice, "Protect Qingkai and begin preparations for search." The scanner was in Qingkai's hands because she was fast enough, but Qingkai didn't really need anyone to protect her. 2 months of training had significantly increased her speed. The bugs that tried to crawl up were already thrown off by her. Wan Shong spoke up. Shen Longshan, illuminate the area, and the others clear the obstacles for Qingkai. Shen Longshan threw out several fireballs, scattering them around, igniting the bugs, and producing sizzling sounds along with the smell of burning. Then he launched several fire pillars that pierced into the walls, setting the surrounding bugs ablaze, instantly brightening the first floor of the building. Qingkai's figure darted around. Although she was fast, the bugs beneath her feet hindered her movements. Yao Jiangdao stood beside Chun Jingjing, and the bugs close to them were directly buried by dirt, suffocating to death. Before long, a pile of bug corpses had accumulated around them. Meanwhile, Wan Shong was helping others repair their protective suits. If a suit had a small bite, she could freeze the area around the small opening to prevent bugs from crawling in. Tao Yuan revealed his true form, and with a few stomps, there were also many bug corpses crushed flat under his feet. On the other side, Luo Yiji glanced at the time and asked, "Is there still no result?" Then, Wan Chong looked at Qingkai, who had stopped, and shook her head, and said into the communicator, "There's nothing on the first floor." Luo Yiji frowned and quickly arranged Su Yunli and the others stay at the stairway on the 3rd floor to prevent the bugs from climbing down from upstairs. Tao Yuan will clear the way to the 2nd floor, and Shen Longshan will build a firewall at the stairway to prevent more bugs from going to the 2nd floor. Once you get the Tianqing water, quickly evacuate from the 3rd floor. If the protective suits are damaged, retreat immediately. After making the arrangements, Luo Yiji wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at the eerily quiet building, feeling increasingly uneasy. The Tianqing water was located between the 1st and 3rd floors. It was relatively easy on the 1st or 3rd floors, but the fear was in the 2nd floor. Even if they got the Tianqing water on the 2nd floor, they couldn't retreat to the 1st floor, meaning once they went up to the 2nd floor, they couldn't exit through the front door. However, if they stayed too long, they feared the bugs from above the 3rd floor would run down. Wan Chong shouted, "Tao Yuan, clear the way, go to the 2nd floor." As soon as the words fell, Tao Yuan's massive body charged up the stairs, with the others quickly following behind. Shen Longshan ran last, placing a line of fire at the stairway of the 2nd floor. Once the bugs rushed in, the flames immediately shot up, burning the bugs on the ceiling and creating a wall of fire. The area on the 2nd floor was much smaller than the 1st floor. Tianqing Shui was placed in a container resembling a glass cup, and there were no bugs around, making it easy to see without any instruments. Once on the 2nd floor, it became noticeably quieter. The bugs on the ceiling and walls did not attack, as if they were dead. Standing next to Tianqing Shui were 6 people, both male and female. Notably, all 6 were completely naked and appeared to have no vitality whatsoever. Yao Jiangdao and Tao Yuan were taken aback at the sight of the 6 individuals, and then Yao Jiangdao spoke up. "Those are the people we sent in earlier, but there were about 10 of them, and now only 6 are left." Luo Yiji's voice came through the communicator. "Don't hold back. They have already been infected by the aberrants. They can't be saved." Tao Yuan and Yao Jiangdao responded simultaneously, "Understood." Just as Qing Ku was about to approach Tianqing Shui, the 6 individuals moved. They charged at Qing Ku, who was frightened and ran back. Surprisingly, the bugs on the walls still did not move. Wan Shong was attacking while describing the current situation to Luo Yisu. Shen Longshan shot a fire pillar at the person who was running in the front, creating a hole directly in their chest. However, the hole didn't bleed. To be precise, the person, who was a mutant of the insect species, had no blood or internal organs at all. The hole only vaguely revealed the remnants of the insect's body. It was as if the person felt no pain at all. After a brief moment of shock, insects nearby quickly crawled up to fill the hole and immediately resumed their attack. Wan Shong looked at the person and said coldly, "Can't be killed. Even if injured, bugs will come to heal the wound immediately, and in less than half a minute. They'll recover, as usual." This time, Luo Yasuzi remained silent on the other side for a long time, unsure if he was contemplating something. Shen Longshan's fire pillar had just pierced through that person's chest, directly obliterating the heart, yet the person still showed no signs of being affected at all. Wan Shong held a long ice pillar in her hand and swung it towards the head of the woman approaching her, directly piercing through the woman's brain. A regular person would have died instantly. However, the ice pillar seemed to stay lodged in the woman's brain for about half a minute before it shattered. After that, insects filled the gap. Even having her heart and brain pierced had no effect. It was as if she were immortal. Meanwhile, Tao Yueyin was engaged in a struggle with a seemingly strong man, rolling on the ground as they fought. The man's blows against Tao Yueyin's protective suit had no effect, while any wounds Tao Yueyin inflicted on the man healed almost immediately. Neither could harm the other. It was purely a waste of time. Shen Longshan tried using fireballs to strike several vital spots, only to find that they would return to normal in just half a minute. Tao Yueyin then raised his hand and wrapped the person near him in dirt. As soon as he did, insects from the ceiling and walls surged toward him, but instead of attacking Yao Jiang Island, they went to envelop the insects wrapped in dirt by Yao Jiang Island. After a while, there was a cracking sound and the dirt shattered, with that person returning to normal in just half a minute. Chun Jingjing was engaged in a pure melee with a woman, exchanging blows back and forth without causing any substantial damage. It was similar to Tao Yueyin. It was just a matter of consuming time. Meanwhile, Qin Ku was running around the room, with a woman chasing her who kept up without losing any ground, always right on her heels. Whenever Qin Ku slowed down even slightly, it seemed as if the woman could catch up, almost like she was playing a game with Qin Ku. Wan Shong dealt with the situation while coldly saying, "It's completely like an immortal body. No matter where you strike, it won't cause any harm. It only takes half a minute to recover. Have you thought of a solution? Their current situation is very passive and difficult. Fighting against these insect-mutated people is entirely a war of attrition, and those insect-mutated people don't even feel pain or fatigue. If this continues, they're bound to lose." Luo Yisu, on the other side of the communicator, asked, "What about the individual insects on the ceiling and walls?" Wan Chong glanced at the bugs, noticing that they were mostly piled around Yao Jiangdao. Luo Yisuzi suddenly realized on the other side, "That's it. If I'm not mistaken, these bugs are all controlled by a single mother bug, and with 6 people, it's like having 6 mother bugs. Once we find and kill the mother bug, we can break the control." Everyone heard Luo Yisuzi's words, and Chinka shouted, "With so many bugs looking exactly the same, how do we know which one is the mother bug?" Luo Yisuzi's furious voice came. "The mother bug must be on the bug hybrid's body. Idiots! If I'm not mistaken, it should be in the head. Just aim for the head." Shen Longshan shot a fireball at the bug hybrid closest to him, then followed up with a fire pillar. However, when he hit the bug hybrid's head, it surprisingly couldn't penetrate. Previously, a fireball had gone straight through its chest, indicating the number of bugs piled in its head. Yao Jiangdao then raised his hand, sealing the head from all angles, and with his hands clasped together, the bug hybrid's head shattered. After that, it didn't heal again, indicating that the mother bug Luo Yisuzi mentioned had been killed. After Yao Jiangdao dealt with the bugs on his side, he ran over to help Chun Jingjing. Tao Yueyin pressed the bug hybrid down, then exposed a bit of his chubby pads, and with the few claws he had, he began to pound the bug hybrid. The head of the bug hybrid was directly smashed open, and Tao Yueyin then randomly slapped at the bugs running around, unexpectedly killing the mother bug amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the firewall that Shen Longshan had built was extinguished by the bugs, which were now surging up to the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, Su Yunli and the others were already struggling to hold on, as the bugs rushed towards the 2nd floor, and they couldn't stop them at all. Several people's first-layer protective suits had been torn. Su Yunli frowned and shouted, "You all retreat," then immediately shouted into the communicator, "The 3rd floor can't hold on. 3 people evacuate." The 3 people didn't dare delay and immediately began to evacuate. After all, in the face of death, everyone was fearful. So they didn't hesitate at all, spreading their wings and flying out. Outside, Luo Yasuzi also saw the three people evacuating and immediately shouted into the communicator, "Wan Shong, stop fighting and evacuate from the third floor immediately. The third floor can't hold on." Chinka anxiously shouted, "The firewall on the first floor is gone. The bugs on the first floor are rushing up." But Wan Shong didn't respond, nor did she call for evacuation. She just kept fighting. The others also showed no intention of retreating, as if they hadn't heard Luo Yasuzi's words. Meanwhile, the bugs were surging up to the first floor. Wan Shong shouted to Yao Jiangdao, "Tao Yueyin, go help Chun Jingjing." Yao Jiangdao blocked the bugs on the first floor. As soon as she finished speaking, the two immediately switched positions, and, as expected, Tao Yueyin continued to grapple with the bug hybrid. Luo Yasuzi's roar echoed from the communicator. "Wan Shong, get them to evacuate immediately. The third floor can't hold on." Wan Shong turned a deaf ear. They had come this far. Giving up now might delay things until next month. And no one knew what those bugs would grow into by then. Meanwhile, Yao Jiangdao ran to the staircase on the first floor, pulling up with both hands. And immediately a mud wall rose from the ground. The crackling sounds continued endlessly, and the bugs on the first floor still did not give up, continuing to gnaw at the mud wall. Chapter 84, Bugs in the Building, Part 3. The crackling sounds continued endlessly, and the bugs on the first floor still did not give up, continuing to gnaw at the mud wall. On the third floor, Su Yunli and the others were already struggling to hold on. With 3 fewer people, it became even more difficult to cope. Su Yunli shouted into the communicator, "Luo Yasuzi, hasn't the boss come out yet? We can't hold on here." Luo Yasuzi was also sweating coldly outside. He originally planned to have Wan Shong retreat from the third floor, letting the 5 bird-like mutants take them directly out through the window. Now 3 bird-like mutants had come out, but Wan Shong still had no intention of retreating. He really didn't know what Wan Shong was planning to do. Shun Fan snatched the communicator. "Wan Shong, evacuate. Tao Yueyin, Yao Jiangdao, take everyone out immediately. The situation is out of control now." Inside, Wan Shong and her group were still fighting hard. Su Yunli was already unable to hold on upstairs, shouting into the communicator, "We can't hold on here. Tell the boss to hurry up." Luo Yasuzi said into the communicator, "Su Yunli, evacuate." He knew that after saying these words, Wan Shong and the others would have to fight inside on their own, with no one to support them. However, he still said it. He had to minimize the loss of life. After waiting for Su Yunli to come out, Luo Yasuzi calmly spoke into the communicator, "Wan Shong, what you're doing will only get them killed. Su Yunli has already evacuated. Even if you go to the third floor, no one will support you." Wan Shong fell silent. This was the only time she did not follow Luo Yasuzi's arrangement and made her own decision, because she knew very well that once they retreated, the next time they came in, they would need to prepare so many things, and with limited resources, it could be a month later or even longer. The mutation speed of these insects was faster than they imagined, and with the help of the celestial water, it would only be quicker. Additionally, the immortality after the mutation posed a significant obstacle. Furthermore, finding and killing the mother insect among thousands of others was extremely difficult. Even if they knew the weaknesses of these insects, they had no way to deal with them. Looking at everyone fighting, she suddenly realized that these were just her own thoughts. She could not selfishly decide the life and death of others, nor could she endanger them because of their trust in her. Although it would be very difficult not to obtain the celestial water this time, if they died here, how would she live with herself? Although everyone would eventually die, they should not die now. At least, they should not die in such a dark place. Everyone, go to the next floor immediately. Prepare to retreat. Wan Shong finally gave up on the celestial water. Upon hearing Wan Shong's words, Luo Yasuzi outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, no one moved. Everyone was still engaged in combat with the insect mutants. Shen Longchun shouted, "We all understand your considerations. Anyway, it's just death. We can't let these insects go this time, or there won't be another opportunity in the future." Seeing the seriousness and determination on everyone's faces, Wan Chong suddenly felt that her earlier worries were unnecessary. Meanwhile, Luo Yasuzi, Shun Fan, Li Shu, and Su Yunli, who had just retreated outside, all heard the immediate conversation due to their proximity to the communicator and understood their meaning. Shouting outside was meaningless. They all held their breath, quietly listening to the sounds from the communicator, fearing that they might affect Wan Chong and the others' performance. Wan Chong immediately shouted, Yaojiang Island, hold the stairway on the first floor. Shun Longchun, go guard the stairway on the third floor. Chun Jingjing, go hold off the insect mutants on Shun Longchun's side. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone sprang into action. Wan Chong looked at the insect mutant in front of her, with several vines piercing through its eyes, rendering it temporarily unable to move. Then, imitating the way of Yaojiang Island, she froze the entire head of the insect mutant. When she was about to bring her hands together in prayer, she found that no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't bring them together. An invisible pressure was resisting her. Gritting her teeth, Wan Chong's palms split open due to the pressure, and a considerable amount of blood flowed out. Wan Chong took a deep breath, exerted force once again, and with a bang, the head of the insect mutant was directly smashed. The dead insect were all frozen inside ice blocks, completely dead. Wan Chong didn't dare to delay, and immediately went to help Qin Ke. Meanwhile, on Yaojiang Island, Yu Guang watched the entire process of Wan Chong dealing with the insect-type mutant, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, Wan Chong only had a level 4 ability, while the move he just performed was something he only discovered after advancing to level 5. Even now, using his level 5 powers was somewhat challenging for him, yet Wan Chong managed to execute it with her level 4 ability, which surprised him a little. Chun Jingjing and the insect-type mutant were getting a bit exhausted from their struggle. Suddenly, the insect-type mutant opened its mouth and spat out a lot of insects, all of which hit the glass in front of Chun Jingjing's face. It looked extremely disgusting, and Chun Jingjing paused her attack on the insect-type mutant, her body trembling slightly. In a voice barely above a whisper, devoid of any fluctuation, she said, I hate these disgusting things the most, and you dare to spit them on my face. As she spoke, she clenched her fist, and a thin, visible metallic gold sheet appeared on the back of her hand. Chun Jingjing directly used the thin gold sheet as a knife and slashed at the insect-type mutant, which surprisingly cut off half of its head. Before it could recover, Chun Jingjing struck again, grabbing the insect-type mutant's shoulder and continuously hacking at its head. Each time it was about to recover, it was directly cut down. After about 10 minutes of this, the insect-type mutant suddenly stopped recovering and fell down, motionless. Chun Jingjing was quite lucky. Her widespread injuries, in theory, shouldn't have killed the insect-type mutant, but due to her relentless hacking, she accidentally managed to kill it. After the insect-type mutant died, Chun Jingjing immediately ran to help Wan Chong and Qin Ke. With Chun Jingjing's assistance, the two of them found it much easier. Ruan Kiang Soted, King Kiskiviko. Quickly get the Skywalker water. Qin Ke swiftly ran to grab the Skywalker water and brought it back to Wan Chong. Wan Chong placed her hand on the Skywalker water, and it immediately froze. After Wan Chong kicked the insect mutant away, she took out a bottle of water from her space, poured it down, and with a tight grip, the water instantly turned into ice, forming a long object resembling an ice boat. Wan Chong glanced at Qin Ke and said, sit down. Then she shouted at Shun Longchun. Shun Longchun, come here. After putting out the fire, Shun Longchun hurried over, while the firewall could still hold up for a little while because of the bugs. Wan Chong's voice was a bit choked, filled with an indescribable feeling. Qin Ke, are you scared? Qin Ke shook his head, smiling at Wan Chong through the glass, and said, Boss, I believe in you. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid. Wan Chong nodded and then said to Shun Longchun, set fire to Qin Ke. You go out with him. Shun Longchun said sternly, I'm leaving. What about you? Tao Yuan, come over and leave with Qin Ke. Wan Chong knew that Shun Longchun's decisions were generally not subject to change. To avoid wasting time, she shouted at Tao Yuan, this is not the time to show off. Our goal is to reach Tianqing water. Every person we can get through counts. Don't waste time. As she spoke, she called out to Yao Jiandao. Take Tao Yuan's position. Luo Yasuzi, prepare to assist outside. Yao Jiangdao immediately moved to Tao Yuan's side, and as Tao Yuan left, he quietly said to Yao Jiangdao, "You are my opponent. You must not die among these filthy bugs." Yao Jiangdao nodded, patted Tao Yuan's shoulder, and then engaged in battle with the insect-like mutants. Upon Luo Yasuzi's instruction, Shun Fan and Li Shu immediately went to make arrangements. Although they were still unclear about why they needed to arrange for water-type ability users, they proceeded according to Luo Yasuzi's plan. At this point, there were no hostile relations. Everyone was on the same front. Although they usually looked down on each other, they still knew how to distinguish the situation. Wan Shong pretended to hand a grenade to Tao Yuan. For blowing up the door, the bugs are afraid of light. Once we get out, we'll be safe, and someone will come to support us. Tao Yuan nodded, took the grenade, and got on. The earthen wall of Yaojiang Island had already been bitten open, and bugs began to pour in. Shun Longshun immediately set fire to Qing Ku and Tao Yuan's clothes, and the two instantly became human torches. Together with Wan Shong, they pushed the ice ship out. Tao Yuan pulled the grenade, found the right position with the firelight, and detonated it. Qing Ku curled up his body, tightly protecting the Tianxing water in his arms. The grenade was quite powerful, directly blowing the door away, revealing a thick cloud of smoke ahead. The two flew out, and the people outside, waiting to assist, saw two fireballs come out. The water-type ability users immediately rushed to extinguish the fire. Then, the dog-type mutants quickly carried the people and ran towards Wan Shong. Meanwhile, the wind-type ability users had already gone ahead to Wan Shong to find the healing doctors, explain the situation, and ensure timely medical treatment. After Qing Ku fell, Tianxing water flew out, but fortunately, it was in solid form, so when the glass shattered, Tianxing water was unharmed. Li Shu immediately sent someone to collect Tianxing water and continued to watch the entrance. Chapter 85, Bugs in the Building, Part 4. There are two reasons for setting people on fire. First, to accelerate the melting of the ice, allowing them to slide down using the water. Second, their protective suits were mostly relying on the last layer, while the outer layer was already tattered. If they didn't do this, they would just wait to be bitten by the bugs. Safe. Luo Yasuzi's voice came from the communicator. Wan Chong followed the previous method to make an ice boat. Chun Jingjing, Yao Jiangdao, you go. Chun Jingjing didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran to sit down. Curling up, Yao Jiangdao hugged Chun Jingjing from behind, directly opening his coat to wrap around her. What are you doing? Chun Jingjing was about to struggle when Yao Jiangdao pressed her down, and she ended up curled up in his arms. After Shen Longshan set the fire, Wan Chong pushed, and the two slid down the same path that Qing Qi and the others had taken before. They flew out in a chaotic rush. While Chun Jingjing was extremely worried throughout the process because Yao Jiangdao used his outer layer of clothing to wrap her up, leaving him with only the layer underneath. During the escape, they needed to crash through a pile of bugs, and she was afraid that Yao Jiangdao, as clothing would get bitten through and he would die. After they flew out, they went quite far, and the water-type ability users outside immediately went to extinguish the fire. A burnt smell spread, and those who went to move the two exclaimed, "Big Brother Yao is seriously injured." Meanwhile, Wan Chong and Shun Longshun were still battling two other bug-type mutants, and the bugs from the first and third floors had already rushed in. Safe. When Wan Chong heard Luo Isu's voice coming from the communicator, she felt a bit relieved. "Shun Longshun," Wan Chong shouted. However, Shun Longshun seemed to have no intention of leaving. Wan Chong gritted her teeth and threw out two vines, which wrapped perfectly around Shun Longshun's waist. As the ice boat was going downhill, Shun Longshun was directly pulled and rolled down the stairs. Having previously been in the special forces, he had undergone this kind of temporary life-saving training. So he quickly reacted, curling his body and protecting his head with his hands. Just as they were nearing the door, the ice boat shook, and Shen Longshun's legs were grabbed by two bug-type mutants, causing the ice boat to lose balance and flip at the last moment. The two rolled directly into the pile of bugs, and Wan Chong pushed herself up, rushing forward to kick the two bug-type mutants away. However, Shen Longshun had already fallen into a coma, possibly due to just hitting his head. The noisy sounds coming from the communicator made it impossible to distinguish what was happening to Wan Chong inside. The people who had come with them were all weaker than Tao Yueyin and Yao Jiangdao, and since even the two strongest were injured so severely, the others surely didn't dare to go in again. Luo Isu walked over. Wan Shong is still inside. Can you hold on? Are you going in to rescue her? Su Yunli was stunned, and Shun Fan and Li Shu also heard the commotion over here. Li Shu came over and said sternly, "Everyone is out. You want to go in? What if it's a futile sacrifice? Sacrificing one is better than sacrificing two." Luo Isu looked up at Li Shu and roared, "What do you understand? If Wan Chong dies here, everyone will die in the future. She is the only one who has a chance to save the apocalypse." The rage made Luo Isu shout things he shouldn't have. And this time, both Li Shu and Shun Fan were stunned. Su Yunli gritted her teeth. "I will go in to save the boss." She came with Wan Chong, and after being together day and night, she understood that without Wan Chong, their so-called team would no longer exist. Anyone in the team could be replaced, but Wan Chong was irreplaceable. "Don't go in." Wan Chong's suppressed voice came through the communicator to everyone's ears. It was clear that she seemed to be enduring something now. Everyone gathered around the communicator again, afraid of missing any information. Inside the building, those bugs had already engulfed Wan Chong's calves, and she could clearly feel the bugs biting her protective suit. Dealing with one bug-type mutant was already very strenuous, and now she had to face two, along with so many bugs surrounding her, making it difficult for her to move and unable to exert her full strength. Even getting close to the door was a luxury. Although it was noisy around her, she still heard from the communicator that they planned to send someone in. Now only she understood how dangerous her situation was. Sending in too many people would be futile. The last ice pillar was released, and her ice abilities had already reached their limit. Luo Isu's voice came from inside. "Wan Chong, hold on, you can't die." Wan Chong had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She had bitten her tongue several times just to avoid fainting from the immense pain. A bug mutant punched her in the abdomen, and she could no longer hold on, flying out and crashing into a pile of bugs. Luo Yasuzi's voice was still echoing. "Wan Chong, think of another way, we believe in you." Then came Su Yunli's voice. "Boss, we are all waiting for you to come out. Don't forget that Shun Longshan and I, your dad, are still waiting for you." Shun Fan said, "Boss." Jingjing and Shaoqing both said they want you to send them off to get married. They need to save face, so you absolutely cannot die here. Su Yunli's voice was already choked with emotion. Wan Chong gathered her last bit of strength and got up. Now their voices were the reason she persisted. Vines shot out from her palms, embedding themselves in the ceiling above the staircase on the second floor. Wan Chong tightened her grip, and her whole body flew up. As she leaped over the insect mutant, her foot landed on its shoulder, propelling her directly to the second floor. The insect mutant quickly changed direction and pursued her again. As soon as Wan Chong landed, she fell to the ground. Her feet had no strength left, and her stamina had reached its limit. Wan Chong tightened her palm. "Luo Yasuzi, I don't have the strength." Luo Yasuzi's voice immediately came through. "Pierce the meridians, break them." Although Wan Chong didn't understand what Luo Yasuzi meant, she took out a thin vine to use as a needle and directly pierced her wrist with it. The tiny vine got stuck inside her wrist, and her mind instantly became clear. The insect mutant was only 2 or 3 steps away from her. She scrambled to her feet and ran towards the staircase on the 3rd floor. As she got close, just like before, she used the vine to leap directly up. Leaving the insect mutant behind, she could already feel insects entering her protective suit, biting through the last layer of her protection. Wan Chong stumbled straight towards the window, now too weak to even speak, and jumped out. By the time Luo Yasuzi reacted, she was already in free fall. "Catch her!" Before Luo Yasuzi could finish her sentence, Su Yunli had already jumped out. She just managed to catch Wan Chong, but due to gravity and the impact, she couldn't bear the weight of both of them. Although she lessened the impact a bit, they still fell together. Su Yunli moved slightly and realized Wan Chong was pressing down on her legs, which sent a sharp pain through her, causing her to faint from the pain. Meanwhile, Luo Yasuzi rushed to Wan Chong's side, looked at her slightly rising chest, and breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful. Fortunately, she was still alive. The others immediately carried Wan Chong and Su Yunli back to the base. Luo Yasuzi raised his hand and rubbed his temples, a bit impatiently asking, What is going on? He was very tired, as excessive brain activity was seriously affecting his development. So he didn't plan to waste time with these two. For Wan Shong, anything beyond life and death was meaningless. Li Shu asked, "Do you know the consequences of piercing the meridians?" Seeing Luo Yasuzi raise his eyebrows in disbelief, Li Shu continued, "Then why did you let her do that? Where she becomes disabled." Luo Yasuzi looked coldly at Li Shu. "At least she got out, didn't she? Her body had already reached its limit. If she hadn't done that, how would she have had the strength to escape? Being disabled is better than dying inside. At least she still has one hand." He had seen when Wan Shong came out, a thin vine was pierced through her left wrist, and given that situation, the chances of her not being disabled were very small. Shen Fan then asked, "You said Wan Shong is the only one with a chance to save the apocalypse. What do you mean by that? What do you know?" Luo Yasuzi's extraordinary intelligence had already surprised them. They always felt there was something unusual about him. Now that he suddenly said this, they felt even more that he knew some unspeakable secret. Hearing Shun Fan's question, Luo Yasuzi tightened his grip. "I just think Wan Chong's abilities are special. They must have their own uses. I expressed myself poorly in a moment of anxiety. What do you want to make of it?" However, once Wan Shong became strong enough, he would naturally tell her these things, but now was not the right time. Both Shun Fan and Li Shu felt a hint of disappointment. They really thought Luo Yasuzi knew something. Now that he said this, they couldn't help but laugh to themselves, laughing at how they had placed their hopes on such a young kid. Chapter 86. Unconscious after returning to the military base, Luo Yasuzi went straight to the temporary hospital. Because Wan Shong had the greatest contribution in this operation to seize the Tianxing water, she was assigned a separate room. Originally, it was meant for Wan Kun, the level 2 healer, but Wan Kun insisted on taking care of Wan Shong, and since his attitude was firm, there was no other choice but to settle for a compromise. The others were arranged in one room, and all the matters concerning the healing department were postponed. They all concentrated in one room to treat her. Those who originally came for treatment had no choice but to find the nurses to bandage their wounds, as their contributions were too significant to argue against. After hearing from Wan Kun that Wan Chong was not in danger of losing her life, Shun Fan hurried to another room. He hadn't forgotten that his son, Shun Longshun, was also seriously injured. He had flown out from the doorway and rolled on the ground for quite a distance without moving. He almost thought Shun Longshun had died. However, when the water ability users said he was still alive, the feeling of having lost and regained was indescribable. Even though he had said before that he would no longer consider Shun Longshun his son, he still worried about him in his heart. When he heard that Shun Longshun was selected for the Special Forces, he was overjoyed, so much so that he didn't sleep until late at night. His son had strength and had risen through his own abilities. Now, after the apocalypse, he had awakened a powerful fire ability. He felt proud to have such a son. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, his hand trembling as he pushed the door. He didn't know how to face Shun Longshun. The door suddenly opened, and his raised hand froze in midair, feeling awkward. The young nurse looked down and called out, "Hello, Director Shin." Just as she was about to leave with the used disinfected items, she heard Shun Fan's voice. "How is Shun Longshun doing?" "That fire ability kid," Shun Fan asked. To avoid showing favoritism, he added, "And the others? Are their injuries serious?" The nurse didn't think much of it, shaking her head and saying, "I'm not sure. I heard the injuries are severe. Everyone is still unconscious, and the doctors said they don't know when they will wake up." Shun Fan waved his hand. "All right, I understand." After the nurse left, Shun Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Qing Si, Su Yunli, and Shun Longshun were all quietly lying on the beds, their faces pale. Shun Longshun's upper body was wrapped in bandages. Looking at the old wounds on his son, Shun Fan's eyes reddened. Those wounds were deep and had already left scars. There were knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and some scars he couldn't identify. Shun Fan walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down, quietly watching Shun Longshun. It had been years since they last met. The little kid who used to shout at him had now grown into a man capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities. On the other side, Wan Kun and Luo Yasuzi were guarding Wan Chong's bedside, both silent. Before long, Luo Yasuzi fell asleep with his head resting on Wan Chong's bed. Wan Kun walked around and gently placed Luo Yiji on the bed beside him. Even while asleep, Luo Yiji's brows were still tightly furrowed. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Wan Kun walked over and, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately opened his mouth wide. What are you doing here? Tao Yueyin stared at him, and Wan Kun glanced at the empty hallway, shifting his gaze to the other side. Avoiding eye contact with Tao Yueyin grabbed Wan Kun and headed outside. Wan Kun exclaimed, "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" Tao Yueyin didn't slow down, and Wan Kun quickly realized where he was headed. He stopped asking questions and followed Tao Yueyin's pace. After Luo Yiji woke up, he found that Wan Kun was not there, while Wan Shong was still lying motionless. He called a nurse over. "Why hasn't she woken up yet?" The nurse shook her head. "Dr. Luo, I'm not sure either. I've heard that Mr. Tao Yueyin has already woken up, and Miss Chun Jingjing has also woken up, but the others are still unconscious." Luo Yiji nodded. "Have someone bring food here. I will stay with her." The nurse agreed and went out. Tao Yueyin was the first to wake up, which Luo Yiji was not surprised about. One major advantage of being a hybrid was the retention of animal self-healing abilities. And Tao Yueyin's hybrid lion had tough skin, thick flesh, and a lot of fur, making him particularly resilient. Chun Jingjing was protected by Yao Jiangdao and fainted from the impact when she came out, but she wasn't actually injured. However, Yao Jiangdao had taken off his clothes to protect Chun Jingjing, and he himself was quite badly hurt. He and Wan Shong were the two most seriously injured individuals. It was unfortunate that two key figures were the most severely injured. Yao Jiangdao's earth abilities were very important, and Wan Shong's ice abilities were even more essential. Su Yunli had a broken leg, but fortunately, her hands were unharmed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to draw a bow or shoot, which would be equivalent to being disabled. Qing Yi mostly had superficial wounds, and if she guessed correctly, Qing Yi would be the third person to wake up. Shen Longchun wasn't heavily injured. He just overused his abilities and had some head trauma, but nothing serious, so he would likely wake up soon as well. The only uncertain factors now were Wan Shong and Yao Jiangdao. Meanwhile, Chun Jingjing was sitting by Yao Jiangdao's bedside. Yao Jiangdao was now lying in bed, his handsome face looking unusually pale. This was the first time she had seen him so vulnerable. Usually, he appeared confident and assured. Mr. Yao was too severely injured, and many of his wounds had affected his internal organs. With their current first-level healing abilities, they couldn't treat him at all. Would the second-level healing abilities be able to help? "Thank you. You can all leave now. I will stay with him." Chun Jingjing hadn't expected that at the critical moment. Yao Jiangdao would take off his clothes to wrap around her, preventing her from being burned by the fire. Meanwhile, his own back had many burn marks, and there were also signs of insect bites. Although he wasn't infected with a hybrid, the situation at that time was imaginable. If they had stayed inside for even a little longer, Yao Jiangdao might have been infected by the insect hybrids, and he could have died in there. She had always thought that her relationship with Yao Jiangdao was merely transactional, but later, when she visited Yao Jiangdao's old home, there were photos of her there, some of which she didn't even have herself, and Yao Jiangdao had kept them. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched. At the moment of life and death, Yao Jiangdao was the first to think of her, while she had been using him because of the military's Shen fan. How could she reconcile that? Looking at Yao Jiangdao, Chun Jingjing thought a lot. From the apocalypse until now, it felt as if everything was predestined. If she hadn't met Wan Shong, she might have really died in Guanming. If Wan Kun hadn't been brought here, she might never have left Guanming. If she hadn't agreed to Luo Yiji's request, would she have passed by this man who loved her deeply? Lost in thought, she held Yao Jiangdao's hand. His hands, which used to be warm, were now cold as ice. Tears dripped onto the back of her hand and then slid into Yao Jiangdao's palm. Now that Yao Jiangdao's injuries couldn't be treated, she didn't dare to think about what she would do if something happened to him. She would probably feel guilty for the rest of her life, living in torment every day. "Jingjing, go eat something. If Xiao Dao knows you haven't eaten, he will definitely worry," came Yao's mother's voice. Chun Jingjing lifted her head from Yao Jiangdao's hand, looking at Yao's mother with tear-filled eyes. Yao's mother had red, swollen eyes, as if she had just been crying. Chun Jingjing bit her lip and choked out, "Mom, I don't want to eat. You go ahead." Yao's mother gently patted Chun Jingjing's head. Xiao Dao is my son. He has gone through such a thing, and my sorrow is no less than yours. However, Xiao Dao has this strength because it is destined by heaven. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Everyone has their own significance in existence, and we cannot give up the belief in living. Chun Jingjing wiped her tears and forced a smile. Okay, Mom, let's go eat. Yao's mother then affectionately patted Chun Jingjing's head. That's good. Let's go. I've already had them set up the food. Finally, on the third day, unable to hold on any longer, she fell asleep. Feeling a slight movement in her palm, Chun Jingjing immediately woke up. Yao Jiangdao's brow was tightly furrowed, as if he had a nightmare and couldn't wake up. She raised her other hand to smooth his brow, repeatedly trying to ease his frown. Only then did Yao Jiangdao gradually relax, and his tightly clenched hand slowly loosened. Meanwhile, the back of Chun Jingjing's hand was already turning blue from being held so tightly, showing how much strength Yao Jiangdao had just used. Seeing Yao Jiangdao calm down, Chun Jingjing propped her face up and stared at him. Chapter 87. Analysis results. After Yao Jiangdao calmed down, Chun Jingjing propped her face up and continued to stare at him. When the first-level healing doctor arrived and saw this scene, he awkwardly spoke up. Miss Chun, could you please move aside? I can't treat him like this. Since he had awakened healing abilities, everyone basically treated him with great respect, and he usually entered the room directly. Who would have thought he would walk in to see this scene, making it a bit awkward? Chun Jingjing quickly stood up and stepped aside, asking, how are the others doing? Chun Jingjing was startled. After she woke up, she had been so focused on taking care of Yao Jiangdao that she completely forgot about the others. Yao's mother nodded. You have been cooped up in here for so many days. It's time to get some fresh air. When Chun Jingjing arrived, Wan Shong had already woken up and was sitting on the bed, while everyone else was in the room, either standing or sitting. Shen Longchen was sitting by the bed, holding a bowl of porridge and feeding Wan Shong, which the cafeteria had specially prepared for her. Feeling embarrassed, Chun Jingjing walked in and asked, Boss, are you feeling better? Wan Shong nodded, indicating that she was fine. Luo Yizhu then said, Your left hand, not only has the meridian been severed, but the bone has also been pierced. The possibility of it recovering to normal is very slim, so you need to prepare yourself mentally. Wan Shong nodded. She had been ruthless while tying it up and had probably anticipated the worst-case scenario. However, it was fortunate that it was her left hand, so it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Controlling her abilities relied entirely on her will, and her hand was just for precision. But she still had her right hand, so she didn't think much of it. Luo Yasuzi continued, Do you know that this time, by not following orders, you almost died? Wan Chong smiled, and, after sipping half a bowl of porridge and gathering some strength, finally spoke, but has already turned from danger to safety. Luo Yasuzi sighed. Fortunately, you didn't die. By the way, was there anything important inside the building that you didn't mention? Wan Chong thought for a moment, and then said, There is a particularly special insect mutant. While other insect mutants attack their targets continuously unless we actively change targets, there is one insect mutant that is as fast as Qing Ku and knows to attack others. It ambushed Tao Yueyin. Thinking about it now, it feels terrifying. At that time, Tao Yueyin's protective suit had already been torn, but fortunately, Tao Yueyin is a lion mutant, and his fur is quite thick, so those insects couldn't bite through. However, those who went to assist Tao Yueyin and Qing Ke said that a lot of Tao Yueyin's fur had been burned off, but after checking, no insects had entered his body. Luo Isu pondered for a moment before saying, Now that Tianqing water has been obtained, we won't deal with that special insect mutant in the building for now. And don't tell anyone about this matter. Wan Chong nodded, and Luo Yizuzi continued. If I am not mistaken, individuals who have already been transformed by a different species cannot be transformed again. A bird hybrid named Su Yunli was bitten by a bug, which entered its body. After we caught the bug and checked its body again, we confirmed that it had not been transformed. Wan Chong nodded, and Luo Ishu continued. This means that there is only one chance for hybridization, and additionally, we don't know if plants can be hybridized again. Currently, aside from Fei Feng, no plants have undergone hybridization, so there is no way to experiment for now. I'm just letting you know this first, so you have some understanding. Neither the military nor the research team from Zhuangshan is aware of this. Wan Shong nodded and waited for Luo Yizhu to finish speaking before frowning and asking, "What about Ruan Cohen?" As soon as she spoke, she felt her throat was extremely hoarse, as if something was scraping against it. Although she felt her voice was relatively loud, it sounded particularly small to everyone else. After being unconscious for so long, Ruan Cohen should have been by her side, and now that she had been awake for a while, he still hadn't come. Everyone was present except for Ruan Cohen. Had something happened? As soon as she said this, the group fell into an awkward silence, unable to speak. Wan Shong frowned even more. Why is no one speaking? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed in the quiet room, feeling particularly abrupt. Wan Shong looked at Chun Jingjing, signaling her to open the door. A young nurse walked in, carrying the supplies needed for disinfection. Seeing everyone looking at her, she cautiously said, "I'm here to change Miss Ruan's dressing." Wan Shong nodded, and the little nurse walked over. Shen Longchen picked up Wan Shong's left hand, and only then did the little nurse begin to treat the wound. Because the meridian had been directly severed earlier, Wan Shong's left hand had no sensation from the wound down to her hand, except for the area above her arm. Wan Shong had already anticipated the worst outcome while being bandaged, so she was not too disappointed, just calmly watching the little nurse carefully wrap her up. Although the little nurse had just entered the room, she sensed the abnormal atmosphere and quickly tidied up her things, preparing to leave. Wan Shong finally spoke up. "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" The little nurse thought she had done something wrong, or that the bandaging wasn't done properly, and her voice trembled a bit. She could also see that Wan Shong wasn't in a good mood. For someone like her, who hadn't awakened any abilities or had any special traits, dealing with important figures was always done with caution, fearing that a careless mistake would offend others. "What about Ruan Cohen?" He asked the doctor from the second-level treatment department. Wan Shong asked. Only then did the little nurse breathe a sigh of relief. But as soon as she relaxed, the others in the room became tense. "Dr. Wan went to Mr. Tao Yuyan's residence yesterday," the little nurse said. Tao Yuyan is Li Shu's person, and Ruan Cohen is now considered to be with Shun Fan. The opposition between Li Shu and Shun Fan is well known. A series of questions swirled in Wan Chong's mind, and a sense of unease surged within her. "Is anyone looking for him?" Wan Chong asked again. Wan Chong nodded. "All right, you can go out now. Luo Yizhu is the only one who hasn't fainted, so he should know clearly." Luo Yizhu shrugged. "You can ask Shen Longchen." Wan Chong shifted her gaze to Shen Longchen, surprised that she didn't know something even Shen Longchen was aware of. Because her voice was too loud. Her previously slightly sore throat now felt like it was on fire, and her voice became even more hoarse. Shen Longchen held a glass of water from the side and brought it to Wan Chong's lips, saying, "You haven't had water for a few days. Drink some to soothe your throat." Wan Chong raised her right hand and directly knocked over the water. The others in the room were startled, each holding their breath and remaining silent. Shen Longchen looked at Wan Chong, pursing his lips without speaking. Wan Chong looked away from her gaze with Shen Longchen, propped herself up with her uninjured hand, and prepared to get out of bed, but Shen Longchen held her back. Wan Chong shook off Shen Longchen's hand, put on her shoes, and was ready to leave, only to realize that her legs were extremely weak because she hadn't eaten for the past few days and her body was unusually frail. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing immediately went to support Wan Chong, one on each side, as they walked towards the door. Wan Chong was going to find Ruan Cohen, and they naturally wanted to help. After all, Wan Chong was their leader, not Shen Longchen. Wan Chong basically relied on Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku to support her. She herself didn't need to exert any effort. Shen Longchen looked at Wan Chong's stumbling figure, clenched his fists, and quickly stepped forward, directly taking Wan Chong from Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing's hands and carrying her horizontally. Luo Yizhu got off the bed. "Let's go together." He was naturally aware of the situation, and so were the others. This matter would eventually be exposed anyway, so there was no point in hiding it. She walked with a noticeable limp. The doctors specializing in treatment could only handle external injuries, and this type of fracture could only rely on modern technology. However, with limited equipment available now, they could only use a cast for stabilization and wait for it to heal slowly on its own. After Shen Longchen carried Wan Chong out, the group rode Nian Nian to Tao Yuyan's house. There were guards at the entrance, and Nien jumped over the wall and went inside. The patrolling mutated pets were much smaller than Yin and seemed a bit frightened, tucking their tails and retreating. "Who are you? How dare you trespass in here?" A voice questioned, belonging to one of the patrollers, who appeared to pose no real threat. Shen Longchun carried Wan Shong inside, while Chun Jingjing and Qing could clear the way, with Luo Yasuzi and Su Yunli following behind, although Su Yunli walked with a noticeable limp. The guards inside were mostly not very powerful. After all, no one expected anyone would dare to invade Tao Yuyan's home. Therefore, the group moved as if in an unguarded territory, heading straight up to the second floor to open the door. Finally, in the last room, they found Ruan Kun. Chapter 88. Her boyfriend. Finally, in the last room, they found Ruan Kun. As soon as the door opened, the scene inside shocked everyone. Of course, this did not include Luo Yasuzi and Shen Longchen. Ruan Kun and Tao Yuyan were lying bare on the bed, with Ruan Kun nestled in Tao Yuyan's arms, his bare upper body covered in kiss marks. Upon seeing the visitor at the door, they quickly separated. Ruan Kun looked at Wan Shong, pulled the quilt over, and habitually lowered his head, because whenever Wan Shong looked at him coldly, or when he made a mistake, he didn't dare to meet her gaze. And seeing this scene, Wan Shong finally understood why everyone had stammered and couldn't say anything when she asked about Ruan Kun's whereabouts. "Let's go," Ruan Chong said, 2 words after a moment of silence. Shen Longchun carried Ruan Chong downstairs, and Ruan Kun felt like he crawled out of bed, got dressed, and followed them out. The arriving mutants made way after seeing Tao Yuyan's gesture, but their eyes were still fixed on everyone, as if they would pounce on them at any sign of improper behavior. "Where are you going?" Tao Yuyan stopped Ruan Kun, who was about to leave. Tao Yuyan countered. "What do you plan to do? To say it like this?" Ruan Kun fell silent. Tao Yuyan continued. "Anyway, she already knows. What is there to hide? This is already common knowledge." Ruan Kun turned his head and saw Ruan Chong and her group right away on Yin Yin. Ruan Kun quickly climbed onto Tao Yuyan's back, and Tao Yuyan shouted, "Hold on tight." Then he started to run wildly. He kept a distance that was neither too far nor too close behind Yin Yin. Luo Yizhu glanced at them and smiled, thinking that this saved him a lot of trouble. After returning to the military base, Ruan Chong finally spoke up, "Go to the conference room." Qingke was pondering what excuse to come up with when he heard Ruan Chong's cold voice coming from the front. Although Ruan Chong's words were harsh, Chun Jingjing and Su Yunli didn't think much of it. After all, anyone would feel upset if their younger brother concealed such matters. Ruan Chong's meaning was already very clear. They were not allowed to leave. Since Ruan Chong had said this, they naturally couldn't insist on leaving anymore. Tao Yuyan and Ruan Kun were at the back, and once they entered the conference room, everyone sat up straight. Ruan Kun, sitting next to Tao Yuyan, appeared somewhat restless. They only realized this matter after waking up. Once they knew Ruan Chong had woken up, they understood something was going to happen. After all, thinking from a normal person's perspective, given that such a big incident had occurred with Ruan Chong, Ruan Kun would definitely stay to accompany her. Not seeing Ruan Kun naturally led them to think something had happened to her. Tao Yuyan, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, quietly waiting for Ruan Chong to speak first. Time passed second by second, and the tense atmosphere made it hard for everyone to breathe. "Why don't you tell us how you met?" Ruan Chong lowered her eyes, not looking at Ruan Kun. Ruan Kun, who had been sitting quietly, already felt a bit breathless. Hearing Ruan Chong's question, she instead felt relieved. At least the situation had not reached an unnegotiable point. "When I first came to Wan Shong, the first patient I took over was him," Ruan Kun honestly explained. Ruan Chong asked again, "How long have you been together?" "It's been half a month since I came here." Ruan Kun didn't say anything, and Tao Yuyan spoke up beside him. "Ruan Kun was only born about 10 minutes apart from you, so what right do you have to question him like that?" Ruan Chong smiled coldly. "So you think I'm not qualified enough?" Tao Yuyan wanted to say something more, but Ruan Kun pulled on Tao Yuyan's sleeve, and she didn't speak up. "Sister, I know it's wrong to hide things from you, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree, so that's why." Ruan Kun hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ruan Chong was somewhat exasperated. He hadn't even told her, so how did he know she wouldn't agree? Thinking of this, she glanced at the people present and felt even angrier. Everyone here had such normal orientations, Yet Wan Kuen's orientation had a bit of an issue. As for Tao Yueyin, based on their previous two encounters, she had a rough understanding of him. Although he stood by Li Shu's side, he was still a decent person, just a bit silent. Wan Kuen continued to explain, "Sister, I absolutely did not neglect your well-being. I stayed by your side until Qing Ku and the others woke up before I left. I thought, anyway, with Qing Ku and the others taking care of you." As he spoke towards the end, his voice became softer, as if he were speaking to a mosquito. Wan Shong. In the end, she took a deep breath, tried to calm her emotions, and then said in what she thought was a very calm voice, "You all go out. I want to talk to Tao Yueyin alone." "Sister." Wan Kuen looked at Wan Shong with a pitiful expression. Wan Shong said coldly, "Get out." After glancing at Wan Shong, Tao Yueyin turned to Wan Kuen and said, "It's fine. Wait for me at the door. Don't provoke my sister." Wan Kuen vispre dopstedoan. Wan Kuen's face turned red. And seeing that her sister's expression was even worse, and that she was staring at the two of them, she quickly walked out. Luo Yizhu glanced at Wan Shong as he passed by. He had thought it over carefully, and it was better for Wan Shong to decide this matter herself. After all, if he intervened again, Wan Shong might feel that he was trying to control them. Moreover, even if Wan Kuen and Tao Yueyin ended up separating, he had plenty of ways to get Tao Yueyin on his side, so the outcome of this matter wouldn't significantly affect his original plan. Wan Shong would listen to his suggestions on other matters, but when it came to Wan Kuen, the less he interfered, the better. After all, Wan Shong was too protective, or rather, overly protective of Wan Kuen. Wan Shong said in front of Chun Jingjing's closed door, "Qing Ku, you and Chun Jingjing guard the door, and no one is allowed to come close." "Okay," Chun Jingjing replied before closing the door. However, what was said and the scene outside the door were quite different. Besides Wan Kuen standing alone in the corridor, everyone else was pressed against the door, quietly listening to the sounds inside. Wan Kuen actually wanted to listen in on what his sister was doing, but every time he got close, Chun Jingjing and Qing Ku would firmly say, "The boss said, you're not allowed to get close." Yuan Kuen said indignantly, "My sister clearly said not to let anyone get close. What are you all listening for?" Chun Jingjing smiled and replied, "The boss said not to let anyone get close to avoid making you uncomfortable. It's just aimed at you." Qing Ku chimed in, "Oh, come on. Don't make it difficult for us, otherwise we won't hear anything happening inside." "Exactly. At worst we'll just tell you what is going on in there later," Chun Jingjing added. Wan Kuen was speechless. They told him it would be faster to ask Tao Yueyin directly. The two women had an expression that said, "Don't disturb me with gossip," which made it impossible for Wan Kuen to get close. He could only stand in the hallway and wait. "Don't make a fuss, there's noise inside," Su Yunli said. As soon as those words were spoken, Wan Kuen was even more curious about what they were discussing inside. But helplessly, he couldn't get closer and could only pace back and forth anxiously. Meanwhile, inside, Wan Shong looked at Tao Yiyin's nonchalant demeanor and coldly said, "Why are you with Wan Kuen?" Wan Shong squinted, her tone tinged with displeasure. "So that means you're just playing with him?" If Tao Yueyin dared to say this outright, one could imagine that Wan Kuen was dispensable to him. After all, with the power of the heterogeneous organization he currently controls, what kind of person couldn't he get? Many people must be vying for his favor, just like on Yaojiang Island. And Wan Kuen can't be considered the most handsome man. His only advantage might be his level 2 healing ability. However, as the number of awakened abilities increases, Wan Kuen's level 2 healing is no longer that impressive. Who said I'm playing with him? I've always been sincere towards him. Besides, if my interest really came out of nowhere, it would probably be easy to find someone more handsome than him, Tao Yueyin said. This was probably the longest sentence Wan Shong had ever heard from Tao Yueyin. Before she could respond, he continued, "Aside from his level 2 healing ability, he's also quite foolish and always makes mistakes. He can't even grasp the deeper meanings of what others say. It's really stupid." With Wan Kuen's nice guy personality, he would have probably died hundreds of times in Wan Shong by now. He can only distinguish between friends and foes. He's useless in every other regard. For the past half year, it's been Tao Yueyin protecting him, which is why no one dares to touch him. Otherwise, with his IQ, he would have likely offended someone and ended up snapped in secret. Although he belongs to Shun Fan is always very busy and has no time to manage logistical matters. If he dies, any excuse could easily cover it up. Wan Shong thought carefully and felt that it seemed to be the case. After a moment of silence, she questioned, "Did you not inquire about me when you issued the arrest warrant back then?" Chapter 89, Dealing with Miscellaneous Matters. Tao Yueyin thought for a moment and then replied, "When did I ever issue an arrest warrant?" Wan Shong raised her eyebrows, and Tao Yueyin said again, "I will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. It will be best if that's the case." Wan Shong asked again, "What are you and Wan Kun planning to do?" Tao Yueyin replied in confusion, "What do you mean by what to do?" Wan Shong, "What else can I do? This is something that everyone knows. Do you think anyone would dare to say a word on my territory?" Tao Yueyin said with an arrogant expression, "Then what about you and Li Shu? There were rumors about you and Li Shu before. So why are you suddenly with Wan Kun now?" Tao Yueyin scoffed. "Wan Kun was afraid of being discovered by you, so I intentionally spread that rumor. That woman, Li Shu, is no fun at all. How could I possibly be interested in her?" Wan Shong. Thinking this way, she stood up. "Treat Wan Kun well. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off." Tao Yueyin snorted lightly, showing no signs of fear. "You don't need to say it. I already know." As soon as Wan Shong opened the door, she saw Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing standing at the entrance, while the others acted nonchalantly in the corridor, each performing like a leading actor, as if she didn't know they had just been eavesdropping outside the door. Wan Kun saw Wan Shong come out and quickly walked over. "Sister, he stammered while speaking, and his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing into the room. Wan Shong glanced at him, then turned and walked downstairs. Wan Kun watched Wan Shong's departing figure, feeling a wave of disappointment. Could it be that his sister still disagreed? Of course, that was what he thought in his heart. If they're going to be together, they should just move in together to avoid the tiring back and forth. Wan Shong's voice came from ahead. Although her tone was still not very pleasant, Wan Kun's eyes brightened. Did his sister agree? He couldn't help but let joy seep into his voice. Good. Tao Yueyin came out and placed his hand on Wan Kun's shoulder. "All right, your sister has already walked far away. Are you not leaving?" Wan Kun struggled a few times. "All right, don't get physical outside." Tao Yueyin's strength was naturally much greater than Wan Kun's. "Everyone knows about us, so what is there to be embarrassed about? Besides, with me around, who would dare to say another word?" Wan Kun pouted and stopped talking, walking side by side with Tao Yueyin. Now he felt quite uncomfortable. Chun Jingjing couldn't help but look displeased. Just now, when she was about to leave, it was Wan Shong who wouldn't let her go, right? Now, she was actually being blamed for following them. Qin Ke made an okay gesture, and only then did Chun Jingjing leave. Shen Longchun picked up Wan Shong in a princess carry. "You just woke up, your body is still weak, don't push yourself." As soon as they entered, Gu Ziqing ran over. "Sister Chong, I heard you fainted. I wanted to come find you, but I was the only one guarding the dorm, and I couldn't leave. So I didn't come." Wan Chong smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm doing well now, so there's nothing to worry about." Gu Ziqing happily demonstrated her ability to Wan Chong. "Sister Chong, I've awakened my ability. They say it's water type. It doesn't seem to have much offensive power, but it's actually convenient for me, as I don't have to fetch water anymore." Wan Chong replied, "Water type is useful too. Just practice well. Right now, it may not seem like much, but later on, when you level up, it will become powerful." Wan Chong's expression darkened. Gu Ziqing had already awakened her ability, which meant that in just over half a year, by next year, she could become very strong, a formidable force in her own right. Wan Chong nodded, and Shen Longchun continued to carry Wan Chong upstairs. The first thing he did after getting back to the room was rush to the bathroom to take a shower. Just as he struggled to take off his clothes, the door opened. Wan Chong looked at Shen Longchun standing at the door and quickly pulled the clothes she had just taken off to cover herself. "What are you doing?" "No need. I can do it myself. I didn't ask for your permission. Just wanted to let you know," Shen Longchun said as he took a few steps forward, directly yanking the clothes from Wan Chong's hands, and then carried her to the bathtub. Wan Chong's face turned bright red, and Shen Longchun teased, "There's really nothing to see here. Are you shy? Your face is so red." Wan Chong was frustrated. "Go out. I'll wash it myself." Shen Longchun pinched Wan Chong's nose. "All right, I was just teasing you. When have I ever looked down on you?" Shen Longchun said this as if it were a matter of course, and Wan Chong pouted, not saying anything. Meanwhile, Luo Yasuzi was looking at the recent experimental records, frowning. On the screen was the evolutionary process of a mouse, with the area protected by reinforced explosion-proof glass. Next to the mouse was all the Tianxing water collected by Wan Shong. As the fast-forwarding sped up, one could see the mouse mutate from the very beginning, then grow larger and stronger, and finally explode. Wan Shong pointed at the screen and said, "This is a recent experiment. Basically, we have experimented on all the animals we could. We speculate that, based on the enhancement of abilities through Tianxing water, it may ultimately lead to self-detonation due to energy overload. So far, there have been no exceptions." Luo Yasuzi nodded and said seriously, "The defenses against Tianxing water need to be strengthened to prevent excessive energy leakage. Wan Shong has too many ability users. If there is a widespread self-detonation phenomenon, it will affect people's morale and lead to chaos. Wan Shong is currently the leading authority, and everyone looks up to Wan Shong. If there is chaos here, wouldn't people in other areas panic even more? This will be a major reason for humanity's demise. Moreover, if becoming stronger ultimately leads to self-destruction, who would choose to become stronger? If Tianxing water spreads everywhere, there will inevitably be those with ulterior motives wanting to become local tyrants." Luo Yasuzi abruptly turned off the video and said sternly, "This matter must not be leaked. Just act as if you don't know. Otherwise, you should be clear about the consequences." Zhuang Shan nodded, packed up the materials, and put them away. "I haven't informed Commander Li and Commander Shin yet. I plan to ask you first. Since we need to keep it confidential, there's no need to tell them." Luo Yasuzi nodded. He had already figured Zhuang Shan out. He liked dealing with smart people and was keen on researching various unknowns. So, Luo Yasuzi only needed to reveal a little, and Zhuang Shan would immediately follow his lead. Wan Shong is a person who has been reborn. According to her own words, she spent 3 years in the apocalypse in her previous life, and Luo Yasuzi also spent 3 years in his previous life. Since the time is the same, it indicates that Wan Shong is not lying. After all the so-called doctors in Zhuangshan and this military base are just a bit smarter than ordinary people, and they're still equally useless, right? Didn't T want this kind of thing to affect more important matters later? Luo Yasuzi smiled. It seems that they have done a good job of hiding things about Wan Shong within the organization. Zhuangshan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he initially boasted that Wan Shong was the most resource-rich and well-informed place. Luo Yasuzi sat in the chair, still pondering what to do next. Zhuangshan looked down at the 8-year-old child and suddenly became curious about what kind of extraordinary person could give birth to such a child. "Little Dr. Luo, how are your parents now?" "They died early." Luo Yasuzi said this very matter-of-factly. After all, he had no feelings for his parents. Zhuangshan. This left Zhuangshan speechless, and an awkward atmosphere filled the room. Chapter 90, Leisure Time. However, Zhuangshan still didn't give up and asked, "Did your parents die because of the apocalypse?" "No," Luo Yasuzi answered succinctly. Zhuangshan continued to ask, "What are your parents' names? Where are they from?" Only then did Luo Yasuzi look up at Zhuangshan. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. My parents are much smarter than me. The way I feel when I interact with them is just like how you feel when you interact with me." Zhuangshan didn't know what to say and just nodded before leaving thoughtfully. On the other side, as soon as Chun Jingjing arrived at the villa on Yaojiang Island, she saw Wu rushing out. Upon seeing her, he sighed in relief and said, "Miss Chun, you're finally here. The boss has woken up. You should hurry." Chun Jingjing nodded and headed to the room on Yaojiang Island. Bang! Crash! Just as she reached the door of the room, she heard the sound of glassware shattering, and then a small nurse came out crying from the room. Chun Jingjing looked confused at a Wu who followed her, then pushed the door open. "Get out!" Yaojiang Island's furious voice came from inside. "Then I'll leave," Chun Jingjing said as she walked into the room. Yaojiang Island saw the visitor and hugged Chun Jingjing tightly. "What is wrong with you?" Chun Jingjing asked, looking puzzled. Yaojiang Island retorted, "Where have you been? You don't care about me at all," Yaojiang Island said with a slightly spoiled tone. Yaojiang Island immediately lay down obediently, and Chun Jingjing felt as if she had found child. How could someone who had just gone through life and death suddenly have such a changed personality? "Do you want something to eat? I can have them prepare it," Chun Jingjing asked. Yaojiang Island nodded, and Chun Jingjing stood up and walked out, with a Wu guarding the door. "A Wu, prepare some porridge." Also, find 2 people to clean up this place. Shun Jingjing instructed. Just now, Yaojiang Island had thrown a tantrum and shattered quite a few things, leaving glass shards all over the floor. Yes, Awu replied and quickly left. The military has given me 2 months off. I need to think about how to play. Shun Jingjing said sweetly. The 2 of them in the room were like a couple in love in the ordinary world. Wan Shong and Shen Longshun packed their things and prepared to find Fei Feng and Tang Hui. After all, there wasn't really anywhere else to go, and they had been at Wan Shong for quite some time. In the post-apocalyptic world, with no friends left, they naturally thought of the 2 of them. They followed the supply convoy and took a military-provided plane, arriving at the small town in just over 2 hours. With the absence of Tianqing water, the speed of forest expansion had decreased significantly, but from a distance, they could still see Fei Feng's massive figure. The 2 stood at the edge of the forest and shouted in unison, Fei Feng, Tang Hui. Fei Feng immediately scolded them. What are you shouting for? Making noise. Tang Hui tugged at Fei Feng's clothes and said, All right, let's go in and talk. It's not safe out here. As she spoke, Tang Hui looked in a certain direction. Shen Longshun and Wan Chong followed her gaze and saw a foreigner looking at them cautiously. Realizing he had been spotted, he quickly ran away. That wasn't part of our arrangement. Shen Longshun began to explain. Tang Hui smiled and said nonchalantly, I know. They arrived before you did, and they won't dare to enter the forest. As soon as they do, Fei Feng will know. So, there's no need to worry. They had originally promised Fei Feng and Tang Hui that as long as they obtained Tianqing water, they would not send anyone to monitor them. These foreigners have been lingering around the outskirts of the forest, afraid that the 2 would misunderstand and cause a big problem. Entering with Fei Feng, the animals in the forest would instinctively keep their distance, as the energy fluctuations from Fei Feng were too strong. Wan Shong gave us a break, and we had nowhere to go, so we thought of you. This time we planned to stay for 2 months, Shen Longshun said. Since you know it's an intrusion, then come less often, Fei Feng said coldly. When they reached the Brazilian wood, there had been a tremendous change since the last visit. The surroundings were filled with flowers, encircling the Brazilian wood, with vines forming a fence, and in the middle was a stone path wide enough for the 2 to walk side by side. Wan Chong praised without hesitation. You have transformed it beautifully. Shen Longshun leaned close to Wan Chong's ear and said, Once we resolve Guan Ming's matter, how about we create our own little house? Wan Chong pushed Shen Longshun away and glared at him, her ears flushed red. Tang Hui smiled and said, These were all planted by Fei Feng and me. The stones were also found by us in the forest. Come on, let me show you our house. The 4 of them stood next to a Brazilian wood tree when 4 vines unexpectedly reached out and pulled them upwards. Tang Hui and Fei Feng were used to this, but Wan Chong and Shen Longshun struggled. They felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, as if they were carsick and about to vomit. Just when Wan Chong was about to throw up, the ascent finally stopped. 2 thick branches supported the house, each as thick as 4 Wan Chongs. The house was woven from vines and wooden boards, looking quite large, but with many gaps. However, it had excellent lighting. The roof was a pointed branch, and at the tip, there was a strange flower that swayed left and right as soon as it saw Fei Feng and Tang Hui. Shen Longshun and Wan Chong stared in amazement, like newborn babies, curious about everything. Tang Hui then explained, This is a mutated wildflower that Fei Feng found in the forest. Its mutated ability is to grow larger, so I planted it on the roof to provide shelter from the rain. She then shouted at the flower, Squeak, grow larger and show everyone. Wan Chong and Shen Longshun had a look of disbelief. This flower is called Jiji? What a name! Jiji seemed to understand Tang Hui's words, and after a moment, it began to grow larger, its pink petals covering the roof and hanging down with numerous thin vines. Tang Hui explained, when it rains, the rainwater can drip down along the vines. She then turned and said, Jiji, that's enough. Tang Hui added, Come on, let's go inside. Although the house wasn't tall, it was still fine to stand up straight inside. There were 3 rooms, and Tang Hui pointed to the one by the window and the one next to it. These 2 are designed guest rooms. Mainly, the place is too big and really has no other use. Now, they come in handy. She said that the separate room was where she and Fei Feng slept. Besides the 3 rooms, there was also a small door. Tang Hui opened the small door, and on the other side was another room. Don't be explained. This is the kitchen. Because there are many restrictions, I rarely cook. I basically eat dry food or something else. Fei Feng doesn't need to eat, but sometimes he will accompany me. Then she led the two of them out again, and 4 branches appeared, pulling the 4 of them up into the air. Wan Shong was about to develop a fear of branches. She felt like she was going to be shaken sick. The branches stopped at a higher place, where there was a gazebo made of vines just slightly above the forest. The 4 of them entered the gazebo and looked at the scenery below, feeling as if they were standing above the forest. Moreover, the view here was excellent, allowing them to see far into the distance. Tang Hui smiled and said, "This gazebo is designed for watching the sunrise and sunset. Sometimes I also have afternoon tea here." Wan Chong sat on the wooden chair, looking down at her feet. At such a height, if someone had a fear of heights, they would probably be scared to the point of trembling. After Tang Hui finished speaking, she noticed that both of their faces didn't look very good. "Do you want to rest for a night? We can go play again tomorrow." Wan Chong nodded, having just landed after a 2-hour flight. Not long after, she felt a dizzy sensation as if she were on a pirate ship, going up and down. For vines directly transported the 2 of them to under a tree, and Tang Hui led them to the back. "There's a hot spring back here that Fei Feng brought over. I often soak in it. It feels great." As she spoke, she took them to the hot spring area, which was a large pool of water with rising white mist obscuring the bottom. The surroundings were made of piled stones, with no partitions, probably not considering the distinction between genders. After all, Fei Feng and Tang Hui were a couple. On a branch, 2 bathrobes were draped, and Tang Hui said, "You didn't bring any clothes, so just wear ours. Your figures are similar anyway." As soon as she said this, Wan Chong and Shen Longshan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. They had actually brought clothes, but they forgot to grab them when they got off the plane and just walked away. After Tang Hui smiled and waved goodbye, she left with Fei Feng. Shen Longshan directly started to take off his clothes, and Wan Chong blushed inexplicably as she watched him remove one piece after another. Shen Longshan naturally stripped down completely under Wan Chong's gaze. After getting into the hot spring, he looked at her steadily and asked, "What's wrong? Still shy?" Wan Chong pouted. "Who said that?" As she spoke, she began to take off her clothes, when her hands couldn't move normally before. Shen Longshan treated her like a disabled person, personally taking care of her bathing and meals. However, she had been seen and touched by Shen Longshan, and this was the first time she had looked at him. It was undeniable that Shen Longshan had a really good figure. Chapter 91. Fei Feng, Tang Hui. Wan Chong entered the water at the farthest point from Shen Longshan. Although she hadn't been intimate with Shen Longshan yet, he had reacted in front of her more than once or twice. Shen Longshan teased, "Why are you so far away from me? Afraid I'll eat you up?" Wan Chong nodded honestly. "I'm very scared. I'm the kind of person who grabs at anything when hungry." Wan Chong was about to say something when she heard Shen Longshan continue. "You should at least grow a little bigger before eating it. It's such a pity to eat something so small, don't you think?" Wan Chong's face flushed. Well, she really didn't have much to show for herself. "Yeah, why didn't I look for a woman with better development than me back then? It wouldn't be this troublesome, right?" The pool wasn't large to begin with, and with a long stride, Shen Longshan took just 2 steps to reach Wan Chong, his hands propped against the stone behind her, trapping Wan Chong between his arms. "But it's okay. I'm willing to wait slowly, to wait for you to grow up and raise you to be chubby and fair. You might not be able to wait that long. I'll still be this thin in 2 years." Wan Chong turned around, facing away from Shen Longshan. As Shen Longshan retracted his hand, he hugged Wan Chong tightly, his hand resting on her smooth belly. Wan Chong struggled for a moment and said, "All right, let's go up." Tang Hui and Fei Feng were waiting for them under the tree. When they saw the 2 coming, Tang Hui joked, "I thought we would have to wait a long time, but I didn't expect you to come back so quickly." Shen Longshan smiled and pulled Wan Chong into his arms, saying, "It's better to wait until we grow up to take the next step, don't you think?" Wan Chong broke free from his embrace. "There's no next step?" Tang Hui smiled and said, "Let's go up first. It won't be long before it gets dark, and we don't have any lights for illumination here." After seeing the 2 nod, she led them up again with the vines, just like before. "You 2 should rest for a while. I'll go prepare dinner," Tang Hui said. Shen Longshan politely declined. "No need, we're not hungry." Tang Hui teased, "You're so polite. Have you not eaten for 2 months? All right, anyway, I'm free. You rest a bit. and I'll cook. It won't take long. Saying this, she went through that small door to the kitchen. Fei Feng stood in place, glaring at the two of them, and the atmosphere inevitably became a bit awkward. Fei Feng followed Tang Hui, wanting to go to the kitchen, but due to the limited space, he was directly scolded out by Tang Hui. After coming out, the first thing he did was glare at the two, and then he sat down on a chair, staring at the door, just waiting for Tang Hui to come out. Shen Longchen and Wan Shong had nothing to do, so they went to the room, which only had a bed, a wooden rattan woven bed. Although there weren't many things here and life was quite simple, it was still much better than those who were wandering around. Moreover, the little world of the two was quite nice. Furthermore, Fei Feng could be considered a local tyrant, and no one dared to bully them. Wan Shong, Shen Longchen, dinner is ready. Tang Hui's voice came from outside the door. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen had just gotten out of bed, and outside the door a table had been set up at some point, woven from vines, likely made by Fei Feng just recently. On the table were a plate of vegetables, a plate of meat, and a small pot of soup. The rice was a thick porridge, much stickier than the watery rice porridge from Wan Shong. These dishes were certainly much better than Wan Shong's living conditions. Tang Hui cheerfully called out, "Come try my cooking." As the two sat down and were about to pick up their chopsticks, they felt a burning gaze. Without thinking, they knew it was Fei Feng glaring at them again. Tang Hui didn't notice at all and continued to urge, "Why aren't you eating? Come on, try it." The two felt a bit helpless. They weren't originally hungry, but looking at such a large spread made them unable to resist wanting to eat. However, with Fei Feng staring at them, they probably couldn't swallow anything even if they picked it up. Tang Hui picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Wan Chong's bowl, saying, "Wan Chong, hurry and try it." Shen Longchen said he would wait for you to grow up. If you get thin while you're here with me, I would feel guilty. After Tang Hui started eating, Fei Feng finally stopped glaring at the two of them. Once he saw that they were both eating, Tang Hui finally picked a vegetable for Fei Feng, and he started eating too. Although Fei Feng maintained the same expression throughout, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly lightened, indicating that he was in a good mood. While eating, Tang Hui said, "I'm planning to start a vegetable garden on the left side of the garden, and then I'll plant some of my favorite vegetables, so we won't have to search for wild vegetables in the forest anymore." Shen Longchen nodded. "Sounds good. Then you must send some to Wan Shong when the time comes. After the apocalypse, we haven't eaten much fresh vegetables." Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy again. Upon hearing Shen Longchen's words, Fei Feng started glaring at him once more. Tang Hui was completely unaware and continued to chatter about her plans. Wan Shong couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Tang Hui's current life. This entire forest belonged to them, and they could transform it however they wanted. With a thud, Tang Hui stopped and looked at Wan Shong. Wan Shong awkwardly smiled. Just as she raised her hand to pick up the bowl, her left hand went limp, causing the bowl to slip and hit the table, making a sound. She always forgets that her hand is injured. Although the scar on her left hand is no longer visible, she still can't exert any strength, unable to even lift a bowl, which shows how serious the injury from the last acupuncture was. Tang Hui asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is your hand injured?" Wan Shong shook her head. "It's fine. It will get better soon." After Tang Hui looked at her suspiciously, Shen Longchen changed the subject, and Tang Hui began to unleash her talkative nature. Fei Feng was a quiet person, perhaps because of the alien plant, or maybe it was just her personality. In any case, Fei Feng was very silent. The most they saw from her was a glare. In contrast, Tang Hui was a chatterbox, unable to stop once she started talking, as if she had endless things to say. Whenever they said too much, Fei Feng would glare at them in annoyance. While when Tang Hui chattered on, Fei Feng seemed accustomed to it, and even looked somewhat pleased. After Shen Longchen finished eating, he directly took Wan Chong's bowl and skillfully began to feed her. However, his expression was worse than before. Wan Chong naturally knew he was upset that she hadn't told him her injury was still not healed. When he asked earlier, she told him it was fine. Shen Longchen kept shoving food from the bowl into Wan Chong's mouth, giving her no chance to explain. Before she could swallow one bite, another was already coming. "Wait." Wan Chong wanted him to wait a moment, but Shen Longchen seemed not to hear and continued to shove food in. Seeing this, Tang Hui laughed and shook her head, then continued to eat her own food. It wasn't until Wan Chong was completely stuffed that Shen Longchen stopped his torture. Tang Hui looked at the sky outside, then at Wan Shong slumped over on the chair and suggested, "How about we go up to see the sunset together? It's beautiful to watch the sunset from here." Being so full so early, Wan Shong naturally couldn't sleep, so she quickly nodded. Okay. The four were pulled by the vines all the way to the pavilion. As soon as Wan Shong sat down, she sighed. The air here is really nice. After everyone sat down, the vines brought a pot of tea and 4 teacups. After Tang Hui brewed tea for everyone. She began to quietly watch the sun descend inch by inch. When it was halfway down, the entire sky was dyed orange-red, the halo spreading over the treetops. And from their angle, it was a unique sight. It wasn't until the sun had completely set that Tang Hui stood up and stretched. "I'm sorry. Every time I watch the sunset, I get too engrossed and forget to invite you all. Please don't mind." Wan Shong shook her head. "It's fine." Tang Hui looked outside again. "The weather is nice today. Shall we watch the stars?" Then, the group went to the top of the Brazil wood tree, where there was a patch of leaves, and the branches formed a circle. With the leaves laid out, it was very soft to lie on. The 4 of them lay in a row at the treetop, gazing at the stars in the sky. After the apocalypse, all the factories had closed down, and the air had improved a lot as a result. Moreover, the sky used to be particularly gloomy at night, but now it was filled with twinkling stars shining brightly. Wan Shong and Shen Longshan were basically wandering on the edge of life and death every day, or training so hard that they felt like dogs, and had never been this relaxed before, quietly watching the stars and the sunset. Tang Hui said, "We have nothing to do every day, just watching the sunrise and sunset, and at night looking at the stars. Sometimes when it rains, we stay in a room and design houses. I was thinking, should we design a nursery? By the way," Tang Hui turned over and asked Wan Shong, "I wonder if humans and plants can have children. Fei Feng and I have always wanted a child, but I'm afraid. What if I give birth to a tree? Or something else strange?" Fei Feng placed his hand on Tang Hui's waist. "As long as it's you who gives birth, I would like anything." The 2 of them were sweetly affectionate, looking enviable to others. Wan Chong glanced at Shen Longshan beside her and then asked, "Have you ever thought about ending the apocalypse?" Wan Chong asked again. "Fei Feng is very strong. If he could help us, our chances might be greater." This time, Tang Hui did not speak because she knew that in order to get Fei Feng to help them, they would have to leave the forest. However, Fei Feng was rooted here. Leaving the forest would either mean uprooting him entirely or leaving all his roots behind and taking only a small part with them. If it were the former, it would trigger an earthquake and could potentially kill many people. But if it were the latter, then Fei Feng's sacrifice would be too great, as he would lose more than half of his power. And since Fei Feng listened to her, Tang Hui felt very troubled regardless of whether it was the former or the latter. Wan Chong naturally knew that this was a difficult choice and suggested, "How about this?" Chapter 92. Preparing to depart. Wan Chong naturally knew that it was a difficult choice and suggested, "How about this? Since Fei Feng is already quite strong, if possible, severing the roots should be able to recover quickly." Tang Hui did not give a clear answer. "Let's talk about this later." In the evening, Wan Chong looked at Shen Longshan, who had his back to her, and placed her hand on his slim waist. "What's wrong? Are you still angry?" Shen Longshan remained silent, and Wan Chong continued, "Are you being so petty?" Shen Longshan took Wan Chong's hand and put it down, shifting his body away from her. Wan Chong quickly followed and wrapped her arms around Shen Longshan again. "All right, I admit my mistake. I won't do it again next time. Is that okay?" Wan Chong said helplessly. Only then did Shen Longshan turn around to look at Wan Chong. "In the future, don't keep things from me. Do you understand? Especially matters like this that have serious consequences." Wan Chong obediently nodded repeatedly, and only then did Shen Longshan move closer to her, pulling her into his embrace. He then took Wan Chong's left hand to examine it, one hand flipping over her left hand while the other held a flame for illumination. There was nothing on her left hand, not even a scar. The traces of her past injuries were no longer visible, yet she still couldn't exert any strength. Wan Chong let him look at her left hand before saying, "All right, isn't it nothing? It's just that I'm a bit weak, so let's go to bed early." Shen Longshan looked at her with a complicated expression before letting go of her hand and hugging the little one to sleep. In the following 2 months, the 4 of them did nothing but eat and play. not mentioning anything about leaving the forest. It was only 2 months later that Wan Shong and Shen Longshan formally said goodbye to Tang Hui and Fei Feng. "You're welcome to come and play again next time," Tang Hui said with a smile. Shen Longshan and Wan Chong didn't mind. After 2 months of getting along, they had pretty much figured out Fei Feng's character, which was that of a typical sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted person. Upon returning to Wan Shong, everyone else had already arrived and was chatting excitedly about their experiences over the past 2 months. Tao Yueyin nodded, openly hugging Ruan Kun. "I've already spoken to Tao Guyu, and he will help you." Ruan Kun was being held like this, not knowing where to put his hands and feet, his whole body stiff. Ruan Chong looked at the two of them and felt it was strange, but since she had already agreed to let Ruan Kun make his own decisions regarding this matter, she naturally wouldn't interfere. Ruan Chong rubbed his temples, too lazy to argue with him. "Let's forget about this matter," Yao Zhangdao said beside him. "The ability user's organization on my side can't leave, so I can't accompany you to see Guanming." When they returned to the dormitory, there wasn't much to tidy up since they had packed their things 2 months ago. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound of knocking on the door. Shen Longshan went to open the door, and outside, Chun Jingjing squeezed in with 2 suitcases. Boss, you take the stuff, it's too much." Ruan Chong suddenly remembered her space ability. With a thought, she stored the 2 suitcases into her space. Because Luo Yasuzi had said that spatial abilities should not be exposed, she hadn't used it much after arriving at Wan Shong, and almost forgot about her spatial ability. "Thank you, boss." After Ruan Chong had stored the suitcases, Chun Jingjing happily bounced out. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after the door had just closed, there was another knock. Outside the door were Qin Ku and Su Yunli, not only pulling their suitcases but also carrying a lot of other bags. The amount of their things was even more than Chun Jingjing's, which left Shen Longshan and Ruan Chong in shock. Qin Ku scratched his head and grinned, saying, "Boss, Su and I have been wandering around for the past 2 months and collected a lot of delicious food. Boss, could you help us carry some?" Ruan Chong's eyes twitched at the corners. She still had quite a bit of water and dry food bought before the apocalypse in her space, along with many items from previous raids. Fortunately, her space had stopped time, so she didn't have to worry about things spoiling or expiring. Otherwise, they might not finish eating for a year and a half, and it would be such a waste if everything expired. After Ruan Chong put the items into her space, the two of them happily left. In the afternoon, Ruan Chong invited everyone to eat pigeon. This was the last large pigeon they had saved from their first encounter with Shen Longshan. They cleared out a special room in the training ground, placed the pigeon in the center, and set out a lot of alcohol on the table. These drinks were brought by Tao Yueyin and Yao Jiangdao. In the apocalypse, items like cigarettes or alcohol were generally only available to high-ranking individuals, while ordinary people were just happy to have enough to eat. "Come on, cheers." Qin Ku called out to everyone to drink. Luo Yasuzi raised his juice, but Qin Ku pushed it down. "Everyone is drinking alcohol. Why are you having juice? Come on. Drinking alcohol is more fun." Saying this, she took the juice from Luo Yasuzi's hand and replaced it with a cup of alcohol. "It's not good for kids to drink alcohol," Luo Yasuzi said, looking at the drink in his hand. Chun Jingjing teased from the side. "You still know you're a kid?" Luo Yasuzi pouted, and Qin Ku continued to call everyone to raise their glasses. "Come on, don't just chat. Cheers, cheers. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight." The strong liquor burned as it went down, and Ruan Chong, who didn't drink much, felt her face flush red after just one sip. Shen Longshan brought the roasted pigeon to the table. "Don't be polite. We're all on the same side. Just help yourselves." Saying this, he cut off one wing and placed it in Ruan Chong's bowl, then cut off another wing and put it in his own bowl before sticking the knife in the middle. At the same time, Yao Jiangdao and Tao Yueyin reached for the knife. Yao Jiangdao twisted his hand, grabbed Tao Yueyan's wrist, and with a forceful flick, he broke free and then went to grab the knife. Tao Yueyin glared at Yao Jiangdao angrily. "You're cheating. Isn't it whoever grabs it first gets to eat?" Yao Jiangdao boasted, still holding the knife in front of Tao Yueyin, cutting off a small portion of a leg and placing it in Chun Jingjing's bowl. The others watched these two rivals with faint smiles, as if they were always competing, yet there was a sense of mutual appreciation. Tao Yueyin turned her hand into a lion's paw, swiped a leg in one grab, and then started eating with Ruan Kun. Yao Jiangdao looked at Tao Yueyan's lion paw and exclaimed, You're cheating. Tao Yueyin smirked, clearly unfazed. What can you do about it? You could also turn into a paw. Seeing Yao Jiangdao's gloating smile, she angrily said, "What are you doing? Want to fight?" Yao Jiangdao smiled at her. "I was just being nice and offering you the knife. And you're not appreciating it." Qing Ku and Su Yunli were already drooling from the side. This roasted pigeon was truly a feast for the senses. As Tao Yueyin and Yao Jiangdao were fighting over the knife, they naturally didn't dare to make a move, only watching with gleaming eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Ku quickly reached for the knife stuck on the table, started cutting the meat in the middle, and began to eat with satisfaction. Su Yunli, after getting the knife, first cut some meat for Gu Ziqing before starting to eat herself. Gu Ziqing, originally just a dormitory manager, despite awakening water-type abilities, still didn't receive much attention from the higher-ups. When Wan Shong invited her to join the meal, she was overjoyed. With so many high-ranking individuals present, she was naturally very nervous, fearing to offend anyone. However, Su Yunli's actions helped ease her awkwardness. Gu Ziqing looked gratefully at Su Yunli before starting to eat. On the other side, Luo Yisuzi was munching on his chocolate. Wan Shong noticed that Luo Yisuzi only loved chocolate and didn't like anything else. Although eating too much chocolate could easily lead to weight gain, Luo Yisuzi was very thin due to often overworking his brain. After drinking too much, Qing Ku started to get tipsy, stepping on a stool, placing her hand on Su Yunli's shoulder, and began to enjoy herself, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Suddenly, Qing Ku, holding a wine glass, first pointed at Tao Yueyin and Ruan Kuan, then at Yao Jiangdao and Chen Jingjing, and finally pointed at Wan Shong and Shun Longchen. "You two are all paired up, making me, a single dog, feel so envious and jealous." Tao Yueyin laughed from the side. "In my mutant organization, although there aren't many people, there are still some handsome and capable ones. If you want, I can introduce you sometime." Yao Jiangdao also chimed in. "What is great about my ability organization is that we have all kinds of abilities. I can find someone whose abilities match yours, and you can go with Jingjing to check them out. If you like someone, just take them away." Su Yunli listened from the side, feeling speechless. Did they really have to compete over this? They were indeed rivals. Unexpectedly, Qing Ku muttered disdainfully, "I wouldn't want them anyway. Tomorrow I'll go find my little four." Yao Jiangdao scratched his chin. "Little four? I think Ah Wu's brother is called Ah Si." Qing Ku slammed her cup down. "What Ah Si and Ah Wu? I'm not someone who just takes any cat or dog. I'm talking about little four. It's about cutting little four." Chapter 93. Pre-battle preparations. Qing Ku slammed her cup down. "What Ah Si and Ah Wu? I'm not someone who just takes any cat or dog. I'm talking about little four. It's about cutting little four." As soon as those words came out, everyone turned to look at Qing Ku. Qing Ku was tipsy, but they weren't drunk. Qing Ku got off the stool and started drinking. "I miss little four so much. I wonder how he is doing in Guam." As she spoke, she collapsed on the table and fell asleep. Only then did everyone resume drinking. Tao Yueyin and Yao Jiangdao were still bickering, neither willing to back down. "You can't handle it, can you? I told you my alcohol tolerance is great." "Who said that? My alcohol tolerance is no worse than yours. Come on, let us have another round." When Wan Shong woke up again, it was already nighttime. Wan Shong rubbed her dizzy head and looked around. She found that Tao Yueyin, Ruan Kuan, Yao Jiangdao, and Chun Jingjing were nowhere to be seen, while the others were either lying on the table or on the floor, asleep. Gu Ziqing was also missing, but everyone was covered with blankets, so it seemed Gu Ziqing had covered them. Wan Shong walked to the window and found Luo Yizhu still seriously writing something. Upon hearing footsteps, she immediately covered the paper she was writing on. Wan Shong joked, "What? Still writing little secrets?" Luo Yisuzi pouted. "How come you're awake? I thought you drunkards would sleep until tomorrow." "I didn't drink much." Wan Shong was about to explain when Luo Yisuzi interrupted her. "All right, you're all as drunk as a bunch of mush, yet still trying to argue. By the way, you haven't used Tianqing water since then, right?" Wan Shong nodded. Last time, Luo Yisuzi showed her the evolution acceleration video, which indicated that forcibly promoting Tianqing water would ultimately lead to an explosion. So she had already stopped everyone from using Tianqing water. That's good. It's not that Tianqing water can't be used, just use it sparingly. Get some rest early. Look at you now. You're so much shorter than your peers. How will you find a wife in the future? Wan Shong teased. Luo Yasuzi rolled his eyes at Wan Shong. I'm afraid they will affect the intelligence of my next generation. Wan Shong reached out to pinch Luo Ishu's face. Not cute at all. Luo Ishu slapped her hand away. All right, get some rest early. The next morning, the group set off, just like before, riding Yin Yin away. Fortunately, the number of people didn't increase, nor did it decrease. The next few days were spent on the road, and when they were nearing Shueishin, the person coming to meet them was also an old acquaintance, the leader of the Shueishin alien organization who had previously teamed up with Chun Mu, Tao Guyu. The two sides stared at each other, neither willing to back down. In the end, it was Tao Guyu who spoke first. I'm really sorry about last time. I originally thought we could spar a bit, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. I might have been too harsh. King Kiskiviko smeated, spar. And you even issued to want to notice how childish. Tao Guyu's expression faltered slightly, and Luo Ishu spoke up at that moment. All right, let's go. We've settled this matter, and we still need to hurry to Guanming. The message came from Uncle Li, asking about their situation. As Luo Ishu expected, Uncle Li indeed had wide connections. They had just arrived in Shueishin, and he had already sent them news. Wan Shong said, just say it's nothing. Let him not worry about this matter this time. Tao Guyu reluctantly spoke up. Chun Mu and Chun Rong's brothers have quite a few powerful individuals under their command, more than when you first came. Besides those few strong individuals, my people can completely suppress the others. If it weren't for the fact that Chun Mu and Chun Rong's people are quite strong, Shui Xian would have long been taken by Tao Guyu. His people can completely suppress Chun Mu's people. But the number of high-level individuals is far less than that of Chun Mu's brothers, which is why he hasn't taken down Shui Xian yet. Su Yunli was puzzled. Since they are all powerful individuals, why are they willing to work for their brothers? Luo Iji glanced at Su Yunli. Chun Mu and Chun Rong's brothers are like local emperors here, and Shui Xian is a city second only to Wan Shong. So basically what Wan Shong can obtain, they can also get here. Those individuals are individuals, and compared to organizations, they are much weaker, but if they join an organization, they will have better treatment. Joining Wan Shong requires executing assigned tasks and obeying orders. Of course, they are unwilling to be restricted everywhere, so Shui Xian is the best choice. Not wrong at all. Tao Guyu snapped his fingers and continued. There is a snake-type mutant. He can control the snake population near Shui Xian, and he is the only snake-type mutant here. Although it is winter now, the climate has not changed since the apocalypse. It still feels like spring and autumn, with little temperature difference. So, the snake population has basically not hibernated, and he loves to control snakes for sneak attacks. Luo Iji nodded. Chun Jingjing can now cover her whole body with metal sheets, so she won't be afraid of sneak attacks. How about using Chun Jingjing to deal with this snake-type mutant? Chun Jingjing shivered. Thousands of snakes, how disgusting. Luo Iji's tone rose, sounding somewhat displeased. Chun Jingjing pouted. I didn't say I wouldn't go, what's with that tone? Luo Iji then shifted her gaze to Tao Guyu and said, no particular tone, continue. Tao Guyu nodded. There's a centipede mutant with many limbs, extremely fast, and can survive even if its body is split in half. Once it was cut in half, and everyone thought it was dead, but the next day it recovered as usual. Luo Iji pondered for a moment. This one is a bit tricky. After glancing at the people present, he said, Qingkao will deal with this centipede mutant. Only your speed is fast enough. Qingkao nodded, having no objections. However, when she actually saw the centipede mutant, she deeply regretted it. Tao Guyu continued. Chun Mu and Chun Rong's brothers basically won't separate. That's the hardest part. Nothing else is a big deal. Luo Iji stroked his chin. Shun Longshan and Su Yunli will hold Chun Mu and Chun Rong. And Wan Shong will get the Taiyangxing water. If there are no objections, then this arrangement is fine. Tao Guyu was shocked. What about me? After all, he is also a Labrador mutant. Although he is not very powerful in Wan Shong, he is still considered a high success rate mutant in Shui Xian. Is this little brat rejecting him? Luo Iji looked at him and pondered for a moment. If I remember correctly, you are a Labrador mutant, right? Tao Guyu nodded, he thought. How could they not arrange for him? After all, he is a local overlord in Shui Xian. Then you can protect me. Luo Yiji's words nearly made his jaw drop to the ground. The leader of a mutant organization branch protecting this little brat? Seeing his unconvinced expression, Luo Yiji sighed, just like Tao Yueyin, foolishly doing things without thinking, only knowing that being strong is good. When it comes to fighting, taking me along is inconvenient. And I need to command on-site, but without abilities or mutants, I need someone to protect me. So it's you. Your strength is relatively safe, and you can also act as a mount. Luo Yiji said seriously. Of course, the last sentence was to irritate Tao Guyu. Tao Guyu wanted to refuse, but couldn't find a suitable reason to do so. He could only helplessly say, "Then when do we act?" Luo Yiji thought for a moment. Do they still have owl-type mutants or something? Last time we clashed, it felt like they were completely unaffected by the night. Tao Guyu nodded. There are several, and owl-type mutants, regardless of their success rate, receive high treatment in their organization. They are specially trained, and last time we were with them, the codes they spoke were completely incomprehensible. Luo Yiji stroked his chin and nodded. That's right. Then let's choose to attack during the day, so their trained owl-type mutants won't have an advantage. Tao Guyu complained. Isn't it just fighting? Since it's already arranged. Why think so much? It's exhausting just to listen. Luo Yiji looked at Tao Guyu with a stupid expression, and the others were already used to Luo Yiji's foolproof arrangements. So every action only needed to listen to him. Tao Guyu, being new to Luo Yiji, naturally didn't know. The order he received was to fully cooperate with their tasks. And he knew nothing about this Luo Yiji except for rumors from the outside, so it's no wonder he would react this way. Luo Yiji still used a caring tone for intellectually disabled, and said, a foolproof plan is essential. Otherwise, even if there are many people to suppress them, it is easy to lose. With your brain, not being a mutant dog, it's really a shame. No wonder it has taken so long to capture Shui Xine. Now I finally understand. Tao Guyu was furious. What's wrong with my brain? Can you take it down? Chun Mu and Chun Rong have so many powerful individuals under their command, and all my people have been sent to Wan Shong for the boss. It's already good enough to be on par with them. Luo Yiji said, don't think everyone is as stupid as you. If it were me within a month, Shui Xine would definitely be mine. Even with so many doctors in Wan Shong and those highly intimidating individuals for Zhuangshan, they are all played with in the palm of his hand. How can Chun Mu and Chun Rong resist him? Tao Guyu wanted to say something else, but Luo Yiji had already lost patience to talk more with him. Get ready, we move in the afternoon. Afternoon? So soon? Tao Guyu exclaimed again. Luo Yiji stood up and looked at him seriously. Chun Mu and Chun Rong's brothers know we are here, and since they are still staying here, they will definitely prepare. So we must act as quickly as possible to win. If it were my people, they could act now. Pushing it to the afternoon is just to let your people prepare. After speaking, she walked out. Chapter 94. Ready to strike in the afternoon. Tao Guyu led people to surround Chun Mu and Chun Rong's stronghold. Because Nian Yin is larger in size, Wan Shong and the others waited at a distance, just waiting for the signal to attack. As soon as the gunfire rang out, Luo Yiji immediately patted Nian Yin's head and rushed toward the target. Just as they reached the entrance, they found that Tao Guyu's people couldn't get in. A huge wolf was blocking the entrance. Tao Guyu approached them and said in a strange voice, "This is a mutated wolf. It doesn't fear pain at all, and ours are all humans. So we can't get in. Get down." Luo Yiji was the first to get down from Nian Yin's back, and after everyone got down, she patted Nian Yin's leg. "Nian Yin, bite it to death." Nian Yin crouched down, its claws scratching the ground restlessly, already poised to spring. As soon as Luo Yisuo spoke, it dashed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated wolf. With the mutated wolf no longer guarding, Tao Guyu's people easily advanced. Luo Yisuo climbed onto Tao Guyu's back, exchanged a glance with Wan Shong, and then said, "Let's go in." The terrain inside was already different from their last visit, much more spacious than before, as if it had expanded. A giant python was coiled around a tree on the left, flicking its red tongue as it watched them. Wan Shong threw 2 knives to Chun Jingjing and secretly handed her a gun. It's crucial to protect your life at necessary moments. Chun Jingjing had less training time than them, and this time she was fighting a group of snakes. Wan Shong certainly couldn't get to Tianqing water next time they fought. She didn't want to lose anyone in the team. Chun Jingjing glanced gratefully at Wan Shong and resolutely walked over. Although Wan Shong wasn't talkative, she was a person with a cold exterior but a warm interior, and Chun Jingjing understood this well. Su Yunli flapped her wings behind her and flew up, pointing to the right and shouting, "The centipede is at the back door." Upon hearing this, Qing Ku, holding the knife Wan Shong had given her, instinctively ran away. Luo Yiji went to direct Tao Guyu's people and was too busy to help. The snake-type mutant, seeing the woman approaching him, revealed his head, while his body remained snake-like, and ominously said to Chun Jingjing, "I never attack young girls. If you follow me, then in the water, you'll be able to summon storms." Chun Jingjing disdainfully spat. "Just looking at you makes me feel sick." The snake-type mutant's expression changed, and with a hiss, the snake swarm began to close in on Chun Jingjing. Fortunately, Chun Jingjing was well prepared. Those small snakes couldn't get close to her at all. "A bit capable," the snake-type mutant remarked, and then completely transformed into a snake, lunging at Chun Jingjing, trying to wrap his massive body around her. However, Chun Jingjing also refused to be outdone, continuously slashing at him with the knife in her hand. But no matter what method the snake man used, the knife couldn't penetrate at all, giving a sense of being invulnerable. Meanwhile, Qing Ku had just arrived at the back door and immediately saw the so-called centipede mutant, instantly regretting her earlier decisiveness. The centipede had already grown to the height of the second floor, with countless limbs, and it could spit corrosive venom, filling the air with a strange smell. There were already quite a few corpses lying on the ground, and Qing Ku felt a bit intimidated looking at the giant centipede. But she still kept encouraging herself. As soon as she moved, she noticed a puddle of venom where she had just been standing, making a sizzling sound. Although it was noisy around her, the sound of the venom corroding was exceptionally clear. Seeing that Qing Ku had managed to dodge, the giant centipede let out a confused "huh?" and then lowered its massive body, quickly charging towards Qing Ku. While dodging, Qing Ku couldn't help but curse Tao Guyu for not being clearer. She had originally thought the biggest would be just 2 of her size, but now that she saw it, it was more like 5 of her size. "What? Just dodging? I thought the people sent by Wan Shong were strong. Turns out they're just like this." The centipede mutant's provocative voice came from behind. While Qing Ku dodged, she also thought about how to deal with this mutant that was 5 times her size. Although she had a slight advantage in speed, if she wasn't careful, this mutant could spit venom and particularly liked to ambush. Wan Shong avoided the fighting areas and headed towards Tianqing Water. As Luo Yiji had expected, Tianqing Water was indeed still in place. Because the warehouse was special and difficult to establish, the Chunmu and Chunrong brothers had not changed positions at all. A swarm of bats darkened the sky as they approached, wrapping around Chunmu. The 2 brothers always made their entrance like this. At this moment, Chunmu's expression was extremely poor. "You again? What? Li Tao is too weak, and now he's teaming up with Tao Guyu, and you?" Shen Longshan ran over and stood beside Wan Shong, coldly saying, "This time, you have no chance of winning." A large group of bats merged together, transforming into Chunrong. Chunrong still wore his perpetually indifferent expression, merely looking at Wan Shong and Shen Longshan with a faint gaze, seemingly unconcerned with the outside world. "Whether they could win wasn't up to you. Now, I suddenly regret not killing you directly back then, but instead letting the tiger return to the mountain." As Chun Mu spoke, his upper body bent, transforming into a red fox, claws scratching the ground as if ready to attack at any moment. Wan Chong looked up at the sky, and Chun Mu sneered again. "Are you looking for that flying woman of yours? I expected you would have her hiding in the shadows to plot against us. By now, she has probably been captured by our people." Wan Chong was not actually worried about whether Su Yunli was captured. After training together for so long, she was well aware of Su Yunli's shooting accuracy and flying abilities. It seemed that she was mostly entangled right now. It was obviously unrealistic for Shen Longshan to deal with Chun Mu alone. They could only buy time until Luo Yasuzi arrived. Chun Mu seemed to see through their intentions and let out a fox call, as if conveying some kind of signal. And immediately, mutated wolves gathered around. The 2 did not expect that Shen Mu's brothers had this trick up their sleeves. Although self-preservation was not a problem, they couldn't drag this out for too long. The beast form of the mutants had no time limit, but their abilities were limited. Once their powers were exhausted, they would eventually be killed. Before the two could think too much, the wolves pounced. Wan Shong raised her hand and froze one wolf's foot. But the wolf struggled continuously and had no idea how to unfreeze itself. Wan Shong and Shun Longchun exchanged glances and immediately took action, with only one purpose: to end the fight quickly. These wolves were just ordinary mutated wolves. To be precise, they weren't even fully evolved mutants, having only recently mutated, so their intelligence hadn't evolved at all. Among them, there was definitely one wolf that was a mutant human and one who could control the pack. But the wolves were all of similar size, making it impossible to distinguish them. What was even more frightening was that Chen Mu and Chen Rong had not yet made a move. After all this time, they didn't know how much they had evolved. Luo Yasuzi rode over on Tao Guyu and saw both sides in stalemate. He didn't rush to speak, but was observing the wolf pack. With a swoosh, one wolf was shot through the abdomen and nailed to the ground, twitching continuously before soon losing its breath. These wolves had undergone special evolution, their fur extraordinarily thick, making it impossible for bullets to penetrate. They could only break the skin at most. Fortunately, Luo Yasuzi had prepared a lot of special arrows for Su Yunli, and these specially made arrows, when shot by Su Yunli, could almost penetrate every time. Moreover, Su Yunli shot at the abdomen and other soft and vulnerable areas based on Luo Yasuzi's hints. Luo Yasuzi raised his hand, signaling Su Yunli not to act rashly. But at that moment, Chen Mu charged forward, attacking alongside the wolf pack. He was agile, specifically targeting vulnerable spots to launch sneak attacks. In just a few moments, both Wan Shong and Shun Longchen were injured. Luo Yasuzi made a gesture to Su Yunli, who immediately drew her bow to full moon and began aiming, shooting an arrow without hesitation. The arrow tore through the air with a whoosh and struck down an inconspicuous wolf in the pack, nailing it firmly into the cement ground, demonstrating its immense power. With that wolf falling, the pack scattered, leaving only Chun Mu behind. Chun Rong floated in midair, supported by bats, and whispered, "Fool." Luo Yasuzi sneered. The other wolves wouldn't care about Su Yunli, only that wolf mutant would fear her shooting arrows and keep looking up, which is exactly why he exposed himself. Chun Rong extended his hand, and immediately a swarm of black bats flew toward the revealed wolf mutant, enveloping him, and the pained cries abruptly stopped. Luo Yasuzi smiled, and Su Yunli immediately drew her bow to full tension, aiming at Chen Mu. Wan Shong moved quickly towards the warehouse. Just as Chen Mu wanted to stop her, Shun Longchen shot a fire pillar at his feet, scorching the red fox fur slightly. Su Yunli also fired an arrow, and only then did Chun Rong move, transforming into a black bat and intercepting the arrow mid-flight, sending it back towards Su Yunli. He then flew directly into the warehouse, where Wan Shong had just frozen the tinching water and was about to pick it up. Hearing a slight change in the wind, she sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Without thinking, Wan Shong rolled to the side, only to see a large group of black bats, which were Chun Rong, their eyes flickering with a dark glimmer. Feeling something trickle down her neck, she cautiously watched Chun Rong while raising her hand to wipe it away. Her palm stained bright red with blood, which dripped onto the ground. It was clear that if she had lingered for just a moment longer, she would have met the same fate as that wolf-like mutant. Outside, Shun Longchen had a numerical advantage over Chun Mu, easily overpowering him. "Don't move." Chen Rong's cold voice came from behind Shun Longchen. Luo Yiju's eyes flickered with a dark glimmer as he fixed his gaze on Wan Shong, who was already in a semi-conscious state in Chun Rong's grip. The newly arrived Qing Ku exclaimed, "Boss!" With her shout, a colorful little snake slithered from the shadows towards Wan Chong's bleeding neck. Chapter 95. Perfect ending with her shout. A colorful little snake slithered from the shadows towards Wan Chong's bleeding neck. Shun Longchen turned around and shot a long fire pillar from his palm, pinning the little snake to the ground. Su Yunli hovered in the air, her modified arrow aimed directly at Chun Rong. If he made any move, she would shoot without hesitation. Chun Rong spoke first, "Let my brother go." Luo Yiju narrowed his eyes at Chun Rong, released Wan Chong, and hand over the tinching water. "And we will let him go. Are you negotiating with me?" Chun Rong smirked, lifting Wan Chong. Due to excessive blood loss, Wan Chong's face was extremely pale. Her collar soaked in blood. Although the wound on her neck was not fatal, the lack of any measures to stop the bleeding meant it continued to flow. Luo Yizhu smiled, holding Qing Ku's knife. So do you want to hold a hostage and watch your brother get skinned, or is it more economical to exchange hostages? Your people are nearly dead. Leaving the Tianqing water with you, too, won't protect it. Chen Rong remained silent, contemplating Luo Yizhu's words. Luo Yizhu fixed his gaze on Chen Rong, betting whether he cared about his brother. Brother, don't believe them. That woman is very important to them. They won't dare to act. Shen Mu shouted, but with Shun Longshun gripping his neck, he couldn't even transform. Luo Yizhu sneered, tossing the knife to Shun Longshun. Shun Longshun. Do it. Shun Longshun hesitated, worried that if Chen Rong didn't care about his brother's life, he would harm Ruan Chong. All eyes were on Shun Longshun, who looked at the bleeding Ruan Chong. If this dragged on, she would bleed to death without being killed. Ultimately, he picked up the knife and plunged it into Chen Mu's shoulder. Ah! Chen Mu cried out in pain. Seeing them actually take action, Chen Rong gritted his teeth. Wait, I'll release her. Only then did Shun Longshun stop, withdrawing the knife, blood immediately flowing out and staining the red fox fur. Chen Rong didn't want the Tianqing water. Ever since he and Chen Mu became mutants, they had accidentally obtained the Tianqing water, which indeed made them stronger. But since they possessed it, they lived in constant fear. Now, giving up the Tianqing water would be a form of liberation. He knew very well how strong the temptation of the Tianqing water was for others and had advised Chen Mu, but Chen Mu never listened. Absolutely not. Luo Yizhu interrupted him. Chen Rong's figure flickered and transformed into a swarm of bats, catching Chen Mu and slowly landing. Only then did Chen Mu regain his human form, his shoulder drenched in blood, bleeding just as much as Ruan Chong. Luo Yizhu finally got off Tao Guyu's back, moving closer to Ruan Chong and whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Don't expose yourself." Ruan Chong nodded slightly, and then saw Luo Yizhu's hand hovering at the back of Ruan Chong's neck, a faint white light seeping out from the gaps between his fingers, causing the bleeding wound to stop immediately. Ruan Chong took out the Tianqing water from her arms and handed it to Qing Ku before standing up. Chen Mu frowned at Chen Rong. Brother, why did you hand him over? They said they wouldn't dare to kill me. Chen Rong remained silent, just covering Chen Mu's wound, preparing to leave. This injury, if it doesn't stop bleeding, could really be fatal, and besides, the medicine available at Shui X-Science Hospital has probably been taken, and your base has been destroyed. Where do you plan to take him? Luo Yizhu said from a distance to Chen Rong. Chen Rong looked at Luo Yizhu. I've already given you the Tianqing water. What else do you want? Luo Yizhu shrugged. Nothing much, just saving your brother. I'm in the healing department, so even if you owe me a favor, how about it? Chen Rong thought for a moment, nodded, and walked over with Chen Mu. Luo Yizhu glanced at Ruan Chong, then raised his hand to cover Chen Mu's eyes, causing Chen Mu to scream, "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen Rong directly pressed Chen Mu's hand down to prevent him from moving around, since any large movement could cause a shoulder wound to bleed. As the white light swept over, the wound slowly began to heal until it was as good as new, looking as if it had never been injured. Aside from the conspicuous bloodstain on his clothes. After fully recovering, Luo Yizhu stood up and took 2 steps back. Chen Rong looked at Chen Mu's now healed wound and threw a specially made whistle from Chen Mu's arms to Luo Yizhu. I owe you a favor. If you need anything, just blow the whistle, and if I can help, I will do my best. Luo Yizhu looked at the whistle. Is this one of the abilities of the Bat Mutants? Chen Rong nodded, tacitly agreeing, and then left with Chen Mu. Chen Mu's voice came from afar. Brother, why did you give my whistle to them? All right, quiet down. Shun Jingjing was still fighting with that snake. Su Yunli's voice came from above. Luo Yizhu patted Tao Guyu's head. Aren't you free? Go help anyway, I'm safe now. Tao Guyu swatted Luo Yizhu's hand away with his fluffy paw and ran off. Su Yunli then descended from the sky. The group looked at Luo Yizhu, waiting for his explanation. Luo Yizhu rubbed his temples. What is there to say? Chen Rong is way stronger than Chen Mu, but Chen Rong has always been cold, which shows he doesn't care much about status or identity, yet he is willing to help Chen Mu suppress the organization, indicating that Chen Mu is important to him. At least he doesn't want to see Chen Mu suffer. Indeed, a person can do things they dislike for another person, which means that person holds a significant place in their heart. Su Yunli said, I was just about to come over when I ran into 3 owl mutants who kept chasing me, so I came late. Luo Isu nodded, as he had anticipated that, which was why he hadn't rushed over but waited until he finished handling things. However, the person who could control wolves was unexpected. The snake mutant, seeing everyone had run away, wanted to escape itself, climbing the wall to prepare to leave. Su Yunli, leave a live one. Luo Isu shouted. Su Yunli shot an arrow that pierced the snake mutant's tail, pinning it to the ground. The snake mutant struggled a few times and, seeing everyone approaching, struggled even harder. However, Su Yunli's arrow showed no mercy, half of it embedded in the concrete, making it impossible for the snake mutant to break free. If you keep struggling, your tail might just break, Wan Shong kindly reminded. Since Luo Isu wanted to keep this person alive, he must have been useful. Hearing this, the snake mutant stopped moving and raised its large snake head, saying, Little sister, are you so concerned about me? Chun Jingjing scoffed from the side. Shameless. Luo Isu looked around and asked, Where's Tao Guyu? Didn't I ask him to help you? Chun Jingjing pouted. He just passed by here. Seems like you want to find someone. I thought I could handle it, so I didn't let him help. Luo Isu then looked at Qing Ku. Did you kill that centipede mutant? Although he saw the corpse, Luo Isu still found it hard to believe that Qing Ku could kill that centipede mutant. That person was at least 5 times bigger than Qing Ku, and he had only intended for Qing Ku to hold it down, thinking it would still be useful. Who knew Qing Ku actually had the strength to kill it? Qing Ku nodded. Yeah, I threw the body over there in a warehouse. It looked big, but it was actually weak. The snake mutant couldn't help but twitch its scaly face. After all, it was still there. Why was everyone ignoring it and talking about their own things? When did its presence become so insignificant? Dungu! A female voice rang in everyone's ears. They saw Tao Guyu carrying a woman about the same size as Chun Jingjing slowly approaching, and the woman immediately ran overexcitedly upon seeing the snake mutant. Wan Shong looked at Luo Yasuzi, who shook her head in response, indicating to observe the situation. The snake-type mutant had its upper body restored to human form, but since its tail was still pinned to the ground, its lower body remained that of a snake. Upon seeing the newcomer, its expression changed, and the woman rushed over. The snake-type mutant felt the woman embrace her and affectionately stroke her hair, saying, why are you here? Luo Dongye had already put away the playful grin he had just shown and pulled Shan He behind him, asking, What do you want? She's just an ordinary person. Luo Yasuzi thought to herself that it would be much easier this way. She was the first to speak. We have no other intentions. Our goal has been achieved. As long as you ally with us, your past in Shui Xin will be the same in the future. This woman came on her own. We did not capture her to threaten you. Luo Dongye had hidden Shan He very well. Even Tao Guyu did not know about this. In front of outsiders, he maintained a carefree and rebellious demeanor. Who would know that behind him was an ordinary woman he loved deeply? Before Luo Dongye could speak, Shan He noticed the arrow in his tail. Dongye, does your tail hurt? How did this happen? I heard something happen here, so I rushed over to find you. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, on the verge of tears. Luo Dongye quickly reassured her, It's fine, it's just a minor injury. Luo Yasuzi coolly interjected, If you wait any longer, your tail might break. Upon hearing this, Shan He was even more frightened and at a loss. Luo Dongye comforted Shan He while glaring at Luo Yasuzi. Chapter 96. Recalling the past, Luo Yasuzi felt puzzled by the glare. He was just stating the truth, after all. What was there to glare at? Shan He felt heartbroken and was somewhat at a loss, so Luo Dongye had to agree. I'll join you, is that all right? Luo Yasuzi shrugged. It would have been better if you had done this sooner. Such a waste of time. After saying this, he walked over, directly pulled out the arrow, and yanked it out of the tail with a force that made Luo Dongye gasp. As the white light appeared, the bleeding wound slowly healed, allowing Luo Dongye to return to human form. At the door, Nian Yin and the mutated big wolf dog were still fighting. Very few animals could match Nian Yin in a fight. After finishing his sentence, he looked at Luo Dongye and Shan He. Keep up. He patted Nian Yin on the head, and Nian Yin started running. Luo Dongye transformed the lower half of his body into a snake tail, horizontally picked up Shan He and followed behind, matching Yin Yin's speed perfectly. Luo Yasuzi nodded in satisfaction and stopped looking at him. After returning, due to the battle that had just occurred, everyone was busy cleaning up the aftermath, and no one paid attention to them. The group gathered in the room that Tao Giyu had arranged for Luo Yasuzi, with Nian guarding the door. Once inside, Luo Yasuzi got straight to the point. You will stay in Shui Xin under Tao Guyu's command. I will tell him not to send you to Wan Shong. Additionally, I want to remind you that you are one of us, not one of Tao Guyu's people. We still need someone capable of handling affairs, so we cannot take you with us. Luo Dongye snorted coldly. I thought your alliance was solid, but it turns out it's just like this. Qin Yao snorted from the side. What do you know? Tao Guyu was sent to help us. Do you really think we are an alliance? Tao Guyu's boss, Tao Yueyin, is our boss's brother-in-law. When you think about it, our boss is also Tao Yueyin's sister. Wan Shong had a speechless expression. Brother-in-law? How could it sound like her brother was a bottom? Although Ruan Kuan indeed was a bottom. Luo Dongye repeated. Brother-in-law? After thinking it through, he immediately understood, feeling a chill in his heart. He looked again at the expressionless Wan Shong and found it hard to imagine that her brother was actually a bottom. Suddenly, his line of sight was blocked, and looking up from the flat belly, he saw Shun Longshan's warning gaze. Luo Dongye asked again, You guys are going to Guanming? You must pass through a small town, which I've heard is now a place you can enter but not exit. I don't know what's inside, but from a distance, there's a layer of white mist. Finally, he asked, Are you really going? Luo Isu referred to Shan He, and everyone present noticed Shan He's abnormal behavior. Since arriving here, Shan He had been huddled beside Luo Dongye, not speaking or doing anything, looking extremely wary of everyone. In summary, it seemed like she had a slight intellectual deficiency. Luo Dongye patted Shan He's head. Although they were about the same age, this gesture made them look less like lovers and more like a father-daughter pair. Luo Dongye then slowly explained, She is Shan He, a name I gave her. We met after the apocalypse. At that time, Luo Dongye only knew that the apocalypse had come, and there were monsters everywhere that ate people, so he ran away from Shueixen, thinking of hiding in the forest for a while. It was nighttime, and outside Shueixen, he unexpectedly encountered a swarm of snakes, and then he got bitten by one. While he was still conscious, he felt a huge python eating him. After that, naturally, no animals dared to attack him. When he left the forest, he met Shan He. At that time, Shan He was running continuously, not knowing what was chasing her, terrified. When she saw him, she rushed over and shouted, Help me, please. After that, she fainted in his arms, but he looked around for a long time and found no one or any monsters coming. Later, when Shan He woke up, she didn't remember anything, not even her name or where she came from. So, he named her Shan He. However, in terms of personality, she seemed to have a split personality. Sometimes she acted like a child, scared of everyone except him. Other times, she would regain the intelligence appropriate for her age, but still remembered nothing. So, he couldn't leave Shan He behind and could only keep her by his side. Later, Chen Mu and Chen Rong established an organization. Although he had stored food at that time, most of the supplies in Shueixen had been plundered. For future survival, he had to seek refuge. He arranged for Shan He to be in a safe place and controlled a few snakes to guard her. He feared that if he kept her by his side, she wouldn't be able to protect herself and might end up in danger. As time passed, he was able to control almost all the snakes around Shueixen, and it was because of this ability that Chen Mu promoted him, leading to his current position. The so-called love that develops over time probably referred to the relationship between Luo Dongye and Shan He. Shan He became increasingly dependent on Luo Dongye, and Luo Dongye was genuinely devoted to her. Luo Isu stroked his chin, looking at Shan He, who was somewhat frightened by his gaze and kept burrowing into Luo Dongye's embrace. Luo Dongye patted her back, reassuring her, Be good, it's okay. Luo Isu then asked, You seem to be about 20. Why haven't you awakened any abilities or mutated? However, that remaining 1% could either be that the time hasn't come or that they have already died. The slightly fortunate ones, like Shan He, are protected, so they are fine. For others, there are basically no chances, but exceptions can't be ruled out. Luo Dongye shook his head, I don't know. Moreover, previously, Chen Mu and Chen Rong were researching how to create mutants, and I participated in that. But after trying, it was impossible to mutate. Luo Isu's eyes lit up. Can it be artificially mutated? Luo Dongye nodded on the surface, but thought to himself that this little brat seemed impressive. And he had already heard whispers from Wan Shong about a highly intelligent little doctor named Luo Isu, but it seemed he was just so. Thinking this, he said, Chen Mu and Chen Rong discovered that as long as one has eaten animals or been eaten by an animal, there's a 90% chance of mutation. He paused and continued. Additionally, the success rate of eating animals oneself is less than 40%, while being eaten by an animal has a success rate of over 60%. However, the mortality rate is also 40%. So, I don't dare to take risks. I only let He eat animals, trying to choose those with strong escape abilities, but she showed no reaction after eating. Luo Isu was still pondering and asked, So you mean Chen Mu and Chen Rong are creating mutants? And the success rate is very high? Luo Dongye nodded. It seems they want to organize a combat team. If you had come a few months later, that combat team would probably have already formed. I see. Luo Isu frowned. He had always felt like he was forgetting something, and Luo Dongye's words reminded him. He was too young, and his memory was still developing. So although he was intellectually advanced, he easily forgot important things. He couldn't help but scold himself in his heart. How could I forget about this? Thinking this, he immediately approached Shan He, grabbing her arm to look closely. Shan He struggled continuously, but Luo Isu showed no mercy. Following Luo Isu's gaze, he saw a red, special symbol-like thing on Shan He's arm. Luo Isu murmured. Sure enough, Shan He broke free from Luo Isu's grip and hid in Luo Dongye's embrace. Luo Dongye didn't ask why Luo Isu knew Shan He would have this thing, but instead countered, Isn't this a birthmark? Luo Dongye had seen this mark before and initially thought it was a birthmark. Wan Shong looked at Luo Yasuzi with confusion, wondering what this was all about. She was afraid that she was a fake reborn person, as she hadn't heard of these things in her previous life for 3 years. Luo Yasuzi frowned, thinking that their progress was still too slow. If things continued like this, the outcome would undoubtedly be death. After subtly shaking her head to signal her not to act rashly, she was about to say something when Luo Dongye coldly said, Someone is coming. As soon as the words fell, there was a cat's meow from Meow, confirming that someone indeed was coming. Before everyone could step outside, they heard a male voice at the door. Little Dr. Luo Tao Lauda sent me to take you to the conference room. When they opened the door, they saw that the person was wary of Meow and didn't dare to come closer, only shouting from the entrance. Upon seeing them come out, he visibly relaxed. Chapter 97. Leaving Shueishin as everyone walked out, the man immediately led the way respectfully, seemingly fearful of Meow following behind. At the entrance of Tao Guyu's room, there was a mutated wolf, the same one that had fought with Meow before. Now that it met Meow again, it bared its teeth and continuously showed off its strength, its claws restlessly scratching the ground. Meow was not willing to back down either, arching its body, ready for battle at any moment. Luo Yasuzi patted Meow's leg. Meow, be good, it's not an enemy now. Tao Guyu walked out and called, Come in. Chinka smiled and said, You really took it in. Tao Guyu showed an arrogant expression that seemed to say, Don't you see who I am? Chinka continued, It doesn't have a name yet, so let us call it Little Guyu from now on. The wolf, confused, sat on the ground, but due to its mutation, its intelligence was slightly higher. As if it understood Chinka was talking about it, now staring blankly at Chinka. Chinka called out again, Little Guyu, Little Guyu. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. And Tao Guyu suppressed the urge to kill her, saying in a muffled voice, All right, come in. Meow. And Little Guyu sat down on either side, immediately resembling guards at the door, which was quite imposing. Once inside, Tao Guyu looked at Luo Dongye and Shan He, seeming a bit hesitant. Wan Shong spoke up, They are our own. Only then did Tao Guyu say, Chen Mu and Chen Rong have already left Shueishin. I'm not sure where they went. Everyone nodded. This wasn't too surprising, as they had been top figures in Shueishin before, and now that they had fallen, they naturally wouldn't want to be subservient to others. Going to Wan Shong? I'm not going. I'll stay in Shueishin. Luo Dongye's surprised voice rang out, filled with disdain for Wan Shong. Luo Yasuzi calmly analyzed for Luo Dongye. Wan Shong has the most complete training resources. If you don't go, your strength 1T improve, and you might end up dying unexpectedly in the future. Moreover, you know Shan He's situation. Even for her sake, you must become stronger. Luo Dongye fell into contemplation. Considering Shan He's situation, Luo Yasuzi always seized others' weaknesses, striking decisively. Although he appeared to be a feeble child, he was actually more capable than everyone present. Relying solely on his sharp tongue and quick-witted mind, he pretended to side with Wan Shong, making everyone look up to her, but during important decisions, he would interfere with her thoughts, guiding her to act according to his plan. That was his goal. Tao Guyu then asked, "Are you a healing type?" The you he referred to was Luo Yasuzi, as he had been present when Luo Yasuzi healed others. Luo Yasuzi nodded unequivocally. The team emphasizes cooperation. If I am of no use, wouldn't I be holding them back by following them? Tao Guyu then nodded thoughtfully, and Luo Yasuzi continued. This time, don't send the recruits to Tao Yuan. Shueishin is currently under your control, and you need capable people to follow you. Also, that mutated wolf will surely be useful in the future. Tao Guyu nodded, agreeing with this idea. Previously, he had sent people to Wan Shong, which put him at a disadvantage in Shueishin. Although it seemed calm on the surface, one misstep could lead to disaster. Tao Guyu coldly huffed. Going to Guangming will definitely pass through a small city, which is now known as the Dead City. Those who entered have never been seen coming out again. Tao Guyu was taken aback. How do you know? He had just learned about the small city being filled with geckos that morning and hadn't had time to inform Tao Yuan and Wan Shong. But Luo Yasuzi already knew. Moreover, the future development of the small city had been communicated to them by Luo Yasuzi the first time they met. So it wasn't difficult to guess that the current state of the small city was likely not far from Luo Yasuzi's previous estimation. The room fell silent, and Tao Guyu couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Wan Chong asked, "Did anything happen when you collected Little Guyu?" Hearing Wan Chong even use the name Little Guyu from Qing Ku, it confirmed the name of the mutated wolf, Little Guyu. When Tao Guyu referred to the mutated wolf as Little Guyu, his tone still carried an oddity, but everyone stifled their laughter and listened to him finish. Tao Guyu paused and continued, "It wasn't difficult to collect it. I had someone bury the body of the person who controlled the wolf. Originally, I planned to let it go and fend for itself, but then it started following me as if to repay a debt of gratitude." Tao Guyu's implication was clear. He mentioned having the body buried without needing to think too hard. It was likely handled as a cleanup task, and the wolf didn't understand this. So it thought Tao Guyu was a good person. Bodies were supposed to be dealt with collectively. Otherwise, they would surely rot and stink if left there. By a twist of fate, Little Guyu ended up being sold out by its own foolishness. Shun Jingjing broke the silence. Carefully placing a sealed envelope on the table in front of Tao Guyu, "Please deliver this letter to Wan Shong, to Yao Jiang Island." The letter contained many words she wanted to say to Yao Jiang Island. As the saying goes, a short separation brings a fresh perspective. Although it was filled with a lot of rambling, it also expressed her longing. Luo Yasuzi, however, did not say much. Little Guyu has good abilities. With proper training and utilization, it will definitely be a great help in the future. Tao Guyu nodded. A mutated animal that could match Nian Yin was rare in Wan Shong, and he had one, which made him feel a bit smug. Luo Yasuzi also had high hopes for Little Guyu. It was similar in size to an ordinary mutated animal, while Nian Yin was much larger than an ordinary mutated animal. Moreover, being a feline, Little Guyu was quite evasive during their fights and even knew a few tricks. As Luo Yasuzi said, with proper utilization, it would surely become something great. After putting away the letter Chun Jingjing placed on the table, Tao Guyu asked, "Do you need to prepare supplies? I saw you didn't bring much when you came. Do you want me to have someone prepare a bit more for you?" Although he had some reservations about Wan Chong and the others, Tao Yuan and Wan Kuan had specifically instructed him to treat them well and not to neglect them. So, fearing the pressure from above, he could only tentatively and politely probe. "No need, Nian Yin can't carry much. We'll just leave for now," Wan Chong replied. Wan Chong had her own space, and the supplies inside were enough for all of them to eat and drink for half a year. Not to mention they could hunt for themselves. Tao Guyu naturally didn't push them. After all, He was busy with matters regarding Shui Ixin, and any other matters were best kept to a minimum. As soon as they entered the house, Qing Ku curiously asked, "Little brat, when did you awaken your healing abilities?" Luo Yisuzi looked at Qing Ku with a stupid expression. "Did you not hear me speak before? My age doesn't even reach the age of awakening abilities. The healing ability belongs to Wan Shong. When she left Wan Shong, she told me she was already at level 3. Wan Shong nodded. The night she left Wan Shong, she had just advanced to level 3. The level 3 healing system no longer required white light and could perform healing entirely through thought. But the range was limited to 5 meters. She had known this from her previous life, as Ruan Cohen had already reached level 3 before his death. Thinking about Ruan Cohen's death in her past life made her uneasy, and many things were different in this life. She wondered if it was because of her rebirth. What about the white light? Su Yunli asked. Indeed, during healing, Luo Isu had a white light similar to that of the healing system, which is why no one noticed his little trick with Wan Chong. Luo Isu reached into his pocket and took out a small round ball. "This is what I had in my pocket last time. Press this button, and the ball can emit light. Cover half of it with your hand, and it looks like the white light from the healing system." Originally, it was just a small ball that Luo Isu intended to use for illumination, but now it came in handy. Shenlongchen nodded. "That's good. Wan Chong is already a target. We can't let her healing system be exposed any further, or her situation will become even more dangerous." Others naturally wanted to eliminate Wan Chong quickly, as her growth was not something ordinary people could compare to. If that were the case, they would have to deal with mutated animals, guard against humans, and handle various trivial matters while mingling with all kinds of people. The outcome was predictable. Even if they weren't killed, they would probably be exhausted. Luo Isu nodded. "Then let's set off early tomorrow. Get some good rest. This is likely our last quiet night." Chapter 98. The little city gecko. Early the next morning, the group left Shuixin. Although it was just getting light outside, the streets were already filled with people, seemingly curious about who had such great power to unite the mutant organizations, eliminate the Chun Mu Brothers organization, and leave safely. Upon seeing Yin Yin's massive body, many people suddenly realized Shuixin was not large, and most survivors gathered at the entrance and exit. Last time they came, they also rode Yin Yin, swaggering into Shuixin. When they were being chased, they had fled on Yin Yin in a panic. Now they were leaving on Yin Yin again, but without the previous chaos. Those people did not ponder the reasons behind it. They were just there to join the excitement, and other matters were naturally beyond their consideration. Even if they talked about it later, they would probably just say that a big cat had come to Shuixin, and its owner was quite formidable, unstoppable. No one noticed that among the crowd, 2 figures quickly left after spotting Wan Chong and her group. The journey from Shuixin to the next small city would take at least half a month, even if Yin Yin's pace was fast. However, the journey had been relatively quiet, and they had not encountered any attacks even while sleeping at night. It was precisely because of this tranquility that the tension in everyone's hearts tightened even more. "How much longer do we have to eat biscuits?" Chinka couldn't help but complain. After days of gnawing on biscuits, her sense of taste was nearly gone. Not to mention others, even Wan Chong herself was tired of biscuits. "Once we pass the small city, we can start a fire." The gecko's perception was very strong, and they feared that starting a fire to roast meat would attract all the geckos to gather at the door, making it even harder to pass. Among their food supplies, besides the biscuits that could fill them up, the rest were just snacks. There were also some meats brought by Qing Ku and Su Yunli. But good food should naturally be saved for later. For now, they could make do. Among them, only Luo Isu and Shenlongchen could tolerate it. Luo Isu loved chocolate, and no matter how much he ate, he never got tired of it. Shenlongchen, having lived this way for a long time, naturally didn't care much about food. After all, they had eaten even mosquito meat before. It was just that after staying in Wan Shong for too long and living a comfortable life, suddenly returning to this kind of existence was naturally hard to adapt to. As night fell, everyone was just about to rest. Awa, awa, awa. The surrounding greenery, coupled with the feeling of being watched as prey, made everyone shiver involuntarily. Shenlongchen set up several fire pillars around to prevent the wolf pack from approaching, but it didn't have much effect. Several dark shadows leaped past, and the fire was immediately extinguished. After Luo, Isu turned on the white ball from his pocket and threw it out. The area, illuminated by the white light, revealed no fewer than 20 wolves. Wan Shong couldn't help but complain in her heart. Why is it wolves again? Previously, in that unknown forest, I encountered wolf packs almost every day, and now it's wolves again. I'm about to develop a fear of wolves. When the wolves saw the white orb, they initially jumped back in fright, but after noticing nothing happened, a few bold wolves began to approach the glowing white orb. As soon as the wolves revealed themselves, Shen Longshan and Wan Chong each shot fire and ice pillars, quickly taking down the 3 wolves that tried to get close to the white orb. The other wolves immediately retreated. These were non-mutated wolves, so they were easy to deal with. Moreover, these wolves were already skin and bones, suggesting they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. After all, since the apocalypse, many herbivores had mutated into carnivores. Those non-mutated animals were still struggling on the brink of life and death. The wolf pack had survived to this day through unity. Although they were all emaciated, at least they weren't starving to death. After the 3 wolves were killed, some extremely hungry young wolves rushed over, tearing apart the corpses of the 3 wolves and starting to eat. Shen Longshan and Wan Chong watched this scene warily, while the other wolves gathered around but did not attack. Instead, they were eating the corpses of their companions. It wasn't until the meat was completely consumed that the wolf pack watched the group with caution and then left with their tails between their legs. For the wolf pack, surviving was already a good outcome. Although they were wolves, they feared the strong, especially those who were several times stronger than them. Animals struggling on the edge of life and death can do anything. Just like them now, brushing past death time and again, escaping from it repeatedly. It was precisely because of this that they cherished their current situation even more, not daring to waste time, and could only strive to make themselves stronger. If the purpose of the apocalypse was to eliminate the weak, then they must squeeze into the group that could survive. Wan Chong looked at everyone's faces, noticing their sighs of relief as they lay back down to prepare for sleep, observing their cautious way of living. She realized that the source of it all stemmed from her own lack of strength. After a sleepless night, Wan Chong felt sluggish the next day, sitting on Yin Yin's back and wanted to sleep. Her eyelids grew heavier, but every time she was about to doze off, her head would tilt, nearly causing her to fall, which startled her awake again. Shen Longshan sighed and pulled Wan Chong into his arms, saying, "Get some good sleep. We're almost there, and I'll wake you up." Wan Chong knew that she had been thinking too much last night and had trouble sleeping. She lay peacefully in Shen Longshan's arms, wrapping her hand around his waist and closing her eyes to rest. Perhaps because Shen Longshan was there, Wan Chong fell asleep in no time. Shen Longshan looked at Wan Chong's still immature little face and couldn't help but sigh. She was at an age where she should be carefree, but now, due to the apocalypse, she had to hide and run, living on the edge of death. Luo, Isu glanced at the two with the corner of her eye, her mind filled with different thoughts. The others had long since gotten used to the sight of the two and showed no excessive expressions. Perhaps it was due to various reasons, or perhaps everyone had grown up and matured. In short, no one joked around like before, no one made others laugh heartily, and no one stepped in to ease the awkward atmosphere. All that remained was a gloomy sense of an uncertain future. All that remained were insincere smiles or cold sneers. All that remained were sarcastic remarks or self-deprecation. In summary, a sense of depression seemed to envelop everyone, weighing heavily on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Even upon reaching the edge of the small town, the feeling of gloom still lingered, seemingly even heavier. The group planned to make do with a night in the suburbs. The small town wasn't big, and if they set off early the next morning, they could leave in half a day. The longer they stayed inside, the more dangerous it would be, and everyone was clear about that. Just as they finished their biscuits and prepared to rest, various noises began to emerge. Rustling. The sound of grass moving made everyone sit up alertly, looking in the direction of the noise. Having been exposed to the elements for half a month, the nights had been quiet. Even the wind moving the grass wouldn't make much noise. So this sound was particularly strange, and unless they found the source, no one would be able to sleep soundly tonight. The evening breeze blew, causing hair to brush against their faces, lightly swaying up and down, teasingly, making it feel itchy But Wan Shong didn't raise her hand to brush it away. The surroundings fell silent. Even Yin Yin remained still. Perhaps even the smallest movement would cause them to miss something important, especially since they were nearing the small town, making everyone more vigilant than usual. However, the noise had disappeared, seemingly because it had been noticed by the group, and there was no further sound. After a while, Shen Longshun said, "You all rest first. I'll keep watch." Only then did the others lie down, but less than 10 minutes after lying down, the rustling sound came again. Moreover, this time, the sound was much louder, seemingly deliberately trying to attract their attention. Just as everyone lay down, still not asleep, they were startled awake. After long periods of living in the wild and countless ambush experiences, even with someone on watch, everyone dared not sleep deeply, only managing light rest. So, this sound once again startled everyone awake. However, as they searched for the source, the sound vanished. Just like before, after a long time, they still couldn't find where the noise was coming from. Shen Longshun and Wan Shong went nearby to take a look, but returned empty-handed. Unfortunately, they needed to endure a tough journey the next day, so the group couldn't afford to delay and prepare to sleep again. This repeated several times, and even Yin meowed impatiently a couple of times. The small town was now visible in the distance, dimly illuminated by the moonlight, giving an even more mysterious feeling. Luo Isu estimated the situation and, glancing at the small town not far away, couldn't help but scold herself for being too foolish. She spoke up, "Everyone, sleep well. There's no need to send anyone to keep watch." The others were puzzled, and Luo Isu explained, "There's a large gecko in the small town that can command the smaller geckos. These little geckos are sent to test us. To be precise, they're deliberately trying to disturb us, preventing us from resting well tonight and performing normally tomorrow." The others widened their eyes in shock. Are geckos really that smart now? They even understand tactics? Luo Isu stroked her chin. "With Yin Yin here, these little geckos won't dare to attack, so just sleep peacefully. The small town is the large gecko's den, and it can't leave the small town because the outside world is unknown. It dares to send the little geckos, but that doesn't mean it will come itself. So, you can rest assured," Luo Isu explained. Wan Shong thought carefully and felt that Luo Isu was right. So she no longer paid attention to the occasional rustling sound and went to sleep peacefully. Seeing their leader like this, the others naturally felt reassured as well. Chapter 99. The survivors group. Early the next morning, everyone got ready to set off. The closer they got to the small town, the quieter it became, causing everyone to hold their breath. Luo Isu patted Yin Yin's head, and Yin Yin immediately took off running. With thick pads on her feet, she made very little noise despite her large size. However, even the slightest sound attracted a swarm of geckos. Among them, only Shen Longshun and Wan Shong could attack from a distance. Su Yunli's arrows were limited, so they couldn't afford to waste them unless absolutely necessary, especially with no supplies around. The noise gradually attracted a group of geckos, and Luo Isu pointed to another passage. "Yin Yin, go in." The alley was so narrow that once Yin Yin entered, it was just enough to block the way. Luo Isu retreated to the middle. Wan Chong and Shen Longshun will handle the geckos coming from above, and Yin Yin will take care of those below. Su Yunli was puzzled. Why not run outside? Luo Isu narrowed her eyes at the swarm of geckos. We wait for an opportunity, or we kill the big gecko directly, and the smaller ones will naturally flee. If we don't do this, the big gecko will definitely be hiding in some corner, waiting to strike a fatal blow. Last time, Chi died here, and they had no chance to fight back. After such a long time, who knows what the big gecko has become? So it's better to be cautious. With a whoosh, a firework-like burst exploded at the mouth of the alley, startling the geckos, which immediately scattered. Luo Isu's pupils slightly dilated as she thought to herself, are there still people alive? The big gecko has completely taken over the small town. Shouldn't all the survivors be dead? As expected, a group of people appeared at the mouth of the alley. One of them shouted, "Those inside, it's safe, come out." He specifically addressed a few women, and Shen Longshun's expression darkened. A fire pillar shot near the man's feet, startling him into jumping aside. "What are you doing?" Shen Longshun narrowed his eyes and remained silent, while Wan Chong smiled. "When did you become so serious?" Shen Longchun turned to look at Wan Chong's playful face. Do you want to give it a try? Wan Chong immediately stopped smiling. Luo Isu Ji, let's go. Luo Isu Ji was still staring at the person. Right now, the enemy and us are unclear. It's better to be cautious. We occupy the most advantageous position here, and it would be easy to fall into an ambush if we go out. Indeed, while the person seemed quite easygoing. How could someone who managed to survive in this lizard-occupied small town be someone who knew nothing? The person saw that they were still in place and shouted, "Why aren't you coming out?" Before they could respond, another person glanced at them. "Don't mind them. Let's go. If we attract the big lizard over here, none of us will be able to escape." Luo Isu Ji patted Nian Yan's head, and only then did Nian Yan slowly walk out. The others automatically huddled together to guard against a sneak attack. Wan Chong tugged at Chun Jingjing's clothes, and Chun Jingjing immediately asked, "We came from Shuaxin. Are you survivors here?" The enthusiastic young man nodded, looking up at Chun Jingjing on Yin Yin's back, his ears turning red. "Yes." "Luo Qian, aren't you leaving yet?" The captain, who was not far away, called out, addressing the enthusiastic young man who was talking to them. "Got it." Luo Qian responded and then looked at them. "Do you want to go to our base?" "Right now. All the survivors in the small town are concentrated in the base. Other places are not safe." A group of people followed behind the small team, with the captain leading the way to clear the path, so there wasn't much for them to do at the back. Luo Qian was still chattering. "You came from Shuaxin? How is Shuaxin doing now? Ever since those geckos appeared, I haven't gone out. I really want to see the outside world." Luo Isu whispered a few words in Chun Jingjing's ear, and Chun Jingjing nodded, saying, "Shuaxin is currently dominated by Tao Guyu's organization. We're planning to go to Guanming. By the way, what were you throwing?" Those geckos seemed really scared. Luo Qian scratched his head. "I don't know either. These are all their research." Their so-called base was in a gymnasium, which was large enough, and the surroundings had been sealed off, with people guarding in all directions to prevent geckos from getting in. However, many people were holding knives or other weapons. Su Yunli asked in confusion, "Are they all ordinary people? Don't you have any mutants or ability users?" It makes sense, as mutants and ability users are relatively rare here because of the geckos, so the chance of being a mutant is even smaller. Awakening abilities completely depends on opportunity and the individual, so correspondingly, mutants and ability users are more valued here. There is no need for patrols or to go out to collect supplies. Each time a team goes out to collect supplies, only one mutant or ability user is assigned. When they reached the entrance, Luo Qian led them to register. Because Nian Yin's size was quite large, they specially designated a corner for them. Although it was in a remote area, it was still enough for Nian Yin to lie down. They naturally sat down to rest next to Nian Yin. At noon, everyone could get a little something. Although Wan Shong and the others weren't lacking food, they still accepted it, as they understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. "Get up! Get up!" A male voice suddenly called out. Wan Chong raised her eyes and saw a burly man standing in front of them. Due to the backlight, it was impossible to see what he looked like. The man's voice came again. "Give us 1/3 of your food. Everyone must give 1/3 of their daily rations to our boss." The food they had received was barely enough to keep them from starving. And now they had to give away 1/3? Indeed, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. Luo Isu originally planned to give him 1/3 of the food and be done with it. But before she could speak, Qin Kai had already said it. Luo Isu couldn't help but curse inwardly. They weren't lacking food in the first place, so why provoke trouble? He came to this so-called base merely to use the people here to help them kill the large gecko, and then, with the cooperation of Wan Chong, Shen Longchen, and Yin Yin, they could easily leave. People nearby looked over, as Qin Kai's voice had not been quiet, and naturally, they came to see the commotion. The man laughed heartily. "Why should we?" "Because our boss is a water-type ability user. The water you drink was produced by our boss. If he doesn't get enough to eat, how can he protect you? You bunch of little girls, don't force us to take action." Luo Isu then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this man wasn't hot-tempered. Seeing that Qin Kai was about to retort, Luo Isu quickly tugged at Wan Chong's clothes and said, "Sister, just give it to them. I'm afraid." Luo Isu's display of a child's fear was quite vivid. Although Wan Chong didn't know what idea Luo Isu had, She still nodded in cooperation and was just about to take the food outside when she heard a male voice. "Oh, I was wondering who was surrounding this place. Turns out it's you bunch of lackeys." The man who spoke was unfamiliar to Wan Shong, but the person behind him was someone she had just met, Luo Qian. It seemed that this man was brought by Luo Qian. The fierce-looking man immediately backed down upon seeing the newcomer. "Oh, it's Jiangzhu. Since you're with him, I'll take my leave, ha." After saying that, he awkwardly chuckled a couple of times to avoid embarrassment. "Jiangzhu." A female voice came from the side. It was Su Yunli. The person called Jiangzhu was also startled and tentatively called out, "Yunli?" Su Yunli rushed out, and Jiangzhu quickly caught her. The two embraced. After a moment of warmth, they remembered there were others present. The surviving onlookers looked at Su Yunli with envious eyes, seemingly jealous that she knew Jiangzhu. "Are these your friends? Why don't you go to my room to rest? It's too crowded here," Jiangzhu said while holding Su Yunli. "Sujundi nadid." Okay. The two walked ahead, with others following behind, while Nian, who was too large, was left behind. Meow meow. Before leaving, Nian expressed her dissatisfaction with a few cries, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Luo Ishu was a bit worried, but Jiangzhu thought he was reluctant to part with his cat and comforted him. "Don't worry, little friend. I'll have someone take care of your cat. Luo Qian, you stay here and watch over their cat." Luo Qian was already not familiar with Jiangzhu, and he had only approached him because he saw Chun Jingjing and the others in trouble. Jiangzhu was a decent person who tried to help as much as he could, but was not very close to others. Now, because of Chun Jingjing and the others, it seemed good to be under Jiangzhu's command. Making up his mind, he immediately responded enthusiastically, "Sure." Only then did Luo Ishu leave with the others. Those with special abilities were arranged in separate rooms, which are the few rest areas inside the gymnasium. Although it was large and had few items, just a bed and a simple wardrobe, it was much better than outside, where there were no partitions and everyone was in the hall, either sitting or lying in their spots, just waiting for tasks to be assigned and executed. They survived each day relying on the scant food available. Jiangzhu naturally wrapped his arm around Su Yunli and prepared to sit down, but Su Yunli retreated to the wall and stood against it. Jiangzhu was puzzled, but also didn't sit down. Next to her stood Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing. Wan Shong, Shun Longchun, and Luo Isu then sat down. Chapter 100, Winning Hearts. This was the distribution they were used to, as it was in Wan Shong, where there was only one bed in the room. Wan Shong's ability was an absolute suppression. Shun Longchun's level was also an absolute suppression, and there was no need to mention Luo Isu. Although there were no explicit regulations, they had already gotten used to it and were willing to accept it. Who can they blame for being less skilled? Su Yunli then spoke up to explain. "This is my boyfriend, Jiangzhu. I was looking for him earlier." She turned to Jiangzhu and introduced. "This is my boss, Wan Chong. This is Shun Longchun." After introducing them one by one, Su Yunli added, "I originally wanted to find you, but it's so chaotic now that I couldn't find you. Luckily, I ran into you again." As she spoke, Su Yunli's eyes turned a little red with grievance. Jiangzhu immediately comforted her. It's okay. When I passed by here, I found that it had already been occupied by a big gecko, and I couldn't get out at all, so I had to stay here." Luo Isu asked, "Are you a mutant or an ability user?" Judging by the reaction of that person just now, Jiangzhu's status here must be quite high, and those with high status are definitely people with special abilities. So Luo Isu asked the crucial question right away. Jiangzhu was not distant and directly revealed his true form, with a sturdy build and thick fur, looking very tough. He said in a deep voice, "I'm a Marten bear mutant, with thick skin that those geckos can't bite through." Luo Isu's eyes lit up. "That's great. Have your people get ready. We will go deal with the big gecko this afternoon. The big gecko can control the smaller ones. As long as the big gecko is dead, those smaller geckos will be leaderless, and with their strength, it would be easy to leave the small town." Jiangzhu transformed back into human form and shook his head. "That's not possible. I thought the same before. But those people are content with the status quo and don't want to provoke the big gecko." After a moment of contemplation, Jiangzhu said, "I'll give a try, but I can't guarantee success." Luo Isu nodded. If it weren't for Su Yunli, he might need some time to persuade them to take action. After Jiangzhu left, Everyone sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Now was not the time for fun. They might face a fierce battle in the afternoon. Sure enough, he first looked at Su Yunli and then shook his head. This was naturally within Luo Isu's expectations. If Jiang Zhu could persuade those people, they wouldn't have waited until now to take action. Take us to meet them, Wan Shong said. Them naturally referred to the higher-ups here, as only with their agreement could the others cooperate. Jiang Zhu took them to a slightly larger room, and the first to arrive was a lazy man who stretched before sitting down. His movements were frivolous, without any decorum, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. Jiang Zhu, I've already said I won't agree to your opinion. The big gecko is not something we can challenge. And what do you mean by bringing these people here? Just as Jiang Zhu was about to speak, a male voice came from the doorway. What's going on? Calling me again. I didn't sleep well last night, and you dare to disturb my sleep? The voice was grumbling as it came from the corridor, and a somewhat overweight man entered, holding a petite woman. As he spoke, he kept teasing the woman in his arms, and the lazy man immediately put on a disdainful expression upon seeing him. Slap! After a while of silence, the man who was teasing the woman slapped the table, which trembled despite his seemingly small strength. What are you all doing? Spit it out quickly. The man impatiently asserted dominance over everyone. Jiang Zhu ignored him and simply introduced. This is Lu Fusai, a water ability user. This is Zhu Onduan, a canine mutant. These are my people, and they are here to discuss the previous matter. Zhu Onduan shouted. Is this little issue bothering you so much? Where did these women come from? Daydreaming, challenging the big gecko to their death. Zhu Onduan seemed to only know how to shout, and Wan Shong felt her ears ringing from the noise. Discontentedly, she said, Speak properly. Zhu Onduan continued to shout with his loud voice. Little ladies, I can say whatever I want. Who are you to care? Who gave you the right? Wan Shong really suspected whether the woman in Zhu Onduan's arms was deaf. She couldn't stand it from such a distance. Yet that woman was still leaning in Zhu Onduan's embrace. Didn't she have ear-ringing? Qing Ke had reached a point of unbearable frustration. Jiang Zhu and Lu Fusai were used to his behavior, but Wan Shong and the others couldn't tolerate it. Luo Isu Ji did not stop him, observing the scene with a glint of interest in his eyes. Since Zhu Onduan had transformed, he had been enjoying power and authority here. Now, suddenly being slapped a few times made him furious. He pushed the woman in his arms away, stood up, and was ready to fight. The woman who was pushed to the ground did not dare to complain and immediately retreated to the wall, minimizing her presence. Jiang Zhu naturally stood up as well. The two locking eyes, with Zhu Onduan clenching his fists, seething with anger. Luo Isu Ji looked at Su Yunli, who immediately understood and nodded, pulling Jiang Zhu to signal him to sit down. Chun Jing, receiving the cue, casually remarked from the side, Isn't this all about strength? Let Xiaoqing fight you. If you lose, you'll have to call us Annie. Zhu Onduan sneered, his face full of disdain. Sure. Just don't cry for your mommy after I beat you. He glanced at Qing Ke, who looked good, and added, If you lose, don't stay with those women. Come with me. Jiang Zhu was a bit worried. He knew Zhu Onduan's strength was immense, capable of killing a small gecko with one punch. Qing Ke looked like she wouldn't get hit at all. If he accidentally killed her, he wouldn't be able to protect his own, and that would be truly embarrassing. Moreover, she was a friend of his wife. Protecting her was a matter of principle. Lu Fusai calmly sat in her chair, watching the scene as if it were a circus act. Luo Isu Ji kept an eye on Lu Fusai's movements. Zhu Onduan was hot-tempered, and his emotions were laid bare, making him easier to control. However, Lu Fusai seemed far from simple. Qing Ke had long been displeased with Zhu Onduan's arrogance and approached him, saying in a voice loud enough to hear, Get ready to call me Annie. Zhu Onduan swung a punch, but Qing Ke ducked down, evading it. Zhu Onduan raised his foot, and Qing Ke rolled to the side. Their exchanges were inconclusive, but it was evident both were holding back. Luo Isuji thought it was a waste of time and remarked from the side, Sister, look at that Zhu Onduan. He's so weak, he can't even beat Xiaoqing. What a shame for a man. Wan Shong cooperated, giving him face. Zhu Onduan, with his explosive temper, was easily provoked by Luo Isuji's taunts. He immediately revealed his true form, claws swiping at Qin Ku, leaving deep scratches on the furniture. Qin Ku naturally stopped holding back. She had only used 5% of her strength earlier, but now she unleashed her full power, moving much faster than before. Zhu Onduin swiped several times, but couldn't even touch the hem of Qin Ku's clothes, making him even angrier. Qin Ku seized the moment, grabbing Zhu Onduin's ear and leaping onto his back, happily riding him like a horse. Zhu Onduin struggled for a long time, but couldn't throw Qin Ku off. With his ears still clutched, he finally admitted defeat. "I give up. Annie, please get down. My mom said if a woman rides you, you'll have bad luck." The crowd couldn't help but laugh, so that was the reason. "I call her Annie because she's strong and can beat me. You guys can't, or I'd be too embarrassed." As soon as he sat down, Zhu Onduin said this. Chen Jingjing burst into laughter, then raised her arm. "Come on, little pig. Let's see what you've got." Zhu Onduin was already feeling uncomfortable from losing to Qin Ku, and now a delicate target was presented to him. He naturally wanted to regain his pride. Everyone knew his greatest strength was his physical power, and how dare this woman let him hit her? He thought to himself, how dare she call him little pig? He had to break her arm. With that thought, he became rude, raising his hand and walking over, throwing a punch with 9/10 of his strength, determined to break Chen Jingjing's arm. However, unexpectedly, he didn't hear a scream. Instead, she looked at him with a smile. Only Zhu Onduin himself knew that punch made his fingers tingle, as if he had hit a wall. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lu Fucii watched everything unfold and cursed Zhu Onduin silently. "Idiot." Chen Jingjing smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" In Chapter 101, Cleaning Plan, looking at the neatly cut surface, it looked as if it had been cut by a machine, and Zhu Onduin could feel the flesh on his face twitching. If it had been him, the result would be unimaginable. Upon closer inspection of Chen Jingjing's hand, he saw a layer of translucent, thin metallic-like material covering it. "Andy!" Zhu Onduin once again admitted defeat. He didn't want to be cut. Chen Jingjing looked at the result with satisfaction. Although Luo Yisuji had said to show a little strength and shock them, she was still accustomed to having everyone's attention on her. Su Yinli spread her wings behind her, startling both Zhu Onduin and Lu Fucii. To safely leave the small city, there was another way: to fly over. However, they had never seen anyone who could fly, and since Su Yinli could clearly fly over but chose to stay, it showed her loyalty. It was this loyalty that led her to meet Jiang Zhu. Otherwise, no matter how hard she searched, she would never find him. One was trapped here, unable to leave, while the other was outside searching. They would likely miss each other countless times before finally meeting again, or perhaps never meet again at all. Although Zhu Onduin had a violent temper, he wasn't mindless. He admired Su Yinli's loyalty, and additionally, her partner Jiang Zhu was a powerful hybrid, not weak at all. So he admitted defeat once more. "Annie." Shen Longchen flicked his fingers to ignite a flame, grinning as he asked, "Where do you want to be burned?" Zhu Onduin flinched backward, about to admit defeat again, when Shen Longchen interrupted, "Call me Uncle Grandpa." Puffed. Wan Shong laughed without restraint. "Uncle Grandpa." Zhu Onduin certainly didn't want to be roasted. He was already as meek as he could be. Wan Shong placed her hand on the table, and a layer of ice spread out from beneath her hand, covering the entire table and emitting a faint chill. This time, both Zhu Onduin and Lu Fucii were taken aback. Although they were trapped here, people often came from the outside, and the small town was a necessary route for Shui Xian and Shenggang, so information was not blocked. However, they knew that there were different types, and they were aware that abilities were divided into the categories of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind, but they had never seen an ice type. When Wan Shong made her move, the other two were momentarily stunned. Luo Yisuji looked at the outcome with satisfaction. He had intentionally let them showcase their abilities one by one. After all, having strength was the foundation for having a say. Under their bewildered gazes, Luo Yisuji calmly spoke. Having resolved the big gecko together, the smaller geckos are naturally not to be feared. From now on, if you want to leave, you can. If you want to stay, you can. This is much better than the current situation, isn't it? Their current situation was very passive, fearing that the big gecko would suddenly attack. For some reason, the big gecko had not launched an attack on them. Among them, Apart from Lu Fusai and Zhu Onduin being somewhat capable, the others were completely weak. If the big gecko brought its group of geckos here, they believed they would have no way to resist. However, there was now an opportunity for them to turn the tide. As long as they collaborated with Wan Shong and the others, they could overturn the current passive situation. Zhu Onduin was already somewhat tempted. Although he was relatively strong here, he was still afraid of death. Resolving the big gecko would mean taking down a significant force. But how easy would it be to deal with the big gecko? Nevertheless, he was starting to feel tempted. Lu Fusai observed Zhu Onduin's changing expression and sighed inwardly. It only took a few words to sway him. If everyone else joined in, and he didn't help, wouldn't he become the target? Previously, he had Zhu Onduin to oppose him. But now that Zhu Onduin was wavering, why waste time being conflicted? However, this child seemed a bit different. He glanced at Chen Jingjing and Shen Longshan, who appeared to be the oldest. The child not only was the youngest, but also lacked strength. Could his words be trusted? Doubtful looks lingered on everyone's faces, and Luo Yasuzi couldn't help but rub his forehead. This child's presence was a hassle, as everything he did was met with skepticism. Wan Shong said, "Since that's the case, let's discuss how to proceed. We'll take action this afternoon." So soon? Lu Fusai started to speak, frowning, seemingly dissatisfied with the hurried timeline. Wan Shong looked at him and said, "We are short on time and cannot waste it here. From now on, all arrangements will be decided by Luo Yasuzi." After speaking, she turned to Luo Yasuzi, and everyone's gaze naturally focused on his face. Luo Yasuzi then slowly began to explain, "The giant gecko is in the cinema. Aren't you all a bunch of mutants and abilities? Just arrange for them to guard outside, and try to stop the small geckos from getting in. We, the main force, will go inside to kill the giant gecko." Wait, how do you know the giant gecko's location?" Zhu Onduin asked. After all, Luo Yasuzi and the others had just arrived, so how could they know better than them? Luo Yasuzi tilted his head and looked at Zhu Onduin. "Do you know where the giant gecko is?" Luo Yasuzi had lived here for 2 years and had fought the giant gecko after the apocalypse. Generally, once a gecko establishes its nest, it won't move unless something unexpected happens. The giant gecko had been in the small town, and the town was almost under its control, so it was unlikely for anything unexpected to happen. Therefore, Luo Yasuzi concluded that the giant gecko must still be in the cinema. Zhu Onduin hardly ever went out. Leaving was just to gather supplies. If he encountered a lone small gecko, he might fight, but if he encountered a group of geckos, he would run away the fastest. So it was only natural that he wouldn't know the giant gecko's location. Lu Fusai did not doubt it, but instead asked, "What are your plans?" "The cinema has a big exit, a small exit, and an emergency passage." Luo Yasuzi nodded. There should have been more entrances and exits, but part of the building was destroyed, blocking some of them. He analyzed calmly, 3 exits, 1 big one, my cat Nian Yan will guard it, so that's not a concern. For the small exit, send 2 mutants and 2 ability users to guard. The emergency passage is relatively narrow and can only fit 1 person, so find a strong one to guard it. I looked at your abilities and the list you compiled. Zhu Onduin is the most suitable. The others won't do, so Zhu Onduin will guard it. Seeing everyone nod, Luo Yasuzi continued, "Then we will proceed like this, and then like this, and finally like this. Do you all understand?" Everyone nodded again, and Luo Yasuzi nodded. "Then you go down and arrange it well. We will set off for the cinema this afternoon. The small geckos on the road are not scary. With Nian Yan around, just follow behind with peace of mind." After Zhu Onduin and Lu Fusai left, Luo Yasuzi said, "Once we kill the giant gecko, we will leave immediately. Only leaving the city is the safest." Meeting the puzzled gazes of everyone, Luo Yasuzi continued to explain, "Lu Fusai and Zhu Onduin are not the type to stay put. If we kill the giant gecko and continue to stay here, it's bound to lead to complications. Although they cannot do anything to us, it will waste time, and it's better to avoid unnecessary issues." Only then did everyone understand. Luo Yasuzi then looked at Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu. "Are you going to leave with us or stay?" Su Yunli had already achieved her goal. She initially followed Wan Shong just to fulfill her promise to go to Wan Shong with them. Now that she had already gone to Wan Shong and come back, and found Jiang Zhu, was it time for her to make another plan? Although having Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu stay would be useful for Luo Yasuzi, Forcing them would not be sweet, and it might end up being a burden on them, so he decided to leave the choice to them. That way, any decision made would have a very small chance of being reversed. She had originally accompanied Wan Shong to Guanming, and now, if Jiangzhu suddenly left the team, she felt it would be irresponsible. Moreover, she was somewhat reluctant to part with this group. Jiangzhu placed her hand on Su Yunli's head and rubbed it vigorously. I was only here to find you. I stumbled in here and couldn't get out, but now that I've found you and have a way out, why would I stay here? Su Yunli felt sweet inside and nodded with a smile. Luo Yasuzi then asked, how long has Luo Qian been here with you? Jiangzhu thought for a moment. I don't know. Anyway, he was already here when I arrived. Luo Yasuzi pondered for a moment, feeling something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. He could only ask, are there any strange people here who do unexpected things or behave strangely? Luo Yasuzi nodded, recalling a very enthusiastic Luo Qian, a silent mute, and a sneaky person who knew nothing. After thinking for a while, he said, you help me find that sneaky person who knows nothing. Bring him here, and I'll ask a few questions. Jiangzhu nodded, reluctantly letting go of Su Yunli's head, and walked out. Meanwhile, Su Yunli's hair had been rubbed into a messy state. Su Yunli, as if used to it, simply raised her hand to fix her hair and quietly waited for Jiangzhu to return. Chapter 102. Searching for a spy. Jiangzhu was efficient. They didn't wait long before the person was brought in. It could be said that he was more like being carried in. Jiangzhu revealed her true form and threw the person over her shoulder, ignoring his struggles as she brought him over. Facing the puzzled gazes of everyone, Jiangzhu explained while setting the person down. He wouldn't listen. When I brought him here, he tried to run away, so I had to do it this way. Luo Yasuzi didn't mind. As long as the person was here, that was fine. Jiangzhu placed the person on a chair and heavily patted his shoulder, threatening, sit tight. If you dare to run, I'll break your legs. Previously, when she was with Su Yunli, Jiangzhu was like a quiet and obedient pet. But when she intimidated that person just now, her expression and actions resembled a hunter revealing its fangs, staring at its prey. The person was indeed frightened and sat still, not daring to move. Luo Yasuzi asked, what is your name? The person shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Luo Yasuzi stared at him with a wise expression. You know, who are you? We want to hurt you. If you tell us, we will help you. The fear on the person's face grew, and he waved his hands repeatedly. I really can't say it. Believe me, I really can't say it. No one knows. No one knows. By the end, it turned into a mumble, but the words he said hinted at something. Luo Yasuzi coaxed and deceived him. I know you didn't say it. I believe you. The person finally calmed down a bit. You believe me? You believe me. Just after saying that, he showed a terrified expression again. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I really don't know. Luo Yasuzi squinted at him, looking a bit lost in thought, which was a habit he had when pondering. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his next words, and the room was filled only with the low murmurs of the person. After a while, Luo Yasuzi finally looked up at Jiangzhu, who was standing beside him. It's fine now. Take him down. Jiangzhu was taken aback. Just like that? Luo Yasuzi nodded with certainty. He has definitely gone mad. By the way, gather everyone outside and line them up. I'll ask them one by one. Jiangzhu was confused, and Su Yunli explained. He suspects they're a spy. Upon hearing this, Su Yunli herself felt somewhat incredulous, and naturally, the others did too. How could a mutated giant gecko be so intelligent? Even if there were Tianqing water, it wouldn't evolve so quickly, especially since there was no Tianqing water in the small town at all. Wan Shong sat in the corner, staring at the madman. We heard Su Yunli mention the presence of a spy. A strange look seemed to flash in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Wan Shong was unsure if what she saw was real. Next to her, Shen Longshun, like Wan Shong, was staring at that person and naturally saw it too. Shen Longshun just gave Wan Shong a reassuring glance, and then they both continued to listen to Luo Yisu's speech as if nothing had happened. Jiangzhu took the madman away, and after a while, someone began to knock on the door. Qing Ku went to open the door, and a strange woman stood at the entrance, looking at Qing Ku with fear. Qing Ku stepped aside to let her in. The woman held a pen and a piece of washi paper, trembling as she placed it on the table. Mr. Jiang asked me to bring this, and also to tell you that he's going to find those people and that you should continue with your own matters for now. Luo Isu nodded. Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing went to the door, letting people in one by one, forbidding them from talking to each other. Su Yunli went to find Jiang Zhu, stating that everyone except Zhu Onduan, Lu Fusai, and the mentally unstable person must come. After the three left, the room fell completely silent. The woman sat anxiously, while Wan Shong and Shin Longchen sat behind Luo Isu. Luo Isu was writing something while asking, "How long have you been here?" Luo Isu nodded and said, "All right, you can go now." The woman asked in surprise, "Just like that?" Luo Isu nodded, and she then stood up to leave. Luo Isu handed the paper to Wan Shong, saying, "I will remind you of the suspects later. The others can be forgotten." Wan Shong showed a puzzled expression, and after seeing the paper, she suddenly understood. All right. As soon as the woman went out, another person came in. It was their acquaintance, Luo Qian. After Luo Isu asked a few simple questions, he said, "All right, it's nothing." Luo Qian smiled his signature smile. "I told you. How could I possibly be a spy? You still insisted on making me come." Luo Isu responded nonchalantly, and Luo Qian, feeling awkward, left. After that, people came in one after another. Most of the time, Luo Isu would have Wan Chong remember them, but only a few times would he not. Not long after, it was the mute. Luo Isu began to squint at him. "For the questions I ask, you just need to nod or shake your head." The mute nodded, and Luo Isu leaned back in his chair, asking a question different from the previous ones. "Are you a spy?" This question was direct and somewhat abrupt. After all, a normal person would say no. Such a question could probably only be asked by Luo Isu. As expected, the mute quickly shook his head, indicating he wasn't. Luo Isu then asked, "Do you know who the spy is?" The mute continued to shake his head, indicating he didn't know. Luo Isu continued to ask, "Do you know the spy? Are you covering for him?" The mute shook his head again, indicating he did not know him. Luo Isu lightly exclaimed, then said, "All right, it's nothing, you can go." The mute immediately nodded and stood up to leave. After that, it was mostly the same until Jiang Zhu, Chun Jingjing, Su Yunli, and Qin Ke came in together. "There's no one left," Jiang Zhu said. Luo Isu nodded, wrapped his notebook, and said, "Let's go to your room." After returning to the room, Luo Isu gave Wan Chong a glance, and Wan Chong nodded, leaning against the wall. Ice immediately spread from her hands, covering the entire room. While Luo Isu was writing something on the paper, he spoke. "Now let's talk about it. I've written down quite a few names. I can only temporarily rule out those who are completely innocent." Saying this, he raised the notebook for everyone to see the words on the paper. There were only 4 words. "Walls have ears." Luo Isu continued to write on the paper, and everyone spoke one after another. But what they said was completely different from what was written on the paper. Long before that, when Luo Isu was asking questions to the woman, he had already written down what he needed to say on the paper. He said, "In a while, the ones I mentioned to remember don't need to remember. The ones I say are fine, do remember." Wan Chong didn't understand his intentions, but she still followed his instructions. So the notebook actually only had 2 names written in it. One was Luo Qian, and the other was the mute. After looking at it for a long time, Chun Jingjing finally understood. What was said aloud was meant for those eavesdropping, while what was written on the paper was what truly needed to be conveyed. Chun Jingjing grabbed the notebook and said while writing on it, "Then let's leave the madman behind when we carry out the mission. Luo Qian is a good person, so it's fine to bring him along." She wrote on the paper, "How do you know it's between these 2 people?" This question resonated with many people's thoughts. Luo Isu shot her a glare and said, No, we should keep him close. If anything happens, we can just kill him first. Luo Qian has no abilities and is a bit dangerous to be with us. Everyone should take care of him." But the paper wrote, "When I asked the mute if he was a spy, he calmly shook his head. A normal person would be agitated, fearing misunderstandings because he is mute, yet he remained calm throughout." Luo Qian was very enthusiastic, but his eyes betrayed him. He kept glancing behind me. So the question arises, who was he looking at? Behind me sat only Shin Longchen and Wan Shong. What was he looking at? I pushed the notebook to the center for everyone to see, but after looking, they all shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. The conversation was naturally meant to deal with those who came to gather information, but it was just a casual chat, and everyone's attention was focused on the notebook. After reading it, Wan Chong took the notebook. When Su Yunli mentioned that we were looking for a spy, That madman's eyes sparkled, as if he had seen hope. After Wan Shong finished writing, Shun Longshun beside her nodded, indicating that he had also seen it. Luo Yasuzi pondered for a moment and wrote, I know he is pretending, but the identity of the spy is unclear, so he deliberately pretends to be crazy to protect himself. He is a very clever person. In the end, Luo Yasuzi did not forget to praise him, and then quickly wrote on the notebook. He was originally going to reveal some news, but after seeing me behind him, he stopped speaking and started pretending to be mad again. Luo Qian also unconsciously kept looking behind me, so Luo Qian is the most suspicious. The mute has already exposed himself, and the two of them should be partners. Take both of them to kill the big gecko, and be cautious. Everyone now understood Luo Yasuzi's meaning and nodded. For safety reasons, Luo Yasuzi added, Don't expose yourselves, pretend to be wary of the madman. After lunch, the group set off. Whether it was because of Nin Yin or not, this large group of people, apart from encountering a bit of disturbance from small geckos, actually arrived directly at the cinema. With a gesture, everyone immediately dispersed and proceeded in an orderly manner according to the plan. Once inside, they found that the original cinema had changed drastically. All the audience seats had disappeared, replaced by beds, dressing tables, and other human items. Luo Yasuzi's expression darkened as they saw a woman reclining on a bed. To be precise, a seductive woman. The woman was half closing her eyes, wearing a silk dress, with long hair cascading to her waist, and she looked at the suddenly intruding crowd with a sidelong glance. The madman broke the silence with a loud shout and hid in a corner. Chun Jingjing stood in front of Luo Qian, blocking him. Find a place to hide. We won't be able to protect you when it starts to fight. Kung. Luo Qian looked surprised. How did you know? The mute's eyes were wide open in disbelief at the moment of death. He never understood why Jiangzhu suddenly attacked him. It was clearly Luo Qian who exposed himself, but he was the one who was killed. Luo Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, When did we expose ourselves? He didn't react much to the mute's death, but was more curious about how they discovered that he and the mute were undercover. Luo Yasuzi raised one finger. First, when we first met, although those small geckos were driven away by your people, I still noticed that many geckos were hiding in the corners, not daring to attack. At that time, I was guessing who in the team was the spy. Saying this, Luo Yasuzi raised another finger. Second, you were too enthusiastic and very concerned about us. So when we were in trouble, you immediately called Jiangzhu. You wanted to get close to him, but didn't he expect us to know Jiangzhu? Moreover, Jiangzhu said that you liked to help. From the situation at that time, as an ordinary person, you absolutely couldn't like being outside because it was dangerous. Your contrary behavior only indicates that you're not afraid of the geckos because they won't attack you at all. Luo Yasuzi smiled as he raised a third finger. Third, when I was asking you questions, you kept looking behind me. But the only ones behind me were Shan Longshun and Wan Shong, and they were not familiar with you. Among us, only Chun Jingjing knew you a bit better. That can only mean that you weren't looking at them at all, and the room was so small that I checked later and found no cameras or anything like that. But there was one thing that could be in such a small space, which was the non-mutated small geckos hiding in the dark corners, which made it impossible for everyone to notice, and that was also the reason for your exposure. Luo Qian did not panic at the exposure of his identity, but praised, What a clever kid. What about the mute? Luo Yasuzi shrugged. He is even easier to guess. First, he is not a mute at all. He doesn't speak simply because he can't speak. He has been mutated, and after the mutation, it is not human consciousness controlling the body, but gecko consciousness. Therefore, he can't speak. Second, he also looked behind me. Other people don't know this at all. So when I asked him questions, he also looked back, waiting for instructions. Luo Yasuzi paused and continued. Because his level is too low, he cannot think independently and can only act according to the instructions of the small gecko you control. Therefore, when I asked him any questions, he had no significant reaction. Luo Yasuzi thought about this problem for a whole night before coming to this conclusion. After all, how could an incapable mute survive so well in the apocalypse? Moreover, he noticed that he obviously could make sounds yet pretended to be mute, which was also a big issue. So combining all these factors, he came to this somewhat ridiculous conclusion. After all, human consciousness is generally much stronger than animal consciousness. Before encountering this mute, he might have said that human consciousness is definitely stronger than animal consciousness, but now there was an exception. Luo Qian appeared thoughtful, nodding. This is a matter that needs more attention in the future. Chun Jingjing raised her hand to kill Luo Qian, and a red object flew over, wrapping around Luo Qian's waist and directly pulling him in. The red object was the woman's tongue from the bed. The woman had remained silent and had not moved much. When Chun Jingjing was about to kill Luo Qian, she saved him. The crowd did not show much expression since Luo Yasuzi had already informed them about this matter. A mutated animal, no matter how mutated, could not evolve its intelligence so quickly. It not only understood tactics, but also arranged spies. Clearly, it could have attacked that gymnasium, but acted like it was playing a game, never invading. This undoubtedly indicated that the big gecko had thoughts, so it was most likely mutated by someone. Just like Fei Feng, when an external consciousness is excessively strong, even if humans have control over the body, they will still unconsciously retain the habits of animals or plants. Luo Qian sat on the bed, leaning against the woman, looking at everyone with a faint smile. This scene, no matter how you looked at it, seemed like Luo Qian was a kept boy. The woman propped herself up, looked at Wan Shong and Shen Longchen, then at Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu, and suddenly spoke. Are you a couple? How about this? Whoever kills the other, I'll let whoever go. What do you think? Everyone was taken aback. Only Luo Yasuzi discerned the situation and sighed inwardly. It was another infatuated woman. Looking at her, it was clearly a case of love turning to hate. Luo Qian said, Sister, how about leaving Lu Fucii behind? He looks pretty good to me. Everyone was stunned again, looking speechless. It turned out they had overthought it. They initially thought Luo Qian was the woman's kept boy, but it turned out they were mistaken. The woman looked at Lu Fucii, and her previously vacant eyes suddenly turned vicious. Men are not good things. Why keep him? Through the woman's thin silk dress, a long, hideous scar could be seen on her back. Although it had healed, it left a long scar. Luo Yasuzi stepped back. Shen Longchen, make a move. As the fireball touched the bed, it immediately ignited, and the flammable sheets and other items caused the flames to spread. The woman let out an angry roar, and immediately several geckos crawled in, a total of 4, each over 4 meters long. Chun Jingjing immediately attracted one small gecko, and the thin metal blade cut through the small gecko, but did not penetrate at all. The blue figure kept changing positions, while a small gecko followed closely behind, occasionally sticking out its long tongue to attack. Jiang Zhu transformed into a marten bear and charged in to engage in hand-to-hand combat, pinning the gecko's mouth shut so it couldn't open it, shaking it back and forth. Su Yunli, along with Luo Yi, took to the air. Due to the presence of the house, they couldn't fly very high, but they barely managed to escape the gecko's attack range. With her level of attack power, she couldn't penetrate the gecko's thick skin anyway, so she decided not to waste any arrows. Wan Shong swung her vine, wrapping it around the little gecko's mouth, and then flipped over to sit on its back like riding a horse. Shen Longchen and Lu Fucii teamed up to deal with the woman who transformed into a giant gecko. She was agile and occasionally extended her long tongue to attack. After a while, as if bored, she let her hands down and transformed into a giant gecko, which was about 6 meters long, with a tail that looked thicker than everyone's waist. Although her size was enormous, she was very nimble, constantly changing positions, making it impossible for Shen Longchen to hit her. And Lu Fuci's water-based abilities couldn't inflict much damage either, resulting in a stalemate. Luo Yasuzi frowned, realizing that if this continued, they would undoubtedly lose. The woman knew their abilities were limited, so she was stalling for time, waiting for them to exhaust their powers and fall into despair. Luo Yasuzi quickly instructed. Shen Longchen and Wan Shong switched places. The two dared not hesitate and ran towards each other. Wan Shong held a vine firmly in her hand. Thanks to the training arranged by Luo Yasuzi earlier, she had learned to control the vine's hardness and softness. Lu Fucii tried to restrict the woman's movements, while Wan Shong engaged in close combat, striking the woman with her straight vine, reminiscent of a dog-beating stick technique. However, the gecko's skin had evolved to an almost indestructible level, When Wan Shong swung her vine to bind the giant gecko's mouth, it struggled violently and threw Wan Shong off. Luo Yasuzi shouted from above. Lu Fusai, try to cover her with water all over. Lu Fusai's ability was only at level 3, and he didn't have enough water, while the giant gecko kept changing positions, making his aim poor, resulting in a waste of water. After Wan Shong was thrown out, she crashed into the nearby building, feeling as if her internal organs had been displaced. However, she didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran back up. At this moment, Lu Fuxi's water had basically covered most of the woman's body. Wan Chong's eyes darkened as she slammed her hands on the ground. A layer of ice spread from her hands, rapidly extending towards the woman at lightning speed. Before the woman could react, her legs were frozen. However, even though her legs were frozen, the ice did not stop. Thanks to the presence of water, this way did not waste energy. Lu Fuxi also seized the opportunity, shooting out several jets of water. Although they didn't cause harm, their purpose was to wet the woman, making it easier for Wan Shong to freeze her. The ice spread upward and, in the blink of an eye, completely encased the woman. As Wan Shong's hand left the ground, she did not linger. Vines shot out, entangling the frozen woman, and ice followed the vines, strengthening their flexibility. Chapter 104, Reclaiming Luo Rong. Wan Shong shouted, "Come help." Lu Fuxi didn't dare to delay and quickly walked over, discovering that Wan Shong intended to throw the large gecko into the fire. Thinking about it, it made sense. The large gecko was impervious to knives and guns, and freezing it was only a temporary measure to stop its actions. Lu Fuxi placed water beneath the ice, and both of them pushed with all their might, forcefully pushing the 6-meter-long gecko into the raging fire. "Sister, Luo Rong." The gecko let out a piercing scream, and 2 cries rang out simultaneously. Shenlongshun, while engaging with the small gecko, didn't forget to supplement the fire with 2 fireballs. Suddenly, the small geckos retreated, and everyone gathered around, with Luo Yisuo squinting at the scene. Luo Yisuo's expression darkened. Lu Fuxi, put out the fire. Lu Fuxi was puzzled. We just managed to deal with her. Why save her now? Seeing the others staring at him, he pouted, "Fine. If you want to save her, then let's do it." Saying this, he did not hesitate, and several columns of water flowed into the fire like rain, extinguishing it in no time. Once the fire was out, they found that the large gecko was curled up, protecting the madman who had rushed in behind it, while its back had already been scorched. As the fire died down, it could no longer hold on and reveal the human form, its back completely charred and faintly smelling of roasted meat. The madman's legs were bloodied and unrecognizable, lying in Luo Rong's arms, with only faint breaths. Luo Qian ran over and draped her coat over Luo Rong's shoulders. Luo Rong looked up at them. "Please save him. If you save him, I will take these geckos away and go to a place where there is no one." Luo Yisuo walked over. "We can not only save him but also save you, but the price is that you must serve us." Luo Rong's strength was undeniable. She was very strong. However, it just so happened that Shen Longshun was a fire user and Wan Shong was an ice user, and only together could they barely subdue her. Otherwise, if they encountered others, they might not even have the strength to fight back. But because of this, Luo Rong, like Fei Feng, was someone who did not want to be bound the more powerful she became. Moreover, Luo Rong's injuries were not fatal. With proper care, she could recover on her own. Luo Yisuo was betting on the madman's position in Luo Rong's heart. Just as Luo Rong was preparing to make a decision, the madman suddenly spoke. "Don't agree to them. If I die, then I die. I hope you could be happy and free, rather than being restricted." This was the first time everyone heard the madman speak like a normal person, and Luo Rong's tears flowed uncontrollably, dropping onto the madman's face. The madman continued. "I said I would always protect you, but in the end, I still implicated you." Luo Rong did not look at the madman, but raised her head to Luo Yisuo. I promise you, please save him." Luo Yisuo glanced at Wan Shong, nodded, and then walked over. The madman's legs were bloodied and charred in many places, looking quite horrifying. Even Luo Rong's mutated gecko skin could not withstand the flames. As a human without special abilities, how could he endure the fire? Luo Yisuo's hand moved closer to the madman's leg, white light emanating from her fingertips. and the bleeding wounds gradually stopped, healing at a visible speed, slowly regenerating the skin. By the end, the madman's legs were almost fully healed, and Luo Isaw finally stopped. Other than the legs, the rest of his body was well protected, and the madman's breathing gradually stabilized, allowing Luo Rong to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that the madman was fine, she could no longer hold on and slumped down. Luo Isaw lifted the coat, revealing the wounds on her back, which were shocking. No blood was visible, but the area was completely blackened, with a faint feeling of being scorched. Luo Isaw's palm glowed with white light again, slowly penetrating the wound, which also began to heal, but much slower than the madman's. In the end, new skin grew over the wounds, and everyone finally saw the ghastly injury on Luo Rong's back. Luo Qin quickly picked her up and walked to another room. Luo Isawa pointed to the madman lying on the ground. "Take him with us. Let us go." Everyone followed Luo Qin to another room, which, like before, had its audience seats removed and transformed into a bedroom. Luo Qin carefully laid Luo Rong on the bed and then breathed a sigh of relief, while Jiang Zhu also placed the madman on the bed. The madman had been hiding his face behind hair, and now everyone could see that he actually looked quite good, with a fresh and youthful vibe. They didn't know what had triggered him to rush into the fire. As Luo Rong was not awake, they couldn't leave, so they might as well listen to a story. He found a small stool to sit on, and everyone sat down in a row, waiting to hear the story. Luo Qin sat on the edge of the bed, sighed, and with a sorrowful expression said, "She is my sister, Luo Rong. You already know this. The incident happened after the apocalypse. The small town we were in was not severely attacked at first, but 2 months later, geckos grew wildly, appearing everywhere. I once had a brother-in-law, and the 3 of us escaped together. Later, we encountered a horde of geckos, and we all knew we couldn't escape. My sister protected me and told me to run first, but who knew that brother-in-law would actually push my sister into the horde of geckos and run away himself?" At this point, Luo Qian's face was filled with indignation. My sister was already dead, so of course, I ran away too because I wanted to avenge that scoundrel. Later, I found him among the survivors. During a mission, I deliberately swapped with someone else to go out with him and then led the gecko horde towards us. Anyway, I was prepared to perish with him, but those geckos didn't rush to eat us. Instead, they surrounded us, not letting us go, and I intentionally led them far away, unable to call for help. After that, the geckos suddenly parted to make way, and a woman walked out, my sister, Luo Rong. At that moment, I realized she had been mutated by the large gecko. Luo Qian paused before continuing. I was very happy at that moment and wanted my sister to kill that scoundrel, who knew that the scoundrel would take the initiative, saying that he didn't want to abandon my sister but was going to get help to save her. Then deceived her again with sweet words. My sister believed him and decided not to kill him, continuing to be with him. That scoundrel pretended to be overjoyed at their reunion and rushed to hug my sister. Who would have thought he had a knife hidden in his hand? Stabbing her from behind? My sister struggled, and that scoundrel laughed, saying that if she died, the geckos would listen to him. Later, she was torn to shreds by the geckos. Saying this, Luo Qian's gaze fell on Yin Songming's face. I just didn't expect that he would really be willing to die for my sister. They had only met once, didn't even know each other's names, yet dared to rush into the fire to save her. It's unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. After hearing him, everyone felt the same way. It turned out that there really was such a thing as love at first sight in this world. And that kind of love could be deep enough to die for another person, to give up everything for someone else. No one knew that such a madman in everyone's eyes was actually such a devoted person. Luo Isaw had already guessed much about it in her heart, and now hearing Luo Qian's account only confirmed her suspicions. Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu were engrossed in their embrace, while Shen Longchun tightened his grip on Wan Shong's hand. Luo Yasuzi broke the silence. Lu Fusai, wake them up. She had initially let them continue to doze off, thinking it would be nice to hear a story. But now that the story was over, it was time for them to resolve things and set off early. With a flick of her hand, 2 thin jets of water shot out, dispersing in the air and falling on the faces of the 2. They were startled awake by the sudden chill, and Yin Songming looked at his regained legs in disbelief. Although he had heard about the healers in the gym, this was the first time he had met one, and an exceptionally clever child at that. After a moment of daze, he turned to look at Luo Rong, noticing that her injuries had mostly healed, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he got off the bed. Luo Yasuzi said, "Now we have things to do. You should stay in this small town for the time being. We will notify you when we need you. I have a large white cat, which will be the sign." Luo Rong looked at her with a strange expression. "So that's your cat? I've never seen such a large mutated pet before." Luo Yasuzi raised her chin slightly. "It's nothing. We're leaving the city now." Luo Rong nodded, and everyone walked out in succession. Luo Qian did not leave with them, and Yin Tsongming followed behind. Jiang Zhu pushed Yin Tsongming in frustration. "What are you following for? Don't you like Luo Rong? Go chase her." Yin Tsongming lowered his head, his tone tinged with self-doubt. "She doesn't like me. After all, Yin Tsongming was quite weak, just an ordinary person without awakened abilities or mutations. In contrast, Luo Rong had mutated into a large gecko, controlling the entire small town's geckos. Jiang Zhu interrupted him. "What do you mean she doesn't like you? Feelings need to be nurtured. When I was pursuing Yunli, I used to wait for her under her dormitory every day. Over time, once feelings develop, everything will be resolved. Right? Silly boy." Chapter 105. Arrival at Moriaka. Luo Qian and Luo Rong looked at Yin Tsongming, who had come back, with puzzled expressions. "Luo Rong, I like you." Yin Tsongming felt his tongue twisting, thinking, has acting like a fool for too long made me stutter? Luo Rong held back a laugh as she looked at Yin Tsongming. "I'm just an ugly large gecko. You still like me?" She had been moved since the moment he rushed into the fire to save her. Anyone else would probably wish for her to die quickly when they saw her burning. But Yin Tsongming truly rushed into the fire to protect her. How many men in this world would do that for a woman? Besides, they had only met once. Yin Tsongming was stunned, rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. He truly had no idea about feelings, just following his heart. Luo Qian walked over, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Treat my sister well. You're my brother-in-law. I accept it." Luo Rong straightened up and glared at Luo Qian. "I haven't agreed yet. Do you not want to?" Yin Tsongming asked cautiously. This was his first confession, and he looked at Luo Rong nervously, afraid of being rejected. Luo Rong laughed, her long tongue wrapping around Yin Tsongming's waist, tossing him directly onto the bed, making him blush and his heart race. Luo Qian scratched his nose, realizing he was indeed unnecessary, and quickly left, closing the door behind him. Luo Rong looked closely at Yin Tsongming. "Your face is so red. Is this your first time being so close to a girl?" Yin Tsongming stared at Luo Rong lying on him, his heart pounding, feeling heat all over his body. Luo Rong's breath lightly brushed against his face, tickling him, making him stiffen and not dare to move. After hearing Luo Rong's words, he dazedly nodded, completely turning into a fool, losing the boldness he had just shown. Luo Rong smiled. "So, does that mean I found a treasure?" Yin Tsongming watched her mouth open and close, unable to help but swallow. The two gazed at each other, slowly closing the distance. On the other side, as the group just stepped out, they encountered Zhu Onduin rushing in. Zhu Onduin was taken aback upon seeing them. "Did you kill that large gecko?" Qing Yi rolled his eyes. "Kill what? Now she yes one of us." Zhu Onduin was confused, scanning the group. "Where are the mute and that madman? Luo Qian seems to be with you too, but they're all gone?" Lu Fusai shook her head. "Let's talk while we walk." She then explained everything to Zhu Onduin in detail, with Qing Yi occasionally chiming in with a word or two. After hearing everything, Zhu Onduin finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder those geckos suddenly left. Zhu Onduin had originally been blocking the geckos to prevent them from entering to provide support, but unexpectedly, the geckos retreated on their own. So he had been sitting in the corridor, waiting until the sounds of fighting around him grew quieter and eventually disappeared before daring to leave the corridor. After coming out, he ran into them. With Jiang Zhu gone, the two were naturally happy, as one less person meant more territory for themselves. Why wouldn't they be pleased? Luo Yasuzi naturally understood the little calculations in their hearts, only smiling to herself, patting Yin Yin's head, and riding off towards the exit. After leaving, they continued their journey. What was originally a 2-month trip was compressed into 1 month. Along the way, they hadn't seen a single living creature, let alone mutated animals. The world seemed to have suddenly fallen silent. Aside from them, everything else was lifeless. The thick fog that had been present when they traveled from Moriyaka to the small town had also vanished. Despite having a method to break it, they still felt uneasy. After all, in foggy weather, visibility was very limited, and they had no idea what could emerge from the mist. Correspondingly, because they hadn't encountered any living creatures, they had only eaten compressed food and hadn't touched any hot meals along the way. Even if they had fire, they had no meat to roast. This situation made everyone quite dissatisfied. When Jiangzhu first saw Wan Shong take something out of her space, he was very surprised. Huh? What is this? So amazing. Appearing out of thin air. Wan Shong felt her mouth twitching and retorted, "Haven't you seen space before?" Jiangzhu shook his head, which made Wan Shong puzzled. Although she hadn't seen anyone else with space on her journey, it could be that others were just hiding it. After all, in her past life, there were few people with space, but she wasn't the only one, and others wouldn't be so surprised. Ahem. Luo Yishu cleared his throat lightly. Wan Shong glanced over with peripheral vision, and Luo Yasuzi winked at her, signaling her not to speak. Su Yunli spoke up from the side. "This is a space. Something the boss unexpectedly obtained. I've heard it can hold a lot of things, but since only the boss has it right now, it needs to be kept a secret. Otherwise, it will be exposed." Jiangzhu nodded, seemingly understanding, and then went to the back with Su Yunli. The two had just met, naturally getting close to each other. Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing watched in a daze, not knowing what they were thinking. A month later, everyone arrived in Moriyaka. However, Moriyaka was completely different from when they left. From the outside looking in, it was no longer towering buildings, but a vast expanse of white. No wonder they hadn't encountered heavy fog. It turned out it was here, in Moriyaka. From the outside, nothing was clear, everything was lifeless, and they had no idea what the situation inside was. Luo Yasuzi squinted and looked outside cautiously, saying, "Be careful, something's off." Without Luo Yasuzi's reminder, they already knew. Everyone's nerves were tense, making them observant in all directions. It was difficult to get in. There was nothing, just a white expanse surrounding them, and the visibility was limited. However, they didn't encounter anything, which slowly eased the tension among them. Everything was nearly the same as when they left. Except for the fog, it seemed nothing had changed. Rustling sounds came from around them, and Yin Yin stopped, watching ahead cautiously. She didn't sense anything approaching, but the rustling sounds made her hesitant to move forward. Luo Yasuzi frowned too. Now the enemy was unclear, and they were in the light while the opponent was in the dark, so she could only whisper, "Let us move down." The group descended one after another, while Yin Yin stayed in place. After they walked about 10 steps forward, they saw a layer of white netting blocking the way. Su Yunli nodded, her wings appeared, and after a couple of flaps, she flew straight up. After a moment, she flew back down. "It's all this white stuff up there. I didn't dare get too close, so I came back down." Luo Yasuzi nodded, reached out to touch it, and was immediately stuck. When her finger moved slightly, the entire white net moved along with it. The faint rustling sound came again, clearly audible in the current quiet environment. After a moment, silence returned. Everyone gathered around, and Luo Yasuzi looked up at Wan Shong. "Wan Shong, freeze it." Wan Shong reached out slowly to avoid hurting Luo Yiji, and the ice was only a thin layer. She stopped once Luo Yiji's entire finger was frozen. With a forceful tug, Luo Yiji broke free, leaving a small hole in the white web. While scraping the ice off her fingers, Luo Yiji explained, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a spider web. Given its size and strong stickiness, it must be from a mutated spider. Generally, a spider only spins one web, so with so many around, it's likely a spider colony." Looking at the web surrounding them, she felt a chill. If they accidentally got caught, they wouldn't be able to escape. Would they just wait for the spiders to come and devour them? Luo Yiji continued, "Fortunately, these spiders haven't mutated to a terrifying extent. They probably haven't evolved for long, so they still retain their original habits. They only come down to eat if the web catches prey, so as long as we don't get stuck in the web, we should be fine." Chun Jingjing was puzzled. "With such heavy fog, we have no idea how much further we need to go. If we let the boss keep going like this, What if the spider colony passes and we encounter something else? A hint of admiration flashed in Luo Yiji's eyes. Although Wan Shong and Shenlong Shun thought a lot, they only considered matters related to themselves and the group. Even when faced with difficulties, they wouldn't bring it up. Luckily, there were also problem solvers like Chun Jingjing and Qin Ku in the team. A spider only has one web. It shouldn't be too far. Once we get out, we could take a break, and Wan Chong will be able to recover, Luo Yiji said. Wan Chong took out a bottle of water from the space, splashed it upward, and froze the spider web. With a gentle tap, the originally sticky spider web shattered and fell to the ground like ice shards. Thus, the group began to move slowly. Even when Wan Chong's abilities were exhausted, they still hadn't managed to get out. Shenlong Shun tried to burn it with fire, but it was completely ineffective. Moreover, it was extremely fast and had mutated. This spider was about 3 meters long. Luo Yiji looked up, and it was unclear when they had arrived. But there were already several spiders piled up on the white web above them, as if waiting for them to die before rushing over. Chapter 106. Mutated Spider. Luo Yiji squinted at the scene, seemingly deep in thought. Everyone was waiting for his answer. Their long-term dependence meant they couldn't think for themselves and were just waiting for Luo Yiji's solution. As expected, after a moment, Luo Yiji finally spoke. If we continue like this, we won't get out. The further we go, the more spiders will weave webs at an even faster pace ahead of us. And there are spiders behind us cutting off our escape route. These spiders still retain their previous habits. They will only come down after their prey is trapped. Everyone nodded, waiting for his solution, but unexpectedly, Luo Yiji shrugged. I don't know what to do either. If we kill one, the others will definitely come down. But if we don't kill while we walk, they will continue to spin webs, which will be very slow. Moreover, Wan Chong's abilities are limited, and the abilities of the others are ineffective against the spider webs, which is indeed a problem. After the spiders mutated, the webs they spun were completely different in nature from regular spider webs. They were sticky and tough. Even Shenlongshan's fire couldn't burn them, and Chun Jingjing's metal knife couldn't cut through them. Only Wan Chong's ice ability could freeze them first and then shatter them. Looking up, Luo Yiji said, There's no choice. We can only kill the spiders. The thick fog obstructed their view, and they could currently see 3 spiders. Inside the fog, it was unknown how many spiders were hiding, all staring down with their greenish eyes, shining with an unknown light like cheap glass. Luo Yiji turned his gaze towards Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you looking at me? Aren't we supposed to kill the spiders? Luo Yiji smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming. We indeed need to kill the spiders, but doesn't that require luring them down? Jiangzhu was still confused, but the others could tell from Luo Yiji's expression that Jiangzhu was in trouble. As expected, Luo Yiji continued. They all have their uses. Nian's size is too big and needs to stay here. You go and lure the spider down. Jiangzhu's eyelid twitched, and he asked blankly, How do I lure it? Just shake the spider web, Luo Yiji replied. Although he didn't know what Luo Yiji was planning, Jiangzhu still complied. Transforming into a marten bear, he awkwardly walked over, using his thick paws to shake the spider web continuously, causing the web to sway. The spiders above immediately reacted, thinking their prey was in their grasp, and 3 spiders rushed over. Luo Yiji shouted, Chun Jingjing go! Chun Jingjing, with her hands glowing with golden light, walked over and struck one of the spiders several times. The spider's skin had mutated to be much thicker than before, and despite Chun Jingjing's repeated strikes, there was no reaction. Bang! Su Yunli fired at the spider closest to Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu's hands were stuck in the spider web, and aside from being thick-skinned, he had no attacking ability. One shot hit one of the spider's eyes, directly infuriating it. The spider crawled towards Jiangzhu at an even faster speed, and Su Yunli fired several more shots, but they missed entirely. Luo Yiji watched this scene from behind, shaking his head inwardly. The training time had been too short. Su Yunli's shooting was accurate on slow-moving targets, but it failed against something slightly faster. Wan Shong, save him. Just as the spider was about to attack Jiangzhu, Luo Yiji instructed Wan Shong to save him. Bang, bang, bang! Shenlong and Su Yunli both fired their guns together, with Shenlong hitting every shot, directly blinding the spider that had been injured by Su Yunli. Wan Shong extended her hand, and a layer of ice covered Jiangzhu's hand. Jiangzhu exerted a slight force to struggle and broke free, clenching his fists, causing the thin ice on his hands to shatter and fall to the ground. Wan Shong looked at the spider not far above her. With a twist of the vine in her hand, it shot straight up, piercing into the spider's mouth and pushing out from the back, directly impaling the spider. The green liquid flowing from the spider ran down the vine, and Wan Shong quickly let go. The spider that had been killed curled all its limbs and fell straight down. Wan Shong and Jiangzhu retreated repeatedly to avoid being hit by the spider. Meanwhile, Chun Jingjing found a way on the other side. Her metal hand transformed into a sharp, elongated shape, piercing directly through the spider's eye and blinding it. The spider, in pain, flailed its hairy legs towards Chun Jingjing, but it couldn't get close to her at all, as she was surrounded by a thin layer of metal that the spider's attacks couldn't break. After blinding the spider, Chun Jingjing didn't stop. She twisted her wrist and destroyed the inside of the eye, even damaging the brain. Finally, she pulled back, and the spider's green liquid gushed out. Chun Jingjing dodged to the back just in time. The spider was not dead, but struggled on the web, letting out a horrible wail, as if calling for its companions. After a while, it finally died, curling up its limbs, and then losing its inner strength, falling off the web. Luo Yisuzi watched Chun Jingjing's actions, secretly thinking that Chun Jingjing was the kind of talent that could be cultivated, smart, backed by Yaojiang Island, and decisive and ruthless in character, making her the most suitable person to survive in the apocalypse. Another spider above kept changing positions, neither attacking nor leaving, just watching everyone. Moreover, Nian Yin's limbs were also entangled, and her mouth was covered by the web, making it impossible for her to make any sound or move. However, due to her large size and thick fur, no spider approached her. She was merely temporarily restrained. Over there, everyone followed Shenlongchen's gaze and saw that Luo Yisuzi had been caught in the middle, completely wrapped in spider silk, with her mouth also entangled in the web. Looking coldly at them, out of nowhere, another spider appeared and took Luo Yisuzi away without them realizing it. Wait! Just as Wan Shong wanted to call out to Su Yunli, it was already too late. Su Yunli had already grabbed Luo Yisuzi's foot. Although Luo Yisuzi couldn't speak, she expressed her anger with her eyes. Fool! If it weren't for their inability to deal with that big spider, would they have reacted only after she was dragged away? Su Yunli was even more reckless. The web was so sticky, and her so-called rescue was no different from seeking death. As expected, Luo Yisuzi had predicted that Su Yunli got stuck, and the spider, which was about 3 meters long, effortlessly dragged the two of them, one woman and one child, up to a height they couldn't reach. Su Yunli was the only one among them who could fly. But now the spider had pulled them to an unreachable height, leaving them helpless. Meanwhile, the brain who was supposed to think for them, Luo Yisuzi, was also taken away and had her mouth blocked, only able to blink at them without providing any hints. Shenlongchen, with keen eyes, noticed that the only finger of Luo Yisuzi exposed was moving slightly. The finger was sliding up and down on her abdomen, with deliberate larger movements in the middle. Following Shenlongchen's gaze, everyone noticed Luo Yisuzi's small actions. Luo Yisuzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they saw it. The next part was up to them to think for themselves. Otherwise, with their intelligence, she feared her bones would have been picked clean before they figured out a way. Under Luo Yisuzi's trembling finger, the big spider dragged her into the thick fog, and Su Yunli soon disappeared as well. Jiangzhu was anxious and pacing. What if we lure the spiders out and kill them all? Everyone looked at Jiangzhu with the expression of one idiot. At this point, even Qing knew to think and understood Luo Yisuzi's meaning. But Jiangzhu had no intention of thinking, only wanting a violent solution. True to his nature as a hybrid, he was foolish and clumsy. Shenlongchen stroked his chin. We can't rush this. We all know you're worried about Su Yunli, but we need to think about this more. Otherwise, we might all die here. Jiangzhu was extremely anxious, looking around. Nian Yin was also struggling. But Wan Shong had no intention of letting out, because with Nian Yin's animalistic brain, it would surely think like Jiangzhu, wanting to solve things violently and then rescue people. While Jiangzhu could at least verbally stop her, Yin Yin wouldn't be as obedient. So, it was better to keep it restrained for a while. After all, it wasn't in danger at the moment. The surroundings fell silent. Apart from the two dead spiders on the ground, there was nothing else, as if the previous battle had never happened, just like when they arrived, only -2 people. Shun Longshun imitated Luo Yasuzi's actions, slowly repeating them while murmuring. What does this mean? Everyone's gaze focused on Shun Longshun as they watched him repeat the actions over and over again. Suddenly, Wan Shong raised her head. Is this what Luo Yasuzi meant? Everyone looked at Wan Shong again and saw her fingers extend straight, touching her abdomen, making larger movements in the middle, like a pregnant woman touching her belly. Shun Longshun's eyes lit up. Luo Yasuzi can only move one finger, so that's why. Is he trying to say he's pregnant? Wan Shong nodded and began to analyze calmly. What he wanted to say has two meanings. One refers to pregnancy, but I can't think of what that means for now. The other refers to offspring, meaning the offspring of the spider. Spiders have a habit of wrapping their food in cocoons, so it's likely that the two of them have been taken to the spider's nest. Shun Longshun nodded in agreement. The first meaning is not significant, and the second is definitely as he said. So what we need to do now is to find a way to locate the spider's nest, which may lead us to rescue the two of them. Shun Jingjing murmured from the side. It's not that easy. Right now, we can't move forward or backward. What can we do? Wan Shong and Shun Longshun exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they found the answer and thought of a solution. In Chapter 107, Spider's Nest, Shun Longshun finally spoke up to explain. Actually, it's quite simple. According to Luo Yisu's account, the intelligence of these spiders hasn't mutated much, so we just need to pretend to be caught, and they will naturally take us to their nest. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Jiangzhu quickly transformed back into human form and climbed onto the spider web, while the others also began to throw themselves into the net. The spider web expanded, and rustling sounds came from above. Gradually, several spiders descended from the thick fog and slowly approached the group. As Wan Shong watched the furry spider legs get closer, she couldn't help but shiver. Seeing them up close was truly disgusting. As expected, the spiders began to spin silk, wrapping around the people before starting to pull them up. The speed was slow, and somehow, while pulling them upward, the spider web remained intact. Just as they were about to enter the thick fog, Shun Longshun's voice came. Everyone, be careful. Wan Shong watched as everyone slowly disappeared into the thick fog, her palms starting to sweat. This was probably their first time splitting up to act separately. She herself was fine, but the others, once caught in the spider webs, couldn't break free. She had ice-type abilities that could counter the silk spun by the spiders. But the others did not. The spider was pulling her upward, and above the fog, it was even harder to see the surroundings. When she reached out her hand, she could only see a blurred shadow. She didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly it came to a stop. Wan Shong frowned as she looked around, unable to see anything clearly, nor could she see any cocoons. Everything in her line of sight was a blur. The surface she was leaning against was hard, cool to the touch, and smooth, resembling a wall, but also somewhat like glass. Glass? Wan Shong tilted her head and saw the glass. It was a house, and there was no fog inside, revealing everything clearly. It was an office-like place, and besides the usual office items like desks and chairs, there were many cocoons, milky white, each about a meter tall, roughly the size of a person. Meanwhile, the spider above her started to spin silk, beginning to surround her. Wan Shong didn't struggle, allowing the spider to spin silk around her, encasing her in a cocoon. From the situation inside the room, it seemed that she was in an office building, and after climbing for so long, she had likely reached the 8th or 9th floor. If she acted now, she would either be bitten by the spider or fall, landing in the spider web and getting captured again. So she remained still. The spider spun silk quickly, and she didn't wait long before being wrapped into a cocoon by the large spider. The air inside the cocoon was limited, hardly enough to breathe. Wan Shong extended a finger, froze a small section of the cocoon, then gently poked it, creating a small hole. Air rushed in through the tiny opening, and suddenly, Wan Shong felt a jolt while crouched in the cocoon, then began to move slowly. The speed was so slow that Wan Shong felt drowsy. and she couldn't help but miss the feeling of being on Yin Yin, which was soft, fast, and lacked this jarring sensation. She had no idea where the spider was taking her. Every little while, there would be a significant jolt, followed by slow movement again. This pattern continued, making Wan Shong nearly fall asleep inside the cocoon. Finally, just as she was about to break free from the cocoon, the jolting stopped, and she felt as if she had been lifted, as if her feet were dangling. This sensation of being suspended was unsettling, and then the rustling sounds grew quieter until they disappeared. Only then did Wan Shong freeze the shell of the cocoon beneath her feet. After freezing a small area, she poked through to see what was outside, and, as expected, she found herself hanging from the ceiling. Below her was an office desk, and the small hole was limited, allowing her to see only a small portion of the surroundings. Wan Shong listened carefully and, after confirming that the spider had left, placed her palm on the cocoon beneath her feet. Ice spread out from her hand, unable to bear the weight. It made a slight sound of ice cracking as Wan Shong fell down. She landed in a half-squat position, one hand supporting herself on the desk while the other held onto a vine. After looking around to ensure there were no spiders, she stood up and jumped down from the desk. From below, everything looked much the same as it did before the apocalypse, except for a bit of disarray. Just by looking up, one could see rows of neatly arranged spider cocoons. Aside from the ones Wan Shong had broken, the rest were all intact and neatly stacked above. Wan Shong climbed back onto the desk, her hand forming a layer of ice in the middle of one of the spider cocoons. With a flick of the vine in her hand, she broke the spider cocoon. The shell split open in the middle, with one half falling to the ground and the other half still hanging from the ceiling. Inside was a spider that had not yet broken free from its shell, still in its newly formed state. Because Wan Shong had broken its cocoon prematurely, it died as soon as it touched the air. There was no sign of struggle, as if it had no other sensations at all. Wan Shong frowned and shouted, "Is anyone there?" After that, she listened carefully for a while, but there was no other sound at all. Wan Shong had no choice but to break open another one nearby, still using the previous method. However, this time, the contents inside the spider cocoon were different. A large mass fell down, startling Wan Shong, who almost thought it was a living little spider. But it wasn't. It was a person. To be precise, it was a person who was already dead, their body stiff. From a curled-up position, it was evident that they had suffered greatly before death. They must have been suffocated alive inside the spider cocoon. Their skin had turned a bluish-gray color. There were many wounds on their chest, arms, and legs, places that could be reached, where blood had already congealed on their body. Wan Shong felt a bit nauseous looking at it. After all, this way of dying was quite painful. Fortunately, she did not recognize this person. After breaking open several more, she still hadn't found anyone from her team. However, she had figured out how to identify these spider cocoons. As long as they were round, they contained spiders that had not yet broken free. For those that were pointed at the top and round at the bottom, they contained a person. Following this method, Wan Shong broke several more spider cocoons, and inside were people who had been dead for a long time. However, the bodies had not decayed, but were also bluish-gray, likely due to the effect of the spider cocoons. Those people had already breathed all the air out before dying, and the spider cocoons were very effective at isolating them. Not only could they not see outside, but even the air could not get in. As a result, those bodies had not decayed even until now. Although they had not decayed, many of the inner walls of the spider cocoons were stained with blood, as in their suffering before death. Those people could only self-harm continuously to alleviate their pain. Wan Shong opened several spider cocoons containing small spiders that had not yet awakened. So the cocoon shells were very clean. Moreover, just half a cocoon shell was as long as she could fully stretch her arms. After collecting one or two, she thought carefully and realized that not only were the cocoons tough, but they could also block air. With this in mind, Wan Shong decided to sweep through from the beginning, collecting every clean spider cocoon and placing them into her space. After the apocalypse, her interests, aside from becoming stronger, included gathering supplies and useful items, as this would help her live longer. It wasn't until she broke open the last cocoon, which contained a person, that she stood frozen in place upon seeing the cocoon shells on the ground and the person lying in the middle. Inside was an ability user. as the inner wall of the cocoon had been burned black, and that person was naturally not spared, with their entire body from the feet up to the curled up, exposed parts char black. It was unclear whether they had been burned to death or suffocated due to lack of air, but it was evident that they had suffered greatly. Their hair had been completely burned away, making it impossible to tell their gender. Wan Shong walked over, used a vine to turn the person over, and confirmed that this figure was not Shen Longchun before she let out a sigh of relief. It was only then that she remembered she was here to find someone. She had been so engrossed in collecting that she almost forgot the main task, and she didn't know how the others were doing. She wondered if they were suffocating. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Carefully pushing the door open, she found that the door was still intact. Only the lock was damaged and could not be secured. Behind her lay a ground full of spider cocoons that she had destroyed, with spiders and corpses. Standing at the door, the whole scene was quite unsettling. Wan Shong cautiously peeked outside. Her first reaction was not to look straight ahead, but to glance up at the ceiling. After noticing the silence outside, she finally stepped out. After some thought, she still felt that calling out would be a better way to find someone, even though it might attract spiders. "Is anyone there?" Wan Shong shouted again at the door, but there was no response from inside. She then went to the next room, her pace unconsciously quickening. After all, every moment she wasted meant more danger for others. She didn't even know what she was afraid of, but she was especially scared of not being able to find anyone else. To be precise, she was afraid of not being able to find Shen Longchun. Finally, after a few minutes, there was some movement coming from one of the rooms. As soon as Wan Shong finished speaking, she noticed a spider cocoon move slightly. Although the movement was minimal, it was still easily spotted among the rows of still spider cocoons. Wan Shong stepped forward a few paces, raising her hand, and the spider cocoon began to freeze from the bottom, then shattered, revealing a figure that fell out. Cough, cough, cough. It was Su Yunli, who had been captured at the beginning. As soon as she fell, she collapsed to the ground, unable to stop coughing. When she was first captured and entered the thick fog, she was separated by another spider, which then began to spin a cocoon. Realizing that the air inside the spider cocoon was limited, she was cautious even while breathing, holding her breath for a long time before finally allowing herself to take a breath. Just when she was about to give up, she vaguely heard Wan Chong's voice. At that moment, she didn't even have enough breath to speak, so she exerted all her strength to struggle, and fortunately, it was that final desperate effort that Wan Chong saw, preventing her from suffocating inside the spider cocoon. Chapter 108. Sudden appearance. Wan Chong handed her a glass of water. "Are you okay?" After gulping down a few sips, Su Yunli finally recovered. "I'm fine." Wan Chong helped the person up. "Let's go find the others." The two entered the room, and afterward, Wan Chong asked her about the situation she and Luo Yisu had encountered in the fog, but it was not much different from what she had experienced before. After drinking some water, Qing Ke hugged Wan Chong's neck tightly. "Boss, you finally came. I almost thought I was going to die here." She was truly frightened. Inside the spider cocoon, she was nearly unconscious and had even resorted to the desperate measure of biting her tongue, fearing that if she passed out, she would never wake up again. Wan Chong patted Qing Ke's back and comforted her, saying, it's okay. Come on, let's go find the others." After searching several rooms in succession without finding anyone else, the three of them grew more anxious. When they reached a corner, they encountered Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu had already transformed into a marten bear, with her once messy fur now matted down as if she had fallen into water. As soon as Su Yunli saw Jiangzhu, tears streamed down her face, and she rushed over to hug her. Jiangzhu let out a muffled grunt, and then, with a bear-like frown, comforted her, saying, it's okay, I'm here, be good." Wan Chong pulled Su Yunli. "He is injured." The area where Su Yunli and Jiangzhu came into contact was covered in blood, revealing how much blood Jiangzhu had lost. However, due to the color of his fur being dark, it was not easily noticeable. Su Yunli looked at Wan Chong as if seeking help, while Jiangzhu still smiled and rubbed Su Yunli's head to show that he was fine. Wan Chong raised her hand, and white light spread out, enveloping Jiangzhu. In less than a minute, the bleeding wounds were completely healed, and new skin slowly regenerated. Except for the dried blood clots on the fur, everything was intact. Su Yunli broke into a smile through her tears. "Thank you, boss." Wan Shong nodded and continued to search room by room, until she reached another room at the back, where a human spider cocoon was much smaller than the others. Wan Shong's expression darkened, and even after calling out several times with no response, she sent out ice and snow, shattering the cocoon, from which a small figure fell out. It was already a grayish-blue color, a child. After flipping it over, they saw it was not Luo Yisu, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unable to help but quicken their pace, they ultimately found Shen Longchen. As the cocoon broke, Shen Longchen landed perfectly, standing in front of everyone. He scanned all the faces and frowned. "Haven't found Luo Yisu yet?" Wan Shong nodded, feeling increasingly uneasy. When Shen Longchen was in the army, he had training in holding his breath and such, so he had been in the spider cocoon for so long without any issues. A group of people set off in search of Luo Yisuzi, and during this time, they didn't see a single living spider. The entire building seemed devoid of them. Aside from occasionally looking out the window and seeing the vast white fog, there was nothing else. They couldn't find Luo Yisuzi either, and they had no idea where the spider had taken her. Wan Chong's worries grew deeper, and everyone remained silent out of consideration. Although Luo Yisuzi was clever, after a year of getting to know her, she had indeed been sincere towards them. Although he had loved to lie, play tricks, and disregard others' lives for personal gain when they first met, he was working on all those flaws, changing silently. And everyone had noticed. He was just a child after all, and with Nian Yin being so fond of Luo Yisuzi, what would happen if she really died here? Even though they had been with Nian Yin all along, Nian Yin only ever listened to Luo Yisuzi, and all their major decisions were also made based on her input. Now that such a brain had vanished, who could feel good about it? They had survived up to this point largely thanks to Luo Yisuzi. How many times had they escaped death? How many times had they faced despair? And wasn't it Luo Yisuzi's calmness that saved them? They searched every room but still couldn't find Luo Yisuzi. During their search, they opened several small spider cocoons, all containing children who had died in agony, their bodies curled up in pain, many still bearing signs of struggle. Fortunately, none of them contained Luo Yisuzi. As they descended the stairs, footsteps echoed, and everyone stopped in unison. The footsteps were coming from above. They looked warily at the stairs when a tender voice called out, "It's me." The group's pupils constricted as they looked at Luo Yisuzi coming down the stairs. Some in disbelief. Luo Yisuzi seemed to be in a bad mood and said lightly, "Let's go, we need to go down." Wan Shong and Shen Longchen exchanged a glance, the meaning between them unspoken. Qing Ke walked over, looking surprised. "How did you come down from up there? What is up there? Why wasn't it turned into a spider cocoon?" A series of questions poured out of Qing Ke's mouth, many of which others were also curious about. Luo Yisuzi looked at the crowd and sighed. "Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Enough. Even if I explain, you won't understand. In any case, I won't harm you, so just go down." With that, he took the lead and walked ahead, unwilling to say more. His words effectively dismissed the crowd, and no one continued to press for more questions. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen walked at the back. When Luo Yisu passed by them, a faint scent of alcohol wafted into their nostrils, making them exchange puzzled glances. Unconsciously, their eyes occasionally glanced upward, both filled with questions. The two tacitly slowed their pace, while the others chatted in pairs, unaware of their unusual behavior. Luo Yisu raised his head slightly to observe their pace, immediately understanding what they intended to do, and silently quickened his steps. Chun Jingjing noticed their oddity, but said nothing. Some things should not be done if they are inappropriate. Some things, once seen, should also be pretended not to be seen in order to live longer. Meanwhile, Qing Ke was too busy complaining to Chun Jingjing to notice this. Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu were even more like a couple going through hardships, engrossed in their own world, with no time to care about others. Shen Longchen and Wan Chong looked at the increasingly distant group and turned to head upstairs. Since Luo Yisu had let them go look, why not take advantage of it? At the stairway, both Kud and Ti helped behold their breath and tread lightly. It was indeed strange for Luo Yisu to suddenly come out from upstairs, and no matter what method he used, escaping from the spider cocoon would be impossible unless he had ice abilities like Wan Chong. Otherwise, Even Jiangzhu's thick mink fur would leave him covered in injuries. Without any special abilities or mutations, how could Luo Yisu easily escape relying solely on his wits? His flimsy excuse could only fool Qin Ku, Su Yunli, and Jiangzhu. Chun Jingjing was also a shrewd person, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. Shen Longchen and Wan Shong carefully opened the door, revealing a hall that was different from downstairs. There were no spider cocoons, and not a single spider was in sight. Instead, there was a lounge chair covered with a snow-white animal fur, and on the table were 2 glasses of red wine. The room was spotless, unlike the dustiness downstairs. It was immaculate and bright, with lights illuminating every corner. Clearly, Luo Yisu had not been taken by the spiders to be made into a cocoon, but had come here to meet someone. As there were only 2 glasses of red wine on the table, one for Luo Yisu, evidenced by the faint scent of alcohol when he passed by them, and the other for the person he was meeting. Shen Longqin's hand brushed against the lounge chair's white fur. Then he looked at Wan Shong and said, "There's warmth. He must have just left not long ago." Wan Shong picked up one of the cups, raised it, looked at the rim through the light, then put it down and said, "It's a woman. There's a faint lipstick mark on the cup." The 2 of them wandered around the room again, and after finding nothing else, they left the room and headed downstairs. They couldn't stay too long. Others were still downstairs, and for safety's sake, it was easy for things to go wrong if they separated for too long. After the 2 of them hurried down, the others had just arrived downstairs, seemingly delayed on the way because Luo Yisu had intentionally slowed down. As soon as Qin Ka saw them, he teased as usual. The boss and Brother Long are really a loving couple. We all came down, and they're still lingering behind. So annoying. Wan Chong's ears turned a bit red. She really wasn't good at these matters. She would rather kill those mutated animals and zombies than think about such things. On the other hand, Shen Longchen appeared to be a master of romance, putting his arm around Wan Chong's shoulder and saying, "Of course, we almost died in there. So we need to cherish our love. Otherwise, who knows, we might really die next time." His words were somewhat ambiguous. Su Yunli and Jiangzhu were whispering to each other, while Qin didn't understand at all, and Chen Jingjing didn't think deeply about it. She just heard Qin talking. Luo Yisu glanced at Shen Longchen lightly. With his intelligence, he naturally picked up on the implication behind Shen Longchen's words, but was too lazy to argue with him. As long as he didn't harm them, that was enough. If he really wanted to harm them, how could he possibly be bothered with so many things? For him, wanting everyone present to die was an easy task. This included Wan Shong and all the other survivors, as everyone seemed too weak in his eyes. Many times, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Luo Yisu walked ahead, speaking in a cold tone. "Let's go. We'll sleep here tonight and leave tomorrow." The others didn't notice the deeper meaning in Luo Yisu's words. They just ran to reunite with Nian Yan. The lower level of the building led directly to Nian Yan's location without any spiderwebs. Upon seeing Luo Yisu, Nian Yan became even more excited, struggling against the spider webs that bound her, making a pitiful whimpering sound because her mouth was stuck in the webs. Wan Chong walked over, a layer of fine frost covering Nian Yan's mouth. As soon as Nian Yan opened her mouth, the spider web automatically cracked open. "Meow, meow." Nian Yan finally called out, and Wan Chong went to freeze the other spider webs that were entangling Nian Yan. Nian Yan immediately broke free, and Luo Yisu finally revealed a smile. Nian Yan stretched her big head and gently nudged Luo Yisu, who patted Nian Yan's head and said, "Good girl, it's okay now." Nian Yan then settled down, squatting beside Luo Yisu. Because of this delay, it was almost dark. Wan Chong took out several medicine boxes from her space, put the medicine away, and used the boxes to start a fire. Anyway, she had plenty of medicine boxes, including the leftover ones from when she practiced making immunity potions, and they were just right for this occasion. Wan Chong and Shen Longchen were both arranged in the first half of the night. It wasn't until everyone else was breathing steadily that they exchanged a glance and moved closer to Luo Yisu. To their surprise, Luo Yisu sat up by himself and then stood up, walking to the front and softly saying, "Stay a bit farther away." Nian Yan sensed something unusual, lifted its head to look over, and only settled back down when Luo Yisu patted its fur. Wan Chong and Shen Longchen exchanged a glance. And Luo Yasuzi's voice continued to come. Don't worry, it will be very safe tonight. Only then did the two of them follow, walking for a long distance until they could barely see the light of the fire, at which point Luo Yasuzi stopped. Wan Shong took out a small medicine box, started a small fire, and Luo Yisu sat down on the ground. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen also sat down. Both of their gazes were focused on Luo Yisu, who looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. Did you take something from me in the mysterious forest before? The two remained silent, and Luo Yisu continued. You went to an underground palace, and it was because of the palace master that you were rescued, right? The two nodded. It was indeed the case that the mysterious woman from the underground palace had been sent by the palace master to escort them out. Wan Shong thought for a moment, and then asked about the lipstick-stained cup upstairs. Did the master of the underground palace send that woman to rescue you? Luo Yasuzi supported her face and replied, It wasn't someone sent. She came to save me herself. However, by the time I went down, she had already left with her people. Shen Longchen asked, Do you know each other? This was a question Wan Shong also wanted to ask. Neither she nor Shen Longchen knew the so-called master of the underground palace and had never heard of this person. Yet, she had saved them last time and now rescued Luo Yasuzi again. This could only mean that she had a connection with Luo Yasuzi. After all, Luo Yasuzi was quite mysterious among them. Luo Yasuzi nodded. It was indeed her who saved me. As for our relationship, I don't want to say much. After all, when you think about it, there's not much affection involved. I just wanted to let you know, so you won't be suspicious later and bring up a lot of issues. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen saw that he was unwilling to say anything, so if they continued to ask, they naturally wouldn't get any answers. Luo Yasuzi stood up and said, I will tell you about this matter later, but now is not the right time. You will see her in the future. Also, the woman who lost her memory along with Luo Dongye, Dan Hehe, is also from the underground palace. To be precise, she is one of the abandoned ones. The mark on her arm is the best proof. People from the underground palace will have such a mark on their arms, so pay attention to this in the future. If you encounter her, just avoid her. Don't confront her head-on. You are definitely not her match. Even if the opponent is just one person, do not confront her directly. Wan Shong and Shen Longchen were somewhat confused, but they could still distinguish that Luo Yasuzi was reminding them not to fight against those who were much stronger than themselves, as it would only lead to a quicker demise. It was precisely because of this last sentence that Shen Longchen and Wan Shong managed to escape death countless times in the future. Everything returned to tranquility. But Luo Yasuzi lay beside Nian Yin, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with the events of the afternoon. After being pulled into the thick fog, he warned Su Yunli to be careful, and then was dragged upwards by a spider. It wasn't until he was pulled into a room that the spider trembled and retreated. This room was the hall that Wan Shong and Shen Longchen had visited later. A woman applied something on his mouth and body, causing the spider web to fall away easily. In the room, several women surrounded a woman lying on a chair. This woman, dressed in ancient attire, reclined on a chair covered with white animal fur, her bare feet exposed, half of her hair draped over her shoulder, propping her head up to look at Luo Yasuzi. The others stood respectfully, while Luo Yasuzi casually sat down opposite her. Immediately, someone came over to set down a wine glass and poured 2 glasses of red wine. Luo Yasuzi looked at the red liquid in the glass and broke the silence in the room. I could just drink a soft drink. The woman was the master of the underground palace, and the attendants beside her included the woman who had previously led Wan Shong and Shen Longchen, her sister, and a few new people. Among them were several he had never seen before, but if Wan Shong were there, she would surely be amazed. As one of them was someone she would never forget, Lu Ziki. However, everyone stood expressionless, not moving at all like statues, their presence reduced to the minimum. The master of the underground palace lifted her wine glass, swirling the red liquid inside. The wine and her ancient attire were both blood red and dazzling. After taking a delicate sip, she smiled faintly and said, It's fine to drink a little wine. Luo Yasuzi lifted the glass, took a small sip, and his brow slightly furrowed. The master of the underground palace chuckled lightly. Luo Yasuzi then asked, What do you want? The master of the underground palace looked at Luo Yasuzi, whose face was slightly flushed from the wine, making his originally fair skin even more striking. Just before Luo Yasuzi could get angry, the master spoke. I just wanted to meet you. Is it not permissible for me to meet you? Luo Yasuzi scoffed. These spiders are your handiwork? Just to see me? The master of the underground palace shrugged slightly. Of course not. I was just afraid you might accidentally die here, so I showed up. She disliked moving much, and even when she did, it was only slight movements, as if she couldn't move freely. Luo Yasuzi frowned at her constant drinking. With your body, you probably can't handle too much alcohol. Luo Yasuzi tightened his hand, resting on his leg. Do you still want to use time reversal? Do you know the last time time was reversed? Someone brought their memories with them? Do you have any idea how big an impact that would cause? The master of the underground palace straightened her body slightly, her eyes shining as she looked at Luo Yasuzi. Are you concerned about me? I'm only concerned about myself. If you keep reversing time like this, I might never grow up. Luo Yasuzi awkwardly turned his face away. Luo Yasuzi widened his eyes slightly. 10 years? Based on the current development trends of those mutated animals, humans have completely fallen behind. This means that in at most 5 years, animals will completely overpower humans. And in another 5 years, plants will become the fastest evolving and strongest organisms. Because plants can survive without meat, while animals must eat meat. However, the possibility of mutated animals turning into humans is much greater. But for mutated plants to become humans, the chances are not as high. In less than 10 years, humans could be completely extinct. Luo Yasuzi didn't need to say this. The master of the underground palace was already aware, so he didn't bother to waste his breath. Luo Yasuzi gritted his teeth and asked, "What else do you want? Are you satisfied with this world now?" The master of the underground palace chuckled softly. Satisfied? No, completely unsatisfied. What I need is for all those weaklings to die. So, in 5 years, perhaps that will be the result I desire. I want to create a world that belongs to us. That's not what I want, Luo Yasuzi retorted. He stared at the confident master of the underground palace, fully aware that she wasn't exaggerating. Everyone's lives were merely a word from her. As long as you don't take action, I can cultivate her. Luo Yasuzi was not weak, and he never thought of himself as weaker than the master of the underground palace. The master of the underground palace burst out laughing. Chapter 110. Mist and Needle Rain. The master of the underground palace laughed. All right, suit yourself, consider it your last playtime of childhood. Everything afterward won't be up to you. Luo Yasuzi tightened his grip. He had almost no chance of winning, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he still wanted to fight. The master of the underground palace sat up, her snow-white feet dangling outside, swaying. I've already seen those two people, back when you first entered the forest. How do you feel about the forest? It's a new type of survival environment I conceived. Isn't it wonderful? Luo Yasuzi looked at her, watching her excitedly flaunting her achievements. After downing the wine in her glass, the master of the underground palace stood up, ready to leave, but then suddenly remembered something and walked in front of Luo Yasuzi. She asked, "How is your body? Let me see your hand." Without caring whether Luo Yasuzi agreed or not, she reached out to grab his arm, but Luo Yasuzi dodged. Ask yourself. Luo Yasuzi knew she wanted to see, and since he couldn't avoid it, he consciously rolled up his sleeve, revealing his fair, slightly chubby little arm. It's already fine. The master of the underground palace squinted at Luo Yasuzi's smooth arm, nodding. Then I'll take my leave. Saying that, she walked toward the window. After all these years, do you not feel the slightest bit of guilt? Luo Yasuzi shouted loudly, expressing the suppressed questions of many in his heart. Looking at her expression, his sarcastic words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. The master of the underground palace then smiled faintly, exerted force with her feet, and jumped out of the window, followed by all her attendants, leaving Luo Yasuzi alone in place. Looking at an empty wine glass and a half-full wine glass on the table, he raised his hand, took the wine bottle, poured half a glass of wine into the empty glass, and then turned to leave. At this point, things came to a halt. The spider would no longer disturb them. This was what the master of the underground palace had said during their conversation. Luo Yasuzi firmly believed her words, as she had no reason to deceive him and would never lie to him. The next day, the group began to break the spider web using the previous method, slowly moving out. Fortunately, the spiders no longer disturbed them, and after stepping out of the spider web's range, it was already afternoon. Wan Chong's abilities were exhausted, but fortunately, they had made it out. Outside the area where the spider web was located, it was still a white expanse, very quiet, with no signs of life. This was the true dead city. Wan Chong suppressed her confusion and quietly sat on Yin Yin's back. They walked until evening, but still had not encountered a single person, let alone a living creature. After arranging for the night watch, everyone finally began to rest. By the next day, nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because they often faced difficult situations and formidable mutated animals, that the sudden quiet made them feel a bit uneasy. Early the next morning, just as the group was preparing to set off, the weather suddenly changed and light rain began to fall. However, this rain was different from before. It only occasionally drizzled down, but it felt aggressive. "Ah, it hurts." The first sound was Chun Jingjing's soft cry, followed by Qin Ke's shout. They were seen clutching their arms, and everyone rushed over. Chun Jingjing pulled her hand away. "It hurts. Something fell on my hand." They saw a small puncture on Chun Jingjing's arm, with a little blood seeping out, but nothing else seemed abnormal. Shen Longchen looked around. It was still thick fog, making it impossible for anyone to snipe in such conditions. Moreover, there was only a small hole on Chun Jingjing's arm. If it were truly an extraordinary sniper, wouldn't they be able to take out a person with one shot? Why bother to shoot at them here? Wan Chong did not see anything unusual. Her gaze sharpened, and the wound healed as if it had never been injured. Qin Ke looked at Wan Chong with tearful eyes and said, "Boss, it hurts for me too." Everyone's attention turned back to Qin Ke, and they saw a needle stuck in her arm, which didn't seem particularly special. Shen Longchen asked, "Where did this needle come from?" Qin Ke shook her head. She felt a sudden pain in her arm and then saw the needle stuck in it. Initially, she thought of just removing it, but feeling a lingering pain from the wound, she naturally didn't dare to hesitate and quickly sought help from Wan Chong. Wan Chong looked at Luo Yasuzi, who squinted at the needle in Qin Ke's hand and then simply pulled it out with her hand. "It's just an ordinary needle." After saying this, she threw on the ground. However, just as everyone was about to set off, Luo Yasuzi suddenly raised her hand. "Wait." Everyone was puzzled, and Luo Yasuzi ran to where they had just been standing, crouching down to look at something. After a while, she stood up. "Wait, it's raining." Everyone was confused. Wasn't that obvious? They all saw it. What was there to say? Luo Yasuzi pointed at the ground. "The needle that Wan Chong just threw has disappeared after hitting the ground. Actually, that was rain. It disappears after hitting the ground and will attack before it lands." Only then did everyone understand. Shen Longchen jumped down from Yin Yin. "While it's not raining yet, let's find a place to hide. There's no need to look. These houses are all isolated. We can't get in," Luo Yasuzi said. She had already noticed this when she thought about it earlier. This was a trap. It hadn't rained before, but it just happened to rain today, and the surrounding houses couldn't be entered. If there was no place to hide, they would probably be directly pierced to death by these rain needles. Ding! A metallic collision sound rang out, and everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see Chun Jingjing smiling awkwardly. "That needle hurt, so I activated my protection." Luo Yasuzi glanced at her and said faintly, "I remember reminding you during the Wan Shong event that even when sleeping, you can't put away your metal protection, but you didn't believe me. Moreover, I've already studied it. The metal protection doesn't consume energy at all." Chun Jingjing opened her mouth to retort, but Luo Yasuzi's words blocked her, so she simply pouted and sulked. It's not that Luo Yasuzi was wrong. If Chun Jingjing had been using the metal protection all along, they would have discovered the problem long ago, and they wouldn't have to be so anxious now. "By the way, I collected spider cocoons earlier." Wan Chong suddenly remembered that she had collected quite a few spider cocoons. She just didn't know if they would be useful, taking them out from her space. Everyone except Chun Jingjing each took a spider cocoon. The rain of needles gradually intensified, but with the spider cocoons, they were not affected at all. However, Yin Yin kept scratching its head. Although the needle rain couldn't penetrate its body, it made it very uncomfortable. But Yin Yin's body was too large to be shielded by a spider cocoon. Looking at everyone standing in a row, Yin Yin kept calling out in grievance, its blue eyes flickering, seemingly glistening with tears, which made everyone feel a pang of heartache. Luo Yasuzi walked over and raised her hand to pat Yin Yin's head, and Yin Yin immediately squatted down obediently no longer moving around. Wan Shong, can your space hold Nian Yin? Nian Yin is uncomfortable from the needle rain. Luo Yisuzi said to the crowd with a tone full of tenderness. Let's give it a try. Wan Shong walked over. She touched Nian Yin's head, and in an instant, it was pulled into the space. However, because Nian Yin was so large, she couldn't help but take a few steps back, fortunately. Shen Longshan was there to support her from behind. Chen Jingjing looked at Wan Shong pitifully. Boss, can you give me a spider cocoon? Aye. Before Wan Shong could speak, Luo Yisuzi snorted coldly from the side. You still want a spider cocoon? What do you need your metal protection for? To punish you for not listening to me. Just use your metal protection yourself, go. Wan Shong shrugged, and Chen Jingjing pouted in grievance as she walked behind. Without Nian Yin, they could only walk slowly. Although she had metal protection, the needle rain couldn't hurt her. But the sound of the needle rain hitting the metal protection made a clanging noise that left her head buzzing, which was the main reason. Unfortunately, Luo Yiji didn't let the boss give her a spider cocoon. Looking at the people in front of her who were covered in spider cocoons, she felt another wave of grievance. Qing Ke slowed her pace and walked beside Chen Jingjing. Sister Jingjing, let's share the burden. Mine is bigger. Chen Jingjing immediately nodded and squeezed half of her body in, finally reducing the sound of metal clashing a bit. She murmured, at least little Qing knows how to take care of me. Otherwise, my ears would probably be suffering here. Qing Ke chuckled, it's not that serious. Actually, Luo Yiji is just saying that. Otherwise, if she really wanted to punish you, she wouldn't let you share half with me. She just wants you to learn a lesson. Chen Jingjing pouted. Little brat, ungrateful. Settling personal scores. In short, she used every idiom she could think of, just short of pointing at Luo Yiji's nose and scolding her. Luo Yiji walked in front, his calves feeling numb because he was too small for every step others took. He had to take two. He lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, not complaining at all. The needle rain grew heavier, to the point where they could feel the vibrations from the rain hitting the spider cocoon, indicating how heavy it was. Due to the fog and heavy rain, they couldn't see even a few steps ahead, and the figures of the crowd gradually became blurry. Chapter 111. Lost in the thick fog. Wan Shong couldn't help but slow down. Everyone be careful. Stay a little closer so we don't get separated. Wan Shong slowed down again and noticed that the figures behind her were moving even more slowly. She called out several times, but no one responded. Unable to help it, she stopped, and one figure gradually became clearer. Vines fell from Wan Shong's palm, and only after seeing the visitor clearly did she retract the vines. Shen Longshan frowned as he looked around her and asked, Where is Luo Yisuzi? Although Shen Longshan's voice was somewhat low, Wan Shong still vaguely heard him asking about Luo Yisuzi. Wan Shong shook her head, her voice amplified to twice its usual volume. I don't know after I stopped. I encountered you. Where are the others? Luo Yisuzi had been walking behind her and in front of Shen Longshan, but now he was nowhere to be seen, and the others seemed to have gotten lost as well. Clearly, she had just slowed down twice, so everyone should have been able to keep up. Finally, the murmurs of Qing Kao and the others came through. Where did they go? Qing Kao asked. After that, the figures gradually became clearer. It was Chen Jingjing and the others. Everyone stood in a circle in silence, except for Luo Yisuzi, that exceptionally talented little brat. Shen Longshan broke the silence. I was following behind. Later, the sound of the rain was too loud, and I couldn't see what was ahead. I could only vaguely see a person who was relatively short. I thought it was Luo Yisuzi, but when I got closer, I found it was Wan Shong. Wan Shong touched her chin and asked, Have you heard any sounds? For example, the sound of me calling your names? Shen Longshan thought seriously for a moment before shaking his head. No, apart from the sound of the rain, there are no other sounds. Wan Shong suddenly smirked self-deprecatingly. Yes. Now, they were standing face to face, speaking in voices that had to be twice as loud as usual just to hear each other. How could they hear anything else from such a distance? She had seen the figure all along. Why hadn't she caught up, or at least called out a few times? Wan Shong asked. Shen Longshan scratched his head. Do we need to call out? I thought just following the figure would be enough, and besides, I was walking really fast, twice my usual speed. Wan Shong squinted at him. The usual speed? Seeing Shen Longshan nodding affirmatively, Wan Shong turned to Chen Jingjing and the others. Why are you all walking so slowly? She was at the front and had slowed down twice. If it were usually, the others would have been annoyed by this speed long ago, but this time, surprisingly, all four of them had not caught up, which meant things were not that simple. Shun Jingjing looked confused. You're in front, didn't you encounter any vines? There are many vines that, when approached, will wrap around your feet. They aren't aggressive, but they slow me down. It took me and Xiao Qing a lot of effort to get out. Fortunately, the vine path wasn't long. Wan Shong looked at Shun Longchen, who met her gaze with a puzzled expression. Only then did Wan Chong ask, what about you? Shun Longchen shook his head. I didn't encounter anything, nothing at all. After hearing Shun Longchen's words, Wan Chong continued, I didn't encounter anything either. Not only did I not come across any vines, but I also didn't encounter anything else. I just walked here as usual until I noticed that you all hadn't followed. Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu both looked confused. What vines? We didn't encounter any. We encountered a group of mice, the regular kind, a large swarm scurrying around like they were moving. Then I hid with Jiang Zhu by the roadside. Jiang Zhu nodded in agreement beside her. Yeah, I don't know where they came from. They weren't afraid of the needle rain at all. And when the needle rain fell on them, it was as if nothing happened. It's really strange. Wan Chong looked at the two and suddenly said sharply, Jiang Zhu just joined not long ago and may have forgotten what I said before. Didn't I mention that you should protect Luo Yisuzi? Where is Luo Yisuzi now? Jiang Zhu's eyes widened slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yunli explained, it's because I'm afraid of mice that Jiang Zhu left Luo Yisuzi for a little while. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would be gone? Jiang Zhu nodded repeatedly beside her. As everyone talked, time passed by second, and gradually the rain lightened until it eventually stopped. Wan Chong took down the spider cocoon from her head, which was already densely packed with needles. She raised her hand and pulled them out one by one, throwing them on the ground. As Luo Yisu had said, they disappeared as soon as they hit the ground. The others followed suit. And Wan Chong went around collecting the spider cocoons from everyone. It's inconvenient for you to hold on to these. I'll put them in my space. When she reached Shun Jingjing, Wan Chong paused for a moment, then collected it and placed all the spider cocoons on the ground. Stopping her foot, she shouted, collect. The others looked at Wan Chong in astonishment. After she stored the spider cocoons, Wan Chong met the gazes of the others. What's wrong? It's not the first time you've seen this. The others shook their heads in unison. Wan Chong then squatted down, looking at the empty ground, and said, just as I guessed before, these needles disappear completely when they hit the ground. Did you notice this problem? The others shook their heads repeatedly, and Wan Chong lowered her gaze, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes. She then stood up and said, Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing, lead the way. It's not raining anymore, so we won't get lost like before. Luo Yisu can wait until we get out to look for us. The group walked ahead, with Wan Chong bringing up the rear, claiming it was to protect them, as they had just been quite scared. It was most appropriate for her to sweep the back. They walked on until they reached a fork in the road, where Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing both turned toward the left path. Wan Chong pointed to another path and asked, why don't we go this way? Why do we have to take this route? Chun Jingjing replied with a smile. That way is narrower. If something happens, we won't be able to run fast. It's more convenient to go this way. Wan Chong's eyes flickered, and she nodded. That's right. Let's go. The group started walking again, and gradually, the thick fog began to thin out. Wan Chong looked at the gradually clear buildings around her and asked, why did the fog disperse? Su Yunli's voice came from the front. It just clears up as you walk. Keep going a bit further, and soon the fog will be gone. Oh, Wan Chong replied. Indeed, as Su Yunli said, when they walked ahead, the fog dissipated and everything around them became clear. However, these buildings were oddly shaped and looked very strange. She was sure she had never seen them before. Wan Chong looked at the surrounding buildings and the increasingly narrow streets, tightly pressing her lips together. Then, Chun Jingjing started walking into a strange building, and Wan Chong spoke again. What are we going in there for? Wan Chong nodded and followed them in. Once inside, the room was a bit dark, and there were stairs leading up to the second floor. Jiang Zhu and Su Yunli circled around to follow Wan Chong from behind. Facing Grunienge Spazal Gaze, Su Yunli explained. It's too dangerous for you to walk alone at the back, so let Jiang Zhu and I walk behind you together. Wan Chong nodded and walked to the middle of the line. The stairs looked very ancient, but there was no dust on them. Shen Longchen stepped back and walked to Wan Chong's side. Wan Chong touched the handrail of the stairs and curiously asked, "These are really exquisite, and there isn't even any dust on them." "Look." Shen Longchen glanced over, nodded, and then continued to follow Chinka and Chun Jingjing, who walked up without looking sideways. They reached the second floor, which revealed another world, a hallway with doors lining the left side, corresponding to rooms behind them, while the right side featured an antique railing, from which one could see the street below. Wan Chong suddenly ran over and grabbed Jiang Zhu's hand. "Look, it's so beautiful down here." Everyone followed Wan Chong to look down, and after a moment, Chun Jingjing spoke again. "Let's go, this room looks nice, let's eat in there." "Oh." Wan Chong glanced at him sideways, then quickened her pace, walking side by side with Shen Longchen. Wan Chong kept staring at Shen Longchen, making him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but touch his own face and asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Wan Chong nodded. "Come on, let me help you take it down." Shen Longchen slowed down, slightly bending his waist to make it easier for Wan Chong to do so. Wan Chong raised her hand and fiercely tugged at Shen Longchen's face, making him cry out in pain. Wan Chong was still laughing, looking carefree. "Haha, just kidding you." Shen Longchen rubbed the spot where Wan Chong had pinched him, pouting in dissatisfaction, and then continued to look ahead as he walked. Wan Chong slowly put away her smile, her eyes constantly darting around, not knowing what she was thinking. It wasn't until they entered the room that everyone walked towards the center, while Wan Chong walked at the back and closed the door with a backward motion. Pointing in another direction, she exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Everyone turned to the direction Wan Chong was pointing at, and several vines shot out from her hand, binding everyone up. After securing them, Wan Chong was still not at ease. She faced her palms forward, and her ice-type ability burst forth, freezing everyone's lower halves. Chapter 112. New species under the astonished gazes of the others. Wan Chong smiled and clapped her hands, saying now, "Tell me, who are you really?" Shen Longchen looked confused and said, "What are you doing?" "I am Shen Longchen. I'm Chun Jingjing, let me go. Em Suunli." After everyone had stated their names, Wan Chong finally spoke, her tone stern. "If you really are them, do you think I would bind them like this?" Her gaze swept across the group. "Still not admitting it? Who are you really? What do you want from me?" Finally, the others realized something was off. Shen Longchen looked at Wan Chong and asked, "When do we expose ourselves?" "You exposed yourselves the moment we met." Wan Chong squinted at the person who looked exactly like Shen Longchen, noticing everyone's puzzled expressions. She then explained, "First, what you said gave you away. What does normal speed mean? We came here riding on Nian Yin, and while Nian Yin is a mutated pet with increased intelligence, it still walks at varying speeds and cannot deliberately control its speed like a human. Second, when Chun Jingjing said she was entangled by vines with Qin Ku, I looked at you. If you were the real Shen Longchen, he would have understood my gaze as a question of whether he had encountered it. But since you are not, you didn't understand what my eyes meant and looked back at me in confusion. Finally, after we went upstairs, I kept looking at you. The real Shen Longchen, if he felt I was staring at him, would definitely tease me a bit, but you spoke to me seriously, which only shows that you have no idea about the way Shen Longchen and I interact." Wan Chong looked at the others and said, "You're the same. The moment I met you, I knew you weren't them." Seeing that everyone was unaware of how they were exposed, Wan Chong explained one by one. "If it were really Chinka and Chun Jingjing, the first thing they would do upon seeing me is call me boss, but you didn't. Not only that, even later on, you call me by my name. They would never do that. Also, when we reached a fork in the road, if it were really Chinka and Chun Jingjing, they would stop to ask me which way to go, but you just walked straight ahead, as if you were leading me somewhere. Later, when I asked why we were going left, your explanation was that the right path was narrow, and in case of an emergency, we wouldn't be able to run fast." Listening to that, it indeed made sense, but it sounded different coming from you. Chinka is the one most concerned about escaping. If she said it, I would find it reasonable, but you don't understand the personalities of Chinka and Chun Jingjing, which is why you said that. Chun Jingjing is very smart, but also very quiet. She only likes to talk when she is trying to liven up the atmosphere or ease awkwardness. When it comes to making decisions, she is used to silently listening to others' opinions, unlike you, who are unusually lively. On the other hand, Chinka and Chun Jingjing love to talk, while you're very quiet, which makes me seem a bit chatty. Wan Shong pointed at Chun Jingjing and said, the most important point is that I never gave Chun Jingjing a spider cocoon. Yet just now you had a spider cocoon in your hand. This indicates that not only did you capture others, but also Luo Isu is in your hands, which is why you have an extra spider cocoon. So that's how it is. Qing Ku and Chun Jingjing both exclaimed in unison, finally realizing how they had been exposed. Chun Jingjing couldn't help but retort at the end. Then we can also go get a spider cocoon ourselves, right? Wan Chong smiled. The spider cocoon shell is tough. Not even air can get through. How did you manage it? Moreover, the spider cocoons I collected. How could I not recognize them? Seeing that no one was refuting her, Wan Chong turned to Su Yunli and Jiangzhu, touching her chin with one hand. She continued, you haven't inquired about Luo Yisuzi's whereabouts at all, because you are not Jiangzhu and Su Yunli, so you don't care about Luo Yisuzi. If you were Su Yunli, you would be concerned about who is missing from the team, but you didn't show that concern. When I questioned him about not protecting Luo Yisuzi well, you didn't express your stance, but instead made excuses for him, which is not Su Yunli style. If one of you were real, you should have noticed the other's abnormality, yet you not only showed no signs of abnormality, but also cooperated very well. So you must be deliberately impersonating them. Furthermore, both of you have been paying attention to my movements along the way, while the real Jiangzhu and Su Yunli wouldn't do that. They're used to chatting during boring times or while on the road, even about mundane things like being full or not, but you both seem like you have nothing to say. The two then suddenly realized, and just as Chun Jingjing was about to ask something, she was directly interrupted by Wan Chong. Wan Chong continued, and then there's the point where all of you were exposed. When I said, as expected, the needle rain fell to the ground, just as I guessed before, none of you refuted me, as if what I said was true. At that time, it was clearly Luo Yisuzi who made that guess, and everyone was present and heard it, while you were pretending, so you had no idea about these things. After that, when we entered the building, everyone thought it was natural. No one found it strange, which is also a point of suspicion, because we never have the practice of going into a house to eat. We usually resolve things on the spot. Before this, my space clearly relied on thought to store and release things. When I collected the spider cocoon and shouted collect, none of you found it strange. Instead, you all looked at me with curiosity, as if you were seeing something like this for the first time. Later, on the stairs, when I reached for Jiangzhu's hand, none of you found it strange. You just watched the scene calmly, as if it were completely natural. After hearing Wan Chong, the others suddenly felt their flaws were exposed. Chun Jingjing asked in confusion, since you already know that all of us are pretending, why did you still come along? Why didn't you stop us from the very beginning? Wan Chong walked up to Chun Jingjing and said, seemingly unrelated to the question, when too many accidents collide, it ceases to be an accident. When too many coincidences happen repeatedly, it is no longer a coincidence. The others, upon hearing Wan Chong's reasoning, couldn't help but secretly curse themselves for being too foolish, as it was no different from inviting a wolf into their home. Wan Chong was gripping Chun Jingjing's neck. What have you done to the others? Where do they all go? Chun Jingjing's face turned a bit red, and she opened her mouth several times, but couldn't speak because Wan Chong was holding her neck tightly. All the way here, Wan Chong had basically determined that this Chun Jingjing was their core. So she took the lead and directly questioned Chun Jingjing. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping echoed. Wan Chong quickly stepped aside and looked towards the source of the sound. Are there other people in this room? How did she not know this all along? Realizing this made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Suddenly, a wall opened directly, and several chameleons walked out, not only walking like humans, but also being similar in height to them. Miss Wan is indeed impressive, said the chameleon at the front. Behind her were Luo, Yiji, and the other missing people. The imposter she had captured slowly transformed into figures resembling the chameleon, just with different body shapes. As they turned into chameleons, their bodies shrank, allowing them to escape from Wan Chong's restraints. Wan Chong was about to make a move when Luo Yisuzi stopped her with a glance. The leader of the chameleons then spoke. Luo Yisuzi was right. You are indeed someone with great potential. Wan Chong looked at Luo Yisuzi in confusion and saw Luo Yisuzi calmly explain. This is my experiment on you all. Such a simple trick. Everyone was deceived, but only you figured it out. Indeed, it was a flawed scheme, but since everyone had been in close contact with each other, there was not much vigilance. Wan Shong looked at the leading chameleon in confusion and asked, "But what puzzles me is, why can you change into someone else's appearance?" After I went upstairs, I deliberately pinched Shen Longchen's face with quite a bit of force, and it turned red, so it should be real. This is one of the main reasons for my confusion. The chameleon chuckled and let out a strange laugh, then, under the gaze of everyone, transformed into Wan Shong's likeness. Looking exactly the same except for the clothes, Wan Shong stood opposite him, as if looking in a mirror, seeing another version of herself. The leading chameleon spoke up. "This is a capability we evolved. We could transform into anyone we've seen. As long as we've heard their voice, we can change our voice too, making it nearly identical." Wan Shong nodded, and Luo Yisuo began to explain. "This is a creature that evolves only among different species of plants, the chameleon. Plants rely on different species. They can evolve without them as well. If we consider organisms that can evolve independently without different species, their rate of evolution ranks first, and is hundreds of times faster than that of other organisms. Even intelligence evolves along with it." Wan Shong nodded, as this was indeed evident to all. After all, these chameleons, when transformed into humans, looked no different from people, and their intelligence was even above that of many. Chapter 113. Team Disbandment. Currently, chameleons cannot be of different species. Luo Isu said. Wan Shong didn't know why Luo Yasuzi was being so serious, but still nodded in cooperation. The leading chameleon spoke up. "We have roughly understood the current state of this world. From all aspects, as Mr. Luo Yi said, you're the most likely person to end the apocalypse. When you need us, we will definitely lend you a helping hand." Luo Yasuzi stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "No, its ability is too weak. If something goes wrong halfway, you won't be able to provide timely support, and that would be very troublesome. After all, success or failure depends on this one move. You should go to Shui Xin and find a snake-type mutant named Luo Dongye. Just say I sent you. He will make the arrangements." Luo Yasuzi nodded and led everyone out. The others were left in a fog, not understanding what Luo Yasuzi was discussing with the leading mutant chameleon, but it felt like some sort of agreement had been reached. While walking, Luo Yasuzi explained, "They are mutant chameleons with remarkable strength and will be useful in the future. There are some things I haven't told you because it's not the right time yet. Collaborating with others requires sincerity, so you don't need to worry about this matter. I have my own arrangements." How familiar were these words? Every time they asked him, he would say it wasn't the right time and couldn't tell them. This left them completely in the dark about him, as if everyone else had been seen through, while he remained a misty presence. They didn't know who he was, only that his name was Luo Yasuzi. They didn't know his background, didn't know his parents, knew nothing at all, and could be said to be utterly uninformed. And every time they asked, Luo Yasuzi would evade the topic. So how did he view them? As loyal warriors willing to die for him? Wan Shong stopped and looked ahead at Luo Yasuzi, her expression sinking as everyone else came to a halt as well. "So what do you think we really are?" Wan Shong questioned sharply. Luo Yasuzi didn't tell them anything, even being open with someone he had just met, yet he kept them in the dark. They had been serving him loyally, but did he really consider them his own? This was a question worth pondering. Everyone was taken aback by Wan Shong's anger. Luo Yasuzi narrowed his eyes at Wan Shong. "What do you want me to say? I've already told you. It's not the right time yet." Wan Shong clenched her hand at her side, remaining silent and not continuing to walk, the meaning of which was self-evident. Luo Yiju's attitude towards her seemed to be quite annoyed, and he rubbed his temples in frustration. "All right, stop wasting time. We need to get going." Wan Shong remained unmoved. Shen Longchen tugged at Wan Shong's sleeve, and the others looked at her in silence. Wan Shong scanned everyone's faces one by one and spoke with difficulty. "So, do you all want to stay with someone like me who is filled with so many issues, or do you want to be with me?" "Wan Shong!" Luo Isu shouted in anger. Those matters must not be disclosed to Wan Shong now, as it would only raise their suspicions. However, if they didn't tell her, Wan Shong's implication was that she wanted to part ways, which put Luo Isu in a dilemma. Wan Shong looked at Luo Yiji, raised her hand, and released Nian Nian from the space. "This is the last time. If you still refuse to speak, then we will go our separate ways." Nian seemed to sense the tense atmosphere. After coming out, she didn't rush to get close to everyone but squatted beside them, staring at the crowd with her blue eyes. Shenlongchen spoke up beside her. Wan Shong, you know what kind of person this little brat is after spending so much time together. We should still trust him. The boss added, we've come this far. We can't let anything happen here. Qin Ko also advised. Although Chun Jingjing, Su Yunli, and Jiang Zhu didn't speak, they were all looking at Wan Chong. Wan Chong scoffed and said, yeah, how long has it been? Just a year. You can let it be the boss. I'll just leave. As she spoke, she turned around and prepared to walk away from the other side. Luo Yasuzi's voice came from behind. Wan Chong, it's not that I have to have you just because you have ice powers. There are plenty of people in this world who are stronger than you. Wan Chong stopped. I know, so I don't want to live each day in a daze like before. You expect sincerity from others. So where is your sincerity towards us? Wan Chong's voice continued. Do all of you really believe in him this much? How much do you know about Luo Isu? Even the closest people can betray you. After just a year of knowing him, you trust him completely? You all know how high Luo Isu's IQ is, so why do you still blindly believe in him? Luo Isu fell silent, then suddenly laughed. So you think I have no value other than using you? You people, although you seem harmonious on the surface and your abilities appear to match, without me, do you really think you could stir up any trouble? You can't even deal with Brother Chen Mu. Not to mention Chun Mu's cunning character. Just as Brother Chen Rong's strength would absolutely crush you. Wan Chong turned to look at Luo Yasuzi. She was somewhat distant from the others, who were all gathered together, making her stand out so awkwardly. Yes, you are indeed quick-witted, but we have protected you so much along the way, and you are well aware of that. So no one owes anyone anything, Wan Chong said. Luo Yasuzi climbed onto Nian's back, and Nian immediately stood up, causing everyone who had been looking down just now to look up at them. Luo Yasuzi's voice came from above. Do you really think you and Shenlongchen are such a good match? An 8-year age difference. Such a vast gap in family background. Although this is the apocalypse and no one cares about social status anymore. But have you ever thought about why he would choose a seemingly ordinary person like you? With his father's influence in Wan Shong and his own strength and advantages. What kind of girl wouldn't he be able to get? It's just because you have ice abilities, such a rare supernatural power, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Wan Chong and Shenlongchen's eyes narrowed, and just as they opened their mouths to retort, they were interrupted by Luo Yiji. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Ask him why he is with you. Ask him what his purpose was when he first joined you. Was it really love at first sight, or was it for personal gain? Wan Chong, you are very smart. You should have thought about these things long ago. As Luo Yiji said, she had not only thought about it long ago, but had also pondered it countless times, staring at the man lying beside her at night, repeatedly asking herself why they were together. Now, exposed by Luo Yiji, she looked at Shenlongchen, but found that he didn't dare to meet her gaze. If he had nothing to hide, why would he act this way? Although Wan Chong already knew the answer, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of bitterness in her heart. Luo Yiji's voice continued to resonate, striking the hearts of everyone. Qin Ko, do you really think Chun Jingjing regards you as her closest sister? Chun Jingjing is much smarter than you. She knows how to disguise herself. She knows how to use you to highlight her own worth. Do you really believe that your friendship is unbreakable? Qin Ko retorted, of course we are good sisters. And better than you think. She looked at Chun Jingjing, hoping she would come forward to counter Luo Yiji's words, but found Chun Jingjing herself in a daze, looking as if her inner thoughts had been laid bare, unsure of what to do. Qin Ko looked at Chun Jingjing in disbelief, as if she couldn't trust her own eyes, then turned and ran away, speeding off and disappearing from everyone's sight in less than a minute. Chun Jingjing stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Luo Yiji looked coldly at Wan Chong. Now do you understand? I want to destroy the friendship between you. Your team spirit is merely a matter of words. Moreover, nothing is irreplaceable. As long as I am here, I can easily create another team just like yours. Or even stronger. After finishing her words, she patted Nian's head and vanished before everyone's eyes. As Nian left, she turned to look at everyone. After arriving in Xingang, they were still together, but now, as they left, they had become solitary figures. Wan Chong looked in the direction where Luo Yisuo had left and walked in the opposite direction. Shenlongchen did not dare to approach Wan Chong. He had asked himself countless times if he could really do the things he should do if it were Wan Shong. Could he really take responsibility? He himself was not sure. Wan Shong would no longer come out, staying by Yao Jiangdao's side, living a life like a rich lady. This was what she thought in her heart. Every step she took was incredibly bitter. She admitted that she stayed in the group because she wanted to survive, and she admitted that she wanted to become stronger and worthy of Yao Jiangdao. But now, it was clear that it was just the disintegration of interests. Why did it make her feel sad? Why did she feel that walking was so difficult? Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu watched as others left one by one, and they naturally didn't know what to do. In the end, Jiang Zhu spoke up. Let's go see Guanming ourselves. Didn't you say you liked to travel before? Anyway, it's already dispersed. We can treat it as a trip, going around to have some fun. What do you think? Su Yunli looked in the direction everyone was parting and nodded, walking side by side with Jiang Zhu. Chapter 114. The sound of mice talking. They finally stopped and looked at Shen Longchen, who was following them at a distance. What do you want to do? Shen Longchen remained silent, watching her from afar. Wan Shong pressed her lips together. You are with me because of my abilities, right? Yes. Shen Longchen thought for a moment. He did indeed follow Wan Shong out of curiosity at first, but he didn't have that intention back then. Wan Shong curled her lips in self-deprecation and turned to continue walking. Gradually, the sound of rustling came, and Wan Shong stopped. A swarm of mice surged in, and they were not mutated ones. Although they were just ordinary mice, there were so many of them that they had covered the entire street, making her scalp tingle a bit. Wan Shong clapped her hands on the ground, and a layer of ice spread out from beneath her hands, freezing the nearby mice instantly. Many of the mice remained with their fierce faces and leaping postures. However, the other mice, despite seeing their companions frozen, were undeterred and continued to rush forward. Wan Shong frowned as she looked at the endless stream of mice, took a few steps back, crossed her arms, and turned in place. Ice walls rose up from all directions, blocking her from the mice. However, it wasn't long before the sound of crack was heard, and the ice walls began to thin. Wan Shong frowned and shot out a vine with her hand, which wrapped around the balcony on the third floor. She leaped out, escaping the encirclement of the ice wall, and clung to the edge of the railing on the third floor. The normal mice below couldn't climb up and could only keep squeaking squeak. Meanwhile, a portion of the mice changed direction and charged towards Shen Longchen, who was following behind Wan Shong. Shen Longchen shot out several fire pillars around himself, forming a protective circle. The mice paused for just a few seconds before they began to rush forward. A dozen mice used their bodies to extinguish the flames, creating a gap in the circular barrier. The mice immediately surged toward the gap, and Shen Longchen quickly shot several fireballs to block it again. But the mice used the same method to extinguish the fire once more. After repeating this several times, Wan Shong tightened her grip on the vine, swung another vine towards Shen Longchen, wrapping it around his waist. She then flipped over and jumped into the room from the third-floor balcony. Pulling on the vine for leverage, Shen Longchen was lifted into the air. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, he quickly grabbed the vine with one hand and lifted his legs, bracing them against the wall, thus preventing an embarrassing collision. Wan Shong saw that Shen Longchen had escaped the encirclement of the mice, raised her hand to tie the vines to the railing, and then went inside. Shen Longchen looked up at Wan Shong's silhouette, sighed softly, and began to climb the vines. Although he hadn't trained since the apocalypse, his experience from the special forces was still there. Climbing vines was a piece of cake. Once inside, the mice were still gathered downstairs, making a noise stronger than mere clamor. Squeak, which was quite irritating to hear. There was nothing in the room. They were lucky to have come across an abandoned house. Judging by the furnishings and the pink design of the bedroom, it must have belonged to a girl. Wan Shong threw Shen Longchen's clothes onto the sofa and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Although no one lived here anymore, fortunately, the water supply hadn't been cut off. Even though it was only cold water, it was better than nothing. Shen Longchen looked at the clothes on the sofa, walked over, and half lay down on the sofa, secretly sighing. So this is what they call a Cold War. However, he really didn't know how to coax Wan Shong. Although he usually appeared cheerful and carefree, when it came to situations like this, he was truly at a loss. Should he say a few sweet words? Don't girls love sweet talk? But to say those cheesy lines, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as the psychological battle was still ongoing, Wan Shong finished her shower and came out of the bathroom. Shen Longshun quickly sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Wan Shong. But she didn't even look at him and directly went into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. Shen Longshun awkwardly touched his nose, grabbed the clothes on the sofa, and went to take a shower. While rinsing off in the bathroom, he kept pondering how to coax Wan Shong. Suddenly, he had a moment of realization. As the saying goes, fight at the head of the bed, make up at the foot. In a little while, cough. It should work, right? With this thought, after washing himself inside and out, he casually put on some clothes and happily headed towards the bedroom. Click! When he opened the door, it made a sound, but he couldn't push it open. Shen Longshan was taken aback. The door was locked from the inside. Although he could force it open, if he did that, he would probably make it even harder to coax Wan Shong. So he could only patiently knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Wan Shong was indeed not sleeping in the room, hearing Shen Longshan's voice coming intermittently from the other side of the door. I knew that I had ulterior motives when I approached you back then, but I didn't expect things to develop like that. Moreover, you were so young. A full 8 years younger than me. I almost thought there was something wrong with my sexual orientation. Wan Shong opened her eyes and looked at the tightly closed door, as if she could see Shen Longshan outside it. In this life, according to her previous one, she was already 21 years old, while Shen Longshan was 26, just a 5-year difference between them. However, her current body was only 17, so being with her, Shen Fan must have put quite a bit of pressure on him. After a pause, she continued, "At that time, I was really just purely wanting to ally with you. Who knew it would turn out like this? Although your abilities are partly to blame, you should also know how sincere I am towards you." Wan Shong sat up, leaning against the headboard. She was well aware of how Shen Longshan treated her. In times of danger, Shen Longshan never complained, only protected her. She reflected that her connection with Shen Longshan was partly due to his abilities. After all, he was probably the only one who could keep up with her at that time. Others relied on the energy of the heavens and earth, and that kind of energy, obtained by chance, was not as effective as the abilities cultivated through one's own efforts. Although Yaojiang Island had a level 5 ability, from the fact that he could use his abilities to explode his enemies, Wan Shong believed that with her level 4 ability, she could also achieve that. Moreover, the difference of one level was not as simple as it seemed. Wan Shong calmed down and asked herself that it seemed part of the reason she agreed to be with Shen Longshan was due to strength. Perhaps benefits could not compare to love, but a pure love without any benefit would not last long. There are always many things in life that are beyond one's control. Just like now, if time goes on, the stronger party will inevitably grow disdainful of the weaker party. But if both parties have something to gain, that's a different story. Thinking this way, Wan Shong began to understand. She got out of bed barefoot, walked over, and opened the door. Shen Longshan was leaning against the door, and as the door opened, he fell backward. He reflexively grabbed the door frame, preventing himself from falling. Wan Shong turned to look at Shen Longshan, who steadied himself and lowered his gaze to this person who was much shorter than him. At this moment, Wan Shong's long hair had already reached her buttocks, and she was wearing a nightgown, standing barefoot beside him. Behind her was a window, and it was now evening. Moonlight streamed in through the window. Wan Shong stood against the moonlight, and Shen Longshan couldn't help but be mesmerized, forgetting what he wanted to say, his mind blank, staring at Wan Shong with his mouth slightly open. Wan Shong then turned and sat cross-legged on the bed, not saying a word, just looking at Shen Longshan. She had the demeanor of someone in training. Although she hadn't trained since the apocalypse, he hadn't forgotten a moment of the Special Forces training. Wan Shong raised her hand to support her head, and only then did Shen Longshan speak. I won't say any sweet words, but I am absolutely sincere towards you. I swear." Wan Shong looked up at his serious demeanor, feeling a bit of soreness in her neck, and finally spoke. "Sit down." Shen Longshan obediently sat down beside her. After some consideration, Wan Shong began to speak. "I don't want to bring this up again because I believe that love without any benefit will not last long. To have love, one must first be strong enough to protect what they want." Shen Longshan nodded repeatedly, agreeing. After all, whatever Wan Shong said was the truth in his eyes. Her words were as authoritative as an imperial edict. The occasional squeaking of mice in the quiet night which would normally be annoying, now seemed melodious in accompaniment to Wan Chong's voice. Shenlong couldn't help but feel as if something was wrong with his hearing. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that what they used to call love was actually like this. Wan Chong looked at Shenlong and said very seriously, word by word, when my dad and mom were together, they were in high school, and there's a 1-year age difference between them. My dad was with my mom when he was 17. The most frequent thing my mom told me when I was 4 and could remember was that I must find someone I love to marry in the future, just like she did with Wan Shong. In chapter 115, reminiscing about the past, Wan Chong used the name Wan Shong instead of dad. Shenlong didn't have time to feel happy about reconciling with Wan Chong and became serious because it was the first time Wan Chong talked to him about her parents. Wan Kuan basically knows about the situation, and Wan Chong has also mentioned Lu Ziqi's matters before. There are no secrets, but she has always been reluctant to bring up her parents' issues. Wan Chong lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath them, and she slowly recounted. Mom said that at that time, she and Dad were not very well off, but she still married Wan Shong without hesitation. Later, Wan Shong achieved considerable success in business and gradually became wealthy. Then came me and Wan Kuan. Everything was still beautiful before I turned 6. Nothing had changed. But then, when I was 7, Mom's health began to decline. Wan Chong was outside the door at that time, watching Wan Shong smiling as he recounted such a cruel fact, but she dared not do anything. She didn't dare to tell her mother or anyone else, because even the doctors of the hospital were helping Wan Shong. It was clear that his status had reached a point that Wan Chong could not shake. Wan Chong bit her lower lip outside the door, then acted as if she hadn't heard anything and went inside. Wan Chong was afraid of being found out, so she could only nod her head reluctantly. Wan Shong raised his hand again and, as usual, patted her on the head. So how's Mom doing? Wan Chong looked at Wan Shong and had never felt he was so terrifying. It was he who had orchestrated everything, wanting to harm their mother. Wan Chong thought it was just a child's emotional fluctuations because his mother had just passed away, so he didn't pay much attention to it. That night, Wan Chong hid under the blanket and didn't dare to sleep, thinking about what to do in the future and who Ziqi, mentioned by Wan Chong, was. Later, during a visit to the hospital, she and Wan Kuan took turns to care for their mother. That day happened to be when she went. When Wan Chong arrived at the hospital, a crowd of nurses and doctors gathered in the hallway. She was small and squeezed at the door to look inside. All she could see was her mother convulsing in pain on the bed, while Wan Chong stood beside her, coldly watching the scene without calling for a doctor. Afterward, several doctors shook their heads and left, and a nurse sneered while talking to another person nearby, and Wan Chong heard them clearly. This Wan Chong is really ruthless. To harm his own wife for a mistress. Another person agreed, saying, Yes, I heard that Mrs. Wan even gave birth to a pair of children for him. It's really not worth it. Keep your voice down, or you'll be overheard. Nowadays, with the decline of morals, there are many cases where a mistress encourages her husband to harm his wife. It's better not to talk recklessly about these big figures matters. We can't afford to get involved. Yes, who knows? As the nurses walked further away, Wan Chong didn't hear the rest of the conversation clearly, but even though she was only 6 years old, she understood the meaning behind it. She tiptoed and pressed against the door, staring intently into the room. Wan Chong took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, pried open his mother's mouth, and poured it in. The yellow liquid spilled onto the bed, and his mother's eyes widened, staring intensely at the man she had loved for most of her life. After feeding her, Wan Chong threw the bottle into the trash, looking at his mother with an expression that brooked no argument. He coldly said, Don't worry, I will take good care of Xiaoqiang and Xiaokuan. They are still the only children of the Wan family. I want to let Lu Ziqi change her surname. She will just be treated as a cousin in our home. Xiaoqiang and Xiaokuan's future will be better than when you were alive. His mother seemed to want to say something. Her mouth opened several times, but the words never came out. She clutched her neck, and in her pain, she scratched it, leaving several bloody marks. Gradually, she stopped struggling on the bed, and her hand that was clutching her neck slowly fell down. After seeing Wan Chong speak briefly with the doctor, he stepped out. The doctor then said something to a nurse who had been taking care of his mother, and the nurse nodded. picking up the medicine prepared for his mother and walking into the room. Shortly after, a sound of shattering glass was heard, and a young nurse ran out of the room, shouting, "Mrs. Wan has passed away. Quickly notify the family." In the corridor, many doctors and nurses gathered to see Wan Shong feeding his mother medicine, but no one spoke up. They merely watched the scene with cold eyes. And then the doctor entered the room. Wan Shong quickly ran in, but the nurse at the door stopped her and kindly said, "Little one, you need to be strong." Just as she was about to let go of her hand, she whispered in her ear, "Some things shouldn't be said." The little nurse noticed that Wan Shong didn't react like other children who cried and made a fuss when they saw their mother pass away, so she kindly reminded her. Wan Shong watched as the young nurse ran into the room. Although many people were looking at this scene with cold eyes, everyone recognized her when she arrived, as she came every day since her mother was hospitalized. However, no one stopped her. Instead, they allowed her to witness everything that was happening. Indeed, many people were watching events unfold with indifference, but they were only trying to survive, to live better. This did not mean they lacked conscience. By letting her see these things, they were helping her understand the true nature of Wan Shong and the identity of the so-called cousin who was about to arrive. If they had prevented her from seeing or had driven her away from the beginning, she might never have learned these things and would have lived her life without knowing how her mother died. Together, they moved her mother onto the stretcher and pushed it outside. Wan Shong held tightly onto the stretcher, a white cloth separating her from her mother. The two nurses pushing the stretcher moved slowly, and she could easily keep up. She didn't know where her mother was being taken. She just followed the stretcher until they reached a very cold room. Cold like a winter without her mother, cold like the moment her mother passed away. Wan Shong lifted the white cloth, and her mother lay there calmly on the bed. She admitted that she really wanted to question Wan Shong now, but she didn't dare. If she asked, perhaps Wan Shong would treat her the same way, because she was not Wan Shong's only daughter. He also had another daughter, that person named Ziki. She tightened her grip on the white cloth, then lifted it completely, and took the ring off her mother's middle finger. It was a diamond ring worth a fortune. When Wan Shong and her mother were still poor, their wedding was very modest. Later, when Wan Shong became wealthy, the first thing he did to make it up to her mother was buy a custom-made diamond ring worth a fortune. At that time, her mother was very happy for a long time, and even though the style of the ring had become outdated over the years, and even though she could buy a more expensive ring, she never replaced it and always wore this ring. Now, Wan Shong looked at the ring on her mother's finger and found it exceptionally glaring. After taking off the ring, she covered her mother with a white cloth again. After that, what Wan Shong waited for was not Wan Shong, but Wan Kun and a group of nurses. When Wan Shong heard that she died of cancer, her eyes fixed intently on the nurse, while the nurse turned her face away, avoiding eye contact with Wan Shong. Wan Kun's little face was red from crying, but Wan Shong couldn't shed a single tear. After a moment, Wan Shong pulled Wan Kun and walked outside. Wan Kun cried while walking. Wan Kun developed later than Wan Shong, and at that time, Wan Shong looked a little taller than Wan Kun. The two children left the hospital like this, one crying in pain and the other leaving in silence. There was an old man guarding the entrance, and Wan Kun's cries were too loud. Wan Shong raised her hand to cover Wan Kun's mouth, looked into his eyes, and said, "Don't cry. I need to go in and find something. Just wait for me here, okay?" Wan Kun was startled by Wan Shong's appearance and nodded blankly. Wan Shong then bent down and slipped through the crack of the door. Wan Shong watched Wan Shong's disappearing figure and squatted in the corner to secretly wipe her tears. When Wan Shong entered, she started rummaging through the trash everywhere. The hospital's garbage from that day is all thrown into this before the end of the workday, and the garbage truck comes to handle it the next morning. Wan Shong came to find a small white bottle, her little hands continuously rummaging through the garbage bags, because there were many sharp objects like needles in the bags. Her hand were already bleeding quite a bit. However, Wan Shong didn't stop. The sky gradually darkened, and a light rain began to fall. The old man guarding the garbage dump at the entrance had closed the door and left. Finally, under the faint glow of a streetlight, she found a small white bottle. Upon opening it and seeing the yellow liquid inside, she let out a sigh of relief and ran outside. Chapter 116. Old matters revisited as she approached the entrance. Wan Chong put the small white bottle she had been holding tightly into her clothing pocket and squeezed through the gap in the large iron gate. It was already drizzling outside. Wan Kuan was hiding in a corner and, upon seeing Wan Chong come out, ran a few steps towards her, but was startled by her bloodied hands. Wan Chong did not go to pull Wan Kuan, but seriously said to him, "What happened today cannot be told to anyone, including Dad, understood?" Ruan Kuan nodded. On the way back, Wan Chong found a pool of water to wash the blood off her hands, and then walked home with Wan Kuan. The moisture on her face was indistinguishable as either rain or tears, leaving her feeling a lingering bitterness. Wan Shong waited at home for a long time. When the two of them opened the door and came in, he suddenly stood up. "Where have you been?" Wan Shong knew that the two of them had gone to the hospital to see their mother for the last time, and he thought they were just unable to accept this reality all at once, so he didn't think much of it. Instead, he looked at their wet clothes and said, "I have something to do tonight, so I won't be sleeping at home. You two tidy up and go to bed early. Xiaoquan, help your sister with her medicine. Call me if you need anything." Wan Kuan nodded obediently, and as Wan Chong watched Wan Shong's departing figure, tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. He must have gone to accompany another woman, and she and Wan Kuan no longer had a complete home. Wan Kuan panicked and pulled up his damp sleeves to wipe Wan Chong's tears. "Sister, be good. I'll go get the medicine. It won't hurt in a little while." Wan Chong shook her head, pushed Wan Kuan's hand away, and said in a hoarse voice, "Wan Kuan, you go take a shower first. I'll apply the medicine myself." Wan Chong hastily cleaned her wound and took out the small white bottle from her pocket, hiding it in her room. After Wan Kuan came out, she went to take a shower. The cold water slid down her body, causing her to shiver. After showering for a long time, Wan Chong finally walked out, feeling warm and a bit dizzy, which suited her just fine. Wan Kuan called Dad. "I'm feeling really dizzy." In her daze, Wan Chong heard the doctor standing by the bed say, "The wound on your hand was not treated in time and has become slightly inflamed, but it's not serious. You're still running a fever, and once it subsides, you can be discharged." After that, Wan Chong couldn't hear clearly and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was midnight, disturbed by the ringing of Wan Shong's phone. Wan Chong did not open her eyes, but listened carefully to Wan Shong talking on the phone. She couldn't tell what was being said on the other end of the line. Wan Shong said, "Well, I'll go see Ziki after Xiaoqiang's fever subsides. You take care of her first." Then he heard Wan Shong wake up Wan Kuan. "Xiaoquan, you stay here to take care of your sister. I've already requested a week's leave for you from school. Dad has some matters to attend to and needs to leave first." Wan Shong often behaved this way. No matter what happened at home, he would always come quickly and leave quickly. Wan Kuan was obviously accustomed to it and nodded in agreement. Wan Chong slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wan Chong. "Dad, why do you always have something to do? What is more important than me?" Wan Chong didn't expect Wan Chong to have already woken up. He reached out to pat Wan Chong's head, but was dodged by her. Wan Chong looked at the hand that Wan Chong extended and felt a wave of disgust. It was this very pair of hands that had personally fed their mother medicine and had personally killed her. As soon as the woman saw the two siblings, she smiled and said, "I am the nanny arranged by Mr. Wan to take care of you. I will look after your lives from now on." What they received was not Wan Chong's concern, but another child. That afternoon, Wan Chong brought a little girl with him. Everyone sat on the sofa, and Wan Chong introduced. "Xiao Kuan, this is Lu Ziki, your cousin. She will be living with you from now on, and she is 1 year younger than you, so you must take good care of her." Wan Chong looked at the girl, who smiled back at her. After a moment, the girl sweetly called out, "Sister, brother." The child's soft voice reached everyone's ears, and Wan Chong felt that the little girl was very cute. She thought that, like Wan Kuan, the girl must not understand anything about her parents' situation, so she blamed all the wrongdoings on Wan Chong and Lu Ziki's mother. She took extra care of Lu Ziki because of this. As a result, in her previous life, she ended up in such a terrible situation. Shen Longchen comfortingly held her in his arms and said, "It's okay. It's all in the past." Wan Chong reached out to wrap her arms around Shen Longchen's waist. Why is Wan Chong so ruthless? In the end, he actually died at the hands of Lu Ziki. At just over 30 years old, he had both fame and fortune and children to carry on his legacy. Why would he rather have someone like Lu Ziki than us? Me and Ruan Kun? Shen Longshan looked at Ruan Chong with heartache, his hand touching her eyes as tears slipped through his fingers. Ruan Chong lifted her head from Shen Longshan's embrace, her eyes slightly swollen and her voice hoarse as she said, "If the apocalypse ends, we can be like Fei Feng and Tang Hui, buy a house, and live in it in a very happy and blissful way." Shen Longshan smiled and nodded, "Okay. When the time comes, I will definitely hide you well, so that no one discovers such a precious treasure." Ruan Chong babbled on quite a bit, her shallow breaths brushing against Shen Longshan's neck. This caused Shen Longshan's body to stiffen, and he didn't hear anything Ruan Chong said. Looking at her small mouth opening and closing, he suddenly flipped over, pinning Ruan Chong beneath him. Ignoring her astonished gaze, he leaned close to her lips and said, "Whatever you say goes, I'm all yours." Slowly parting Ruan Chong's lips, he cautiously explored inside, gently kissing her, then moving down to leave marks on her neck. Ruan Chong felt her face flush and didn't know how to react, her mind going blank, feeling as if she was about to catch fire. Poof! Shen Longshan chuckled lightly, looking at Ruan Chong's awkwardness. This smile made Ruan Chong feel even more embarrassed. She bit her lower lip slightly and raised her hand to press against Shen Longshan's chest, preventing him from getting closer. Shen Longshan grasped Ruan Chong's hand, leaned close to her ear, and guided her hand to rest on his neck, whispering softly in her ear, "It should be like this." His breath tickled her ear, making Ruan Chong involuntarily shrink her neck. Shen Longshan, feeling playful, extended his tongue and lightly touched Ruan Chong's earlobe a couple of times, causing her to shiver. Ruan Chong, unwilling to back down, tightened her grip and started biting wildly at Shen Longshan's neck. Feeling the changes in Shen Longshan's body, Ruan Chong, who was enjoying the biting, suddenly felt her own body stiffen and quickly released her grip on his neck. Shen Longshan raised a hand to touch his neck and asked, "Why aren't you biting anymore? What do you say we do now?" Ruan Chong blushed and felt a bit at a loss. Shen Longshan's hand reached to Ruan Chong's waist, and with a little force, their bodies immediately pressed closely together. Feeling the heat of Shen Longshan's body, Ruan Chong was somewhat flustered as she held on to him. Eventually, Shen Longshan stopped here, kissed Ruan Chong again, and then, still feeling unsatisfied, licked his lips before getting up to go to the bathroom. In the bathroom, he turned on the cold water, unable to stop sighing. Ruan Chong was still too young, just a 17-year-old girl, 8 years younger than him. Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Ruan Chong touched her face, feeling it was burning hot, and then she couldn't help but smile foolishly. The moment Shen Longshan opened the door, she quickly dove under the covers. Shen Longshan took a cold shower and then slipped under the covers with his cool body. He looked at the large round shape in front of him and chuckled, saying, "Are you planning to suffocate yourself in there?" Ruan Chong heard Shen Longshan's voice and poked her head out. "I'd rather die of boredom than be angered to death by you one day." Shen Longshan wrapped his arms around Ruan Chong's waist. "That won't do. I can't bear to see you die." Ruan Chong smiled, leaned into Shen Longshan's embrace, listening to the sound of his heartbeat, and gradually fell asleep, completely unaware that a gaze was fixed on her. Chapter 117. Reflection and contemplation. Early the next morning, the two prepared to set off. Since they hadn't taken the stairs before, they were particularly careful while descending. As they reached the last floor, a squeak sound of a mouse echoed around the corner. This sound was different from the chaotic noise of the previous day. It was just one mouse making the noise. As soon as they moved, the sound disappeared, and they saw a shadow slowly moving along the wall. They stopped in their tracks, exchanged a glance, and became alert. Meanwhile, Chen Jingjing found a random place to rest before setting off early. However, she still faced the giant spider from a few days ago. Without Ruan Chong, she couldn't break through the spider's web. Frustrated, she swung her metal knife wildly at the web, causing it to shake, and two dark figures gradually emerged from the fog. Chen Jingjing swiftly decapitated the mutant spider in front of her, causing the one behind to stop and watch her from a distance. Unable to kill it, she became even more annoyed, so she started hacking at the web again until she was exhausted, finally sitting down to rest. Qing, he was taken aback. Chen Jingjing saw her hesitating and not able to explain herself, so she stopped asking questions. She knew what kind of person Qing Yi was, and she was well aware of her abilities. It could be said that Qing Yi had little that she was unaware of. Chun Jingjing sat on the ground, looking up at the foggy sky. Upon hearing Chun Jingjing's retort, Qing Yi was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head. I followed the boss at first because I thought she could protect me, but later I felt afraid of being a burden. So I wanted to become stronger. Chun Jingjing smiled. In the end, isn't it still about wanting to survive, even if it's just a struggle on? That's a common goal for everyone, because I feel the same way. Qing Yi looked at Chun Jingjing. Although the distance wasn't far, the fog made it impossible to see her expression clearly, prompting Qing Yi to move a little closer. Suddenly, she noticed the giant spider above Chun Jingjing preparing to spit silk. Before her brain could react, her body acted instinctively. She rushed towards Chun Jingjing at full speed, pulling her back. Due to the weight, her speed slowed slightly, but fortunately, the spider's silk didn't touch them. Only when they were in a safe area did Qing Yi release her hold on Chun Jingjing. She didn't understand why her first reaction upon seeing Chun Jingjing in danger was to save her. Qing Yi comforted herself in her heart. If it were someone else, she would also save them without hesitation, as long as she had the ability to do so. Chun Jingjing stood up and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Qing Yi's thoughts were written all over her face, and Chun Jingjing saw right through her. She sighed. You don't need to comfort yourself any longer. We've all gotten used to each other. If it were someone else, you would have considered your own safety first, but just now you didn't hesitate. Even though you knew I had metal protection, you still came to save me without a second thought. This is the understanding we've built over the past year, as well as the trust between us. She hadn't used her metal protection just now. She was betting on whether Qing Yi would save her. If Qing Yi had been scared and hesitated for even a second, she would have been caught. But even if she were caught, she had left herself a way out, so she had no worries. Qing Yi fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, revealing her inner unease. Ultimately, Qing Yi gritted her teeth and said, Jingjing, I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry. Chun Jingjing pursed her lips. There's nothing to apologize for. This time, we all let our guard down and fell into Luo Yishu's trap. Luo Yishu was testing us, challenging us, but evidently we all failed. Qing Yi looked confused. What does this mean? Chun Jingjing sighed. I was thinking earlier. Luo Yishu has always protected the team. So why did he unexpectedly anger everyone this time? In reality, just now, we've been with Luo Yishu for so long that we all know what kind of person he is. Therefore, everything that happened before was probably within his expectations. Perhaps he's already gone out with Yin Yin and is waiting for us outside. Without his command, we will surely suffer a lot, which can be considered his indirect punishment for us. Qing Yi finally understood, so that's how it is. On the other side, Wan Shong and Shen Longchen stopped as a large rat slowly crawled in. The rat was about a meter long and unusually massive. Upon seeing the two, it not only didn't retreat, but bared its teeth and approached them. Wan Shong looked at the mouse that was moving so slowly it could hardly move at all, and she really couldn't muster any fighting spirit. She secretly complained to herself, is this mutated mouse so weak? This mutated giant rat is even less dangerous than the small rat swarm that was not mutated before. Let's go. Shen Longchen nodded, and the two of them pressed against the wall, planning to slip past the mouse. As they got closer to the mouse, a faint smell of blood wafted over. The two exchanged glances. Although the light from the staircase wasn't very bright, they could still clearly see that there was no blood around the giant rat's mouth, and it appeared somewhat shriveled, as if it hadn't eaten in a long time. However, the smell of blood was exceptionally clear. Shen Longchen raised his chin, and Wan Shong followed his lead to look. From their current angle, they could clearly see the giant rat's belly. Although it was long, its limbs were particularly small, and its belly was especially large, making it look very uncoordinated. They could faintly see blood on its hind legs, and even though it was baring its teeth at them, it had no imposing presence at all. Seeing it like this, Wan Shong understood that this mutated giant rat was not weak. It was about to give birth and was already bleeding. It was probably their movements that interrupted its delivery. Wan Shong raised her hand, and a beam of white light emanated from her palm, illuminating the entire staircase. The large rat reacted strongly, moving its body vigorously, but due to its big belly, It did not pose any danger. Perhaps because of the immense pain from giving birth, this large rat could barely make any sounds for help. Wan Shong and Shen Longshan, who were so close to it, could hardly hear anything, only vaguely sensing that it was trying to call out. Not knowing where the rat was injured, Wan Shong used a strong healing ability to cover the mutated rat, allowing her to directly heal its wounds, though it was somewhat wasteful of her powers. This type of rodent has a very strong vitality. Some can move their young to a new nest shortly after giving birth. Logically, this mutated large rat shouldn't be weak, but given its current condition, the only explanation is that it was injured, which is why it was like this. Wan Shong is not a kind-hearted person. She has her own motives for doing this. Animals of different species do not possess the complex thoughts of humans. They understand how to repay kindness. That is why Wan Shong took action. Furthermore, after the apocalypse, if the animals raised before did not mutate, it would be incredibly difficult to capture a mutated animal. Wan Shong held the thought that saving even one would be worthwhile. After all, what if it would be useful in the future? Shen Longshan naturally noticed Wan Shong's intentions and urged her to wait by the side. The big rat, seeing that Wan Shong had no ill intentions and feeling that the pain on its body was lessened due to the white light, glanced at Wan Shong a few more times before it began to move deeper inside. Wan Shong led by Guang and Shen Longshan outside. As soon as they stepped out, they saw that the ground was completely covered with mice, which was truly hair-raising. Wan Shong and Shen Longshan immediately became alert. However, the unmutated mice were also taken aback when they saw the two of them, and then they started rushing towards them. But instead of attacking, they went around the two and headed inside. Shen Longshan scoffed and said, "What's wrong? You usually look pretty smart, but now you're acting so foolish?" Wan Shong looked at him with thinly veiled anger, afraid of being ambushed, but now she was being mocked instead. Shen Longshan pulled her and slowed down a bit. Walking side by side, noticing that Wan Shong seemed a bit distracted, he said, "Those rats won't come back. You just saved that mutated giant rat, so you can probably command them, just like Luo Rome." Wan Shong nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Shen Longshan, do you think I have misunderstood Luo Yisu?" Wan Shong nodded without a doubt. If Luo Yisuzi was using her, there was no need to follow them around. She could just stay safely in Wan Shong like Shan Fan and Li Shu and give orders. So, to be honest, after calming down, Wan Shong felt that she had been too impulsive yesterday. She should know Luo Yisuzi's character very well. Although she liked to be clever, she had never had any malicious intent towards them. Chapter 118. The mutated earthworms suddenly. They saw a huge creature soar into the sky. In the thick fog, they couldn't see its form clearly, but they could still make out a black shadow. That black shadow was heading straight for another black figure in the sky. And Wan Shong and Shen Longshan immediately recognized that it was Su Yunli. They saw Su Yunli gliding down, evading the attack from the huge creature, which was evidently quite large. Having missed its target, it fell down. It looked long and big. Could it be a mutated snake? From a distance, seeing that black shadow, both of them couldn't help but speculate. After all, an animal without legs, long and slender, could only be a snake. Wan Shong and Shen Longshan exchanged a glance and hurried over. The fact that they could see through the thick fog indicated that Su Yunli was not far from them. Dealing with such a large snake, even a moment of carelessness could lead to death, and snakes are not only flexible and agile, but may also be venomous. They were unsure if this snake was poisonous, and both felt uneasy, not daring to delay. They ran towards the shadow together. The two walked in silence. This was not the time for reminiscing or sisterly bonding, especially since they were still in the thick fog and had not yet exited. Moreover, this fog was quite eerie, and neither dared to let their guard down. They feared that something might suddenly jump out. They had only passed through this area once before and were unfamiliar with the terrain. Now that they were separated from the main group, if they were not careful, they might never find their way out. Qing Ku, with her sharp eyes, spotted Su Yunli being attacked by a giant creature. Sister Jingjing, Susui Sindanga. Seeing the giant creature, both she and Wan Shong thought it was likely a mutated snake. Chen Jingjing also noticed it and pulled Qing Ku to run. "Hurry, let's help." As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. So it wasn't something with an extremely high danger factor, but the possibility of it being venomous made both of them cautious. Qin Ku was a wind-type speed ability user, and even without Shun Jingjing pulling her, she could run fast, but right now, her speed was significantly reduced because Shun Jingjing was holding her hand. However, she felt no anger. Instead, she felt a bit pleased. Running slightly behind Shun Jingjing, their tightly clasped hands were getting warm and sweaty from the rapid movement, but they did not let go. Shun Jingjing was worried about the large shadow, fearing it was some mutated creature. She was anxious about how Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu might cope. Pulling Qin Ku along was a mix of urgency to help, forgetting that Qin Ku was a speed ability user, and the fear of getting lost in the fog. The first to arrive were Wan Shong and Shun Longshan. As soon as they reached the scene, they saw a massive worm writhing on the ground. It was at least 10 meters long and as thick as the circle formed by the four of them holding hands. Jiang Zhu lay on the ground, uncertain of his condition, while Su Yunli was in midair, attracting the worm's attention. Wan Shong raised her hand, and ice spread out, directly freezing the lower half of the earthworm. The earthworm sensed someone behind it, turned around, and charged at the two with a gaping mouth covered in slime. Looking quite disgusting, Shun Longshan clasped his hands together and pushed forward, causing flames to burst forth. The earthworm, attacked by the flames, shrank back, then agilely twisted to the side, bypassing Shun Longshan's fire, and launched another attack. Wan Shong pushed Shun Longshan away, her hand pressing against the head of the approaching earthworm, as ice spread up, freezing its mouth wide open. However, Wan Shong did not stop there. Gritting her teeth, she continued to exert her powers, the ice sliding down to cover the front half of the earthworm. Su Yunli had already retracted her wings and pulled Jiang Zhu away, while Qin Ku and Shun Jingjing also rushed over. The earthworm was too large. Even though its front half was frozen, it merely halted its movement without inflicting any damage. After freezing the upper half of the earthworm, Wan Shong paused, frowning as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. As the earthworm's lower half wriggled, cracks began to appear in the ice, and Wan Shong's powers were slowly being depleted. The large earthworm, gathering its strength, struggled desperately, and finally, when Wan Shong relaxed her grip, it broke free from the ice. Ice fragments flew everywhere, and Wan Shong was thrown back. Fortunately, Qin Ku arrived just in time, charging forward with all his strength to catch her narrowly. When Qin Ku and Shun Jingjing saw Wan Shong, they likely had an answer in their minds. After all, both Shun Jingjing and Shun Longshan were not ordinary people, their thoughts naturally more advanced. Everyone began to understand the situation, and Luo Yasuzi had left them clues before leaving, clearly testing them. As a result, everyone felt less apprehensive about the previous events. Shun Longshan did not dare to delay, quickly erecting a firewall to prevent the large earthworm from advancing further. But unexpectedly, the earthworm changed direction and burrowed into the ground. Everyone had a vague sense of foreboding. Upon seeing this, Su Yunli's pupils dilated, and she shouted to the others, "It's going to come up from below." As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Longshan felt the ground beneath him shifting, and without hesitation, he pressed his hand against the ground, fire spreading from his palm and igniting the ground within a 3-meter radius. Wan Shong frowned, an ominous feeling rising up. She saw the ground below crack open, and her eyes widened slightly. Not daring to delay, she stomped her foot down hard, causing a layer of ice to spread out from beneath her. However, this did not stop the giant earthworm. The ice surface was easily broken through. Wan Shong rolled over, and a piece of ice wider than the worm's mouth was under her feet. "Boss! Wan Shong!" Several exclamations rang out. In that brief moment, Wan Shong was already pushed into the air, struggling to maintain her balance on the iceboard. The bottom of the iceboard extended into several long, thin, conical ice spikes. The worm had no teeth and could not chew, so it swallowed food whole. However, because Wan Shong's iceboard was too long, it got stuck in its mouth, and it could not swallow it. Nevertheless, the giant earthworm, having evolved, was not too foolish. It pushed up with all its might, directly forcing Wan Shong upwards, intending to smash the iceboard and then eat. Su Yunli had already brought Jiang Zhu to a safe place. Now Jiang Zhu was unconscious and would not attract the giant earthworm's attention. Seeing Wan Shong being pushed into the air, Su Yunli had no time to think. And as soon as she spread her wings, she rushed up urgently. However, the wind resistance was too great. Not only was she flying against the wind, but she was also moving at full speed to the extent that she could clearly feel the waves of pain coming from her wings. As soon as Wan Shong saw Su Yunli coming to rescue her, she stomped her foot and quickly let go of the ice board, fearing that its weight would seriously overload Su Yunli. The crowd watching below couldn't help but feel tense, as if they themselves were being pushed up by a giant earthworm. However, they probably wouldn't have the chance because only Wan Shong had ice abilities to prevent herself from being swallowed whole by the giant earthworm, while others couldn't. If they encountered someone else, they would likely be swallowed in one bite. The wings were branches of the body, protected by thick feathers. So Su Yunli barely felt any pain from minor injuries. However, now her wings were in immense pain, making her face pale and her lips turned much whiter, looking as if she had fallen seriously ill. The giant earthworm, after falling down, did not pause and directly burrowed into the ground. Now below, there were only Chun Jingjing and Qin Ku, while Shenlong Shun, being fire-type, was not something the giant earthworm dared to approach. It was easy to guess who the next target would be between Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing. Su Yunli slowly descended, and Wan Shong wrapped a vine around Chun Jingjing's waist. As expected, the next target was Chun Jingjing. Qin Ku and Chun Jingjing were standing side by side, and Qin Ku, being a wind type with speed abilities, could easily dodge. Although the giant earthworm had formidable attack power and a huge size, it was not fast. So Qin Ku ran away, while Chun Jingjing had nowhere to hide. Boss! As soon as the words left her mouth, the giant earthworm burst out of the ground. From Wan Chong's perspective, Chun Jingjing looked up at her with a face full of urgency, while the slimy mouth of the giant earthworm was right beneath her feet. And the small patch of ground under Chun Jingjing was the only place she could stand. Get up, Wan Chong urged. Her subordinates did not hesitate and pulled up with all their strength, and Chun Jingjing flew up from below. From Shenlong Shun and Qin Ku's perspective, Chun Jingjing's feet were just a hair's breadth away from the giant earthworm's disgusting mouth, if Wan Chong had been just a moment slower. Or, if Su Yunli had managed to pull both of them up, Chun Jingjing would have been eaten. Although Su Yunli's wings were hurting to the point of being somewhat unresponsive, she said nothing, gritting her teeth and dragging both of them upward. However, she ultimately couldn't bear the weight of both of them. Wan Shong naturally noticed that Su Yunli's complexion was not good and frowned while shaking the vine. While shaking, she said, Su Yunli, you're going to save Chun Jingjing in a moment. I'll count to 3, and you let go. Su Yunli didn't speak. She was afraid that if she said anything, she would lose her focus, and then all 3 of them would end up feeding the earthworm. Wan Chong shook the vine while counting, giving Chun Jingjing a look to signal her to relax and not to be nervous. 3, 2, 1. Wan Chong exerted a force and flung Chun Jingjing away. At the same time, Su Yunli loosened her grip and changed direction, gliding towards Chun Jingjing. On the other side, Shenlong Shun and Qin Ku couldn't help but widen their eyes at the crazy scene involving the 3 of them. Because Chun Jingjing was too far away, she couldn't hear Wan Chong and Su Yunli's conversation, so she naturally had no idea about Wan Chong's plan. As Wan Chong flung her away, she let out a series of screams. She didn't have Su Yunli's wings and being thrown into the air like this. Despite trusting Wan Chong and Su Yunli, she couldn't help but scream. Her cries didn't stop until Su Yunli caught her, while Wan Chong was experiencing a more thrilling moment. Chapter 119. Leaving hand in hand, Wan Chong stood on an ice board, holding bottles of mineral water she had taken from her space. The ice board landed on the mouth of the giant earthworm, getting stuck again, just as the giant earthworm was about to fling Wan Chong away. She took a few steps forward, causing the ice board to lose balance and flip over. The mineral water in her hands spilled down, and the friction between the ice board and the water significantly decreased. Following that, the giant earthworm's body slid down, and Wan Chong began to ice skate on its back. The giant earthworm quickly twisted its body, turned its head to chase after Wan Chong, and raised its tail, intending to swallow Wan Chong whole. This scene left everyone below terrified, not daring to make a sound for fear that Wan Shong would be distracted. Wan Shong shot out a vine that nailed itself to the wall beside her, while she abandoned the ice slab beneath her and flew out with the vine. The giant earthworm was caught off guard and swallowed the ice slab again, but since the slab had melted quite a bit, it got stuck in the worm's mouth. It didn't have time to chase Wan Shong and kept shaking its head, trying to spit out the ice slab, but it was stuck and couldn't get it out. Turning its head, it attempted to burrow back into the ground, but Wan Shong certainly wouldn't let it have its way. A vine shot out, piercing through the giant earthworm's tail and nailing it to the wall across from it. Now, with its mouth stuck on the ice slab and its body impaled by the vine, the earthworm was in a very awkward position, unable to retreat or fight back. Shen Longchen's flames spread, igniting the ground beneath the earthworm. Feeling the heat, the giant earthworm struggled desperately to break free. But since Wan Shong was determined to pin it down when she shot the vine, and it had passed through its body, it naturally couldn't escape. Chun Jingjing ran to the other side and raised her hand to chop down, forcefully slicing the earthworm in half. However, the giant earthworm did not die from this. One half writhed on the vine, while the other half squirmed on the ground. Then, there was another series of rumbling sounds from underground, and two smaller mutated earthworms, significantly smaller than the giant one, emerged. They did not attack, but instead avoided everyone and went to feast on the giant earthworm's corpse. Wan Shong saw that there was no more danger, so she ran to Su Yunli's side and lifted Su Yunli's drooping wings at the back. Her brows gradually furrowed. "It's broken," Wan Shong concluded after just a glance, saying it with certainty. Su Yunli felt waves of pain in her wings under Wan Shong's touch and replied with confusion. "I don't know, it shouldn't be that serious, right? It's just a bit painful." Wan Shong glanced at her, lifted her wings, and secured them with vines to make a simple support. Since there was no plaster, she could only use ice as a substitute. The third-level healing system did not have the ability to heal bones yet. It could only treat external injuries from a distance. For fractures like this, only a fourth-level healing system or methods like modern plastering could help her heal gradually. Looking at everyone, none of them had serious injuries. Su Yunli went to drag Jiang Zhu out again. They had been delayed by the giant earthworm for so long, and Jiang Zhu still hadn't woken up, which showed how severe her injuries were. Wan Shong took a look, and as expected, Jiang Zhu's leg was severely fractured. Other injuries could be treated, but the leg was a bit troublesome. As before, she froze Jiang Zhu's leg with ice, and he slowly woke up in the biting cold. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked around at everyone, then spoke in confusion. "I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone is here after I woke up?" Su Yunli walked over and gave Jiang Zhu a pat on the head. "You idiot, so stupid." To avoid wasting time, and since Jiang Zhu had hurt his leg, Shen Longchen carried Jiang Zhu on his back as they continued forward. Later, they learned that Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu felt there was something wrong with the thick fog, so they planned to leave first and make plans afterward. This reasoning was understandable. After all, Su Yunli had initially followed Wan Shong just to find a team that could protect themselves and locate Jiang Zhu. Now that the two were reunited, there was no need to stay with Wan Shong. Although they weren't as loyal as Chun Jingjing and Qing Kao, they would never betray her. However, since the team had already scattered, they could naturally decide for themselves whether to stay or go. The two were eager to get out first, and, after finding a place to rest for the night, encountered the giant earthworm. Jiang Zhu, being a hybrid of a marten and a bear, relied solely on brute strength and had thick skin, which made his attack power evident. Su Yunli, on the other hand, could only evolve feather defenses and had her wings. She had been practicing archery and marksmanship, but both were stored in Wan Shong's space, so their combat abilities were limited. The giant earthworm had been fixated on Su Yunli, who had gone up into the air. She had charged at it once before, but was knocked down when Jiang Zhu grabbed its tail. Even in his original form, Jiang Zhu was still no match for the giant earthworm, and when it swung its tail, it sent him flying. After several attempts, he was angered the giant earthworm, leading to the unfortunate outcome. His leg hit a utility pole, revealing his original form and fracturing it. He tried several times to get up but fainted from the pain. Meanwhile, the giant earthworm began attacking Su Yunli. To prevent it from eating Jiang Zhu, she had to keep attracting its attention, which led to the scene where the giant earthworm repeatedly charged at her. Eventually, Wan Shong and Shun Longchun arrived and worked together to drive the giant earthworm underground. Soon after, Qing Kao and Chun Jingjing also arrived. From this, it was clear that everyone was thinking of one another. It was just that previous misunderstandings had caused the situation. Fortunately, after this incident, everyone felt a bit more at ease. The group then moved out at a very slow pace, with Jiang Zhu being carried by Shun Longchen and Su Yunli taking care of him during their breaks. Originally a carefree person, Jiang Zhu felt quite stiff being taken care of all of a sudden. Because of this, he was heavily teased by Chun Jingjing and Qing Kao. The group made their way slowly, finally exiting Moriaka after 3 days. Once outside, everyone looked back at the hazy city with mixed feelings. It was hard not to feel emotional after almost getting trapped inside. Meow Meow and Nian Yin were happy to be with everyone again. After all, animals don't have the complex thoughts humans do, and they'd spent a year together, facing life and death situations multiple times, naturally forming bonds. Qing Kao and Chun Jingjing rushed over, each holding one of Nian Yin's front legs. Nian Yin, we missed you so much. Nian Yin lowered her head and nudged the two. Luo Yasuzi's voice came from above. I see you all are missing Nian Yin's legs, huh? After 3 or 4 days, how do you feel? Both of them pouted in dissatisfaction. After everyone settled down, Nian Yin slowly began to walk, her steps light and happy. The expressions on everyone's faces changed from red to pale. It seemed that being with Luo Yasuzi had never put them in such a predicament, unless they encountered someone far stronger than them. Otherwise, it was impossible to be so helpless. Seeing that no one spoke, Luo Yasuzi continued. How's your strength? From the moment they came out, she knew their strength had improved, and their aura was different from before. This conflict had a significant impact, as it resolved the barriers in everyone's hearts and also increased their strength. Wan Shong finally spoke. Shun Longchen and I have reached level 5. This was after leveling up from dealing with the giant earthworm, and their speeds were similar, so the time difference was negligible. I'm at level 4, Chun Jingjing said. Chun Jingjing's advancement was unexpected. It happened during the fight with the giant earthworm, and only after her unexpected promotion could she cut the earthworm open. Luo Yisu listened quietly to their descriptions, and after a moment of thought, asked, Chun Jingjing, what is the furthest distance you can reach now? Conservatively estimating, within 2 meters. Chun Jingjing replied, stroking her chin. Luo Yisu had always had a good opinion of Chun Jingjing, whether in terms of her abilities, personality, or background. Now, he was not surprised by her strength, as he believed she had great potential for further development. Wan Chong followed the instructions and took out the items. Luo Yisu Ji described their size, then asked Wan Chong to freeze the Tianqing water into several small spheres. After preparing the iron wire, Luo Yisu Ji placed the Tianqing water inside, then tied it with a string. Only after tying all the small spheres did they return the remaining Tianqing water to Wan Chong. The prepared Tianqing water was handed to Su Yunli, Qing Ke, and Jiang Zhu. Since the Tianqing water was frozen, the leakage of energy was severely hindered, which was exactly what Luo Yisu Ji intended. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Luo Yisu Ji explained, you guys should wear the Tianqing water on your bodies, preferably around your necks, or it's easy to lose. Chun Jingjing's speed was comparable to Wan Chong and Shun Longchun, so she didn't need the Tianqing water. Forcing the Tianqing water to upgrade has side effects. So if your speed is faster than ordinary people, you should not use it. Looking at Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu, she continued, the team's progress is quite fast, and you need to catch up, or you will hold everyone back. Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu should quickly evolve other abilities. This way, through more practice, you won't fall behind. After the two nodded, she turned to Qing Ku. The speed ability may not have strong attack power, but it has strong defensive capabilities. So it can save everyone at critical moments, so you can't fall behind either. Luo Yisu Ji was aware of Qing Ku's sensitivity, so she chose her words carefully. Chapter 120. Arriving at Guanming, Qing Ku secretly tightened her grip on the Tianqing water and nodded. Currently, her strength was relatively weak compared to the others, who all surpassed her, so she secretly resolved not to hold everyone back anymore. After making this determination, the following days were filled with endless travel. However, after that, the group did not encounter any mutated animals. Su Yunli's wings and Jiangzhu's legs also recovered. Although the items were incomplete, fortunately, neither of them had any lasting side effects. Otherwise, it would have been truly unresolvable. During the midday break, after flying several circles in the sky, Su Yunli landed. It's fine now, just like before. She indeed felt no other sensations. Flying was still the same as before. Seeing that she was fine, Luo Yisuji finally breathed a sigh of relief, as Su Yunli was the only one among them who could fly. Moreover, due to long-term cooperation, they had developed a certain level of tacit understanding. If they were to change personnel, not to mention whether there would be a suitable replacement, just from a standpoint of loyalty, it would be very difficult to find another Su Yunli, so it was best that she was fine. Wan Shong nodded, and Qing Ku clapped happily beside her. Su, I'm so glad you're okay. I was hoping you'd take me out to play again. If your wings can't fly anymore, wouldn't I be bored to death? Chun Jingjing lightly tapped Qing Ku's head. You can't even say comforting words. What use are you? It was originally just a joke. But the last line, what use are you, made a hint of disappointment flash in Qing Ku's eyes. She knew Chun Jingjing meant no harm, but she felt inexplicably upset. Su Yunli quickly stepped in to ease the tension. If I can't fly anymore, then I really don't know what use I would have. Qing Ku is much more useful than I am. She can save people and eat food. As soon as this was said, everyone else immediately laughed. Qing Ku's face turned red as she pouted and said unhappily, You guys are actually laughing at me. If it weren't for me, those things would probably have gone to waste. You're still laughing at me like this? I'm angry. Saying this, she pretended to turn away, putting on a I'm angry. Don't mind me look, which left everyone both amused and exasperated. Jiangzhu also walked around on the ground. His legs no longer limped as before and seemed fine. He leaned over to Su Yunli and said with a grin, I'm fine now. I don't have to walk with a limp anymore. Besides, using ice as a cast made my leg feel like the blood wasn't circulating. Luo Yisuzi coolly chimed in. You, a tough and burly man, of course, are fine. But if you can't even handle this little cold, what will you do when winter comes? Jiangzhu retorted. Isn't it still not winter? Besides, even the minks hibernate in winter. If I hibernate too, that's perfectly normal. Luo Yisuzi laughed, his eyes narrowing with mirth as he looked at Jiangzhu, his gaze sparkling with an unknown light. You really think of yourself as a mink, huh? Jiangzhu appeared undeniably confident. What's wrong with that? Minks are great. They're so cute, and they can protect you all, plus they're strong and capable of doing so much. Jiangzhu had long since gotten used to Luo Yisuzi's way of speaking, and today he felt he was holding his own against Luo Yisuzi, which made him even happier, adding a touch of pride to his gaze towards Su Yunli. Huh? Luo Yisuzi chuckled. Look around. Who needs your protection? I have Nian Yin in my own brain. I don't need you to protect me. Everyone else has the ability to protect themselves too, so we don't need you. Jiangzhu looked at everyone and realized it was indeed true, so he didn't retort, smacking his lips but saying nothing. Luo Yisuzi continued to hit him. Shen Longchun was a special forces soldier. No matter the shooting skills, he hits 100 of the time. That's not something you, a rough man, can compare to. Moreover, with his fire-based abilities, if we want to eat something warm on the way, it's all thanks to him. And you still say you're useful? It seems that's not the case. Jiangzhu opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything because what Luo Yisuzi said was indeed true and not exaggerated at all. Besides, he was also convinced that he couldn't compare to Shen Longchen. After all, his strength was evident. Luo Yisuzi seemed to see through his thoughts and continued with a smile. As for me, you can't compare to me at all. My intelligence is something none of you can match. Plus, with such an amazing mutated pet like Nian Yin, you can only envy it. Upon hearing this, Nian Yin proudly wagged its tail, looking like I'm the best in the world, which left everyone both amused and exasperated. Nian Yin was very obedient and was more than twice the size of an ordinary mutated pet. Being a feline, its claws and teeth had strong attack power. And over time, it was also evolving, moving faster than other animals. It could catch its own food and wasn't picky even if there were no animals to eat. It could also serve as a mount on the way, and when it was cold, it could be cuddled for warmth. Thinking about this, the way everyone looked at Nian changed qualitatively. They seemed to envy Luo Yisuzi for having such a mutated pet. Jiangzhu was left speechless and could only stomp his feet in frustration. Luo Yasuzi watched his actions and continued, "Be careful not to stomp too hard. If you accidentally hurt yourself again, it won't be worth it. In Guanming, where zombies are rampant, if you go in limping and come out limping, then you must be lucky. If your luck is a bit worse, you might just go in limping and not come out at all." Upon hearing this, Jiangzhu immediately stopped stomping his feet, fearing that if his old injury flared up, it would indeed turn out as Luo Yasuzi said. The sudden halt only made everyone burst into laughter, leaving Jiangzhu's face turning various shades of green and white, which was quite entertaining. In the end, Su Yunli stepped in to smooth things over. Luo Yasuzi, stop teasing Jiangzhu. He is already a bit slow, and you're just provoking him. Although Jiangzhu was unhappy about being called slow, given that the other party was his dear little wife, he naturally didn't say much. Luo Yasuzi nodded seriously. Well, he's a bit slow. Just as Jiangzhu was about to retort, he was interrupted by Luo Yasuzi. No more jokes. Let's go, time to set off. Thus, the group, laughing and playfully teasing each other, finally arrived in Guanming a month later. Looking at Guanming's closed-off appearance, everyone except Luo Yasuzi, Su Yunli, and Jiangzhu, who were unfamiliar with it, seemed to know quite well what was inside, because it was filled with zombies and no mutated animals. The destruction of the buildings was entirely man-made. However, Nian Yin was really of no use here. Instead, due to its size, it became a bit of a burden. Moreover, since they were heading to the base, Nian Yin's presence was quite inconvenient. So Luo Yasuzi had Wan Shong put Nian Yin into the space to take care of it while they walked in. Although Nian Yin was reluctant to part with everyone, it was still very obedient, just mewing a couple of times in grievance. However, with no way to resist, it could only squat down obediently to be placed into the space. Wan Chong took out a syringe from her space. Guanming has no mutated animals, only zombies. If caught by a zombie, there's an 80% chance of being infected. This is a high-level immunity serum I rushed to make overnight. After injection, if caught by a zombie, the chance of infection drops to 40%. Since Wan Chong entered the third-level treatment system, her integrated immunity serum has gone from the initial level directly to the current high level. The immunity serum she integrated at the beginning of the apocalypse reduced the infection rate by 20%, which was the primary immunity serum. The second-level treatment system can barely integrate the intermediate level, reducing the infection rate by 30%. The third-level treatment system, like Wan Chong's, can barely integrate the high-level immunity serum, reducing it by 40%. So far, although they have not entered Guanming, based on the current situation in Guanming, there shouldn't be a higher treatment system than hers. Besides Wan Kuan, who has reached the critical point of the third-level treatment system, the others are still only at the second-level critical point. Under the expecting gazes of the crowd, Wan Chong injected each of them with the high-level immunity serum. When injecting Luo Yasuzi, she gave Wan Chong a meaningful glance, but said nothing. After everyone was injected, Wan Chong commanded, "Let's go." Once they entered Guanming, the surroundings felt unusually quiet. It was noon, and even in the apocalypse, the atmosphere shouldn't be like this. Even if they didn't encounter any survivors, there should at least be zombies out looking for food. The group couldn't help but be cautious, but fortunately, Wan Chong, Chun Jingjing, and Qing, who had all lived in Guanming for a long time and knew everything about it like the back of their hands. Luo Yasuzi was carried by Jiangzhu, as his small arms and legs made him fear being caught by zombies during the chaos. When passing by a store selling electronic devices, Luo Yasuzi suddenly called to a stop. "Wait, let's go inside and take a look." Although the others were puzzled, they complied, with Qing co-opening the door. Inside was messy, but there were no zombies. The store was relatively large, and many glass cabinets had been shattered. Luo Yasuzi ran to an intact cabinet, looked around, then took out walkie-talkie headsets, adjusted them one by one, and handed them to everyone. "Put these on. If anything happens later, we can use the headsets to avoid not being able to hear each other from a distance." The group trusted him and put them on willingly. They then set off again, heading to the base of Zhanda. Now that they had just entered Guanming and the situation was unclear, they absolutely could not go to Zhao Lei's base. She hadn't forgotten how Zhao Lei had betrayed Wan Kun. However, They must visit Jean Da's base since it was that group who leaked the secret about Wan Kuan being in the treatment system. At that time, she was in a hurry to save Wan Kuan and had no time to find them. Now, it was different. She wanted to teach those people a good lesson. She just hoped that after a year, those people were still alive. After all, death would be too cheap for them. Looking at the gradually familiar environment around her, Wan Shong couldn't help but sigh. However, what puzzled everyone was that since they entered Guanming, they had been walking for half an hour without seeing a single zombie. This was the biggest problem. There were no mutated animals, no zombies, and no survivors. This made everyone more on guard. After all, there is never a completely safe moment. And the times one thinks are the safest are often the most dangerous. This principle was understood not only by Wan Shong, but also by the others. Therefore, everyone was vigilant, fearing something might suddenly jump out. It wasn't until they were close to Jean Da's base that they began to hear a cacophony of noises, the distinct sound of zombies tearing. After exchanging glances, they went upstairs, directly climbing to the top floor, and were met with a scene of a horde of zombies. Jean Da's base was already besieged, with zombies continuously crashing against the entrance, and the guards were clearly outmatched, falling into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Jean Da and his group were stopping and walking along the walls, directing everyone to resist. Luo Yasuzi squinted, her eyes dark and unclear as she coldly instructed, "Open the walkie-talkie. Su Yunli, take Shen Longshan over there." Since they had to stay in Guanming, they naturally couldn't just watch this base be destroyed by zombies. Su Yunli spread her wings and flew over, grabbing Shen Longshan's shoulder. And the struggling fighters below were startled because no one had ever seen a human with wings. Shen Longshan shouted to prevent being attacked, "We are here to help." Upon hearing this, the people below quickly cleared a space for the two to land. After seeing them land, Luo Yasuzi asked, "Does the base have gasoline? If so, pour a circle around the wall." Although there were gunshots all around, Shen Longshan still vaguely heard Luo Yasuzi's words and grabbed a person who looked like the leader. "Is there gasoline? Bring it up." The person being grabbed was indeed Jean Eyre. He widened his eyes. "What do you need gasoline for? Who are you?" Time was pressing, and Shen Longshan had no time to explain, only saying, "Trust me, you won't be wrong. Otherwise, the base will be overrun soon." Although Jean Eyre didn't know Shen Longshan, as Shen Longshan said, these zombies had been surrounding them for 2 days. They had not attacked before, so they didn't dare provoke them, just hoping the zombies would leave on their own. However, things didn't go as planned. The horde had been attacking since morning, and now, after a total of 5 hours, they faced not only the disintegration of morale, but also a shortage of bullets. If the horde didn't disperse, the base would definitely be overrun by around 2 in the afternoon, and this was the last base in Guanming. The others had long been overrun. Therefore, they could only pin their hopes on a strange person now, which was better than having no hope at all. Before the words fell, Su Yunli had already spread her wings and soared into the sky. Wan Shong took out the arrows and bow that she had prepared for Su Yunli from the space and handed them to her. Luo Yasuzi said, "These are 20 arrows. When the gasoline arrives, wrap it around the arrows, soak it in gasoline, then light it on fire and shoot it at the zombies. Remember, aim for the center of the zombie horde." Su Yunli nodded, and as she was about to leave with the arrows, Luo Yasuzi added, "By the way, remember to leave 1 arrow." Although Su Yunli didn't understand what that meant, she still nodded to indicate that she understood. Chinka moved quickly, and at the top floor, there was a door. Chinka opened it slightly, looked outside through the crack, and then slammed the door shut. Facing the puzzled gazes of everyone, Chinka said with wide eyes, "There are zombies coming, and a lot of them." Luo Yasuzi's expression darkened, confirming his thoughts, and he quickly arranged, "Chun Jingjing, Jiangzhu, guard the door, just make sure the zombies don't get in." Luo Yasuzi instructed, "Circle the city and then ignite it. Leave a bit of gasoline for Su Yunli." Shen Longshan repeated the instructions verbatim, and Jean Eyre immediately sent someone to do it. Jean Xiaoxi ran over. "What are you doing? The gasoline will run out. What will happen to the base?" Jean Eyre knocked Jean Xiaoxi's hand away. "If we don't do this, the base will be gone by afternoon. If the base is gone, what do we need gasoline for?" Jean Xiaoxi was stunned by the shout, while the zombies below were already pushing against the wall. After the gasoline was poured out, immediately a fire-type ability user ignited it. Sure enough, when the gasoline caught fire, the zombie horde retreated. Everyone was delighted, but before they could celebrate, they saw the zombie horde charge again, with the zombies in front extinguishing the fire, while the ones behind continued to attack. The surrounding walls were still relatively easy to manage, but the iron gate at the entrance was already on the verge of collapse under the pressure of zombies. Shen Longchun will guard the iron gate, Luo Yasuzi said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Longchun had already run out. The others guarding the iron gate, including Zhanda, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shen Longchun. They had also witnessed the earlier scene and were inevitably puzzled by Shen Longchun's sudden appearance. Shen Longchun glanced at him lightly and then shifted his gaze to the iron gate. What are you dazed about? Shen Longchun was now a level 5 fire-type ability user, while Zhanda was only at level 3, soon to advance to level 4, which was considered fast in this base. The difference of 2 levels in abilities meant a significant difference in power. Shen Longchun flicked his hand several times, and several fire pillars were pinned at the entrance. Then he threw out a few fireballs in between, creating a firewall. Shen Longchun was quite adept at building firewalls and had completely mastered the technique. Everyone stopped what they were doing, awed by Shen Longchun's absolute strength. The zombies that were originally attacking the iron gate also stepped back a few paces, but just like before, they soon resumed their assault. Su Yunli looked at Jean Eyre and reached out her hand. "San Evas confused," and Su Yunli frowned. "Take off your clothes." Jean Eyre's face turned slightly red, not understanding the request from the woman with wings. Su Yunli didn't want to waste time arguing with him. She directly tore off Jean Eyre's clothes, wrapped it around an arrow, dipped her hand in gasoline, and then looked at Jean Eyre, who was covering his chest in shock, with a speechless expression. "Just do the same with these arrows," Su Yunli said before flying up. Su Yunli spoke into the communicator. "Brother Long, fire." Shen Longchun looked up slightly and saw Su Yunli already pulling the bowstring taut, gasoline dripping down the fabric, just waiting for fire. He turned to Zhanda and directly reached for his gun. Zhanda didn't resist, knowing Shen Longchun's strength and that he was there to help, so he would try to meet any requests. However, seeing Shen Longchun aiming the gun at Su Yunli, Zhanda spoke up. "What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be working together?" With a bang, the gun fired, and Shen Longchun ignored Zhanda, shooting directly at the tip of Su Yunli's arrow. The bullet quickly created friction and ignited the arrow. Without hesitation, Su Yunli shot the arrow into the middle of the zombie horde, instantly igniting a zombie that ran wildly among the horde, igniting other zombies as well. However, it was only a moment before the horde began to attack the running zombie, tearing it apart. Although only a few minutes had passed, the attacks against the high walls had lessened significantly, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Jean Eyre witnessed Su Yunli's power and began to assist from below, continuing to wrap the arrows. When there wasn't enough fabric, he started to rip clothes off others. Su Yunli slid past at an angle, holding an arrow that Jean Eyre had handed her. Again, she aimed at the zombie horde, pulling the bowstring taut, and Shen Longchun raised his gun again, not even taking aim before firing. Zhanda, a soldier, watched in amazement at Shen Longchun's impeccable shooting skills, feeling genuine admiration. With Su Yunli and Shen Longchun working together, everyone seemed to see hope again and worked harder to defend. Su Yunli flew away, and everyone watched her retreating figure, though puzzled. They didn't dare to think too deeply, just continued to hold their ground, fearing that one slip could lead to the wall being pushed down by zombies. Chun Jingjing and Jiang Zhu guarded a small door, easily keeping the zombies on the stairs from entering at all. In the early days of the apocalypse, the most prominent team, the strongest team, was undoubtedly Wan Shong's team, so their impact was profound. Besides Zhanda and his group, who knew Chun Jingjing, Zhao Lei, Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Guo also recognized them. There was also someone who had followed Lu Ziki before, the one who betrayed Ruan Kuan. Upon seeing Chun Jingjing, that person was startled and silently retreated, wanting to run. Chun Jingjing spotted him before he could escape. After all, he was the one who had caused everyone to be displaced, and she certainly wouldn't let him go. She ran a few steps and grabbed the man's arm. "You think you can run?" The man glared and shouted, "Get lost, you little girl." He tried to shake off Chun Jingjing's hand, but he was already a soil-type ability user. However, His soil abilities were different from those of Yaojiang Island. His powers only made him stronger, but that was all. The attack power of Yaojiang Island's soil type only became apparent after reaching level 3. And this man was only at level 2. With a swift motion, Chun Jingjing knocked him out and threw him to the ground. Turning to Zhanda, keep an eye on him. If the boss wants him and he runs away, you know the consequences. Initially, they hadn't team moved against him because they thought Wan Shong wouldn't die so easily. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, being able to handle a horde of zombies alone and protect a group of people was something even their trained soldiers couldn't do as calmly. After Chun Jingjing arrived, Luo Yasuzi instructed Wan Shong. Wan Shong, set up the machine gun and sweep. Yuan Chong, upon hearing this, immediately set up a machine gun and began firing at the zombies approaching the wall. She wasn't just shooting randomly. Almost every shot hit its target. The people at the base looked at Yuan Chong with a mix of admiration and disappointment. A year's time had already made Yuan Chong far superior to them. Despite the strong firepower, the zombies were still not repelled. As the iron gate was about to collapse, Luo Yiji quickly said, Chun Jingjing, find a car to block the gate and watch out for metal protection. At that moment, the iron gate had already been knocked down and the zombies swarmed in, grabbing and biting people. Many were caught off guard and were knocked to the ground, blood gushing out. With wide eyes, they were dead in just a minute. As soon as the gate broke, 4 or 5 corpses were already lying on the ground. The zombies continued to push in, and Shen Longshan was retreating while using his powers. However, his ability level was not as high as Shen Longshan's, and he could only defend himself against the zombies, unable to save anyone. Many people already showed signs of despair, and those ordinary people without abilities were running around in panic. After running over, Chun Jingjing didn't dare to stop. She grabbed the top of the car window and jumped inside through the window, stepping on the gas, and the car sped out. Since the keys for these cars were always left inside, Chun Jingjing could drive away directly. Luo Yiji continued to arrange Su Yunli. Come over and take Yuan Chong with you. Su Yunli spread her wings and flew over. After Yuan Chong put the machine gun into her space, she took out a handgun and handed it to Luo Yiji for self-defense. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yunli had arrived. Without hesitation, she grabbed Yuan Chong and flew out. Luo Yiji tightened her grip on the handgun and continued, take Yuan Chong to drive the car. Su Yunli changed direction and took Yuan Chong toward where the cars were parked. When Chun Jingjing went to drive the car, she had already roughly seen the location, so it wasn't hard to find. The width of the iron gate couldn't fit 2 cars. Leaving one car would create a large gap, which was quite a dilemma. Chun Jingjing pressed the gas pedal to the floor and shouted, get out of the way! Get out of the way! Shen Longshan called for everyone to dodge to the side, and Chun Jingjing drove the car right up to the gate. Although it left a large gap, it fortunately prevented the horde of zombies from entering, with only a few slipping through, but they were dealt with in time. Chun Jingjing's car window was smeared from hitting zombies, but thankfully all the windows were closed, and the zombies outside kept banging on the windows but couldn't get in. Yuan Chong ran into them. Chun Jingjing shouted from behind. Luo Yiji's voice continued to come through. Wan Chong had already driven away, and Chun Jingjing hurriedly crawled to the back. There was no way out on the sides, so she could only exit through the trunk. Shen Longshan signaled everyone to move away, and Wan Chong's speed not only did not decrease, but instead increased, charging forward. Zhanda saw the speeding car and realized what Wan Chong was about to do. His eyes widened as he shouted, don't crash, there are people inside. He meant to say that Chun Jingjing was still in the car, but Wan Chong showed no signs of stopping, pressing the gas pedal all the way down, securing it, and leaving a vine inside. At the moment when Wan Chong's car collided with the rear of Chun Jingjing's car, Chun Jingjing jumped out from the back, taking a big step in front of Wan Chong's car. Wan Chong opened the door and got out of the car, while Chun Jingjing was propelled onto the roof of the car due to the high speed. Wan Chong yanked the vine in her hand, causing the ice that had been holding the accelerator to shatter. With her other hand, she swung the vine and grabbed Chun Jingjing's waist, rolling to the side. Due to the strong momentum, the two rolled for quite a distance before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Chun Jingjing's car was completely knocked away, and a group of zombies were trampled down, while Wan Chong's car conveniently stopped at the entrance. After rolling on the ground a few times, Wan Shong didn't dare to delay. She knelt on one knee, sprang up, and ran toward the door. With both hands on the ground, ice spread out from beneath her, winding upwards and directly freezing the car along with the adjacent wall, completely sealing the damaged door. Once it was done, Wan Shong raised her dirty hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. It was clear that the whole incident took no more than a few minutes. But her mind was highly focused. Shen Longchen ran to check Chen Jingjing's injuries, and, seeing Wan Chong's gaze, said, "It's nothing, just a scrape." She fainted. Wan Chong nodded and looked at the somewhat dazed Zhanda. "Take her to rest." Then Zhan Xiao Wu took Chen Jingjing away. On the other side, Qing Ku and Jiang Zhu blocked the door. Fortunately, this small door was pushed open from stairs, so the two only needed to block the entrance to prevent the door from being pushed open. Jiang Zhu directly transformed into a chubby marten bear, blocking the door. Although the zombies on the other side kept crashing into it, trying to break the door down, it had no effect at all. Qing Ku was helping beside him, but just watching, while Jiang Zhu alone blocked the door. Luo Yisu narrowed his eyes at the stalemate situation and coldly said, "Su Yunli, use the last arrow to shoot into the alley at 6 o'clock." Su Yunli turned around, picked up the arrow, and like before, dipped it in oil. She leaped up and drew the bowstring fully. Shen Longchen fired a shot, igniting the oil-covered arrow. Su Yunli shot the arrow into the alley, and the entire alley was engulfed in flames. After that, for some reason, the horde of zombies retreated. Although slowly, it was evident that they had no intention to attack anymore. Only then did Luo Yisu breathe a sigh of relief, raising his hand to wipe his forehead, finding a thin layer of sweat there. He looked deeply at the blazing alley, then finally relaxed. Thankfully, this last base was preserved. If they had arrived a little later and the base had been overrun by zombies, their search for the last Tianqing water in Guanming would have been extremely difficult. They would probably end up with nowhere to rest. When the people at the base saw the zombies retreat, they finally saw a glimmer of hope and cheered joyfully. Zhanda walked up to Wan Chong and stood firm, his resolute face obscure, and finally asked with difficulty, "Did you find your brother?" Wan Chong slightly tilted her head to look at him, just a glance, and then her gaze shifted to the other side. "Found him, he is safe now." Shen Longchen observed the interaction between the two and walked over to Wan Chong, placing a hand on her shoulder, and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Zhanda watched the two of them being affectionate with each other, and suddenly felt his throat dry and hoarse, unable to utter a single word. His feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Finally, he managed to say in a hoarse voice, "I have something to attend to. I will send Zhan Xiaoxi to arrange your accommodation later." Before Wan Chong could say anything, Shen Longchen spoke up first. "All right, thank you. We have a lot of people." Zhanda looked at Shen Longchen. Both were born soldiers, standing straight and staring at each other. However, Zhanda's face was serious, while Shen Longchen had a playful grin. Looking carefree. "You're being too polite." After Zhanda finished speaking, he turned to leave, each step taken with great steadiness. If one looked closely, they might notice his calves trembling slightly. Shen Longchen glanced at his back before shifting his gaze down to the person in his arms. "How come I didn't know you were so popular? It's been a year, and there are still people thinking of you." Shen Longchen leaned close to Wan Chong's ear, his breath tickling her. Wan Chong couldn't help but shrink her neck and then step back a bit. "So, you better cherish me, or, who knows, I might just leave one day." Shen Longchen tightened his grip around Wan Chong's shoulders suddenly, so forcefully that she could feel the pain in her arm. While tightening his embrace, Shen Longchen didn't forget to make a fierce remark. "Let us see who dares to take you. I'll burn them to ashes." Uft. Wan Chong chuckled. "How come I never knew you were so domineering before?" Shen Longchen smiled, tilted his head, and bent down to meet Wan Chong's gaze. "You'll find out soon enough." With that, he lightly kissed her on the lips like a dragonfly, touching water, and then released her. Wan Chong wanted to say something else, but Luo Yisuzi's voice came from the communicator. "Can you two stop flirting? At least turn off the communicator." "I'm still a child." Wan Chong's eyes widened. The communicator wasn't turned off? Did that mean everyone just heard what they said? Thinking of this, Wan Chong's ears turned red. Shen Longchen was still fanning the flames beside her. "Why is your face red? Don't you know? I thought you knew." Wan Chong stared at Shen Longchen, just having escaped death, and she knew it was strange. Moreover, she hadn't even been given the chance to think about anything else. So how could she possibly remember? However, because of this lesson, she promised that she would definitely remember it in the future. Zhang Xiaoxi walked over with the others. Let's go. I prepared rooms for you. With that, he walked ahead. Qing even jogged to Wan Shong's side, pointed at Zhang Xiaoxi, and whispered, Boss, that snitch, Zhang Xiaoxi, has already been captured and locked up. You said to deal with it whenever you have time. Wan Shong nodded, her gaze somewhat vacant. Chapter 123, Trouble at the Base. The room was still the same as before, and Wan Shong looked surprised. Wan Shong nodded, and Zhang Xiaoxi pulled Qing Ku outside, their voices faintly heard. Where have you all been this year? Don't you know? We want to find Wan Kuan. King Kiskivi Koripleed. He's staying at Wan Shong. So are you all leaving again? I guess so, but I don't know what the boss is thinking. Although Qing Ku was relatively close to Zhang Xiaoxi, he still knew what to say and what not to say. After that, Zhang Xiaoxi asked a few trivial questions before leaving. Once Qing Ku entered the room and looked at the silent crowd, he felt a bit puzzled. Wan Shong took out the collected knives from the space and handed them to everyone one by one. In a little while, we will go out and dig the crystal cores from the brains of the zombies outside. There are a large number of dead zombies outside, and they don't dare to come out, which works to our advantage. Luo Yasuzi also took a knife. I'll collect a few and keep them. Wan Shong nodded. Now that the zombie horde had retreated, even if there were zombies, there were only a few, and they could be easily dealt with. Therefore, she wasn't worried at all about Luo Yishu going out. Since the entrance was sealed, Su Yunli carried Luo Yishu down, and Wan Shong directly jumped down from the wall. Along the way, two vines shot out and firmly embedded themselves into the wall. Wan Shong stepped down and landed safely. Shun Longshan followed closely behind, jumping down after the vines left by Wan Shong. Su Yunli repeated the process a few times, bringing Qing Ku, Chun Jingjing, and Jiang Zhu along as well. Wan Shong and her companions have a flying partner, which others do not have. Now, the entrance is frozen, and they can't get out at all. They can only climb down from the wall. However, they don't have the same skills as Wan Shong and her group. As before, Su Yunli leads Luo Yi and Su Ji to go up first. Wan Shong took a few steps back, charged forward, stepped on the lowest vine, grabbed onto the vine above, used the force to leap upwards, landed on the vine she had just grabbed, did a flip, and got onto the wall. After getting up, Wan Shong patted her hands, secretly sighing. This apocalypse was much more enjoyable with Nian Yin around. She hadn't exercised for a long time, and although her skills were a bit rusty, fortunately, she hadn't forgotten the skills from her past life. Shen Longchen's skills were also impressive. He climbed up right after her, landing gracefully, and glanced at the people below who were watching them intently. Wan Shong then distributed the crystal cores suitable for others, and each person had a small pile of crystal cores in front of them. Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu were, so they didn't need these things at all, and could only watch enviously from the side. Wan Shong took out their pajamas from the space and said, Let's rest early. Tomorrow we start looking for Tianqing water. Chun Jingjing, hearing Wan Shong's arrangement, retorted, What about that untrustworthy man? She hadn't forgotten that it was because of that untrustworthy man that they had been tossed around and had escaped death several times. However, because of that, she encountered Yaojiang Island, but she considered it her own luck, unrelated to that man. Wan Shong glanced at her and said, I know how to solve this. Everyone is tired today, so let's rest early. With that, everyone took their clothes and filed out of the room. Luo Yasuzi had no interest in such matters. Since even Chun Jingjing couldn't handle it, she was clearly not someone worth utilizing, so Wan Shong naturally took care of it. Due to the zombie horde's attack, everyone was busy cleaning up the aftermath and arranging for what came next, so no one had the time to shower. They all slowly cleaned themselves up before coming out in their pajamas. The noise outside was incessant, and Wan Shong frowned as she stepped out, only to see Chinka and Chun Jingjing arguing loudly with others, their faces red and necks thick. Wan Shong walked over and asked, What's going on? Qingku immediately leaned in to report, Boss, they insist on asking us for crystal cores, saying they killed zombies too, so they should get a share. Oof. We went out to dig for crystal cores. Where were you? A man was also unwilling to back down. We fought hard to kill zombies. And now all the crystal cores are taken by you? We're not asking for much. Just give each of us 100 crystal cores, and we'll leave. Wan Shong revealed a cold smile. 100 crystal cores per person? With a dozen men surrounding her, it probably wouldn't be enough to satisfy them all. Truly, they were asking for too much. As soon as she said this, those nearby immediately agreed. Yes, we want to share in killing zombies too. If there aren't 100 crystal cores, 80 per person is fine. After all, it's not easy to see a group of women like you. A hand grabbed her shoulder. You woman, don't push your luck. Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Shong kicked him directly in the chest, sending him flying. Cough, cough. The man clutched his chest and coughed incessantly, unable to believe that a woman who looked shorter than him could have such strength. What are you doing? Why did you hit me? The surroundings immediately erupted into chaos, with everyone chiming in, their voices growing louder, creating a noisy atmosphere. Many people had already heard the commotion and gathered around, watching the spectacle with interest. Clearly, this group of people was not new to such antics. And almost everyone was looking at Wan Shong and her companions with a Yuri finished gaze. Wan Shong glanced around, tightened her hands at her side, and said in a deep voice, "Get lost." A person with wood-type abilities swung a vine whip, striking Wan Shong's face, while swinging the whip and viciously saying, "Little girl, let me show you how to teach you a lesson today." Wan Shong let out a cold laugh, lowered her body to dodge, and with both hands gripped the vines, one blocking the whip in the man's hand, while the other swung towards his face. With a loud smack, a blood mark appeared on the man's face, crossing from his forehead to his cheek with some blood seeping out, making him look even more ferocious. The man paused for a moment, gripping the whip, then let out a roar and directly threw Wan Shong away, as her petite frame was easily flung out. Wan Shong kicked off the wall with her feet, did a flip in the air, and landed safely. Qing Ti and Chun Jingjing also started fighting with others. Qing Ti moved quickly, and although she sometimes counterattacked, her strength was too small to cause any real damage. Chun Jingjing, on the other hand, was very violent, pressing down on a man and beating him up, with metal protection covering her hands. One punch caused the man to bruise significantly. Wan Shong's vines were still entangled with that man's whip, and another person came up behind, swinging a similar whip, trying to wrap it around Wan Shong's feet. Wan Shong dodged to the side. Her hands didn't stop, swinging the vines again, and with a loud slap, the man who had attacked from behind, just like the previous one, had a blood streak crossing from his forehead to his cheek from another direction. After watching, Wan Shong smiled and nodded. Now it's symmetrical. It seems my skills haven't regressed. While moving positions, she didn't forget to provoke. Using a method once won't work a second time. As she finished speaking, a vine whipped out and wrapped around the man's shoulder, while the original vine suddenly sprouted several more, tightly binding the man. Her other hand was also busy as an ice pillar shot out, pinning the man's whip to the ground. The man tugged several times, but had no reaction. Wan Shong thought to herself, after training for so long, if I could just struggle a bit and break free, then what is the point of training? A long, thin ice column was mostly embedded in the ground, and the whip was firmly stuck in as well. Seeing his weapon lodged in the ground, the man quickly threw away the whip in his hand and conjured up an identical whip once more, snapping it in the air with a crack. The barbs at the tip of the whip were faintly visible. Such a whip would undoubtedly take flesh off if it struck someone. Wan Shong was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. She dodged to the side, and where she had just stood showed marks from the whip. A large area of ground was cracked, directly damaging the concrete. One can imagine the consequences if it had struck a person. If it hit someone leaner, it might even expose the bones with a single lash. Wan Shong advanced instead of retreating. The men, seeing her rushing towards them, couldn't help but look a bit flustered, swinging their whips incessantly, but none landed on Wan Shong. Instead, they struck the ground. Before long, the surrounding ground was already in ruins, with much of the soil beneath the cement being pulled up. The man originally tied up by Wan Shong was afraid of getting caught in the chaos, so he comically jumped to the side. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but his whole body was tightly bound by vines, making it impossible for him to walk, so he could only jump. The others also stopped to watch the two, as the commotion was too loud. They hadn't expected such a scene when they came for some crystal cores. It was shocking to see what was happening. Nobody had anticipated that these seemingly small women were so formidable. However, The man clearly meant business. The veins on his arms were bulging, looking as if he intended to kill Wan Shong. Wan Chong's lips curled into a smile as she dodged and said, "If this is all the strength you have, then I'm truly disappointed. I'm going to make a move." "You." The man didn't slow down, but his attacks became increasingly brutal, clearly enraged by Wan Chong. Chapter 124. Taking a step further. This was exactly what Wan Chong wanted. Watching the man's eyes turn red and his veins bulging, Wan Chong not only didn't get angry, but her smile grew even wider. As the man intensified his attacks, Wan Chong finally began to fight back. She flipped over, raised her leg, and kicked the thorny vine. 2 ice pillars shot out from her palms, directly piercing into the man's wrist. Blood gushed out instantly, and the man's wrist went limp, causing the thorny vine whip to fall to the ground as he covered the bleeding wound with his uninjured hand. He glared at Wan Chong with a twisted expression. "I won't let you go, you filthy woman." Wan Chong smiled, picked up the thorn whip that the man had dropped on the ground, and said lightly, "Speaking of which, I'm quite skilled at using whips." As she spoke, a hint of a smile appeared on her face, and she began to swing the whip. With a crack, it struck the man, and blood splattered far away with the whip. The man immediately curled up his body, a long blood mark on his back, very noticeable. Crack, crack, crack. Wan Chong's hands did not stop, continuing to whip the man, each strike without holding back, each lash drawing blood. Stop. Please stop. I was wrong. I'm begging you, don't hit me anymore." The man kept pleading for mercy. And only after Wan Chong struck him several more times did she finally stop. The man's back was already a bloody mess, blood dripping from his dangling arms onto the ground, and the man, feeling weak, collapsed onto the floor. Wan Chong glanced over the crowd. "This is the outcome. Remember, I really dislike trouble, so if you come to trouble me, I don't mind sending you off early." Everyone present recognized Wan Chong's strength and dared not speak. Wan Chong turned to another man who was bound. "Take your people and get lost." The man quickly nodded, hopping to call for help, and 2 people lifted the already unconscious individual. The group hurriedly crawled away, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Luo Isu watched from a distance, and, seeing Wan Chong approach, smiled and said, "I thought you wouldn't take action against anyone." Wan Chong glanced at him. "In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, if I were the weak one, I would probably be dead by now. Moreover, if there's a first time, there will definitely be a second. Not only will they take an inch if given an inch, but they also have no sense of satisfaction. I've seen many people like that, and I'm too lazy to waste my time." Luo Iswa nodded thoughtfully and turned to leave. Wan Chong naturally knew what he was thinking. After all, he used to be a soldier, and a soldier's duty is to protect the home and country. What she had just done was to harm the very things he was protecting. This was different from killing zombies or mutated animals. It was already fortunate that Shen Longshan didn't go out to stop her. Expecting him to accept it right away might be asking too much. Wan Chong walked over, cupped his face, gently placed a kiss on his lips, and then spoke. "I can understand that some things may be hard for you to accept right now, but I hope you can understand me." Shen Longshan wrapped his arms around Wan Chong and pulled her onto his lap. "It's not that I think it's inappropriate for you to teach him a lesson, but you just had a very heavy killing intent, like a murderer seeking to prey. I'm really worried about you in this state." He had noticed Wan Chong's bloodthirsty smile earlier. It was like the smile of someone addicted to drugs, and it truly baffled him. What kind of experiences had led her to become addicted to killing? This version of Wan Chong felt strange to him. Wan Chong was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Let me tell you something. It's very absurd and strange, and I don't know why it happened, but it indeed occurred." Shen Longshan nodded, tightening the arm he had around Wan Chong's waist. "As long as it's you who says it, I believe it." Wan Chong felt a warmth in her heart and said, "I have lived in the apocalypse for 3 years. Including this year with you all, I've spent 4 years in the apocalypse." Shen Longshan's eyes showed surprise. It had only been a year since they transitioned from the civilized world to the apocalypse, and they had mostly been together during that time. Wan Chong continued, "I'm a person who has been reborn. In the last apocalypse, I died 3 years after the apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Shen Longshan's hand tightened once again. Wan Chong gently patted his hand, signaling him to relax, and then continued, "Later, I don't know why, I came back to life reborn to the day before the apocalypse. And then I had time to prepare and watch the apocalypse arrive. After a pause, she continued. However, in my previous life, I never left Guanming, so I didn't know what the outside world was like. This time, leaving Guanming for Wan Shong, I saw many things that were different from before. For example, mutated plants and animals, as well as different kinds of people which didn't exist before. In my last life, space-type abilities were very common. It was just that everyone's space was of different sizes, but now, I haven't encountered a single person with a space-type ability. Seeing Shun Longchun listening intently, Wan Chong touched her chin and asked back, I don't know why, but it just feels strange. This apocalypse is a bit different. Shun Longchun said seriously, I think this isn't the time to think about these things. We still have an important task to accomplish. Wan Chong saw his serious expression and instinctively asked, What is it? Shun Longchun grabbed the back of her head and kissed her, only releasing her lips when Wan Chong's face turned red and she could hardly breathe. He repeatedly rubbed the swollen lower lip he had just kissed with his thumb and said, Now you understand, right? It was hard to tell whether it was due to the prolonged lack of oxygen or Shun Longchun's words, but Wan Chong felt all the blood rush to her head. She took a slight breath, gently patted Shun Longchun's arm, and playfully scolded, I was talking about serious matters. Shun Longchun, with a faint smile, rolled over and pinned Wan Chong beneath him, saying, I think this matter is more important. Wan Chong still wanted to say something, but Shun Longchun didn't give her the chance. He continued down, leaving a trail of kisses that made Wan Chong tremble. I'm him. Wan Chong couldn't help but let out a soft moan, tightening her grip on his head and moving her legs restlessly. Leaning close to Wan Chong's ear, he whispered softly, Be good, don't move. His breath tickled her ear, making her face turn as red as a cooked shrimp. Seeing Wan Chong frown, Shun Longchun didn't rush his movements. Instead, he leaned closer to her lips, gently kissing them as if he were caressing a treasure. Be good, relax. Wan Chong only felt a sharp pain, and tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. After a moment, she slowly began to feel again. The next morning, Wan Chong felt something blowing by her ear. Unable to resist, she shrank her neck and continued to sleep. Shun Longchun's soft laughter sounded above her, little lazy cat. Wan Chong finally came to her senses, suddenly turning to look at Shun Longchun. Her face flushed. She turned her back to Shun Longchun, feeling so sore all over that she decided not to move at all. Shun Longchun's hand rested on Wan Chong's waist, his fingertips drawing circles on her belly. Tell me, when will there be a little life here? Wan Chong pushed his hand away. Where's the rush? Although her body is now 18 and capable of bearing children, it's unlikely to be that lucky and succeed on the first try. Shun Longchun chimed in from behind. Yeah, then I must work harder in the future to reap the fruits of my labor soon. Wan Chong blushed again, unable to control herself. As Shun Longchun pressed his hot body against her once more, Look at the weather today, it's so nice. Should we continue doing something fun? Wan Chong quickly pushed Shun Longchun away. I'm very tired. It's fine, I'll handle it myself. Wan Chong's little strength couldn't push Shun Longchun at all. Shun Longchun whispered, Why solve it yourself when you have a wife? I'm the one doing all the work. Why are you the one getting more tired? Wan Chong mumbled, I just don't have any experience, right? It's not like you, with plenty of combat experience. There was a strong hint of jealousy in her words. Shun Longchun chuckled and said, Oh, so you're feeling jealous? I don't have plenty of combat experience. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, right? This is just my natural talent. I got it in one go. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Wan Chong's ear and added, Don't worry. With the experience from last night, next time will definitely be even more enjoyable. Wan Chong struggled a bit. Aren't you ashamed? Shun Longchun stepped forward instead of retreating. What's there to be ashamed of? I've already gotten familiar with your sensitivities. Seeing Wan Chong starting to curl up under the blanket, Shun Longchun then took her delicate little hand. Come on, it's okay if it's your first time. I'll teach you. It wasn't until Shun Longchun released her hand that Wan Chong stared at the milky liquid on her fingers, making a stammering, Why you? After a long pause. She couldn't even spit out a single word. Only then did Shun Longchun take some tissue, pulled her hand over, and began to wipe it little by little. After cleaning Wan Chong's little hand, he put on his clothes and walked out. Wan Chong looked at her already clean little hands, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. As she got up, she saw a large pool of blood on the bed, and her face involuntarily flushed again. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, secretly scolding herself for being so immature. How could she still blush over something that adults do? Holding the bedsheet in her hand, she looked at Wan Shong sitting on the bed and raised an eyebrow. Are you going to get up by yourself? Or should I carry you to wash up? Wan Shong got out of bed by herself, ignoring the soreness in her body, and crawled her way up, quickly putting on her clothes and getting ready to head to the shower. As soon as she took a step, she felt a sharp pain in her thighs, and her legs couldn't help but tremble as she walked. Nevertheless, she stubbornly limped while holding onto the wall as she made her way outside. When Shenlongshun saw her like this, he chuckled and shook his head, starting to change the bed sheets. Fortunately, it was still early, and everyone was quite tired yesterday, so not many people were awake, and naturally, no one noticed Wan Chong's discomfort. After Shenlongshun finished making the bed, he stood by the shower door waiting. As soon as Wan Chong finished washing up, Shenlongshun stepped forward and swept her into a princess carry. Wan Chong didn't struggle. Her legs were really weak, so she naturally went along with it. After returning, she sat on the bed, doing nothing. Given her current state, it seemed like there was nothing she could do. Chapter 125, Encountering an Enemy Again. Luo Yisu was the first to come over, extending her little hand towards Wan Chong. I want chocolate. Wan Chong took out 2 chocolates from the space and handed them to him. Little brat, do you like chocolate so much? Luo Yisuzi rolled his eyes at her. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain. After saying that, he bit into the chocolate and went out. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Next time, be quieter. I'm next door and almost couldn't fall asleep. Hearing this, Wan Chong felt even more embarrassed. Shenlongshun directly went to inform everyone to take a day off, and everyone had a look of I understand you on their faces, expressing their understanding. Qing Qi naturally ran out to find Zhang Xiaoxi, while Chun Jingjing started to cultivate with a crystal core. Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu were on their honeymoon, exploring and having fun everywhere. Only Luo Yisuzi kept coming to knock on the door. When it was the 5th time Luo Yisuzi came asking for chocolate, Wan Chong couldn't help but ask, do you really love chocolate this much today? Saying that, she directly handed over a large box of chocolates. Luo Yisuzi held the big box of chocolates, and with his small body, it looked quite awkward. I want to eat chocolate while I think. Luo Yisuzi said this with great confidence. Wan Chong smiled and said, you didn't seem to like to eat before. Luo Yisuzi whispered, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it in the future. What? Wan Chong really didn't hear clearly because the voice was too low. Luo Yisuzi raised her voice a bit. So women are all this talkative? I used to think you were a girl and quite reticent. Now you suddenly became chatty. Is it overflowing maternal love or an early onset of menopause? Luo Yisuzi didn't say anything further and walked away holding the chocolate. Wan Chong spent the entire day lying in bed, doing nothing and feeling unusually tired. Shenlongshun brought food to the room to eat, and when they had free time, the two would chat, snack a bit, and tease the child when Luo Yisuzi came to get chocolate. It wasn't until the next day that Wan Chong felt a bit better. After a day, everyone had absorbed their little pile of crystal cores. Qingku successfully broke through to level 4, and Wan Chong couldn't help but feel that Su Yunli's wings seemed a bit larger, though it might just be a visual illusion. She got up early to stretch her muscles, and Luo Yisuzi sat on a small stool not far away watching, then asked, when are we leaving? Wan Chong looked at him while moving. So, do you know where to start? Guanming said it's neither big nor small, but finding a bit of Tianqing water is incredibly difficult. They came to Guanming because Wan Shong detected the whereabouts of Tianqing water, which is why they came looking. However, the instruments brought by Wan Shong either have too large a detection range, able to find 3 nearby cities but not the specific location, or are too small, only able to detect within 5 meters. If we use the small instrument to search, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack, inch by inch, and we wouldn't know when we would find it. Luo Yizhu explained, there's no need to make it so complicated. Just look at the zombies to know the whereabouts of Tianqing water. Since Guanming has Tianqing water, it must be able to accelerate the evolution of zombies. Wherever the zombies are at a higher level, that's where we should look. Wan Chong was taken aback, pondering for a moment, and remained silent. This method was very effective and currently the fastest approach, but they did not know the evolution level of the zombies. Moreover, zombies could kill people of higher levels, while it was much more difficult for humans to kill zombies of higher levels. After all, zombies lacked emotions and pain, whereas humans were different. Furthermore, the higher the level of the zombie, the better it understood how to protect its head. Even a small scratch from a zombie could likely lead to infection and threaten a person's life, so there were many concerns. With the enhancement of tinching water, they had no idea how far the zombies had evolved. They could very well be above level 7. Zombies above level 7 could already evolve to have thinking abilities, rather than just being mindless monsters that bite people. Therefore, Wan Shong's concerns were not without reason. In the end, the group went to bid farewell to Zhanda. Qin Ke shook his head, while Zhan Xiaoxi's eyes darkened. Qin Ke quickly explained, "I don't know either." Wan Shong looked at the two of them and said, "Qin Ke, after this matter is over, will you follow us or stay here? You can decide for yourself." Zhan Xiaoxi's face lit up with joy, and then he quietly said a lot to Qin Ke before finally seeing them off at the door. Wan Shong looked at Zhan de Ganji's face and nodded. After a day's time, the base's gate had been repaired. It was said that a second-level metal ability user had attacked the zombies, but was unable to learn how to fight them, yet was quite skilled at fixing things. After leaving the base, the group walked quietly, as they had no direction and could only wander aimlessly. They didn't see many zombies. However, suddenly, a strange sight appeared. 2 zombies saw them, but did not attack. Instead, they turned around and walked in the same direction. Wan Shong looked around and, apart from the 2 zombies, there were no other zombies in sight. She nodded to the group. "Follow them, but be careful." The group put their communication devices back on. Luo Yasuzi walked towards Su Yunli and said, "Take me up into the air. It's safer and we can see further." Su Yunli spread her wings and took Luo Yasuzi into the sky, immediately taking in the scenery below. Aside from the 2 leading zombies, there were no other zombies, and Luo Yasuzi felt an uneasy sensation in her heart. She reminded everyone again through the communication device, "Be careful, something feels off." The 2 zombies led them to a square and then stood at the edge, not moving. Wan Chong walked at the front, Jiang Zhu was at the back. Shen Longshan was on the left, and Chun Jingjing and Qing Ke were on the right. The group slowly approached the zombies. Luo Isu then said, "Wan Chong, take out the instrument and scan." Wan Shong had just taken out the equipment from the space when she saw zombies surrounding her from all directions. Her eyes widened slightly. Although these zombies moved slowly, they were closing in tightly. A zombie directly in front of Wan Chong parted slightly, and from within came a zombie that was clearly more agile than the others. Seeing the newcomer, Wan Chong was even more surprised. Chun Jingjing and Qin Ke beside her had already screamed, "Lu Ziki!" Looking at Lu Ziki, who had already turned into a zombie, it seemed that these zombies were all following her command, and moreover, her level had already reached level 7. Level 8 zombies could speak, and since she hadn't said anything, it was likely she had already reached level 7 with such strength. Was she the one responsible for the zombie attack on the base before? Wan Chong sneered inwardly. No wonder after 3 years there were still 4 or 5 bases left, but this time, just after a year, there was only 1 left. It turned out to be due to Lu Ziki's excessive evolution. Lu Ziki opened her mouth, forcing a strange smile, but made not a sound, then slowly retreated, while the surrounding zombies began to close in again. Wan Chong clapped her hands, and an ice wall rose up to block the advance of the zombies. On the other side, Shen Longshan also created a firewall to temporarily halt the zombies' progress. The ice wall covered half, and the firewall covered the other half, encircling everyone. Seeing the zombies still trying to rush forward, Wan Chong took out water from her space and poured it all out. Using her ice ability through the ice wall, a giant ice block crashed down, instantly killing many zombies. The ice block lay horizontally in front of the ice wall, temporarily blocking the zombies' advance. Shen Longshan sent fireballs through the firewall, igniting the zombies one by one, causing them to run around in chaos. The nearby zombies immediately pounced on the burning one, knocking it to the ground, extinguishing the fire, and then stepping over their fallen companion's body to continue moving forward. Chun Jingjing's metal sheets transformed into a conical long metal piece, piercing through the zombies' heads, splattering brain matter everywhere, mixed with disgusting purple-black blood. The skulls were quite hard, and many times Chun Jingjing aimed for the eyes. If it weren't for their understanding of Chun Jingjing, her frenzied demeanor would almost make one think she was a pervert. Qing Chi's ability was now useless, and she could only rely on shooting with a gun. Luo Yasuzi looked at the endless horde of zombies from above. At this rate, they could hold them off for a while, but once their abilities were exhausted, they would be overwhelmed by the zombies. Luo Yasuzi glanced around and pointed to a tree at the edge, saying, "Put me up in the tree." Jiang Zhu quickly retracted his Martin Bear form and returned to human form. Su Yunli pulled Jiang Zhu and flew up, heading towards the tree where Luo Yasuzi was to be placed. After setting Jiang Zhu down next to Luo Yasuzi, Su Yunli hovered in the air, waiting for the next command. Many zombies gathered beneath the tree, unsure of what to do, instinctively reaching upwards and grasping at the air. Luo Yasuzi squinted at this scene. Being able to control so many zombies at once meant they were all low-level zombies, or else they wouldn't be so foolish. Luo Yasuzi spoke up. "Wan Shong, I remember you have bombs in your space. Give 4 to Su Yunli." Wan Shong nodded and did as instructed. Su Yunli, holding the bomb, quickly said before Luo Yiji could speak, "I don't know how to use it." Luo Yiji slapped his forehead, thinking, how could I forget to teach her this after practicing shooting with her all this time? While Shen Longshun was using his abilities, he also taught her how to use it. It was already 10 minutes later when Su Yunli, feeling nervous for the first time using a bomb, finally activated the first one. Wan Shong looked at Chun Jingjing, her eyes flickering. She controlled the shape of the water, trying to make it take the form she desired. And to her surprise, she succeeded. She quickly poured out 2 bottles of water, thinking about the conical shape of ice pillars, and sure enough, it worked. Just as the ice wall was about to melt, the fire wall created by Shen Longshun accelerated the melting of the ice wall. Wan Shong raised the ice pillar and thrust it out, then thickened the ice wall. As a result, any zombies that got close were directly pierced by the ice pillars. And because of the ice wall, they couldn't attack, while the zombies behind were unable to advance due to the ones in front. Chapter 126, The Incident with Chinka. Seeing that this method was effective, Wan Shong quickly made a few more ice pillars and stacked them up. The others assisted her nearby, unaware that a hole had been breached in the firewall behind them, with Wan Shong facing away from the gap. Luo Yiju saw this and shouted, "Wan Shong, behind you!" Wan Shong had no time to react. The stench of the zombies' decaying flesh was already close at hand. The feeling of being torn apart by zombies in her previous life resurfaced in her mind like a movie replaying. Wan Shong didn't have time to turn around. She saw the terrified faces of Shen Longqin and Chun Jingjing, as well as a shadowy figure. Bang! A loud noise erupted behind her, and Wan Shong quickly turned to see Qing knocking a zombie flying. Shen Longqin conjured a massive fireball to seal the gap. That shadowy figure was Qing Ku, and Wan Shong hurriedly embraced the fallen Qing Ku. At that moment, Qing Ku's face was pale, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and he tightly clutched one arm with his other hand. The arm had been grabbed when he knocked the zombie away, flesh torn and bloodied, with bone visible. Su Yunli came down again, carrying Qing Ku as she headed toward the tree. Wan Shong looked around at the endless stream of zombies. Still holding on to Qing Ku's warm blood, she flicked her hand, pushing the ice pillar outward, directly piercing the first row of zombies. "Release Nian Yan." Luo Yasuzi's voice came through the communicator. Wan Shong released Nian Yan, and the vines wrapped around Nian Yan's huge body. Shen Longqin and Chun Jingjing quickly grabbed the vines and climbed up, while Nian Yan leaped far away. Wan Shong poured water and released it into ice, which floated in the air. Nian Yan stepped on the ice board and successfully jumped out of the zombie encirclement. After picking up Luo Yi and Su Ji under the tree, they began to run wildly. The zombies moved very slowly, so they couldn't catch up with Nian Yan. After running for 2 blocks, they shook off the zombies. Everyone got off Nian Yan and stored her back into space. Qing could already entered a semi-comatose state. If it weren't for Chun Jingjing constantly calling her, she might have really passed out. The group immediately set off, with Shen Longchen and Jiang Zhu taking turns carrying Qing Ku, Wan Shong leading the way, Chun Jingjing bringing up the rear, and Su Yunli flying with Luo Yi and Su Ji to scout the terrain from the air. Their tacit cooperation reduced their travel time by more than half compared to when they came, and they arrived at the base. They ran all the way, panting, and Luo Yi and Su Yunli had already come down from the air. Luo Yi shouted at the guard, "Open the door." Due to Su Yunli's strange ability to fly, and the last time they almost got overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, their appearance had turned the tide. And since they had also gotten injured at the base, it could be said that everyone at the base recognized them. So this time, they didn't ask any questions and directly opened the door for them. A sharp-eyed guard spotted the injured Qing Ku. Although they had saved the base for safety's sake, he still went to inform Zhanda and the others. The base was small, and there were many idle people. So by the time Zhanda and the others received the news of their injuries, it had basically spread everywhere. Many people gathered to watch, and as soon as Zhanda and the others heard someone was injured, they hurried over. The originally small courtyard was already crowded at the entrance. Shenlong Chun placed Qing Ku in the courtyard and ripped open the sleeve of her injured arm, revealing her arm. Seeing the condition of her arm, everyone fell silent. The originally smooth arm was now covered in blood, with the wound deep enough to see the bone. Zhanda and his group pushed through the crowd and walked in. Zhanda spoke, "I heard you were injured. Who got hurt?" As they approached and saw Qing Ku sitting on the ground, they fell silent. Wan Shong fell silent for a moment before speaking. Qing Ku was caught by zombies because he was trying to save me. As soon as she spoke, a large mouthful of thick black blood flowed out, looking quite terrifying. After coughing several times, she continued, "Shao Si, don't blame the boss. I've been able to survive until now thanks to the boss taking care of me." Zhang Shao Si's eyes were red, biting his lower lip as he looked at Qing Ku, tightening his grip around her. Zhanda and the others, seeing this scene, swallowed hard and stepped back. The onlookers outside were a mix of comments. Some sighed, some mocked, some blamed, and some agreed. There was a constant buzz of voices. The base was perfectly fine, yet they had to go out. If you ask me, they deserved it. Did they really think they were invincible? Now that they are about to die, are they satisfied? Exactly. Last time they even taught Wu Laoda's group a lesson, and I heard that Wu Laoda died that very night. Aren't all of you survivors of Ming's group? Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? Are you jealous of others' strength? Where were you when Wu Laoda bullied us? He deserved to die. You. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Look at them. Isn't the retribution here now? Chun Jingjing could no longer tolerate it and stepped toward the door. All of you get out. If anyone else keeps babbling here, watch out for me getting physical. Don't think just because you're ordinary people, I won't dare to act. Upon seeing her, everyone became less arrogant than before, as Chun Jingjing had abilities and they were just ordinary people. Moreover, Chun Jingjing's abilities were quite powerful, and with Qing Ku injured, one emotional outburst could lead to her really taking action. Wan Shong tried the treatment again, then sighed and shook her head. Qing Ku seemed to already know the result, and with difficulty managed to force a smile. "Boss, I'm fine. After all, I'm always holding everyone back and can't be of any help. If I die, there's nothing to regret." Wan Shong knew very well that after finding the Tianqing water that belonged to Guanming, Qing Ku would have to stay with Zhang Shao Si in Guanming. Now that this had happened, her future with Zhang Shao Si could be said to be ruined. Although in this apocalypse, everyone could be said to have no future for superpowered individuals like them, they still had a slightly better standing than ordinary people. Qing Ku looked up at Zhang Shao Si, who had been silently holding her. "I'm sorry, I promised to stay with you in Guanming. But now it seems like we really have to stay forever, just in this way." Zhang Shao Si, who usually liked to talk, was silent at this moment, holding Qing Ku tightly, as if this way, Qing Ku would never leave. Qing Ku raised her hand to grasp Zhang Shao Si's hand. "I know I'm very selfish, but I've never felt the warmth of a family. It's the eldest sister and the others who gave me that feeling of home. But I'm also greedy and want more. Shao Si, do you like me?" This time, Zhang Shao Si did not remain silent, but softly replied, "Yes, I like you very much. I've already reached the point of love. I love you, Qing Ku." As she spoke, a tear slid past her lips and dropped onto Qing Ku's cheek. Qing Ku smiled with satisfaction. "Then you shouldn't like me anymore. I don't want you to be alone for the rest of your life." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Shaoxi interrupted her, choked with emotion. "No, I will forever only love you. This life is like this, and the next life will be too. But in the next life, we must meet earlier in a peaceful world at the right time, to love each other again without worries. You must wait for me to find you." Qing Ku smiled, tears flowing into her hair from the corners of her eyes, leaving behind traces of tears. Luo Yisu sighed and walked aside to stand with Zhang De and the others not far away. Jiang Zhu pulled Su Yunli into his embrace, while Shen Longchen quietly held Wan Chong's hand. Zhang De did not look at Zhang Shaoxi and Qing Ku, but instead focused on the hands of Shen Longchen and Wan Chong. Qing Ku held Zhang Shaoxi's hand, drawing circles in his palm, and Zhang Shaoxi let her do it, watching her draw one circle after another. It wasn't until Qing Ku lost her strength and her hand fell that Zhang Shaoxi held her hand back. Qing Ku smiled and said, "I once heard the matron of the orphanage say that if you want to find someone in the next life, you should draw circles in their palm in this life, so you can lead yourself to find them in the next life. I just drew so many circles. I will definitely be able to find you in the next life." Zhang Shaoxi nodded, and a kiss landed on Qing Ku's cheek. "Even if you don't come to find me, I will definitely go to find you." Qing Ku bit her lower lip tightly, looking as if she was in great pain, but she still tremblingly took out the small piece of tianqing water that was given to her earlier from her clothes, looking at Wan Chong. "Boss, this piece of tianqing water you gave me, then it belongs to me, right?" Wan Chong naturally knew what she wanted to do and nodded. "Well, it's yours." With the help of Zhang Shaoxi, Qing Ku managed to take the tianqing shui off her neck. She solemnly handed it over to Zhang Shaoxi's palm and instructed, "Shaoxi, this is what the boss gave me, called tianqing shui. This thing records all the experiences I had with the boss after leaving Guanming. It's like the warmth of home, and since it's of no use to me now, I'm giving it to you." Zhang Shaoxi held it tightly in his palm. "Okay, I will definitely protect it well." Qing Ku looked very pained. Looking at her, Wan Chong suddenly thought of Wan Shong for some reason. She remembered that Wan Shong also died from the zombie virus and ultimately chose to end his life to avoid becoming a zombie. This could be considered his final dignity. It also made Wan Chong think of Lu Ziki, the half-sister she had personally sent to the zombies. Although she didn't die and has now become a zombie king, it was just a fleeting thought in Wan Chong's mind. It also reminded Wan Chong of her previous life, where Wan Cohen also died from the zombie virus. Or more accurately, he died at the hands of zombies and was completely devoured. She was about to turn into a zombie. Yet these people still left her in the base. Did they want to harm everyone? Chapter 127. Unexpected incident. A sharp and mean voice rang out as Chun Jingjing walked over and directly acted, kicking that woman in the stomach and shouting angrily. How we handle this is none of your business. Looking at the woman she had knocked down, she continued to yell, "Aren't you going to get lost?" The woman didn't move, but instead lay on the ground, clutching her stomach in pain and softly groaning, as if she was in great discomfort. Before long, blood was seen on the ground. People nearby shouted, "Come quickly, the second sister-in-law is bleeding." Others also said, "The child can't be saved." This second sister-in-law was Jean Eyre's wife, and since Jean Eyre managed the base alongside Zhang De, she acted arrogantly both in public and private. Because she didn't have a name, most people simply called her the second sister-in-law. She was a decent-looking woman, but it was unclear why Jean Eyre would be interested in such a gossip-loving, seemingly useless woman. In Chun Jingjing's eyes, this woman looked like a sharp-tongued monkey. Jean Eyre naturally noticed the commotion and strode over. Upon seeing the woman lying on the ground, he picked her up with one arm, glanced at Chun Jingjing, and left with her. To avoid trouble, Janssen clarified things with Zhang De and followed them out. Chun Jingjing didn't expect that she had only used a little force and had caused the woman to lose her child, especially since she had no idea that the second sister-in-law was pregnant. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, her shock was no less than anyone else's. However, nothing was more important than Qing Ku right now, so she didn't think too much about it and immediately went to Qing Ku's side. The others, although watching, dare not say anything more, as Chun Jingjing had the audacity to hit the second sister-in-law, who was regarded as superior in their eyes, right in front of Jean Eyre. And since Jean Eyre didn't say anything either, They didn't dare to offend her. Qing was continuously spitting out black blood. She asked Zhang Xiaoxi to carry her to the corner of the wall, then left his embrace and leaned against the wall. She looked at Chun Jingjing and said, "Jingjing Jia, help me with something." Chun Jingjing seemed to realize something and shook her head repeatedly. "I won't help. I can help with anything, but I can't bring myself to kill my own best friend." Qing shook her head with difficulty. "No, please take Xiaoxi away. I don't want him to watch me die. Boss, I know this is difficult for you, but just consider it giving me a quick end. So I want to cause more trouble for everyone." Zhang Xiaoxi, excited, said, "I won't leave. No one can take me away." Then he turned to Qing Ku and said, "If you die, then I will die with you. I've had enough of this anxious life. If I was to looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, I might have wanted to die long ago." Everyone was shocked, except for Zhanda and the others, who looked as if they had known it all along and showed no surprise. Zhang Xiaoxi and Qing Ku had only met a few times and exchanged a few words. After that, Qing Ku went to Wan Shong with everyone, and they had not seen or contacted each other again. Yet Zhang Xiaoxi was willing to die for Qing Ku. However, their personalities were quite similar. Qing Ku was willing to die for Wan Shong because she trusted Wan Shong and regarded her as family. Similarly, Zhang Xiaoxi felt the same way about Qing Ku, but Zhang Xiaoxi had already fallen in love with Qing Ku. Wan Shong frowned. The vines were already hanging by her side. She was not a heartless person, but she also didn't want to see Qing Ku in pain. Perhaps this was the best solution. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Luo Yisuzi's voice came from behind. "If you can't make a decision, let Qing Ku decide for herself." Before anyone could comprehend the meaning of his words, Luo Yisuzi continued, "All of you stand 5 meters away from Qing Ku. Wait until she turns into a zombie. After all, she won't last more than 10 minutes like this. Whoever she approaches first can take action." Qing Ku nodded. "Let's do it this way. But in the end, I will still trouble everyone." Everyone said nothing more and stepped back, surrounding Qing Ku at a distance of 5 meters. Su Dunli, Xianfu, and Shun Longshun held guns in their hands, while Chun Jingjing had a metal blade, and Wan Chong grabbed the vines beside her. Zhang Xiaoxi also came over, took out the gun he had at his waist, loaded it, and his voice became noticeably calmer. "I'll join in too. Consider it my last journey with her." Seeing that he was no longer as agitated as before, everyone did not refuse and quietly waited for Qing Ku to mutate. Qing Ku seemed to be in increasing pain at the back, burying her head in her knees, trembling all over, not knowing how much suffering she was enduring. Perhaps she couldn't let go of everyone or Zhang Xiaoxi. She still wanted to fight against the zombie virus. Indeed, as Luo Yisuzi predicted, within 10 minutes, Qing Ku's trembling body stopped, and she slowly stood up. The wounds on her arms that had been oozing black blood began to heal slowly until they returned to normal. When they first met, Qing Ku seemed like a naive little girl, only wanting to survive in the apocalypse. "I followed you all to escape. Originally wanted to pick up some bargains, but I almost died. I'm an orphan, and I chose my name after leaving the orphanage." Later, when she began to doubt the team and people's hearts, her eyes were filled with determined light. "That's not true. Chi takes special care of me every time he goes on a mission. Without him, I probably wouldn't even dare to leave the base now. So we can assure you, we are definitely not the kind of people who betray friends." Even now, she clearly remembers the longing for life in Qing Ku's eyes when she said that. She was constantly proving through her actions that she wanted to live. Later on, the team added Shen Longchen. Qing Ku often said, "Boss and Brother Long are really a good match. One has such powerful abilities and knows so much, while the other is great at cooking, used to be a soldier, and even joined the special forces. Wow, Boss is so amazing. Without you, I probably would have died long ago. Brother Long is also amazing. Without him, I thought I would have to eat compressed biscuits for the rest of my life. Thankfully, now that I have Brother Long, I can eat meat every day." When she said this, her eyes sparkled with envy, like the twinkling stars in the sky. After getting familiar, she often joked about herself and Shen Longchen, always running the fastest when danger came, but charging to the front to block when others were in danger. Wan Chong's hand gripping the vine trembled slightly. She didn't know how to deal with Qing Ku. Qing Ku had always trusted her, always regarded her as the leader, and always protected her. Yet now she, as the leader, had someone else die for her, and in the end, she would have to end it herself. Chen Jingjing's gun was shaking in her hand. She remembered when she first met Qin Ku, who sweetly called her Sister Jingjing. Qin Ku was different from Wan Shong. Wan Shong exuded a deathly aura from hell, the kind of vibe where others die while she lives, which sometimes made her feel a bit frightened. Although she didn't say anything at the time, when she was in danger, Qin Ku was still the first to save her. Qin Ku had always been self-deprecating, saying, "I followed the boss because I thought she could protect me, but later I felt afraid of being a burden, so I wanted to become stronger." In fact, everyone knew that without Qin Ku, they would lose a lot, and no one would complain about her being a burden. Moreover, she had never held anyone back. Now everyone had their own thoughts and didn't know what to think. Perhaps after this incident with Qin Ku, everyone would come to understand a lot of things. Luo Yiji, after seeing Qin Ku's injuries heal on their own, narrowed his eyes and took a few steps closer. "Wait, everyone, don't act yet." The people who had already raised their guns lowered them again. Qin Ku opened her mouth slightly. Aside from the unique sound that zombies make, she didn't produce any other sounds. It was now confirmed that Qin Ku had turned into a zombie. However, when she saw everyone, she didn't rush to attack like other zombies. She looked at this one and that one, standing still without moving. Luo Yiji squinted, speaking with disbelief. "Zhan Xiaoxi, didn't you say you were willing to die for Qin Ku? Now that you're close to her, see if she will attack you." When he said this, Luo Yiji didn't genuinely want Zhan Xiaoxi and Qin Ku to die together. He was giving Wan Shong a glance, implying that if Qin Ku did anything out of line, they would take action to resolve it and avoid dragging things out. Zhan De and the others had long understood Zhan Xiaoxi's intentions, and besides, Zhan Xiaoxi was someone who stuck to his decisions. No matter what others said, he wouldn't change his mind, so they just watched. Zhan Xiaoxi didn't care about anything else. Upon hearing he could approach Qin Ku, he immediately strode over and reached out to grab her hand. Qin Ku's stiff face showed a slight change. Her eyes widened a bit, and then she kept retreating until she was backed against the wall. At this moment, Zhan Xiaoxi naturally noticed Qin Ku's odd behavior and approached her again. "Xiao Qing, don't be afraid, come here." Qin Ku shook her head slightly, her hand hidden behind her back, and seeing Zhan Xiaoxi getting closer, she kept shrinking back. Zhan Xiaoxi forcefully grabbed Qin Ku's arm and pulled her into his embrace. Not caring that her body was already stiff, he held her tightly. After being hugged, Qin Ku raised her hands, and Shun Longshun and the others, who had already lowered their guns, raised them again, aiming at Qin Ku. Zhan De and the others looked at this scene with disbelief. Not only Zhan De and his group, but others also looked at Qin Ku and Zhan Xiaoxi with incredulity. Because Qin Ku did not attack Zhan Xiaoxi. Instead, she hugged him back. If it weren't for the fact that they had seen with their own eyes that Qin Ku had been infected by the zombie virus and had turned into a zombie, they might have thought she was just an ordinary person. Chapter 128. Leaving Guanming after a while, he turned around in a daze, looking at everyone with indescribable joy. "Don't kill her. She hasn't harmed me and won't harm others." Everyone was somewhat confused. Zhan De frowned at this. After all, Qin Ku loved Zhan Xiaoxi, and not harming Zhan Xiaoxi didn't mean she wouldn't harm others. Zhan De stepped forward, looking seriously at Zhan Xiaoxi, and asked in a deep voice, "Is this what you decided?" After all, they had been brothers for so many years. Zhan Xiaoxi wanting to leave with Qin Ku made everyone feel uneasy. Moreover, everyone, including Zhan Xiaowu, had taken care of him like a younger brother, and now he was leaving them because of Qin Ku. Although the separation made him feel sad, Qin Ku's revival overshadowed that sadness. Zhan Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Previously, Zhan De seemed to be a taciturn man, but now that Zhan Xiaoxi was suddenly leaving, he became more talkative, giving a lot of instructions. Zhan Xiaowu also chimed in. "Don't be so willful anymore. Now you're a married man." Zhan Xiaowu looked at Zhan Xiaoxi with an expression that was hard to describe. But in the end, he said nothing. Although Zhan Xiaoxi's number was ahead of his, he had always taken care of Zhan Xiaoxi, so he naturally felt uneasy. Moreover, with Qin Ku in her current state, who knows when she might eat Zhan Xiaoxi? However, knowing Zhan Xiaoxi's temperament, he knew he couldn't persuade him. So he didn't bother to say more, just thinking that it would be one less person to take care of. Zhan De glanced at the hesitant Zhan Xiaowu. his eyes full of warning, and then said, "You know the time and approximate range for us to go out to look for supplies. If you ever want to see us, just come find us. No matter when, you are our brother." Although they were reluctant to part with Zhang Xiaoxi, they hoped more that he could live happily rather than being like a walking corpse by their side. Previously, the outgoing Zhang Xiaoxi had become less active after Qin Ke left. He often sat alone in a daze, staring in one direction for an entire afternoon when there were no tasks. Luo Yiji saw that they had said everything they needed to say, and then spoke up, "We'll go with you." Although they didn't know what Luo Yiji was thinking, everyone still walked out together with Zhang Xiaoxi and Qin Ke. Chun Jingjing glanced at Jean Eyre, unsure of what to do, feeling a bit guilty. As she passed by Jean Eyre, she felt her conscience weighing heavily, and quietly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Jean Eyre's expression was indifferent, as if the child who died wasn't his. "It's fine, it's better to be dead." His words, "better to be dead," perhaps stemmed from the belief that being born into such chaotic times was worse than not being born at all. After all, that second sister-in-law, aside from talking too much, really had no capabilities. If he would die outside one day, what would happen to the child? The reason Jean Eyre chose to keep the child in his second sister-in-law's womb was simply that if it could be born, then let it be. If not, then so be it. Although his second sister-in-law talked too much, she had never betrayed Jean Eyre, and after he gave her the first time, she had never been with any other man, which was why Jean Eyre acknowledged her status. Otherwise, she would probably be like other women, just for fun, and then discarded when he got bored. Chun Jingjing had always been carefree. Since others didn't mind, she naturally didn't either. Luo Yiji narrowed his eyes. Sizing up Qin Ke, Lu Ziki can control other zombies. Now that Qin Ke is also a zombie and has her own thoughts, can she control other zombies too? As he said this, Qin Ke was also taken aback, then looked toward a staircase. Immediately, there was a clattering sound from inside, and a zombie slowly walked out, then began to bang against the wall at the door. Qin Ke nodded to Luo Yiji, indicating that she could also control zombies. Luo Yisuzi nodded. "All right. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ziki controls the zombies, but her own strength has diminished to the extreme. At that time, you control the zombies, and we will go kill Lu Ziki." Then she began to explain the plan to everyone. "At that time, we will do this, and then this. Do you understand?" The crowd nodded, and Luo Yisuzi continued. "Then let's go. Lu Ziki definitely hasn't changed locations. Let's go there." Zhang Xiaoxi looked at Luo Yisuzi in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that this group of people would follow her arrangements. However, she didn't ask more questions and just followed the crowd. As expected, half an hour later, they found Lu Ziki in the original square. Just as Luo Yisuzi had said, after turning into a zombie, Lu Ziki's abilities had increased, but her intelligence had decreased, so she hadn't even thought about changing positions. The zombies were still piled up below, and when Lu Ziki saw Wan Shong, she once again showed a crazy smile, her lips stiffly curling upwards, and the surrounding zombies immediately rushed towards the crowd. Wan Shong and Shun Longchen immediately began to resist, just like before. As the zombies approached them, they turned around and started to bite each other. Lu Ziki, seeing this scene, showed a look of confusion, but still controlled the zombies to continue attacking them, never considering escape. Qin Ke was controlling so many zombies for the first time and felt somewhat overwhelmed. According to Luo Yisuo, she should adapt first before starting a counterattack, so for now, it was all about defense. However, just standing there controlling the zombies made her forehead break out in fine sweat. And it seemed that Lu Ziki was not doing much better, as they were competing in mental power, as Qin Ke was able to control more and more zombies. The range gradually expanded, and only then did everyone begin to counterattack. The zombies controlled by Qin Ke and those controlled by Lu Ziki fought each other, forcefully creating a path to Lu Ziki. Shun Longchen took Wan Shong and ran over, while Lu Ziki, despite controlling the zombies, couldn't escape. If she released her control, Qin Ke would be able to direct the zombies to kill her. Wan Shong swung the ice pillar in her hand, piercing through Lu Ziki's shoulder, soaking her clothes with a large amount of black blood. Shun Longchen stood beside her, protecting her from the suddenly appearing zombies that blocked their way. Wan Shong gripped the vine tightly, and shot it towards Lu Ziki with such force that it pierced through Lu Ziki's skull. Blood flowed down Lu Ziki's face, and she would never revive again. Wan Shong looked at her fallen figure, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The zombies, under Qing Ku's control, scattered in a rush. Shen Longchan saw Wan Shong staring at the corpse on the ground, sighed, and pulled her into his arms, forcibly turning her away to avoid looking. As they left, he didn't forget to cast a fireball, incinerating the body completely. This time, no matter how capable Lu Ziki was, she could never come back to life. Although Wan Shong didn't know how she had revived before, she felt deep down that this wasn't a good ending. After all, the reason she had acted was to kill Lu Ziki, and now not only was she alive, but she had also inexplicably turned into a zombie and gained the ability to control them. Looking at Luo Yishu, she found that he avoided her gaze, his eyes darting around as if trying to hide something. Zhang Xiaoxi and Qing Ku sent the two of them to the door before speaking. Qing Ku and I won't leave. If there's anything in the future regarding Guanming, just let us know. We'll always be here. Wan Chong nodded, and Chen Jingjing quietly asked Luo Yisu, "Are we looking for Tianqing water anymore?" As Luo Yisu walked, he explained, "Guanming doesn't have Tianqing water at all. That strong energy fluctuation was actually emitted by Lu Ziki, so now that Lu Ziki is dead, that energy fluctuation has also disappeared." After saying this, he took out a small firework from his pocket, really a very small one, particularly suitable for a child of his size to carry. He placed it on the ground and looked at Shen Longchen. "Come on, light it." As Shen Longchen walked over, he asked, "What's this for?" Jiang Zhu laughed from his side. "Is this to celebrate victory? You really came prepared." Luo Yisu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jiang Zhu. "Do you think I would do something so meaningless? Besides, even if it were to celebrate, it's too early now." Bang! Shen Longchen ignited the firework, and even in broad daylight, it didn't affect the appearance of the firework at all. Instead, it looked somewhat dazzling. After watching the firework finish, Luo Yisu said, "Let's go to Shueishin." Ruan Chong released Nian Yin from the space, and after everyone went up, Su Yunli asked, "What was that firework for just now?" After hearing Luo Yisuzi's words, everyone nodded thoughtfully. On their way to Shueishin, they did not take the original route, but instead bypassed Shenggang. Chen Jingjing glanced back at Shenggang, dissatisfied, and said, "You know a shortcut I didn't mention at first? We almost couldn't get out of there." Luo Yisuzi remained silent, silently laughing to himself. If we always take shortcuts, how can we recruit talents in Shenggang? Chapter 129. Ready to go, the group hurried to Shueishin as quickly as possible, and by the time they arrived, everyone else was already there. "Is everyone here?" "Those who can come have come." Everyone gathered in a courtyard, and after Luo Yisuzi asked each person's abilities and levels, he said, "Those with abilities below level 4 don't need to go. As for the mutants, dog-type mutants, Tao Giyu, Zhuanduin, Awu Tao Yueyin." Before he finished speaking, Tao Yueyin coldly interrupted him from the side. "I'm a lion mutant." "It's the same." Luo Yisuzi pouted and continued, "Those who can go are the chameleon mutants. And also Luo Dongye. If there are no objections, that's it." Tao Guyu frowned. "So few people?" Luo Yisuzi nodded. "It's enough. If we still can't solve it, bringing more people won't make a difference. Let's rest for a night and set off tomorrow." That night, everyone gathered to drink. Early the next morning, they set off. The mutants mostly revealed their true forms, carrying the ability users to greatly increase their speed. Just after leaving Shenggang, they encountered Liao Haidang. After a year, Liao Haidang was now 9 years old and had grown quite a bit. Liao Haidang looked up at the people sitting on Yin Yin's back. "I want to help too. I've heard about your trip to the underground palace." Since Wan Shong and her group left Wan Shong to go to Guanming, Wan Shong had already spread the news to recruit more capable people and increase their odds of success. Liao Haidang raised his hand, and a pile of leaves appeared in his palm. He picked one that seemed weak and threw it out, but it firmly stuck into a nearby tree, with half of the leaf embedded in the trunk. "I'm a wood type, now level 4. I can help you," Liao Haidang said. The people present looked at the child with changed expressions, some amazed, some skeptical, and others with various feelings. But Liao Haidang didn't care how others viewed him. Luo Yisuzi nodded. "Come up." A vine flew up, wrapping around Yin Yin's back, and Liao Haidang followed, sitting steadily. Chun Jingjing patted Liao Haitong's shoulder. Not bad, kid. It's only been a short time, and you've leveled up so fast. Did you have some kind of adventure? Liao Haitong shyly scratched his head. Actually, it's nothing much. I awakened my abilities, and once when I went hunting, I accidentally drank a kind of water. Since there was so little, I drank it all, and afterward, I felt my strength was particularly abundant, and my leveling up speed increased a lot. Luo Yasuzi squinted at him. Thinking someone who could drink Tianqing water and not explode was quite special. The destination was the cave entrance they had been to before. Just as they arrived at the entrance, Chen Mu and Chun Rong emerged from the shadows. Chun Mu, transformed into a swarm of bats by Chun Rong, floated in midair. Looking at everyone and complained, "I've been waiting here for ages. You guys are so slow." Everyone looked at this person who came to help yet spoke insincerely and smiled knowingly. Then, the tense atmosphere returned. Luo Yasuzi looked at Shun Longshan and said, "Shun Longshan, you go down first." Shun Longshan nodded, jumped down from Yin Yin's back, and turned into a fireball, leaping down, the flames spreading and incinerating all the surrounding vines. Luo Yasuzi reminded, "Okay, now go down one by one. Below is a long passage, probably several dozen kilometers, but there's no danger. After you go down, just run straight ahead until you get out, then rest. It's a bit slippery, so watch your step." Lying on their backs, they could clearly see their faces just a few centimeters away from the top of the passage, and as Nian Yin ran, it felt like they were about to hit the ceiling. After going down, Nian Yin started to run wildly, continuously. They didn't know how long they had been running, but finally saw light ahead. Thanks to Luo Yasuzi's reminder before going down, no one tripped over the moss. Once outside, Luo Yasuzi slid off Nian Yin. Rest for 10 minutes, then continue moving. The others were sitting on the animals, so this 10-minute break was actually for the animal mutants. Wan Shong took out food and drink from her space to replenish everyone's energy. Now, they had reached the final moment, and all the hidden strengths were meaningless. So she naturally didn't mind revealing her abilities. At first, everyone was curious about her space, but now they had no mood to care about that. So they quietly ate their food. After 10 minutes, Luo Yiji climbed on Yin Yin's back again. In the forest, there are trees with vines, and if you get close to their attack range, you will be attacked, so be careful. Also, try not to touch anything. Many things are completely different from those outside. Got it. After entering the forest, Luo Yiji slowed down and walked in slowly. After taking a few steps, they saw mushrooms everywhere. Wan Chong's expression changed, and she immediately called out, "Stop. These mushrooms release toxic gas that can cause fainting and hallucinations." Luo Yiji furrowed his brow, considering what to do. As the range of the mushrooms was too wide to avoid, and jumping over was not feasible. If they went over the trees, many people would not be able to pass. Zombies! Zombies are coming from behind. A man's scream rang out. Everyone immediately became alert. Chun Jingjing, with sharp eyes, saw something behind. "Wait. Don't attack. It's little Qing." Luo Yiji's eyes lit up. Move to the sides and let them go first. The zombies are controlled by Qing Ku, so there's no need to fear these mushrooms. Let the zombies destroy the mushrooms first, and then they can pass through. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly spread out to the sides, and the zombies walked straight ahead without looking sideways. "Looks like we arrived just in time." The voice of Zhang Xiaoxi came from behind. They saw a large plank with a chair resembling a long bench on it, carried by zombies, with Zhang Xiaoxi and Qing Ke sitting on it, smiling at everyone. Chun Jingjing happily said, "How did you guys come?" Although Qing Ke could control zombies now, he couldn't speak, so communication relied entirely on Zhang Xiaoxi. "The day you left Guanming, little Qing and I gathered the fastest zombies and followed the traces left by Nian Yin to catch up. We originally thought we were late, but it turned out just right," Zhang Xiaoxi said. The others looked at the group of zombies in amazement, and Tao Guyu laughed beside them. "So, the zombies from Guanming are like this. Does that mean Guanming has no mutants?" Zhang Xiaoxi initially thought these animals were just ordinary animals that had grown larger, but now that the animals suddenly spoke, he was surprised. "Huh, animals are evolving so fast now that they can talk. Our little Qing still keeps a straight face and can't speak." As Zhang Xiaoxi said this, he raised his hand to pinch Qing Ke's stiff face. Of course, everyone recognized Qing Ke, and seeing him in this strange state left them puzzled. Tao Guyu transformed into human form. We are animals. I am human. A mutant. Zhang Xiaoxi stared wide-eyed in surprise at Tao Guyu, then looked at the animal mutants. So, these animals are people? Zhang Xiaoxi didn't know how to explain it, opening his mouth but not making a sound. Luo Yiji interrupted their conversation and explained. Chinku was bitten by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus, so he became a zombie himself. However, his level is slightly higher than other zombies, so he can control other zombies. Of course, like other zombies, he cannot speak and has a stiff, expressionless face. After explaining to everyone, he looked at Zhang Xiaoxi. These people are all mutants, which means they can switch between human and animal forms. Besides Guanming, there are no zombies, only mutants and ability users, so don't be too surprised. All right, Chinku, lead the way. After quickly explaining, he began issuing orders. Once the path was clear enough for everyone to pass, Luo Yiji patted Nian Yan's head. Get ready to charge. These mushrooms grow back quickly after being eaten, so everyone hurried through, while Chinku and Zhang Xiaoxi stayed behind. After leaving the mushroom patch, Luo Yiji slowed down again, now taking each step very cautiously, so no one dared to be careless. After all, a moment of negligence could cost them their lives. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves surrounded them, and many green eyes were watching them. Luo Yiji naturally noticed this and stopped. Immediately, a pack of wolves surrounded them. Luo Yiji slid down from Yin Yan's back. Everyone get down. Tao Guiyin will lead Nian Yan, and Tao Guyu, Zhu Ondu and Awu, and other mutants will deal with these wolves. Upon hearing this, everyone got down. Tao Guiyin and Tao Guyu each took a side to clear the way for everyone, while the others attracted the wolves' attention, allowing them to run out successfully. Tao Yueyin and the others dealt with the wolves from behind. Luo Yiji seemed very familiar with this place, skillfully arranging the divisions of labor. After leaving Yin Yan, Jiangzhu directly transformed into a marten bear, picking up Luo Yiji and running ahead, while the others quietly followed behind. Behind them were various sounds, the roar of lions, the howls of wolves, and the barks of dogs, as if protesting, continuously making noise. Just as they were about to exit the forest, none of the vine trees were in sight. Chapter 130. Imminent danger. Just as they were about to exit the forest, none of the vine trees were in sight. After Wan Shong and Shun Longshun exchanged a glance, they became more cautious, suppressing their confusion, and continued walking. As they approached the exit, the ordinary trees around them disappeared, replaced entirely by vine trees. A woman was sitting in a tree, watching everyone. The vines connecting the trees intertwined, blocking their path back. Wan Shong and Shun Longshun recognized the woman. She was the one who led them through the underground palace last time. Luo Yisuo squinted at the woman who was guiding them, dual element in gold and wood. Chen Jingjing and Liao Haidang are left behind. The guiding woman was of dual element in gold and wood. Chen Jingjing was of gold element, and Liao Haidang was of wood element. Two people against one, their chances of winning were still quite high. The guiding woman showed no extra expression and nodded slightly at Luo Yisuo. Luo Yisuo tapped Jiangzhu's head. What are you doing? Hurry up. Jiangzhu immediately hugged Luo Yisuo and ran out, while Chen Jingjing and Liao Haidang stood their ground, looking at the guiding woman with a wary expression. After everyone had left, the surrounding vine trees twisted together, encircling the three of them and completely isolating them from the outside. The guiding woman also gracefully descended and walked away. Once outside, Wan Shong asked in confusion, "They let us go so easily?" Luo Yisuo's eyes held an inscrutable expression. She's intentionally weakening our strength. It was unclear whether the she in Luo Yisuo's words referred to the guiding woman or the master of the underground palace. Wan Shong asked again, "Why not stay behind to deal with it before leaving?" Luo Yisuzi glanced at her and replied, "You're the backbone. Of course you need to stay until the end. If you use up your abilities now, how will you fight later?" Everyone thought about it and agreed, so they stopped discussing it further. After walking for what felt like a long time, Wan Chong and Shun Longshun exchanged puzzled glances and asked, "Why can't we go out yet?" They remembered that the last time they came, they seemed to be able to leave after not walking for long. But this time it felt like they couldn't get out at all. Luo Yasuzi also frowned and looked around, saying, "Stop, it seems we are trapped here." Once everyone stopped, a mocking voice finally spoke up. "It took you so long to realize. I am truly disappointed." As the voice echoed, a person appeared. More accurately, it was not entirely a person, but a man who looked human yet kept flicking his snake-like tongue. Jiang Zhu raised an eyebrow and looked at the man. "A snake-type mutant? We also have a snake-type mutant here." Luo Yasuzi smacked Jiang Zhu's head. "You idiot." Before the words fell, several identical figures appeared around them, looking just like that man. There seemed to be 7 or 8 of them. "How powerful is your mother to give birth to so many at once?" Jiang Zhu said sarcastically, his eyes scanning the others as if searching for their features, but they really looked almost identical aside from their different clothing. The man who spoke first chuckled, then twisted his body and instantly transformed into a woman who looked exactly like Su Yunli. Jiang Zhu was so startled that he took several steps back. "So, it's a chameleon." Luo Yasuzi sighed. "Chameleon mutants, all of you stay." Then, the man opened a small path, smiling with Su Yunli's face as he watched everyone leave. The chameleon mutants stayed in place, watching the others warily. After leaving, Jiang Zhu said, still feeling uneasy, "Wow, they look a bit unsettling." Luo Yasuzi unexpectedly teased, "Is it their ability that is unsettling? Or is it their smiling at you with Su Yunli's face that is unsettling?" Jiang Zhu replied unhappily, "You little brat, what do you know?" Before he finished speaking, as if in slow motion, he turned to look at Su Yunli, explaining, "Yunli that? I didn't mean it that way. You have to believe me." Su Yunli rolled her eyes at him, and Jiang Zhu immediately made a sad face. "Look ahead," Luo Yasuzi shouted, his eyes toward Jiang Zhu filled with disdain. Jiang Zhu turned around and saw a large earthworm just a step away, raising its head to look at him, causing him to jump back in fright. "Wow, when did it get here?" Luo Yasuzi sighed almost inaudibly. "When will your IQ get online?" Looking at the large earthworm, he continued, "Jiang Zhu, put me down." Although Jiang Zhu was confused, he still let Luo Yasuzi down. Luo Yasuzi took a few steps back and then looked at Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu. "You two were chased around by the mutated earthworm last time. At least you have some experience now, so you two should stay behind to deal with the large earthworm." The two nodded, and Wan Shong took out all the modified arrows for guns and a box of bullets from her space, placing them not far away and giving Su Yunli an encouraging glance. Luo Yasuzi then looked at the Chun Mu and Chun Rong brothers at the end of the line. "You two brothers should also stay." Chun Mu pouted, "Just one earthworm, and we need 4 people to deal with it?" Chun Rong didn't speak, just nodded, then slightly raised his chin. Everyone followed his gaze and saw something resembling a thorny bush standing up. Wan Shong and Xin Longshan couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They had no idea how long that person had been watching them, and if that person wanted to launch a surprise attack, they would have no power to resist. Luo Yiji's faint, childlike voice reached everyone's ears. "He is a hair mutant, a new breed. The outside world doesn't have this kind. He can retract and extend all his hair at will. You two, be careful." When the hair mutant realized he had been seen, he looked surprised. "I didn't expect this kid to be quite discerning." Luo Yiji continued disdainfully, "Next time, hide better. Don't flaunt your markings in front of us." It was then that everyone noticed the patterns resembling single joints on the hair mutant's arms. Luo Yiji had mentioned before that these were the marks used by the master of the underground palace to identify his subordinates. They couldn't help but secretly admire Luo Yiji's remarkable observational skills. The hair mutant's expression stiffened, and Chun Mu asked Chun Rong, "Brother, do you recognize that mark?" Chun Rong shook his head. "I can sense the living things around me." Luo Yiji nodded. Bat mutants inherit the bat's radiation and can sense their surroundings with it. After saying this, he walked ahead with small strides. Xin Longshan looked at Luo Yiji's short legs struggling to move and stepped forward to pick him up. "At this speed, you probably won't make it out before dark." Luo Yiji didn't retort, but looked around, occasionally pointing the way. After leaving the woods, they reached the lake, which Wan Shong and Shun Longshan had visited before, and even the traces of their previous fire by the lake were still there. The originally calm lake water began to ripple, and the first thing that appeared was a forelimb that looked somewhat like a crocodile. Gradually, the entire animal was revealed. It was a mutated marine creature, unrecognizable in species, simply a so-called fish monster. With crocodile-like limbs, a long tail like a snake, no lips, serrated teeth, and oozing unknown slime. It was about 6 meters long, lying by the lake with a pair of green eyes resembling wolf eyes, staring motionless at everyone. Upon seeing this monster, Luo Yiji's expression changed, and he looked back at the people behind him, saying, Lu Fusai and Gu Ziqing stay. As expected, Gu Ziqing had already reached level 4. Since her ability awakened, her progress had been several times that of others, even surpassing Wan Shong and Shun Longchen. Moreover, she did not have the enhancement of the water element, making her advancement seem so natural, sometimes even making Wan Chong feel a twinge of envy. Gu Ziqing nodded, scooted closer to Wan Chong, and whispered, Sister Chong, be careful. Wan Chong raised her hand and patted Gu Ziqing's shoulder. At first, she approached her with a purpose, but Gu Ziqing was genuinely sincere to her. So were you. After saying this, they followed the others and dived into the water. Time was tight, so they didn't have extra time to reminisce. They just exchanged a few simple words before diving in. Shun Longchen led the way in front, and the others followed behind, soon reaching the previous water gate, where they swam in first. Wan Chong followed closely behind, and as soon as she entered, she heard Luo Yiji's voice. Idiot, you stepped on me. Luo Dongye apologetically crawled up from Luo Yiji's legs. There was no water behind them, and they had gone directly down to the ground after passing through the water wall. Previously, she and Shin Longchen had also forgotten to remind the others. They had been here once before, so they knew to be careful and landed safely, but the others were in a sorry state. After Luo Dongye got up, she picked up Luo Yiji. I didn't do it on purpose, besides, I didn't step on your head, it's fine. Luo Yiji looked furious. You still want to step on my precious head? Luo Dongye chuckled awkwardly. But I didn't step on it, right? All right, let's go. Shin Longchen walked ahead and said, Next is the underground palace. We haven't been there before, what should we do? Luo Yiji didn't show much expression. Only said, I know the way. Although Shin Longchen and Wan Chong were puzzled, they didn't ask further. The others didn't know the intricacies, but Shin Longchen and Wan Chong were clear. The woman who led them had mentioned that the path in the underground palace would change each time they came through. Luo Yiji had either been here before or had studied the route in advance. Moreover, everything seemed so natural on the way they just came, and the number of people in the group was gradually decreasing. Luo Yiji slowly didn't recognize the woman who led them, but from what they had just seen, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. However, upon reflection, what purpose could Luo Yiji have in bringing them here? This was certainly something Shin Longchen and Wan Chong couldn't figure out in a short time, especially since it was a very sensitive period. So they chose not to think about it. They walked while cautiously observing their surroundings. Chapter 131. Another confrontation. Luo Dongye was walking at the back with Dan Hehe, occasionally asking Dan Hehe, Can you still walk? Luo Yiji was quite annoyed by this and couldn't help but say, She's an Earth-type ability user. How could she be that weak? Luo Dongye leaned in, but she can't use it either. Although she said that, there wasn't much conversation afterward. After exiting the water wall passage, a little girl was waiting not far away. She was the sister of the woman who led them. Upon seeing the group, the little girl stood up and smiled. I'm here to guide you. Luo Yiji nodded. They were about the same height, probably around 10 years old. Suddenly, the end of the dark passage brightened, revealing a hall. The surrounding walls and floor were made of large slabs of blue stone, with a row of chairs in the middle and a reclining chair not far away, draped with a snow-white beast fur, on which lay a beautiful woman. She looked young, dressed in ancient attire, reclining barefoot, her long hair cascading behind her, contrasting with the white fur. Upon seeing the owner of the underground palace, Luo Yiji exuded a defensive aura, her small face tense as she stared at her. The little girl respectfully stood behind the owner of the underground palace. The owner swept her gaze over everyone. Sit. Luo Yiji coldly replied. If you have any tricks, just use them. I don't have time to waste with you. The owner of the underground palace smiled faintly at her. No rush. Let's first see the situation outside. As soon as she finished speaking, an image appeared on the blue stone wall, as if watching a movie, clearly projected on the wall. Luo Yiji said nothing and sat down in a chair, with the others following suit. On the screen were Tao Yueyin and the others. It showed Tao Yueyin's fur had already been torn in several places, and the others were not much better off, standing on a pile of wolf corpses. However, these wolves seemed to be endless, continuously rushing out, attacking without fear of death. Tao Yueyin pressed a wolf that lunged at him under his paw, while his other paw went for its head, biting down hard, causing wolf blood to spray everywhere. He was drenched in blood, indistinguishable between the wolf's blood and his own. Tao Guyu and the others were in an even worse state not far away. After all, Tao Guyu and the others were dogs, while these wolves were starving skeletons from the forest. Now, driven by blood, every wolf seemed to have gone mad. Zhuanduan, being larger, could use his size to suppress these wolves, pinning one down and then sitting on it. Even so, he was still in a sorry state. A dog's teeth were not as sharp as a wolf's, and in front of this pack, they had no advantage. Fortunately, Tao Yueyin was a lion, which was at least a level above the wolves. Despite the constant onslaught, he fought like a madman, jumping around, pinning wolves down, and biting their arteries. Many wolves leaped onto Tao Yueyin's back, tearing at him. He was evidently wounded, shaking in pain, but after shaking off the wolves, he crushed one's head underfoot. His paws smeared with blood and brain matter. Nian Yin, with her massive white body, stood out starkly among the gray-black wolves, able to swat one down with a single paw, her lethality even greater than Tao Yueyin's. However, her pristine fur was now stained with blood as she leaped around, letting out sharp roars of anger. Fortunately, her thick fur provided some protection, as the wolves couldn't do much to her. The seemingly endless pack of wolves showed no sign of stopping. If this continued for too long, they would likely be overwhelmed. The owner of the underground palace rested her head on her hand, watching Nian Yin. "Is this your pet? It's grown so big." Luo Yiji fixed her gaze on Nian Yin, only turning to the owner of the underground palace after confirming she was not in danger. "You should consider who raised it." The owner of the underground palace chuckled lightly, her eyes glimmering as she looked at Luo Yiji. "I don't know how many wolves are in the forest, but when unable to leave and with food extremely scarce, these wolves even eat their own kind. Long-term competition for food has made them accustomed to fighting. Your big cat seems not to be very hungry." Luo Yiji tightened her hands, resting on her knees. The owner of the underground palace was absolutely right. Long-term hunger would unleash their greatest potential. Although Nian Yin had thick fur and a large size, against these desperate wolves, she had no choice but to defend herself. Of course, the others were the same. In fact, except for Tao Yueyin, the others couldn't even protect themselves. These wolves were fighting for their lives. They would either starve to death, eat each other, or be killed. Naturally, when their lives were threatened, there was no fear left in their hearts. Even knowing that rushing in could lead to death, they still charged forward without hesitation. After all, if they didn't charge, they would likely starve, but if they did, there was still a slim chance of survival. The continuous wave of wolves was essentially using a war of attrition against Tao Yueyin and the others. The smell of blood would attract even more wolves, and it seemed that Tao Yueyin wouldn't last much longer. The owner of the underground palace, seeing Luo Yiji's expression, knew she had likely figured it out and continued. "Of course, you can also check on the others. For example, these two." As soon as she finished speaking, the screen shifted to Chen Jingjing and Liao Haidang. The woman who led them was sitting on a tree across from the two, smiling as she watched them. After the screen turned to her, it seemed she received some kind of order and jumped down from the tree. Chen Jingjing and Liao Haidang immediately became vigilant, watching her every move. The woman leading the way slightly raised her hand and smiled at Chen Jingjing and the other two. "Come on." Chen Jingjing and Liao Haidang exchanged glances, then rushed forward, one on the left and the other on the right. Liao Haidang stepped forward, and vines wrapped around the leading woman's ankle, while Chen Jingjing swung her metallic weapon towards the leading woman's arm. After all, she was a person, and Chen Jingjing didn't dare to strike at her head like she would with a zombie, so she aimed for the leading woman's arm instead. The leading woman exerted force with her feet, breaking free from Liao Haitang's restraint. She bent at the waist, dodging Chen Jingjing's attack, and kicked towards Chen Jingjing's chest. Seeing that she had evaded, Chen Jingjing was startled and quickly raised her hands to protect her chest. The leading woman's kick landed directly on Chun Jingjing's arms. Chun Jingjing leaned back and quickly took several steps back before stopping her retreat. Although she had metal protection, her hands were slightly trembling, indicating how strong the leading woman's force was. Liao Haidang sent another vine to entangle the leading woman's arms and pulled back, tightening the vines. Ignoring the pain in her arm, Chun Jingjing raised her foot to kick at the leading woman's waist, her toes bearing sharp barbs. The leading woman watched without dodging or evading, standing her ground. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out, and Chun Jingjing's expression darkened. She raised her foot again and kicked repeatedly, the sound of metal clashing echoing in her ears. The leading woman looked at Chun Jingjing with amusement. So young, yet so ruthless. Do you think anyone will dare to marry you in the future? Chun Jingjing continued kicking, shouting angrily. Mind your own business. The leading woman grabbed Chun Jingjing's ankle with one hand, yanked hard, and spun around, causing Chun Jingjing to lift off the ground and spin through the air. Feeling the grip on her ankle loosen, her body flew uncontrollably and landed on the ground, rolling for quite a distance, getting covered in dirt, and her hair a mess, looking quite disheveled. In the underground palace, Yao Jiangdao stood up abruptly as he saw Chun Jingjing fly out, his gaze fixated on her figure. The owner of the underground palace watched his reaction and laughed. So, it's a pair? I'm afraid you'll both lose your lives here today. How about I have them bury you two together? You. Yao Jiangdao looked at the underground palace owner with a hint of killing intent, his hands gradually tightening by his side. The underground palace owner smiled. All right, you might want to see if she will die outside first. Luo Yiji, sitting next to him, tugged at Yao Jiangdao. Sit down, there's no use getting anxious here. Reluctantly, Yao Jiangdao sat down, continuing to watch Chun Jingjing's movements on the screen. It seems I forgot to mention, I am dual element, wood and metal, and now at level 6. You two, at level 4, are no match for me. The leading woman calmly stated a fact, looking at the two as if they were dead, without any fluctuation in her expression. Chun Jingjing struggled to get up from the ground, feeling as if all her bones had fallen apart. The leading woman took 2 steps towards Liao Haidang, who, being just a child, lacked the experience of Luo Yiji and was frightened, retreating continuously. With each step the leading woman took, Liao Haidang stepped back. The leading woman couldn't help but smile. So timid, yet you dare to follow them to your death? I'm not timid, Liao Haidang stammered in rebuttal. The leading woman paused, taunting Liao Haidang. If you're not here to die, then are you here to drag them down? Liao Haidang tightened his grip on the vine. I'm not dragging them down. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his little foot on the ground, and a vine shot up from the earth, firmly binding the leading woman's feet. The vine whip in his hand swung towards the leading woman, but did no harm, looking more like a tickle. Liao Haidang swung the vine again, binding the leading woman's arms, and another vine appeared in his other hand. This one was different from the last. It had a hammer-like top with several barbs, guaranteed to take a chunk of flesh if it hit. With determination, he swung the vine hammer towards the leading woman's face with all his strength, leaving no room for mercy. The leading woman remained unperturbed, as the vine hammer stopped just a few centimeters from her cheek. A nearby vine from a vine tree entangled Liao Haitang's vine hammer, preventing it from advancing further. The leading woman effortlessly broke free from Liao Haitang's restraints. Let me show you what true wood power is. The leading woman easily broke free from Liao Haitang's bindings. Let me show you what true wood power is. After saying this, she exerted a little force on Liao Haitang's vine hammer, shattering it completely. Liao Haidang struggled continuously, frowning and shouting. Let me go. I want to fight you. The leading woman looked at him with amusement. Fight? Isn't the result obvious? You can't even take one of my moves, yet you want to fight? Perhaps you should come down first. Liao Haidang kept struggling, but the vine tree tightened its grip based on his resistance, leaving no room for escape. Meanwhile, the leading woman approached Chun Jingjing, who had just managed to get back on her feet, watching as the leading woman walked towards her step by step. I heard your boyfriend has come. He should be watching in the underground palace now. Tell me, what do you think he will do if I kill you in front of him? The leading woman's face showed an undeniable excitement. Chun Jingjing frowned at her, as if looking at someone who had lost their mind. Noticing the lack of action, the color of her metallic protection became increasingly prominent as she thickened its defense. The leading woman noticed this and, with a bloodthirsty smile, raised her hand to pierce through Chun Jingjing's metal protection, grabbing her by the neck and drawing blood. Chun Jingjing felt a sharp pain in her neck as liquid began to flow down. Not daring to hesitate, she immediately lifted her leg to kick, but the leading woman, without even glancing, accurately caught Chun Jingjing's raised leg and held it tightly. Chun Jingjing grasped the leading woman's hand with one hand while using her other free hand to control the metal knife, aiming it at the leading woman's head. The leading woman kicked Chun Jingjing in the stomach, and with a loosening of her grip, Chun Jingjing was sent flying by the impact. The blood from her neck stained the ground, making her look even more disheveled. The leg that had just been grabbed by the leading woman also throbbed with pain, leaving her unable to muster any strength. Chun Jingjing was shocked. She never expected that her repeatedly thickened metal protection would be as ineffective as a paper shield before this woman. On the leading woman's hand was a thin layer of metal, more refined than Chun Jingjing's. She raised her hand, observing the blood on her fingertips, and in front of everyone, she licked the blood off her hand. Then, her gaze shifted from her hand to Chun Jingjing. So ruthless at such a young age? Although Chun Jingjing had only delivered 2 moves earlier, each was filled with killing intent, and she had put forth all her effort. The guiding woman, once hit by a blow, would likely already be lying on the ground as a corpse. However, the difference between level 4 and level 6 is something that no one can truly fathom. Just like now, 2 level 4s have no chance against a level 6. Although Chun Jingjing's feet were in immense pain, to the point that she could no longer stand up, she still refused to admit defeat. Looking at the guiding woman, she coldly sneered, "If I don't fight with all my might, wouldn't I have long since died outside?" The guiding woman seemed to think of something suddenly and stopped, looking back at the crowd behind the screen. Yao Jiangdao's eyes were fixed on the screen, as if he was about to rush over to help at any moment. The master of the underground palace rested his head on his hand, watching him. The scene on the screen shifted, landing on a view of a group of chimeras. Chun Jingjing was left bewildered, sitting on the ground. The guiding woman's gaze towards Chun Jingjing seemed to penetrate through, as if she was using Chun Jingjing to observe others. Because of Chun Jingjing's words, she seemed to recall her past self. Indeed, if she hadn't fought with all her might back then, how could she have survived to this day? When she first met the master of the underground palace, it was winter, and there was famine everywhere. The weather was getting colder, and she had no home, no family, and no friends. No matter where she went, others would drive her away, fearing her bad luck. The master of the underground palace appeared before her, like an angel with a halo, barefoot, looking at her with eyes that held no disdain nor any hint of contempt. He simply asked, "Do you want to live? Come with me." At that time, she knew nothing and only felt that living was her only hope. Thus, she followed the master of the underground palace, many times on the brink of giving up, but every time she saw that red figure ahead, she gritted her teeth and kept up. The master of the underground palace never said much. After arranging for her to settle in, he began his experiments, injecting bizarre substances into everyone. There were others with her, many of whom had been picked up. After those bizarre substances were injected, those people either died or went insane, becoming completely disoriented. She wanted to resist, but she dared not, because there were others who wanted to resist as well, but the result was an even more tragic end. Finally, as that winter was coming to an end, it was her turn to go to the laboratory. After the substances were injected, she felt cold all over, and after a while, she began to heat up again, alternating between cold and hot. In her dazed state, the master of the underground palace's unique calm voice said, "It worked." When she woke up again, she had her own room, a map of the underground palace, and could enter and exit any place within. The master of the underground palace said, "Just focus on working for me, and everything you want will come to you." Indeed, as she said, everything she wanted afterward, she could obtain without the master of the underground palace needing to act. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Now, seeing Chun Jingjing in this state suddenly reminded her of her past self, and she stopped her hand, refraining from killing her. The countless lives lost at her hands made her suddenly feel a pang of nostalgia for the civilized world of the past. Although it was very cold and hungry, with nothing, she could still hear the laughter of children and receive donations from kind-hearted people. In the underground palace, everyone watched the screen in a daze, only to see that the screen was filled with identical people. Aside from their different clothing, everything else was the same. They looked at each other, seemingly unable to distinguish friend from foe. Luo Yasuzi let out a barely audible sigh, though nobody knew what she was sighing about. The master of the underground palace looked at Luo Yasuzi with amusement. "What's wrong? Given up?" Luo Yasuzi squinted, sizing up the master of the underground palace. "It's nothing. Just feels like there's nothing worth watching. Your people have markings. They can tell friend from foe, but my people can't." The master of the underground palace raised an eyebrow in agreement. "Yes, let's see how the others are doing." As he spoke, the scene on the screen shifted again, revealing the hair-mutated person, whose entire body was now like a porcupine, with every hair so hard it could pierce skin. At that moment, Chun Mu had transformed into a red fox, lying low on the ground, fixated on the hair-mutated person across from him. Chun Rong had turned into a swarm of bats, circling around the hair-mutated person. The hair-mutated person stared at them for a moment, then walked towards Chun Mu, saying, "Let's deal with this little fox first." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck at Chun Mu, his hand no longer resembling its original form, looking as if it were covered in fine needles, causing a tingling sensation. Chun Mu, however, was quick to jump aside, narrowly dodging. The hair-mutated person seemed to be toying with a pet, following closely behind, not in a hurry to attack. Just watching Chun Mu dart through the forest, as if playing a game. With the bristles on his body standing upright, Chun Rong found it impossible to make a move. Chun Mu noticed a broken tree branch above him and jumped up to it. The hair-mutated person laughed. "Oh, little fox is trying to climb a tree." Chun Mu exchanged a glance with Chun Rong. In just 3 seconds, they understood each other's plan, relying on the fox's agility. Chun Mu made several leaps and reached the branch, then kicked it down. With a crack, the branch fell straight down, and the hair-mutated person, unable to dodge in time, reflexively raised his hand to block, the sharp hairs piercing through the branch. Chun Mu jumped down from above, landing on the branch, and kicked it towards the hair-mutated person. The person revealed a strange smile, and the originally sharp hairs became submissive, resembling ordinary fur. Initially, Chun Mu had planned to use his own fur to stab himself, but upon seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his limbs as the sharp hairs pierced through the branch, stabbing into his forelimbs. Chun Mu had no choice but to exert force to evade again, squinting at the hair-mutated person from a distance. Before his words had finished, the hair-mutated person charged at him with incredible speed. Chun Mu felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that he had just given his all to run, and this person was still following closely behind. Now, this person was using all their strength, leaving Chun Mu with no chance to dodge. Seeing the approaching figure, the only action he could take was to curl up his body, minimizing his injury area. Within just a few breaths, the hair-mutated person was in front of him, looking at him with a light laugh. "Oh, has the little fox been scared into tucking its tail?" As he spoke, he continued his movements, directly bending down to encircle Chun Mu, the sharp hairs surrounding him. The center was filled with densely packed hairs, and once those stabbed down, Chun Mu would be turned into a pincushion with no chance of survival. Meanwhile, the bats circling the hair-mutated person also began to act. Chapter 133. The Defeat is Certain. Part 2. The bats surrounding the hair-mutated person also began to move. Chun Rong saw his brother in danger, not having time to think, and charged down. The large swarm of bats surrounded Chun Mu completely, making it impossible to see him at all. The hair mutant's sharp hairs all fell off at this moment, revealing that the originally yellowish-white hair was completely stained red with blood. Looking at the black bats below and the pool of blood on the ground, the hair mutant took a step back. He felt secretly angry. He had been too hasty just now and had gone too hard. His master had long advised him not to kill, and looking at this person's appearance, with their organs punctured, it was likely they had no chance of survival. Originally, he was the weakest among them in the underground palace, but now he encountered two interesting playthings and couldn't help but go too hard. Just now, he had suffered no injuries because of Chun Rong's protection, but at this moment, Rong had turned into a bloodied person, with no part of him unscathed, drenched in blood. He wanted to help Rong up, but didn't know how to do it. Cough. Rong let out a slight cough, and Mu hurried over, carefully holding Rong in his arms. With reddened eyes and a choked voice, he asked, "Brother, are you okay? Does it hurt?" In his eyes, Rong had never been so badly injured, and Rong had always treated him well, silently supporting whatever he wanted to do. Before the apocalypse, when he caused trouble, it was always Rong who resolved it. After the apocalypse, when he wanted his own power, Rong worked hard to strengthen himself just to protect him. Just now, when the hair mutant was about to kill him, he wasn't this scared, but suddenly seeing his brother, whom he spent every day with, in this state made him feel an indescribable turmoil in his heart, filled with fear. Rong struggled to open his eyes, and, seeing Mu unharmed, smiled. His bloodied face looked somewhat grim, and he opened his mouth several times but couldn't make sound. Mu carefully held Rong, finally unable to hold back. Tears streaming down his face, dripping onto Rong's face, mixing with Rong's blood as it flowed down his cheeks. Rong felt somewhat at a loss. In his memory, this younger brother, while not often close to him, had always been carefree and a bit of a rogue. When had he ever cried like a child? Rong stared blankly at him, gathering the little strength he had left, and softly said, "I'm fine, don't cry." Upon hearing his brother's faint voice, Mu cried even harder, choking out, "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Not listened to you. I shouldn't have sought power. I shouldn't have come here with them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this. Brother, don't die. Mom and Dad are already dead. If you die, what will I do in the future?" Rong looked at Mu, wanting to raise a hand to wipe his tears but couldn't do it. He wanted to speak but couldn't utter a single sound. Mu continued in a broken voice, "Brother, hang in there. I'll take you out right now. We will leave together." Rong's strength was unmatched in the outside world, but in here, he was like a person of medium strength. The high-level powers belonged to the people in the underground palace, while those like Rong were of medium strength, and the other people brought by Luo Yasuzi were considered low-level. In the underground palace, everyone watching the screen couldn't help but feel angry. But no one went to treat Rong. Everyone had seen what had just happened. Langshan looked at Wan Shong, only to see her shaking her head lightly. Wan Shong only had level 3 healing abilities, which were far from enough to treat Rong's injuries. Even if she went out now, she couldn't save Rong. Luo Yasuzi squinted at the master of the underground palace and said, "Look at the others." The underground palace master's originally obscure face revealed a smile as he raised an eyebrow lightly. "Oh, all right. Others might not know." But Luo Yasuzi was clear that Rong wouldn't die, so there was no point in watching any further. As soon as the underground palace master's voice fell, the screen shifted again to Gu Ziqing and Lu Fusai's location. What others didn't know was that as soon as the hair mutant saw the monitoring light go out, he immediately retracted all his hair and ran to the Chun brothers. "Move aside, move aside." Mu, wiping away his tears, looked at him warily and asked, "What do you want?" The hair mutant's face turned angry. "What do I want?" "To save him. If we don't save him soon, he might die." Seeing Rong bleeding profusely, the hair mutant forcefully pushed Mu aside, picked up Rong, and ran. As he accelerated, he felt cold sweat continuously breaking out on his body. If Rong died, his own fate wouldn't be any better. Constantly pondering the underground palace master's orders, he thought, could this be considered as indirectly going against the master's wishes? Thinking this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace, thinking that Rong must not die. Mu followed behind. Confused, he didn't understand why the hair mutant suddenly wanted to save Rong. But if he remained still like before, he knew that Rong would bleed to death. Watching the hair mutant's increasingly quick pace, it didn't seem like a lie, so he quickly transformed and ran behind, barely keeping up with the hair mutant's pace. On the other side, everyone seeing the two sides that hadn't moved immediately realized that all of them were actually within the underground palace master's control. From the moment they entered to everything that followed, it was all arranged by the underground palace master. Without her orders, those people wouldn't dare to act, and she deliberately let them see one by one, just to make them understand how weak they were. Even so, Others were completely helpless. Even Luo Yasuzi had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He had already realized this, which was why he was nervous. Although he clearly knew that Gu Ziqing and Lu Fusai working together wouldn't be able to defeat this mutated fish, he still couldn't help but hope. What if they won? The underground palace master looked at his constantly rolling eyes and his basically expressionless face, knowing exactly what he was thinking. She understood him too well. On the other side, the mutated fish also moved. It quickly crawled toward Gu Ziqing, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow her whole. Gu Ziqing raised her hand, and a water curtain blocked her front, halting the mutated fish's advance. The mutated fish, driven by momentum, didn't stop and crashed into the water curtain, bouncing back a few steps. Then it rushed toward Lu Fusai, and Gu Ziqing waved her hand, creating another water curtain in front of Lu Fusai. This time, the mutated fish stopped, not charging forward. Lu Fusai reached through the water curtain, and several water columns shot out, looking soft and lacking in attack power. But they directly pinned the mutated fish's limbs to the ground. Gu Ziqing wasn't idle either. A water curtain like a fishing net enveloped the mutated fish, and Lu Fusai went to the lakeside, drawing water from the lake and shooting it at the mutated fish. Because it was lake water, it continuously flowed from the lake, crashing into the mutated fish, and Gu Ziqing quickly followed suit. Although the mutated fish had thick skin, it was still injured by the two's attacks. As the saying goes, water drops can pierce stone, and the impact of the water they drew was more than what could be seen on the surface, directly causing the mutated fish to bleed. The originally clear water flowing off the mutated fish gradually turned red. The mutated fish gradually felt pain in its waist and began to struggle. After breaking free from its restraints, it made a big turn right where it was and threw the nearest Gu Ziqing into the water. Gu Ziqing was directly flung out and sank into the water, not coming up for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Fusai hurriedly jumped into the water. The mutated fish, upon seeing both of them go down, couldn't help but feel a little happy because in the water, it was its territory. If they were on land, it might have some concerns, but in the water, it was a different story. The master of the underground palace sighed lightly upon seeing the mutated fish enter the water. It was a genuine sigh. Except for the little girl beside her, no one noticed, not even Luo Yisu, as everyone's attention was focused on Gu Ziqing and Lu Fusai. The mutated fish began to search for the two people's figures and saw Gu Ziqing holding her stomach, sinking down, while Lu Fusai chased after her and embraced her. Seeing the two of them, the mutated fish immediately wanted to approach, but as soon as its wounds touched the water, blood started to spread, making its entire body look red. Lu Fusai saw the mutated fish had come down and knew that the two of them would not fare well down there. So he held Gu Ziqing and wanted to swim back to the surface. However, the mutated fish was much faster than them. But there was also a shadow that was equally fast. From under a nearby rock, a swarm of small fish suddenly emerged and rushed past Lu Fusai and Gu Ziqing, heading straight for the mutated fish. The mutated fish, originally swimming towards the two humans, halted as the fish swarm surrounded it and began to bite it. The mutated fish continuously swung its massive body, trying to shake off these carnivorous small fish, but it was of no use at all. It tried to attack, but couldn't bite a single one of them. These small fish were faster and, seeing blood, became frenzied and rushed up. Usually, they would hide and only attack injured creatures that were bleeding, but these fish were originally experimental subjects of the underground palace master, and later, since they were of no use, they were left in the lake. Although Gu Ziqing was hit by the mutated fish, it seemed like she had internal injuries, but fortunately did not bleed. However, the mutated fish was different. It had already bled on land. But this mutated fish was different. It had already bled on land, and these small fish were eager to attack in the water. Seeing the mutated fish come down, they rushed up impatiently, as if fearing they would be late to get a share of the meat. The mutated fish never expected that. Having been accustomed to dominating this area with no fish daring to attack it, because it was the largest and had been arranged by the underground palace master, it would be attacked by these small fish. What the mutated fish didn't know was that the reason the underground palace master gave up on these small fish and arranged for it to come in was because, first, It could go on land. Second, it was easy to control. And third, these small fish would completely devour their opponent upon seeing blood. While the underground palace master specifically instructed to spare the lives of these humans. These 3 points were the reason it was arranged here. Lu Fusai, seeing this scene, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to die, but seeing Gu Ziqing unconscious, he didn't want to leave her behind. If it weren't for this group of small fish, he really wouldn't know what to do. Without looking further, he took the half-unconscious Gu Ziqing back to the shore. After pulling Gu Ziqing onto the shore, he found that she was only fainted and had no other injuries, which relieved him. After staring at the water surface for more than 10 minutes, he saw a large amount of blood surface, which made him smile with satisfaction. The mutated fish had bled heavily and was most likely being devoured by the small fish. By a twist of fate, the two had actually killed the mutated fish, and Lu Fusai couldn't help but completely relax and rest. In the underground palace, the screen had turned off after Lu Fusai rescued Gu Ziqing. The originally dark underground palace became brightly lit, as bright as daytime outside. The walls on all sides also receded, doubling the space. The master of the underground palace still lay sideways, looking at Luo Isu. Do you admit defeat? The failure of the mutated fish changed nothing here. It was entirely because that group of small fish was uncontrollable and the mutated fish was too foolish, which led to this outcome. However, this did not affect anything. Luo Isu stepped back, distancing himself from Luo Dongye and Shan Hehe, and walked to the other side, then looked at Wan Shong and Shen Longshan, saying only, "Do your best." He was uncertain about his feelings regarding this result. He had overestimated himself. A number of snakes had inexplicably crawled out around Luo Dongye, and he had transformed into a half-human, half-snake form, protecting Shan Hehe behind him. Just as Luo Isu was about to remind them, he saw Shan Hehe raise her hand and stab a knife into Luo Dongye's body, piercing through his abdomen from behind, the white blade now stained red with blood. Except for Luo Isu, who sighed inwardly, the others were somewhat incredulous. Shan Hehe, who usually was too timid to speak to others, although she bore the mark left by the underground palace master, was ultimately a discarded pawn, relying on Luo Dongye for protection. Yet just now, she had taken action. Not to mention others. Even Luo Dongye himself found it hard to believe. After all, he had spent so long with Shan Hehe. Luo Dongye turned to look at her in disbelief, only to see Shan Hehe pull out the knife, blood gushing out, while he remained oblivious, staring straight at her. Shan Hehe then raised her hand to press on the wound, and the bleeding immediately stopped, covered by a thin layer of earth-like substance. Luo Dongye slid down the wall to the ground, still looking up at Shan Hehe, as if waiting for her explanation. After completing everything, Shan Hehe stepped towards the master of the underground palace. The master of the underground palace spoke in her unique, calm tone. Even if it's a discarded pawn, it still came out from here. Yao Jiang Island and Shan Hehe both belonged to the earth element, and from what Shan Hehe had just displayed, it was clear that the two were actually evenly matched, indicating that Shan Hehe was also a level 5 earth ability user. Luo Isu explained from the side, level 5 wind element. From Qing Ku's abilities, it had always been below level 3, apart from being fast. It had no attack power at all, but after level 4, its attack power was not inferior to other elements. Wan Shong first shot out a few ice pillars, while the master of the underground palace lay on the chair, without moving at all. She just saw the ice pillars change direction as they approached her, shooting back towards Wan Shong. Wan Shong and Shen Longshan exchanged a glance, both seeing the intention of defeat in each other's eyes. At this moment, the master of the underground palace finally moved. With a raised hand and a wave of his broad sleeve, Wan Shong felt a powerful aura rushing toward her. Before she could react, she was sent flying. The master of the underground palace sat up with a flick of his sleeve, and that casual gesture was like merely adjusting the corner of his clothing, while the others had already been defeated. This was what truly shocked everyone. Only Luo Isu remained expressionless throughout, as if she had already anticipated that they wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move. She calmly stated, "Wan Shong, heal Luo Dongye." Wan Shong was puzzled, but she still got up to use healing magic on Luo Dongye. They had only been thrown out and, aside from some abrasions, had no other injuries, so the others quickly stood up as well. Shan Hehe, not suspecting anything, hurried to help them up. As soon as the owner of the underground palace landed, ice began to spread from beneath her feet, covering the entire room. Wan Shong, being of the ice element, felt no discomfort, while Shenlong Shun, who was of the fire element, also felt no cold. However, the others felt the chill rapidly rising. Especially Luo Dongye, a snake-type mutant, was nearly entering a state of hibernation. The owner of the underground palace then walked step by step towards Luo Isu. Brother, you haven't seen Mom and Dad in such a long time. It's time to go see them. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their eyes widening slightly. Luo Isu, however, showed little expression. The owner of the underground palace led the little girl ahead, while Luo Isu followed behind. The others felt there was no point in staying here, so they naturally followed out as well. Wan Chong pressed her lips together. What do you mean by that? Knowing that we can't win? Are you bringing us here to prove how smart you are, or to show us how formidable your sister is? Wan Chong felt a kind of indescribable feeling in her heart. Luo Yasuzi had never told them anything, and they knew nothing, yet they kept helping him. In the end, he suddenly said that his enemy was actually his sister. What did he think of the others then? Did he find it amusing to play everyone in circles with his intelligence when he was bored? As soon as the words fell, they arrived at another room. Wan Chong saw this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to resurrect your parents?" This was the only reason she could think of. Because in such an apocalyptic world, aside from resurrecting others or doing things they regretted in the past, what other reason could there be? Their demeanor seemed to show no remorse for having killed their own parents. Instead, it felt almost natural. As she spoke, a glowing screen suddenly appeared from somewhere, projecting a large image onto the wall, as if what was happening was real and occurring around them. On the screen, there was a man and a woman, looking to be in their 20s like people in ice coffins. On a small bed lay rows of children, both boys and girls, with Luo Yasuzi lying at the far end. The man picked up Luo Yasuzi and happily looked at the woman beside him. This one is the perfect combination of genes. Surely, they will inherit everything from us in the future. The children with poorer genetic fusion were disposed of directly, while those that were slightly better were kept for experiments. They took out a syringe and injected an unknown liquid into Luo Yasuzi's body. Luo Yasuzi's fingers twitched, and he slowly awakened, opening his eyes to look at the two, blinking in confusion and asking, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing?" The man turned to mess with the unknown liquid on the table, while the woman patted Luo Yasuzi's head. "Luo Yasuzi, you are Mom and Dad's hope, because you must inherit everything from us." At that time, Luo Yasuzi looked only 5 or 6 years old and didn't fully understand the woman's words, but still obediently nodded. The man had already prepared the substance, injecting an unknown liquid into Luo Yasuzi's body. The subsequent videos were all similar injection videos, with the two locking Luo Yasuzi in the small bed, not giving him food or water, and he could only survive on injections, thus he didn't need to urinate or defecate. Each time they came, they wore white coats and masks. Aside from exchanging professional terminology, they wouldn't say a word more to Luo Yasuzi. His exposed arms were covered in marks from needle pricks. Luo Yasuzi shook his head. "It's impossible. You're not my sister. I have no siblings." Luo Yasuzi suddenly interrupted her. "Don't say that. I don't want siblings. I don't want them to be like me, struggling to move here every day." Luo Yasuzi shook his head. "It's okay. Mom and Dad said I can leave when I'm 10. I'm 7 this year. Just a few more years. Just a few more years and I can leave." However, when the woman saw Luo Yasuzi, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This time, he woke up 3 minutes earlier than usual. Has he developed antibodies? The man, upon hearing this, looked at Luo Yasuzi, who was staring at him, and the needle in his hand still fell onto his arm. "Let's formulate a plan again tonight." The man said to the woman, "In 2 years, we can officially start." The man comforted, "If it doesn't succeed, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." The murmuring voices gradually faded, and the images on the screen disappeared as well. Luo Yasuzi was stunned. He knew nothing of this. He only thought about leaving here after turning 10 to see the outside world. But what awaited him was the news of his parents' deaths. And after leaving here, the outside world was not as he remembered, but transformed into the appearance of an apocalypse. After a pause, he continued, "You don't know how many children like you were there before you. What I did was only to stop their perverse behaviors. If I had to do it again, I would still do the same." Wan Shong couldn't help but voice her question. Is this the reason you caused the apocalypse? Such a distorted mindset can probably only come from the children of those two people. But what does it mean to have many children like Luo Isao? Wan Shong asked. They both looked to be in their 20s. How could they have so many children? Could it be that they are involved in something risky? Wan Shong was shocked. The child was merely a tool created for experimentation. What kind of variable behavior was that? Shen Longshun said solemnly, "But you have brought about a more terrifying outcome." Luo Isu pointed at Wan Shong. She is the time loophole. She remembers everything that happened during the apocalypse 3 years ago. Wan Shong rolled up her sleeves, revealing the spatial mark on her wrist. This space. I found many people do not have, as if only I have it. Luo Yasuzi sighed. It's enough. Let's end the apocalypse. Luo Yasuzi smiled at him. Are you begging me? I can end the apocalypse at any time. Luo Yasuzi pursed his lips and fell silent. And the two of them just looked at each other, until Wan Shong suddenly sat up, looking at the nearby Shen Longshun, and pushed him awake. Shen Longshun took out his phone to check the time, puzzled. What's wrong? It's still early. Shen Longshun had no choice but to get up and get dressed. This was already another year after the apocalypse. After that day, they fell unconscious and woke up again to find civilization restored. Aside from the leaders of the Wan Shong, Shun Fan, and Li Shu, the others who remembered the apocalypse were those who went to the underground palace with everyone. Qin Ku and Zhang Xiaoxi, two rivals, were bickering while traveling, and Su Yunli and Jiang Zhu were also traveling with Qin Ku and Zhang Xiaoxi. The Chen brothers, Chen Mu and Chen Rong, were also doing well. They were developing their own businesses and had each started their own companies, achieving some success. Everything from the apocalypse seemed as if it had never happened. Wan Chong and Shen Longchen prepared their things and went to find Fei Feng and Tang Hui. To prevent others from discovering their special abilities, Shan Fan and Li Shu teamed up for the first time to designate that area as a key protection zone, where no one was allowed to approach. Of course, this did not include Wan Chong and Shen Longchen. Before the two entered the forest, Tang Hui and Fei Feng had already come out. Tang Hui shouted from a distance, "You two busy bees, what took you so long? Hurry up and come in. Fei Feng and I have renovated the house." The two listened to Tang Hui's chatter as usual, and then Wan Chong handed over the things they had prepared for them. "All right, this is a New Year's gift delivered in advance. We still need to go see that little brat, Luo Yasuzi, so we're off. Take care of yourselves." The two hurried to the underground palace, which had been transformed to have a direct road to it, though only a few knew about it. Nian Nian was waiting at the entrance to greet them, and due to Luo Yasuzi, Nian Nian preserved her large body. After the two climbed up with difficulty, Nian Nian took off running, stopping only at the entrance to the underground palace. Nian Nian squatted down, allowing the little girl to touch her fur. Both of them had a strong preference for chocolate, so the gifts prepared for them were a large pile of chocolates, all sorts and kinds. Perhaps the moment they first saw Luo Yasuzi, who was lying there with arms full of needle marks like a porcelain doll, they decided they would protect him for life. The end.